the hammer in front of me. As long as it strikes someone, will make them wish for death. Yet the unparalleled Empress asks you to strike her as much as you want. And even your father is addicted to being hammered and can't extricate himself. Just when there is a beautiful sister-in-law who is unwilling to be hammered, striking her is the most enjoyable. This is because after you traveled through time, you obtained a hammer of immense virtue, which can enhance others' soul roots and realms when used one way, and can make people wish for death and lose their cultivation when used the other way. At this moment, you unexpectedly learn that you have been framed for teasing the ninth princess of the dynasty. In the main hall, King Anton Long Yen points at you with one hand, his angry voice echoing throughout the golden hall. Wu Yi, you have such audacity. Yesterday at the drunken immortal pavilion, you dared to have improper intentions towards the ninth princess. It's simply a crime deserving of death. You suddenly wake up, thinking you are dreaming upon hearing this, and immediately launch a counterattack. What are you shouting for? You scared me. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't shout randomly here. As soon as these words were spoken, the court fell silent. At this moment, a middle-aged man in armor beside you shouted loudly, "Don't be outrageous. Hurry up and apologize to the prince." Without thinking, you blurted out, "Why should I apologize to him? A fine horse carrying a fool. Who are you?" Hearing your words, the General Wuan immediately glared with fierce eyes. You couldn't help but laugh in anger. "My father? I'm still your father. A bat with a chicken feather. What are you?" Upon hearing this, all the civil and military officials burst into laughter. At this moment, you also realized that something was wrong. This scene was too real. It seemed you had truly crossed over. You awkwardly scratched your head and said, It's Dad, right? I know you are in a hurry." After saying that, you closed your eyes, and a flood of chaotic memories immediately surged into your mind. The former heir of the kingdom of Dingwa was killed by someone using insidious means. My father, General Wuan, commands an army of 500,000 as the king of the north. And my grandfather is the illustrious king of Dingwa with great military achievements. After digesting the memories, you feel a bit anxious, provoking imperial power and insulting the royal family. With the style of the Empress, even if you are the grandson of the king of Dingwa, you will undoubtedly die. Suddenly, you hear a ding in your mind. Congratulations, host, you have awakened the hammer god system and obtained a hammer of boundless virtue. Hammer the world above. Hammer the earth below. Hammer the hearts of young girls into chaos. Hammer the bodies of young women into trembling. After understanding the system's functions, your eyes suddenly light up. The accumulation of virtue hammer has 10 hammers with 10 different functions. Each time you use the accumulation of virtue hammer, you can gain 1 point of virtue. First hammer, reverse heavenly gang, causing soul shock to martial artists with a cultivation level higher than oneself, and continuously weakening the opponent's cultivation. This is a forced effect. Even the Jade Emperor would have to endure 2 hammers. Second hammer, the legacy of Wei Wu. Upon hearing this, your eyes immediately light up. Trigger condition, for those who are engaged or already married, and have a score of 95 or above, can be marked as pregnant baby. Increasing the favorability of pregnant baby to above 90 can randomly give birth to sacred techniques or sacred artifacts, and thereafter, can also generate a trace of sacred power for the host every day. The third hammer, turning stone into gold. Looking at the closed-eyed and meditative Duke Wuan, he frowned in thought. Understanding that you were framed by the Prime Minister's grandson Chang Yangshua for teasing the ninth princess yesterday, but the ninth princess is not only the fiancée of the crown prince of the great Yen Empire, but the Empress also dotes on her. Even though the Wu family holds high power and has great military achievements, it is likely that they cannot protect your life this time. He sighed inwardly, secretly clenched his fist, and decided that even if the sky were to fall today, he, as a father, would bear it. The Wu family is full of loyalty and bravery, but as the only heir, no one can touch you. At that moment, the court fell into chaos. You turned your head, and your pupils suddenly constricted. The person who framed you had arrived. You saw Prime Minister Chang Xian and his grandson Chang Yangshua, surrounded by several court officials, walking into the Golden Luan Hall. However, Chang Yangshua looked horrified, as if he had seen a ghost, and looked at you, Grandpa. He actually didn't. You should know that the dark magic he cast on you yesterday could not only control your consciousness at his will, but afterwards, your soul would also be slowly erased. And that old fox Chang Xian appeared very calm. No worries. This kid provoked imperial power. The final outcome will be the same. When you saw Chang Yangshua looking over, you opened your mouth and said, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes." Chang Yangshua looked confused. This kid was acting strange today. At this moment, the Minister of Revenue, Zhang Yutao, walked into the court with a mocking expression. Hee. The king of the north really brought the heir to the court. But the heir has committed a capital offense this time. Aren't you afraid that his majesty will kill him in a fit of anger? Before my father could speak, you suddenly laughed and said, Minister Zhang seems to have a lot of free time lately. Zhang Yutao glanced at you, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Heir of Wu? Because I've noticed that Minister Zhang seems to enjoy meddling in other people's affairs. I don't know if you've heard the saying, eating spoiled food too often makes you sick, meddling in too many affairs brings no good. Zhang Yutao was instantly furious. I am the Minister of Revenue. You little brat. Do you dare to insult me? You laughed. Is being the Minister of Revenue that impressive? My grandfather is the sworn brother of the late emperor, so even His Majesty must respectfully refer to him as Father Ya. I am of the same status as a prince, so what's wrong with me saying a few words to you? Everyone else was silent, but you spoke up. You really have a wide sense of control. What are you looking at? Do you want to make a move? Do you dare? Do you believe my dad will take care of you on the spot? At this moment, the entire venue was silent. The silence was deafening. All the civil and military officials are staring at you in shock. Could it be that this guy was just pretending before? Even Wu Anjuan looked at you with some surprise, but he did not stop you. Instead, he nodded and praised. Well said. I, a warrior of the Wu family, even if I can't win, I must speak up, otherwise, anyone can come and act arrogantly in front of the Wu family. You clasped your fists and smiled humbly. Father's lesson is well taken. I will remember it. Unlike the shock of others, the 8th Prince Long Haoyu, who just entered, had an excited expression on his face, and the admiration in his eyes was almost overflowing. Amazing. Old Mu, you are simply too. He momentarily couldn't find the right words to express his excitement. This guy is your only friend, though his mind is a bit off, but you both share the same interests and hang out together all the time. You raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to say, amazing? Long Haoyu's eyes widened, and he nodded excitedly. Yes, 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 that word is great. Awesome. Old shepherd. I never realized before how eloquent you are. You are truly a model for our generation. Please allow me to pay my respects. You laughed heartily and said, what is this? Our grand manhwa has been passed down to this day, with a profound and extensive language art. Its beautiful words look down upon the entire UN Wu continent. Who can compete with it? At that moment, a cold and world-weary voice suddenly rang out. What is the commotion? Although the voice was female, it carried an unparalleled authority. You raised your eyes and saw the current Empress Long Mushue stepping gracefully into the court. The court instantly fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, with all the civil and military officials standing with their heads bowed. Only you slightly raised your head, your gaze beginning to wander over her, and amidst the swaying of her skirt, a hint of Snow White could be seen. You couldn't help but gasp in awe. She was truly a rare beauty in the world. Meanwhile, you checked Long Mushue's information using the system. Long Mushue, cultivation level, Martial King 7th layer, favorability, -38, number of handshakes, 0, overall rating, 99. You are secretly shocked, coming up as a top-notch mature woman with a score of 99. Who can withstand such a test? Unfortunately, this Empress is in perfect condition and has no marriage contract, so she cannot be marked as pregnant baby. But your cheap sister-in-law should be fine, right? Soon, your thoughts drift away, and you think of another exquisite one. Long Mushue's phoenix eyes swept across the entire hall, finally landing on you, a hint of concealed anger flashing in her gaze. From the moment she entered the Golden Luan Hall, she sensed your gaze. How dare you openly scrutinize her? Her cold and proud voice echoed throughout the hall. Prince Wu, why do you look at this emperor like that? All eyes turned to you, some people eagerly waiting to see the drama unfold. Duke Wuan coughed helplessly, and you were suddenly jolted awake, caught in the act. How do you explain this? Feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from the Empress, your mind raced quickly, and you respectfully cupped your hands and said, please forgive me, Your Majesty. I was stunned by your majestic presence and unparalleled beauty, so I was a bit rude for a moment. You didn't care anymore. Women love to be complimented, so you decided to flatter her first. Everyone secretly complained, although what you said is true. Can't you have some self-respect? Long Haoyu's eyes widened even more, and his gaze was filled with even greater admiration. He is very clear about the temper of the princess. Anyone who dares to say such frivolous words in front of her will definitely suffer. Just when everyone thought the Empress would be angry, Long Mushue remained unfazed. Young Master Wu has seen it before. Why say such things? You had been monitoring Long Mushue's favorability, and at this moment, your heart skipped a beat, dropping from -38 to -42. I believe that a true rare treasure, even if seen again, is still like the first encounter. As you spoke, you raised Long Haoyu's left hand, startling him. You pointed at the jade ring on his thumb and said, just like this jade dragon ring bestowed by the late emperor to the 8th prince. The first time you see it, you will be amazed by its exquisite craftsmanship. The second time, you will appreciate the charm left by the passage of time, and by the third time, you will be captivated by the resonance of a soul connection. So for a true treasure, Each appreciation is different, and you never get tired of looking at it. After saying this, you thought to yourself, it's awkward, but it's done now. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in surprise, and Long Hao Yu widened his eyes in shock again. Is this still the same Wu Yi who used to cower in front of the Empress? He unconsciously straightened the thumb ring he was wearing. However, at this moment, Wu Yi was a little surprised in his heart, because Long Chi-Yu's favorability had risen from -42 to -35. What the hell? 2 compliments and your favor goes up? Does the Empress eat this too? Long Chi-Yu deeply glanced at Wu Yi, then stopped paying attention. At this time, the Minister of the Household, Lin Bi, was the first to jump out. Your Majesty, I have a request. Long Chi-Yu's red lips lightly opened. Her words were short and majestic. Speak, Lin Day's Tao said loudly. I would like to impeach the King of Jinbei, Mr. Wu Anjuan, for failing to teach his son well. Yesterday the son of the King of Jinbei, Mr. Wu Yi, molested the 9th princess in public with the intention of misbehavior, and it was known by everyone in the city. The list of evil deeds is endless. Not only do they hurt the public morals, but they also provoke the royal authority. What's more, now that the 9th princess has a marriage contract with the crown prince of the Great Yan Empire, she is the future crown princess of the Great Yan Empire. Great Yan has always been strong and aggressive. This matter will not be settled. Wu Yi's behavior has seriously undermined the stability of relations between the two countries, shaken the foundations of my Longhua and brought shame to my Longhua. Seeing Lin Bao beeping endlessly, Long Chi-Yu's phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of impatience, and she cut straight to the chase. Speaking of results, Lin Bao, who was still preparing for a long speech, was a bit embarrassed. After a pause he then said aloud, according to the laws of Longhua, those who provoke the imperial power and harm the foundation of Longhua shall be beheaded according to the law. I implore your majesty, put Wu Yi to death. Public beheading as a warning to others. Chapter 4, I implore your majesty to put Wu Yi to death. I implore your majesty, put Wu Yi to death. Public beheading as a warning to others. In fact, a felony like this is punishable by death. However, Lin Bi didn't dare to say the words of executing the 9 clans because he was afraid of being hammered to death by the Jinbei King Wu Anjuan's fist. When these words came out, the entire courtroom was as quiet as a pin. The Chancellor's faction has been gloating. Neutralists continue to remain on the sidelines. As for some of the civil officials who were originally friends with the Wu family, they also chose to remain silent at this moment. There were only a few military officials who wanted to speak, but they did not dare to speak for a while. After all, what Wu Yi had committed this time was indeed a capital offense. Anyone who dares to help out is equivalent to going against the Empress, and anyone who dares to speak out is out of luck. Empress Long Chi-Yu's willow brows lightly twisted, silent for an instant. Her clear and cold voice resounded through the hall. I naturally know what Minister Lin said. As she spoke, her pair of icy eyes looked towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi, do you recognize what you committed yesterday? Seeing the Empress questioning the Empress, Jun Wuan just wanted to speak, but he was stopped by Wu Yi who beat him to it. I deny it. Lin Fengtao sneered and exclaimed. Humph, deny it? Yesterday at Drunken Immortal House there were so many witnesses. Not only did Mr. Su see it with his own eyes, even the 9th princess was a party to it. And you still want to argue? Who would have thought that as soon as Lin Day's Tao's words left his mouth, Wu Yi directly opened his mouth. Fark you mother, you dog really have a baby and a melon pen mouth is not idle. Long Yin, Master's supreme secret word? He hastened to memorize it in his mind. Long Chi-Yue, on the other hand, her pupils suddenly tightened, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of imperceptible strangeness. Wu Yi ignored the confused crowd and continued to output. Do you live in Dunhuang? Why are there so many murals? That'll shut you up, you're deaf aren't you? If you have an idle mouth, go lick the outhouse and make a good thing that everyone will praise. Asterisk 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 is at least soft. I think you're stinky and hard. The more I talk, the angrier I get. I'm gonna you up today. Seeing that Wu Yi said that he was about to rush up and hit Lin Day's Tao, Wu Anjuan had some headaches and hurriedly pulled him back. That kind of scene is like the owner of a dog walker pulling the teddy who has to fight with the Tibetan Mastiff. It looks extraordinarily funny. As for Lin baffled Tao, who had already been sprayed dumbfounded, he looked at the Empress with an aggrieved face like a green tea whore. Your Majesty, look at him. The Empress immediately let out an angry cry. Unbridled Wu Yi, don't be rude in the courtroom. Lin Xiangshu was an official of the imperial court. How can you insult him at will? On her face, she angrily reprimanded Wu Yi, but in reality, she was secretly happy in her heart, because Lin Day's Tao is the Prime Minister Su Xian's #1 lapdog. All day impeach this impeach that every day to mess up. She is almost annoyed to death. Now that she heard Wu Yi scolding so harshly, she felt very painful herself. At the same time she also cursed in her heart, you can't beat Lin Bi again, what are you pretending here? At this point, Su Yangshua knew it was his turn to step forward. Stepping forward and arching his hand. Your Majesty, what Minister Lin said is true, I can testify to it. Long Qiyue looked at Su Yangshua, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. Say, this matter is indeed not easy to handle, because no matter what, the end result would be a divide between the royal family and the Wu family. Broken mirrors are hard to bridge. Moreover, compared to the Prime Minister Su's family, Long Qiyue's heart was more inclined towards the loyal Wu family. After all, she knew better than anyone what kind of wolves the Su family was. Su Yangshua did not answer directly, but first turned his head and glanced at Wu Yi. A hint of mockery surfaced on his handsome face, as if he was laughing at the fact that Wu Yi was already certain to die. Who expected Wu Yi to directly open his mouth and curse? You see your grandma's leg, Su Yangshua? Why are you looking at me? I'm not your father. Ask your mother. You, tortoise eats coal, black-hearted little bastard. You what? Why can't you speak at all? Why are you blushing? Are you shy? Why are you yellow again? Being a thief because you framed me? Long Qiyue really couldn't stand to watch and said angrily. That's enough, Wu Yi. Curse again or get out. What is the decency of the martial world's son to be dirty in front of the court? Seeing that the Empress was furious, Wu Yi immediately arched his hand at Su Yangshua and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, it was my son who was rude. I hope you little man don't remember your lord's fault. You little thing, don't talk to my son. Listening to Wu Yi's apology, Long Qiyue's silver teeth lightly clenched in anger. Su Yangshua clenched his fists in anger. As for the civil and military officials, the corners of their mouths were wildly drawn. Only the dragonine, who was inwardly admiring, secretly remembered Wu Yi's words in his heart. Hate to remember every punctuation mark. Su Yangshua was infuriated by Wu Yi. He took a deep breath before he suppressed the anger in his heart and blurted out. Your Majesty, yesterday I met Wu Yi at the drunken immortal house and invited them to drink and chat with each other for the purpose of friendship. It so happens that on the way, the ninth princess also came to the drunken immortal house, in the elegant room next to ours. Everyone knows that Wu Yi likes the ninth princess. When he wanted to go to the ninth princess, I even stopped him at that time and advised that the ninth princess is already the fiancée of the great Yin Crown Prince, and that Prince Wu should pay attention to his status to keep a distance to avoid causing misunderstandings. But who would have guessed that Wu Yi, after 3 rounds of drinking, ignored the minister's obstruction, and with the strength of alcohol had to go to the 9 princesses. I don't know if he was drunk or if he did it intentionally, but in any case, he spoke ill of the 9th princess, and his foul language was unpleasant to the ears. What's more, Wu Yi even said in public that he wanted your Majesty to. Your Majesty. Speaking here, Su Yangshua's face was hesitant, seemingly not daring to go on. Long Qiyue's absolutely beautiful face had already floated up with a touch of sulking. Tell me the whole story, word for word. Su Yangshua hesitated for a moment before he blurted out like he was going out of his way. Wu also said that he wanted you and Princess Nine to serve him, and that he wanted to play 2 phoenixes with 1 dragon. As for the rest of the slurs, it's really hard for me to talk about them. Unbridled. As expected, Long Qiyue instantly let out a furious cry, and a suffocating pressure instantly swept through the courtroom. Su Yangshua was startled and hastily fell to his knees. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. These are Wu Yi's own words. I swear on my head that I'm telling the truth. At this moment, the courtroom shook. Nice guy. Wu Yi molested the 9th princess even the Empress dares to covet it? How dare you want to play 2 phoenixes with 1 dragon? At once, all the 100 officials were indignant, especially those who look up to the Prime Minister are behaving in an exaggerated manner. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? Insulting His Majesty, insulting the princess. This is completely provoking the royal power. This son has the heart of a rebellion. The son of the king should be fed to the dogs. Your Majesty, imperial power cannot be provoked. It must be severely punished, according to the laws of manhwa. Beheading. Just as the court was cursing, Wu Yi's flat voice, however, sounded steeply. Hurry up and curse. It's my turn. He then turned his head to look at the dragon's seal. The 8th prince will have to watch. There is a saying that qualities are not known, and when they are strong, they are strong. See how this son of the world is tongue-tied, using the mysterious organs of all the great family members as the center of the circle, and the genealogy as the radius to draw a circle to open up the big one. Today, if I don't spray this group of wallflowers who see the wind at their backs until their parents explode and their genealogy rises to heaven, I will count my 18 years of life as a waste of time. Words. Long Yin's eyes were as wide as copper bells, with an inquisitive look on his face. Got to learn. This one's got to learn. Please teach me everything you know, Master, and I'll be sure to keep it in mind. Chapter 5, The 100 Officials Are Forced, and the Empress wants an account. Hearing that Wu Yi was about to start spraying, the originally noisy courtroom instantly turned silent. This was the deterrent power of Wu Yi now. After all, he would have angrily sprayed Lin Bashful Tao can be a battle. Enough! Right at this moment, Long Chiyue looked at Wu Yi with a sullen face. Wu Yi, I ask you, is what Su Yanshua said the truth? Can you admit it? Takeshi's neck was on the line. I deny it. I was framed by Su Yanshua. It was Su Yanshua who used some method to control me. And that's why he did the stupid thing of molesting the 9th princess. Even if I'm stupid, I won't kill my head in public. Finally, one of the military officials behind Jun Wuan couldn't stand it anymore. His name was Wu Qiao, a former member of King Wu Yuan of Ding. Although he is not following the old general now, he remembers the favor. Your Majesty, my lord has something to say. Long Qiyu took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in her heart in a faint voice. Say, Wu Qiao's dull voice resounded through the great hall. Your Majesty, I believe that Seiji Wu must have been framed. Although Prince Wu is known to be stubborn and uneducated, anyone who knows him knows that he's not only not stupid but also very smart. There's no way he's stupid enough to molest the 9th princess, and so blatantly at that. And as far as I know, Shitzi Wu has an excellent capacity for alcohol, and can drink 3 pots in a row of even the imperial city's strongest wine. Immortal drunk. After yesterday's incident, the last general specially sent someone to check. Wu Shitzi at that time only drank less than half a jug before he was already drunk. This is not normal. In my humble opinion, Shitzi Wu should have been deliberately framed. I don't know what evil demonic techniques were used to confuse him, and that's why he almost made a big mistake. Lin Fengtao's face was furious as he flung his sleeve and snorted coldly. General Wu, you have to speak with evidence. You say that Wu Ya was framed? Do you have proof? In fact, he knew that Wu Yi was framed by the Su family, but it doesn't matter. His mission today is to arch fire like crazy in the courtroom and get Wu Yi killed, even if it's a great achievement. Wu Qiao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, no, because the evidence has been destroyed. But I suppose the Prime Minister knows what the evidence is? Seeing Wu Qiao pointing him out, Xiao Hyun continued to look at him with her eyes. It was just an old-fashioned way of saying with his eyes closed. Back to your Majesty. This matter is unknown to the old minister and will not be commented on. He doesn't need to make comments, much less fan the flames, because based on the mere fact that Wu Yi had molested the 9th princess to insult the Empress with her words, this was already on fire. As long as no evidence can be produced, this is a certain death for Wu Yi, or the certain death of the Wookiee family. No one can solve it. Seeing that the Prime Minister was so confident, the 100 officials also acquiesced in their hearts to the end of the Wu family. Wu Jia is finished. Lin Fengtao was very good at seizing opportunities and immediately bowed and shouted, I risk my life to implore your Majesty to condemn Wu Ya to death, to defend imperial power and protect the dignity of the nation. Seeing that the Wu family had lost its power, all the 100 officials also agreed. I implore your Majesty to condemn Wu Yi to death, defend imperial power, and protect the dignity of the nation. I implore your Majesty to condemn Wu Ya to death. I implore your Majesty to condemn Wu Ya to death. Seeing 100 officials pressing, just when Empress Long Qiyu's heart was troubled into hesitation, only Wu Qiao, a military general, swam against the current and exclaimed, Your Majesty, no, Seiji Wu cannot be killed. Lin Fengtao instantly wore an angry face and turned his head to look at Wu Qiao. General Wu, you need to use your brain when you speak. Wu Yi is committing a capital offense. He provoked the imperial power and you're saying you can't kill him? Could it be that in your eyes, Wu Yi's life is greater than imperial power? Wu Qiao grunted. Shut the up and don't give me a hatchet job. You. Lin Day's Tao looked at the Empress with another green tea bimbo's aggrieved face. Your Majesty, look at him. Wu Qiao, who was anxious in his heart, ignored Lin Boltao and cupped his fists at Long Qiyue. Your Majesty, let's not talk about whether Wu Yi was framed or not. I really have no evidence to check, but Wu Yi is the grandson of King Wu Yuan of Ding. Back then, King Ding fought with the late emperor in the north and south and made great achievements. It's more about saving the day in order to protect against foreign enemies and civil strife. Not to mention that the Wu family has thrown their heads in blood for the empire all these years, and have been loyal for generations. Now that there is only Wu Yi left as the only child, is it really possible to make the Wu family extinct? Doesn't this chill the hearts of King Ding and the Wu family and the millions of generals who sailed to the sands? I implore your Majesty to think twice. Listening to Wu Qiao's words, Wu Yi closed his eyes with a bit of a headache. At this moment, he really wanted to take out his merit hammer and hammer Wu Qiao to heaven on the spot, piggybacking on a teammate. How dare you jump into such a big hole? Do you think I'm dying slow? He then turned his head to look at Wu Qiao. Dude, you're Prime Minister Su's man, right? Wu Qiao. As for Xiao Hyun, a smile floated at the corner of her mouth. I thought to myself, He's really a stupid fool who only knows how to fight and kill. Fruity. Pa. Wu Qiao. How dare you? Right at this moment, the Empress violently slapped the dragon head armrest and stood up to coldly shout out, "How dare you threaten me with the merits of the Wu family? Threaten me with the loyalty of millions of generals? According to you, as long as one is in a position of merit, he can defy imperial authority? Can anyone come and step on the royal family of the Manhwa Empire?" In a flash, the reactive Wu Qiao was drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, I didn't mean that. I'm just. It was at this moment that Wu Anjun, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Your Majesty, General Wu in no way meant to offend. He also said the wrong thing because he was in a hurry. I hope your Majesty can rest his anger. Long Qiuyue took a deep breath before she sat down again to look at Wu Yi. Wu Yi, I'm asking you now. You said you were framed by Su Yangshua. Do you have any proof? Wu Yi glanced at the gloating Su Yangshua and the others. Your Majesty, I have no proof at this time. Long Qiyue's cold eyes narrowed slightly. So it's a confession? At the same time, a pressure that was enough to be suffocating suddenly erupted from her body, pressuring the people above the courtroom to gasp for air. This was not the aura of cultivation, but the innate imperial aura, the momentum that belonged uniquely to the superior. But what surprised Long Qiuyue was that when all the 100 officials were silenced and bowed their heads, only Wu Yi straightened his back and met her gaze without the slightest bit of weakness. This kid. Something's not right. But in fact, Wu Yi this will have been sweating, is gritting his teeth to hold on. Long Qiuyue looked deeply at Wu Yi, then her pair of icy eyes looked back at Wu Anjuan and said in a cold voice, King of Jinbei, I think you should know it well. If it were not for the fact that your Wu family has made great achievements for the empire and has been loyal from generation to generation, your father, King Ting, is the one who saved the day and helped his father to settle the country and secure the country. Based on yesterday's incident alone, Wu Yi would have been killed on the spot, and couldn't have waited for today. But to say 1,000 words, imperial power must not be provoked, and the relationship between Longhua and Dian must not be ruined because of him. Now that this matter has arisen because of Wu Yi, can you, King of Jinbei, give me an explanation? This matter is indeed not easy to handle. The Great Yan Empire had always been strong, and it was stronger than Longhua, and the relationship between the two countries was already tense. Dian has always wanted to annex Longhua, and Wu Yi molested the future crown princess of Dian? If this is not handled well, it could even trigger a direct war between the two countries. Now it was no longer just whether the Empress wanted to kill Wu Yi or not. Even if the Empress didn't want to kill, that Great Yan couldn't spare him. Seeing the Empress pressing the issue, the people from Xiaohian's party were all gloating. Account for it? How? What are you gonna say? What account can preserve imperial power and calm the anger of Dian at the same time? Isn't that bull ********? In the face of the Empress questioning, Jun Wuan immediately stepped forward and exclaimed. It seemed to be speaking to the Empress, but it also seemed to be speaking to the 100 officials. My son Wu Yi, although he was born naughty, he is not bad in nature. My Wu family is full of loyalty. Even if my Wu sons and daughters were more stupid and more assholes, they would never do such a thing as to offend the imperial power and kill their heads. It's just that this king has no proof that my son was framed, so there's no point in saying more. This time, I admit it. But, speaking of which, Wu Anjun's tiger eyes stared. Turning his head to look at Prime Minister Xiao Hyun, he exclaimed with a calm face, as long as I, the king of Jinbei, am around, no one will be able to kill my Wanjin's son. The son does not teach the father. This day, this king breaks an arm of his own to make amends to the royal families of both countries in place of my son. Clang of metals. Before the words left his mouth, Wu Anjun violently drew the sword at his waist. From the bottom up, he chopped at his left arm without hesitation. Dad! Wu Yi, who was contemplating his countermeasures, woke up with a start. Chapter 6, I will fight Su Yangshua in single combat. Life or death. Dad! Wu Yi, who was contemplating his countermeasures, woke up with a start. But his father, Wu Anjuan, was a 7th-order martial king cultivator, a well-known expert in the Longhua Empire. How fast was he? He was too late to stop even if he wanted to. The king of Jinbei must not shoo away. Who would have thought that just in the nick of time, the Empress Long Qiyue's body suddenly erupted with an exceptionally terrifying aura that directly swept across the entire Golden Palace. Raise one's head. At the same time, a soul-crushing dragon's roar resounded through the great hall. The shock made everyone in the room dizzy and mentally disoriented. As for Wu Yi, whose cultivation was only a second-ranked warrior, he almost fainted. And it was only because he and the equally wasted 8th prince, Long Jinin, both helped each other that they didn't fall down. Holy, this Empress is really tough. Empress Long Qiuyue was at the 7th level of martial king cultivation, Although she was one small level lower than Martial Anjuan's 8th level of Martial King, she possessed a dragon bloodline. This hand of dragon shock alone was enough to be invincible at the same rank. And it was precisely by that dragon's roar that Jun Won was shocked, coupled with the imprisonment of the Empress's aura, that the swinging of the sword was hardened and stopped. Prime Minister Su Xian as well as the 100 officials all saw the hint and secretly said in their hearts, "It seems like the Empress really doesn't want to fall out with the King Ding Palace." Wu Yi first glanced at the Empress with some surprise. Then he hastily grabbed Wu Jun's arm and stopped the grumpy old man. "Dad, I have an idea. Trust me, I'm handling this all today. You can't steal my thunder." Wu Jun, he had naturally investigated yesterday's incident and could not find any evidence at all. But when he met Wu Yi's serious and confident eyes, he nodded his head furtively. Yes, the Empress Phoenix eyes looked towards Wu Yi, her beautiful face covered in frost. Seiji Wu seems unconvinced. If you can't produce evidence of being framed for the crime of provoking imperial authority alone, according to the law of manhwa, he shall be beheaded. As she spoke, Long Chiyue's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing through a flash of imperceptible killing intent. But at the same time, a flash of hope flashed in his eyes. She seemed to be eager for Wu Yi to produce evidence. Wu also said without being condescending, "Your Majesty, I am indeed not convinced. Why would I admit to something I didn't do? Actually, I have proof, but only if your Majesty grants me a request." Hearing Wu Yi say that there was evidence, Su Yangshua's heart skipped a beat and he and Prime Minister Su Xian exchanged glances. Long Chiyue felt a little ridiculous and snorted coldly. "And you're asking for it? But I can give you a chance. Say it." Just as the crowd was puzzled, who would have thought that Wu Yi would suddenly point one hand at Su Yangshua and exclaimed, "I will fight Su Yangshua in single combat, life or death. If I win, the truth will come out. If I lose, with or without evidence, your Majesty may cut off my head, and I will not complain." When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Long Yin anxiously gave Wu Yi a series of glances. "No dude, are you crazy? You're only a samurai too." But Su Yangshua is a martial general 4. His cultivation is higher than yours by 2 whole realms. You don't have to look for death like this, do you? Wu Jun glared at Wu Yi. "When my father is still alive, how is it your turn to fight for your life?" Seeing that Wu Jun stepped forward and seemed to be about to fight the Empress hard again, Wu Yi hastily pulled him back again. "Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. Just watch." Wu Jun frowned slightly, but ultimately chose to believe it. But he was also prepared. Whoever dared to lay a hand on Wu Yi, then he would kill him. In fact, the happiest person at the moment was Su Yangshua instead. Takeshi wants to fight him alone? Or is it life or death? Is that a good thing? Long Chiyu first looked deeply at Wu Yi. "Your request is granted." In fact, she was waiting to see if Wu Yi could find evidence to prove his innocence. She also didn't want to fall out with the King Ding's mansion because she disposed of Wu Yi over this matter. Long Chiyue then looked at Su Yangshua. "Do you accept Wu Yi's challenge?" Su Yangshua glanced back at Wu Yi, a flash of contempt in his eyes as if he was looking at a dead man. "What the hell are you looking at? I just scolded you. Don't you remember? If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out." "Su Yangshua? Long Chiyue." Su Yangshua was instantly enraged and turned his head to arch his hand. "Back to your Majesty. Since Wu Yi wants to find evidence from me, then naturally I am willing to cooperate. After all, this is about the majesty of the royal family, about the national face of Longhua and Dian. I should be, since I am a minister." Just as Su Yangshua was expressing his loyalty, Wu Yi interjected, "You're so full of, you're beeping about whether to fight or not. How loyal do you look? Ha ha ha." As soon as Wu Yi's words fell, Long Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, when he noticed the icy gaze cast by Long Chiyue, he hastened to watch his eyes and nose in a serious manner as if he had become a Buddha. He then seemed to have thought of something and took out a fine sword from his space ring and hung it on his waist, muttering in a low voice as he hangs, "I was in such a hurry to get out today that I forgot to hang up my sword. This Emperor's sword is a 6th-ranked spiritual weapon. It's not too easy to cut the soft armor. Just poof it in." Long Chiyue glared at Long Yin and looked at Wu Yi. "Wu Yi, where do you want to fight? Right here, right now." Unexpectedly, right at this moment, Seo Hyun, who had been silent, spoke up. "Your Majesty, it's not right. Shitzi Wu is the grandson of King Ding. If this is injured and killed by Yang Shua, I'm afraid it's not easy to explain to King Ding," Wu Yi said with direct impatience. "Okay, old man, don't pretend. Who doesn't know what's in your heart? Don't be such a pompous ass." Being scolded by Wu Yi in public, Seo Hyun was furious and grimaced as she laughed. "Little thing, you're still too tender. Don't be too angry." Wu Yi opened his mouth to curse and reacted quickly. "Old thing, you're still too old to be pretending." Seo Hyun's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of thick killing intent flashed uncontrollably in her eyes. He then arched his hand at the Empress. Since Shitzi Wu himself had to seek death, there's nothing more the old minister can say. Lin Bao couldn't look away, and showed another green tea whore's aggrieved expression. Your Majesty, look at him. Even the Prime Minister curses. Wu looked at Lin baffled Tao with a look of disgust. Why are you as disgusting as a green tea? It was also the first time that Long Chiyue knew that Wu was so capable of spraying. She could spray a couple of words at anyone she saw, and it gave her a bit of a headache. That's enough, Wu. I'll break your mouth if you curse again. She then swept her phoenix eyes and said in an undeniable tone, it is now recognized by both parties that no one may intervene in matters of material evidence. Today's battle between Wu and Su Yangshua will be supervised by me personally, no matter if you die or get hurt. Begin. Seeing that Long Qiyu was furious, the 100 officials did not dare to say anything. Immediately, they moved to scatter and back away, making way for a large area in the center. Su Yangshua stood in the center of the field first, looking at Wu Yi with a cold smile. Wu Yi, this is your own way of asking for death, so it's not my fault. It's just as well that you committed a capital offense yourself. But how dare you try to frame me? Today I will definitely be. Wu Yi directly interrupted him. Okay. Dad knows. Ing bull is really much. Annoyed quickly. Su Yangshua's face was furious, and he instantly unleashed his martial general 4th level aura. You have a bad mouth? Then I'll break your mouth first. As he spoke, Su Yangshua's figure shifted and directly rushed towards Wu Yi, only to see his right hand forming a claw. The claw wind was fierce, as if he wanted to tear Wu Yi apart. Not to mention, Su Yangshua was in the end a 4th-ranked martial arts general cultivation, and his speed was so fast that he pulled out a trail of residual shadows behind him. Seeing this scene, the party led by the Prime Minister wore a cold smile on their faces. It seemed that he had already seen the scene where Takeshi was torn to pieces. After all, Wu Yi and Su Yangshua's cultivation was 2 major levels different, and they were bound to lose. As for the Empress, she kept her gaze locked on Wu Yi at all times. Takeshi is so out of sorts today. She also wanted to see what confidence this mongrel dude had to dare challenge Su Yangshua. Die. Seeing Su Yangshua with a sinister grin on his face, he was about to rush in front of Wu Yi. I think you're an old monk's wooden fish born to be beaten. I'd like to hammer you to death. The crowd only saw Wu Yi in the middle of the speech. The hands appeared out of thin air, a shape of ancient, handle length of about 30 centimeters. The body of the black like knocking wooden fish of the small wooden hammer, knocking down at Su Yangshua across the room. Clank. Merit +1. Suddenly, a loud bell chime suddenly exploded in Su Yangshua's mind. It's like a heavenly bell ringing through the soul. The strange tingling sensation that poked straight to the sky immediately made his scalp go numb, and he felt like his soul was going to be lost. Directly the whole body trembled and rolled up his eyes, and froze in place as if electrocuted, and began to twitch madly. Empress? Wanjin? Civilian and military? For his part, Wu Yi grinned and just hammered like crazy. The merit hammer in his hand was almost smoldering as he swung it, and a trail of residual shadows appeared. Dare to frame me? I think you're riding a deer. You're a ing baka press. Dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Chapter 7, completely crushing Su Yangshua. His skills amazed the audience. Yes, cool. This hammering people plus merit is just awesome. Ha ha ha. Seeing that every hammer would add 1 point of merit, Wu Yi would be so happy in his heart. He couldn't wait to hammer people after the system came out then, and held back hard until now. The merit hammer has 10 hammers and 10 functions. First hammer, inverted Big Dipper. As long as the cultivation level was higher than his, sensei would have to be hammered. Not only could it cause soul shock, but it could also continuously weaken the opponent's cultivation, and it is mandatory and irresistible. The merit earned, on the other hand, enhances his own cultivation, roots, physique, and soul. That is, hammering others to improve themselves, and who doesn't like that good thing? However, using the merit hammer would consume one's spiritual energy, and the higher the hammer cultivation the more it would consume. Just that one moment consumed almost a tenth of it. Hammer man is good. Hammer man has to learn. I'm going to worship this master. At this moment, Longin watched Wu Yi wheeling the merit hammer all the way up to smoke, hammering Su Yangshua's body to convulsions, and was instantly astonished. Long Chiyue's pupils also suddenly shrunk, somewhat incredulously looking towards Wu Yi. To be precise, he was looking at the small black wooden hammer in his hand. That little wooden hammer obviously looked ordinary, but it could magically attack a person's soul? What kind of magic treasure spirit weapon is this? Not only Long Qiyu. At this moment, the 100 officials were also appalled. Wu Yi, however, didn't care about the others and just pounded away. Dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. At this moment, Su Yangshua, who had been knocked senseless, immediately let out a wail. Ah, so dizzy. Wu-ee, what the hell have you done to me? The dizziness that hit him straight to the sky caused his consciousness to be instantly confused. His whole body trembled as he dropped to one knee and struggled to get up, but it only felt like the sky was spinning, and he couldn't even stand up. Wu-ee ignored Su Yangshu was barking, solely closed her eyes and sulked. A brute is unteachable. He then knocked while mouthing the words. It seems to be some kind of ancient and mysterious spell from the past. Far away from the Earth's amazing feast, Laojun Mountain eats noodles. The spring breeze does not pass through the jade gate, and my Buddha does not cross the iron beam. Wuling downhill did not break. Small master have hammer, you remember. The goddess of yesteryear went to sea. After hammering this time you have to change. Clang, 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 clang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Crowd. What was even more terrifying was that the crowd realized that Su Yangshua's cultivation was actually regressing at an exaggerated rate. Martial Arts Triple. Military General 2. Martial General 1. Martial Master 9. What? It can even suppress cultivation? What kind of divine skill is this? Everyone, including the Empress, was extremely shocked at this moment. Even Wu and Jun looked at his waste of a son with a face full of astonishment. This. What the hell is going on here? Seeing the Empress look over, Wu and Jun was also confused. Hands spread out as if to say, don't ask me, Your Majesty. I don't make it either. At this moment, Wu-ee asked arrogantly while pounding. Why don't you stop fighting, Mr. Su? Didn't you want to smash my mouth? Why don't you do it? Can't you find a move you like? Son of a, why don't you fight? Right at this moment, the extremely angry Su Yangshua roared with his eyes wide open. You seek death. You forced me to do this. His hallowed martial general cultivation had been crushed by a samurai? And in front of the civil and military officials. In front of the Empress. It's absolutely bizarre. In the middle of Su Yangshua's angry roar, he directly took out a long sword from his spatial ring. Originally, he thought that dealing with Wu-ee with his bare hands would be enough. There was no need to use a weapon. That would be too degrading. But now he couldn't care less about face. Shoo away. In the next second, a flash of intense fire erupted from the long sword. Blazing sun chop. As Su Yangshua roared, a 10-meter-long flaming sword shadow suddenly erupted from the long sword. Carrying bursts of energy, he chopped down at Wu-ee. Seeing this scene, Long Chiyue slightly narrowed her cold eyes with a complex expression. This sword samurai cultivation level martial arts also absolutely could not catch. If you hit, you will die. For his part, Wanjin is always ready to strike. But who would have guessed just then? Only to see Wu-ee shouting loudly, holding the merit hammer in his hand and slamming it down in the void. The fifth hammer, banning the output of the center. Wu-ee cursed in his heart. Damn, the dog system almost led me astray. Ding, what the horse sees is determined by the run. The home button. Duong. With a pleasant bell chime ringing through the great hall, a scene that shocked the crowd appeared. Bang. In the next second, Su Yangshua's martial skill unexpectedly failed directly, and the 10-meter fire sword shadow suddenly collapsed. What? The Empress, who was watching this scene, had cold eyes filled with horror. It was important to know that it was difficult to interrupt a martial artist's martial skill once it was released, unless the difference in cultivation between the two sides is too great. Either dodge or take it on the hard shoulder. But how on earth did Takeshi do it? The one who was even more confused at the moment was Su Yangshua. He covered his head with one hand and held his sword in the other and stood directly in place in a daze. Completely confused. How is this possible? Wu-ee grinned and knocked faster. Nothing is impossible. Dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. The function of the fifth hammer is to forcibly interrupt any martial arts technique of another person at the cost of consuming spiritual energy. How much or how little mental energy is consumed is determined by the cultivation level of the opponent. Dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Just as the crowd was shocked, Su Yangshua's cultivation had been completely suppressed to the second level of martial master. It was also just about one big level stronger than Wu-ee. Seeing this scene, Wu-ee let out a cold cry. Hammer number 6, the hammer that sets the record straight. The hammer was still soul-shattering. However, as long as someone else's cultivation did not exceed his by a large level, they could just be knocked out with a hammer. It's just more consuming. The hammer had drained almost half of his mental energy. Clank. Merit +1. As Wu-ee slammed down his hammer, Su Yangshua immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body stiffening in place. But before the words were finished, he rolled his eyes and fell straight down. Wu-ee smacked his lips. It's good to be young. Just fall asleep. Looking at this bizarre scene, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. No one expected that Su Yangshua, who had the 4th level of cultivation of a martial general, had been pressed by Wu Yi all the way and had been knocked out with a hammer. Looking at the unconscious Su Yangshua, Wu Yi's eyes contained killing intent. How dare you frame me? I'll chop you to death. You son of a clang of metals. As he spoke, Wu Yi violently turned around and drew out the sword at the waist of the dragon seal. Sword! My sword! Long Yin was instantly startled and hurriedly explained to Long Chiyue. Imperial sister, you see, is Wu also hard to rob? What happened cannot blame me. Despite his words, he didn't have the slightest intention of taking the sword back, but why did he take it? Then what was he doing with the sword hanging at his waist on purpose? After all, he was often deeply remorseful that he didn't make enough of a mess. Jia. Quick slick up. At that moment, Wu Yi had already rushed towards Su Yangshua with his sword in his hand, directly chopped down with a sword. How dare you? Seeing this scene, Xiaolian's pupils suddenly tightened and she was about to make a move. But right at this moment, 2 powerful auras directly locked him in place. Wuan Jun. Long Chi Yu. Sound of escaping laughter. It was Xiaolian's momentary hesitation that caused Xiao Yangshua to let out a scream. This was because his right arm was chopped off on the spot by Wu Yi from the shoulder, and crimson blood directly sprayed several meters away. You seek death. Xiao Hyun instantly roared, and the aura belonging to his 8th level of martial king suddenly erupted. He was the grandson of the prime minister, but he had his arm chopped off by Wu Yi in front of him. How could he not be angry? Seeing that the furious Xiao Hyun was going to make a move against Wu Yi, shoo away. Jun Wuan also exuded his own aura at the first opportunity. Again at the 8th level of martial king. Prime Minister Su, what are you going to do? Immediately followed by the Empress's imperial voice that was filled with a sense of oppression. Prime Minister Su, Wu Yi and Su Yangshua are dueling with the consent of both parties. I will personally supervise the battle, and it's about the important evidence of Wu Yi molesting the 9 princesses. Are you going to disobey orders? The dragon's seal doesn't mind a little beeping. That's right. Before thought Su Yangshua can beat Wu Yi, you arrogant knot. This will own grandson defeat you but here screaming up? Wu Yi taught on the spot and casually returned. This behavior is called double standard. Paraphrase, holding different measures of the same thing or different people. Long Yin's eyes immediately lit up. He had learned again. Double standard? Yeah, that's a good word. He then pointed at Xiao Hyun with one hand and exclaimed, Prime Minister Su, you double standard. Chapter 8. The truth comes out. The boldness and the frightening of the whole house. Prime Minister Su, you double standard. Listening to Wu Yi and Long Yin's 1-2 punch, Su Xian's eyes trembled with anger. But in the end, he still took a deep breath and forced down the anger in his heart to grit his teeth and arch his hand. Please don't be angry, Your Majesty. I wouldn't dare. Long Chi snorted coldly. Then watch well, and whoever dares to stand in the way, don't blame me for being unkind. In fact, as an empress, how could she not see that this time the matter was a setup by Xiao Hyun for the Wu family? That was why she had delayed in convicting Wu Yi to death. For one thing, Wu Yi was indeed not good to kill, and killing Wu Yi would be tantamount to going to war with the King Ding's palace. Secondly, she also wanted to take advantage of this incident to get rid of some people. But so far, Wu Yi's performance satisfied her. Sound of escaping laughter. Just then, Su Yangshua's left arm was once again chopped off by Wu Yi's sword, and he who had originally fainted was directly awakened by the pain to let out a miserable scream. The pain made his face pale and his forehead break out in a cold sweat, and his whole body was twitching as he lay on the ground. Wu Yi grinned a cruel smile. Regret? It's too late. He then gripped his sword with both hands and violently stabbed into Su Yangshua's abdomen. The sharp sword easily stabbed through the protective soft armor on Su Yangshua's body, destroying the Dantian. The Dantian was destroyed. The cultivation is ruined. Even if Su Yangshua can live, this life is also ruined. But Wu also has always believed in killing thoroughly and never leaving any loose ends. He squatted down and looked at Su Yangshua, whose whole body was trembling and in shock and despair due to the severe pain. How dare you frame me? Horses are thin and hairy with fat hooves. Don't you want to know who I am? But before I kill you again, I have to find the evidence. As he spoke, he once again switched the function of the merit hammer. 7th hammer, heart and mouth. The function of this hammer is equivalent to hypnosis, which can make people spit out the secrets in their hearts. It's just that using this function is likewise extremely mentally draining. Clank. Merit +1. As Wu Yi knocked the hammer, Su Yangshua's originally angry and vicious eyes instantly turned into clear stupidity. There was even a goofy grin. Only at the moment, he had bitten his tongue to pieces due to the severe pain, and his mouth was filled with blood. Now grin, don't mention the horror. Good boy. Look at me. I'm your grandfather. Now grandpa asked you a question and you will answer truthfully. Long Chi Yue. Wanjin. Civil and military. Seo-hyun clenched her teeth, her fists clenched, her knuckles crunching. The crowd only saw the dull-faced Su Yangshua say in a dumbfounded tone, "You're not my grandfather. You're Wui. Su Xian is my grandfather. I'm the grandson of Prime Minister Su Xian, the second son of Pingxi King Su Jinghua, and bachelor of Hanlin Academy Su Yangshua." Wui smiled with great satisfaction and looked at the Empress. "Your Majesty, you saw it. He still has the ability to tell right from wrong. I just don't let him lie." After a pause, he looked towards Seo-hyun, who was already grimacing. "So from now on, every word Su Yangshua says is all true." Long Chi-yu appeared to have a calm and unperturbed expression, but the shock inside was like a shock wave. Today's Wu Yi brought her too much surprise. It seemed that the once mopey second generation had now been completely replaced by a sharp edge. The whole person was like a sheathed sword. Fronting, then Wu Yi asked aloud, "Su Yangshua, let me ask you, what method did you use to control me yesterday?" Seeing that Wu Yi asked about the most crucial thing, the wrinkles on Seo-hyun's old face wriggled madly as her heart thumped. "This is definitely a capital offense once you say it." Long Chi-yue glanced at Seo-hyun and was silent, just staring at Su Yangshua with a pair of cold eyes in death. At this time, Su Yangshua, who had been completely hypnotized, obediently said, "I'm using a secret method of soul control that I got by chance. I can briefly control someone's soul at my mercy. Once the soul control is over, after a short while the controlled person's soul will be wiped out and die." When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Wu Yi narrowed his eyes. It was just as he expected. Then continued to ask, "Su Yangshua, was it you who controlled me to molest the 9 princesses and made me say that I wanted His Majesty to participate in it as a dragon playing with 2 phoenixes?" Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yangshua answered directly, "Yes." Long Chi-yu already had frost on her face, and her slightly narrowed phoenix eyes rippled with a touch of intense killing intent. Wu Yi glanced at Seo-hyun and continued to ask, "It's not just me you want to frame, but also the 9th princess, trying to create a false impression that I was beaten to death by the 9th princess, and then cause a conflict between the King Ding's palace and His Majesty. Isn't that right?" Su Yangshua nodded again. "Yes." Hearing Su Yangshua admitted himself. At this moment, the whole room was shocked. The silence throughout the Golden Hall was deafening. The truth is now completely clear. No one thought that Wu Yi was really framed by Su Yangshua. Those of Seo-hyun's party members were sweating nervously at the moment, knowing that something bad was going to happen. As for the Empress, although she appeared to be calm, but everyone could feel the endless anger building up in her heart. They were all too frightened to speak. Seo-hyun, on the other hand, closed her eyes and sighed inwardly. Done. Plotting against Wu Yi, framing the 9 princesses, insulting the royal family and provoking the royal power. These charges were enough to bring Su Yangshua's head down. No one can bail him out. But who would have guessed that right at this moment? Wu Yi, who didn't suspect anything, once again asked a super explosive question. "Tell me, did Prime Minister Su ask you to frame me? Did Prime Minister Su want to use this with King Pingxi to bring down the Dingwa Gongfu, wanting to take complete control of military and political power with the intent to rebel?" Boom, of a drum. Every word that Wu Yi said at this moment was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the crowd hard. How can you say that? Is this guy really not afraid to make a big deal out of it? The only person present who was the most excited was the dragon's bane seal. The eyes that looked at Wu Yi were already adoring to the point of being indescribable. Cow. Awesome. I have often blamed myself deeply for my inability to make a big deal out of things, and now it seems that this emperor still has to practice. He'd always thought he'd had a lot of guts and often wanted to make something big happen, but now he's nothing compared to Wu Yi. Accusing the Prime Minister and the King of Pingshi of rebellion? If this is true, it will directly trigger unrest in the empire. That's what's really up. At the moment, Seo-hyun's heart was beating wildly. His worst fear still came, and he immediately bellowed, "How dare you! Don't spit on me!" Although Wu Jun was also mentally shocked at Wu Yi's audacity, he still hastened to rebuke him. Don't talk nonsense." Long Chi-yue's eyes trembled for a moment, took a deep breath then coldly drank. "That's enough, Wu Yi. Prime Minister Su is a pillar of the country. He is loyal to Longhua, and King Pingxi has even made great achievements for the empire over the years. Is their loyalty not something you can question and jealously guard?" Wu Yi turned his head to look at the Empress, and the moment the two of them looked at each other, he gets it. Chapter 9, The Empress is a heartthrob, unbridled Wu Yi, how dare you steal a glance at my body? Wu Yi turned his head to look at the Empress, and the moment the two of them looked at each other, he gets it. That is, the Empress has known about Seo-hyun's wolfishness for a long time, but it's not time to tear it up yet. Once you tear your face off, no one will have a good time. At this moment, Su Yangshua's expression was pained, and he seemed to be struggling hard, hesitating to open his mouth. This shows that this answer is top secret in his mind and he dares not say it. Finally, Just as Su Yangshua was unable to control the moment he was just about to open his mouth to reply, Takeshi also knocked him out straight away. No talking. Wu Yi then laughed like a nobody. Hey, I'm just kidding. Look at you guys. Prime Minister Su has been working hard for Longhua for so many years, who knows that? How could he possibly rebel? Whoever says Prime Minister Su is a rebel, Wu Yi, will be the first to say no. Then his words took a steep turn. Even if you want to rebel, it's still Lin Shangshu. He's a man who never holds a grudge, because there's a vendetta on the spot. This dog coin must die today. Lin baffled Tao? Plop. He instantly fell to his knees with his legs weak and cried out with a sniffle and a tear. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! You are perceptive. I am loyal to Longhua. I have absolutely no intention of rebelling. If I do, the heavens will strike me down. Your Majesty. Long Qiyu glanced at him impatiently. I didn't say anything. I still know about Secretary Lin's loyalty. But what about the fact that you previously flatly stated that Seiji Wu had provoked imperial power? And now that the truth has come out to prove that Seiji Wu was framed by Su Yangshua? Lin baffled. Tao's face stiffened. Ha! This minister also did not know, Your Majesty. I also did not expect the world's son was framed. Long Qiyua's phoenix eyes looked towards Su Xian. A flash of pleasure flashed through her eyes suddenly, and she said in a faint voice, Mr. Su, as the head of the government, you are in charge of the administration, law, appointment and dismissal of officials. For the matter of Lin Shangshu slandering the world's son for provoking imperial power, how do you think it should be handled? Lim Boktu is the biggest dog around Seo Hyun. Use of authority to bend the law for favoritism and corruption. She'd wanted a legitimate reason to get rid of it for a long time. It's okay now. She directly let this prime minister, who had invaded the court with power, personally chop off her right hand and left arm. It's a really good feeling. Lin Boltao came back to his senses and hurriedly crawled to Seo Hyun's feet and cried out in pain. Prime Minister, you spare my life. I was blinded by not knowing the truth. 2. Bang! Seo Hyun was getting annoyed at this point and kicked him right out of the way. However, Lin Bao was still useful after all, so he couldn't just give up. Then he arched his hand at Long Qiyue and said, Your Majesty, Mr. Lin falsely accused the prince without knowing the truth, and almost caused a big trouble. According to the law, he should be beheaded, but he is also trying to maintain imperial power to stabilize the foundation of the empire. So there are extenuating circumstances. In my opinion, it would be better to be demoted 3 times and have the family's wealth confiscated. What does Your Majesty think? Upon hearing this, Lin Day's Tao breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, he said, it seems that the money that he paid tribute to the Su family over the years is still very useful. As for Empress Long Qiyu, her eyes were slightly cold. As the secretary of the Ministry of Revenue, Lin Fengtao was in charge of the financial power. I don't know how much I've coveted behind my back over the years, and the crimes I've committed are enough to behead me 800 times. It wasn't that she didn't want to move Lin Fengtao, but she couldn't. She is now full of counting, has only just ascended the throne a year. Before the wings are not abundant, roots are not stable, and Lim Boktu had Seo Hyun to protect him, so that's why it has been delayed until now. But this time, she had to get rid of Lin Fengtao. If we miss this opportunity, we won't know when the next one will be. Sure, she didn't want to tear her face off with Seo Hyun right away if she didn't have to. It would be nice to have a fast knife to kill for her. Thinking of this, Long Qiyue subconsciously looked towards Wu Yi. Seeing Long Qiyue's gaze calmly looking at him, Wu Yi laughed in his heart. Trying to use me? You can use it whenever you want? Joke. Of course he guessed what the Empress meant, but he wasn't that stupid. It was true that he wanted to mess with Lin Fengtao, but he didn't want to be used as a gun by the Empress. He then returned the stare with a look of innocent ignorance. Then the 100 officials were treated to an extremely comical scene. Long Qiyue and Wu Yi just looked at each other without saying a word. It looked just like a frown. Vun, stare. Empress, stare. Takeshi, Empress, Wu Yi, Empress. They were both waiting for the other to speak first, but no one spoke, pulling frantically. Finally, a flash of disappointment flashed through Long Qiyue's eyes. In my heart, I said, it seems that I overestimated him. He doesn't understand me at all. He can hardly be used. Seeing that the Empress seemed to move her gaze away with some disappointment, Wu Yi sneered in his heart. You're still playing mind games with me? At this moment, Long Qiyue seemed to have some difficulty in choosing how to execute Lin Boltao. She rested her cheeks with the jade back of her left hand, her face serious, and the slender jade fingers of her right hand rhythmically tapped the armrests of the dragon chair. Clattering, clattering, although the knocking was slow, each knock made the atmosphere of the entire golden hall depress a few points. All of them did not dare to breathe a single breath, and they all bowed their heads, not daring to look. Only Wu Yi looked at the Empress with a calm gaze. At this time, Long Chiyue seemed to have adjusted her sitting position due to some annoyance. Between the swaying of the skirts, a pair of views large enough to drive a man wild were faintly visible. That tender skin, those slender calves, those delicate ankles. Everywhere was teasing Wui's nerves like crazy. His eyes were unconsciously drawn to it. Pa! But suddenly, the Empress slammed the armrest of the dragon chair. A voice with a huff resounded throughout the Golden Palace. Unbridled! Wui! How dare you steal a glance at my body? How dare you blaspheme against me? You are really a big dog with great guts. Where are the dragon shadow guards? Take Wui to the heavenly prison and wait for his punishment. Wui, hold the grass. You can still play like this? This Empress has a heart of gold. I'm just playing dumb. You're not so small-minded, are you? At this moment, not to mention the others, even Jun Wuan was startled. Your Majesty may not. Only Longyin had a face of adoration and secretly gave a thumbs up whispering, awesome Laoi, you even dare to peek at Imperial Sister's body? I'm really convinced. Soon, a group of dragon shadow guards wearing golden armor rushed in. Straight away, he was about to escort Wui down. Seeing Wui revealing an expression of counting on you, Long Chiyue's heart couldn't be more pleased. Let's see how dare you pretend with me? She was a female emperor, and her eyesight was simply outrageous. Naturally, he could tell that Wui understood what she meant, but was just deliberately pretending to be confused. It made her feel a little bad inside, and she had picked up on Takeshi's preference. Love to see the legs. From the time she entered the courtroom until now, those eyes of this colorful gangster always intentionally or unintentionally glanced at her legs. Both can be watched dozens of times. Is my leg something you can look at whenever you want? Poof. Just as Wui was about to be caught and escorted down, he suddenly blurted out. Slow. Your Majesty. I'll take the credit for my sins. Long Chiyue's eyes flashed with a touch of smugness, but her face still had a huffy look on it. Oh, how does the Seiho want to pay for his sins? As she spoke, she signaled with her eyes and those dragon shadow guards retreated. Wui looked deeply at Long Chiyu. At this moment, this Empress was in his mind miserably. How bad is it, you ask? All he could say was that it would fill a portable hard drive. Your Majesty, just watch. Chapter 10, The Empress Fishing for Crooked Beaks? What's wrong with that? Your Majesty, just watch. As he spoke, Wui turned his head to look at Seo Hyun. Prime Minister Su, Lin Baotao is one of your dogs. I can understand you wanting to protect him, but have you ever asked my opinion as the son of the world? Seo Hyun took a deep breath and snorted coldly. Your opinion? Ridiculous. You have no official position and no real power. But only because you were born in the kingdom's residence can you bear the title of Prince Wu. And now you want my honorable prime minister to ask for your opinion? How are you qualified? It's ridiculous. Wui smiled faintly. Whether or not you are qualified, the prime minister will naturally know later. It is about his own dog life. Lin Bao also hastened to take over the words angrily. Wui, you don't bully people too much. I admit that I was the one who defamed you without knowing the truth this time. But the prime minister has already punished me. What more do you want? The corners of Wuyi's mouth floated slightly, and his loud voice resounded throughout the Golden Palace. You ask me what I want? Then I'll tell you. I will cut off your dog's head in front of His Majesty and all the officials. Dong. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. The crowd all looked at Wuyi with incredulous faces. He actually had to do it in front of the Empress, in front of the civil and military officials. Beheading the minister of the household? That's a first-class officer. You kids are really daring. Wu and Jun also looked at his son with a shocked expression. That kind of boldness and ruthlessness and audacity made him feel a little strange. Longyin had already admired it long ago. The eyes that looked at Wui were almost drawn. There are only two words in my mind. Awesome. As for Long Chiyue, her eyes trembled slightly. The legs hidden under the dragon robe were slightly tightened together, and the jade hand in the sleeve subconsciously clenched. She had waited for this moment. Wui really understands her. However, there was a hint of sulkiness on her face. Unbridled. To kill a minister of the court in front of me? How dare you? Is the minister of the household not for you to kill just because you say so? Give me a reasonable reason. Wui cursed in his heart. Knockly wow. You're using me as a gun and you're asking me for a reason? By this time the discerning eye had seen a hint of what was to come. It's not right. The Empress and Takeshi seem to be singing a duet? Why is this playing out for a good reason? Which step are they not following? Wu also ignored the shocked faces of the crowd. Since the Empress wants to act, so be it. Who doesn't know how to act? He then paced back and forth in the great hall with a cold face and his hands behind his back. A loud and mournful voice reached every ear. If your Majesty wants a reason, I'll give it to you. My Wu family has been loyal for generations. My grandfather, King Ding, fought with the late emperor in the north and south, defending against foreign enemies and settling internal strife. and he has made great achievements in his life of military service. My father, the king of Jinbei, has guarded the northern border for many years, killing countless enemies and defending the country. These are just what you see, but have you forgotten what you don't see now? As he spoke, he turned around violently. With red eyes, he looked at the Empress. My second grandfather Wu Kang, my second uncle Wu Wanlong, my elder brother Wu Yun, my two cousins Wu Jin Wu Hong, as well as many of the Wu family's blood relatives, so many generals of the Wu family's army, all of whom have now sacrificed their lives for their country and turned into a handful of yellow earth. Have you all forgotten? There's also my third uncle, Wu Anhua, who was once recognized as the #1 martial arts genius in the Longhua Empire. He's the chosen one with the best hope of striking the Ninth Order martial emperor. He could have stood at the top of the martial arts. He could have pursued the purest heart of martial arts. But now what? He's become a cripple who can only lie in bed and wait for death in order to protect the empire. Speaking of this, Wu Yi roared out with red eyes. 10 years. His goldenest decade. Do you guys know how he's gotten by these last 10 years? Do you know how cruel this is to a genius who could have stood at the top of the martial arts path? At this moment, the whole room was silent. All of them looked at Wu Yi with complicated expressions, and their hearts were not in a good mood. Wanjin had long since closed his eyes tightly, seemingly calm, but the violently trembling and clenched fists betrayed him. Looking at the sorrowful Wu Yi, even Long Chiyue subconsciously pursed her red lips, her eyes trembling. At this moment, she wondered if Wu Yi was acting, because the grief that radiated from those eyes was not something one could even fake. Right at this moment, Wu Yi suddenly pointed one hand at Lin Boltao and shouted, "My Wu family is full of loyalists, almost risking the lives of my entire clan to guard Longhua. But Lin Dengtao, he wants to falsely accuse me of being put to death after being a loyalist. Dare I ask your majesty?" As the minister of the Ministry of Revenue and a first-ranking minister of the imperial court, Lin Bi was falsely accused of being the loyal descendant of Longhua who settled the country and secured the nation without solid evidence, and he flatly insisted that I had committed a capital crime, inducing the 100 officials to force His Majesty to send down a decree to kill me. Should such wickedness be killed? Dare I ask your majesty, if I am really killed because of Lin Bi's false accusation, won't it create a gap between the Ding King's house and His Majesty, thus affecting the solidity of Longhua's foundation? Wouldn't it be a scourge of the kingdom's demise? Should a fallen nation be killed? Dong. The moment these words came out, Lin baffled Tao was instantly scared to death. He hurriedly kowtowed to the Empress and begged for forgiveness. "Spare me, your majesty. I too was kept in the dark. If I knew the truth, I wouldn't dare to falsely accuse Shitzi if I had 10 guts." However, Long Chiyue ignored him. She implicitly glanced at Wu Yi, her eyes full of appreciation. Mentally, I said, "Beautiful." Now that the sword Wu Yi had been sheathed, then she could use it to rightfully wield the sword to get rid of people. She then swept her phoenix eyes over the 100 officials with all the majesty she could muster, announcing in an unquestionable tone, "All of you have heard what Prince Wu said. The Wu family is full of loyalty. Looking at my great Longhua, who does not know? Back then, if it wasn't for subfather Wu Yuan's power to save the day, Longhua would have changed hands long ago. It can be said that without the Wu family, there would be no Longhua today." The minister of the household, Lin Bao Fengtou, falsely accuses the minister of loyalty and martyrdom, and these years, he has used his power to form a party for private gain, and his crimes are too numerous to mention. This is something I will never tolerate. That's why I've decided to execute Lin Bi on the spot. Speaking here, she looked towards Wu Yi and said aloud, "It will be carried out by Wu Shizi for me, personally." Puff. Lin Fengtao was directly stupefied and powerlessly paralyzed on the ground. Done. It's completely over. Xiaohyun clenched her teeth and hesitated before stepping forward and shouting, "Your Majesty, Minister Lin's crime is not punishable by death. He has done hard work without merit for so many years. I hope that your Majesty will be merciful for the sake of the old minister." As she spoke, Xiaohyun even directly kneeled down to plead for mercy for Lim Boktu. Actually, he knows, it's not a wise move to plead for Lin Bi right now, but he must plead for mercy. You have to know that Lin Day's Tao is his right-hand man. If he doesn't step in to block it, really was killed. Then those ministers of the court who look up to him are afraid that they will be chilled, leading to disorganization. It would shake the prestige and foundation he had painstakingly built up over so many years in the dynasty. Not to mention, if we really let the Empress get her hands on it this time, then it gets even more out of hand back there. With the Empress's iron-blooded methods, she was definitely able to clear out his party in a very short period of time, and put him on the back burner quickly. With Xiaohyun on her knees begging for mercy, those of his party members also hooted and hollered as they directly fell to their knees and shouted, "Minister Lin's crime is not worthy of death. Please be merciful, your Majesty. Minister Lin's crime is not worthy of death. Please be merciful, your Majesty." Wu Yi turned his head and swept a glance, and in his heart, he called out to the good guys. Of the 6 ministries, except for the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War, the remaining 4 ministers were surprisingly all Su Xian's people. Then there's all those grooms in waiting, the Hanlin Academy, etc., which takes up a big chunk of it straight away. And that's just the regime above the court, not counting the military power Seohyun holds in her hands. At this moment, Wu Yi finally understood how difficult it was for Long Qiyu. It's only been a year since Long Qiyu ascended the throne. Even if the ability is heavenly, it's impossible to bring down the behemoth that is Seohyun in a short period of time. The late emperor did leave her a mess when he died. Wu Yi sighed in his heart and looked at the Empress. Who would have thought that the other was looking at him as well, and that his eyes were glowing with a hint of helplessness. What's more, Wu Yi was also shocked to realize, originally high above the cold and proud Empress, at this moment, her eyes unexpectedly flashed a trace of choo-choo helplessness. It seemed to be saying to him, Wu Yi, look, Nima, pampering me? You think I'm a warbler? I'm ing eating it up. What's wrong with crossing your lips? Suddenly, Wu Yi's roar resounded through the great hall. No one can intercede. Today Lin Bi, Dao. Chapter 11, First beheading the minister of the household, Lin Dai's Tao, and then killing Su Yangshua. Today Lin Bi, Dao. Listening to Wu Yi's angry roar that resounded through the great hall, Long Qiyue's eyes trembled with growing appreciation. Bully! Clang! Just as Seohyun and the others were horrified, a loud and clear sword sound resounded through the hall, only to see an exquisite long sword of pure gold color appear in Wu Yi's hand, with a lifelike true dragon carved on its body. Seeing this scene, Long Qiyue was completely relieved. Looks like I was right. The dragon martial sword is really in your hands. No wonder this guy dared to be so arrogant in the court today. So there is something to save his life. As for Seohyun and the others, their faces changed drastically. Dragon martial sword? Surprisingly, it's the dragon martial sword? Why is the dragon martial sword on him? Dragon martial sword. The late emperor's imperial gift to King Ding Wu Yuan's sword of imperial sanction. Behead the dim king at the top and the dog officials at the bottom. When the dragon martial sword came out, it represented the presence of the late emperor himself. Even the Empress has to step aside. Right at this moment, Wu Yi held the dragon martial sword in his right hand and raised it above his head as he shouted, the late emperor's imperial dragon martial sword is here. I'll see who dares to stop today. Try standing up and screaming if you're not afraid to die. The yellow river's water comes from the sky. I'll send you to the guillotine. Is that why he dared to be so arrogant today? How dare he be so cocky without something to save his life? Long Qiyue saw that Wu Yi was about to start killing, and immediately, she was very sensible and hurriedly stood up and walked down. Then very respectfully, he made a kneeling bow to Wu Yi. Greetings, Father, Long Hua Yong'an. As for the civil and military officials present, including Wuan Jun Su Xian, all of them turned around and kowtowed to Wu Yi. Greetings to the late emperor, Long Hua Yong'an. Take LW as an example. Hundreds of officials do not need to kneel in the face of the Holy Spirit, but you must kneel before the late emperor. Even the Empress is no exception. Looking at the large number of people kneeling down above the courtroom, including the Empress, Wu Yi's heart couldn't be happier. I didn't expect to experience what it's like to be an emperor. He then bellowed, where is the king of Jinbei? Wanjin responded loudly at once. The last general is here. This son of the world now invokes the name of the late emperor to order you to abolish the dantian of the sinful courtier Lin Bao Tao. Lin Dai's Tao is a martial cultivation. He first abolished the other party's dantian for insurance purposes, lest that dog coin jump over the wall and fight with him. Yes, Jun Wuan led the order, and then the aura of being the 8th level of his martial king suddenly erupted, only to see him blast out a palm through the air. A ball of yuan chi blasted towards Lin Dai's Tao's dantian. In front of this martial king of Wuan Jun, Lin Dai's Tao didn't have half a struggle at all. With a miserable cry, the dantian was directly blasted to pieces. Wu Yi then held the dragon martial sword in his hand and let out a murderous roar. Get out of the way, all of you. The officials who were blocking his path hastily stepped back. Pust. Next, accompanied by the spray of crimson blood, Lin Bi's head flew straight up and eventually fell to the ground. The Minister of Revenue, a first-class court official. Heads fell dead on the spot. The scene could not have been more shocking. Immediately after that, Wu Yi turned back towards Su Yangshua, who had long since fainted. Eyes containing intense killing intent said loudly, Bachelor of Hanlin Academy, grandson of Prime Minister Su Yangshua, framing my son to frame the 9th princess with the intention of stirring up conflict between His Majesty and the House of Qingding, seriously damaging the foundations of Longhua and affecting the stability of relations between Longhua and Dian, a crime punishable by death, according to the law. Behead. As Wu Yi's words fell, he directly raised his hand and dropped his sword. Under Seohyun's eye-rolling gaze, he directly cut off Seo Yangshua's head, without the slightest hesitation. Looking at the corpse of Su Yangshua, Wu Yi grinned, hiding his fear of killing for the first time. Su Yangshua, you just swore to give His Majesty a guarantee. I swear on my head that you're telling the truth. Congratulations, did it. However, Long Chiyue, who was watching this scene, discovered a hint of clarity. She couldn't help but murmur in her mind as she looked at Wu Yi's slightly trembling hands. No, this kid hasn't killed anyone? As far as she knew, Wu Yiming had killed someone with his own hands. But now, what Wu Yi showed was exactly the same nervousness and that slight hint of excitement of killing someone for the first time. Long Chiyu, who noticed this, secretly kept it in her heart. She had felt that today's Wu Yi was not quite normal and seemed to be a different person. Now, the absurdity of the idea became more and more apparent. At this time, Wu Yi, who had calmed down, put away his dragon martial sword and arched his hand at the Empress. Your Majesty, I am honored. I have killed 2 traitors who have plagued the court, and I have taken the credit for my sins. Long Chiyue stood up and glanced at him with deep meaning in her eyes. Martial World's son did a good job. I'm very pleased. She then spoke aloud in a tone of unquestionable majesty. The matter is clear. The Seiho was framed. The masterminds who framed Prince Wu and the 9th princess have been executed, and the Great Yen Empire's side has also been accounted for. This matter is closed and cannot be discussed further. I am tired. Leave the court. As the words fell, Long Chiyue once again glanced at Wu Yi. Then with some arrogance, he turned around and left the Golden Palace. It was only the moment she turned around that an imperceptible smile floated to the corners of her lips. That intoxicating arc of beauty was unbelievable. She seemed to have intentionally taken a few steps larger. Though, between the swaying of the skirt, a pair of long, white, invincible legs were faintly visible. Looking at Long Chiyue's back as she left in style, Wu Yi touched his nose and thought, favorability up to 2? The Empress started out with a -35 favorability rating, but I didn't expect it to go all the way up to 2 now? Is a deliberately wide step a reward for me? This Empress seems to have taken my preferences? At this time, the dragon seal excitedly walked forward, sincerely bowing with an inquisitive face. Please, Master, take me as your apprentice. Patchmark wants to improve too much. I've never seen anyone as powerful as Master. Today's Wu Yi really shocked him too much. No one can match either the guts or the color, especially since that spammer's kung fu has reached the point of being out of this world. The tawdriness is constant and golden. Every word, everything, all of them were enough to make him look at them with admiration. Wu Yi patted the other's shoulder inside. I don't want to. It's exhausting. But this man, they're all forced out. Long Yin? He froze at first, then reacted, rolling his eyes round as if enlightened. Another double entendre? Master is truly a celestial being. Convinced. Patchmark is completely convinced. Right at this moment, Su Xian, whose eyes were red and his face was ironic, passed by holding Su Yangshua's severed arm and head, and Wu Enjun, who was being complimented and flattered by those wallflowers, also appeared in front of Wu Yi in a flash with a wary face. Seolian's footsteps paused as he passed by Wu Yi, and he said in a deep voice as he eyed the outside of the hall, I underestimated Seiji before. Today's act is truly shocking, but this minister also hopes that Seiho will remember today. I'll see you soon. Looking at Seohyun's back as she hugged Seo Yangshua and left, Wu Yi narrowed his eyes. Seohyun, he's definitely going to kill. But you can't kill it now and you can't kill it. Su Xian power invasion of the countryside in the hands of an extremely large amount of energy. He is currently really messed up. Long Ying glanced at the departing Seohyun and cursed with contempt. Double standard old dog. How dare you threaten my master? Beware of this emperor crushing your balls. He then looked towards Wu Yi with an eager fawning smile. Master, just take me in. Patchmark wants to get better so badly. Wu Yi patted his shoulder and laughed. Besides, I have things to do today. After saying that, he left with Wanjin. Long Yin looked at Wu Yi's back as he left, secretly clenched his fists, and said in a very neutral tone, I will be your proudest disciple. I'm going to work quietly, and then I'm going to amaze everyone. Outside the palace, a stunning young woman with a soft face was wearing a worried face, her anxious gaze tightly fixed on the palace gates. It's been so long, why isn't it out yet? She is Wu Yi's widowed sister-in-law. Yuja figure. Chapter 12, Pregnant Baby Number 1. Yuja. This is too extreme. The maidservant by her side, Runner, said in relief. Young lady, the second young master will definitely turn out well this time. Don't worry too much. Yuja nervous, two jade hands tightly clasped together, because two hard knuckles are a little white. Voice choked. How can I not be worried? Erlang has committed a capital offense this time, and although we speculate that Su Yangshua framed him, we have no solid evidence. With Prime Minister Su's power over the dynasty and the Empress's ruthless methods, Erlang is afraid that he'll be in deep trouble this time. Going to the palace to face the saint today is like going to the guillotine. Looking at the entire empire right now, there was only one person who could preserve Wu. That would be King Ting, Wu Yuan. But Wu Yuan had not returned from his home for months, and now he didn't even know where he was. Looking at the civil and military officials walking out of the palace, Yuja was anxious. This is the time when the court has already retired. Why don't Father and Erlang come out yet? Who would have thought that just at this moment? The maidservant, Ra-Nur, had a look of surprise on her face. It's out, it's out. The family head and the second young master are out. The second young master is fine. Great. Jiro? And at this moment, Wu also noticed the master and servant, and his eyes immediately lit up. My sister-in-law, who has been a widow for 5 years, is indeed beautiful. Yuja is really beautiful. Her features were delicate and soft, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her skin was like curd, more tender and smooth than milk. It looks elegant and dignified, and it's the type that is so soft and delicate that one can't help but feel the urge to protect and pity. Wanjin frowned. What did you say? Wu snorted and gave a sarcastic laugh. It's okay, Dad. I'm just ing around. Jiro. At the moment Yuja had come straight at him with red eyes, her waves rising and falling uncontrollably with her pace. You assholes scared the out of me. Having been together for 5 years, their uncle and sister-in-law were extremely affectionate. This brother-in-law is her life. Wu wasn't polite at all, and opened his arms to hug Yuja with one hand. Sister-in-law, I'm scared. I'm afraid I'll never see you again. At the same time, he checked up on Yuja's information. With a thought, a virtual panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name, Yuja. Age, 26. Height, 167. Cultivation, 8th level of martial artist. Favorable opinion, 84. Rating, 96. Number of high fives, 0. Root bone, mortal superior. Mortal root bones are categorized from low to high, lower, middle, upper, extreme, perfect. Identity, daughter of former Jinbei General Yu Shun, widow of the eldest grandson of the current Ding King's family. Evaluation, a gentle and kind-hearted woman who is soft on the outside and kind on the inside. You can't live up to it, but you'll regret it if you miss it. 96 points. Beautiful. You know the system scoring is very strict. Ratings are based on a combination of face, body, and temperament. None of the 95 points can be a rare and superb product. I can't believe the favorability is 84? That high? Takeshi was also a bit surprised, but could figure it out. Yuja and the original owner had spent 5 years together and had a deep bond. It's not unusual to have an 84 favorability rating. As for Yuja's high 5 count being 0, he wasn't surprised, because his cheap big brother on the wedding day has not yet entered the bridal chamber. Because of the border war emergency ran to the battlefield. That went away and never came back. No, back, but a cold corpse. So Yuja was widowed for 5 years. Ding, Yuja has been detected to meet the criteria for conceiving a baby. May I ask the host to mark it? Mark her. Ding, no. One pregnant treasure by Yuja marked successfully. Host can start hammering. Raise the goodwill of the pregnant baby to 90 or above. The host can randomly obtain a holy weapon or a holy merit, and also obtain a holy power every day. At this time Yuja, who had calmed down, gently pushed Wu away, as close as she was to this brother-in-law. This was after all out in the open and cuddling was inappropriate. She looked to Wanjin and asked, Father, how is it? Has His Majesty convicted Erlang? Junwuan glanced at Wu with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, Let's go home first. As he spoke, he boarded one of the carriages in the Ding Wang Palace's convoy. Sister-in-law, come up here. I'll tell you all about it. As for Wu, he directly pulled Yuja's tender and boneless little hand into another car. As the caravan hit the road back home, Wu also gave Yuja a general account of what happened in the courtroom. Of course, he was definitely hiding it from the system, although Yuja hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Just listening to its description scared the hell out of her. Impeachment charges by the minister of the household. 100 officials forced the Empress to surrender her sins. Wan Jun is going to cut off his own arm. But in the face of such a desperate situation, Wu unexpectedly sprayed the entire audience with rage, violently beating Su Yangshua and publicizing the truth. And he sang a double act with the Empress, killing Lin Boltao and Su Yangshua on the spot to shock the court. Jesus, did you really make these? Jiro, you're really great. At this moment, Yuja was surprised and delighted. Her hands pinched Wui's cheeks in a very intimate manner, pulling out an emoji. She didn't expect Wu to perform so unexpectedly today. It was simply a desperate comeback. At the same time, she was also a little surprised. Why was this brother-in-law like a different person today? What kind of temperament Wu had? It could be said that no one knew better than her as a sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I'm tired. I'll sleep for a while. Wui leaned directly against Yuja, smelling the wisps of fragrance that drilled into his nostrils as he drifted off to sleep. He would be very tired indeed. All 10 functions of the merit hammer are very consuming of mental energy. He had consumed too much mental energy hammering Su Yangshua in the courtroom that time, and this would have not yet recovered. Otherwise he would have started hammering Yuja's good sense by now. King Ting's palace, Takishi's room. Wonjun looked at Wu Yi with a sullen face with his hands behind his back. It's time for you to come clean for your father, isn't it? Where did you get that little black wooden hammer? What's going on? Today's Wu Yi, even he as a father was very alarmed and felt strange. Seeing Wonjun asking about it, Wu Yi was a bit hesitant. For one thing, I don't want to talk about it, because the system is his secret. Second, I don't know what to say. Is it hard to confess that you are a traveler with a system? Not his son? Isn't that bull asterisk? Dad, can we not ask? Does everyone have their own secret? The so-called secret is secret. Secret why is called secret? Because, listening to Wu Yi's mouth full of nonsense, Wonjun waved his hand with a bit of a headache. Okay, stop barking. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. From now on, you're grounded for half a month, so don't cause me any more trouble. When Wonjun is gone, Takeshi was also naked on the bed. Yuja, on the other hand, was rubbing medicine on his back, looking at Wui's bruises and wounds all over his body. Her eyes were filled with heartache. Long Jioli's hand is also really hard. She still really wants to kill you alive? The Long Jioli in her mouth was the 9th princess, the Empress Long Qiyu's own sister from the same mother. After spending 5 years together, Yuja had already treated Wui as her own brother. That's caring like a sister, like a mother, pampered beyond measure. Looking at Wu Yi yesterday by Long Jioli beat all over the body bruises to the present is still very obvious. She cannot be heartbroken? Hearing the heartache in Yuja's tone, Wu Yi closed his eyes while enjoying the cool and lubricated jade hand. Normal. Long Jioli is already high and mighty and despises me as a fop, and she is also trying to maintain the dignity of the royal family. One must understand why one is angry, just as one must understand why others are angry. She's being sensible by not killing me on the spot. Yuja pinched Wu Yi's waist, and he bared his teeth in pain. You're still speaking up for her? She'll soon be the crown princess of the great Yen Empire. You don't still like her, do you? She knew that Wu Yi had always liked Long Jioli and had been chasing after him for 2 years. Just people 9 princess outstanding talent. High nature. Never look him in the eye. This will only eat and drink playboy. Who would have expected Wu Yi to heave a smile without a care in the world? Sister-in-law. You don't understand, do you? The crown princess is better. A young, innocent girl will only make your heart pound once in a while, but it takes a mature married young woman to drive someone completely crazy. Yuja glared at him, not in a good mood. Where did you learn that? Don't ever say that again. At this time, Wu Yi twisted his head to look at Yuja and took out the merit hammer with a bad smile. Sister-in-law, come on, let me give you a good hammering. Chapter 13, Yuja's favorability on 90. Holy weapon Ice Jade Tears. Seeing Wu Yi take out a small black wooden hammer, Yuja couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes light up with some curiosity. Lang, is this the small hammer you defeated Su Yongfeng with? But this looks ordinary. There's nothing peculiar about it, is there? Seeing Yuja's disbelief, Wu Yi hammered without saying a word. Clank. Merit +1. Ah hiss. Yuja was caught off guard by the hammering, and immediately let out a soft whimper from her nose. The strange tingling sensation that poked her right in the sky instantly made her scalp tingle and roll her eyes. Wu Yi laughed. How does it feel? Merit hammer, first hammer, inverted Big Dipper. In fact, it will only make people's scalp numb brain buzzing, and temporarily suppress the cultivation, and will not cause substantial harm. The weakened cultivation will also be restored afterward. After all, he couldn't really hurt Yuja. Just getting hammered like that in the cold is too much for anyone. Yuja covered her head and hammered him in the chest without a fight. You asshole? Why are you hammering me? Takeshi also gave a bad smile. I thought you didn't believe me? Clank. Merit +1. Ah hiss. Don't knock. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. A dozen hammers down. Yuja was straight up hammered and paralyzed. Covering his head, he hastily begged for mercy and exhaled. Jiro, stop it. I'll believe it. Won't I? She would be so hammered that she would feel like her soul would be lost. Wu Yi hammed and hawed and switched to the second hammer. Wei was legacy. The function of this second hammer is to simply hammer the good sense of the pregnant baby, he said darkly in his mind. Yuja's favorability is 84 right now. Hammering up to 90 should be quick, right? Seeing Wu Yi gesturing to hammer again, Yuja immediately lost her face in fear. Also, an hammer? I don't want it. You asshole you. She remembered the tingling sensation in her scalp and didn't hesitate to pull her legs out and run. After all, that's really not a good feeling. What are you doing? But who would have guessed that just as she got up, she was yanked back. Wooey said in a very roguish manner. Run? You'd be honored to be hammered by the king of hammers. You don't know what you're doing. Women like to say the opposite. If they say they don't want it, then they do. As he spoke, Wooey directly began to knock. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. The merit hammer adds 1 point of merit to each strike. This can all be valuable experience. And now it's both boosting Yuja's favorability and adding merit. A sure thing. Being able to reach 90 favorability also equates to being very loyal and being able to trust completely. Ugh. Yuja also sensed something was wrong. Because this time Wooey hammered her. Although her brain was also buzzing, it wasn't as dizzy as before, and her cultivation hadn't been weakened. There was just a strange feeling growing wildly in his heart. The eyes that looked at Wooey carried a hint of dissimilarity. Unconsciously wanting to get close, Wooey was also keeping an eye on Yuja's favorability. As he knocked frantically, the favorability began to grow slowly. 85, 86. At this time, Yuja was startled when she saw Wooey's face getting paler and paler. What's wrong with you, Jiro? Why does your face look so ugly? At this moment, Wooey's face was indeed very pale, and his entire body was dizzy. It's alright. It'll be alright in a minute. This was because using the merit hammer would very much consume his mental energy. Today, from the time he had hammered Su Yangshua in the courtroom until now, although he had earned more than 300 merit points, his mental energy had also been depleted. System, 378 points of merit all plus soul. Merit points can enhance 4 attributes. Cultivation, soul, roots, physique. Cultivation equals cultivation realm. Soul equals spirituality. Gnosis, roots and bones equals cultivation speed. Martial arts talent. Physical fitness equals speed. Strength, defense, recovery, bone and flesh meridian strength. Ding, 378 points of merit have been deducted to enhance the soul. Feeling some more spiritual energy, Wooey continued to pound away. 89, 90. Just at the moment when the favorability had just reached 90, the system's voice sounded at the same time. Ding, congratulations to the host. No. One pregnant treasure by Yuja Good Sense has reached 90. Will be randomly birthed sacred merit or sacred weapon. Being birthed. At this moment, Wooey also stopped and did not knock on Yuja again. He had great anticipation in his mind now. It's best to come with a soul-enhancing holy merit technique. That's what's most needed at the moment. The strength of his mental power determined how many times he could hammer someone. This is the core of the core. To do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools, to earn more merit points in the future. Then the spiritual power had to be enough, which was the root of his rapid growth. Ding, conception complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacred artifact, Ice Jade Tears. Ice Jade Tears, the most precious treasure of the Ice Dragon clan. Nurtured by the Ice Dragon Emperor for 10,000 years with the blood of the dragon's soul. Effect, nourishes the soul, greatly enhances soul defense, and quickly recovers spiritual power. It is highly resistant to mental consciousness attacks such as charm, control, illusion, and aura. Holy! Upon hearing the system's broadcast, Wooey instantly shouted out in excitement. It's a ing thinker. This is a supreme treasure. My cotton pants and my coat. My sister-in-law and my treasure. You're wonderful. You're a blessing. Wooey, who was in the midst of his excitement, ignored Yuja, who was already confused, and studied the icy jade tears. Closing his eyes and looking inward, he realized that a small crystal-clear droplet had appeared out of nowhere in his spiritual sea of consciousness. It really is like a tear. It was only the size of a fingernail cap and was emitting a soft halo of light to contain the soul. At the same time, his already depleted spiritual energy was recovering at an exaggerated speed at an extreme rate. Beautiful. You won't have to worry about running out of mental energy from now on. At this moment, the soft face of Yuja, who had returned to her senses, was suddenly flushed with an intoxicating blush, even to the roots of her ears. You, nonsense. Seeing that Yuja turned around in shame and anger, she was about to leave, but was once again pulled back by Wooey. Don't run. The fun's just beginning. As he spoke, he switched to the fourth hammer, hardening into steel. Hardening into steel can enhance someone's soul, bones, cultivation, and physique. To put it bluntly, Wooey was able to hammer a wastrel without the slightest bit of cultivation talent into a stunning genius who could crown the world. And what he hammered this time was Yuja's root bone. Root bones represented cultivation talent, determining the speed of cultivation and the future height of martial arts. Yuja was now a top-grade mortal root bone, which was considered very good among ordinary people, but compared to those geniuses it was mediocre. Cultivating to the 8th level of martial master at the age of 26 was enough to show that she had worked hard. However, the achievements in the future would not be too high, at most stopping at the realm of the 5th ranked marshal. But it's okay. He can make Yuja into a god. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Ah. But who would have thought that Wooey had only just begun to knock, and Yuja instantly began to tremble violently throughout her body in pain. Good. It hurts. Chapter 14, The Empress summons. Entering the palace again. Good. It hurts. Her soft cheeks whitened in pain, and her body trembled violently. Jiro, what are you doing? Stop it. She only felt as if the bones in her entire body were being viciously slammed by countless sledgehammers, almost crushing her completely. Wooey also didn't expect the other party to react so strongly, thinking that upgrading the root bone was very painful. Sister-in-law, bear with me, I'm helping you to improve your root bones. Yuja's silver teeth clenched in pain, and she gripped Wooey's clothes in death. But I really hurt, Wooey said as he hammered. Sister-in-law, there are some things I can't explain to you, but you have to trust me. The pain is only momentary, but the rewards are far greater than you can imagine. Yuja clenched her teeth in pain, and her entire body was covered in cold sweat. She didn't know if Wooey's claim of helping her to improve her root bone was true though, and felt that it was a bit of a pie in the sky, but she chose to believe it out of favor with this brother-in-law. You asshole. She subconsciously hugged Wooey tightly because of the intense pain, almost rubbing her entire body into his arms. She wanted to slap herself sometimes. Why are you spoiling him so much? It was hammered for a full hour. Wooey finally put away the merit hammer, moved his somewhat numb arm, and laughed with great satisfaction. Mortal great extreme. Not bad. In just 1 hour, he had already raised Yujia's root bones by 1 level. If anyone else knew, their jaws would drop. At the same time, he himself had gained a great deal, earning a full 100 points of merit. Mainly he was afraid that Yuja would die of pain alive, so he hammered slower. At this moment, Yuja had completely fainted from the pain. The hair on his forehead was soaked with sweat and stuck to his pale cheeks, and the sweat soaked through his shirt and clung to his body. TSK, this sister-in-law is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also has a superb figure and appearance. It seems that my cheap big brother is not blessed. Jia. System, 2,100 points of merit all added to cultivation. Ding, successfully deducted 2,100 points of merit to raise cultivation. Please make further efforts. Wooey only felt that a mass of extremely pure yuan qi appeared in his body out of nowhere, rapidly melting into his dantian qi si. Shoo away. Suddenly, his shirt bulged windlessly. Samurai 4? That's a breakthrough? He was originally a samurai second weight. Now 2,100 points of merit directly broke through to the 4th level, topping several months of others' hard cultivation. Even a truly amazing genius was a piece of in front of him. What's the point of practicing in the future? Just hammer people as hard as you can. Just then, Junwoo suddenly walked in with a dragon stride. His Majesty has summoned you. Follow me to the palace. But when he came in and looked at the fainted Yuja, his eyes immediately widened. Wanjin? Wooey, stare. After a brief stare down with Wooey, Woo Jun was instantly enraged. Adversary, what have you done to JL? She's your sister-in-law. If you don't want to lose face, she'll still have face. And I, King Ding's house, will still have face. Can Woo Jun not be angry? Yuja's dad, Yuchuan Shun, was not only his senior brother, but he also died on the battlefield to protect him. So in the eyes of Wanjin, Yuja was not only the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, but also the continuation of life and emotional support that his senior brother had left in the world. These 5 years together, he had long since treated Yuja as his own daughter, and he would never tolerate Yuja being bullied by Wooey. Wooey will still be on fire from this. You said that if you really did something, cursing is cursing. This is not even done yet, was scolded, not to mention how suffocating. No, old Den. I'd like to do something about it, but this hasn't even started yet. So what are you yelling about? My sister-in-law and I are clean. Woo Jun's tiger eyes rolled in surprise. How dare the rebellious son scold me? Seeing Woo Jun angrily gesturing to make a move, Woo was immediately startled. Straight away, he took out his merit hammer and slammed it against this grumpy old man. Clank. Merit +1. Woo Jun was hammered in the cold and immediately covered his head with the corners of his mouth wildly twitching. Hiss. How dare you hit your father? You're just like the Big Dipper. Today, I'll let you know how the clan rules are written and where the ancestral motto comes from. Takeshi was startled. The fatherly love of the king of Jinbei in the courtroom is like a mountain, but at home Wanjin fatherly love is like a landslide. He directly picked up the merit hammer and started banging like crazy. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Takeshi also swore, definitely not trying to earn merit points, Simply just trying to defend myself. Wu Yi explained loudly as he hammered. I'm sorry, father. The hammer is on the father's head. The pain is in the son's heart. As a son, I'm hammering you like this. I'm heartbroken too, but I swear to God, I didn't do anything to my sister-in-law. Despite his words, the merit hammer in his hand not only didn't stop, but instead knocked faster. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. At the end Wu Yi added a cheap remark. Of course, if you had come a little later, it would have been impossible to say, hey. At this point, Wu and Jun had already been hammered on the scalp, and was only able to stand still with one hand on the wall. But after he calmed down, he watched the two men carefully. It was discovered that both Wu Yi and Yuja's essences were very pure and did not have the turbidity of male-female intercourse. That's when he dropped his heart and begged for mercy. Stop. Father was wrong. I misunderstood you. I apologize. His Majesty summons you. Follow me to the palace. A martial artist would already be able to fly through the air when they reached the martial zone cultivation level. Not to mention the martial king's cultivation level of Wanjin. He took Wu Yi and flew directly to the palace. In fact, there were regulations in the imperial city that prohibited the imperial air, but Wu and Jun, the king of Jinbei, had the privilege. Father, what do you think the Empress has suddenly summoned me for? Wu Anjun frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid it has something to do with the Su family. The Su family has been getting more and more restless in recent days. You killed Su Yangshua. You must be extremely careful to prevent the Su family from retaliating. Wu Yi smacked his lips and didn't say anything else. He always had a feeling that it would be bad for the Empress to find him out of the blue. However, once he thought of Long Chiyua's spring light that was revealed, if anything, he was tickled to death again. After all, he's a total legman. Chapter 15 Extreme Imperial Sister, Lin. Wu Yi, do you know your sin? When Wu Anjuan landed outside the palace with Wu Yigang, only to see a silhouette in front of him, Eunuch Lu had already stopped in front of the two. The middle-aged face and feminine demeanor make it obvious at first glance that he is a castrato. But don't underestimate this eunuch. Just by looking at his instantaneous burst of speed, his cultivation was at least at the 7th rank of martial king. Eunuch Lu bowed slightly at Wu Yi, showing a standard professional fake smile. Son, His Majesty summons you. As he spoke, he looked towards Junwuan and respectfully arched his hand. Greetings to the King of Jinbei. Pass on His Majesty's message. The King of Jinbei can return to his residence first, and afterward, His Majesty will send someone to escort the world son back. Wu Anjun frowned slightly in some concern. After all, Wu Yi had killed Su Yanshua today, and he was afraid that the Su family would jump over the wall and retaliate, so he was a bit uneasy. Takeshi also realized that he was in a very dangerous situation, but he didn't think it mattered. Something the Empress would naturally think of. Father, you go back first. With His Majesty's escort, nothing can go wrong, and the Seo family isn't crazy enough to do that right now. Wanjin nodded after a slight moment of hesitation and reminded, be careful what you say in the presence of His Majesty, and do not be intemperate. If you make His Majesty angry, I won't be able to save you. Wu Yi's arrogance in the courtroom today had really startled even him. The King of Jinbei. From start to finish the heart hangs in the air. Spraying the prince, killing the minister, cursing the prime minister, and daring to blatantly stare at the legs of the Empress. Both bold and colorful. He was afraid that this rebellious son wouldn't know how to restrain himself in front of the Empress, and would come up with something else. Wu Yi waved his hand breathlessly and spoke in passing. Okay, Dad knows. What a nag. However, when he noticed Wu Anjun's increasingly unkind eyes, he hurriedly smiled and explained. That, I'm talking about. Okay Dad, got it. With breaks. Yeah. Wanjin grunted with a sullen face. Anyway, take care of yourself. At the end of the sentence he directly pulled up the sky and took off. Handsome as hell. Say ho, please. Following Eunuch Lu. Wu Yi was hesitant in his mind. Eunuch Lu. I wonder what His Majesty is looking for me for. Since ancient times the mind of an emperor is the hardest to guess. Who knows what's wrong with this Empress again? Eunuch Lu smiled awkwardly. Your son is joking. How can His Majesty's mind be speculated by a slave like me? After a pause he lowered his voice. But I see that His Majesty looks as usual, so there should be nothing wrong. Wu Yi laughed. That's good. As he spoke, he saw that no one was around and took off a space ring from his left hand and threw it to the ground. Alas? Eunuch Lu, did you drop this space ring containing 100,000 spirit stones? Spirit stones were both the currency in circulation in this world. It was also one of the main resources for martial artists to aid in their cultivation. 100,000 spirit stones is already a lot. Ordinary people could only earn a few dozen spirit stones a month by working hard. Don't look at Wu Yi as the son of the Ding King's residence, but the monthly rated expenses are also at most 100,000 000 yuan. Eunuch Lu? I didn't. He was stunned at first, but when he saw Wu Yi raise his eyebrows in a gesture, he instantly reacted by nodding his head in succession. Yes, 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 we dropped it. Thanks for reminding me. Seiji, they're all 1,000-year-old foxes, so they don't have to pretend. As he spoke, Eunuch Lu reached out his hand without a trace and used Yuan Qi to suck the space ring into his hand and hide it in his sleeve. This 100,000 spirit stones is the top of his monthly allowance for a few months. Taking the benefits, Eunuch Lu's face smiled like a chrysanthemum. If anyone dares to speak ill of Shitzi in the future, I, Lu Yuxiang, will be the first to say no. There's another layer to this statement. That is, if you need anything in the future, just let us know and we will try our best to help you. Wu Yi heatedly smiled. Then I'll trouble you from now on. Your Excellency. But the heart darkened. A guy named Lu Yuxian? You're such a... No wonder they cut up those 2 tails of meat for eunuchs. Eunuch Lu used to be the eunuch who served the late emperor. That is, the highest level of eunuchs. The entire palace eunuchs are under his control. Even now it was highly valued by the Empress. Wu Yi thought that there were people in the palace who would be able to do things later, so it's worth pulling together. You're welcome, Seiji. Well said. Followed Eunuch Lu all the way to the imperial study room. Nearing the door he suddenly said in a tone of relief, His Majesty works very hard for the country and the people, and it hurts me to see it. I'm happy that Seiho can be so considerate and concerned about His Majesty. Takeshi? I didn't say anything, but he quickly reacted, and in his heart, he called out to the masters, You take the money and then you do the work? Awesome! With Long Chiyue's martial king cultivation's perception, Eunuch Lu's words she could definitely hear in the imperial study. Eunuch Lu was very flirty and threw a wink to the stunned Wu Yi. Then he bowed with a respectful expression. Your Majesty, Prince Wu, enter. Before he finished speaking, Long Chiyue's cool and majestic voice came out from the imperial study. Eunuch Lu pushed the door to lead Wu Yi in, and then he retreated again with a sense of humor. Wu Yi crossed the screen, only to see Long Chiyue sitting in front of the case and reviewing the Zheng folders. Just sitting there, his body was permeated with a natural imperial aura. Makes it hard to believe she's only just been on the throne for a year. It was her innate aura, just like the system's evaluation, a born emperor. But what made Vuya a little surprised was this. At this moment, at the back of Long Chiyue's side seat, there was also a woman with a tall stature, permeated with an ice coldness that rejected people outside of the city. Although the woman was almost completely shrouded within a rather loose black robe, it was still hard to hide her near-perfect figure. Her face could not be seen with a black veil over her face, but just by looking at her eyebrows, she could tell that she was a beauty with heavenly looks. Li Yin, beauty? Wu Yi was delighted in his heart and hurriedly checked up on the other party's information. If it's a superb 95 or above, it's a big moneymaker. Name, Li Yin, age, 26. Height, 172. Favorability, -23, -90 or more is mandatory. Cultivation, 4th level of Martial King. Number of high fives, 0. Overall rating, 97. Roots and bones, spiritual, medium. Pseudo-water spiritual roots. Identity, Empress Long Chiyue's personal bodyguard. Dragon Shadow Guard's Grand Commander. Dragon Shadow Pavilion's Vice Master. Fiancé of Long Bo Yang. Son of King Long Yen of Anon. Evaluation, a heart with a great swan. Loyal to Long Hua. Cynical. Dare to love. Dare to hate. A heart with an iceberg difficult to melt the extreme love brain. If you can conquer, life are for you. Holy, 97 points? After reading the message, Wu Yi was ecstatic in his heart. That's a lot of money. Ding, Li Yin meets the conditions for conceiving a baby. May I ask if the host marks it? You don't have to ask? Of course it's marked. Ding, congratulations to the host. Pregnant baby number 2 Li Yin marked successfully. But right at this moment, Li Yin's favor was dropping extremely fast at an exaggerated rate. 28, 35, 59, 78. Ding, warning. -90 favorability is a must-kill heart. What's going on? Wu Yi snapped back to his senses and instantly met Li Yin's icy eyes. Stop. You guys? I'm not going to try to kill me just by looking at it, am I? After saying that he avoided the other party's gaze and turned his head to bow to Long Chiyu. Wu Yi, greet your majesty. Long Chiyue hadn't raised her head, but Wu Yi's every move as well as the faint killing intent emanating from Li Yin's body couldn't escape her perception. I cursed in my heart. What a pervert. Then her icy voice with a questioning tone suddenly rang out. Wu Yi, do you know your offense? Chapter 16, New Mission, finish off Su Yangfeng. Empress's reward. Wu Yi, do you know your offense? No. What did I do wrong? He knew that it would be no good for the Empress to find him. Seeing Wu Yi confused, Long Chiyue's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. her words filled with anger. Do you know what will happen if you ask Su Yangshua about the Su family's rebellion in the courtroom? What if Su Yangshua really admits that the Su family is going to rebel? How should you end it then? How will you let me end it? Do you think I'm going to get rid of the Su family? Or am I going to kill you on the spot for slandering the Prime Minister? Wu Yi's hand was steady and his heart was not panicked, and he explained with an arch. Your Majesty, rest your anger. I'm not that stupid. Asking is asking, but it's impossible for Su Yangshua to actually say it. It's just to give the Su family a reminder. After a pause, he picked up on it bravely. Besides, isn't the wolfish ambition of the Su family what His Majesty wants the 100 officials to see? Unbridled. Long Chiyue immediately gave a cold shout. Takeshi also bowed his head in silence. But in my heart, I'm cursing. You're just pretending. I still don't know you? He dared to be so bold because he had been monitoring Long Chiyue's favor. If the favor drops, shut up immediately. But he bet right. Long Chiyue's good feelings rose instead of falling. It went from 2 to 3. After an instant of silence, Long Chiyue continued. I don't want to hear your sophistry. If you're wrong, you'll be punished. If Su Yangshua recognizes the Su family's rebellion today, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. But, after a pause, her words changed. Wu Yi cursed in his heart. Look, here it comes. As expected, Long Chiyu said in a calm tone. But if you can do one thing for me, you will be exempt from punishment. Wu Yi's mind raced as he asked tentatively. Does your Majesty want me to get rid of King Pingshi's eldest son? The prince of Pingshi's house, Su Yongfeng? There was not just one son of the Longhua Empire's lineage. Wu Yi, as long as a prince or a foreign royal family with a royal seal, they all have a lineal son who inherits the throne. Counting him, there were 3 Siyu. Only Wu was also the grandson of King Dinghua and the lineal son who inherited the throne of King Jinbei. That's why his status and position was even higher than the prince's son, comparable to the emperor's son. This was why he dared to be so reckless above the court, all daring to dislike the prime minister and scold the minister in front of the empress, fearing no one. It's because of the identity cow. Seeing that Wu Yi directly guessed what was on her mind, Long Chiyue's eyes slightly trembled for a moment, surprised to the extreme. What makes you so sure? Takeshi also grinned. It's not hard to guess. I killed Su Yangshua today and have already made a mortal enemy of the Su family. Even if I don't think about getting rid of the Su family will leave no stone unturned to kill me for revenge. And His Majesty asked me to get rid of Su Yongfeng just to use my Wu family to attract the Su family's hatred and disrupt the Su family's position so that you can seize the handle from it to weaken the Su family step by step. After listening to Wu Yi's analysis, Long Chiyue's heart became even more shocked. Then how can you be sure that it is Su Yongfeng that I asked you to get rid of, and not the rest of the Su family? Good sense 4. Seeing that Long Chiyue's good sense had risen a little more, Wu Yi smiled, looking more relaxed. It's very simple. Su Yongfeng is the son of the prince of Pingshi's house. Killing him is the most valuable, while those small fishes needn't be bothered at all. As for the king of Pingshi as well as those of Prime Minister Su, they will surely be dealt with by my father and my grandfather. The big ones hit the big ones, and the little ones hit the little ones. Fair and square. Sure enough, Long Chiyue's favorability rose to 5 again. Wu Yi's intuition was definitely not wrong. Compared to the wolfish Su family, Long Chiyue definitely preferred the Wu family, which was full of loyalists. Moreover, if she wants to overthrow Su Xian to completely control the military and political power, looking at the entire empire, there is only the King Ding's house that can help her fight against the Su family. Long Chiyue deeply glanced at Wu Yi and finally nodded her head in acknowledgement. You're smart. Wu Yi was not arrogant, and he patted the horse's ass without a trace. Your Majesty is too kind. Near Zhu is red. Even a little cutie in front of you. Even a little girl in your presence must grow up to be a wise woman. Long Chiyue's phoenix eyes looked straight up and said in a deep voice, as you know, the 9th princess will leave the palace in January. And before that is, 3 days from now there will be a friendly martial arts tournament between Longhua and Dian Yanlong martial arts meeting. When that time comes, all the young generations of the royal clansmen princes and nobles from the 2 countries will participate. Takeshi nodded directly. I understand. He knew that Long Chiyue wanted him to kill Su Yongfeng in public at the Dragon Yen martial competition to completely attract the Su family's hatred. Regarding Wu Yi's decisive reply, the appreciation in Long Chiyue's eyes increased. She always felt that Wu Yi could guess her thoughts and understand what was going on in her mind. It was a tacit understanding that didn't even need to be said, or a resonance in the soul. But this time you can only act personally, not rise up the military affairs of your family and country. Of course, I will give you some support. She didn't have the certainty to fight hard with the Su family right now, so she could only let Wu Yi go and pull the hate. It wasn't that she was in a hurry, but she had to do it. Otherwise, the Su family's power was growing, and it would be even harder to end it later. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I promise to fulfill my mission. Seeing Wu Yi agree, Long Qiyu stood up. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the moment she stood up and turned sideways, her skirt flew. Wu Yi quickly scanned it, then lowered his head. White. Top-notch good leg. Is this fishing me as a warped mouth again? But this kind of reward is too hot for my son. Feeling Wu Yi's shocking gaze, the corner of Long Qiyue's lips rippled with an imperceptible arc. Just as Wu Yi was reminiscing in his mind, a fragrant breeze hit his face. The fragrance is cold but intoxicating. I've used you in this way. Isn't Seiho angry? Wu Yi raised his head, looking at Long Qiyue, who was less than a meter away from him, and gave a standard reply with a smile. It would be an honor for me to relieve your majesty's worries. He certainly wasn't angry. Because the Su family is also an enemy he must eliminate. This time, although he was used as a gun by the Empress, there was no harm done. At the very least, no matter what happened, he had the Empress to back him up, so he could let go of his hands. Long Qiyue's eyes gave him a serious look. Can you show me the small black wooden hammer you used above the court? She was interested in that mysterious little wooden hammer of Wu Yi's. Wu Yi didn't refuse even after a little thought. The merit hammer couldn't be hidden anyway, and he wasn't afraid of being known. The most important thing is that no one else can take it away from you, and you can't use it if you hold it in your hand. As long as he gave a thought, even if he was miles apart, he would return to his soul space. Seeing Wu Yi handing over the merit hammer, Long Qiyue's eyes were slightly bright as she took it into her hands to examine it carefully. It looks mediocre, but I didn't expect it to have such a magical function. Wu Yi, where did you get this small wooden hammer? Wu Yi was bland. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I can't explain. After a pause, he hemmed and hawed quite boldly. Your Majesty, would you like to feel it? It's a good hammering. Long Qiyue? She was instantly angry and laughed. This bastard was really bold. Even she, the Empress, wanted to hammer? Takashi does want a hammer. He wanted to hammer anyone he looked at twice now, especially the Empress, and his heart itched not to do so. After a moment of silence, Long Qiyue was ultimately unable to resist the drive of curiosity. Is the weakened cultivation permanent or temporary when struck by this hammer? Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's temporary, and there's no substantial harm. Long Qiyue nodded and somewhat reluctantly returned the merit hammer back to Wu Yi. Okay, I also want to feel this. Clank. Ah, hiss. But who would have expected Long Qiyue to be hammered by Wu Yi before she could finish her sentence? And immediately her scalp went numb, and she only felt that her head was going to grow a brain. Her whole body froze in place like an electric shock, and she let out an uncontrollable whimper. This taste, it's practically ascending. But she had a high tolerance and didn't lose her temper too much. Seeing that Wu Yi was still trying to hammer with excitement in his eyes, Long Qiyue hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Stop hammering, I've already felt it. Her slender jade hand then flipped, and a snow-white spirit fruit was pinched between her fingers. The spirit fruit was only the size of a winter date. It just looked very round and emitted strong aura fluctuations. This is the 7th grade spiritual material, Snow Spirit Ginseng Fruit, considered as your reward for getting rid of Su Yangshua and Lin Day's Tao for me today. If you can get rid of Su Yangfeng in the martial arts competition, as long as it's not too much, you can mention whatever reward you want. Wu Yi was a bit surprised in his heart. The 7th grade spiritual material, Snow Spirit Ginseng Fruit. This was a treasure of great value. It has the efficacy of cleansing the tendons and marrow, strengthening the roots and bones and nourishing the soul, and is also the core medicinal material for refining high-grade pills. It was said that this thing was produced from the only snow spirit god tree on the Snow God Mountain in the ice condensation country. 1,000 years to blossom and 1,000 years to bear fruit. And there are only 7 results at a time. This spirit fruit alone was worth at least $10 million and still had a price. To the fire, Your Majesty. With excitement on his face, Wu Yi stretched out his hand and passed the snow spirit ginseng fruit from Long Qiyue's finger. I don't know if it was his intention or not, but the two of them touched between their fingers, only to feel a cold and silky touch. Long Qiyue's eyes flashed with a touch of sulkiness as she said faintly, Go wait outside the palace first, and afterward have Commander Li escort you back to your home. Wu Yi glanced at Li Yin, and with great joy in his heart, he hurriedly answered yes. Here, I will retire. Have Li Yin escort? Are you sure, Empress? With this delivery, your Dragon's Shadow Guard Grand Commander may be mine. Jia. Chapter 17, Hammer King Online. Hammering Li Yin's scalp. After Wu Yi left, Long Qiyu, who had her hands behind her back, suddenly asked, Li Yin, what do you think? Li Yin nodded slightly. She was right outside the Golden Palace today, and she perceived everything in the courtroom clearly with her spiritual power. She knew that Long Qiyue was referring to Wu Yi's sudden change in sex. Your Majesty, there is something strange about Wu Yi's behavior today. He's like a new person. He's become more aggressive. From what I know of him, The kind of dude he used to be doesn't seem to be in disguise. She has a great voice. The sound is as the name suggests, as crisp as a zither, and as tinkling as a mountain spring. It gives the impression of drinking super water but not peeing Thai at all, just with a hint of rejection and coldness. Long Chiyue felt somewhat amused. Does it mean that the ninth sister beat him up and knocked him out of his senses? She recalled all of Wu Yi's behavior in the courtroom today, as well as the conversation she had just had. The phoenix eyes rippled with a touch of intriguing hesitation. Rian spoke out in a moment of silence. Your Majesty, regardless of whether Wu Yi's previous foppishness was a disguise or not, today he was too sharp in the courtroom and lacked some composure. And he is too impulsive and unruly, and is prone to cause unnecessary trouble. She didn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning was also clear, and that was to advise the Empress not to entrust Wu Yi with a heavy responsibility. After all, impulsiveness is a big no-no at all times, and it's hard to be useful. Who would have thought that Long Chiyue gently shook her head? No, that's the smartest thing about him. She craned her head to look at Lian and spoke in a deep voice. Wu Yi seems to be open and domineering today, but he also shows others how strong he is at the same time. Think about it carefully. Even if he chooses to hold back from killing Su Yangshua and Lin Dai's Tao today, will the Su family let him go? No way. An enemy who really wants to kill you will not show you mercy because of any change in yourself. Since he and the Su family are already mortal enemies, the stronger he acts the better instead. This will instead deter those pesky minions and be able to focus on the big fish that is the Su family. Hearing the appreciation of Wu Yi between the Empress words, Li Yin chose to remain silent. It had been more than a year since the Empress had ascended the throne, and it was the first time she had seen the other party speak so highly of any of her subjects. Go on, Li Yin answered with an arch. Here. Wu Yi had just arrived outside the hall when he saw Eunuch Lu greet him with a smile. It's as if he's smiling like an old lover on a private date. You've come out, Your Highness? Our family has prepared a carriage. Please. Wu Yi couldn't help but remind after thinking about it. Eunuch Lu, in the future, you may not have to smile so flirtatiously. I always feel hairy in my heart. Eunuch Lu blanched at him with a displeased face, and then saw that no one was around and whispered slightly shyly. Does your son know why we went to the palace to become eunuchs? Wu Yi only by intuition suddenly felt bad, subconsciously and the other party to maintain a certain distance. For what? Eunuch Lu glanced at him and smiled daintily. Because our family doesn't like women. Wu Yi bared his teeth and once again distanced himself from Eunuch Lu. Hey, you stay away from me. He felt like he was breathing unclean air now. Not long after following Eunuch Lu, he saw a very luxurious carriage. However, the ones pulling the cart were not ordinary horses, but for spirit beasts with reddish-red bodies bubbling with flames. 6th rank spirit beast, red flame dragon rider, dragon head and horse body, strong body, look very powerful and domineering. This was the imperial mount of the Manhwa Empire's royal family, a symbol of status. Enter the compartment. Wu Yi waited for Li Yin while pondering the deployment of his next action. The Su family will definitely seek revenge on me, and will probably send some killer to assassinate me. Now that Grandpa has not returned from his home for several months, the only person left in King Ding's residence is old Dad, who is the 8th level of the Martial King, and it's not very safe. In the event of a major change, the King Ding's residence will never work without a martial emperor to sit in on it. On top of that, he was going to utilize all of the other several functions of the Merit Hammer. The Merit Hammer has 10 hammers, or 10 functions. The individual features are awesome. First hammer, Inverted Big Dipper. The second hammer, the Wei Wu Legacy. Hammer number 3, Turning Stones into Gold. Turning stone into gold, use the Hammer of Merit to enhance the grade or efficacy of any item without limit. Turning waste into treasure and treasure into the most precious treasure. Examples. He was able to hammer a first grade elixir into a 9 heavens sacred pill, an ordinary knife into a 9 heavens sacred weapon, a low grade technique into a 9 heavens sacred skill, and a small plant into a sacred spirit grass. Even the bitter tea seeds of the Empress could be hammered into the original holy shorts that floated for 10 miles. This feature is truly awesome. It's also the only feature that can't be used to hammer people. The 4th hammer, Hardening into Steel. Enhancing someone's cultivation roots and bones, etc. 5th hammer, Output Prohibited. Hammer 6, 1 hammer. 7th hammer, Heart and Mouth. As for the last 80 or 90 hammers that can't be used yet, they need a lot of merit points to be unsealed. In short, these features are one more powerful than the other, and when used well he can definitely rise quickly and solve the current crisis. Commander Lee. Just at this moment, Eunuch Lu's voice, which was fawning in its shrillness, sounded outside. Aha! He only heard Li Yin respond coldly, then directly lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Sitting across from Wu Yi, there was plenty of room in the compartment, and the two of them sitting opposite each other weren't crowded at all. Wu Yi glanced at Li Yin's favorability, which had dropped to -80. TSK, Minus 80 favorability. How many hammers does it take to raise it to 90? He should know that he had hammered over 200 hammers today just to raise Yuja's favorability from 84 to 90. At this time, the 4 red flame dragon riders in front of the carriage pulled the luxurious carriage slowly into the air. He directly stepped into the air and flew towards King Ding's residence. The red flame dragon rider was a 6th order spiritual beast, and against a human martial artist's martial zone cultivation, it could naturally fly through the air. Moreover, the 6th stage spirit beasts had already opened their spiritual intelligence, and their intelligence was no less than that of adult humans, and as long as they have been to the place themselves will recognize the road, do not need to be directed by the driver at all. Seeing Wooey staring straight at her, a flash of disgust flashed through Liin's cold eyes. Why is Seiji looking at me like that? Wooey smiled cheaply. How do you know I'm looking at you if you don't look at me? The woman had been hostile to him from the beginning. Although he knew that the other party was looking down on the original owner's second son who was a mongrel, he was not happy in his heart. Lillian. She knew that Wooey had a great mouth. So with a cold grunt, don't look away, choosing to ignore it. Here. Who would have thought that Wooey would suddenly take out that 7th order snow spirit ginseng fruit and hand it to her? Liin glanced coldly. I appreciate the goodwill of the world's son, but I don't need it. But who would have thought that Wooey would smile cheaply and put his hand back? My lord didn't say it was for you, so I'll just show it off for you to see and make a fool of myself. Lillian? She clenched her silver teeth in anger and rolled her eyes in a very arrogant manner to stop paying attention. Although the snow spirit ginseng fruit is worth a lot of incomparable precious, but she is not rare, and it is not unheard of. In fact, the snow spirit ginseng fruit was a water attribute spirit material, which helped her pseudo-water spirit root body greatly. However, only the first time you take it will maximize the effect. Taking it later is not very useful and is purely wasteful. However, if it was an 8th ranked snow spirit ginseng fruit, it might be able to promote her pseudo-water spirit root to a true water spirit root body. Seeing that Wooey had been staring at her up and down, that extremely aggressive gaze made Liin tired of it, and she immediately coldly drank. Will you stop looking? Dang. Merit +1. Lillian? She saw Wooey suddenly take out that mysterious little black wooden hammer and strike it in the air, and immediately afterward, she felt some buzzing in her brain, but nothing else. Liin's willow brows lightly twisted, and a flash of disgust flashed across her eyes. What do you do? What do you care? Can't I just knock for fun? Wooey just don't care about her. Right hand holding the hammer. Left hand Buddha salute. Close your eyes mouth reciting mysterious incantations to knock on their own. Of course, he must have used the second hammer, Wei Wu Legacy, to knock Liin. The number 2 pregnant baby's good sense. Your life has just begun. Young men don't know how to be sad. They don't shed tears until they see the coffin. But make the Dragon City fly generals. I will not talk about love in the future. The Yellow River's water comes from the sky. The guillotine of Noxus. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Chapter 18. I see you as HR leaving, not doing personnel work. Liin listened to Wu also mouth has been forced to listen to also cannot understand. So sex also ignore. It was just that she was keenly aware of a feeling of ambivalence in her attitude towards Wooey. It seemed that a mysterious force was forcing her to change her preconceived notions about Takeshi also. That feeling of loathing in her heart and the good feeling that was inexplicably rising formed 2 opposing camps that distracted her. But Wooey wanted to give up after knocking for a while, because Ritsuen's favorability is still minus 80. This girl has too many preconceived notions about me. It's hard to raise 3 points of goodwill by hammering 200 hammers. And then she drops it again with a thought. That's no good. We'll have to think of something else. At this time, Liin couldn't take it anymore and let out a cold cry. Will you stop knocking? Is it annoying? Clank. Merit +1. Wooey directly switched to the first hammer, the inverted Big Dipper. Knocking good sense with the second hammer Wei Wu Legacy is not hard, but knocking with the first hammer can be scalp numbing. Hiss. Lillian was caught off guard and hammered. The tingling sensation that poked her right in the center of the sky instantly caused her to let out a soft whimper and roll her white eyes. She subconsciously covered her head, only to feel dizzy and confused in her brain. Liin was instantly enraged, and her Martial King 4th level aura abruptly erupted. Unbridled. You dare to make a move against this commander? But Takeshi wasn't afraid in the slightest. The Empress he didn't dare to hammer as much as he wanted right now, but wasn't Liin still able to hammer as much as she wanted? He flashed a grin and hammered again. Dang. Merit +1. Hiss you. Clang. 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 Merit +1. Merit +1. Liin was completely enraged, and covered her scalp with a furious voice. You don't go too far. I hiss. Don't think you are the son of the world. I will. I'll hiss. I won't dare to kill you. Facing the extremely angry Liin, Wooey did not say anything, just a knockout with a grin on his face. He was hammering faster and faster. The merit hammer was wheeling smoke. Clang. 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 Merit +1. Merit +1. However, knocking on a martial king cultivation level's glazed sound made his mental energy consume a great deal, and the consumption of knocking on a martial master cultivation level's Yuja was a world of difference. Wu also found this out. He knocked out a total of 5 people today. Long Qiyu, Yu Jia, Wu Enjun, Li Yin, Suyang Shua. Draw a conclusion. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the quality of the root bones, the more mental energy it would consume. However, it was good that he now had the ice jade tears, which allowed him to quickly recover his spiritual energy. Clang, clang, clang. Merit +1. Merit +1. At this moment Li Yin had already been hammered to the verge of delirium. His body was soft, leaning against the carriage, clenched his fists all over the body is twitching. Finally, she completely endured the outburst and let out an angry cry. You seek death. Swish. Wu only felt a flash in front of his eyes. Li Yin had already grabbed him by the neck and held him down on the carriage, glaring at him with cold eyes that were angry to the point of murderous intent. Seeing Li Yin's eyes showing murderous intent, Wu, however, laughed cheaply. This son of the world now has an imperial order. It's about His Majesty's plan to unify Manhwa. Do you really dare to kill me? Though now Ritsuin's favorability had dropped to -89, and there was almost a must kill, but he ate up the fact that the other side didn't dare to kill him. Looking at Wui's beaten expression, Li Yin took a deep breath and closed her eyes, because she did dare not do it. She then said in a voice so angry that it had taken on a tremor, I will certainly report this matter to His Majesty, so return to your home on your own. Say ho. Clang, clang, clang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Commander Li, I didn't say you could leave, but who would have guessed that Li Yin was just about to turn around and leave when Wu started another flurry of knocks. Her body instantly weakened and almost fell. Wu hastened to support her in a false manner. Agu Li, Commander, you have to be careful. Don't fall down. Li Yin said angrily as she pushed him away. No touching me. It was the first time she'd had such intimate contact with the opposite sex, and she was inwardly resistant. Moreover, she was born with a cool nature, and she only wanted to cultivate hard to make a career by the side of the Empress, and she was never interested in children's love. Even if she was married, that was not her choice. It was the year when the late emperor bestowed a marriage to her in Long Boyang, the son of the Anong royal family. His Majesty ordered you to escort me back. Do you want to disobey? Upon hearing this, Li Yin really didn't dare to walk away and sat there angrily without saying a word. It was just that she was being knocked all the time by Wu, and her brain was going to explode this time. Wu didn't care, and continued to hammer away. Clang, clang, clang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Looking at Li Yin, who was shocked and furious but didn't dare to make a move, much less leave, Wu laughed out loud. What's more, he even sat beside Li Yin and said arrogantly, in the future, be more restrained in front of this son. If you dare to show your stinky face again, hammer you to death. Do you hear me? But who would have expected that in the next second? Li Yin, who had already been hammered to the point of going crazy, suddenly hugged his left arm. Then she opened her mouth and took a bite on his arm through the veil on her face. The force was so great that it felt like a piece of flesh was being torn off. Ah, shake the grass, you're a dog, aren't you? Who would have thought that the Grand Commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards would open his mouth to bite someone like a shrew? Wu let out a cry of pain and hastily pushed at Li Yin's head. But the other party bites too hard and can't even pull away. Ouch, 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 ouch. He bared his teeth in pain and had no choice but to continue pounding with the merit hammer in his right hand. But who would have guessed that the faster he knocked, the harder Li Yin bit. The two just stayed in a stalemate. Wu was furious and had no choice but to come to the black on the spot. Ah, you animal, you shameless. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Li Yin let loose a shriek of surprise. The eyes that were so shy and angry that they seemed to want to eat people. Wu glanced at the arm. The blood was oozing out through the clothes. A large red area. You're a dog, aren't you? Who's the martial king who opens his mouth and bites people? But then he said he realized something was wrong and raised his eyes. Li Yin cried, with red eyes and bean-sized crystal and teardrops swirling in her eyes. She looked churlish. Li Yin would indeed feel aggrieved at this point. She was ordered to protect Wu back, but she didn't expect to be bullied by the other party like this. She didn't dare to leave if she wanted to, and she couldn't kill if she wanted to. This, coupled with being sneak attacked by her opponent, made her feel shame. Angry and furious, the aggression in his heart could no longer be held back. I'm sorry. With a crystal and teardrop smashing onto the back of Wui's hand, Lillian got up and sat down across the table, not saying a word as she looked away, just looking at the tightly clenched and trembling fists. It seemed as if he couldn't wait to punch Wu to death. Ding, Li Yin's favorability has dropped to -93. In a state of extreme danger, please stop being a. Listening to the system's beep, Wu didn't continue to knock the other party. It wasn't that he was afraid of Lian killing him. Mainly just now this moment will be too horrible mental energy consumption. Even if he has Ice Jade Tears extreme recovery will have to slow down for a while. He was now so pale that he just felt like his body had been emptied of every drop. This Sheetzy is kind enough to help you. And you're dropping on little pearls? Still ing biting me? I think you're HR leaving, not doing your job. Lian was silent. Only her eyes were redder and the killing intent in her heart was heavier. She was the Grand Commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards. And this was the first time she had been humiliated this much. If anyone else dared to do this to her, they would have chopped her up with a sword long ago. But she couldn't do anything about Takeshi. Hearing Wu say that he helped her, she only felt ridiculous. This denizen has been bullying her. Where's the help? But right at this moment, Lian seemed to have sensed something, and her eyes widened. I broke through? She had unexpectedly broken through to the 5th level of Martial King without realizing it. One must know that at her cultivation level, it was extremely difficult to break through every small level. In her estimation, to break through to the 5th level of Martial King, she would still have to settle down for at least another month at the very least. But what's going on here? Suddenly, Lian thought of an unbelievable possibility and violently turned her head to look at Wu. Did you help me? The shock in her heart at this moment was beyond words. Chapter 19, Bottom Rebound. Lian's favorability rises. Lian knew that this mysterious little black wooden hammer of Wu could weaken a person's cultivation, but she never thought that she could even raise someone else's cultivation? That's pretty much unthinkable. Seeing that Lian's trembling eyes were filled with horror, Wu said in a good-natured manner, "Nonsense. Who is it if not my son?" He was also interspersing. The 4th hammer hardened into steel, knocking the other party's cultivation when he would hammer Lian there. Otherwise, how could his spiritual energy be depleted so quickly? At the same time, Wu was also detecting Lian's favorability. Fruity, as he thought, bottoming out. Originally, Lian's favorability, which had almost dropped to the freezing point, was now rising at an extremely exaggerated rate. 93, 87, 79. In just a few breaths, it had been raised to -35. And the afterburners aren't over. They're still lifting. Takeshi was thinking clearly. If he knocked the other guy's favorability directly, he'd have to start at -80 and work his way up. And the better the favor, the slower it knocks. It would take tens of thousands of hammers to knock Lian right up to 90 favorability. I'm afraid, and it would be too much of a waste of time. So he chose to knock the other party's cultivation first. He's all about guilt-tripping Riwon and mentally UFOing her. Lian, who had regained her senses from her shocked excitement, also noticed at this moment that Wu Yi's face looked very poor, pale without a trace of blood. She couldn't help but be touched inwardly at this moment. He helped me raise my cultivation, and his own loss must have been great, right? But why is he helping me so much? At the same time, she subconsciously looked at Wu Yi's left arm, which was stained red with blood from her bite. She is a grudge holder. This made her feel self-condemnation and even some guilt in her heart, and she only felt her face burning. Wu Yi spent so much to help her and she bit him? Even that would try to kill him? The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. Sorry too. Takeshi didn't appreciate it in the slightest and closed his eyes. Don't mention it. How powerful is your high and mighty commanderly? You don't need to apologize to me. A second-generation beggar who's just waiting to die. I can't afford it. But he was happy inside. The good sense of Lillian had been proportional. 15. This invariably saves thousands and thousands of hammers. Besides, he had just earned 254 merit points for knocking the glazed sound beautifully. But then he opened his eyes again, a little surprised in his mind, only to see that Lian actually crouched down beside him. He had pulled up the sleeve of his left arm and was pouring a small jade vial of medicinal powder onto the wound with 2 rows of teeth marks. I'm afraid this one is a little painful. Ha, Lillian said in a nonchalant voice. It doesn't hurt. This medicine is unique to my dragon shadow guards. It can stop the bleeding and heal the wound quickly. But her tone was not as icy as before, apologetic with a hint of softness. Hiss. But in the next second, Wu Yi suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. I thought you said it didn't hurt? Lillian glared at him. Why are you so afraid of pain for a big man? I don't feel any pain at all. Dang. Hiss. Wu Yi gasped and hammered on the spot. Nonsense. Of course you don't hurt. Clang, clang, clang. Exasperated, he struck 2 more hammers in quick succession. Ah, hiss. This time, though, Lian didn't put up much resistance. What's more, there was a hidden flash of anticipation in his eyes. At her cultivation level, it was as difficult as heaven to raise a little. What's the harm in getting hammered a few times as long as your strength grows? You don't fight back when you get a taste of it? You've got a face. Wu Yi looked at Li Yin and couldn't help but think what kind of stunning face would be under the other side's veil? Being able to be rated 97 points by the system is definitely a rare and superb product in the world. Think it and do it. He reached straight for Li Yin's black veil, while testing his opponent's reaction. Seeing that Wu Yi was going to suddenly reveal her veil, Li Yin subconsciously tried to dodge it, but after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. That's just it. He can look at it if he wants to, just apologize to him. At the same time a hint of vengeful pleasure rose in her heart. Long Bo Yang, you don't want others to look at your fiancé's appearance. I'm going to insist that others look at it. Piss you off. Ever since she was given in marriage by the late emperor to the son of the Anong royal family, she had been asked by Long Bo Yang to wear a veil. It was a controlling man who didn't want his fiancé's face to be seen by anyone else. She was disgusted by this, but had to take it from her. Fortunately, she had been following the Empress for so many years, and had the Empress protection so that she hadn't let Long Bo Yang have his way. As the veil slipped off, Wu Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. So beautiful. Her skin is snowy, her features are delicate, her nose is straight, and her mouth is cherry. It was truly as beautiful as a jade carving. Flawless. Noticing Wu Yi's undisguised hot gaze, Li Yin's heart inexplicably jumped. Well, the wound will heal in less than a column of incense. She wrapped the gauze around Wu Yi's left arm, whispered and sat down across the table, and put her veil back on. Wu Yi also ignored her and closed his eyes. There was a complete silence in the compartment. It didn't take long. The carriage descended from a high altitude and steadily stopped at the entrance of King Ding's residence. Wu Yi opened his eyes. Li Yin's closed eyes seemed to be in the fixed cultivation, but also did not pay attention to directly get off. Thank you. Who would have guessed that just as he got out of the car? Li Yin's slightly grateful voice came from behind him. He didn't respond. Only the corners of his mouth floated slightly. 26 good feelings. Empress, this Dragon Shadow Guard Grand Commander of yours will be mine soon. GGG. Before Wu Yi even walked into the royal mansion, he saw Yuja running out in a hurry with a worried face. What took you so long to come back? His Majesty didn't give you a hard time, did he? At this time, Yuja saw the spots of blood on Wu Yi's left arm again, and her eyes were filled with heartache. Why are you still hurt? Who hurt you? As she spoke she rushed forward and gently pulled up Wu Yi's sleeve, revealing her gauze-wrapped left arm. Wu Yi said without a care in the world. It's okay. I got bit by a dog. At this moment, inside the carriage that had just risen to a high altitude, Li Yin's eyebrow slightly frowned and cursed. You're the dog. But then she didn't know what she remembered, and a flash of shame flashed uncontrollably through her mind. An intoxicating blush crept onto the pink face, only to be completely hidden by the black veil. Looking at the worried Yuja, Wu Yi smiled flirtatiously. I haven't seen you in half a day. You've gotten prettier again. Yuja's pink face slightly reddened as she glared at him shyly. Poor talker. Seeing that Yuja turned around and left, Wu Yi hurriedly chased after him. Sister-in-law, wait. Let me hammer. Your root bone grade is too low. You need to improve it. Upon hearing this, Yuja's face was in a state of panic, and she ran off with her hands lifting her long skirt and pulling her legs up. When she remembered the pain she felt today when Wu Yi hammered her root bones, her legs shivered uncontrollably. It's not easy to feel the pain in your bones. You off. No hammering. Hiss. Dang. But before she finished her sentence, her whole body began to convulse as if she had been struck by lightning. Big guts. Still want to run? Then Yuja was carried directly on Wu Yi's shoulder towards the backyard. Ah, you let go of me. Dang dang dang. Ah, hiss you. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Chapter 20. An arrow shot 10 years ago is now going to hit you squarely on the brow. Those guards and subordinates saw Wu Yi carrying Yuja and ran towards the courtyard. There was a frightening rush to find brains everywhere. I don't see it. That. I have a sudden stomach upset. Go to the toilet. Sweep the floor for me. I have to deliver my mother's baby. Oops, I'm blind. I don't see anything. Where did my brain go? Who saw my brain? At this moment, the entire Ding King's residence began to be inexplicably busy. But at the same time, everyone was cursing furiously in their hearts. It's a dark day and a clear sky, and a brother-in-law is carrying his sister-in-law to his room in public? What a scandal! Wouldn't this get out and people would poke the king's spine? The main thing is that the king of Jinbei is not in the palace, so no one can control Wu Yi. In the past, besides King Ding and King Jinbei, the only person who could control this asshole was the steward of the royal residence. But that housekeeper, on the other hand, was Yuja, who had already been carried away by Wu Yi. This is really sinful. The imperial study. Your Majesty, I have escorted Wu Yi back to his home. Long Qiyu, who was writing something with a pen, said in a faint voice without lifting her head. You seem to have changed your attitude toward him quite a bit. Li Yin's heart inexplicably tightened. It had to be said that Long Chiyue's insight was subtle enough to be outrageous. She was able to keenly detect the abnormality just by the subtle shift of emotions in Li Yin's words. That's when she also realized something was wrong. Looking up at Li Yin, his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. 5th level of Martial King? Another breakthrough so soon? Because of Takeshi? Feeling Long Chiyue's scrutinizing gaze and that trace of oppression if any, Li Yin only felt her scalp tingle. She seemed to be like a transparent person in front of this Empress, never having a secret to keep. There was definitely no need to doubt her loyalty to Long Chiyu, but she had only just been favored by Wui, and now she was going to give him up? She always felt it was unethical. Seeing that Li Yin seemed to be somewhat hesitant, Long Chiyue once again lowered her head and continued writing. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. Puff. Who expected that the next second really cannot carry the heart of the huge pressure Li Yin one kneel. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. It is indeed because of Takeshi. Long Chiyu faintly said. Not angry. Get up. I don't blame you. Li Yin stood up and sighed in his mind before saying this. It's that little black wooden hammer from Takeshi. But he seems to have consumed a lot himself by helping me raise my cultivation. What we know so far is that it is extremely mentally draining. The rest is unknown. The brush in Long Chiyue's hand lurched, and she hummed lightly. Sure enough, he's got a big problem with that little wooden hammer. I didn't expect that even you, a martial king, could raise your cultivation. It's unbelievable. At the same time, she became even more curious about Wui. She always felt that the other party was harboring a great secret and contained an extremely large amount of energy. Even. Amazing. A few moments later, Long Chiyue put down her brush and pushed the list she had just finished drawing up towards the front of the case. From now on, order the dragon shadow guards to watch these people's every move. Li Yin took a look at the list and her pupils shrunk slightly. The list was clearly full of ministers of the court or generals with military power in their hands, and each of them was more or less connected to the Su family in some way. Even the late emperor's own brother, King Anton, was listed. Here, just as Li Yin turned to leave, who would have expected Long Chiyue to suddenly say another sentence? From tomorrow onwards, you will protect Wui in the dark, to prevent the Su family from trying to kill him. Wui was an important pawn for her, and he couldn't die now. At those words, Li Yin's heart was inexplicably happy, and subconsciously arched her hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. But as soon as the words left her mouth she realized that she had said the wrong thing and fled quickly in a bit of a panic. Long Chiyue? Thank you, Your Majesty? When Ri-Won left, she repeated what the other had just said, finding it somewhat amusing. Thank you? You're thanking me? Look at how happy you are. It's like I'm rewarding you. Li Yin had been by her side for many years, and she couldn't know any better what personality to have. High-minded and indifferent in character. He is dedicated to cultivation without any distractions. It's very resistant to children's love and all that. Arguably more misogynistic. I didn't expect to have a different attitude towards Wui. It's kind of fun. After a pause, Long Chiyue did not know what she had thought of, and an inscrutable wry smile flashed across her eyes. Dear Uncle Royal, maybe even you wouldn't have thought that the arrow you shot 10 years ago would now turn a corner and hit you squarely on the brow? Li Yin is the only daughter of former Dragon Shadowguard Grand Commander Li Yin, and from a young age, he had shown an astounding cultivation talent. That was why Li Yan had also been training Li Yin as a successor. And 10 years ago, King Long Yan also saw that Li Yin was the future successor of the Dragon Shadowguard. He deluded himself into thinking that he would be able to control the Dragon Shadowguard in the future. So he requested the late emperor to promise Li Yin to his eldest son, Long Boyang. Long Chiyue had a better understanding of Long Boyang's character. Controlling, ruthless and jealous. If he learned that his fiancée was ambiguously and unusually incestuous with another man, that would be fun. Imperial uncle. I swore in front of my father that I would never touch you if I took the throne. But if the King Ding's house wields a sword at you, I wonder how Imperial uncle should respond. As a stream of light cut through the sky, Wu and Jun, who had returned from an errand, landed in King Ding's residence. Old 6. Is Wui back yet? Wu Lu was Wu Yi's personal guard. With the 9th level of Martial's own cultivation, he was also the righteous son of King Wu Yuan of Ding, and was known as a brother to King Wuan. He hadn't helped Wu Yi beat up many people in the past few years, and likewise he hadn't been beaten up by Wu Anjuan. Wu Liu's face was hesitant. Big brother, Wu Yi back is back. Is, Wu Anjun's tiger eyes glared. Just what? Tell me the truth. Being yelled at by Wu Anjun like that, Wu Lu shivered in fear and whispered. After Wu Yi returned to the royal residence, without saying a word, he took that small black wooden hammer and knocked Jar unconscious. And then I carried JL to my room. As the words fell, Wu Lu directly cried out. I wanted to stop that bastard at the time. After all, he and Jia's uncle and sister-in-law have a sensitive relationship. If this spreads out it will be poked in the back of people's bones. But the bastard gave me a good scolding and said he would cut off the head of anyone who dared to stop. Big brother, you quickly go and take a look. This is after an hour. Jar is afraid. Won-jun was so angry that he suddenly roared. How dare you, sinful son? Before the words left his mouth, he had already disappeared in an instant. Takeshiroku hemmed and hawed. You asshole, you even dare to bully Jar? I think you're a monk with an umbrella, lawless. Can't you be ruled? He hadn't been hammered by Woo-jun before when he followed Woo-ee. Every time, it was Yuja who pleaded for him. Not just for Takeshiroku. Yuja was very kind to all these subordinates and guards of the royal residence. So everyone respected them and remembered the favor in their hearts. Wonjin had not yet arrived at Yuja's small courtyard. Just listen to the faint sound of an evocative moan of pain coming from the yard. Jiro, it hurts. Stop it. I don't want it. Won-jun was instantly enraged. His eyes red with anger. This. You're using your uncle to bully your sister-in-law? What a scandal! His 8th level of Martial King's aura suddenly erupted, and his angry roar resounded in the sky above the royal residence. Sinner! Get your ass out here! Chapter 21 Yuja Roots and Bones, Mortal Great Perfection. Father, I want to marry my sister-in-law. Won-jun didn't dare to probe his spiritual energy into the Yuja room at all. He was afraid that he would see something he shouldn't, but just by the sound he knew what was going on inside. He would have walked away, but listening to Yuja's agonizing moans, he was really enraged. Sinner! Get your ass out here. Soon. From within the room came Wooey's voice. Dad, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll be done in a minute. This is a critical time. You can't stop. Wonjin? The moment of truth? Shut the up. Upon hearing Wooey's reply, his anger level had soared to a peak. Won-jun couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't let Yuja be continued to be bullied by this sinful son. It was their Wu family that had wronged this daughter-in-law. Now that Wooey was still hurting Yuja like this, how could he explain to Yuja's father? His senior brother, Yu Quan-shun? So, it must be stopped. Won-jun then closed his eyes, completely closing off his 5 senses and mental power to avoid seeing anything himself. Immediately after that, he directly blasted the door of the room with a palm through the air. Crashing sound. The door to the room suddenly exploded open, immediately startling Wooey and Yuja. The two of them turned their heads to look, only to see that Won-jun had appeared in the room and was facing the wall with his back to them. His fists were clenched and trembling, and he looked as if he was about to kill someone the next second. Takeshi? Yuja? Wooey, stare. Yuja, stare. Dad, what are you doing? Wonjin had completely closed off his 5 senses and could see and hear nothing. That's why he couldn't even hear Wooey's question and just roared to himself. Sinful son, I have to beat you to death today. With that he pointed at the door with one hand and growled. Now, right now, get the hell out of here. Clank. But who would have guessed that in the next second? The furious Wooey directly hammered at his brain. Although Won-jun had closed off his 5 senses, the shock to his soul could still be felt. Sinner's son. You. Dang. Sins. Dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. In just a short time of breathing, Won-jun had already been hammered with one hand covering his head and one hand holding the wall, obviously uptight. At the same time he sensed something was wrong. If Woo-ee had really bullied Yuja, this would definitely be a scared priority to flee for his life, and there was no way that he would have the guts to hammer him like this, so he let go of his 5 senses. Who would have thought that just as his hearing was restored, he heard Wooey's angry roar from behind him. No, dang, you're a pugilist, aren't you? You're doing it again. I didn't do anything with my sister-in-law. I'm just going to help her hammer down her bones. Do you have to? Try yelling at me again? I'll hammer you to death. Hammering root bones? What kind of niche term is that? At this time, Yuja's weak voice also sounded behind her. Father, you're mistaken. Erlang is helping me improve my cultivation talent. He's not bullying me. Dang. Ah hiss. Who expected Yuja to receive 2 hammers as soon as her words left her mouth, and her already weak body suddenly collapsed on the bed again. Wooey glared at her without a good look. Shut up. Who told you to scream like that? It's just a misunderstanding. Won-jun, who was hammered and dizzy, also knew that he had misunderstood Wooey. He then turned to look at the 2 men. Only Yuja was seen paralyzed on the bed, her face flushed and sweating, strands of hair soaked in sweat sticking to her forehead. As for Wooey, he was sitting on the edge of the bed, his face pale and weak looking. Wonjin, it's not. Whoever sees you two like this will think the wrong things. What you just said about helping Jar hammer her roots and bones. What kind of hammering is that? Root bones represented cultivation talent. This he naturally knew. There were indeed quite a few elixirs and heavenly materials in this world that could enhance the roots and bones, but no doubt they are all worldly treasures extremely valuable. If Wooey can even enhance other people's root bones. Clank. Merit +1. Wooey first knocked Wu Anjuan's hammer before he said without a trace of humor. Just straight up hammer. What else? He then checked up on Yuja's information. Roots and bones, mortal perfection. It's not bad. It's already mortal grade perfection. Another level up would be a spirit. And it wouldn't be worth the 2 hours of hard hammering I've been doing. Spirit quality roots and bones. And one would be able to succeed in entering the seat of the once-in-a-100-years geniuses. Of course, compared to Long Chiyu Li Yin's kind of perverted demon, there was definitely still a big gap. It's okay though, give him a few days and he'll be able to knock Yuja's roots up, even beyond. Hearing Wu Yi say that Yuja was already a mortal grade perfection root bone, Wu Anjuan's eyes widened. What? Mortal grade perfection? He had probed Yuja's roots and bones before and knew that the other party was of the upper mortal grade. How is it possible to span so much? The disbelieving Wu Anjun appeared beside the bed in a flash. A strand of yuanqi was probed through the air and wrapped around Yuja's wrist like a hanging thread checking a pulse. In the next second, his eyes rolled back in shock. Even, you're really a mortal grade perfection? And even his cultivation has broken through 2 small levels. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yuja was originally at the 8th level of martial master cultivation, but now she was already at the 1st level of martial general. The root bone is the most important core of every martial artist. Not only did it represent the speed of cultivation, it also represented how far the path of martial arts could go in the future. Who expects the next second? The hallowed Jinbei king of the Longhua Empire was actually rubbing his hands together like a fly. An extremely flattering smile was revealed. Oh, this, father's good big boy. Do you think you should hammer father's root bones as well, Takeshi? No dad. It's not that bad, is it? Why are you smiling more disgustingly than Eunuch Lu? Yuja puffed and laughed. It was really the first time she realized that the original Wu Anjun also had such a flattering side. Clank. Merit +1. Ah hiss. Made you laugh? Who told you to scream like that? It's okay if your reputation is ruined. This son still wants a face. Yuja didn't dare to retort, but could only beep in her mind. You have a reputation to live up to? It's been bad for a long time, hasn't it? Wooey then looked at the still fawning Wu Anjun. It's okay for me to hammer you. Promise me one thing. Wanjun instantly patted his chest. You say, as long as it's something dad can do, I'll definitely satisfy you. I want to marry my sister-in-law. Yuja? Wooey's sudden words immediately made her freeze like a lightning strike, but for some reason, there wasn't much resistance in her mind, and there was even a hint of anticipatory shyness. The strange thought startled her instantly. At those words, Wu Anjun stood up with a calm expression. From the spatial ring, he took out an iron-spiked whip. Takeshi? Wu Anjun then took another sip of soju and sprayed it on the iron-spiked whip to attach it, and said faintly, it seems that has indeed changed a lot. This boldness is more and more big. For father is very pleased. Wooey waved his hand with a quick smile. No, Dad. I was just kidding. Not so much. Go to your room and hammer you so that your sister-in-law can get some rest. He had already looked at Wu Anjun's information. Spirit grade medium root bone. If all goes well, it can be upgraded to spirit upper tonight. Chapter 22, Su Family Conspiracy. Ruthless and sinister Su Yangfeng. Wanjun's room. He frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of warning. My father knows that you and Jar have a good relationship, but your identities are sensitive, so you'd better pay attention, lest you fall into disrepute. Your reputation has been bad for a long time. I don't care, but you can't harm JL. Jar is a good child. It's my Wu family that owes her. If I find out you dared to bully her, I'll have to skin you. Seeing Wu Anjun's serious face, Wooey hastily nodded his head. Father, don't worry. I won't bully sister-in-law. But in my mind, I said, I'll love her from now on. Who could not rear a gentle and kind-hearted extreme big baby like Yuja? Wanjun grunted coldly. You better. After a pause he asked, what's the root bone going to be hammered? Just sit cross-legged on the bed. As he spoke, Wooey took out the merit hammer and switched to the 4th hammer, quenching into steel. Father, you endure. Hammering the root bone is very painful. You will feel as if every bone in your body is being hit hard by countless sledgehammers. The degree of pain is unimaginable. That's why he hammered Yuja so hard that time and was so weak with cold sweat all over his body. Because it does hurt. It hurts. Wanjun sat on his knees with a disinterested attitude. Despite hammering you, my father has been fighting for so many years. What injuries haven't I suffered? What kind of pain have I not suffered? A little bit of pain and counting. Hiss. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, only to see that as Wu Yi hammered through the air, Wu Anjuan felt his body falling apart, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The feeling was just like what Wu Yi had said. as if every bone was being madly smashed by countless sledgehammers. It seemed to crush him whole. Wu Yi doesn't care about Wu and Jun. This pain was something that even Yuja could endure, let alone him, the father of the king of Jinbei. So he just hammers like crazy, earns merit points like crazy, and is happy as a batch. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. But what Vuya doesn't know at the moment is this. The higher the quality of the root bone and the cultivation level, the more pain they endured was reciprocal. The pain Wu and Jun was now enduring was even dozens of times that of Yuja. Late night. The lobby of the council chamber of the Prime Minister's office. The suffocatingly depressing atmosphere was like a dark cloud that took one's breath away. Prime Minister Su Xian, King Pingxi Su Jinghua, Prince Pingxi's son Su Yangfeng, as well as many Su family patriarchs and other core members were listed. Enough to sit around 1 or 2 dozen people. All of them are gloomy and full of depression. Only the anger in their eyes was greater than the heartache. While in the middle of the hall, Crown Princess Li was holding Su Yangshua's headless body and crying loudly. Saku, my son, you died so tragically. If Wu Yi was here he would have to beep. Crying is so standard. Born to weep and mourn the holy body. Enough. Suddenly, Su Jinghua let out a furious cry in annoyance. Tired of crying and crying all the time? Li was instantly enraged and cried out. I'm a mother. I'm not as ruthless as you, King of Pingxi, whose son was brutally murdered without even shedding a single tear. She then gritted her teeth with a face full of malice. I don't care. That bastard Wu Yi must die. I want him to die without a burial place to pay for Shuor's life. If you don't dare to kill, I'll send my own men. As the princess of Pingxi, how could her identity be simple? She was the daughter of the Watercloud sect leader of the Longhua Empire. Although the Watercloud sect was only a second-rate sect, it wasn't enough to look at in front of the King Ding's mansion, but it's easy to send someone to assassinate Wu Yi. Xiao Hyun interrupted Li with a stoic face. Nonsense. Wu Yi just killed Shuor on the front foot, and we killed Wu Yi on the back foot. Isn't it obvious to others that it was us who made the move? When the time comes, the Ding King's family will surely come out to avenge Wu Yi's death, and Long Chiyue will also secretly help and join forces with her to uproot our Su family. To take revenge at this time would be the most foolish thing to do. Li looked at Xiao Hyun with crimson eyes. Father, what do you say then? Should we just tolerate it? Just let Shuor die in vain? She hates Wu Yi, but it's actually Xiao Hyun who pisses her off the most. The Prime Minister had watched his grandson being killed above the courtroom. Prime Minister? Bull ***** Prime Minister. At that moment an imposingly handsome youth interrupted with a voice. Mother, don't be in a hurry. Yangshua's revenge must be avenged, but not right now. And even if we want to take revenge, it can't be us, the Su family, personally. He was Su Yangshua's own brother, the eldest son of Pingxi Wangfu, Su Yangfeng. King Pingxi Su Jinghua glanced at Su Yangfeng. Fomer seems to have a plan. Tell me? Seeing that everyone was looking over, Su Yangfeng first stood up and walked to the center of the field to help Li up and sit on the seat before he said in a deep voice. 3 days from now is the Dragonflame Martial Tournament between Longhua and Dian. Those attending at that time will be the young generation of royal clansmen or foreign kings. Let's be clear. No matter when the Su family kills Wu Yi or by what means, the Ding King's mansion is bound to go to war with our Su family. But if Wu Yi were to die in public at the hands of the great Yin Crown Prince, what do you think Wu Yuan and Jun Wuan would do? At those words, Su Jinghua's eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time the eyes brightened even more, and he couldn't help but pick up the conversation. In this way, the King Ding's palace will pressure Long Chiyue to go to war with Great Yen. The strength of Dian is not to be underestimated, and even in recent years, it has pushed Longhua to the top. If the Empress agrees to go to war, then the time when the two countries fight will also be the day when my Su family will set fire to the Empress back, and hopefully unify Longhua. If the Empress refuses to go to war, the Ding King's palace is bound to have a gap with the Empress or even act privately in defiance of the Emperor's orders, and we will be able to achieve the same goal at that time. Xiao Hyun nodded and looked at Xiao Yangfeng with even more approval. Fonger's solution is good. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Who would have thought that Su Yangfeng would shake his head and stand in the middle of the field with his hands behind his back, his eyes flashing with a flash of extreme viciousness and venom. It's not enough to have Wu Yi killed by Prince Dian, and let the great Yin Crown Prince die in Longhua. This is the only way to completely inspire the anger of the two countries, without any room for maneuvering, and go straight to war, with no end in sight. When these words came out, everyone present was shocked by Su Yangfeng's very hotness, but Xiao Hyun and Xiao Qinghua appreciated it. No poison, no husband, every person in power. All of them have stepped on countless corpses and bones in order to step up to the top step by step. Su Jinghua was silent for a split second and directly nodded his head in agreement. Fonger, I'll leave this matter to you. This is an excellent opportunity. There's no room for error. Su Yanfeng bowed and arched his hand. Father, don't worry. Fomer will live up to his name. While all the people in the council chamber were fantasizing that the great plan would come to fruition, only Li's eyes were filled with a sinister color, and she secretly made a decision in her heart. You're still thinking about hegemony even now? I don't care. I just want to tear Wui apart with my own hands to avenge my son. Why should my son's murderer die in someone else's hands? I want him dead and buried. Chapter 23, Spirit Grade Upper Root Bone. The Jinyu Kingdom's army was pressing in. Sunrise, sunrise, a reddish haze rose in the sky, dispersing the endless darkness. Wui stood up and stretched a bit tiredly. Dad, your bones are really hard. You're a real hammer bearer. Yes, he hammered Wanjin all night. Because this old man of his cultivation roots are not low, hammering is extremely spiritually exhausting. Many times during this period the spirituality dried up and it was only when it recovered that the hammer could continue. Fortunately, there was the Ice Jade Tear, a dragon treasure that could recover quickly. Otherwise the progress is less than 1,000th of what it is now. At this time, Wanjun also opened his eyes, his tiger eyes filled with exhaustion, but it was completely unable to hide the excitement and thrill in his heart. Is this the feeling of a spirit great upper root bone? He clenched his fists, feeling the metamorphosis of his roots and bones, his eyes trembling with excitement. The enhancement of the roots and bones has even led to a breakthrough in cultivation along with it. It's unbelievable. Junwuan was now at the 9th level of Martial King cultivation. It was only a foot away from Martial Emperor. Father, don't be anxious. I'll hammer your cultivation up again today and directly rush to Martial Emperor in one step. When the time comes and my martial family has 2 Martial Emperors, God will kill God and Buddha. But who would have thought that Wanjin would have restrained this fatal temptation? He shook his head in earnest. No, the way of martial arts emphasizes stability, especially to my current level of cultivation. Rapid cross-level advancement is a taboo, which will lead to a mismatch between the state of mind and cultivation easily out of control. It takes a certain amount of time or battles to condense and consolidate before you can do so. Takeshi yawned and waved his hand. Okay, whatever. I'm sleepy and I'm going to take a nap. Don't bother me if the sky is falling. He was only at samurai cultivation level and could not yet do something like Wu and Jun, who could go without sleep for months at a time. Besides, he was tired from the night and had been sleepy for a long time. Just as Wu Yi was about to walk out of the room, Wu and Jun suddenly called out to him. What? Wanjin's face was serious and his tiger's eyes were red. Father was wrong about you before. From this day forward, Father is proud of you. Takeshi hemmed and hawed, striking while the iron was hot. Then you let me marry my sister-in-law. Wu and Jun got out of bed in silence, and with a calm face, he took off his tunic and slowly pulled up the cuffs. Holy dang, you're really ungrateful. I curse you for eating instant noodles without a spice packet ever. Wui shrieked and pulled his legs out. Returning to his room, Wui didn't immediately go to sleep. Awesome. 685 points of merit. Thanks to the Ice Jade Tears, or else we'd have made a few hundred at most this night. After all, the mental energy consumed by knocking the root bones was very exaggerated. Of course, there's some merit in that for Liin. System, 6,685 points of merit all plus repair. But before the words were out of his mouth he hesitated. Ding, may I ask the host whether to add on the cultivation? Wait a minute. Let me think. Wu Yi frowned slightly, finally deciding based on the current situation. Save it, don't add it yet. He thought very clearly. There was no doubt that the Su family wanted to mess with his heart. However, even if his cultivation increased even faster, it would be impossible for him to increase to Martial King Martial Emperor in a short period of time. Without Martial Emperor cultivation everything was bull *******. But instead, because the cultivation was raised too quickly it was easy to cause suspicion. In these few days, we'll just show the enemy that we're weak and save up our merit points properly. And wait until the Yanlong martial arts meeting in 3 days before we make a splash. By the time he arrived at the Yanlong Martial Association, he would have at least tens of thousands of merit points in his hands. A direct step to break through to a martial general or even a martial. When that time comes, God stops God and kills Buddha. Anum. Bruji. Jiro, get up, don't sleep. Wu Yi, who was having an immodest dream, heard the voice of the heroine of his dream coming from his ears. Subconsciously, he pulled the other person down into his arms and moved straight into action. Pa! Yuja was startled, her cheeks blushing as she slapped away the large hands that were making a fuss over her. Then he directly grabbed Wu Yi's ear and pulled him up. Don't sleep on you. Wu Yi glanced at the sky outside and said in a daze. Are you kidding me, sister-in-law? I've only been asleep for a few minutes? Yuja said without a trace of humor. His Majesty is here. Rise quickly. The Empress is here? Wu Yi instantly woke up, then immediately got out of bed. The Empress came to King Ding's residence this early in the morning. Of course she wouldn't be stringing along idly. Something big must have happened. As for Yuja, she waited for Wu Yi to get dressed and wash up, doing all the work of a maid. But seeing how skillful she was, it was obvious that she had served the other side often. Wu Yi looked at Yuja, who was arranging his clothes for him, smelling the wisps of fragrance drilling into his nostrils, and asked, "Did His Majesty say anything?" Yuja shook her head. "No, come just now. Father told me to hurry and call you, but I see that he has a serious look on his face, as if something bad has happened." Wu Yi slightly lowered his head and came close to the other's neck to take a deep breath to snicker. "Sister-in-law, you smell good." Yuja's face flushed a slight blush as she gave him a blank look. Asterisk 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 off. "Don't talk like that." Quickly straightening their instruments, the two rushed to the council chambers. Yuja, as the young lady of King Ding's residence, was also one of the masters, so when the Empress comes she must also go forward to pay her respects. Just walked into the council chamber. Wu Yi then saw Empress Long Qiyu sitting at the top of the hall. Just sitting there all naturally exuded an invisible pressure. Her face was calm and unruffled, but a touch of sadness was hidden between her brows, and next to her stood Ri-Won, who was wrapped in a black robe. Wu Yi swept a glance at the two women's favorability. Long Qiyu, 6. Listen, 31. As for Wu Jun is sitting in the first place on the left-hand side. Look at its expression of gravity for fear that something bad has happened. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Wu Yi and Yuja bowed at the same time. Long Qiyu faintly said, "Don't be rude. Sit down." Wu Yi sat beside Wu Jun and first winked vaguely at Li Yin, drawing a blank stare from the other party. Only then did he look at Long Qiyu and ask, "Your Majesty, but has something happened?" Seeing Wu Yi asking, Long Qiyu said in a deep voice, "Just received an urgent report from the northern border. Last night the Jinyu Kingdom suddenly attacked, led by Martial Emperor Keizhenhong with an army of 700,000 troops pressed against the border. At present the northern border is in an emergency war situation." Wu Yi frowned slightly. There was a war in the northern border, and as the king of Zhenbei, Wu Jun naturally had to go and preside over the situation. Keizhenhong he had also heard of, great general of the protectorate of the Jinyu Kingdom, with the cultivation of a martial emperor and the same position as Longhua's king of settlement. "Wu Yuan, Your Majesty, hasn't the Jinyu Kingdom been fighting the Bingning Kingdom in recent years? Why is it suddenly attacking Longhua? And with my grandfather out of the picture, my father alone won't be able to fend off Martial Emperor Keizhenhong." Wanjin took over and said in a deep voice, "It's not a problem. His Majesty has already asked King Pingnan to send troops to support him, with our two kings joining forces with an army of 800,000. It shouldn't be too difficult to stop Keizhenhong's army for the time being. My only concern is..." As he spoke he glanced at Wu Yi, his meaning self-evident. He's not afraid to fight. What's the harm in dying? Even if there are 10 Keizhenhong attack Longhua, then he, the king of Zhenbei, would still have no choice but to lead the 500,000 Wu family army to defend the enemy. But he was worried about what Wu Yi should do when he went to the northern border. If the Su family poisoned Wu Yi at this juncture, who would protect his son? Chapter 24 Empress gives marriage to Yuja to marry Dragon Seal? Long Qiyu could see the worry in Jun Wuin's heart. Is it Xiao Hyun who was worried about brother Wang taking advantage of the situation? The late emperor and Wu Yuan were sworn brothers, and she called Wu Yuan her subfather. That was why she and Wanjin were of the same generation and would be addressed as brother Wang in private. Seeing that Wu Jun was silent, Long Qiyu's tone was full of confidence as she blandly said, "Brother Wang is overly concerned. I will naturally have a way to check and balance the Su family, and I will protect the king's house." Having received Long Qiyu as promise, Jun Wuan also felt much more at ease. "Then I'll trouble your majesty." Takeshi also smacked his lips. "When are you going to leave? Father? Can you stay a day later? If not, half a day will do." He thought about hurrying up and hammering the other party's cultivation to Martial Emperor, so that it would be a little safer. After all, the enemy the other party was facing this time was also a Martial Emperor. I was surprised that Wuan Jun shook his head and looked solemn. "No, we have to move immediately. I have sent for my men to gather the generals, and they will leave later." But just then, an arrogant and domineering staccato voice came from outside. "Get lost. How dare you even stop this prince? Are you looking for a fight? Who cares whoever is here? Today this prince is the biggest. How dare he be arrogant in front of this prince? Believe it or not, this emperor chopped off his dog's head? Lao-yi, come out. What's there to discuss about that? I've heard that there's another batch of well-trained children from the Myriad Tones workshop, each with an alluring and charming body. Today is my prince's treat. Let's go and have a good time and have a good competition." At the same time, the figure of the dragon's seal appeared in the line of sight of several people. He was only seen shaking his head and strutting in, shouting, Yesterday's old also did make old 8 my heart admire, but today's old also must be bowed down by my divine valor and invincibility. Ha ha ha. Ga, plop. In the next second, the voice of the dragon seal came to an abrupt end. Then his legs went weak and he fell straight to his knees, only to see Long Chi-yue sitting on the first seat of the council chamber quietly looking at him. The eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Whose head are you going to cut off? Long Yin instantly panicked, his whole body trembling in fear. He came in on his knees directly from outside the council chamber. Imperial sister, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you. Because of the urgency of the situation, the Empress and Lin flew from the palace to the royal mansion by imperial air before dawn. That's why there was no dragon carriage entourage outside the royal residence. And Long Ying didn't even know that it was the Empress herself. Slap, snap snap snap. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Ying directly began to draw his own mouth. And he was afraid that the Empress wouldn't be satisfied. So he pumped hard. Long Chi-yue ignored the dragon seal and looked towards Junwuan. Brother Wang, I wonder if there has been any news of Yafu in recent days? Takeuchi left home a few months ago and has not returned. Now that the Jinyu kingdom is facing a great enemy, Manhwa can be said to be in internal and external trouble, and it is only safer if the king of Ding sits in the town. Wan Jun shook his head and said in a deep voice, Father went to the secret realm of the Wooden Moon half a year ago and has not been heard from since. But if he receives the news of the Jinyu kingdom's army pressing in, he will surely rush back at the first opportunity. Wanjin then stood up. Your Majesty, it is time for me to move. He then turned his head to Wu Yi and took out a gold and jade token. It is the order of the head of the Wu family. Yuri, I don't know when I'll be able to return from my father's trip to the northern border. During this time, the Wu family is in your hands. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have given Wu Yito such a heavy responsibility. After all, he was very uneasy with how sketchy the previous Wu Yi had to be. But now, he thinks his son is worthy of his trust. Wu Yi and Yuja stood up at the same time. He took the token and solemnly said, Father, don't worry. I will keep the house and protect my sister-in-law. As he spoke, he backhanded Yuja's tender little hand. Swish! In that instant, two gazes simultaneously landed on the hands the two were pulling. Long Chi-yu, Li-in, Yuja? She was also startled by Wu Yi's sudden action and was about to pull her hand back in a hurry. In his heart, he cursed this kid for being so crazy. There are so many people here. How dare he mess up like this? But who would have guessed that Wu Yi's grip was tight? She struggled twice to no avail, and had no choice but to give up. But at the same time, the uncontrollable trace of sweet shyness in her heart made her unable to help for lowering her head and blushing her cheeks. Wanjin looked at Yuja's reaction, wanting to say something but not saying anything. At this time, Long Chi-yu suddenly asked out loud, Yuja, I remember that you are the daughter of the former Jinbei General Yu Quan-shun? Yuja hurriedly answered yes. Your Majesty, Yu Quan-shun is none other than my father. Long Chi-yu's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, purposely sweeping a glance at Wu Yi then said, It's hard to be a widow for 5 years at such a young age. General Yu is a loyal official who died for his country. You are also qualified to join my royal family after being a loyal martyr. Takeshi? He felt bad at once. Long Chi-yu ignored Wu Yi and said to herself, It just so happens that 8th brother has also reached marriageable age, and indeed needs a calm and sensible wife to discipline him properly. Now I have decided to give the marriage Yuja to the 8th prince Long Jiayin, and wait for the 9th princess to get married immediately after the marriage. Long Yin? What? When these words came out, several people present were shocked. Yuja's face was suddenly pale to the core. Jun Wuan quickly said, Your Majesty, please don't. Wu Yi was even more direct and loud. No, of course not. Yuja is his trip love. How can she marry someone else? Long Chi-yu's phoenix eyes flashed with a touch of huff. Could it be that the Seiji is going to disobey orders? Who would have thought that Wu Yi wouldn't be the least bit abashed, protecting Yuja behind him? It's not that I want to disobey. It's that His Majesty is forcing me to do so. Yuja can only be my Wu family's daughter-in-law for the rest of her life. No one can take her away. At the same time he was wondering, what on earth is this Empress mad about today? Now that the enemy is at hand and there are internal and external problems, why would you do such a stupid thing at this juncture? Long Chi-yue looked deeply at Wu Yi, then glanced at the already confused Long Jianin. The frightened opponent continued to furiously smack his own mouth, not daring to let out a single fart. 8th brother has always liked Yuja. I think the two of them are very suitable. Ask him if you don't believe me. Long Yin looked at the ill-faced Wu Yi, and then at the oppressive Long Chi-yue, and was completely confused. No. What's going on here? How did this fire get on me? This, like it or not. I like it or not. But in the end, he still couldn't carry the enormous pressure Long Chi-yue brought to him, and could only lower his head and say vaguely, Love. It's, A smug smile floated on the corner of Long Chiyu's lips. Seiji heard it. The 8th prince still likes Yuja even now. I can guarantee that 8th brother will only have Yuja as his wife in this life, and will definitely not treat her poorly. Wui laughed in exasperation. Joke, my sister-in-law. He has to marry her just because he says he likes her? What logic? Then I still like the 9th princess. Why won't his majesty let me marry? Long Chiyue's face was covered in frost, and she suddenly shouted angrily. Unbridled. Chapter 25, Super Martial Genius, Dragon's Bane Seal. The Angry Empress. Wui was even less abashed and stepped forward. I'm going to have a little fun today. As he spoke, he took out the dragon martial sword from his spatial ring and slapped it directly onto the table. The late emperor's imperial dragon martial sword is here. Your majesty, are you going to kill me? Wui, put my words down here today. My sister-in-law can only be my Wu family's daughter-in-law. Even if the god of heaven comes, it's no good. Not to mention the remaining 4 at the moment. Even Long Chiyue was clearly a bit confused. She didn't expect Wu Yi to be so rigid that he dared to go against her. The Empress, for the sake of Yuja, even moved the dragon martial sword out. Yuja nervously tightened her grip on Wu Yi's hand. She didn't expect Wu Yi to protect her even at the risk of killing her head, which really shook her inside and moved her beyond words. But she couldn't harm Wu Yi. It's her robbery. She suffers on her own and never involves others. Big deal. Just cut your own throat. Your Majesty. But who would have thought that just as Yuja opened her mouth, Wu Yi glared at her and said in a very domineering manner, "Stay out of this, sister-in-law. No one can force you if you don't want to." Despite his words, he had also been observing Long Chiyue's favor, but to his surprise, this empress's favorability rose instead of falling. 7. The atmosphere of the scene had dropped to freezing point at this moment, just when several people thought that Long Chiyu was about to get angry. Who would have thought that she suddenly smiled faintly in a very rare manner? And her words were even full of appreciation. Worthy of the bloodline of the Wu family. The guts of the world's son. I have truly seen it today. With that said, she looked to Wuan Jun. From time immemorial, it is he who protects his family who protects his country. Brother Wang can now rest assured that the Wu family will be handed over to Wu Yi, right? Besides, I'll take care of the Wu family. A few people? Wu Anjuan patted Wu Yi's shoulder with great relief. Good son. Father is completely relieved. As the words fell, he disappeared in a flash, having transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. At the same time, there was the sound of his cheerful laughter that faded into the distance. Dad is proud of you. Ha ha ha. Takeshi? What the hell? He told me what this empress was mad about today. So it was to help Wanjin test him on purpose? Longyin was trembling with anger and clenched his fists. Hooray! I'm the only one who gets bullied in the end, aren't I? Well. Today's insult will be remembered by this prince. But after he noticed Long Chiyue's eyes, he instantly wimped out again and obediently pumped his mouth. At this time, Long Chiyue stood up and walked outside, while saying to Wu Yi, "Yuja is your eldest sister-in-law. It's easy to be criticized, but after this is accomplished, I can promise her a title that will shut up the whole world." Wu Yi was delighted in his heart and hurriedly said, "Thank you, your majesty." In other words, he only needs to get Su Yangfeng killed in the martial arts competition this time. Then Long Chiyue would send down a decree to bestow the marriage and betroth Yuja to him. By the time the empress herself gives the marriage, who will dare to talk behind her back? In fact, he really didn't care about fame or anything, but one had to think of the King Ding's house in Yuja. But there was a cold snort as Riwon passed him by. Mouth. It was just that Wu Yi realized that the other party's favorability had actually dropped from 31 at the beginning of the day to 17. What? With the Empress and Liyin both having just turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Only then did Longyin finally let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Holy, old also, this prince really shouldn't have come today. I just wanted to invite you to have some fun at the Myriad place. So who do you think I'm looking to mess with? But who would have thought that in the next second, Wu Yi would instantly storm up. One grabbed the dragon seal collar and pressed it down on the chair, and slammed it with the merit hammer. I think you're an old man eating arsenic, too long to live? How dare you like my sister-in-law? I'll hammer you to death. Dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. The miserable screams of the dragon seal immediately resounded throughout the Ding King's mansion. Ah, holy, stop it. I'm getting dizzy. Don't hammer, brother. I was wrong. I don't like sister-in-law. I was also forced by imperial sister. Wu Yi continued with a flurry of hammers, asking questions as he did so. Who forced it? The royal sister forced me to. Who forced it? Imperial sister forced. You also see. Is the imperial sister forced old also? Takeshi also smacked his lips. I'd like to see it. While hammering the dragon seal, he also curiously checked the information of the other party. He can view anyone's information. The difference being that men's information is simpler. Name, Lung Quan In. Age, 18. Cultivation, martial artist I. Root bone, spiritual extreme. More dragon bloodline, spiritual root bone is categorized from low to high, lower, middle, upper, extreme, perfect. Identity, the 8th son of the late Emperor Longchen, the 8th prince of the Manhwa Empire. Evaluation, a life dedicated to messing up the two pussy, but at the same time is also very smart, know how to hold back. A cheap bone. Its life as a tortoise. Wu Yi's heart suddenly jumped hard. A spirit grade extreme root bone? Surprisingly, it was one level higher than Empress Long Chiyue. Nice guy. Who would have thought that a waste of a prince who could only eat and wait for death would be a hidden super martial arts genius? Think about it. Since ancient times, emperors have had no relatives, and siblings were rivals in an unimaginably cruel way. As the 8th prince, the dragon is young and weak and does not have an advantage. If he hadn't known how to hold back and disguise himself as a loser who wasn't interested in power, he might have died a long time ago. Long Qiyu and Long Jiuli were blood sisters. As for Long Jiayin, his birth mother died of illness when he was young. He and Long Jiuli had been Long Qiyue's followers since they were young, so the three of them had deep feelings. It was also thanks to the fact that it was now Long Qiyu who was claiming the title of emperor. If another imperial son or daughter were to sit on the throne, the dragon seal would have absolutely no good fruit to eat. Seeing that the dragon seal had already been hammered by him to the point of delirium paralyzed on the chair, Wu Yi faintly said, "Sister-in-law, you go out first and forbid anyone to come near the council chamber." Yuja seemed to have guessed something when she saw Wu Yi's gloomy face. "Okay, I'll have Uncle 6 and Uncle 7 keep watch themselves." The 6 uncles and 7 uncles she was talking about were Wu Lu and Wu Qi. When Yuja left and only the two of them were left in the council chamber, Wu Yi said, "Buster, we've been friends for years. Today, this son of the world will send you a creation." He then switched to the 4th hammer, quenching into steel. Long Yin wanted to hold back and hide his clumsiness. He naturally wouldn't hammer the other party's cultivation. The hammer is the root bone. Today, it is estimated that it can be raised to spiritual perfection. Not to mention the Longhua Empire. Even looking at the entire Yuanwu continent, it was a stunning super genius. Clank. As Wu Yi struck down with his hammer, the dragon birdseed, who was already on the verge of fainting, suddenly let out a miserable cry. He just felt like all the bones in his body were going to fall apart. Ah, it hurts. Old, also you are crazy. Are you going to kill me? This emperor will fight you. Wu Yi, however, ignored the other party and held him down with one hand and hammered him without saying a word. Gradually, Long Yin's miserable screams became smaller and smaller, replaced by muffled grunts. Eventually, he could only slump into the chair and give up struggling, like a tender young girl who has been wantonly bullied. Tears of humiliation flowed from the corners of his eyes. Today's insults will be doubled by this prince in the future. Ah, ouch. Back to the palace. Long Qiyu's absolutely beautiful face was covered in frost. No longer able to suppress the anger in his heart, he completely snapped. "Good for you, Wu Yi. How dare you? Let loose." Chapter 26, There is dancing in literature and manhwa in martial arts. "Good for you, Wu Yi. How dare you? Let loose. How dare he go against me for a woman? Is he really not afraid of death? Li Yin, you say, is he crazy?" Li Yin, who was standing at the side, was startled. It was the first time she had seen the Empress get so angry, but at this moment, Long Qiyue was angry. She couldn't continue arching her fire. "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Wu Yi has indeed been too reckless today and deserves to die. But as your Majesty said, he who protects his family protects his country. And that's the nature of my Longhua men. Today's test is enough to prove that Wu Yi is a reliable person who values love and justice." Long Qiyu raised her eyes and glanced at her, secretly saying in her heart, "Starting to elbow your way out so soon?" Li Yin was so vainly looked at by the Empress that she hurriedly bowed her head in silence. Fuming, Long Qiyue's mind returned to a steady state. With Kim Woo-guk's sudden outburst, Seo Hyun will surely seize this opportunity to make a big move. Keep an eye on them. 3 reports a day. No mistakes. Here, Li Yin led the way. And at this time the Prime Minister's residence. Seo Hyun was very happy and let out a laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, what a godsend. I didn't expect Kim Woo-guk to make a sudden move at this time." Wu Yuan is not in Longhua. Relying on Jun Wuan and King Pingnan alone will not be able to stop Ke Yizhenhong, who has the cultivation of a martial emperor. Su Yongfeng nodded and smiled. Wait until Wu Yi and Prince Dian all die in the martial arts tournament in a few days. At that time, when the northern border is at war, and Dian is at war with Longhua, Long Qiyue will definitely be distracted. King Anton and us are on the same boat. He will also do everything he can to bring down Long Qiyu this time. But what my grandson is worried about is whether we can resist the joint attack of the Jinyu Kingdom and Great Yen after Long Qiyue falls. Although the Su family had been secretly developing for so many years, they did hold a very large amount of energy in their hands. But it's still not at all at the point of being able to fight against two empires. King Pingxi Su Jinghua smiled without a care in the world. Fomer is being overly concerned. Your aunt has also recently emerged from the customs. At that time, who cares how many martial emperors he has? Kill them all and see who can stop my Su family from unifying Longhua? Speaking here, Su Jinghua grunted and sneered. As for the king of Anton, if he obeys, I'll give him a prince. If he doesn't, then he'll die with Long Qiue and the Ding King's mansion. Upon hearing this, Su Yangfeng was overjoyed in his heart. Auntie out? That makes it more secure. 2 years ago Auntie was already at the 4th level of martial emperor cultivation. Now that she's been in seclusion for 2 years, I wonder how strong she'll be? This good things are really coming one after the other. It's really God's help for my Su family. Danqing Su, one of the most recognized cultivation talents in the Longhua Empire for hundreds of years, and also the crown princess of Longhua, the spirit great extreme root bone, and even the legendary Yuan spirit body. At that time, she and Wu Yi's third uncle, Wu Anhua, were known as the Great Twins. He was even known as Dan Sheng in literature and Hua in martial arts. One refers to the Prime Minister's residence, and Wu refers to the King Ding's residence. However, Su Danqing had just been given in marriage by the late emperor to the Crown Prince Long Tiansheng at the age of 16 when she was accepted as a personal disciple by the master of the Bai sect. Dive in and practice without questioning the world. It is now exactly 20 years old. Righteous father is above. Please accept the obeisance of Een. Father is dead. From now on, you're my father. At this moment, the dragon seal was really unusually excited. He only thought at first that Wu Yi was simply trying to hammer him. However, he never expected that Wu Yi was actually enhancing his root bones. It's really as good as a rejuvenation. Although he had held back and hid his clumsiness all these years, he had never given up on becoming a truly strong person. Actually, he's been waiting. When Long Qi you can completely unify Longhua, then he was able to start powering up without any worries under Long Qiyue's shelter. The dragon seal had confidence. With his spirit great perfection root bone, it would only take 20 years for him to stand at the top of the martial arts path. At this moment, Wu Yi's face was a bit pale, because the dragon's bone seal root bone grade was too high, and hammering it up especially consumed mental energy. Recognize your father or worship your master. Longing thought seriously for a moment and smiled sarcastically. It's better to worship the master. If I recognize my father, my royal sister will have to tear me into pieces. Master is above. Please accept the obeisance of the seal. Takashi smacked his lips and laughed. This Seiji is very strict about accepting disciples, but since the 8th prince wants to progress so much, then master will reluctantly accept you, said he, holding out his hand. The worship fee is 1 million spirit stones, and you're going to give me 10 million. What do you say? He is very short of money right now, and he wants it for a great purpose naturally. But don't look at him as the son of the King Ding's residence, but because the Wu family is full of loyalty and clean style. In fact, this son is not too rich. Seeing Wu Yi open his mouth to ask for $10 million, Long Jianin immediately stood up with a cry of alarm. Why don't you go grab it? Even if I'm a prince I can't get that much. Imperial sister is strict. I only have $1 million a month to spend. And didn't you say $1 million for worship? Why do you want $10 million? Wu Yi's mouth twitched at once. Listen, is this human talk? An ordinary person can only earn a few spirit stones after a month of hard work? Long Jianin, this punk gets $1 million a month for doing nothing? Sure enough, some are born cattle and horses. Some are born in Rome. Takashi deflated. It's nice that the worship fee is $1 million, but to be a man multiplied by 10, isn't that $10 million? As he spoke he got up and wrapped his arm around Long Yin's shoulders, following his lead. Hachi, that's where you're wrong. Master helped you raise your root bone to spirit great perfection. It's like the gift of rebuilding. Yet you're heartbroken over a mere $10 million? Have you forgotten that we have an old saying in Longhua? You tick 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 me, I clatter clatter you. Speak for yourself. Are you still a human being? Dragon seal. He's found a new continent again and comes to be interested. Wait master, what do you mean by that tick-tock? Wu Yi grunted with a haughty face. It means to return the favor of a drop of water. Doesn't a drop of water just tick? And a spring just clatter? The dragon seal was astonished. Can you still express yourself like that? This is good. This has to be learned. Takashi grunted. Now I'll ask you again. Is $10 million to pay for worship expensive? Longing shook his head repeatedly. It's not expensive. It's worth it. He then directly took off one of the spatial rings on his left hand and handed it to Wu Yi with great bravado. A mere $10 million. What's the big deal? Wu Yi was delighted in his heart and hastily picked it up. But my disciple only has $1 million now. I'll give you the rest afterward. Wu Yi, your mom's. but he eventually withdrew a mysterious organ. Okay, make up the rest as soon as you can. Now for the second condition. Long seal? There's a second one? Takeshi grunted. Nonsense. How can it be that easy to be this Seiji's disciple? This second condition is, I want to meet Gioli. You look at arranging it for master. Upon hearing these words, Longin jumped up with a shriek. What? You want to see the ninth sister? Are you crazy? Ninth sister is now the crown princess of Great Yen, and you still don't give up on her? Said he, waving his hand back and forth. Who doesn't know that you've always liked ninth sister? They're getting married soon and you still dare to go see them? If Imperial sister knew that I brought you to see ninth sister, she would tear me apart. In fact, with his penchant for getting into trouble, he found this quite exciting, but he was not afraid of anything but Long Chiyue. Wui had an expression of a child being unteachable, and continued to snub the dragon seal with his arm around his shoulder. Stupid. Stupid to the core. Let me ask you, why did His Majesty marry Gioli to Great Yen? Seeing the other frowning in contemplation, he went straight for the hammer. What is there to think about? Clank. Merit +1. Chapter 27. Empress shocked. The super genius of the past, Manhwa. Longin revealed a naive smile. Pretend to think seriously. It's not serious. After a moment he sighed. Of course I know that Imperial sister is trying to ease the relationship between Longhua and Great Yen. Ever since father passed away and Imperial sister ascended the throne this year, Dian has been eager to always stir up trouble, and even proposed a marriage very forcefully. Wu Yi patted the dragon seal's shoulder. Just so you know, in the year that His Majesty ascended the throne, Longhua was in a state of internal and external trouble. So in the face of Dian's strong marriage, even though she was angry and resisted inwardly, she had to endure the humiliation for the sake of the greater good. Then I ask you again, is Yuri willing to marry? Longin didn't even think about it and immediately shook his head. Then surely she didn't want to, but she still had to agree to it in order not to make things difficult for her imperial sister. Wui sat down on the chair and poured a cup of tea and took a sip before saying, let me ask you again, how is your relationship with Her Majesty's sisters? Longin said without thinking, then there's no need to ask? Although my royal sister, the ninth sister, and I are not from the same mother, we have an extremely deep bond. If it wasn't for Imperial sister protecting me all these years, I would have died 800 times, and I'll keep the favor in my heart. Yes. Wui stood up and patted Longyin's shoulder with a serious face. Now your sister has to endure humiliation for the greater good of LW. Your sister will be forced to marry far away from home, and will be held hostage in a cage where she will lose her freedom forever. As a younger brother, an older brother, a top man, shouldn't you do something for them? Seeing that the dragon seal had fallen into silence, Wui looked up at the ceiling and let out a long sigh. I feel my words have touched your soul. As to whether or not you can comprehend it, that's up to you. Figure it out and tell me. With those words, he turned away with a frustrated look on his face. But just as Wu Yi was about to walk out of the council chamber, the voice of the dragon's seal suddenly sounded behind him. Lao also, what should I do? Hearing you say that makes me itchy and now I want to like crazy. The corner of Wu Yi's mouth floated slightly as he turned around. Do the big one. The dragon's seal's eyes lit up. How? Stirring up a marriage between two countries. How do you stir? Arrange a meeting between me and Yuri, and leave the rest. Leave it to me. Long Yin's eyes became more and more excited, and his desire to mess things up became stronger and stronger. Okay, this prince is going out on a limb, but as you know, the ninth sister has always hated you. He won't see you. Wu Yi waved his hand and laughed. That's easy. I'll go to your chambers tomorrow. Just ask her over. I'll do the rest. Long Yin felt that it was feasible and nodded heavily. Good. Let's do it. With that he hemmed and hawed and gave a grin that any man would understand. Actually, I'd rather you take the ninth sister. Wouldn't we be kissing each other? Wu Yi laughed out loud. You brat. Master is deeply pleased. Ha ha ha. After the dragon's bird's eye seal left, Wu Yi also began to make preparations. Kim Woo-kook snapped too suddenly. Wanjin went to the northern border to defend the town. It now created a situation where he was facing the Su family alone and was under a lot of pressure, so he had to be prepared for anything. Otherwise, dead end. Uncle 6, Uncle 7. With Wu Yi's words, two figures had already appeared in the council chamber. What are your orders, Seiji? From now on, King Ding's residence is on first level alert. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my son's permission. And if you dare to let in a single fly, you'll all have your heads on a platter. Yes. Marshal 6 and Marshal 7 immediately led the way. Glancing at the merit points, Wu Yi smiled with great satisfaction. That's a total of 17,885 merit points now. Not bad progress. The dragon's bone seal root bone grade was too high, and Wu Yi hammered for a full 6 hours. It was a good thing that the other party had a low cultivation level and hammered quite fast. Merit points are wildly profitable at 11,200 points. Ha! How did I forget about this? Wooey flipped his hand and a crystal snow-white fruit appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was none other than the 7th order spiritual fruit snow spirit ginseng fruit that the Empress had given him. The snow spirit ginseng fruit emitted wisps of icy cold air from time to time, causing the temperature of the entire council chamber to harden by several degrees. Just by holding it in his hand he could feel the stinging sensation of that icy cold air into his bones. The 7th order snow spirit ginseng fruit is already worth a fortune. What about the 8th order? Wooey placed the snow spirit ginseng fruit on the table, and a thin layer of frost quickly formed on the tabletop. Then he took out his merit hammer and started knocking straight away. Third hammer, turning stone into gold. It can hammer everything in the world, and it can enhance the efficacy and grade. The only flaw is that you can't earn merit points. To put it bluntly, even a dog's tail grass could be hammered into a 9 heavenly spirit grass by Wooey. Of course, he wouldn't be idle enough to do that stupid thing. Clank! As the hammer struck down, the face of Wooey, who had been caught off guard, suddenly changed, only to see a strong icy cold energy suddenly erupt from the snow spirit ginseng fruit, nearly lifting him out of the air. I didn't expect such a big reaction from a hammering, and it consumes a lot of mental energy. But with the extreme recovery speed of the ice jade tears, hammering to the 8th rank is estimated to be a breeze. The 8th ranked snow spirit ginseng fruit was of incalculable value. It was absolutely priceless, and it could even make all the major empires and major powers fight head to head to compete for it. I don't know how much time has passed. Shoo away. Suddenly, a chilling energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the Wu family's council chamber, rising up into the sky and dispersing even the clouds in the sky. This icy cold chi even condensed out channels of ice over the Wu family, and it seemed that even space was about to be frozen, and the temperature of 1,000 meters in a radius had hardened and dropped by tens of degrees. The sudden appearance of the vision caused many people in the imperial city to pay attention and gather around, tooting and wondering. And at this moment, Long Chiyue, who was meditating and cultivating in the palace, abruptly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of King Ding's residence. Her expression was filled with horror. This scent, snow spirit ginseng fruit? This aura, 8th order? Wooey also did not expect that the snow spirit ginseng fruit's advancement to the 8th rank would cause such a big commotion. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He. You don't give a damn about the 7th ranked snow ginseng fruit, but if I take out an 8th order one, how should you? Chancellor Li, respond? Liyin is a pseudo-water spirit root body. Taking water attribute high-grade spirit material can purify the body to enhance the cultivation roots. The snow spirit ginseng fruit of the 8th rank had the potential to allow her to metamorphose into a true water spirit root body. I'm sure with this, Ryan's favorability will absolutely skyrocket. He was curious to know what goodies Re1, the number 2 trip love, could get him. Well, it's time to go find Uncle Sam. Va non wa. Back then, the Longhua Empire recognized one of the strongest cultivation talents, with a spirit-grade extreme root bone, and Su Danqing can be described as a golden couple made for each other. If it were not for the fact that the two families have always been hostile, it would be possible for them to tie the knot. 10 years ago at the young age of 26, Wu Anhua was already at the 6th level of martial king cultivation. The dazzle of his talent is unmatched, but he was unlucky and was seriously wounded in battle. The Dantian was destroyed, the meridians were broken, and from then on, he was reduced to an invalid. Although he saved his life, he ended up with a lifelong disability. In this world where martial arts were honored, having one's cultivation wasted was a very cruel thing, not to mention the super martial arts genius that was Wu Anhua. It's more painful than killing. In the past 10 years Wu Anhua has lost all fighting spirit, drinking all day long and locking himself up in the courtyard to see no one. And the person who wasted Wu Anhua back then was none other than the great general of the protectorate of the Jinyu kingdom, Kuyi Hong. So this time, Jun Wuan also went to the northern border with a full of anger. When he arrived at one of the most remote and quiet courtyards of the Ding King's residence, Wooey was stopped by a middle-aged man guarding the outside of the courtyard. Go back. Sango doesn't see anyone. For Wooey, the wasteful assholes who could only eat and wait for death on weekdays. Wu Si was disappointed from the bottom of his heart, but it's the hateful kind. After all, Wooey was also the one he had watched grow up, no different from his own son. Although he had also heard about Wu Yi's performance above the court yesterday, his preconceived ideas were hard to change. Wooey didn't talk nonsense and directly took out the family head's order that Wu and Jun had given him. Fourth uncle, can't even the family head's order work? I am now the master of the Wu family, and no one may disobey my orders. Wu Yuan had 3 biological sons and adopted 4 righteous sons. Wu 4, Wu 5, Wu 6, Wu 7, but Wu sacrificed himself a few years ago. Wu Si frowned. He also didn't expect Jun Wooin to give such an important family head order to Wu Yi. Though he was displeased, he dutifully stepped aside and whispered instructions. Sango's mood has been getting worse lately, so don't say anything to irritate him. Wu Yi smiled and patted Wu Si's shoulder. Okay, Uncle 4, do I need your advice on this? Looking at Wu Yi's back as he pushed the door and walked in, Wu Si secretly said in his heart, this kid was beaten by the 9 princesses and seems to be a different person. Did grow up? Just as he walked into the small courtyard, a strong scent of alcohol hit his nose. Just under the old acacia tree in the small courtyard, a man with disabled legs sunk his body into a recliner and turned his side to the courtyard door. Long, unkempt hair and a beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in a while. He was carrying a jug of wine feebly in his hand, with the mouth of the jug pointing downwards, and a stream of clear wine was flowing continuously onto the ground. And around him, there were many empty wine jugs scattered horizontally. Decadence. Dead silence. Who would have thought that the once spirited and stunning Wu Anhua would now be disheveled into this state? Uncle San, long time no see. Wu Yi smiled and walked forward. At the same time he was checking Wu Anhua's information, but in the next second, his pupils suddenly shrunk. The heart was appalled to the core. What? Chapter 28, A True Martial Genius. A Hidden Sharp Edge. Name, Wu Anhua. Age, 36. Cultivation level, 7th level of martial arts. Roots and bones, spiritual, perfect. Yuan Yang divine body, not fully awakened. After awakening can reach divine lower roots and bones. Identity, 3rd son of King Wu Yuan of Ding, former right general of the Zhenbei army. No. 2 in the Longhua ranking. No. 8 in the inner region's wind and cloud ranking. Evaluation, the heart has the will of the swan. Also has the heart of the strong. With the unyielding will to ignite the indomitable fire of the heart to break and then stand up. Can create miracles of the generation of the pride of heaven? After reading Wu Anhua's message, Wu Yi was appalled to the core. Isn't his uncle's meridian broken and his dantian wasted? Why would you have a cultivation level of 7th level of martial zone? Moreover, the root bone grade was even stronger than before. Surprisingly, it was spirit grade perfection. Even more so, he would be able to reach the divine root bone after his Yuan Yang divine body was fully awakened. This. It's unbelievable. Wu Yi calmed his excitement and walked forward, sitting down on the stool next to Wu Anhua. Third uncle, it's no fun to drink alone. Nephew will drink with you? As he spoke, he picked up a jug of wine from the ground and touched it with Wu Anhua before directly drawing a large mouthful. Wu Anhua seemed to have only just woken up leisurely from his lethargy, a pair of empty and lifeless eyes looking at Wu Yi through his dry and messy long hair, looking a bit puzzled. You are, ear? Wu Yi said in his heart. You're just pretending. Third uncle, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Wu Anhua didn't react too much, but closed his eyes once again and faintly said, Get out. Sure you want to kick me out? Wu Anhua responded with silence. Wu Yi stood up and smiled. Alright third uncle, then you rest. Just in time for me to tell grandpa and father the happy news of your remodeling of your Dantian martial sex 7th level of cultivation. I think the two of them should be very excited, right? Wu Yi was about to turn around and leave, but Wu Anhua clutched his wrist. He looked back and met a pair of glowing eyes. How did you know? At this moment, Wu Anhua was very shocked inside. One must know that the matter of his regathering of the Dantian had been concealed even from Wu Yuan and Wu Enjun. So how did Wu Yi know about it? Takeshi grinned and avoided answering. Uncle San, stop pretending. You say it's okay for you to lie to others, but even to our own relatives, you're really cruel too. Over the years because of Wu Anhua's matter, although Wu Yuan and Wu Anjun did not say anything on their lips, the pain in their hearts was obvious to anyone. Wu Anhua gave him a deep look. Sit down. Wu Yi sat down again and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Let's uncle and nephew stop hiding and give me a confession. Since he was dismantled by Wu Yi, Wu Anhua simply stopped pretending. I'm not trying to hide it. I'm just going with the flow. Since the late emperor fell and the new emperor ascended the throne this year, Su Xian's wolfish ambitions have become more and more obvious. And with Dian and Jinyu Kingdom watching intently, Longhua can be considered to be in internal and external trouble. And once Longhua is in trouble, the first to bear the brunt will be the King Ding's residence. Wu Yi took over the conversation in that case. Third uncle is trying to hold back to unsheath his sword at a critical moment? Wu Anhua nodded undeniably. Not bad. Since the world knows I'm wasted, I might as well be wasted too. Wu Yi asked again with great curiosity. Third uncle, I'm wondering, how did you reunite your Dantian? It was important to know that a martial artist's Dantian was very important, and once it was destroyed it was also very difficult to repair. This belonged to the category of irreversible damage, and it was the higher the cultivation root and bone the harder it was to repair it, unless there was a high-grade heavenly material, or the legendary 8th grade spirit elixir, 8 treasures true elixir. It would work, But heavenly treasures and 8th order spirit pills like that were almost all treasures of the world, and even the extremely energetic martial abyss couldn't just get them. Wu Anhua laughed, a flash of unyielding tenacity and celebration in his eyes. Coincidentally, I practiced an internal breathing technique in my early years, and even without cultivation I was able to breed a trace of special qi in my body. I always feel that this kind of qi seems to be able to simulate a gaseous dantian if it can be accumulated in small amounts, but this qi can't stay in the body for too long before it dissipates, so I have to keep trying. At first I could only keep 3 qi, then 10 courses, 50 courses, 100 courses. As he spoke, he sighed with a hint of reminiscence on his face. In 9 years, I failed 831 times. It wasn't until a year ago that I finally compressed 999 qi into a single gas dantian, combined with the 10,000-year-old dragon bloodwood root that father had begged the late emperor for in his early years. This is how the dantian can be completely remodeled. At this moment, Wu Anhua is talking about one of the most painful experiences of his life in the flattest tone. Wu Yi nodded his head without saying anything, only touching the wine pot with Wu Anhua and taking a large sip. Imagine that. A generation of heaven's pride was reduced to an invalid, and the magnitude of the blow of that difference between heaven and earth was simply unimaginable. The average person would have killed himself long ago, but Wu Anhua not only did not let it sink in, but even kept trying to remodel the dantian to step back on the road of martial arts. 9 years, 9 whole years of trying, 9 whole years of failing. This resilience alone is enough to inspire admiration. As for that 10,000-year-old dragon bloodwood root, Wu also knew. This was a unique national treasure of the imperial family of the Longhua Empire, which was rumored to have the efficacy of raising the dead and purifying the bloodline. 10 years ago, when his third uncle had just fallen from a generation of heavenly pride, Wu Yuan had asked the late emperor for a piece of dragon bloodwood root to use to repair Wu Anhua's meridians in Dantian, only that there had been a delay because there was no other heavenly material to go with it. Uncle Sam, that means you only used a mere year to recultivate your cultivation from 0 to the 7th level of martial zone? Wu Anhua glanced at the somewhat stunned Wu Yi through the long, disheveled hair on his forehead and laughed. What's so hard about it? It's just a matter of retracing my steps. This is indeed true. 10 years ago, Wu Anhua was at the 6th level of martial king cultivation, with the previous experience and insights of the previous experience and insights. Recultivating nowadays is equivalent to an open book exam, and it will take many fewer detours. After a pause, a flash of extreme arrogant confidence flashed across Wu Anhua's eyes. Give Uncle Sam another year. No, 6 months. Within half a year, Uncle Sam will surely return to the top, even surpassing his former self. Takeshi also smacked his lips. I know, Uncle San, geniuses like you are arrogant in your bones, but what if I said I could get you back on top in 7 days? What do you say? Manhwa? He was stunned at first, then shook his head feeling a bit ridiculous, only thinking that Wu Yi was joking. 7 days? Letting me go back from the 7th level of martial zone to the 6th level of martial king? Wu Yi nodded seriously. Well, maybe 7 days is more than enough to say. 3 or 5 days is about right if nothing else affects it. Or stronger. Upon hearing this, Wu Anhua suddenly laughed out loud, his body permeated with biting arrogance. Ha ha ha, you kid is really daring too? Of the billions and billions of martial artists in this great world, who dares to say that they have broken through from the 7th level of martial zone to the 6th level of martial king in 7 days? Impossible. Totally impossible. And even if that method did exist, I wouldn't choose it. My path of martial arts is mine to walk, and every step will leave my Wu Anhua's own footprints. Clank. Merit +1. But suddenly, Wu Anhua's laughter came to an abrupt end. He turned his head violently to look at Wu Yi. To be precise, he looked at the merit hammer. This was because with Wu Yi's sudden hammering, his cultivation had actually grown by a hair. It was just a little bit, but he was still keenly aware of it. Looking at the confused Wu Anhua, Wu Yi grinned. No one else can, but I can. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Chapter 29. 10 Years of Hiding. Returning. Still the king. The 4th hammer, hardening into steel, can hammer someone's soul, physique, cultivation, and roots. Only hammer cultivation was painless, and would only feel the exhilaration of increased cultivation and nothing else. Wu Yi knew that every genius had their own pride. Paranoid, arrogant. It always feels like an insult to your character to accept help from others, but that was because they hadn't really experienced the thrill of this surge in strength. To put it bluntly, it's just tough talk. As Wu Yi began to hammer, Wu Anhua's expression changed from his initial confusion to one of intense horror. How is this possible? He clearly felt that with every hammer Wu Yi struck, a ball of pure yuan qi would emerge from his body out of nowhere and melt into his dantian. Just a little while would catch up to his days of hard training. At this time, Wu stopped and deliberately asked with a smile on his face, "Third uncle, now I'm going to ask you once more. There's this method of rapidly raising your cultivation in front of you. Do you want it?" Wu Anhua came back from the thick shock. His heart appalled. He hesitated for a split second, surprisingly still very hard. "Don't. My martial arts path. I want to walk on the ground step by step. Taking shortcuts is a shame to me." Tough talk. Ha. Ro. Wu also firmly believes that the law of true fragrance will hit every stiff upper lip in the face. Go ahead and start pounding. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Seeing Wu knocking with a flurry of knocks without his consent, Wu Anhua instantly became angry and directly rebuked angrily. "Stop. There are no shortcuts on the path of true martial arts. You're destroying my heart of martial arts." Takashi didn't say anything and continued to knock. Bull ****** dog. He didn't believe that with his Uncle Sam's resilient nature, his moral heart could still be destroyed because of this. Clang, clang, clang. Merit +1. That's enough. Don't make me angry. It's an insult to me that my natural talent doesn't yet care to use such speculative tactics. Clang, clang, clang. Merit +1. You've gone too far. Stop. Dang. I said I don't want it. Dang. No. Dang. Don't stop. It's breaking through. Wu. Looking at Wu Anhua, whose face carried a hint of embarrassment, he laughed out loud. Sure enough, the law of true scent will defeat every tough talker. Boom. As soon as his words fell, the aura on Wu Anhua's body suddenly skyrocketed. He directly broke through to the 8th level of martial zone. Wu Anhua hid his embarrassment by tilting his head and taking a large gulp of wine before sighing. What kind of hammer are you? How could it be so magical? Wu still avoided answering. Uncle Sam, convinced or not? A flash of powerlessness flashed in Wu Anhua's eyes as he took a deep breath and sighed. Ugh, to think that I, Wu Anhua, cultivated at the age of 3, a martial master at the age of 10, and a martial king at the age of 20. I don't dare to say that it's the first in the world, but it's also a rare talent in the world. But I didn't expect to be nearly shattered by a few of your hammers today. Wu laughed out loud. Don't take a hit, Uncle Sam, because a bigger one is yet to come. What does raising your cultivation count as? Today, I can make you the true #1 martial arts genius of the Yuan continent. Unrivaled. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Wu Anhua's eyes. The #1 martial arts genius? What does that mean? But soon he understood, and his heart was appalled to the core. You mean you can still enhance my root bones? But then he shook his head. It's impossible. After taking the 10,000-year-old dragon bloodwood, my root bone is now a spirit grade perfection, and it's only possible to raise it to a divine grade lower unless the Yuanyang divine body is fully awakened. But awakening the Yuanyang divine body must be inspired by an 8th ranked fire spirit ginseng. 8th rank spirit materials are already called rare treasures. How can they be so easy to find? Takeshi also laughed. When I say I can. Uncle San, bear with me. Lifting the root bone is particularly painful. It's starting. As he spoke, he began to hammer directly. Wu Anhua smiled indifferently and just wanted to say that a little pain was nothing. But in the next second, his face suddenly changed and he let out a muffled grunt. This hurts so much? Pa! The sharp pain that suddenly came from the bones all over his body made him unable to stop his body from trembling, and the wine pot in his hand was subconsciously pinched and burst. Wu hammered while also talking to divert Wu Anhua's attention. Third uncle, it's actually imminent to raise your strength. The Su family may make a big move recently. Grandfather went to the Muyu secret realm half a year ago and hasn't returned yet. And the Jinyu kingdom suddenly had a huge army pressuring the border. Father went to defend the northern border. Nowadays, the Wu family can only rely on you to carry the banner. Wu Anhua looks like a bookish person, but in reality, the toughness of the heart and arrogance is outrageous. Even the drilling pain of elevating the roots and bones could be quickly adapted to, and his face was as normal. I heard old Four chatter a few words yesterday, saying that you killed Su Yangshua and the minister of the household, Lin Bi, in front of His Majesty and the civil and military officials in the imperial court yesterday. Good boy. Worthy of being the seat of my Wu family. Ha ha ha. It was just that between the loud laughs, a flash of intense killing intent flashed across his eyes. In fact, even if Wu Yi didn't kill Su Yangshua, he would still avenge his nephew. 2 days ago when he heard that Wu Yi had drugged Princess Nine with the intention of misbehaving, he roughly figured it out. It could be a deliberate frame-up by the Su family. That's why he had killed Su Yangshua at that time. How dare you frame even his nephew Wu Anhua? Tired of living? Are you afraid that the Su family will secretly retaliate against you if your father goes to the northern border martial family without a martial king in place? but the odds are that the Su family won't be so stupid as to make a move on you at this juncture. Isn't that a clear indication to others that they killed you? Takeshi also shook his head. No, it's not the Seo family that I'm worried about killing me. Rather, revolt. Wu Anhua frowned slightly and muttered, rebellion? No reason? Although the Jinyu Kingdom's army is pressing in, the Su family's power isn't enough to fight against the imperial court. Although the Su family has formed a party over the years, the private sector has a great deal of energy in their hands, but they shouldn't be able to usurp the throne yet. After a pause, he added, I haven't stepped out of my house in these 10 years, but I basically know everything that's going on out there. Since she was a child, Long Chiyue had the boldness and tactics of an emperor, and her methods were ruthless and decisive. After only 1 year on the throne, the then popular Seo Hyun and his clique were suppressed to death by thunderous force, at least on the surface. With her talent for strategizing, it's unlikely that she'll easily give the Su family a chance to rebel. Who would have thought that just as Wu Anhua's words fell, Wu Yi hit the nail on the head. And what if we add Dai Yin to the mix? Wu Anhua turned his head violently to look at Wu Yi, his eyes showing a hint of horror. The key to this was quickly figured out. Are you saying that the Su family will make a move at the Yanlong martial meeting in 2 days? Wu Yi responded as he hammered. Well, it's possible. Suppose the great Yen crown prince died in Longhua. What do you think great Yen would do? Wu Anhua was appalled to the core. There's no need to ask. Naturally the whole country will be mobilized to attack Longhua. Wu Yi nodded. Even if the Empress of the day is more capable and has left more backstops, but they're also absolutely powerless against the combined forces of Jinyu Kingdom and Great Yen. Then the Su family took this opportunity to raise an army to rebel, and then it was even more difficult to return to heaven. But as soon as Long Chiyue falls, the first to die will be our Wu family. Wu Anhua's eyes narrowed slightly before he suddenly let out a loud laugh. Good boy, can it be that Long Jioli really woke you up? You're a far cry from the ignorant man you used to be. Can you not mention this? Wu Yi deflated and gave a few quick hammers that hurt Wu Anhua's mouth. Third uncle. In short, our Wu family and Long Chiyue are already tied to the same rope. One glory for all. One loss for all. That's why I said that improving your strength is imminent. Don't have any lumps in your heart. Wu Anhua laughed. Don't worry. Third uncle's Taoist heart isn't that fragile. Mostly it does feel good to improve so quickly, haha. Wu Yi was a bit speechless mouthful. At the same time he was completely relieved. His third uncle, the once heaven-opening blade, could now finally point his sword at the heavens once again. So what if you've been invisible for 10 years? The return of is still king. The palace. The hall of nourishment. Master, I have to trouble you to make a trip this time. On the soft couch sat an elegant and graceful woman. As for Empress Long Chiyue, she stood respectfully at the side. Chapter 30 Imperial Master Ling Yuxian, defining King Wu Yuan's fall. The palace. The hall of nourishment. Master, I have to trouble you to make a trip this time. On the soft couch sat an elegant and graceful woman. Her skin was snowy and pearly, and her features were exquisite to the point of flawless beauty. Her elegant and noble immortal aura alone is enough to kill 99% of the women in the world. Even Long Chiyue, who came with an imperial aura, couldn't suppress the powerful aura and charisma emanating from herself. She was Ling Yuxian, who was known as the #1 beauty of the Longhua Empire back then. It is also the imperial master who is now honored beyond measure. Ling Yuexian too. Looking at Long Chiyue who stood respectfully at the side, Ling Yuexian's beautiful eyes were filled with doting. Have you troubled Master less? You're the only disciple I have. Who will I help if not you at this juncture? Now that the Jinyu Kingdom's army is pressing in, and Wu Yuan has disappeared for half a year without returning, relying solely on the two martial kings, King Wuan and King Pingnan, can't hold off Kaijin Hong at all? So I'm the only one who'll go ahead and hold it back. Long Chiyue very rarely revealed a touch of a petulant-like smile, and she was simply a different person from her usual self. It seemed that only in front of Ling Yuxian would she unload her identity as an empress, like a child who had come home to his mother when he was in trouble. She then asked with a worried look on her face as her willow brows lightly twisted. Master, is the sudden outburst of Jin Yuguo related to subfather? Ling Yuexian's face slightly floated with a touch of sadness as she stood up and slowly paced. It should be. The first reason for Master to go to the Wood Moon mysterious realm this time is to seek the heavenly treasure Dragon Whiskers to help you purify the divine dragon bloodline once again. And the second is to look for Wu Yuan. But I didn't find him even when I entered the secret realm of the Wooden Moon for 3 whole months. Coupled with Jinyu Kingdom's perverse move of suddenly attacking Longhua this time, I'm afraid that Wu Yuan is in for a rough ride. Long Qiyu fell into silence for a moment. Over the years, because of the deterrence of Wu Yuan, the definitive king, the Jinyu Kingdom had been docile. But this time, they dared to be so arrogant. That would be enough to show that Jin Wukoku knew something about Wu Yuan. Possibly. Fallen. Master, I actually don't care about one Jinyu kingdom alone. What I'm worried about is other countries intervening to unite with the Jinyu kingdom to attack Longhua. Take for example, Great Yen. Great Yen has been trying to annex Longhua. One has to be on guard. Long Qiyu's brain was definitely smart. She had even anticipated that the Su family would make a move to mess with the Great Yen Crown Prince at the Yen-Long martial arts meeting, provoking a war between the two countries. At that time, there would be the strong enemies of the Jinyu kingdom and Great Yen on the outside, and the Su family would raise an army to rebel on the inside. The situation will be unfavorable. Ling Yuexian smiled faintly. What's done is done, and we're not a bunch of jerks. Let's wait and see what happens. After a pause she steepled her words, her eyes full of wonder. By the way, do you know what Master found when he first came to the palace? Seeing Long Qiyue's eyes showing doubt, she said in a single word, the root bone of the dragon's bird's nest seal is already spirit grade. Perfection. What? Completion? Long Qiyue's curved eyelashes rose slightly, and her eyes flashed with a color of shock. In fact, she had already known that the root bone of the dragon seal was a spirit grade extreme, but she could tell the other woman was trying to hide it so she never broke it down. But why was it suddenly elevated to perfection? It was important to know that the enhancement of the root bone was very, very difficult, and the higher the grade, the more difficult it was. Suddenly, Long Qiyue's mind flashed through Wui's figure, and her pupils suddenly shrunk. Could it be him? In this instant, her heart was appalled to the extreme. She only thought that that little wooden hammer of Wui's that could raise her cultivation level was already quite unbelievable. I didn't realize that even the root bones could be improved. Ling Yuexian paced slowly with light lotus steps, not noticing Long Qiyue's unusual expression, but said to herself, not only that, but when my master was passing by the Ding King's residence, he sensed a trace of imperial aura in the darkness. The Wu family is afraid that it will produce an amazingly powerful person who can step into the emperor realm. The emperor's realm. It is the lifelong goal of millions of martial artists. It is likewise an unclimbable moat. Martial king cultivation was already the mainstay of the country or the major sects. A first-class expert. Martial emperors could already be called top-tier powerhouses that were rare in the world. It was rare, but there were always a few in every empire or great power. But the martial emperor realm, not a single one in the inner domain. To put it in no uncertain terms, a single martial emperor could sweep through hundreds of countries and sect forces in the inner domain. Hearing Ling Yuexian say this, Long Qiyue's heart became even more certain. It's definitely Wu Yi. There's no mistaking it. But what she doesn't know is this. The imperial qi Ling Yuexian felt was from Wu Anhua. And that trace of imperial qi was actually the root bone of Wu Anhua's imminent metamorphosis to divine grade. Technically, it's called shenanigans. The following day at noon, Takashi, who was dreaming beautifully, was pulled up by Yuja. Sister-in-law, stop it, let me sleep again. His dazed eyes were full of exhaustion. Yesterday, he had hammered from yesterday afternoon until early this morning in order to enhance Wu Anhua's root bone, almost exhausting him to the point of becoming a dog. But it's good to be happy with the results. Wu Anhua's divine lower root bone, and he also earned more than 10,000 merit points. Moreover, Wu Anhua's root bone was elevated to the divine level, and along with it, his cultivation had also broken through to the first level of martial king. Now Wu Yi has a total of 31,000 merits saved up. At this rate, he would be able to save 60,000 or 70,000 in time for the Yanlong martial arts meeting the day after tomorrow. At that time, he would definitely be able to crush the 8 parties and become famous in one battle. Looking at Wu Yi, who was full of fatigue, Yujia's eyes were full of favor and heartache. The 8th prince has sent the red flame dragon riders to fetch you into the palace and has been waiting for quite some time. Hearing Yuja say this, Wu Yi instantly sobered up. Yeah, today is the day to hammer Long Jiuli. This is the right thing to do. Hammering Long Jiuli's favorability up to 90 would give him the ability to breed a holy merit technique or a holy weapon. That's the most important thing up front. He then got out of bed and washed and dressed with Yuja's help. Looking at Yuja, who was carefully organizing his clothes, Wu Yi hemmed and hawed. Sister-in-law is so pretty today. Yuja's curved eyelashes rose and she glared at him without any good reason. Wasn't I pretty before? I mean, you're even more beautiful today than you were yesterday. And you'll be even more beautiful tomorrow than you are today. Yuja blushed slightly and gave him a blank look. Poor mouth. In fact, since yesterday when Wu Yi dared to contradict the Empress for her, she realized that her feelings towards Wu Yi seemed to have changed. It was a sentiment that could make her blush. She knew she couldn't, but she just couldn't help it. 6th uncle, follow me into the palace. Just as he stepped out of the Wu family, Wu Yi saw a luxurious carriage, which was specially sent by Long Jiayin to pick him up. The ones pulling the cart were naturally the 2 mighty and domineering red flame dragon riders. Wu Yi sat inside the carriage, and Wu Lu naturally followed outside in imperial flight. protecting it with him. His main purpose of entering the palace today was to hammer the 9th princess Long Jiuli. With Long Jiuli's looks that can almost rival Long Chiyue's, a score of 95 or more is appropriate. But that chick chokes me when we meet. It's not good. Chapter 31, Attacked Halfway. Crisis of Life and Death. Conceiving a baby was extremely important. Whether it was for Wu Yi to obtain a holy weapon or a holy merit technique, it could bring about a qualitative leap. Take for example the sacred artifact Ice Jade Tears that Yuja had birthed for him. How else could he save more than 30,000 merit points in just 2 or 3 days? There is another very important point. Pregnant babies above 90 goodwill could breed 1 holy power for him every day. And currently Yuja had already birthed 2 holy power. It exceeded the Yuanwu continent's Yuan Qi by an unknown number of levels. That's an energy that only a saint can master. The 2 mighty and domineering red flame dragon riders pulled the luxurious carriage and flew all the way to the palace by stepping into the air, causing the crowd below to frequently tilt their heads, their expressions full of envy. After all, the carriage pulled by the red flame dragon riders was not for everyone. But right at this moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly struck Wu Lu's heart. His face changed drastically, and his martial zone 9th level aura instantly erupted. Where are you from? Are you looking for death? Without thinking, a silver lance appeared out of thin air in his hand and stabbed violently at the void behind him. 100-meter gun shadow instantly erupted. Boom, of a drum. In the next instant, 100 meters of gun shadows and 100 meters of sword shadows collided in the air, and the roar of explosions exploded in the sky. If not for the fact that he was flying at a high altitude at the moment, the energy fallout from the explosion alone could have destroyed 10 streets. Just kidding. Martial 6 was only 1 step away from stepping into the Martial King realm. And even though it was a hasty counterattack, the power of this shot was terrifying. Where are the rats? Report your name? After blasting a blow against each other, Wu Ro's furious shout exploded steeply in the sky. However, his face was grave as if he was facing an enemy, as he realized that his opponent's cultivation was not below his. Even higher. The aftermath of the explosion nearly lifted off the carriage, and Wu Yi was startled. He asked in a rush, pulling back the curtain. Are you sure about this, Uncle Six? He did not ask who sneak attacked them such questions, surely related to the Su family, which can be thought of with the ass. It's just that he didn't expect the Su family to be really crazy and dare to make a move against him in the Imperial City in plain sight. All he cares about right now is whether or not Murak can beat it. Now that they were in the middle of the Martial family and the Imperial City, when they encountered a strong enemy raid, neither side could help at first. Wu Lu didn't say a word, just looked at the black-robed man flying at great speed in the distance with a grave expression, and gripped the lance in his hand tightly. Wu Yi followed the other party's eyes and his pupils suddenly tightened. Martial King triple? He had seen a lot of strong Martial Kings, and he could tell the approximate cultivation level based on their aura alone. Right at this moment, Wu Lu very decisively took a blood-red elixir. The elixir instantly melted in the mouth and transformed into channels of hot energy in the body that melted into the limbs and bones. This is the blood explosion pill. A short-lived increase in strength by several times at the cost of burning one's own chi and blood and overdrawing one's potential. However, when the effects of the medicine were over, irreversible damage would occur to the martial arts body, and it was possible that the martial arts path would be permanently halted. But Takeshiroku didn't regret it at all. His life was saved by Wu Yuan, and his martial arts path was paved by Wu Yuan. What's the harm in dying as long as I can save Wu Yi? Because Wu Lu knew the gap between himself and his opponent. He only had to fight for his life. A mere martial zone wants to stop me? What can you do even if you forcefully elevate yourself to the first level of Martial King? This seat kills you like a dog. The man in black had an extremely clear goal and didn't talk nonsense. It was obvious that he wanted a quick fight, so he came up with a killing move, only to see his entire body's aura raging, his robes bulging as he directly slashed 700s of meters of huge blade shadows at Wu Lu. Each of the giant blades could easily exterminate a Martial King first-level powerhouse. Facing the 7 giant blades that instantly chopped at him, Wu Lu was sweating nervously, but he did not have the slightest fear. He couldn't retreat. He could only fight hard, because if he retreated, then Takeshi would die. Shoo away. Right at this moment, the blood vessels in Wu Lu's entire body abruptly exploded, and crimson blood ignited a blazing blood flame on his body. His aura skyrocketed, and his cultivation instantly broke through to the first level of Martial King. Wu Yi Gun Hua. Wu Lu gathered his entire body's Yuan Qi to converge on top of the silver-colored lance in his hand, only to see the lance instantly erupt with a flash of piercing and eye-catching light. Immediately after that, a 1,000-meter gun shadow appeared out of thin air, carrying a rainbow-like momentum as it smashed over. He knew the difference in strength between himself and the man in black, so he could only use his strongest martial arts to deal with it with all his might. As for Wu Yi, he clenched his fists nervously. Rumbling. In the next second, A loud bang once again exploded in the sky above the Imperial City, shaking the heavens and earth with a buzzing sound. The terrifying energy that suddenly exploded spread instantly like a nuclear bomb explosion. Sound of child's crying. Wu Lu simply couldn't dodge in time, and was directly flooded by the energy aftermath of the explosion, instantly spitting blood from his mouth and flying backwards. Even if he forcefully raised his strength, that wouldn't be enough in front of a Martial King triple. Uncle 6. Wu Yi instantly shrieked in shock, and the carriage was also affected by the aftershocks. The two red flame dragon riders were fine, but the carriage fell apart, and Wu Yi nearly fell from the height, shocking him with a cold sweat. This was 1,000 meters in the air. With his cultivation level falling down, he would definitely fall to pieces. Wu Lu was also a battle-hardened master, and quickly stopped his body in mid-air. But who would have guessed that just then? A cold light flashed by, only to see the man in black suddenly rush out from the energy of the explosion, swinging his sword at Wu Lu's head. How dare a small Martial Zheng dare to act recklessly in front of this seat? I don't know what to do. Martial 6's heart was appalled to the core. There was no way he could dodge this slash. It wasn't that he was a rookie, but the other party's cultivation was too much higher than his. It's impressive that he can even fight hard for 2 moves. It was important to realize that the higher one's cultivation level was. The gap between each small level was very large. A Martial King triple can casually kill a Martial King 2 in seconds, let alone him. Martial 6. I saw that Wu Lu was about to have his head cut off with a knife. Duong. Just in the nick of time. A bell suddenly rang in the black-clothed man's head. Caught off guard, he was hammered by Wu Yi, and immediately became dizzy and almost fell from the height. What the hell? He was appalled to the core, but not before he was shocked. The numbing fainting sensation in his scalp took over. I only saw that Wu Yi was pounding the hammer through the air. It was so hard to make the merit hammer will go up in smoke. Wu Lu instantly came to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for Wu Yi interfering with the man in black, he would have died from this knife chop. Uncle 6. Don't just stand there. Him. Good nephew. Watch this. Wu Lu's gaze flashed as he shouted. He was extremely experienced in battle and instantly made a counterattack. Taking advantage of the black man's dizziness from being hammered, he stabbed the black man's throat violently with the lance in his hand. This shot played fast, accurate and ruthless to the extreme, enough to see that his Gundao foundation was very solid. But that black-clothed man, after all, had too much higher cultivation, and made a counterattack based on subconscious reaction alone. Sound of escaping laughter. Sound of escaping laughter. The sound of 2 sharp weapons like flesh rang out at the same time, and blood was waved. Wu Lu's lance stabbed through the black-clothed man's left shoulder, but his entire left arm was also chopped off by the man in black. All of a sudden blood sword and bloody arms fell from the heights. Chapter 32. Second Martial King Killer? On the verge of death. Martial 6 only let out a muffled grunt when his left arm was chopped off, but not only did he not avoid it, but it also fueled his battle spirit even more. You chopped off one of my arms, so take your life and taste it. Although he was holding the gun with one hand, the silver-colored lance was wielded by him like a tiger, like an arm. So domineering. Just kidding. Martial artists practice with guns. King Ding Wu Yuan was even known as the Emperor of Longhua Gun. Under Wu Yuan's leadership, each member of the Wu family was a good gunnery expert, and the gun is the king of all armies, known for its rigidity and dominance. This sudden outburst of Wu Lu directly knocked the black-clothed man out of his mind. You seek death. The man in black was furious to the extreme. To think that he, with his 3rd level of cultivation as a martial king, had been injured by a martial zone, mainly because Wu Yi had been affecting him from afar with a small black wooden hammer clanging away. Not only did the hammer make him dizzy, but he was also shocked to find that his cultivation was regressing at an extremely fast pace. It only took a moment for it to regress to the 2nd level of Martial King. This, coupled with Wu Lu's life-threatening fighting style, caused him to be surprisingly suppressed and suffocated. Little bastard. This seat will settle you first. The man in black had been hammered by Wu Yi and was already red warm. He actually forced his way through Wu Lu's impermeable gun shadow and headed straight for Wu Yi. Uncle 6 stopped him quickly. Seeing that the black-clothed man directly rushed over in a violent rage, Wu Yi instantly shrieked in fear. He only has Samurai 4 cultivation. This black-robed man was 5 whole great realms higher than him. Saying seconds. At the same time, Wu Yi directly switched to the 4th hammer, quenching into steel. Then he decisively knocked the black man's root bone. Yes, knock on the root bone. The man in black let out a scream as he was caught off guard. Surprisingly, he fell from a high altitude in an unsteady position. Kidding aside, hammering the root bone can be very painful. It's a pain that goes deep into the bone marrow. How many people can take being hammered like that in the cold? Wu Yi smiled cheaply. It seems that this 4th hammer is also good for surprise attacks. Sound of escaping laughter. But right at this moment, The black-clothed man who had just managed to stop his form once again let out a miserable scream, because Wooloo stabbed him right through the asshole with one shot. The tip of the gun glowing with cold light not only penetrated the chrysanthemum, but also penetrated through the abdomen. Woo-ee chrysanthemum inexplicably tight chrysanthemum letter IUR? The man in black covered his buttocks with one hand and immediately pulled away from Wooloo. He snarled as he looked at the blood on his hands. Air mother coins. You son of a. You're unethical. This mother asterisk her. Who fights and stabs people in the ass? The blood-covered Wooloo hemmed and hawed, and spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged spit and cursed. Speak of your mother's morality. You speak of morality when you sneak in halfway? Do you think I'm called Old Six for nothing? Actually, I wanted to destroy your dantian. Who told you to twist it around? Wooey, 6. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Woo also didn't forget the business. He switched to the first hammer inverted Big Dipper again. Just this moment, the black-clothed man's cultivation was once again weakened by a small grade, dropping to the first level of Martial King. It's in the same realm as the current manhwa. Uncle 6. Him. There was no need for Woo-ee to remind him. Wooloo had already charged up with his gun once again. It was just that his left arm was now chopped off, and he was not very sure about fighting a martial artist of the same realm with his one arm. But it's okay. There's Takeshi too. 6th uncle. Hold on for a little while longer. I can suppress his cultivation to martial sect. Wooloo laughed out loud as he pounded away. Good nephew. Today let's uncle and nephew kill a martial king to see. He knew that it was thanks to Woo-ee that he was able to turn the tide in this battle. Otherwise he would have been killed long ago. Seeing that the battle situation had been completely reversed, Wooloo was already about to turn the tables. But who would have guessed that just at this moment, a sudden change would occur, accompanied by a long whistle. Another black shadow shot explosively towards the high sky as if it was an arrow that had left the string. The target was aimed straight at Woo-ee on the carriage. An ambush? Now Woo-ee was truly confused. Who would have thought that 2 martial kings would be sent in order to kill him? Woo-ee. Martial 6 was also in a state of shock. With a shriek he tried to go over and block the second black man, but he couldn't get out of the way of the black man who had been stabbed in the chrysanthemum. Sound of escaping laughter. What's more, even under the anxious distraction, Wooloo was once again chopped off his right arm by the chrysanthemum black-robed man. The arm holding the lance fell from the height. Get thee outta here. However, Wooloo, who had both arms chopped off, didn't care and roared with crimson eyes as he directly swooped down diagonally to crash into the second black-clothed man in an attempt to intercept him. Even if he died, he had to protect Woo-ee, the only seedling of the Woo family. Who let you go? Today, Woo-ee will die. How dare you stab my asshole? I'll chop you up. The black-robed man in chrysanthemum sneered sorrowfully and directly chased after him. At this moment, Wooloo, whose arms were completely wasted, was being dragged by the black-clothed man in chrysanthemums. As for Woo-ee, he glanced at the martial king below who was charging straight towards him, and his heart directly cooled down. Facing the martial king, he would surely die, and at this time in a private room of a restaurant below, an unkempt, bearded, disabled man who has lost his legs is sitting in a wheelchair, looking up at the thrilling battle high in the sky. Seeing another martial king killing Woo-ee, his originally calm gaze suddenly tightened, the slightest tremor appeared, and his fists subconsciously clenched. Third brother, I'll go save ear. Standing behind him, Woo-see was anxious and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Woo-anhwa. No need. Someone's already gone to the rescue. Just as Woo-see was taken aback, a cold and angry voice like March spring thunder abruptly exploded in the sky. Dare to commit murder in the Imperial City? What a big dog's guts. This voice was catalyzed with a thick yuan chi, instantly spreading throughout the Imperial City. Woo-anhwa, who had completely put down his heart, faintly said, "Go home." Without a word, Woo-see silently pushed his wheelchair away. Woo-anhwa is waiting here on purpose. Although he thought that the Su family would not be so stupid to make a move against Woo-ee at this juncture, but he was still just in case, and he was prescient. If someone really wanted to kill Woo-ee, they must have chosen the middle distance between the Woo family and the Imperial City, because it's hard to do it here on either side of the hand and then back it up in the first place. Facts. The real situation was not a fraction of what he had expected. Lean? While at this moment, Woo-ee was delighted in his heart and violently turned his head to look. I didn't expect Lean to arrive at this moment of crisis, only to see Lean, whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe, transforming into a black stream of light and shooting explosively at extreme speed. At the same time, her left hand, which was still several thousand meters away, clenched in the air, and an exquisite longbow that was as crystalline as jade appeared in her hand. Ice feather. Buzz. Accompanied by the light trembling of the bowstring, A cold ice arrow shaped like a phoenix feather suddenly burst out at the speed of a 1,000-meter instantaneous explosion. The masked black-robed man who had killed Wu Yi was greatly shocked. Li Yin? Without the slightest hesitation. He didn't kill Wu Yi anymore and turned around to run. He was only at the 3rd level of Martial King. How could he be a match for the 5th level of Martial King? Li Yin? Not to mention that Li Yin's fighting prowess was notoriously strong. He had once killed a strong Martial King 6 with his Martial King 3 cultivation level, crossing 3 levels of seconds. Although it was a sneak attack assassination from a distance with a longbow, it was enough to prove the strength of its strength. Pust. Ah. But who would have thought that the masked black man was just about to escape? The cold ice arrow shaped like a long feather had instantly penetrated his abdomen, directly destroying the dantian. That's the horror of glazed sound. The person was still thousands of meters away, yet he had instantly wasted a Martial King 3rd grader. As for the masked black-clothed man, he screamed miserably and fell from a high altitude. Rustle of skirts. Just then, another stray arrow followed. The target was none other than the martial arts king whose asshole had been stabbed. He saw Li Yin rushing to know that he couldn't kill Wu Yi, and didn't care about Wu Lu directly drew back wildly. But how could he possibly escape in Li Yin's hands? Sound of escaping laughter. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream. The chrysanthemum Martial King was also ruined as his dantian fell from a high altitude. Takeshi couldn't help but smack his lips. This chick is real handsome, I have to say. Li Yin pulling the bow and shooting arrows this time is really handsome. Looking at the delicate figure wrapped in a black robe that arrived in time, Wu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Commander Li, if you come 1 second later, you won't see me again. Li Yin's eyes flashed with a touch of nervousness as she glanced at Wu Yi, and she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that the other party was fine. Then coldly and angrily, don't you want to die? Don't you know that the Su family wants to kill you? Chapter 33, Li Commander make a bet. If I win you give me a kiss. Don't you want to die? Don't you know that the Su family wants to kill you? She had just finished dealing with the things Long Chiyue had explained and learned that Long Jianin had invited Wu Yi to the palace. She rushed to see if there was any change in the middle of the day. I didn't realize something had happened. Wu Yi looked at the fuming Li Yin with some surprise, and hemmed and hawed. Why is Commander Li so angry? Can this world understand that you are concerned about me? Looking at Wu Yi's unbridled gaze, Li Yin's small face hidden under the black veil slightly reddened, and she turned her face away with a cold snort. Don't flatter yourself. His Majesty ordered me to protect you in secret. As expected, Wu Yi guessed correctly. Long Chiyue was now going to use this knife of his and would definitely ensure his safety. This was also the reason why he dared to go to the Imperial City today with honor. However, he did not expect the Su family to be so crazy as to dare to strike in broad daylight in the Imperial City. 2 martial kings were even sent. It seems he's still not cautious enough. Seeing that the two were actually chatting and there was a flavor of flirting, Wu Lu couldn't help but say, that, we are saying, can you mind me first? He was hurt very badly indeed. Both of his arms were chopped off. His internal organs were heavily damaged. His meridians were severely damaged, and many bones in his body were broken. The fight almost killed him for the most part. But then again, Wu Lu had fought a hard fight with a strong person of the 3rd level of Martial King with his 9th level of cultivation of Martial Zone, and he was lucky not to die. Wu Yi slapped his head and smiled sarcastically. Sorry Uncle Six, I forgot about you when I saw the pretty girl. Teka Shiroku. The corner of his mouth twitched. What a nephew. However, regarding the injury of Wu Lu's arms being severed with severely damaged meridians, Wu Yi was actually not worried because he had a way to make it recover. Hammer 8, saving lives, saving the dead and helping the injured, regenerate flesh and blood, rebuild sinews and bones, and if there is a trace of free chi, it can revitalize a withered tree and give it a new lease of life. To put it bluntly, even with just one breath he could save it and make a full recovery. Only the 8th hammer requires 20,000 merit points to unlock. At that moment, a group of officials and soldiers wearing black and gold armor and holding lances came through the air. Those who were able to defend the air proved to be at the cultivation level of a martial zone or above. The number of people was small, only 20. However, each of them had a formidable breath, and their bodies were vaguely permeated with an internalized aura of solemnity. A single glance reveals a group of well-trained and battle-hardened executioners who kill without bloodshed. These were the Dragon Shadow Guards that directly belonged to Long Chiyue. Commander Li. The Dragon Shadow Guard bowed respectfully to Li Yin after arriving. Li Yin glanced at the 2 black-robed men who had already fallen from the heights and said in a cold voice, take them back and interrogate them, and spit out all the acid in their stomachs for this commander. Yes. Immediately, 2 men swooped down and took away the 2 black-clad men who had already fallen unconscious. Although the black-clothed man had his dantian destroyed and his cultivation wasted by Li Yin, the strength of his martial body at the Martial King realm was enough to allow them both to be smashed down from a height of 1,000 meters without dying. Subsequently, Wu Lu was also taken away by 2 dragon shadow guards at Li Yin's signal and flew directly to the palace to treat his injuries. Oh yeah, and his 2 severed arms. Watching Wu Lu, who was covered in blood and had lost half of his life, being taken away, Wu Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Uncle Six is really protecting me with his life. It's fine. I'll let you break through to Martial King today and Martial Emperor in 10 days. Not only Wu Lu, but the overall strength of the Wu family had to be raised up quickly. At that moment, a dragon shadow guard flew over, seemingly to take Wu Yi with him. Because the carriage was almost destroyed, the originally luxurious carriage was almost turned into a pile of rags. Who expected Wu Yi to refuse? This big brother, you stay away from me. I don't trust you. Li Yin's willow eyebrows lightly twisted coldly. He's a dragon shadow guard. What's not to worry about? Wu Yi heatedly smiled. I am only relieved that you have to Li Chancellor personally lead me. Lillian. The corners of her lips twitched, and she wanted to refuse, but eventually acquiesced. She then said in a cold voice, pass the order down. Blockade the imperial city. The whole city is under martial law. All martial arts practitioners above the level of martial arts zone cultivation to verify the identity of one by one. If there are suspicious characters, immediately brought back to the strict investigation and questioning. Resistance to the death of no matter what. Yes. Immediately, 10 dragon shadow guards led the way. Separately, they flew in different directions of the imperial city. The remaining 6 dragon shadow guards spread out to guard the surrounding area. Commander Li giving orders looks even more handsome than Commander Li Yin. It's true that a tiger's father is better than the blue. Li Yin was the grand commander of the dragon shadow guards, the second in command. Her dad, Li Yan, was the real handful, a top powerhouse ranked 3rd in strength in the Manhwa Empire, with a 4th level cultivation of martial emperor. Kidding aside, how could there be no martial emperor sitting beside a grand empress? What's the point of mixing? Li Yin ignored Wu Yi's flowery mouth, and with a sway of her figure, she had already appeared beside Wu Yi. But who would have guessed that just as she pulled Wu Yi's arm and prepared to fly away, she was wrapped around her soft waist by a strong arm. Lillian instantly red-warmed. Has she ever been so slighted? Not to mention in front of a few of her men. She doesn't want to lose face, does she? Seeing that Li Yin was about to lose her temper, Wu Yi hurriedly leaned over and whispered in her ear, do me a favor and let me put my arm around you. There's a reward. Lillian glared at him. What do you take this commander for? No need. But despite her words, she made little move to refuse. And comfort yourself. What's a little nuzzling when you were attacked by him yesterday? At the same time, he said in his heart, what is the reward? He said, enhancement of cultivation? Or to improve the root bones? She had already learned from Long Chiyua's mouth last night that Wu Yi was able to enhance other people's root bones. To be honest, she was pretty shocked. Greedy too. Even the root bones can be improved? This is simply unthinkable. Then could Wu Yi enhance her root bone as well? Seeing that Li Yin's heart and mouth is considered to be a default, Wu Yi just smiled and did not say anything. And in his heart, why, TSK, 42 good feelings? This cold and arrogant imperial sister didn't think about me all night last night, did she? Watching Li Yin literally let Wu Yi fly ahead with his arm around her, the few dragon shadow guards in the back all looked at each other in confusion. Was this still their cold as ice and even a bit of a misogynist chancellor? Commander Li, who do you think sent the assassin? As he spoke, Wu Yi's salty hands got restless and secretly pinched the soft flesh of Li Yin's waist. I have to say that this cold arrogant imperial sister's body was really good, and even through her clothes she could feel the smoothness of her skin. Li Yin glared at him, signaling him not to go too far, and forced down the sulking cold snort in her heart. Who else could it be but the Su family? Wu Yi, however, shook his head with a slight frown. There's no way the Seo family would do such a stupid thing, but it's definitely related to the Seo family as well. I'll take a wild guess. It should be an assassin sent by the Princess of Pingxi to avenge her son's death. Li Yin's willow brows wrinkled lightly. How can you be sure? If it was really someone sent by Princess Pingxi, then the probability was that it was her mother's family, the Water Cloud sect. Wu Yi heatedly smiled. Commander Li, why don't we make a bet? If it's really someone sent by Princess Pingxi, I win. I win. You give me a kiss. Li Yin was instantly enraged. Don't you go too. If you win, I'll let you break through to Martial Emperor. Good. She choked hard before she could finish her sentence and subconsciously agreed. Seeing that Li Yin instantly changed her words, Wu Yi laughed out loud. As for Chancellor Li, her face flew into a haze and she looked away without saying a word. The main reason was that the conditions offered by Wu Yi were too tempting. The Martial Emperor. Even with her talent, it would take at least a few years for her to break through from the 5th level of Martial King to Martial Emperor. How could this not make her heart flutter? Chapter 34 Private Meeting with Great Yin Prince's fiancé Long Jiuli. With Li Yin and the Dragon Shadow Guards escorting them, the The remaining half of the journey was naturally peaceful. Liyin sent Wui directly to the Eastern Palace. The East Palace was originally the Crown Prince's chambers, but the Crown Prince died some years ago. Later on, it was directly occupied by the dragon seal of the lair, and it perked up. What's wrong with me living in my big brother's house? My big brother didn't even say anything. What are you guys barking at here? The problem is that the prince was dead at the time, so how do you talk? It drew a lot of flack for that. However, the dragon seal had dedicated his life to screwing up, and it was normal for him to do anything rude. Seeing that Liyin was about to leave, Wui suddenly pulled her hand. Let go. This is the palace. And since this commander is only ordered to protect you, I warn you not to go too far. To be honest, this particularly aggressive move from Wui made her uncomfortable. However, since she had tasted the sweetness of her cultivation enhancement yesterday, she held an ambivalent attitude towards this offense, subconsciously wanting to refuse but hesitating. Just as Liyin was getting angry, Wui flipped his hand and placed a very upscale white jade box into her hand, smiling. Though you saved me by following orders, this Xian doesn't like to owe favors. Looking at Wui's dashing departing back, Liyin opened the box and looked at the crystalline jade-like spirit fruit. Her heart touched uncontrollably. This 7th-ranked snow spirit ginseng fruit was a valuable treasure, and it was given to her just like that? But just at that moment she sensed something was wrong. Her pupils suddenly shrunk, and she spoke out in ecstasy. 8th order snow spirit ginseng fruit? The 7th-ranked snow spirit ginseng fruit she had taken before, purifying her pseudo-water spirit body partially. It's just that heavenly treasures like these that improve the root and bone constitution only work best when taken for the first time. If one wanted to purify it again, there were only more advanced water attribute spirit materials. However, the 8th order spirit materials were precious. They were truly priceless treasures that she didn't even dare to think about. Liyin snapped her head up to look, only to see Wu Yi's upright back had already entered the palace, gradually disappearing from sight. Her thin lips under her black veil floated slightly. Asshole, I owe you. I'll pay you back later. Clank. Merit +1. Ah hiss. Liyin was caught off guard by the hammering and scrunched up her neck and scalp. Immediately after that, Wu Yi's voice came out from the palace. Don't be too touched, and don't think about how you're going to thank the sun. I'm a person who will get an inch, in case I want me you, Chancellor Li, to give your body in return. How are you going to cope with that? Roll. You're making a fool of yourself. Liyin snorted coldly and turned around. Just a hint of a smile rippling through the cold eyes became more and more obvious. Old Buster, where the hell is he? Soon the dragon seal ran out with a face of excitement. Master, you finally came. I have been waiting. Clang, clang, clang. But the dragon-ine words just exported. Was Wui a few hammers smashed directly on the ground convulsions? Scared those court ladies a big jump. Ah, grip the grass. What are you doing, master? It hurts. Wui came up with the 4th hammer, directly hammering the root bone. The sharp pain that penetrated into the bone marrow almost made the dragon's imprinted soul ache. Wui crouched down on the ground and grabbed the collar of the dragon seal. You're just sore. I almost died, you know? Couldn't you have sent a few of your best to pick me up? The dragon seal was so startled that he forgot about the pain. What the hell? Did someone dare to make a move on you in the Imperial City? To make a move on the son of your King Ding's house under the eyes of Imperial sister? Is he crazy? He then hemmed and hawed. Old, also you don't be angry. You say this is something who can think of awe? Wui's face slumped and his hand shot out. I don't care. We can't settle this without $5 million. He wasn't actually angry, simply looking for a reason to knock one off. If we don't scrape some oil from the dragon seal, wouldn't we be accepting the prince as our disciple for nothing? Jia. Long Yin's face immediately darkened. You just jumped at the chance to blackmail me, didn't you? This prince is also poor right now. Where can I get $5 million? Takeshi hemmed and hawed. That's easy. With the $9 million you owe for yesterday's worship, you still owe me $14 million. Round up to $20 million and book it. Long. You mother **********. Feeling Wu Yi's unkind gaze, he was very sensible and withdrew one of his mystic organs, revealing a sardonic smile. Right at this moment, a haughty and clear voice steeply sounded outside the hall, the voice arriving before the person arrived. Old Buster, where the hell is he? Dragon's seal. He glanced at Wu Yi and said in a very breathless manner. Actually, I think you and Ninth Sister are a good match. Sometimes this prince wants to rip both of your mouths off. He then hurriedly changed into a fawning smile and walked out quickly. Egu, my good sister. I missed you after not seeing you for a few days. I could tell he was really fawning, because if he didn't flatter he was going to get beaten. After all, he grew up being hammered over by the 2 Longji sisters. 9 Princess Longjioli, that was the true proud daughter of heaven in the Longhua Empire. Spirit grade upper root bone. At the same talent level as Empress Longqiyu. At only 18 years old, he was already at the 7th level of martial cultivation. Yes, martial Wu. It was more than 3 big grades higher than Wu Yi of the same age. She was even expected to break through to martial king before the age of 22. I have to say that Long Yuri is really beautiful. A proper invincible sweet girl. If you let Wu Yi look at it, it is simply 18-year-old Ao Lun. Pink and tender. Without further ado, the picture. Dragon Jurlik photo. Looking at the fawning Long Jiuyin, Long Jiuli's beautiful eyes glared and she kicked over. Why are you smiling as disgustingly as Eunuch Lu? Dragonin obviously did not get kicked a lot. Very skillful dodge. Looks like all have premeditated. Long Jiuli hummed with her hands behind her back. What can I do for you? Long Yin, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously and pulled her inside. Come in and talk. I'll show you someone. See who? My master. Long Jiuli? Just as Long Jiuli was taken aback, her face instantly went cold. Her eyes flashed with a flash of disgust as she turned around and walked away. Before leaving, he also kicked the dragon seal's ass hard. I think your pig brain is full of. She was now engaged to the great Yin crown prince and was about to marry a woman. How dare Long Jianin let her meet with Wu Yi at this juncture? Are you really not afraid of trouble? After all, it was common knowledge that Wu Yi had been chasing her before. Long Yin looked at Wu Yi while rubbing his ass and made a series of winks. Seeing that Long Jiuli turned around and left when she saw him, Wu Yi was speechless. Let's go. Hurry up and get married to Great Yin. How glamorous it would be to be a crown princess. At those words, Long Jiuli coldly grunted with a beat in her footsteps. Where I marry is none of your business? Even if this princess marries a dog, it's still better than a punk like you. In fact, she already knew that Wu Yi was framed by Su Yangshua that day. But for this slime that couldn't hold up the wall, she was already disgusted and annoyed at the sight of it. She really couldn't figure out why the Wu family, which had been a tiger for generations, had produced a dog that ate. Seeing that Long Jiuli once again lifted his foot to leave, Long Jiuyin's head became big. These two are sort of childhood sweethearts, but they seem to be naturally at odds with each other and are at each other's throats when they see each other. At this point, Wu Yi continued, you want to settle for a decade or two of patience? And then come back to help your sister stabilize Longhua? The idea is good. It's just stupid. Do you think that with the current situation Longhua can last until you rise to power? It's possible that before you can rise to power, Longhua will be completely annexed by Great Yin. Long Jiuli, who was about to walk out of the hall, was shocked in her heart, and was somewhat surprised that Wu Yi was able to guess her inner thoughts. Then he turned around violently, red-eyed and cold. That's easy for you to say. Do you think I'm willing to marry? It's only been a year since my sister ascended to the throne. The Su family's ambitions are well known, and Diane is watching intently. Only I can buy her time. If I don't reconcile to be a hostage, LW won't even last 3 years. Wu Yi stepped forward with a confident look on his face. What if I said, I have an idea? Chapter 35, give me a month. Step on Jinyu and level Great Yin. Wu Yi stepped forward with a confident look on his face. What if I said, I have an idea? As he spoke, he took a closer look at Long Jiuli. The palm-sized cheeks were unusually delicate, with curved eyebrows and watery eyes, a straight nose tip, white shell teeth, and a small cherry mouth. The crystal red mouth was slightly open between breaths, making people want to savor the sweetness. It had to be said that this chick was really beautiful. Her face value was even comparable to Long Chiyue's, but it's a different style. Long Chiyue was the kind of cold and arrogant imperial sister who was noble and unassuming and carried the air of an emperor. Long Jiuli, on the other hand, is a standard delectable sweet girl, but the stubbornness in her bones gives her an air of rigidity and toughness. These two sisters, unbeatable. At the same time, he also checked up on Long Jiuli's information. Name, Long Yuri. Age, 18. Height, 163. Cultivation, 7th level of martial arts. Favorable opinion, 17. Roots and bones, spirit grade, with the purest ancestral bloodline of the dragon family, not fully awakened. After awakening it can be up to divine lower/medium divine. Number of high fives, 0. Overall rating, 98. Identity, 9th daughter of the late Emperor Long Chen. 9th princess of the Longhua Empire. Fiancé of Crown Prince Yen Xian of the Great Yen Empire. Evaluation, a swan with a heart of gold. Gifted and talented. With excellent wisdom. With wealth and luck. A cold outside and a hot inside with self-sacrificing spirit. And determining the destiny of the dragon family's trend of the chosen daughter. After reading Long Jiuli's message, Wu Yi was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the system to give such a high rating. The chosen one who determines the fate of the Long family? Doesn't it mean that this time, Longhua's life and death crisis might be affected by her? However, what Wu Yi was most puzzled about was that Long Jiuli's favoritism towards him was actually positive. And it was still 17. Didn't this chick always hate him? It's not too much to look at that disgust with -80. Ding, may I ask the host whether to mark Long Jioli as a pregnant baby? Mark. Ding, congratulations to the host. No. 3 pregnant baby Long Jioli has been marked successfully. The host can open the hammer. Seeing Wooey staring straight at her, Long Jioli's heart became more and more disgusted and smiled to herself. I'm crazy too. What's the point of talking to a punk-ass punk like you? Wooey looked back with a serious face. I told you I had a plan. Long Jioli felt even more ridiculous and once again turned around to leave. You got an idea? What the hell can you do? Dang. Merit +1. Ah hiss. Long Jioli, who was preparing to leave, was knocked off guard, and the tingling sensation that directly poked the heavenly soul cover immediately made her scalp numb. Almost stumbled and planted himself on the ground. What are you doing? You asshole? Long Jioli turned back and glared angrily at Wooey, making a move. But who would have thought that Wooey would laugh and continue to hammer? Hammer 4, hardening into steel. This time, he hammered Long Jioli's cultivation. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. But right at this moment, Long Jioli's already hydrated Kazran's large eyes once again whitened a few points. This was because she clearly felt that channels of pure yuan qi had appeared out of nowhere in her body and melted into her dantian. Cultivation was actually growing out of thin air at an exaggerated rate. That speed of improvement was almost dozens or even hundreds of times that of one's own cultivation. She had always been proud of her cultivation talent, but now she was directly hammered by these few hammers from Wooey and her mind collapsed, prepared to take a beating. Seeing Long Jioli's delicate and sweet little face crawling with shock, Wooey put away the merit hammer grinning with an open smile. Why don't you just go? If you dare to leave, I'll kill the great Yen Crown Prince at the Yen Dragon Martial Arts meeting the day after tomorrow, and we'll all play it out directly together. Seeing that Wooey's overbearing words seemed to have subdued Long Jioli, Long Yin immediately gave a sneaky thumbs up. Ninth sister. Where's the royal brother or the one who was once a royal brother? But the old man is no longer the old man. Everyone knows you don't want to marry, and they know you have to. But now things have turned around. Even if you don't believe in the old, also don't you still believe in your brother me? Long Jioli glared at Long Yin. Do you think you have credibility? The dragon seal was immediately angry. Angry body trembling, spittle flying. How can you talk about me like that? I'm your brother. Old Yi, I'll leave it to you. Hammer her properly instead of me? It's really excessive. As the words left his mouth, he seemed to be furious and flung his sleeves away. Wooey laughed in his heart. This guy has some eye candy. Long Jioli's gaze looked at Wooey in shock. How did you do that? Wooey shook the merit hammer in his hand and smiled tartly. Just hammer. For this mysterious black small wooden hammer, Long Jioli also heard about it. Can weaken other people's cultivation. But she didn't expect to be able to raise her cultivation level. After a moment of silence, she pursed her tantalizing red lips and asked, what is the way you say? Wooey was like a bad uncle who seduced a loli, showing a bad smile. Lead the battle. Buy us time. Long Jioli was worthy of the system that gave the rating of being intelligent. Wooey just clicked her and she instantly figured it out. Her eyes glazed over and she looked at Wooey somewhat incredulously. Are you trying to get the Su family and Great Yen to fight? Borrow a knife to kill someone? Wooey nodded with appreciation in his eyes. This girl was indeed smart. If my guess is right, the Su family might mess with Great Yen Crown Prince Yen Xian at the Yen Dragon Martial meeting the day after tomorrow. Once something happens to Yen Xian, Great Yen will definitely raise an army to attack Longhua. At that time, with the Jinyu Kingdom and Great Yen armies pressing outside, the Su family will be able to use the opportunity to plot against us. Long Jioli's eyes flashed with a touch of amazement, as if she was somewhat unable to believe that this was something Wooey could say. Wooey smiled flirtatiously. Don't look at me like that. People grow up. Perhaps. Maybe my son was hiding something in the past. Long Jioli hummed. You're hiding it, my ass. You're clearly sobered up by me. That being said, the contempt and dislike she had for Woya was quietly changing within her. The Wooey at this moment, no matter whether it was his words, behavior or the confident openness between his brows, all made her feel alarmed. It was a completely impenetrable mystery. Then she frowned slightly. So how do you want to kill someone with a knife? Wooey paced slowly around Long Jioli's circumference with his hands behind his back, smelling the wisps of fragrance emanating from the young girl's body. To get rid of the Su family by the hand of Great Yen, one person must die on Great Yen's side at the Yen Dragon Martial Arts meeting the day after tomorrow. But the Great Yen Crown Prince certainly cannot die. The death of the Crown Prince is equivalent to a full-scale war between the two countries. Long Jioli's eyes lifted slightly, looking at Wooey with some delight and recognition. And then what? Takeshi also hemmed and hawed and laughed badly. Simple. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The Su family set me up to frame you a few days ago, so let's return the favor this time. First, let Su Yongfeng die at the hands of one of Dian's princes and nobles. Then we'll kill that one. This way, it won't provoke the two countries into a full-blown war, but it also allows the Su family and that noble power to dogfight. Long Jioli's eyes lit up and took over. At that time, the Su family will be held back and will definitely not have the energy to plot a rebellion. So Imperial Sister can deal with the Jinyu Kingdom without fear. But then her willowy brows twisted lightly and her eyes darkened. As good as this solution is, it's only a reprieve. And what does it have to do with whether I marry or not? Clank. Merit +1. Ah hiss. Wu took out the merit hammer and knocked it, ignoring Long Jioli's angry eyes that seemed to want to eat people, and said to himself, "You're stupid. Let's not tear our faces off with Diane for now. There's still a month until your wedding day anyway. As long as the Su family is restrained from making any major moves in this month, we'll be considered a success." As he spoke, he grinned, his words filled with confidence that was wild to the extreme. 1 month. I'll be able to make Manhwa give birth to at least 10 martial emperors by then. Tread on Jinyu with your feet and flatten Great Yen. Chapter 36, Molesting the 9 Princesses. How can this good sense improve so fast? 10 martial emperors? Step on Jinyu? Tread on Great Yen? Listening to the crazy to the extreme confidence in Wu Yi's words, Long Jioli's beautiful eyes stared round, her heart thumping wildly. She was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Her full puffy breasts undulated, and that size made Wu Yi's mouth go dry for a while as he watched. TSK. This chick's body is really superb. Only 18 and she's so big? Just when Long Jioli was in shock, Wu Yi raised his hand to gently caress the hair on her forehead. What is he? Yan Xian. Who dares to steal my wife from me? Do you think so? Bang. Long Jioli slapped the salty hand in front of her angrily. If you ever lay a hand on this princess again, I'll cut off your pig's hooves. Besides, even if I don't marry Diane, I won't marry you. Wu Yi shrugged indifferently and gradually smiled. Marry me or not, it's up to you. I'll kill whoever dares to marry you anyway. Don't marry for the rest of your life if you have the guts. Long Jioli coldly snorted. You don't want to marry. I don't want to marry yet. Takeshi deflated. Okay, no more bull ********. Get busy with business. He once again took out the merit hammer with a thought. We grew up with bare asses. We're half childhood friends, and now we're on the same rope. So I'm going to be clear. This hammer of mine will not only enhance your cultivation, but also your roots and bones. You're now at the 7th level of martial. Without any surprises, I'll be able to make you break through to martial zone today. In fact, if he hammered properly, he could conservatively estimate that he could make Long Jioli break through to more than the 5th level of martial zone today, but he didn't think it was necessary. Now the lack of top combatants. Long Jioli cultivation level does not matter. His main purpose today was to hammer up Long Jioli's good sense, and he had to go up 90 to get a holy weapon or a holy merit. Then he also had to hurry back to raise the cultivation of Wuanhua as well as Wu Si, Wu Lu, Wu Qi and the others. After all, time is tight. Hearing Wu Yi say that he would be able to make her breakthrough to martial zone today, Long Jioli's eyes trembled as a flash of uncontrollable anticipation flashed across her eyes. The path of martial arts was originally a journey against the heavens, and the further back one went each step was extremely difficult. Even with her talent she couldn't resist this deadly temptation. So, let's get started then. Dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Wu Yi didn't talk nonsense and started hammering straight away. However, it was switching back and forth between the second hammer, Wei Wu Legacy, and the fourth hammer, Quenching into Steel. It's still mostly hammer good sense. At the same time, he was always watching Long Jioli's favor. How did this chick's favorability go up so fast? That would be his first time checking out just 17 goodness. It had made him wonder. But who knew that the two would just talk for a while and pop right up to 36? Holy, this chick isn't going to like me, is she? Was it just hate for me before? Thinking of this, he tentatively pulled Long Jioli's tender little hand directly. What are you doing? Get loose. Long Jioli's beautiful eyes glared and was about to break free, but Wu Yi said with the appearance of a gentleman, cultivation is faster with physical contact. Feel it if you don't believe me. As he spoke, he mainly struck with the fourth hammer, hardening into steel. As expected, Long Jioli really felt that his cultivation level had increased tremendously fast, and his eyes were full of amazement. Wu Yi continued to flounder. If there is no physical contact, the cultivation will rise slower. As he spoke, he let go of Long Jioli and mainly used the second hammer, Wei Wu Legacy, to hammer the good sense. Long Jioli was once again surprised to find that the cultivation level had indeed risen slower. It was just that there was a strange feeling growing wildly inside, as if he couldn't help but want to get close to Wu Yi. The eyes that looked at Wu Yi were also getting softer and with a hint of shyness. The feeling that made her blush almost drove her crazy. For this she cursed inwardly. When did you become such a Long Jioli? Looking at the subtle change in Long Jioli's complexion, Wu Yi heatedly smiled in his heart. This chick is probably doubting her life by now. Right at this moment, Long Jioli's breath began to become very unstable, but his eyes were filled with excitement. I'm going to break through. Shoo away. Who would have guessed that a strong aura would suddenly erupt from within her body just as her words fell? Martial Commander 8. God. That was fast. She let out a somewhat incredulous gasp. It had only been a few short minutes, but she had directly broken through a small rank. The speed of this cultivation increase could simply be described as exaggerated. At the same time, she became even more gluttonous, and her eyes flashed with a touch of greed as she looked at Wu Yi. I have to say that Long Jioli's favorability increase is really huge and incomparable. Rubbing up. Perhaps it was because she really liked Wu Yi, or perhaps it was because Wu Yi's ability to raise her cultivation level made her heart grateful. Just for a moment it actually went straight up to 52. Of course, there was also the reason why Vuya had to main hammer the good sense. She likes me, Wu Yi thought with certainty in his mind. Who would have thought that just at this moment, Long Jioli suddenly had a small red face and took the initiative to pull his hand, at the same time glaring at him to cover up the explanation. You, don't get me wrong. I just want to raise my cultivation faster. Wu Yi backhanded Long Jioli's tender little hand. His heart was almost bursting with laughter, but he continued to flounder. In fact, the more and more intimate the physical contact, the faster the cultivation will rise. Long Jioli? She bowed her head slightly, a nagging thought flooding through her mind. But after just a second of hesitation, the decision was made. In the next second, a delicate and soft body that emitted a fresh fragrance drilled into Wu Yi's arms. She lowered her head and blushed. Don't misunderstand me? I just want to improve my cultivation faster. This bargain this princess will let you take advantage of. But if you dare say anything to anyone else, this princess will rip your mouth off. Wu Yi laughed. One hand smoothly wrapped around Long Jioli's slender waist, completely nonchalant. Understand. But if you kissed it, it might boost it up tremendously fast. Long Jioli raised her head and glared angrily at him with a red face. Don't you go too far. You're lucky the Wu family is able to hold you and let you take advantage of me. Takeshi also smiled cheaply. I'm just giving the answer. It's up to you which one you choose. I'm not forcing you. He realized that the more he flirted with this chick, the faster his favorability increased. There will even be leaps and bounds to pop upwards. For example, the moment Long Jioli threw herself at him, the favorability directly popped up from 54 to 63. Then it's 65, 68, 72. This chick definitely likes me. The Imperial Study. Long Qiyu looked towards Liyin, her willow brows lightly twisted. Wu Yi and Ninth Sister haven't come out yet? Liyin nodded her head in response, a touch of sulkiness flaring in her cold eyes. The two have been in the East Palace for almost an hour, and the 8th Prince has condemned all the palace maids and eunuchs, and he himself has left. Right now, there are only 2 people in the East Palace, Wu Yi and the 9th Princess. I'm afraid, Your Majesty, should we stop them? Long Qiyu glanced at Liyin and faintly said, why are you stopping it? Are you jealous? Lillian. She quickly lowered her head sheepishly. I eat which kind of jealousy? Just feel that the impact of spreading out is not good. After all, if this have let the great Yen Prince know, absolutely want to make trouble. When the current situation end, Long Qiyu did not care to snort coldly, interrupting Li Yin's words. Then don't let word get out. Li Yin was puzzled. She couldn't believe that this was a decision that Long Qiyu could make. She noticed that ever since that day after the courthouse incident, the Empress had especially favored Wu Yi. That kind of inclusion all but made her feel heartbroken. I understand. I will order the Dragon Shadow Guards to blockade the Eastern Palace. She didn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning was obvious. Only the dead will shut up. When Li Yin left, Long Qiyue's originally bland and stunningly beautiful face finally floated up with a touch of anger. Asshole! How dare you mess around at this hour? What a lawlessness! If you don't do a good job with the Yanlong Martial Association this time, will I see if I don't cut off your dog's head? Ding! Congratulations to the host. No. 3 pregnant baby Long Jioli good sense has been raised to 90. Can be randomly birthed sacred merit or sacred weapon? In the process of gestation. Please wait. Chapter 37, Against the Weather's Fortune. Pregnant with twins. 10,000 sacred immortal G-figure. Heavenly treasure spiritual heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host. No. 3 pregnant baby Long Jioli good sense has been raised to 90. Can be randomly birthed sacred merit or sacred weapon? In the process of gestation. Please wait. Hearing the system's beep, Wu Yi was thrilled. Grandma, it's finally 90. The higher the favorability level, the harder it is to raise it. Even though Long Jioli's favorability jumped at an exaggerated rate in the beginning, it almost didn't move when it went up to 80. He hammered thousands of hammers to get up here hard. Not only that, he had also hammered Long Jioli's cultivation to the 2nd level of martial zone. But at the same time, He made a huge wave of merit points. Now a total of 43. 165 points saved. Not bad. 43,000 merit points if all of them were added to cultivation might cross over to Martial Master, Martial General, and pop right up to Martial. Ding, congratulations to the host. Number 3 pregnant baby Long Jioli has successfully conceived the 9 heavenly sacred artifact 10,000 sacred immortal G2. All Saints Fairy GI diagram. Every pregnant baby included can open a fairy GI diagram. When the goodwill of the pregnant baby reaches 100 full value, the pregnant baby can directly obtain the corresponding holy body, and the daily holy power conceived for the host is raised to 100 euro. Currently opened fairy girl icon. 01 Yuja, Urine Senji figure. 02 Liin, Ice Spirit fairy girl figure. 03 Long Jioli, Linglong Xin G2. Wu Yi was stunned. Holy, this is awesome. Meaning that every conceived baby from now on will automatically receive the Eucharist? Sort by the root bone level given by the system. Mortal, spiritual, divine, holy. That's a straight shot to the sky. No wonder the system's evaluation of this chick is that she's blessed with good fortune. She really is the chosen lady. Along with the other pregnant babies, it's a great success for all of us. Wui had thought that to be able to spawn this immortal magi icon, Long Jioli's fortune was already very heaven-defying. But I didn't expect the system's voice to sound again. Ding, congratulations to the host. Pregnant baby number 3 Long Jioli has successfully birthed the 9 heavenly sacred decision, heavenly treasure spiritual heart, ********, and, heavenly treasure spiritual heart, the host's learning enlightenment is greatly increased, and his luck is added to his body. The transformation and enhancement of all things in the world will have a tenfold effect, and there is a probability of triggering a super strike. Seeing Wui suddenly let out a shriek and then stayed there with an ecstatic expression on his face, Long Jioli glared at him without any good reason. Is there something wrong with you? What's with the weird screams? You scared me. But who expected that the next second? Back to God's Wui a hand will Long Jioli picked up and turned in a circle. Good treasure. You really do bring wealth and luck. Simply invincible. Ha ha ha. Long Jioli was startled, her face blushing as she directly pushed him away. What are you doing? Don't blame this princess for being impolite if you dare to act out again. It's getting late. So hurry up. The two had been in the Eastern Palace for almost most of the day, and it would be dark by now. After all, her status is sensitive now. Imagine, the fiancé of the great Yin prince and his childhood bamboo horse secretly having a private meeting for a few hours. This is definitely going to cause a big trouble if it gets out. But at the same time, there was a vague sense of excitement in her mind about stealing Haruka. Wu Yi gradually calmed down from his excitement, glanced at the sky outside and gave a bad smile. Then answer me a question and I'll go. Long Jioli hummed with her hands behind her back. If you have a fart, let it go. Although she was cold on her face, today her cultivation level had soared wildly from the 7th level of Martial to the 2nd level of Martial Zone. And this time her heart couldn't mention how happy she was. And she was shocked to realize that there was a shocking change in her attitude towards Wu Yi. One look and your heart races. One touch and you blush. He even couldn't help but keep trying to stick it to Wu Yi, always wanting something blush-inducing to happen. The strange feeling tickled her so much that she wondered if she was sick. Looking at this invincible sweet sister in front of him who had a cold appearance but was actually shy and abnormal, Wu Yi gave a bad smile. I had 10 umbrellas in my hand. I lost 2. How many are left? Long Jioli looked at the little cute. Like looking at Wu Yi, she wondered in her heart that this guy's brain was broken. Right? What kind of question is this? Although she was a little unsure, she replied breathlessly. 8. Her thin lips rose slightly, and she spat softly through her bejeweled teeth. The words were uttered in a soft voice. Not to mention how tantalizing they were. Wu Yi was straight up cool. Pinched Long Jioli's blown out pink cheeks. Hey, that's a good boy. Almost out of the Great Hall. He reminded again. It's not good to raise your cultivation too quickly. Find a sparring partner as soon as possible to consolidate it. The Hotian martial arts will meet with the little Yin Xian? Ridiculous. How dare you steal my wife? You're tired of living. Looking at Wu Yi's back as he left, and listening to the jealousy between those words, Long Jioli suddenly snorted out a laugh. She then pouted her little mouth and muttered in a very haughty little voice. Who's your wife? I didn't say I'd marry you. Who would have thought that just at this moment? A cold and majestic voice suddenly sounded behind her. Didn't you always hate him? How is it that the heart swings this way? Long Jioli was startled sister? Suddenly turning around, he realized that Long Chiyue had already appeared behind him at some point. It was just that she was made weak by the Empress's eyes with scrutiny and sulkiness, and she hurriedly ran over to hug the other party's arm and pampered herself. Sis, I was wrong. Long Chiyue took a deep breath and glared at her with a glance full of favor. Even if that guy is an asshole, even you're messing around with him? If Yin Xian found out that you've been secretly hanging out with another man for half a day, Great Yen would probably go to war with Long Hua tomorrow. Long Jioli's eyes were red and she said in a very aggravated manner, "Sister, do you really want me to marry into Great Yen?" Long Jiu sighed, her voice softening considerably. "How could it be? This is just a delaying tactic. How could I really let you marry far away from home?" She rubbed Long Jioli's head, her eyes full of determination. "My Long Jiu's sister. No one can snatch her away. No one can force her." As she spoke, she turned her head to look in the direction where Wu Yi had disappeared and muttered, "It's just that his sudden rise to prominence has enabled me to be more certain. Long Jioli is a smart person." A shocking possibility was instantly guessed just from Long Jiu's mere words. Her sister. There's a big undercard. It's likely that it's been plotting all along as well. Perhaps on the day of her wedding to the Great Yen Crown Prince, it would be the time to go to war with Great Yen. Nice guy. It turned out that her royal sister and Wu also had the same intentions and goals. If the two men had not consulted beforehand, the tacit understanding was simply invincible. Walking out of the Eastern Palace, Wu Yi saw Li Yin waiting outside with a cold face at a glance. "Let me see. Which bastard has upset my chancellorly?" Li Yin snorted coldly and got into the carriage. TSK. After Wu Yi drilled into the carriage, he sat down directly next to Li Yin, not feeling that this was inappropriate in the slightest. "Where's my sixth uncle?" Li Yin grunted a cold voice. "They were all sent back to the Ding King's residence a long time ago. It's rare that Shitzi still remembers Wu Lu who sacrificed his life to save you." Wu Yi sniffed his nose in amazement. Who spilled their vinegar?" "You." Li Yin glared at him and looked away to stop talking. However, if one were to remove the black veil covering her cheeks, one would be able to realize that her silver teeth would be clenched and her back teeth would be almost broken. Wu Yi scanned Li Yin's favorability and found that it had risen to 64. Not bad. It seemed that the 8th order snow spirit ginseng fruit still had a great impact on this cold and arrogant imperial sister's heart. "Are you kidding me? It's the 8th order." That was a top-tier supreme treasure that could make many martial emperors fight for their heads. "Commander Li, did you find out the identities of those two killers? Were they assigned by Princess Pingxi?" He and Li Yin even made a bet. If Princess Pingxi sent someone, even if he won, Li Yin would have to kiss him. On the contrary, if Li Yin won, he would raise his opponent's cultivation to martial emperor. He wasn't losing out either way anyway. Bruji. Seeing Wu Yi asking about it, Li Yin's eyes flashed with a touch of smugness and gave a soft hum. "No." Takashi smacked his lips, looking as if he was a little disappointed. "Am I wrong? It seems that Commander Li's kisses are beyond my son's reach." Li Yin's lips held back a smile. "Then should the world prince honor his promise and raise my cultivation to martial emperor?" The martial emperor. She was breathing heavily and excited just thinking about it. Who would have thought that Wu Yi would directly play a rogue and laughed out loud. "I didn't say I'd help you upgrade right away. Wait a couple years." "Lillian? You dared to trick me?" Looking at Li Yin clenching her pink fists, her cold eyes erupted with a flash of ferocious light that wanted to eat people. Wu Yi was not afraid in the slightest, and asked again in a manner. "Commander Li, now this son asks you again. Those two assassins, were they sent by Princess Pingxi? You have to think before you answer, yo." Chapter 38. Oho caught abducting someone's fiancé. You have to think before you answer, yo. Looking at Wu Yi's expression and the intimidating temptation in his words, Li Yin instantly became angry. This is clearly intentional. Just trying to take advantage of her. Did she really let her even lose her face in order to raise her cultivation? Say ho, the truth is the truth. This commander will not deliberately please you to tell lies. A gentleman's word is his bond. If you don't want to fulfill your promise, I have nothing to say. But as soon as the words were out of her mouth she regretted them a little. That's a martial emperor cultivation. Even with her talent, she would have to practice hard for several years. Obviously there was a great opportunity in front of her. Could she really just give up? What's more, now that the situation in Longhua is complicated, with both internal and external problems, His Majesty does lack top combatants around him to stabilize the situation. If a big war does break out, a martial king can't decide anything, but a martial emperor can turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. Seeing Li Yin's hesitant gaze seemingly caught in a tangle, Wu Yi laughed with a look that ate her up. This person can't even give up his cultivation for the sake of his face, right? In a short period of a few days, in a long period of a month, a great war will surely break out. Poor my dear sire doesn't even have a few usable martial emperors sitting around. TSK. As he spoke, Wu Yi deliberately took out his merit hammer and hammered his neck. I slept on a pillow last night, and this hammer is just soothing. By the way, Li Commander, I didn't hear your answer at that meeting clearly. I'll ask you one last time. Were those two assassins sent by Princess Pingxi? Words. Ritsuin seemed to close her eyes in resignation, and without knowing whether it was because of anger or shyness, she responded with a slightly trembling voice. Yes. As she spoke, She turned her head to glare at Wu Yi in shame and anger. Asshole, are you satisfied now? Wu Yi was to the extreme and laughed out loud. Hey, that's right. So, then this is a kiss? Liyin took a deep breath and kept talking herself into finding a reason in her mind. That's just it. It's just a kiss. It's not like there's a piece of meat missing. Besides, he gave me the 8th grade snow ginseng fruit. What's a kiss? At the same time, there was a vindictive thrill in her heart. Long Bo Yang, you lunatic. Didn't you not even want anyone to see my face? Now I don't just show him, I kiss him. Gasp, you ing pervert. What's more, she had a crazy thought of kissing Wu Yi in front of Long Bo Yang. Even she was shocked. The more she thought about it, the more Liyin's cheeks rolled until she blushed. She then unraveled the black veil on her face with a complicated mood, revealing the stunningly beautiful and heart-stoppingly beautiful face, and softly said, Kiss, kissing face? Looking at Liyin, whose eyes were lowered with shyness, Wu Yi smiled flirtatiously. Yes, I'm not picky. Liyin is also a decisive person. Eyelashes fluttering, eyes half covered. Although the inner shyness but still took the initiative to come up. Well, but who would have thought that in the next second? She suddenly stared at her beautiful eyes. Because Wu Yi actually kissed her lips directly, Li Yin's heart jumped hard and she was about to push away in a hurry. Well, but who would have guessed that as soon as her words left her mouth, her cold thin lips were once again blocked, and because the lips were instantly attacked by opening his mouth to speak. Dang. Merit +1. Just as Li Yin angrily tried to break away, she was buzzed by Wu Yi tone pounding her brain. Her body then instantly softened, like a puddle of mud helplessly sinking into Wu Yi's arms. Dizzy, she had lost her mind and was actually responding slowly and subconsciously. Takeshi can also be no decent person. How could he pass up such a great opportunity? At the same time, he was also monitoring Li Yin's favorability. 65, 67, 71. He had to say that the surge in Li Yin's favorability made him a little alarmed. Li Yin was different from Long Yuri and Yuja. He and Long Jiuli can be considered half a childhood friend. The two were already familiar with each other, and it was normal for their favoritism to increase quickly. As for Yuja, that was even more needless to say. The two of them had been together for 5 years, and had 5 years of emotional precipitation and accumulation. But Li Yin was different. In fact, the two of them hadn't known each other before, and there was no emotional foundation. The first time I saw it was yesterday in the royal study. She likes me. It seems that this Seiji has too much charm. Wu Yi thought narcissistically in his heart. Two mighty and domineering red flame dragon riders pulled the luxurious carriage and took advantage of the night to step into the air. The carriage was protected by 20 dragon shadow guards with martial zone cultivation in front and behind. But those dragon shadow guards couldn't have imagined it. They're cold and arrogant and noble Li Chancellor. This will be kissed by under coercion and molestation. And his lips are almost stretched. It's still ing sipping. But who would have guessed just then? A few figures appeared in the night sky in front of them, standing in the air and blocking the way. One of the dragon shadow guard 1,000 guards immediately let out a cold shout. Who is in front of us? How dare you stop the red flame dragon riders? Get out of here! The red flame dragon rider was a symbol of royalty, and stopping the red flame dragon rider was tantamount to openly provoking royal power. A youth at the head of the other party was smiling. I haven't seen you in a few days, but you don't even recognize my son. While at this moment, Li Yin, who was in the carriage, woke up with a jolt and pushed Wu Yi away. Long Bo Yang? Long Bo Yang, she knew. Jealousy became a demon and his heart was extremely small. If the other party knew that she and Wu Yi were hiding in the carriage and biting each other in the dark, wouldn't they just storm out? Wu Yi, however, wasn't worried in the slightest and wrapped his arm around Li Yin's soft waist and bit her crystalline earlobe. Doesn't it feel kinda exciting to be caught red-handed by your fiancé? Li Yin instantly glared at him in shame and anger, pushing him away. Get lost. Long Bo Yang and I are just a mandatory marriage contract set by the late emperor. It's just a paper marriage contract. There's no substantial relationship. It's not certain whether this marriage will be a success or not. When His Majesty unifies the Dragon China, my marriage contract with him will also be null and void. As she spoke, she straightened her somewhat disheveled dress and long hair, and put on a veil. You stay put. As he watched Li Yin head out, Wu Yi hemmed and hawed in triumph. Explain what? Afraid I'll get jealous? Lillian glared back at him. Shut up. Walking out of the carriage, Li Yin stood with her arms crossed and coldly said, I wonder what the Eastern King's son has to do with stopping the road. There were a total of 3 people in the Longhua Empire who had the title of prince. Jinbei King's son Wu also. Long Bo Yang, the son of the King of Anong. King Pingshi's son, Su Yangfeng. All 3 of them are future Super 2s who could succeed their father's throne. Among them, Long Boyang possessed the dragon family bloodline and had the highest cultivation talent. At only 28 years old, he was already at the 2nd level of martial king cultivation. Even if he looked at the entire Longhua Empire, he was a first-class expert. Seeing Li Yin walk out from the carriage, Long Bo Yang's handsome to somewhat demonic face appeared the slightest trembling, twisted and gloomy or a bit scary. His fiancée, who was sharing a room with another man. He couldn't take it. What he couldn't accept more was Li Yin's insalubrious attitude towards him all along, which made him feel insulted. Isn't this red flame dragon rider escorting that punk Wui? Why are you here? Li Yin said blandly. This commander has been ordered to escort Prince Wu back to his residence. Can't he? But who knows the next second? Long Bo Yang roared out, his angry voice exploding steeply in the night sky. The face was twisted and horrible. Then why did you stay in the carriage with him alone? Why? But just then, the curtain lifted. Takeshi also walked out to stand beside Li Yin. What's the dog barking at? If you didn't know better, you'd think you were manic. What's more, he arrogantly wrapped his arms around Li Yin's waist, his words full of provocation. Gotta say, your fiancé, very moist. Chapter 39, Li Yin's domineering protection of her husband. Holy, a high-end game. When these words came out, Li Yin's heart jumped wildly in shock. Are you crazy? She subconsciously tried to slap away the salty hand at her waist, but hesitated. Wu Yi was clearly trying to get tough with Long Bo Yang now, and she would hurt Wu Yi's face if she did that. Besides, she actually felt a bit of shame and joy in her heart, and at this moment, Long Bo Yang was completely enraged. His crimson gaze stared deathly at the hand that was wrapped around Li Yin's waist, his pupils trembling with anger, his whole body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said, Good, yes, what an adulterous couple. Li Yin, you've really impressed this son. Shoo away. In the next second, Long Bo Yang's terrifying aura of the second level of Martial King suddenly erupted. The killing aura that had almost turned into a substantial aura swept towards Wu Yi like an ocean. This pressure alone could have pressed a warrior cultivation martial also to burst into flames. Unbridled. How dare you try to touch him? Li Yin was originally of violent temper. Seeing that Long Bo Yang was actually going to directly kill Wu Yi, he directly stepped forward, and his aura was fully open to block all of the other party's pressure. She then clenched her left hand in the void, and an exquisite white jade longbow instantly appeared in her hand. It was a big deal to start a fight at the drop of a hat. Long Bo Yang, Wu Yi is the grandson of King Ding and the son of King Jinbei. Do you want to stir up a dispute between the royal family and King Ding's house? Li Yin's domineering defense surprised even Wu Yi a bit. At the same time, he remembered the system's evaluation of Li Yin, a swan with a heart of gold, loyal to Longhua, cynical, daring to love and hate, a heart of icebergs difficult to melt the extreme love brain. If you can conquer, life are for you. Sheesh, this chick really is a love brain. Ha! Seeing that Li Yin was even going to make a move with him in order to defend Wu Yi, Long Bo Yang was even more shocked and furious, and roared with shortness of breath. I'm the one who's your fiancé, and now you're turning on me for him? Li Yin, however, was not the least bit afraid, and even deliberately angered Long Bo Yang. Get it straight. Fiancé is not husband. You and I are only married by the late emperor. It's not certain if we'll make it or not. Technically speaking, I'm not considered a member of your Anong royal family. Long Bo Yang, I am now warning you as the Grand Commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards. This commander is ordered to escort Prince Wu back to his residence. If you dare to block and cause trouble again, don't blame this commander for being merciless with his longbow. After a pause, she let out a cold cry once more. Where are the Dragon Shadow Guards? The 20 Dragon Shadow Guards immediately shouted in unison. Subordinate, Ryan exclaimed. Open the road. Anyone who blocks the way, kill without pardon. Yes. Swish. 20 Dragon Shadow Guards instantly lined up in front to clear the way, escorting the carriage forward. As for Li Yin, she directly pulled Wu Yi into the carriage, directly ignoring Long Bo Yang's twisted face that was already gloomy to the extreme. Seeing the Dragon Shadow Guards charging directly at him, Long Bo Yang did not move a muscle and did not have the slightest intention of avoiding them. At the moment he clenched his fists and was on the verge of losing his mind. At this time, a white-bearded old man behind Long Bo Yang whispered to discourage him. Yang, don't be impulsive. The Dragon Shadow Guards are directly under His Majesty, and making a move against them is equivalent to slapping His Majesty in the face. A man who achieves great things endures as much as he can. They won't be around much longer anyway. He was Long Bo Yang's master, the military advisor of the Anong King's house, and the closest friend of Anong King Longyan. It's just that he has mixed feelings about this apprentice of his. Talent is good, but he's manic and irritable and doesn't know how to hold back. It's easy to be bad. In fact, he appreciates the prince of Pingxi's house as son Su Yangfeng more. That guy is a thing. Long Bo Yang took a deep breath and finally calmed down. A turnaround and flew away. Just a growl in his mind. Wu Yi, the day after tomorrow martial arts meeting. If you don't die, I, Long Bo Yang, will abolish my own martial arts. Noticing that Long Bo Yang and the others had left, Li Yin instantly rebuked angrily. You're crazy, aren't you? What capital of yours dares to go against Long Bo Yang? Don't you know that he is a madman whose jealousy has turned into a demon? What if he really loses his mind and kills you? Looking at Li Yin, whose puffy chest was heaving with anger, Wu Yi smiled flirtatiously. Isn't it up to you to protect me? Are you going to watch me get killed by that manic patient? Li Yin grunted and looked away. If I wasn't ordered to escort you, I wouldn't give a damn if you lived or died. Who would have thought that Wu Yi would have swept her into his arms and ripped off the veil and kissed her without saying a word? What are you doing? I said it was just that one time. Don't you go too far. Well, until Li Yin was all limp in his arms, Wu Yi then hemmed and hawed. Seriously, you just made me look good protecting your husband. Li Yin's gaze was a bit evasive, and she exhaled, not daring to answer, cursing in her heart. Nurse, shame on you. Getting down to business. Were those two assassins sent by the Anong royal family today? Li Yin was shocked in her heart. How did you know? She had originally thought that it was the assassins sent by Princess Pingxi today, just as Wu Yi had guessed. But who knew that after going back to use all the torture to interrogate them severely, they found that they were actually the people of the king of Anong. Wu Yi snorted coldly. Apart from the Su family at this juncture, only the king of Anong dares to do this. Just what is King Anton's purpose in doing this? Framing the Su family? Aren't they on the same rope? What's with this sudden backstabbing? And this blatant assassination is too stupid. Li Yin is also a smart person. After Wu Yi has been so reminded, suddenly figured out, King Anong is trying to get the Ding King's palace and the Su family to go to war directly? The two cancel out to weaken both sides, and then he uses all his energy against his majesty? Wu Yi frowned. No, it's only when King Anong and the Su family join forces that they have the strength to fight against the imperial court. In that case, he may have a bigger card. Both were silent and speechless, their minds racing, but then at the same time a mind-numbing possibility came to mind. There was a tacit understanding to look at each other and exclaim in unison. King Anton is going to join forces with Jinyu Kingdom? Wu Yi's eyes narrowed, his eyes filled with excitement. The Wu family fights the Su family. King Anton joins forces with the Jinyu Kingdom to overthrow his majesty. And they then join forces against Great Yen? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a high-end game. The dragon shadow guards escorted the carriage to stop at the gate of King Ding's residence. Li Yin watched Wu Yi trying to get down and not wanting to get down, the corners of her lips holding back a smile. We're home. Why don't you get out of the car? Takeshi also smiled flirtatiously. So I'm really down? Li Yin hummed, with a shyness and a grudge. Down. Who would have guessed that Wu Yi would have taken her hand and yanked her under the car? Rian's heart thumped in fear. You, what are you doing? Wu Yi said in a serious manner. I'm in danger. A lot of people are trying to kill me. As you know, my father went to the northern border. And now the strongest person in the Ding King's house is my fourth uncle, who is at the fourth cultivation level of Martial King. What do you think Long Boyang or the Su family will do in case their dogs jump over the wall and trample the Ding King's mansion right down? Since you have been ordered to protect me, must you not keep me safe at all times? Listening to Wu Yi's mouth full of nonsense, Li Yin was ashamed and angry. Can she not know what's in this guy's mind? Does she think she can't see that aggressive look in his eyes? If she stays in the Ding King's residence tonight, she is afraid that she will be eaten by this bone dregs. Although, she was quite looking forward to it in her mind, and it felt exciting. Seeing Li Yin hesitant eyes to hide, Wu Yi lowered his head to lie in her ear and said gently, Commander Li, I'm sure you don't want to give up your chance to promote to Martial Emperor, right? Please. Or if you don't think it's exciting enough, I'll give Long Bo Yang another notice? That last sentence directly caused Li Yin's body to completely go limp, and she glared at him in shame and anger. You're such an asshole. Chapter 49 Heavenly Sacred Artifact Ani Huang Sacred Ball. Enemies killing at the door. King Ding's residence attacked. Wu also ignored the stunned eyes of those dragon shadow guards, directly pulling Li Yin, who was blushing but still had to force herself to be calm, toward the mansion. Who expected that just after walking into the courtyard of the mansion, he saw Yuja, who walked out quickly. Li Yin subconsciously drew her hand away. At once, the two women's gazes collided very keenly. Yuja's heart skipped a beat, but she was a very sensible woman. Greetings, Commander Li. Li Yin also nodded faintly in response. Young lady, Wu Yi said in a serious manner. Sister-in-law, tonight, Commander Li and I have been ordered by His Majesty to prepare for the Inferno Dragon Martial Arts meeting the day after tomorrow. It's a big deal. You know, the dragon shadow guards outside you order to be well entertained. They will all be stationed at the king's mansion tonight. Yuja glared at him, but was still facetious. That's natural. With that said, she looked over to Ri-Won and smiled. Since you have something important to do, I'll leave you alone. Commander Li, feel free to order me if you need anything. I live in the courtyard next to Erlang. Lian sensed the jealousy between Yujia's words and inexplicably felt a little weak, nodding her head. Thank you, young lady. You're welcome. Yuja looked at the back of the two people pulling and tugging away. Even with her mild temperament, she was also angry with her puffy breasts undulating and her heart was a bit blocked. Asterisk brought it home so quickly? You're really out of control when dad's not home. Yesterday morning when Long Chiyue and Lian came to King Ding's residence she sensed something was wrong. Lian looked at Wui with a hint of strangeness in her eyes. Nice guy. It was just a hint yesterday. And tonight you're bringing it straight to the house? If she knew that Wui almost even managed to bring Long Jioli back today, she would probably be so angry that she would stab this philandering carrot with 10 bloody holes. As soon as he returned to his room, Wui pressed Lian against the door. This high-flying royal girl he really craved. But who would have thought that Lian would have a very strong attitude this time and directly pushed him away? First, raise my cultivation to martial emperor. This has been seducing her with raising her cultivation, but it just doesn't pay the actual action. Instead, she had been taken advantage of. Cultivation hadn't been raised but half of it had been eaten first. Treacherous little thief. Wui smacked his lips. Okay. Anyway, this chick's favorability has skyrocketed to 81, so she can't run away. A good feeling of 80 or less may be affected by something else and boosted faster, but on 80 it's basically just a hard hammer. And his main goal tonight was to hammer Ri1's favorability to 90 in one fell swoop. The earlier a Saint grade technique or Saint artifact was obtained, the more useful it would be. The two of them sat down at the table, and Wui took out the merit hammer and started hammering directly. Dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Only it was with the second hammer, Wei Wu Legacy. Lian I see Wu also hammer hundreds of cultivation also do not see growth. Just the heart crispy itch cannot help but suspect that. Why doesn't the cultivation level go up? Wui said without blushing. I'm warming up, and when I do I'll be boosting mega fast. Ow. The Imperial Study. A female dragon shadow guard reported the clash between Wu Yi and Long Boyan to the Empress truthfully. The corner of Long Chiyu's lips rippled with a wry smile as she said in a faint voice. Stand down. Yes. Why did Long Boyang suddenly stop the road? For it was she who ordered the special airing of the message. She was purposely causing both sides to clash, directly bringing the hatred between King Ding's house and King Anton to its peak. Imperial Uncle. I wonder if you can catch this sharp blade of the Wu family, colluding with Jinyuguk and backstabbing the Seo family. Look at how smart you are. After a pause, she spoke aloud. Eunuch Lu. Lu Yuxian walked in quickly and pointedly said, Your Majesty, tell Commander Lian that his precious daughter was abducted by Wui, and ask him if he'll protect this future son-in-law. Ha! Seeing Lu Yuxiang staying frozen, Long Chiyue's phoenix eyes stared. Do I need to repeat it for you? Lu Yuxian was startled and shook her head repeatedly. It was just that he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he ran out the door. Ouch! Something bad is going on. Wu Shizi, you are not fooling around. Back then, the late Emperor Long Chen, King Ding Wu Yuan, King Anon Long En, and Dragon Shadow Commander Li Yan were all four sworn brothers. That's the one that started the war together and fought the war. Feelings run deep. Nowadays, if you look at Longhua, except for the Empress and the Wu family, the only one who can squarely smoke Woya is Li Yan. Moreover, Li Yan was a rigidly upright and old-fashioned minded master. The marriage contract between Li Yin and Long Boyan was set by the late emperor. Who dares to break the marriage contract? Li Yan is the first to disagree. But now, Wu Yi has abducted someone else, Long Boyang's fiancé? If this Li Yan were to get mad, wouldn't he whip Wu Yi half to death? Ding, congratulations to know. 2 pregnant baby Li Yin's favorability has increased to 90, and will randomly conceive a holy artifact or holy weapon. In gestation, please wait. Ding, congratulations to the host. Number 2 pregnant baby Li Yin has successfully birthed the 9 heavenly sacred artifact, Nirvana Sacred Bao. Bao. Wu also noticed a pattern. A pregnant baby conceives something that is somehow related to itself. Yuja has a gentle and soft character, and is systematically rated as a virtuous wife. The Ice Jade Tears, a supportive and gentle sacred artifact, was birthed. Long Jioli carries wealth and luck, and the system evaluates her as a daughter of heavenly destiny. The fact that a very powerful holy weapon, 10,000 sacred immortal G diagram, and a holy merit, heavenly treasure spiritual heart, had been conceived was enough to see that the chi was against the heavens. Along with all the conceived babies were tainted by the light, and Li Yin herself was cool in nature and a Bao player herself. Now it had directly birthed the holy weapon, Nirvana Holy Bao. Interesting. Bao. Never turn back from an arrow that has left the string. Just like the system's evaluation of Li Yin, an extreme love brain who dares to love and hate. If you can conquer it, your life will be given to you. It was a moth to a flame. A hot soul that could give up everything once it recognized you. Nirvana Sacred Bow, quenching the flaming sacred bow with the soul of the fiery phoenix. The incarnation of the fire phoenix, the emperor of the bow, the Nirvana is born, and all bows are subjugated. Phoenix might, anyone who is locked by the Nirvana Sacred Bow will have their soul cultivation fully suppressed, and the degree of suppression will depend on the difference in cultivation levels between the two parties. Phoenix intent, the will of the fire phoenix, chasing the soul and taking the life of the arrow. The arrow will hit and chase the target for eternity until the target is dead. Holy, this bull wow. Wu Yi was pleasantly surprised in his heart. The emperor of bows, all bows submit? He didn't expect the first combat type holy weapon he obtained to be so forced. What are you laughing at? Smiling that lewdly? Li Ying glared at him and cursed this, probably thinking of some bad ideas again. Wu Yi was in a good mood and didn't fight with her. Come on, start raising your cultivation now. Rian was keenly aware that something was wrong. Starting now? Ha, I mean warmed up. This will start. As he spoke, he directly switched to the fourth hammer, hardening into steel. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Li Ying was now at the 5th level of Martial King cultivation, and was also a spirit grade medium root. With Wu also estimated that it should not be a problem for the hammer to go out and break the Martial Emperor tonight. Thinking about it, if Long Qiyu saw Li Ying's leap to become a Martial Emperor, her expression would probably be wonderful, right? Will he lay down his dignity and status and beg him to hammer her too? A thought of yesterday's courtroom above Long Qiyu that if anything seduced him as a warped mouth fishing. Wu Yi hard itchy knot. TSK. The road to conquest is a long way to go. Midnight. 3 figures silently appeared above the Ding King's mansion, all converging their breath to hide in the clouds. They were all wrapped up tightly in fear of being discovered. These 3 people were truly the ones sent by Princess Pingxi. An old man at the head was none other than the Water Cloud Sect's patriarch, with a 7th level cultivation of Martial King. Li Hongsheng. Patriarch, are you sure you want to step on King Ding's palace? Li Hongsheng's eyes flashed with a sad and stern color. Wu Yi killed my grandson Su Yangshua. How can I spare him? This patriarch will personally avenge my grandson today. It just so happens that rumor has it that Wu Yuan is dead, and Jun Wuan has gone to the northern border to hold down the fort. Now that the Wu family is leaderless, I'll see who can protect him. There's no need to hold back. Kill them all and make it quick. The 3 of them stopped speaking and swooped down at the same time. With the 3 great martial kings joining forces, destroying the King Ding's palace was just a matter of an instant. Kill them all and withdraw. No one can spot them. Shoo away. But just then, an astonishingly terrifying aura rose up to the sky. It was like a huge blade that opened up the sky, so powerful and unusual that even the dark clouds in the night sky were stirred to pieces. The 3 people who had originally swooped down immediately braked sharply in mid-air, their faces changing drastically. What? Martial Emperor? How come the Martial family still has a Martial Emperor? Retreat! Clang of metals. But right at this moment, an imperceptible bowstring whisper suddenly sounded. It was like strings plucking, tantalizing to the extreme under this night. Chapter 41 Dragon Shadow Commander, Grumpy Lien. Wife. Say something. Swish. 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 Late night. A series of dozens of figures rose up from the palace, their target designated directly to the king's residence. A man at the head of the body type is sturdy and robust. His face is rigid and not angry and authoritative. Although his temples are graying, he is red-faced and full of vigor. Just at the moment the look was full of anger. He was the Dragon Shadow Guard commander, Li Yan, Martial Emperor 4th level cultivation, and behind him followed 50 Dragon Shadow Guards. Little bastard, you abducted my daughter without a word? Today, even if Wu Yuan is present, I'll still have to strip you of your skin. Is my Li Yan's daughter not to be abducted just like that? He was old enough to have a baby girl, although he was also a bit dissatisfied with the marriage contract between Li Yin and Long Bo Yang, but after all, it was set by the late emperor, and there was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, he had already thought of waiting for the situation in Longhua to completely stabilize before asking Long Qiyu to order a change in the marriage contract. But what's going on here? Li Yin ran after Wu Yi in front of Long Bo Yang? Isn't this setting Li Yin up for disloyalty and dishonor? How can he live up to his predecessor? The other side. When Li Hongsheng and the 3 of them sensed that there was a martial emperor sitting in the King Ding's residence, they said that it was not good and just wanted to escape. Ah, who would have expected that? Along with a light chant of a bowstring, the 3 great martial kings instantly screamed miserably and fell from the heights. Yes, Li Yin's one move secured the 3 great martial kings. 1 martial king 7th level, 2 martial king 5th level. All of them destroyed their dantian and ruined their cultivation. Bao. It is the head of the army of the distant attack, famous for preemptive backstabbing. The bowstring is loosened and the arrow comes out, taking a man's head from 1,000 miles away and killing him invisibly. The ability to be fast and accurate. and to finish the chopping to end the fight in the shortest time possible. Lian was now at the martial emperor realm, and although her realm was unstable because she had risen too quickly, killing 3 martial kings in seconds wasn't a piece of cake. Wife is awesome. I'm so handsome. Looking at the 3 martial kings falling from the heights, Wu Yi did not mince words in his praise. Lian was a bit pleased in her heart, but she still snorted arrogantly. Who's your wife? I'll rip your mouth off if you don't stop yelling. Holy, I worked hard for most of the night to make you break through to martial emperor, and you just put up your pants and disown me? Sound of panting. Looking at Wu Yi's lifeless expression, Lian couldn't help but laugh out softly, but soon she was alarmed again. Why is she smiling? Is this the same cold, icy her of old? To think that in all these years, she had almost never been in such a happy mood as she had been in the past few days. Brush. At this time there are several dragon shadow guards rose up to grab Li Hongsheng 3 people, and hands and feet neatly blocked the 3 people's sinews and bones acupuncture points so that they cannot move, preventing 3 people from committing suicide by taking poison, etc. Looking at the 3 Li Hongsheng who were tied up and thrown in front of him, Wu Yi had an inscrutable and weird smile on his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this what comes out of the gate? A hallowed water cloud sect patriarch, and 3 martial kings were seconded before they could even make a move? Don't you think it's a disgrace to spread this out? Li Hongsheng also had some backbone, lying on the ground angrily. You don't have to taunt me either. This patriarch recognizes it. There's no point in talking. Kill or be killed. I won't tell you anything you ask anyway. The other 2 simply closed their eyes and fell into dead silence. After all, the Dantian was destroyed and their cultivation was ruined. It was no different from being dead. They no longer had any illusions. Who expected Wu Yi to shake his head and laugh? No, 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 no. I don't ask questions like that aren't nutritious. I know even if you don't tell me. It's the Princess of Pingxi who ordered it. I just wanted to let you know that your family will be reunited soon. As he spoke, he looked at the few dragon shadow guards with a cold gaze. Separate the bodies of these 3 traitors and send them in batches overnight to the Pingxi King's residence. First the arms and legs, then the body, and finally the head. By the way, help the Xian to bring a message to Princess Pingxi that her eldest son, Su Yangfeng, will definitely die a worse death than Su Yangshua. However, those few dragon shadow guards were indifferent and didn't even look at him. Just kidding. The dragon shadow guard is directly under the Empress. Aside from Long Qiyu and the internal leader of the dragon shadow guard, not even King Ding had the authority to direct the mobilization. Wu Yi was a little embarrassed and looked over at Lian. Say something, wife. Lian glared at him with a bit of a headache, then waved her hand. A few dragon shadow guards understood and immediately complied, to take the 3 Li Hongsheng away for execution. Wait, take off all their space rings first. 3 martial kings' space rings. There was even a water cloud sect patriarch. There must have been a lot of goodies stored up. Killing people to get rid of their goods is something that Wu can enjoy very much. Several dragon shadow guards looked at Lian, and when they saw the commander nodding his head in acquiescence, they all sighed inwardly. Alas, good Lord Commander. How is it that in just a few days he has been tempered by this foppish waste like this? This is outrageously better behaved than a cat. Collecting the space ring, Wu Yi's heart was happy. He directly wrapped his arms around Lian's soft waist and was about to head for his room. Come on, it's time to fulfill your promise. Lian couldn't help but blush. Her body froze in place in some fear. She was ashamed and angry in her heart, cursing this guy who really couldn't wait a moment. Did you really give it away tonight? Although in her heart, she also tacitly agreed that she had planted this guy in her life, and it was impossible to choose someone else. But after all, it's growing too fast. Just as Lian hesitated, an angry roar abruptly exploded in the sky above King Ding's residence. Little bastard, get your pig's hooves off me. I think you're getting fat. Dad? Lian was startled and quickly turned her head to look at the night sky, only to see Li Yan leading a group of dragon shadow guards to directly step into the air. Ouch! This is bad. Wu Yi screamed out in a dark voice and hurriedly hid behind Lian. Your father. You're on your own. Lian glared back at him, finding it somewhat amusing. I thought you weren't afraid of anything? This guy dared to kill the Shingshu and scold the prime minister above the court, and he dared to contradict the female emperor against him below the court. During the day, he secretly met the fiancée of the great Yen prince in private, and at night, he abducted her in front of Long Bo Yang. It can be described as bold, and there is nothing you wouldn't dare to do. Wu Yi slapped on Lian's arse and said in a nonchalant manner, Nonsense, this old man is really daring to beat me up. Don't touch my daughter. Who would have guessed that in the next second? Li Yan's roar of anger came over. Takeshi also smiled sarcastically. Master, please calm down. Isn't it a nuisance to yell so loudly in the middle of the night? I have to go to work tomorrow. You come down here and we'll have a little chat. It was fine if Wu Yi didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, Li Yan immediately stormed off. You son of a, I'm gonna tear you apart today. Wu Yi hid behind Li Yin and pointed at Li Yan as he exclaimed. Lao dang. It's okay for you to scold me, but you're not allowed to scold my mother. Do you want to have some face as an elder? Li Yan also realized that he had said the wrong thing, and his old face reddened as he changed his words. Okay, count me as wrong for cursing. I'll recurse. Little bastard. Your grandpa's an asshole. I have to teach you to be a man today. Wu Yi. Looking at the entire Longhua, the only one who dared to scold Wu Yuan so openly nowadays was probably Li Yan. Seeing the furious Li Yan charging down directly, Li Yin stepped forward and shouted, Dad, it's a decision I've made for myself. You know, I don't like Long Bo Yang in the first place. Li Yan appeared a few meters in front of Li Yin in a flash, trembling with anger. You still know I'm your father? Even if you don't want to marry Long Bo Yang, you'll have to ask His Majesty to change the contract afterward. Where are you putting your father and me now? How can I face the late emperor in the future? I will obey you in all things before, but not in this. Get back to me at once. Men, take Commander Li back to the palace. Tie up Wu Shizi for me. Old me will teach this unfilial grandson a good lesson instead of old brother Wu Yuan. Immediately, a few female guards swooped down and headed straight for Li Yin. There were also a few dragon shadow guards who went straight to Wu Yi. Shoo away. But who would have expected that in the next second? The terrifying aura of the first level of Li Yin Martial Emperor suddenly erupted, directly shocking the four seats. Who dares to try to touch him? Chapter 42 Shocked Li Yan. The Yanlong martial arts meeting officially begins. High energy incoming. Who dares to try to touch him? Accompanied by Li Yin's cold shout. Those few dragon shadow guards immediately stopped their steps and dared not advance. Mainly because that martial emperor's aura was really bluffing. Li Yan was instantly confused. His eyes wide and his heart filled with horror. Martial emperor? This. I Lu a god old man He hadn't even noticed it just now out of anger. How is it that in just a few days, her daughter has become a martial emperor? At that moment, Wu Yi's head poked out from behind Li Yin's back and smiled cheaply. Old father-in-law. Brain buzzing, right? That's what I get for daring to abduct your daughter. You want to beat me up now? Li Yan was shocked for a long time before he looked at Wu Yi and narrowed his eyes. Good boy. I've heard that you've been in the limelight for the past few days, but I didn't realize that you really have some tricks up your sleeve. Count on the old man to look away. After a pause, he lifted his foot and walked into the small parlor in Wu Yi's solitary courtyard and spoke angrily. You two, get your asses in here. Wu Yi walked in after Li Yin. You can't just ignore your father if he hits me. If he hits me, I'll hit you in the stomach later. Get out. Li Yan sat on the first place with a gloomy face, not knowing what he was thinking. There was a long silence, and he looked over at Ri-1. Are you really going to pick him? He wondered how the two had hooked up after only a few days of knowing each other. Li Yin hesitated for a split second, glanced at Wu Yi, and then nodded decisively. Aha! In fact, she and Wu also had no feelings to sink their teeth into, and there was no sensational love story. Even she didn't know how she felt about Wu Yi until now. It was still vague. After all, we've known each other for too short a time. Can't talk about liking, much less loving. It was just that she had already developed a strong dependence on Wu Yi without realizing it. Even if she didn't choose Wu Yi, then she wouldn't choose anyone else in this life, because no one can replace that unique and special position of Wu Yi in her heart. Amazingly took a deep breath and sighed. You have to think about it. This choice of yours is undoubtedly tying the Dragon Shadow Guards to the Ding King's mansion, and making a complete break with the Anton King's mansion. Takeshi also grinned. Old father-in-law, it's already tied together. Your old man might as well think about it. Why did His Majesty specially order Li Yin to stay close to protect me? Is it not to give us a chance to get together? To set me against Long Bo Yang? At those words, Li Yan was shocked in his heart. Shocked at the sharpness of Vuya's mind. Good boy. I underestimated you before. In that case, you, King Ding's house, are willing to be the sword that cuts down on King Anong? Then can you represent the Wu family? Wu Yi took out the martial family head order with a confident and serious face. Before my father left for the northern border, he had already handed over the Wu family to me. Nowadays, I am in charge of the Wu family. Whether the Wu family is dead or alive, I can afford this responsibility. Who would have thought that Li Yan would suddenly break into a rage? Damn you! You talk a good game, but I, Li Yan, don't want face? Your grandfather and I are sworn brothers. According to seniority you still have to call Ini an aunt. Aren't you bringing me down a generation? Li Yin blushed slightly and also felt a little embarrassed. It seems like it does. Wu Yi, however, didn't care at all and perked up. It's your business if you and my grandfather call each other brother and brother. None of our business? According to your logic, with our relationship, don't you still have to call my grandfather uncle? And who told you to marry late and have children late? Who can you blame for your demotion? What else can you do if you're not motivated to have children? What else are you? Li Yan was furious and blew out his beard. You little. Seeing that this grumpy old man was disliked and speechless, Li Yan also couldn't help but laugh a little, just for fear that Li Yan would go on a rampage and didn't dare to laugh out loud. Wu Yi's mouth is indeed unforgiving. Anyone who encounters it can be angry and live 10 years less. Li Yan scratched his hair with some annoyance. Several times I wanted to say something, but I didn't know how to. Eventually he couldn't hold back and whispered in a somewhat embarrassed voice. I heard that your little wooden hammer can raise your cultivation, right? This cultivation level of mine has been stuck at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor for several years now. Look at this. 3 years ago he was the 4th level of Martial Emperor. Perhaps it was a limitation of talent. Perhaps it was a lack of chance. In short, there hadn't been the slightest bit of refinement in the past 3 years. One must know that when one reaches the Martial Emperor realm, raising even a tiny bit is as difficult as climbing into the sky. He had thought that this might be it for him in his life. But who would have thought that a Wu Yi would come out of nowhere? Isn't that hope? Wu Yi laughed out loud. Wouldn't you have said so earlier? So, do you agree to what we're going to do? Li Yan growled without a word of humor. You've abducted Iner in front of Long Bo Yang. What else can I say? Keep your voice down. Spoiler alert. After a pause, Wu Yi said seriously. I've been consuming more these past few days, so I'll help you raise it after the Yanlong martial arts meeting is over. Li Yan's eyes immediately lit up, and his gaze flashed with a touch of greed. Is that true? Good boy, good son-in-law. Ha ha ha. Li Yan's face was slightly flushed, and there was some shy joy in her heart. Takeshi also leaned over and whispered a beep in Ri-Wan's ear. Look at the old man's face. I think he just owes the hammer. Get out. At this time, Li Yan said with a serious face. In fact, I came here tonight to protect you from King Ding's residence. After all, you're attracting hatred now, and this is also His Majesty's intention. Wu Yi laughed and poured a cup of tea for Li Yan. See, why else would you bring so many dragon shadow guards here? In recent days you can take the dragon shadow guard and stay here without worry. My house is big enough anyway. Li Yan gave Wu Yi a very approving look, his eyes full of suppressed admiration. For brains alone, you're even better than your father, and you can compete with your Uncle Sam. Courageous and resourceful, worthy of being the seat of the Wu family. Li Yan didn't say anything, just snickered. Seeing that Wu Yi was able to gain her father's approval, she only felt sweetness in her heart. Only after Yuja had settled Li Yan and the dragon shadow guards did Wu Yi let out a long breath. 70 dragon shadow guards above Martial Zong are sitting in the Martial family, plus 2 Martial Emperors. The Martial family is considered insured in recent days. Looking at the uncontrollable look of exhaustion between Wu Yi's brows, Yuja was distressed and softly said, Go get some rest. I can't help with the outside, but I can still do the chores in the mansion. Since Wu Yi was framed by Su Yangshua until now, she had seen how busy the last few days had been. Either you're hammering someone or you're on your way to hammering someone, and you don't even have time to sleep. She was pleasantly surprised by Wu Yi's change, relieved that he had grown up to take responsibility and was even able to plan national affairs with the Empress. But at the same time, it's heartbreaking. He's only 18. Although he was smiling all the time, the pressure on his shoulders was unimaginably great. The fighters were all characters who could shake the Empire 3 times with a stomp of their feet. The plots are the big picture that determines the survival of LW. You can say that if you don't pay attention a little bit, you'll be doomed. Wu Yi deeply hugged Yuja, smelling the refreshing aroma emanating from the other party's body. The somewhat irritated heart then smoothed out quite a bit. Sister-in-law, don't feel like you can't help me. You've been great, and I still have a lot of things I need your help with when the martial arts meeting is over. Yuja smiled somewhat favorably. Okay, anything I can do to help you. So we'll have a baby? Off. Looking for a fight, are you? Wu Yi laughed and turned around to walk out of the courtyard. Where are you going? It's been 3 days since you've slept much. Don't you want to get some rest? Takeshi waved his hand. There's no time to rest. Don't let anyone near Uncle San's courtyard before the Yanlong martial arts meeting. I won't see anyone who comes. The Prime Minister's residence. The council chamber was filled with people, each with a grim and angry face, and in the middle of the field lay 3 bodies in pieces. Consort Li of Pingxi Wang knelt beside Li Hongqing's body, tearing her heart out and letting out a loud cry. Father, father, you died a horrible death. King of Pingxi Su Jinghua roared angrily. Cry, cry, cry. All you know how to do is cry. It's all you're doing. Why did you privately allow your father to kill Wu Yi? How's that? Shuor's revenge hasn't been avenged yet, and another water cloud sect is on board. How is this scene ever similar? It was exactly the same scene as when Li was reprimanded by Su Jinghua when she cried and mourned Su Yangshua. Li didn't say a word, just cried and mourned. Today, the Yanlong martial arts meeting, officially kicked off in the Imperial City. The seemingly peaceful Imperial City is actually surging with dark currents. Those who are keen have realized that it was the calm before the storm. It's so oppressive that it's almost suffocating. Empress Long Chiyua was dressed in a metaphysical dragon robe with a jade crown on her head. Elegant and dignified, noble and beautiful. She looked at the stunning beauty in the mirror that was so majestic, and the corner of her lips slightly rippled with a surly smile like a delicate flower in bloom. Wui, I hope you can today. Surprise me. P.S. About to enter the book's first big climax. Wui no longer hold back. Followed by the entire high energy. Cool to fly. Chapter 43 Yanlong Martial Association. Wui's deadly handle. Sister-in-law. Handsome? Yuja looked at Wui, who had been cleaned up by her board, and her eyes couldn't help but be flooded with the slightest hint of shyness. In fact, Wui could have gotten a soft lunch on this skin alone. 1 meter 8 or so. Well-proportioned physique. Thick eyebrows. Handsome face with a bit of masculinity. Plus the badass, gangly smile that hangs at the corners of his mouth at all times is killer. And because he was going to participate in the Yanlong martial arts meeting today, he could be considered to be dressed up. Simply handsome. Yuja hummed against her will. Not handsome. It's ugly. Takeshi also smiled smugly. Love is like water. Love is like a flower. People have to be honest, don't pretend to be blind. Your eyes are almost dilated. Okay? Asterisk 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 off. Where did you learn to do that? Wui feels that teasing this shy young woman is really quite fun. Earthy love words come out of his mouth. The clouds want to be clothed and the flowers want to look beautiful. You become a fire phoenix and I become a dragon. Beyond the mountains, beyond the buildings, sister-in-law is beautiful and gentle. Last night the stars shone brightly and my heart was full of thoughts of you. Yuja's goosebumps rose as she listened. Ouch. You're gonna die. She fled as if blushing with shame. Hurry up and come out. We can't be late for the Yanlong martial arts meeting today. Just the redness floating on both cheeks was a bit more beautiful than the rising morning sun. Although she had been a widow for 5 years, she hadn't actually even been in a serious relationship yet. How can you stand this? When he and Yuja walked out of King Ding's residence, there were already many people waiting outside. Li Yan, Li Yin, Wu Si, and some of the Wu family guards and dragon shadow guards. There were nearly 50 people, and the lowest cultivation level was a martial zone. There were even 2 imperial carriages pulled by the red flame dragon riders. This shows the Empress's ulterior motives. Li Yan was an acute person and had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing Wu Yi out immediately roared with anger like thunder. A big man is a grumpy man. Clank. Merit +1. Wu Yi is a hammer without saying a word. I won't have a daughter at 60 if I'm too impatient. If you say it again, I'll let you have your grandchildren next year. Li Yin and Yuja glared at him at the same time, signaling to shut up. Hiss your grandpa's ass. Li Yan was hammered coldly, and his scalp went numb, and he was so angry that he directly got into a carriage. Wu Yi naturally sat in the other car with Yuja. As for Li Yin, she was a bit hesitant, but after only a second's hesitation, she got into the carriage behind her. Reason, I was ordered to keep him safe. Li Yan couldn't help but sigh. A woman is not a woman. Depart. With Li Yan's command, the 8 red flame dragon riders let out a hiss and rose into the air. As for those Wu clan guards and dragon shadow guards, they were dispersed on both sides and rode in the air. This time, the Yanlong martial arts meeting was held within the Imperial Palace, and it was open-ended. Not only civil and military officials, as long as the dignified figures within the Longhua Empire could enter to watch the game. But this martial arts meeting today, I'm afraid it's going to be a big deal. The Imperial Palace. The large square in front of the Golden Palace has long been overcrowded and bustling, and 1,000 tables were set up for a lavish banquet. The civil and military officials as well as the representatives of all forces were seated in turn. A huge ring with a diameter of 100 meters was erected in the middle of the square overnight. Interesting. The Longhua Empire side was crowded with people very lively, all on the left side of the ring. As for Dian's side, it was relatively cold, with only a few dozens of people on the right side of the ring. I'm afraid this martial arts meeting won't be very peaceful. The second prince of Great Yen, Yen Feng, took a sip of tea and laughed. Prince Yen Zhong, who was on the side, took over the conversation with a sneer. What's the point of asking? You guys think Long Chiyue is a simple character? If it weren't for Longhua's internal and external troubles nowadays, coupled with the fact that Wu Yuan's life and death are unknown, do you think she would have married Long Jiuli to Great Yin so easily? After a pause, he stroked the whiskers on either side of his mouth, and a sinister smile flashed in his eyes. However, Long Jiuli carries the dragon family's anti-ancestor bloodline, which can be said to determine the future lifeblood of the dragon family. This marriage between the two countries will never be easy. Listening to the conversation between the two, Crown Prince Yin Xian appeared unusually calm. His handsome face had a faint smile on it at all times, and he seemed to have a sense of victory. Long Jioli, I'll marry you. Whoever stops, dies. The dragon vein was the core of what allowed the Longhua Empire to thrive. The dragon vein is there, and Longhua is in full bloom. The dragon vein is destroyed, and the dragon warrior dies. The dragon family, the guardian family of the dragon vein, on the other hand, has a clan rule that has lasted for thousands of years. The descendants of the dragon family who possessed the returned ancestor bloodline were the sole leaders of the dragon family, because only a fully awakened anti-ancestor bloodline could open the legendary dragon domain. Longhua Empire side. The location of the Anton King's mansion and the Prime Minister's mansion were next to each other. Su Yongfeng walked towards Long Boyan with a gentle smile on his face as he carried a wineglass. Brother Boyan doesn't seem to be in high spirits, as if he has something on his mind. Su Yongfeng is good at playing hard eyes. The city is extremely deep. It is a thing that likes to be. Long Boyan, on the other hand, has a violent and irritable personality, and his joy and anger are on his face. The two are completely polar opposites. Did you come over here on purpose to make fun of my son? My fiancé was abducted by that son of a Wui, but it's better than you. Su Yongfeng, right? I'm sick of the hypocritical smiles you have to put on your face when your beloved is about to marry someone else. Upon hearing this, the smile on Su Yongfeng's face stiffened, and a flash of sinister color flashed subtly in his eyes. However, he quickly covered it up and graciously sat down beside Long Boyan. Brother Boyan really knows how to joke. That's all in the past. How can I be worthy of the ninth princess? Enough about that, let's talk about Takeshi. Long Boyan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. A wasted dog. What's the point of talking about him? When he thought of the scene that night when Wui hooked up with Liin in front of him, he couldn't wait to immediately go and tear that bastard into pieces. Su Yongfeng laughed. Talk about how to get him killed. Our two families were already one, and now we have a public enemy. He hated you for taking your wife, and he hated me for killing my brother. What do you say? Brother Boyan, how can I get rid of my heart's hatred if I can't tear him to pieces? Long Boyan opened his eyes and coldly grunted. What more do you need to say? I will kill him today. For a wasted dog like him, it's as easy for the sun to kill him as crushing an ant. Su Yongfeng, however, smiled and shook his head as he whispered. Death, of course, but not on us, or we'll still be in trouble. What do you think if he died at the hands of great Yen Prince Yen Xian? Long Boyan frowned. What do you mean? Don't beat around the bush. Su Yongfeng didn't move and smiled lightly. But I have heard that Wu Yi and the ninth princess were alone in the East Palace for several hours the day before yesterday. Ha! At those words, Long Boyang's pupils suddenly shrunk. He was a man who was irritable and manic, but not stupid. He then suddenly laughed out loud. Well, dog, you've got real balls. I've underestimated you before. Su Yongfeng, seeing that Long Boyan was suddenly openly laughing to attract the attention of many people, he was speechless. I'm in the middle of a conspiracy. What the are you yelling about? Are you afraid people won't know? Your mother's maid, Brother Boyan. Although we're both sons, I'm only a foreigner after all. It's better for you to carry more weight and speak with more conviction. So this thing, Long Boyan hummed, leave it to me. Just this one handle. Today, not only Wui, but all the people in King Ding's residence will die. Not a single dog will survive. Imagine that. Today, the two countries' martial arts meeting is gathering from all 8 directions. If Wu Yi's private meeting with Long Jioli became public, what would Great Yen do? In a rage, the Great Yen Prince will force Long Jioli to destroy the Ding King's residence on the spot. Otherwise this face to where to rest? If Long Qiyu refused, then the two countries will go straight to war. And Dian will raise an army to step on Longhua. Between Jiangshan and the Wu family, which one did Long Qiyu choose need to be asked? King Ding's residence is here. Suddenly, the originally noisy square instantly quieted down. Everyone turned their heads to look at the sky, and all of them had horrified faces. I can only see the blazing sun rising, between the blue sky and white clouds. 8 mighty and domineering red flame dragon riders rode side by side, pulling 2 luxurious carriages with golden dragon flags as they stepped into the air. The dragon shadow guards and the Wu clan guards who were neatly dressed and lined up were on both sides of the guards. It looks majestic and imposing. I have to say, this is just so rehearsed. Great Yen Crown Prince Yen Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed. Dragon riders to open the way. Dragon shadow guards? Kind of interesting. Chapter 44, Tearing the Face. Liin completely explodes. Did you enjoy watching it, Long Boyan? With the arrival of Wu Yi, the people present all changed color in unison. 8-headed dragon riders opened the way, and dozens of dragon shadows escorted them. Dare I ask who in the whole of Longhua has this honor? Xiao Han glanced at Anon Yan Yan Gam and smiled. Your Highness, It seems that His Majesty has made up his mind to be firmly tied to the Ding King's mansion. That's right, this was Long Chi-yu's purpose. It was made clear to everyone that she would be working with the Ding King's mansion. One is to deter the officials so that they can see the situation clearly. Secondly, it is to deter the curfew to protect the integrity of the Ding King's residence. Long Yan's eyes narrowed slightly and he was silent. He didn't expect Long Chi-yue to be so decisive in siding with the Ding King's mansion, but he was sneering in his heart. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to join forces. Without Wu Yuan, King Ding's mansion is a paper tiger, and Jun Wuen's defense of the northern frontier this time around will be a lost cause. Now that the Wu clan is left with just one waste. Wu Yi, what use is it? Long Chi-yue, I want to see what other tricks you can play. Who can help you? Why is Long Yan so confident? Because Mu Yun was the one who killed him and Kim Woo Cook in secret collusion and teamed up. And this time, Wanjin will surely die in the northern border as well. Without these two pillars of the Ding King's house, it was already ruined. At this time, as Wu Yi's few people got off the carriage, the entire audience once again exclaimed in unison, Commander Lian? Commander Lin? Why are they here with Wu Yi? Boy, this row is indeed big enough. Who is amazingly? That's one of the LW's top dogs. The status and position was not in the least bit weaker than that of King Ding Wu Yuan. Lin was even the future successor of the Dragon Shadow Guard, the closest big red man beside the Empress. The crowd thought that the Empress had already given face by allowing the Dragon Shadow Guards to escort Wu Yi. I didn't realize that even the second-in-command of the Dragon Shadow Guard's first and second-in-command were accompanied by them. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd were each different, and they could be described as envious and jealous. What on earth is this punk capable of? How could he be valued so highly by His Majesty? What the hell can he do? His Majesty is still looking out for King Ding's face? That's not true. At least when it comes to waste no one can compare. That's true. Ha ha ha. Unlike the mocking awe of the crowd. At this moment, Long Bo Yang's face was gloomy. His sinister gaze was dead on the two men's close shoulders. Why next to each other? Why should there be physical contact? Why do you insult me so? Long Bo Yang, who roared in his heart, walked towards Wu Yi and Li Yin with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Yangfeng looked in his eyes and didn't stop him, just smiled faintly. In fact, it would be best if Long Bo Yang could fight Wu Yi directly. The more chaotic the better. The more chaos the better for him. Seeing that Long Bo Yang walked over with a murderous spirit, Li Yin was slightly nervous in her heart and protected Wu Yi behind her. Long Bo Yang, what do you want? She was definitely not afraid of Long Bo Yang herself. As the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards, the closest person to the Empress, who would she be afraid of when looking at the Longhua Empire? But she was afraid that Long Bo Yang would hurt Wu Yi. After all, that guy is a total nutcase and will do anything. Seeing that Li Yin once again defended Wu Yi in front of him, the anger in Long Bo Yang's heart had reached a peak. Li Yin, even though you don't want to marry me, you are now my Long Bo Yang's fiancé after all. You betrayed and humiliated me like this. Where do you put me? Long Boyan? Where will you put my father Long Yan? Where will you put the face of my Long family? With this furious cry from Long Boyan, a large number of eyes were attracted. The scene instantly fell into silence, all of them raising their eyes to watch the show. Sheesh, the Anton King's house and the Ding King's house clashed. This battle of the two kings is not a rare occurrence. Li Yin is a woman who dares to love and hate. Since she had already chosen Wu Yi, she would never back out or regret it due to any factor. Anyway, now that the situation has evolved so complicated, there is no fear of making things even bigger. Both. Then let's make a clean break. Long Bo Yang, I hope you get it right. You and I got married because your father begged the late emperor, not because I begged to marry you. You feel angry. I still feel aggrieved. Do you think I want to marry a lunatic like you? You claim that I am your fiancé, but ask yourself, do you really like me? What are your intentions? Think I don't know. You just think of me as your plaything, an object that you can control and even discard at will. And all your anger stems from your sick vanity and desire to control. I'm going to tell you right now, in no uncertain terms, that a jealous, moody, controlling lunatic like you disgusted me from the first moment I laid eyes on you. I, Li Yin, would not marry you even if I were a dog. Wu Yi, that's what we're saying. There's no need to scold me like that. Shoo away. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Li Yin's words could be said to be the least bit merciless, undoubtedly hitting the face of the king of Anong. Long Bo Yang trembled with anger and roared out. What did you say? As a royal relative, he grew up in fine clothes and noble birth. Around are never flattering, fawning to please. Have you ever been so publicly abused? But Li Yin's king bomb wasn't done yet, and exclaimed, 10 years of marriage, and you've been controlling me like a twisted pervert with a twisted heart for 10 whole years. I can't talk to any man. I can't have my face seen by anyone. And even making eye contact stirs up your perverted sense of control and jealousy. What do you mean you're not sick? I thought you told me to wear the veil and not to take it off. Then keep your eyes open. The words fell. As soon as she pulled off the black veil on her face, she revealed a stunningly beautiful cheek that was clear and cold with anger in it. She repressed it for a whole decade. I've been wanting to completely explode for a long time. Am I, Re-1, that unseemly? Why can't someone else look at me if I'm this pretty? Aren't you angry that I'm having contact with another man? So take another good look with your doggy eyes. Immediately after that, she pulled Wu-Yi into her arms. Then those delicate red lips came up of their own accord. Well, this time it was Wu-Yi's turn to be confused. Staring wide-eyed. I've been kissed? But this chick has a real hot personality. I like it. Wu-Yi does not care about you this and that. Directly embracing Li-in in front of the thousands of people present to have a French wet kiss. Lips and teeth entwined between. But also TM sip nuisance sound. This is a ridiculously arrogant move on the part of both men. Li Yan had a bit of a headache and held his forehead with one hand. He just felt his face burning with shame. Family's a bad thing. Family's a bad thing. Big brother Long Chen. This really does not blame me. These two little old brother I really have no way. Li-in has been very opinionated since she was a child. And is a disobedient master. Sometimes even he as a father can't do anything about it. Nice guy. Now hooked up with this gutsy asshole Wu-Yi. These two are out of control together. As for Yuja, she slightly lowered her head, her heart filled with bitterness and a very bad taste, all the while secretly saying, asterisk 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 hasn't even kissed me like this. But even more dumbfounded were the crowd of spectators, all stunned and jaw-dropped. I'm a good boy. No way. No way. This character of Commander Li is really as pugnacious as ever. Joking aside, how good can the daughter of Commander Li Yan's temper be? With the Dragon Shadow Guards plus the Ding King's mansion, I'm afraid King Anton will have a headache, watching Wu-Yi and Li-in kissing like nobody's business. Long Yen, who had an iron color, secretly clenched his fists, and the right hand that was holding the teacup had already appeared to have the slightest tremor. Anyone could see that he was trying his best to suppress the anger within him. At this time, Li-in pushed Wu-Yi away and arrogantly licked the crystals at the corner of her mouth. Full of provocation, he looked at Long Bo-Yang, his eyes full of vengeful pleasure. Did you have a good time watching it, Long Bo-Yang? Wu-Yi was already a fearless master, and he was even adding fuel to the fire. Look at you. In front of so many people you can't hold back. You're all stretched out. It's not the right time today. We'll go back tonight for a good kiss. The arrogant provocation of Li-in and Wu-Yi was undoubtedly like a fuse that ignited the nuclear bomb within Long Bo-Yang's heart, only to see him directly erupt into a shocking roar, completely losing his mind. That state of madness, with rippling veins all over his body, looked terrifying to the extreme. The face was twisted in a way that was a little scary. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, you sons of ES. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Aha. Death to all of you. Go to hell. Chapter 45 Li-in's Sins of Disobedience. Abolish the position of Dragon Shadow Guard Commander. The other side. Watching the sudden outbreak of conflict on the side of the Longhua Empire, the great Yen crowd watched in fascination. The second Prince Yen Fong stared at Li-in in death. This woman has a hot enough personality. I like it. In fact, Li-in belonged to the top no matter whether it was her face value, temperament, figure or talent background. After all, it's the very best of the best that the system has rated 97 super high, but as the great Yen Emperor's son, he had seen too many beautiful women and had already developed a certain immunity, a status like theirs values the inner soul more, and what Li-in did today directly gave him a strong desire to conquer. Prince Yanzhong laughed out loud. Since Imperial Nephew likes it, then Imperial Uncle I will get her for you today. I'm only afraid that Long Chiyue won't give face. Ha ha ha. Yen Boat hummed, his expression filled with arrogance. She dares not to give it? She even married her own sister Long Jiuli, who possesses the dragon family's returning bloodline, to our great Yen, not to mention a dragon shadow guard commander? Unless she, Long Chiyue, wants to go to war with our great Yen. At this time, a tart youth beside Yen Zhong pointed one hand at Yuja beside Wu-Yi, and hemmed and hawed with a lewd smile. Dad, I want that. That woman is just like her aunt. She's so watery at first sight. I like the gentle, shy type. This kind of play must be energizing. It seemed that in their eyes, Longhua's women were playthings that they could snatch with their hands. Yen Zhong, this son of his is somewhat naturally lustful, and even his little wife is. Still, he had only one baby boy, and he spoiled him. Okay, Dad will get it for you today. It would be an honor for her to be played by my baby boy. Yen Sure hemmed and hawed and whispered, Father, when the time comes, I want her to join Auntie. I see Auntie has gotten plumper and plumper lately. Yen Zhong, It's better to talk about such things at home. Ah, this is really. How did he give birth to such a? On the other hand, great Yen Crown Prince Yen Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled and opened his mouth. Actually, I'm more interested in that Takeshi. I'm curious as to what's so peculiar about him that he could make Li Ying, the Dragon Shadow Guard commander, go so far as to tear his face off with Long Bo Yang in public? Yen Boat raised his nostrils and hummed arrogantly. What can be so peculiar about a loser? Yen Xian just smiled and didn't say anything. Death to all of you. Right at this moment, Long Bo Yang, who was furious to the extreme, let out a shocking roar. That terrifying aura of the second level of Martial King suddenly erupted. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind, and his eyes were bloodshot. It gives the impression of being immediately pissed off. Yen Boat came to be interested. It's on. Gotta say that stupid dog that likes to yell is kinda awesome. At such a young age, you're already at the Martial King cultivation level. He then hurriedly turned his head to look at Yen Xian and said somewhat curtly, but surely he can't be compared to Big Brother. He's a piece of in front of Big Brother. But who expected a shocking scene? Shoo away. Only to see an even more appalling and shocking aura suddenly erupt from Li Yin's body. The airwave that had turned into substance directly shook Long Bo Yang to 100 meters away. Wow. Long Bo Yang's person was still in midair, but he had already spat out a large mouthful of blood. Paintbrush. At this instant, Su Xian, Su Jinghua, Su Yangfeng, Long Yen, and many others present all stood up violently, their faces changing greatly. With an incredulous face, he looked at Li Yin. Martial Emperor? Wasn't Li Yin still at the 5th level of Martial King 2 days ago? How did she suddenly become a Martial Emperor? Unbelievable. How the hell did she do that? Li Yin promoted to Martial Emperor in one leap. This is troublesome. Li Yin ignored the shock of the crowd and just coldly looked at Long Bo Yang, whose face was in a daze. Long Bo Yang, I'm warning you. As of today, my Li Yin's engagement to you is completely null and void. Even if your majesty punishes me for disobeying the emperor's order, then I'll admit it. Since we've already torn our faces apart, let's settle this once and for all. But who would have thought that just at this moment, an imperial voice full of majesty steeply came from within the Golden Palace, resounding throughout the imperial city. I, then, will punish you for disobeying orders. Empress? The crowd was startled and turned around in a hurry to stand at attention. Then bowing at the same time, he said in unison, eternal life to our emperor, and eternal peace to Longhua. As for the people on Great Yan's side, they casually saluted for show. Although Dian had always been strong, this was after all Longhua. They didn't dare to be too unbridled in front of Empress Longhua. Just as everyone bowed their heads and saluted, only Wu Yi raised his head to look in the direction of the Golden Palace. A flash of amazement flashed in his eyes, only to see Empress Long Chiyue wearing a jade crown on her head, dressed in a solemn and atmospheric black and gold dragon robe, beside the left and right followed by the equally dressed up Long Jining, as well as the beautiful and bubbly Long Jolie. The three of them walked out surrounded by many palace maids as well as dragon shadow guards. It had to be said that Long Chiyue was indeed beautiful. Her face was stunning, her peaks were high, and her jade legs were long. The imperial aura that was inherent in that majestic world set off her tall and perfect figure even more showy and heroic. Every step was as if the might of heaven had descended, pressing down slowly one after another. Yet every move is so pleasing to the eye that the appearance is the center of attention. It was a beauty like no other. Wu Yi and Long Jioli had a telepathic mind to look at each other at the same time. He revealed a flirty smile. A handful of fingers then a heart, said wordlessly, honey, I love you. Long Jioli rolled her eyes with shyness and anger, and held a smile at the corner of his mouth as he returned wordlessly, get out. Wu Yi looked at the dragon's seal again. He was relieved when he saw the other man hem and haw and give him an okay sign, but he had given the dragon seal a very difficult task. This is about Su Yongfeng's dog's life. Once it succeeds, Su Yongfeng will definitely die today, and it will be hard for the gods to save him. Right at this moment, Wu Yi and Long Chiyue's gazes collided for a split second. Although it was only a brief glance at each other, both of them seemed to have read each other's inner thoughts, and their tacit understanding was so high that it could be described as explosive. Wu Yi saw to that. Let go and do it today. I'll give you a bottom. The Empress saw to that. As long as you're on the hook, I'll let go. Wu Yi also didn't know why he could have such a high level of understanding with Long Chiyue. The two could understand each other even for a moment of divine connection. It was a resonance of the soul. But tacit understanding is tacit understanding, and the exact outcome will depend on how the two of them work together today. Long Chiyu sat down on the dragon chair outside the Golden Palace. I don't know whether she intentionally or unintentionally straightened the hem of her dragon robe, vaguely revealing a mysterious touch of snow white. On the spot, Wu Yi, the leg controller, was tickled. Grass, trolling me again? The corners of the Empress's lips floated slightly, swept a glance at the vast swath of people below, filled with a majestic voice blandly said, "All of you, be excused. Today's Yanlong martial arts meeting is to celebrate Princess Nine's wedding in January, which is considered a rite of passage, and also signifies that the friendship between the two countries will continue to flourish. For this reason, I've set up 1,000 feasts in this palace. There's no need to be formal. Please take your seats and watch the game later." When the Empress's words fell, the crowd spoke in unison. "Thank you, Your Majesty. May Longhua and Dian prosper." Wu Yi spat in his mind. "No, why can you shout so neatly? Is it so unanimous? Why don't I make the slogan?" But who would have expected that just at this moment, Long Chiyue's voice filled with anger steeply rang out. "Li Yin, as the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards, your actions today have disappointed me to the core. You disobeyed the imperial order and injured Long Boyang, the son of the Eastern King, in public, damaging the imperial power. You deserve to be executed. But because you are in charge of the Dragon Shadow Guards these years, also conscientious and loyal, therefore, the death penalty can be waived. Now I have decided to abolish your position as the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards, and you are not worthy of joining my royal family, and at the same time, abolish the marriage contract between you and Long Boyang. Li Yin, do you recognize it?" When these words came out, everyone's face changed. Li Yin is the biggest redneck beside the Empress. That's a waste? It's true that the Emperor is ruthless. Li Yin's face also turned pale for a moment. The Dragon Shadow Guard, the home she grew up in, was filled with too many memories, feelings that could not be cut off and engraved into her soul. Yet she didn't regret it in the least, and was even a little grateful, because the marriage was annulled. She was completely free. Li Yin dropped to both knees and blurted out in a trembling tone with red eyes, My daughter Li Yin, thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me." Chapter 46, 3 Matches. Special Rules. Long Chiyue wasted Li Yin's position as the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards without saying a word, allowing the civil and military officials to once again realize that the Emperor is merciless. However, Wu Yi instantly figured out its intention and secretly said in his heart, "This Empress, she's really good at what she does." Although the Dragon Shadow Guard commander was in the limelight, he was also in the limelight. Some things don't move well, but a folk girl with the cultivation of a martial emperor was different. It would be a stray arrow hidden in the darkness of the night completely unchecked. A super slayer who kills people without seeing them. Not only that, Long Chiyue also disguisedly suppressed the matter of Li Yin injuring Long Boyang, and used the opportunity to abolish the marriage contract to completely return Li Yin's free body. Even if the king of Anong was angry, he had nothing to say. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, instantly being able to make the most perfect decision based on an unexpected situation. The quickness of this Long Chiyue's brain reaction is simply outrageous. At this time, Great Yen Prince Yen Zhong stood up and laughed. "Dare I ask the Empress? I wonder what kind of competition method this Yanlong martial meeting is. My great Yen sons and daughters can't wait, and are eager to learn from the pride of your country." Hearing Yen Zhong's words filled with provocative contempt, the Longhua crowd was angry but equally curious. This time, the rules of the Yanlong martial arts meeting were set by the Empress, only they hadn't been announced yet. Long Chiyu's phoenix eyes swept a glance at Yen Zhong and said in an unsavory manner, "I wonder what Prince Yen is in a hurry for." This is a statement that is not in the least bit facetious. Ignoring Yen Zhong's ugly face, she announced aloud to the public, "Today's Yanlong martial arts meeting is for the sake of friendship between the two countries. All descendants of the royal families of the two countries as well as the princes and nobles, who are within 30 years of age, are eligible to participate. The game is split into 3. They are martial arts fighting, alchemy, and enlightenment. Yet none of them are unusual. The rules have been altered." When these words came out, the crowd was a bit shocked. "It's not an ordinary method?" Yen Zhong asked curiously. "Dare I ask, Empress, how is it unusual?" Long Chiyu said aloud. Scene 1, Gnosis. I will take out a formation for all participants to learn on the spot. This formation was created by me only yesterday. It ensures that everyone has never seen or learned it, and it's very simple. Whoever learns it first and uses it within an incense stick will pass the test, and the ranking will be based on how long it takes. Wu Yi touched his nose. This is simply too right hot. Knowing that Long Jiuli had birthed him a 9 heavenly sacred skill, heavenly treasure spiritual heart. One of the features, an extremely large increase in learning Gnosis, which makes learning anything tremendously fast. Isn't that a handful? Great Yen Crown Prince Yen Xian rose and arched his hand and smiled. I've long heard that Empress Longhua has the posture of a true dragon and the wisdom of a heavenly phoenix. And indeed her name is true. This method of competition is indeed rare and interesting. But I wonder what the difference is between the remaining 2. As he spoke, he looked towards Long Jiuli beside the Empress and revealed a gentle smile. Wu Yi glanced at Yen Xian and beeped in a small voice. You're the only one who can kiss ass. It shows. How dare you steal my wife? I'll cut your oregano off today. He cursed back. But one had to admit that this Yan Xian was indeed excellent, gentle and elegant, with an elegant instrument, of noble birth and outstanding talent. Not only is he humble and not arrogant, but the main thing is that the pen mouth is still ing articulate, simply perfect and flawless. Not many women can resist its charm. Long Qiyu glanced at Wu Yi, who was beeping in a small voice, and felt some amusement in her heart as she continued to announce, Game 2, Alchemy. But instead of refining herbs into pills from scratch, it's a matter of upgrading existing pills to a higher grade, with no restriction on the method, so everyone can show their own skill. Ranking is based on how many ranks you move up, and if you're in the same rank, you win or lose based on how long it takes. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Upgrading existing elixir grades? What kind of a comparison is that? It's well known. A finished elixir is hardly room for secondary enhancement, unless one can successfully fuse the second added potency. However, this required a great deal of talent as well as meticulous control from the alchemist. Otherwise, it's easy to ruin the elixir. At this moment, all the people of Longhua were secretly grumbling and talking. What is your majesty's intention? Isn't this intentionally favoring Great Yen? The birthplace of the Dan sect is Dian. Dian's alchemy craze is the best among the hundreds of countries in the Yuanwu continent. Many people have learned alchemy. This one is bound to lose. Great Yen Crown Prince Yan Xian is even the close disciple of the great elder of the inner domain Dan sect. Alchemy is someone else's strong point. Isn't this hitting a stone with an egg? This Yanlong martial arts meeting is a competition between two countries, and it is a matter of the empire's face. Can people on LW's side not be worried? Hearing this rule of alchemy, Yan Xian was also stunned. A spontaneous smile followed, and a dark thought crossed his mind. That is a big no-no, isn't it? He was the closed-door disciple of the Dan sect's grand elder, and at only 25 years old, he was already a 6th-grade alchemist, and his talent was one of the highest in the Dan sect. In terms of alchemy, all the people present combined couldn't compare to one of his. The second Prince Yan Fong could not help but laugh in a small voice. Big brother, it seems that this Long Chi Yue is very sensible. Isn't this a clear case of favoritism towards Day Yin for you to get out of this? Then show a little bit of yourself and just pull out the stops for these idiots. Yan Zhong laughed. It seems that Long Chi Yue really doesn't want to go to war with Great Yin. How dare she curry favor with us like this? Yan sure scratched his crotch in a hurry. It seems that this Longhua Empress is also a soft bone who is afraid of softness. Father, you must get that woman for me later. I can't help it once I see her. The woman he was talking about was Yuja. Yan Zhong glanced at Yan Xi's lower body, and was speechless at this son. This simpleton, who had just stared at Yuja blatantly practicing his traditional craft when no one was looking. I know. Stop scratching. It's embarrassing. Unlike the worries of the Longhua crowd, at this moment, Wu Yi's heart was almost bursting with laughter. How is this? This right flavor spicy again? How come the rules out of the Empress are netted to my strengths? Isn't this a proper specialty match? The third hammer of the merit hammer, turning stones into gold. Unlimited enhancement of the efficacy and grade of all things in the world. Turning waste into treasure, and treasure into the most precious treasure. Isn't this a ing random crush? Then how can Yan Xian's alchemy talent be better than his merit hammer? International joke. At this time, Long Chi Yue opened her mouth again, her majestic voice resounding through the entire arena. Game 3, Martial Arts Fight. The rules of this one are actually very simple. That is, Longhua and Dayan will have a ring-keeping challenge match. Both sides fight 2 by 2. The winner guards the ring without stepping down, and continues to accept challenges from the rest of the participants on the other side until they lose, or until they finish guarding the ring. During this period, each participant has multiple chances to get on the stage and challenge whenever the stage is changed, or of course, they can forfeit. If one of the two countries loses, the final winner will continue to be determined on the other side. Hearing this rule, the crowd was interested. This is absolutely fair and impartial, each according to their strengths, so as not to lose the heart, and everyone has multiple chances to prove themselves. But who would have expected that right at this moment? Long Chi Yue suddenly dropped another heavy bomb, arousing the interest of the crowd. If it's a competition, then naturally there must be a prize. Moreover, this martial arts meeting is also the 9th princess coming out banquet, so the rewards are naturally exceptionally generous. Speaking of which, she intentionally glanced at Wui. Takeshi? What's this looking at me for? But he was also curious to see what rewards this empress could come up with. Chapter 47, Super Reward? 2 countries competing. 1 man down. Billions to go. The empress first glanced at Wui. Between the attention of all the people, the red lips gently opened, and the imperial voice full of majesty was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. There are 3 matches in the martial arts tournament. The winner of the first enlightenment will be rewarded with a 7th order extreme spiritual weapon, the Breaking Black Dragon Lance. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. 7th ranked extreme spiritual weapons? That's a treasure with a price tag. The grade of the weapon directly determined the strength of the martial artist's combat power. Not to mention the onlookers, even Li Yan was a bit greedy. One must know that as the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards, a top-tier martial emperor powerhouse, he was using a spirit weapon that was only of the upper 7th rank. Just this is still in the year in a secret realm with many strong head to fight with the blood with life to snatch. Long Chi-Yu ignored the horror of the crowd, because a greater reward is yet to come. The winner of the second alchemy, whether it's a Longhua or Great Yin participant, will be crowned as my 6th prince of Longhua, the Longhua Qiwangtian, Qi Tian Wang. He is the same as a royal prince, enjoys all the same treatment as a prince, and his descendants can all be appointed as vassals and generals, never to be deposed, and exempted from capital punishment. Holy! At this moment, not to mention the others, even Wu Yi was startled. What the hell is this Empress up to, playing so big? You have to know that there are only 5 kings in total in the Longhua Empire. King of Ding, King of Anong, King of Jinbei, King of Pingxi, King of Dingnan. Apart from the Anong King Longyan, which of the remaining 4 foreign kings did not make a great contribution to Longhua? If the Qi Heavenly King was crowned, not to mention whether it was honorable or not, its status alone could be considered a step up to heaven. What is Qi Tian? Second only to the Empress. One for all, billions for all. Yan Xian was also a bit confused. Even as smart as he was puzzled. What exactly does this Longhua Empress intend to do with this move? The second alchemy competition was obviously won by him, the great Yen Prince, and everyone knew about this result, but Long Qiyue knew that, but she still wanted to appoint a Qiwangtian king? Yan Zhang laughed. You don't have to ask? Long Qiyue is obviously giving you a prince for nothing, the purpose of which is naturally to hope for the 2 countries to make good relations. This shows that she really doesn't want the 2 countries to go to war. Seeing as it came from Long Chen's death, Long Hua indeed shriveled up and couldn't withstand the toss. The crowd had thought that the Empress had already been very generous in offering the reward of sealing the king. But I didn't realize there was a bolder one. The winner of the 3rd martial arts fight will be rewarded with an 8th ranked Red Flame Dragon Rider King. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd was uplifted and the whole place was in an uproar. Long Qiyu did not pay any attention to the crowd's reaction. As we all know, the Red Flame Dragon Rider is a symbol of honor for my Longhua's royal family, a national treasure unique to my Longhua. Adult Red Flame Dragon Riders have a cultivation of the 6th rank, and it takes hundreds of years of cultivation to advance to the 7th rank. And the 8th order Red Flame Dragon Rider King is even more of a rare treasure that can't be measured in terms of value. On average, only every 1,000 years is it possible for a Dragon Rider King that awakens a king-level bloodline to appear. And even though I, Long Hua, have thousands of years of foundation deposits, there are only 3 of them nowadays. The King of Dragon Riders appears as if I were coming. If you see me, the civil officials will get off the sedan chair and the military officials will get off their horses. And you will be treated like a ruler and a courtier. Any famous clan or sect within Longhua shall be treated as a guest of honor. This time the whole room was even more shocked beyond words. Who wouldn't want to get the mighty and domineering Red Flame Dragon Rider? That's not just a zippy mount, but also a battle partner with great combat power. Not to mention an 8th order Dragon Rider King? Its value can no longer be measured in money. It is said that the speed of the Red Flame Dragon Rider King can be as fast as 1,000 miles in an instant, and wherever it passes, it can burn out a sea of fire for 10,000 miles. Fire hooves can shatter mountains, and red flames can burn the sky. At this moment, not to mention the others, even Wu Yi had a craving. TSK. Long Qiyue is really paying for it this time. I can't stop craving for it. At this time, Yan Xian suddenly stepped forward and smiled archly. Empress Longhua is indeed generous. The rewards for all 3 matches are all hard to find and rare in the world. Yan Xian is impressed. Since this Yen Dragon Martial Association is for the celebration of my Yan Xian and Jiu Li's wedding, then my great Yan should not be petty either. As he spoke, he faced the public and exclaimed, for the winner of the first enlightenment match, I, Great Yen, will take out 3 wisps of Earth Core Golden Flame as a reward. As he spoke, he only saw his hand stretch out, and 3 strands of golden flames instantly appeared dancing in his palm. Even though they were separated by a certain distance, the crowd could still feel the sizzling energy emanating from it. As we all know, my Great Yan's geocentric golden flame can also rank 5th on the Yuanwu continent's exotic flame list. It's only 3 strands, but it's a rare treasure that's hard to find in $1 million. Any gold and fire attribute martial artist who can refine and absorb it will be able to quench their bones and blood, greatly increase their cultivation, break through the shackles, and refine their martial arts. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. The fame of the Earth Core Golden Flame was great even in the entire inner region, not to mention in Great Yan's own country. It could be said that it was a top-level foreign fire that every gold fire attribute martial artist or alchemist could only dream of obtaining. Even the martial emperor realm's Li Yan's eyes were moved, and a flash of greed flashed in his eyes. For the reaction of the crowd, Yan Shen looked in his eyes. His eyes showed a hint of self-satisfaction and said again, "I think you must have heard. Yan Xian is not talented. Early years have the honor to worship Dan sect. Is the Dan sect elder Shut disciple? In the Dan sect are some thin face. The winner of this second alchemy session will be rewarded with an 8th order, top grade elixir, the 9 skies life soul elixir. The 9 heavenly soul pill is a supreme treasure even in my Dan sect. It can save one's life at the moment of life and death, and even if the physical body dies, it can keep the soul intact, and it will remake the physical body on its own afterward, and perfectly replicate one's own former flesh and blood appearance and root bone talent. It's just that it might take 3 or 5 years to slowly grow up from a baby. LOL. This 9 heavenly life soul pill was precious beyond measure, and could not be measured in terms of value at all. It was a life-preserving immortal elixir that the Dan sect had specially given to Yan Xian, but he wasn't worried, because the winner of the alchemy competition will definitely be him, no one else. And Yan Xian taking the 9 heavenly life soul pill as a reward was actually to show the energy he possessed, so that the people of Longhua would know that Great Yan and the Dan sect had a close relationship and recognize the gap between the two sides. In the future, we should bow our heads and resign ourselves to our fate. It's also a spiritual stressful encounter. Hearing that Yan Xian had used the 9 heavenly life soul pill as a reward, the Longhua crowd cursed furiously in their hearts. Screw you. You'll definitely win the second match. What's the point of you even taking out the Great Yan Empire as a reward? It's still not your own in the end? Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy in the extreme. Dogs. Don't want Bill I am. It was clear that the crowd looked a little disinterested in the reward. However, both Long Qiyue and Wu Yi's eyes lit up, and a flash of greed flashed in their eyes at the same time. That's right, both wanted it badly. Takeshi must have used it to save his own dog's life. Long Qiyu, on the other hand, turned her gaze to Wu Yi. Wu Yi noticed Long Qiyue's eyes that were full of anticipation and somewhat breathlessly spat in his heart. What are you looking at me for? No, big sister. What makes you think I can win against Yan Xian in alchemy? And if I do, I'll keep it for myself. Who would have thought that right at this moment? Long Qiyue's delicate red lips slightly opened, and her white teeth gently bit the corner of her lips. Obviously noble and arrogant imperial sister. But at the moment it looks delicate and charming, as if a choo-choo can be seductive female vixen. But it was only for a moment before she resumed her usual majesty. Void mentally beeped in a small voice. Fishing for me as a warbler again? Holy, this is killing me. Seeing Wu Yi's eyes averting his gaze with some evasiveness, Long Qiyue secretly snickered in her heart and hummed in a very arrogant manner. Little man, I still can't play with you? Poof. At this time Yan Xian said again. The winner of the third martial arts competition will be rewarded with a chance to enter the Golden Flame Valley, a secret realm unique to our Great Yan imperial family. This Earth's Golden Flame is from the Golden Flame Valley, which is full of chances, so what you can get all depends on your own destiny. Yan Xian also had a heart in opening this reward. The only Longhua participant who could win against him in a martial arts fight was probably Long Boyang. As for Long Boyang, he was not a gold fire attribute physique, so he would not be able to get any real benefits from entering the Golden Flame Valley. So these 3 rewards of Yan Xian sounded powerful, but only the first reward of 3 strands of Earth's core golden flame could realize points. The last 2 basically amount to blank checks. This was despised in the hearts of the Longhua crowd. Prince Dian? Ugh. Just as well the words are pretty. Suddenly, Long Qiyue's majestic voice resounded through every corner of the palace. I hereby announce the official start of the Yanlong Martial Arts Festival. Game 1, Gnosis. All contestants, please, enter. Chapter 48 This. How did this start spraying again? My view is very hanging. Bull and forced awe. All contestants, please enter now. As the Empress gave the order, the Longhua and Great Yan camps immediately entered and stepped onto the ring that was 100 meters in diameter. There are dozens of men and women. The entry requirements for this Yanlong martial arts tournament are the younger generation of the royal clansmen, princes and nobles of the 2 countries, and should be under 30 years of age. Since Longhua was the host, the number of participants was naturally larger, amounting to about 30 people. Wu Yi, Long Boyang, Su Yangfeng, 3 sons of the world, as well as the 2 royal princesses Long Jiuyin, Long Jiuli are also naturally in the list. As for Dian's side, there were less than 10 people. However, Wu Yi's eyes steeply lit up. This is beautiful. He hadn't even noticed that there was a great beauty in the Great Yan camp that time. If the guess is right, this should be the 4th princess of Great Yan. Yan Wanju? Because of the second hammer, Wei Wu legacy. Wu subconsciously wanted to read the information when he saw a beautiful woman. After all, there were very few extremely rare products above 95 points, and each of them could be called the best in the world. So he wouldn't let go of any of the pregnant babies. Name, Yan Wanju. Age, 20. Height, 163. Favorable opinion, -3. Cultivation level, second level of Wu Zone. Root and bone, medium spirit. Number of entrants, 0. Overall rating, 94. Grass. Just 1 point? In Wu's opinion, a 1-point difference is even more infuriating than a 10-point difference. He simply closed the message panel, not bothering to read the rest of the message. Embodies the spirit of plucking out the ruthless scum in the best possible way. In fact, Yan Wanju is really beautiful, can be on the 90 points or first-class big beauty, but Takeshi only cares about being a pregnant baby. A woman? He's not lacking. He would not voluntarily waste his mental energy on any woman of no value other than a pregnant baby. How? The spirit of the three no's. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Seeing Wu staring straight at Yan Wanju for a few moments, Yan Xian laughed. Fourth sister. It seems you have quite the charm. Yan Wanju naturally noticed Wu's eyes as well. She was quite a character. However, and said without saltiness, Imperial brother is joking. The eyes grow on others if they want to see it. But I heard that Wu and my unmarried sister-in-law are childhood friends. Don't you feel bad about that? Yan Xian looked at Long Jiuli, who had also gotten into the ring, and nodded his head with a light smile as a greeting, but his words were full of dominance. The two of them can't be considered childhood friends, and it used to be just Wu's unrequited love. Everyone knows that Long Jiuli hates him, but from the time Long Jiuli and I settled our marriage, I will not allow her to touch any man. She can only be my Yan Xian's wife for the rest of her life. Yes, Yan Xian is also a person who is very controlling. This is probably a common problem for every man. However, he was much better than that douchebag Long Bo Yang, and he hadn't reached that kind of perversion yet. Master. Long Yin smiled and greeted Wu, choosing a spot to stand right next to him. As for Long Jiuli, she ignored Wu, because she couldn't tear her face off with Yan Xian yet. She couldn't browbeat Wu either. It was only when she noticed Wu staring straight at Yan Wanju that the jealousy in her heart came up. How dare you look at another woman in front of this princess? If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out. When all the contestants spread out and stood separately, a group of coolly dressed beautiful palace maidens carrying golden plates came in. The gold discs all held a fist-sized jade slip, which should be the exam questions that Long Qiui issued. Everyone will get a jade slip to learn on the spot at that time. At this time, Su Yongfeng, who was standing on Wu's left, suddenly took a few steps closer and lowered his voice. Mr. Wu is really good at what he does. I underestimated you before. Wu's curse words came out of his mouth. Because you're a dog's ass. For Su Yongfeng, this kind of city is extremely deep and also always likes to be behind the back of the cub seed. He will not give a good face at all. Su Yongfeng? He didn't expect Wu to open his mouth and curse, but he did have a good mindset and didn't get angry. Don't be too arrogant. Don't think that I can't do anything about you just because you have the Empress backing you up now. I will avenge the deaths of my brother, Su Yangshua, and my grandfather, Li Hongsheng. Your Ding Palace has run out of luck. Even if you have the protection of the Empress, it won't help, he said with a sneer, his eyes filled with contempt. Moreover, what situation has developed nowadays? Can you figure it out with your pig brain? To be used by the Empress and still be complacent is simply ridiculous. Who expected that just after Su Yongfeng's words fell, Wu directly pointed to his nose and gave a crazy output. This. It's like having a baby and getting high on pussy. I think you're a riding a deer, you're a ing baka press. If you're sick, go to the vet. Don't bark at me. Dare to talk to me like that. Your genealogy comes wholesale, doesn't it? The body in the jungle to endure for high. I endure after stabbing you twice. Stabbing the waist after stabbing the waist to stab the bag. Stab the nympho wildly. I'm happy to be used by whoever I want. It's none of your business. You're the one who fell into the salt bowl. Stop the car and love the maple forest at night. Mind your own business. The hand plucks the silk reed and gets drunk. If you dare to pussyfoot around again, do you believe I'll you? The moment, the ring rings with Voya's string of mouthfuls of fenugreek, which simply won't stop as if he'd eaten Hyun Mai. The words were as fast as a Gatling with blue flames. The firepower is like a big nuclear bomb that destroys the sky and the earth. Su Yanshua? You. He was directly dumbfounded by Wu's spray. Even with his city and heart, he was almost sprayed with his mind exploding red worm on the spot. Seo Hyun. He forgot to explain to Su Yongfeng that he mustn't play lip service with Wu, and sure enough, he suffered a loss. This cursing is for nothing. Long Qiui. She had a bit of a headache and held her forehead with one hand. What's with the spraying again? The sudden scene also attracted the attention of the entire crowd, who all cast shocked gazes. De Yen and the others immediately looked dumbfounded. Yan Xian was first stunned, then dumbfounded. This guy is interesting. The people on LW's side were even more speechless. Before, it was even if Wu Yi sprayed people in the courtroom, but today was the Yen Long martial arts meeting. Isn't this a joke to other people's great Yen? As for Long Yin listening to Wu Yi's golden sentence of spraying people without any repetition, while secretly memorizing it in his heart, he was also almost excited to follow a piece of cursing. After all, he's dedicated his life to screwing up, and he simply doesn't want to let go of a great opportunity like this. But once he remembered the daunting task he was shouldering today, he still held back hard, just secretly gave Wu Yi a thumbs up in his heart. Learned and learned again. Lonely Mountain Temple North Jiatingshi. My master is awesome. My view is very hanged, oxen and forced. Right at this moment, there came Long Chiyua's cold voice of anger and might. Wu Yi, there shall be no insolence at the Yanlong Martial Association. Wu Yi looked at Long Chiyue. Your Majesty, it's not my fault. It's this one that's purposely looking for a fight by saying something that affects my mindset. Isn't it affecting my game? What the hell do you think it took to make a kid like that? His parents must have cut corners when they made him. Xiao Hyun, Su Jinghua, Su Yongfeng, the grandparents and grandchildren were all grimacing, secretly clenching their fists. As he spoke, Wu Yi continued to point at Su Yongfeng's nose and cursed. Why do you think you're such a? Isn't it good to be a human being? Why do you have to come over here with a pussy face to get scolded? If I lose this game, it's all your fault for affecting my mindset. You son of a. Get out. Don't get so close to me. The crowd was sweating furiously. It's not. How can you blame Su Yongfeng for losing the game? Don't you know how much of a loser you are? You need someone else's influence for that? Do you have any room to fall? In the whole of Longhua, who doesn't know that Wu Yi is an uneducated loser? That's enough, Takeshi. I'll smash your mouth for cursing again. Long Chiyue really couldn't help it and immediately let out an angry cry. She prevented Wu Yi from making another whole mess, and hurriedly announced, Game 1, Gnosis. Now each participant has a jade slip in front of them. Inside is a very simple spirit gathering formation. The time limit is 1 incense burner. If you learn it and use it, you pass the test, and you win or lose according to the length of time. Eunuch Lu, light the incense. Here, when Lu Yuxiang lit an incense stick, Long Chiyue said aloud, Now I declare, contest, start. Chapter 49, The Empress Final Test. Plugin, Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Heart. As Long Chiyue announced the start, Wu Yi and the other participants were the first to take the jade slips and start studying. After all, it's only an incense burner. Even learning a low-level spirit gathering formation? That was no small challenge. It can be a race to the bottom. Wu Yi had just probed his spiritual energy into it when he realized that an even more powerful spiritual energy had invaded his mind. It was a complete set of information about the formation, but to his surprise, the message was accompanied by a sentence that rang in his head. I have paved the way for you, but I will not secretly cheat to help you. Whether you're a dragon or a worm today is up to you. Takeshi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He understood what Long Chiyue meant. She wanted a talented man who could help her stabilize the dynasty and unify Longhua, not a loser who would only learn to walk with her help along the way. To put it bluntly, this martial arts competition was also Long Chiyue's final test for him. It's the dragon. In the future, we will join forces and work together to achieve great things. It's bugs. We'll go our separate ways in the future. Don't worry. You'll be satisfied. After all, I'm still counting on the early stage to hold on to your thigh to save a dog's life and develop properly. Wu Yi didn't pay any more attention and began to learn about the spirit gathering formation. In fact, the low-level spirit gathering formation is not difficult to learn. This kind of formation belongs to the basic formation. Even people who have not been exposed to formations get started very quickly. Normally, however, most spirit gathering formations required the use of spirit stones as the formation base to set up the formation, or the 3-element formation, or the 5-element formation, etc. To catalyze the formation to draw the energy in the spirit stone to converge to the formation eye to release it, so that it can be considered complete. However, the formation given by Long Chiyue this time was different. Not only did it not need a spirit stone as a formation base, but it was even still forming a formation within the body. Formations within the body? That's rare, not something an ordinary person can create. Long Chiyue said that this spirit gathering formation was her own creation, so it seemed that her attainments in formations were not ordinary. While Wu Yi was learning about formations, the 9 heavens sacred skill that Long Jiuli had birthed for him, the Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Heart, also began to operate automatically. The first function of the Celestial Treasure Spiritual Heart is a significant increase in learning Gnosis. He only felt that his ears were clear and his mind was much more open in this instant. as if he had grown many brains in this instant. Like a supercomputer, the countless precision parts in the pig's brain were running wildly at this moment. Those formation information was completely digested by him in the blink of an eye. Holy, that hard? This is like a heifer calving. Awesome and badass. In just a short period of breathing, Wu Yi had surprisingly already basically mastered it. It's a 5-element spirit gathering formation. Use your body's yuan qi to simulate the 5 elements in 5 square formation bases, which are arranged around the dantian in the following 5 directions: west gold, east wood, north water, south fire, and center earth. Then use the dantian to catalyze the formation's veins to fully activate the formation, and then draw on the outside world's yuan qi to absorb it into the body. It sounds simple, but it's hard to do in practice, knowing that the 5 elements were mutually exclusive. Simulating the 5 elements of the formation base in the body alone could be difficult for a large group of people. Who would have guessed that just then? The voice of the dragon seal rang out steeply. I abstain. Crowd, Long Chi Yue. This is just the beginning, okay? You're the son of the emperor. You represent the dignity of the royal family. Even if you don't know how to do it, you should at least do it. Dragon Seal backhands nose to the sky, a face of arrogance said. With this emperor's natural talent, all he has learned are higher order formations. A low-ranked formation like this one, this imperial prince doesn't care to learn it yet. This chance to make a splash is better left to you youngsters. The words fell. He left the room frankly under the contempt plus breathless gaze of the crowd. The crowd cursed furiously in their hearts. You just can't read and learn. So what's the point of pretending? Not much longer. A sudden gasp rang out from the crowd of onlookers. Look at the 9th princess. She's already started to gather spirits. Truly worthy of being the shut-in disciple of Lord Lan of the Longhua Academy. This learning comprehension is simply heaven-defying. That great Yen prince isn't shy either. He's almost synchronized. It's only been 2 short minutes. There's also the 4th princess of Great Yen. The 2nd prince of Great Yen. Oh my god, are these all demons? Long Bo Yang and Su Yang Feng have also started. At this moment, led by Long Jioli, one by one, they began to gather spirits. Even if it was a low-level spirit gathering formation, it would be as hard as heaven to learn it in just 2 minutes. It was enough to see the demonic talent of these few. But the beginning of the gathering of spirits is only just composed of the formation to start. There's a tough one in the back. That was how to converge the gathered yuan qi to the dantian area through the formation veins, forming an internal aura that wrapped around the dantian. Once successful, the speed of gathering yuan qi would increase several times. Long Chi Yuliin and the 3 girls of Yuja cast their gazes towards Wu Yi, their eyes flushed with nervousness and strong anticipation. Long Chi Yue saw that Wu Yi did not have the slightest reaction at all, and could not help but frown slightly. What's this guy up to? It's hard to believe that. He really has a big gap between him and these heavenly prides? But with her observation and understanding of Wu Yi over the past few days, based on her intuition alone, she thought that Wu Yi could surprise her. However, Long Chi Yue observed for a while, and even some of those with average talent had already begun to try to gather spirits, but she still didn't see the slightest movement from Wu Yi. Eventually, the divine light in her phoenix eyes dimmed slightly for a few moments, and she sighed helplessly in her heart. I guess I overestimated him. Riwon was also a little nervous inside, but she simply wanted the man she chose to be better than the others. As for Yuja, she didn't think about it that much. It doesn't matter if Wu Yi matches at the bottom. Think back to the beginning, when everyone was cursing Wu Yi behind his back as a waste of rottenness. She was the only one who loved and cared for this brother-in-law as a baby bump. In Vuya's opinion, it is exactly what it should be. All people see me as grass and trees, but you see me as a green mountain. Shoo away. Who would have guessed that just at this moment, a steep change appeared on Wu Yi's body, and the commotion was so great that it shocked all 4 seats. Wu Yi, look at Wu Yi. I have a good boy. How is this possible? No. Somebody beat me up. I can't believe this is happening. The audience immediately erupted in gasps of surprise. Long Chi Yue's 3 daughters were also delighted to see this. The dragon seal outside the field even shouted out in excitement. Asterisk. Master, you're so awesome. I've seen a lot of bull, and I've been forced to do it. And those contestants in the ring turned their heads to look. Even Long Jioli, Yan Xian, and Yan Wanju, who had the best perception and were the first to start gathering spirits, were all filled with astonishment. Shocked beyond words. How is this possible? How can the gathering be so fast? Only to see that Wu Yi, who was originally motionless, directly staged a wave of bending and overtaking. The yuan qi around him unexpectedly converged towards him at an exaggerated speed. Even in a short instant it had converged into a stream of air visible to the naked eye. Even more so, the suction force that erupted from the dantian became more and more terrifying, resembling a huge vortex, and the scope of the yuan qi absorption continued to expand. In just the blink of an eye it expanded to a 10-meter, 20-meter radius. Like a bandit entering a village. Even the yuan chi that had just been gathered by those contestants around them was hardened and snatched away. A few contestants? Not buddy. Why are you taking ours when you can just take yours? How do you expect us to play with this? Takeshi also. 5 elements spirit gathering formation. Fully activated. The Empress's lightly wrinkled brows finally spread slightly, and her eyes that blossomed like a delicate flower flashed with a touch of surprise. Instead, she narrowed her eyes again and murmured inwardly with a hint of sickness. In just 5 minutes you were able to perfect the broken veins hidden by the spirit gathering formation diagram, and you were able to realize the method of running the formation diagram against the 5 elements? You really do have a big secret. Then let's see how I, little by little, dug your golden Buddha out of the earth. Because of Wui's sudden bend in the road, the winner has already been seen. Although Long Jiuli and Yen Xian and a few other geniuses were the first to start gathering spirits, the spirit gathering formation had yet to be completely activated. Currently it all stopped at the step of directing Yuan Chi to activate the formation diagram from the outside inward. In fact, there was no need for the rest of the group to continue the game next. This is because the tournament only decides the winner and does not look at the back rankings. But who would have guessed that just at this moment, a voice with an angry tone rang out abruptly. I'm not convinced. This kid is definitely cheating. It was the second prince of Great Yen. Yen Boat. Chapter 50. You just climbed to the top, and there will be a great scholar to argue for you. I'm not convinced. This kid is definitely cheating. Yen Boat came out of the cold and directly made the people on Longhwa's side completely furious. Although they also felt a bit unbelievable due to Wu Yi's sudden outburst of cold power over the 2 heavenly prides. But it is not the turn of outsiders to say anything when one's own family speaks for itself. This is the face of the family. I thought the great Yen prince was so powerful, but it turns out he's a petulant prince who can't afford to lose. Even if I lose, I'll lose in a dignified manner. And I don't care to use that kind of underhanded tactics, with so many people witnessing the match, and even more so with His Majesty personally supervising the match. Second Prince of Great Yen, you cheat one for me? The others didn't dare to say too much because of their status, but the dragon seal would not be polite. Mother ******* her, how did I cheat? Which one of your eyes saw that? Who are you insulting? How dare you insult even my master of the dragon's bird's eye seal? Are you tired of living? Yen Boat was furious and his eyes were filled with a hazy color. You dare to scold this emperor? Long Yin with one hand crossed his waist is not at all abashed, pointing his nose and cursing. What's so great about a prince? Who the hell isn't a prince? What's wrong with me scolding you? There shall be no wantonness. Suddenly, Long Chiyue's angry voice came out, stopping the dragon's bird seal who was still ready to spray wildly. At this time, Wu Yi looked at Yen Fong with a smile. You're saying I cheated? Where's the proof? There's no proof. But you'll be barked at as a doggo? He didn't need to explain anything to himself. Why explain if you didn't cheat? It's useless to explain if you cheated. It also backfired and only got worse. Besides, he had always believed in a saying, you just capped it, and a great scholar will argue for you. Yen Boat became even angrier and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Even you dare to scold me? It's not even a problem if Long Janine is a prince. But what kind of thing is this Wu Yi who dares to insult him? Wu Yi smiled faintly, his words full of arrogance. I am the grandson of the king of Dinghua, the son of the king of Jinbei. Even my empress has to honor my grandfather by saying sub-father. My status is the same as that of a prince. You falsely accused me of cheating and insulted my character. What's wrong with me scolding you? If I couldn't beat you, I'd go up there and bang bang bang. Long Chi Yu cursed in her heart. Scram! Who is your empress? This is not forgetting to take advantage of her at this time. She then looked at Yen Boat with a slightly cold face. Yan Fang, you said that Wu Ya cheated. How can you prove it with no proof? Yen Boat was furious and was about to speak. Who would have expected Prince Yen Zhong to suddenly speak up? It is not we who suspect. Empress Longhua. If the 9th princess of your country or someone else wins, then we have nothing to say. Just how much of a waste this Wu Ya is, I'm sure all of you in Longhua know. You said he could learn this polymath formation. No problem. But he has been motionless in front of him. How did he suddenly activate the formation in an instant behind him? And he was also able to overtake a couple of super enlightened prides of the 2 countries? What is this if not cheating by learning this formation in advance? Long Chi-Yu's face floated with a touch of huff as she coldly said, You said Takeshi is also a waste? Prince Yen, I hope you'll figure out that Wu Yi is the descendant of my Longhua loyalty. It's not your turn to comment on the insults. Wu Yi was secretly happy in his heart. I didn't expect Long Chi-Yue to defend him so well. It really gave him ing face. Not to mention that I have also said that this formation was created by me only yesterday to ensure that no one has ever seen and learned it. Then, according to Prince Yan's meaning, is it that I, regardless of justice, deliberately helped Wui cheat? At the end of his words, an appalling pressure erupted abruptly from Long Chiyue's body, pressing down on Yen Zhong. It wasn't the cultivation aura. It was simply just her innate imperial aura. Yen Zhong's face changed. His heart was shocked by the strength of Long Chiyue's imperial pressure, and his face couldn't help but ease up quite a bit. Empress Long Hua rest her anger. Yen Zhong did not mean that. Long Yin did not mind, pointing his nose and cursing. The name is Yen Zhong. You're really overstating things. So what do you mean? Make it clear. Shut up for this emperor without proof. Showing you? Yen Zhong's eyes narrowed, already having a murderous intent towards the dragon's bane seal. Who would have thought that just at this moment? Three voices sounded at the same time. He didn't cheat. The crowd looked around and realized that one of the people who opened their mouths was Long Jioli, but the remaining two were surprisingly great Yen Crown Prince Yen Xian and Fourth Princess Yen Wanju. The crowd didn't expect that even the Crown Prince and Princess of Dian would help Wui speak. Yen Xian stopped Yen Zhong, who was about to speak. Imperial uncle need not argue anymore. It's us who lost. Yen Boat was puzzled and hurriedly said, Imperial brother, why is this? What makes him able to instantly activate the 5 elements spirit gathering formation? Who expected Long Jioli and Yen Wanju to say at the same time? Because Wu Yi reversed the 5 elements formation. The two appeared to be a bit surprised, and they looked at each other with a tacit understanding, then smiled and nodded at each other. Reverse 5 elements formation? Just as the crowd was wondering, Yen Xian said in a loud voice. In fact, at the very beginning, this prince was also a bit puzzled, but just now I pondered over the formation and found another mystery. This appears to be a very simple 5 elements spirit gathering formation, but in reality there is still room for improvement. Only a few hidden veins that are missing from the formation diagram need to be made up. Then it can be upgraded by 1 rank, allowing the effect of spirit gathering to be enhanced. After a pause, he continued, not only that, I also realized that if you reverse the 5 elements spirit gathering formation, it can be transformed into another 5 elements formation diagram. Running clockwise is activating the formation from the outside in, so it takes some time, but once reversed, the formation will be instantly activated from the inside. The above, when I realized it was too late. So this one, we lost convincingly. Speaking here, Yen Shan looked at the Empress with a confident face and laughed. I think these 2 unnoticeable questions should be another test given to us by the Empress. I wonder if that's right. The corners of Long Chiyue's lips were frivolous. She had to admit that this Yen Xian was indeed excellent. Whether it's intelligence, talent, or temperament, none of them are dragons among men. It's a usable talent. It was a pity that the 2 sides were in rival camps and were destined to be mortal enemies who would not be complicit. Prince Dian has indeed impressed me. You are all right. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Everyone looked at Wu Yi with shocked faces. Unexpectedly, I didn't realize that this dude, who was once despised by all of them and cursed behind their backs, had become the biggest dark horse of the first match. Even the great Yen Crown Prince was convinced of his loss. Did he really pretend before? At this time, Wu Yi looked at Yen Feng, whose face was uncertain, and smiled tartly with his hands behind his back. Yen Boat, what do you say? Yen Shen looked at Yen Feng and blandly said, apologize to Prince Wu. His voice was flat, but it was filled with unquestionable majesty. Wu Yi waved his hand in a very generous and sympathetic manner. How is this possible? He is the second prince, how can he apologize to me? Crowd. Who would have thought that Wu Yi would suddenly turn his words around and laugh? How much is an apology worth? This son doesn't care about it. It's better to give tens of millions of spirit stones to spend. Yen Xian. At this moment, not to mention the others, even Yen Xian, whose mindset had always been very calm, was speechless. Yen Bo took a deep breath, asking him, the second prince of Great Yen, to apologize. Wasn't this an insult to him? But out of fear of this big brother of his, he moved his mouth and ultimately didn't dare to say anything more. With anger on his face, he directly took off the space ring on his left hand and threw it to Wu Yi, snorting coldly, Martial World Prince. It's this emperor who is measuring the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. A number of spirit stones in this spatial ring, together with various martial arts spirit weapons and techniques. The total value is over 10 million. It's considered an apology to you. Wu Yi grasped it in his hand and laughed. Well, you see, it's called making peace. Saying that, he coldly turned his head to look at Long Yin with a face of hatred. Look at them and look at you. Same prince. People casually offer tens of millions. And you? Poor bastard. Don't forget you still owe me $15 million. Don't you dare not give it to me and I'll hammer you to death. Long Yin? He simply chose to play dumb. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. This prince doesn't know what you're talking about. It's just nonsense. Right at this moment, Long Chiyue announced aloud. Since you have no more objections, Then I announce the first round of the enlightenment contest. The winner, Wu Yi. Rewards will be handed out after the competition. In the next second, the whole room applauded. The manhwa crowd all cheered and applauded for Wu Ya, regardless of how Wu Yi was before. But this time, after all, he was fighting for his country and giving manhwa a long face. Immediately after that, Long Chiyue's voice sounded again. The second alchemy. Begin. As she spoke, her pair of complicated phoenix eyes turned to Wu Yi. It seems to say, if I don't get that 9 heavenly life soul pill, will I see if I don't whack you to death? Chapter 51, If you lose, give Li'in to this prince. The second alchemy. Begin. With a command from the Empress. Immediately, another group of playful palace maidens came up with golden plates. Each gold plate contained exactly the same thing. A finished elixir, as well as a dozen types of elixirs. Each palace maid was also followed by a eunuch holding a pot of alchemy furnace. This finished elixir is a second-order extreme-grade nourishing elemental pill. All participants must raise their elixir grade to the 3rd grade or higher within 1 pillar of incense. The one who raises the most grades wins. If the grades are the same, the winner is determined by the length of time it takes. There are no restrictions on methods in this game. Everyone plays their own game. The participants on Longhwa's side almost all had bitter faces. Don't look at the large number of Longhwa participants, but not many understood alchemy. On the contrary, although there were only 10 participants in Great Yen, but almost everyone knew some, not to mention the fact that there was Yen Xian, a 6th grade alchemist, holding down the fort. This alchemy, there was no need to compete at all. At this time, Yen Xian looked at Wu Yi and laughed. Wu Shitzi, the last enlightenment match Yen lost convincingly, and it also forced me to reacquaint myself with you. Actually, if it's possible, Mr. Yen really wants to make you a friend. But this alchemy Yen won't give in to you. After all, going all out is a sign of respect for your opponent. Wu Yi smiled lightly and said with a big smile, if you don't marry Yuri, maybe we can be friends. After all, as you know, I've been chasing Yuri for years. Wu Yi couldn't say this without being bold. Saying you like someone's fiancé for years in front of Prince Dian? You're really not afraid of trouble, are you? Who would have thought that Yen Xian would not be angry in the slightest and gave a spontaneous smile. I appreciate you even more for daring to say that, but that's impossible. As he spoke, he glanced at Long Jiuli, a touch of tenderness flashing in his eyes. In this life, Yen is not married to Jiuli. Wu Yi looked at Yen Xian and was secretly shocked. This guy, he's kind of scary. In terms of this temperament and heart alone, no one can compare. It could be a really strong enemy in the future. Seeing Yen Xian show his love, Long Jiuli knows that now not only can't tear the skin, but also to be false and subtle. She then also gave a sweet smile to Yen Xuanlu. But the measurements are well taken. Neither came across as overly cordial, but also reflected a hint of appreciation for the other. At this time Eunuch Lu relit a pillar of incense. Then Long Chiyu announced in a loud voice, limited to 1 column of incense. Match. Start. Unexpectedly, as soon as Long Chiyue's words fell, Long Yin exclaimed, I abstain. This low-grade elixir this prince doesn't care to practice yet. Let's leave the opportunity to you youngsters. As he spoke, he hung back with his hands behind his back and stepped off the stage. Crowd. But this time there was no contempt or cursing in everyone's mind. It's only surprising that this punk-ass 8th prince doesn't abstain, because this alchemy Long Hua is bound to lose. After all, that Yen Xian was a 6th grade alchemist. Even in the Dan sect, he was a genius on the list. A 6th grade alchemist at only 25 years old. The whole of Longhua was afraid that they wouldn't be able to find one. At this moment, many of the participants had already begun refining pills. The Dian side really does have everyone. Open the furnace. Start the fire. Make the medicine. The steps are clear, flowing and organized. Even Yin Zhong's waste of a son, Yen Qi, was modeled. On the flip side, the LW side is hilarious. Other than the 4 people, Long Jioli, Su Yangfeng, Long Boyang, and Lin Jiawen, the son of another marquis, the rest were all worried and at a loss for words. Some of them don't even know how to distinguish the herbs and understand the pharmacological effects, and they are even too busy to turn on the stove and start the fire. The contrast between the two countries is high and low. The only people in the room who didn't make a move were the two. Wu Yi, Yen Xian, Marshal's son. If you're interested in alchemy, Mr. Yen can teach you on the spot. Or Mr. Yen can introduce you to the Dan sect afterward. Yen Xian's tone was sincere, without a hint of mockery to show off. Takeshi shrugged. Not interested, and you don't have to let me refine yours. Yen Xian was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that he would be rejected the first time he invited someone into the Dan sect. You have to know that this is a chance that countless people can't even beg for. Okay, then Yen is welcome. Speaking, Only Yenxian looked solemn and his aura suddenly changed. That was fervor and seriousness about the profession of alchemy, not being deliberately pretentious. Under the attention of many people, Yenxian put his left hand on his back and violently flung his right hand with both fingers and sword. Yenchi! Boom! In the next instant, a golden flame appeared out of nowhere, suspended in midair. It was the Earth's core golden flame that ranked 5th on the list of foreign flames. Yenxian was worthy of being the shut-in disciple of the Dan sect's Grand Elder. This starting gesture alone had the demeanor of a patriarch. And with Yenxian's strike, he instantly attracted everyone's attention and became the center of attention. Even some of the participants who were in the middle of refining pills stopped and watched him perform curiously. Yenxian also smiled greatly with an extraordinary temperament. Since everyone is so curious, then Mr. Yen will explain it live. They say alchemy is difficult and requires talent, but that's not entirely true. In my opinion, alchemy is practiced by a mind. As long as the mind is calm and steady without being impatient and practicing more, most fire attribute martial artists will be able to practice pills below the 3rd rank. As he spoke, his slender fingers flicked. A dozen kinds of medicinal herbs flew up in the air and floated towards the Earth's core golden flame, and were melted into liquid in the space of a breath. Yes, Yenxian doesn't use a furnace for alchemy, and it was refining a dozen or so types of spirit medicines at once. It was important to realize that the medicinal effects of each type of elixir as well as the temperature requirements of the flame were different. That's why generally pill refiners refine one flavor of elixir at a time. From this, Yenxian's alchemy talent, as well as his strong control over his spiritual power and fire control, was simply outrageous. To learn to make pills, you must first learn to recognize them. What is the effect of each medicine, which can be combined with each other and which are mutually exclusive? These must be known. And not only do you have to know pharmacology and the 5 elements, but you also have to be able to control fire and practice mindfulness. As he spoke, he waved his fingers and soared together in the air continuously. The dozen or so medicinal liquids also began to start fusing in the Earth's core golden flame, and the fusion is very fast and there is no rejection. At this moment, with Yenxian's dashing and floating performance, many people present were mesmerized by what they were watching, not to mention those civil and military officials who had previously despised Yenxian. Even Long Qiyue couldn't help but secretly nod her head. This Yenxian, at such a young age, has the demeanor of a patriarch. In terms of alchemy alone, it is indeed considered a worldly talent. No wonder it can receive the attention of the Dan sect. But at the same time, the close relationship between the Dan sect and Great Yen, it is also a great pressure for LW. More so, even Wu also watched and learned by the way. He had a heavenly treasure spiritual heart, and his learning comprehension was so strong that he had almost been able to reach the point where he could not forget a single glance. At this time, Yen Fong looked at Wu Yi, who remained unmoved and arrogantly sneered. What? Why isn't Seiji Wushu wild this time? Since you don't know how to refine it, then learn it well. You Longhua will definitely lose this battle anyway. Takeshi also grinned. Look at you boy. Barking again. Yen Boat? You're cursing me again? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Shut up. With Yenxian's steep, soft cry, Yen Fong stopped speaking. He just grunted angrily and looked at Wu Yi with eyes filled with killing intent. Wu Yi said faintly, it's true that this son doesn't know how to make pills, but it doesn't mean that I, Long Hua, will lose. Yen Boat snorted, as if he had heard some heavenly joke, and the great Yen crowd all laughed. Even the civil and military officials on Longhua's side felt somewhat humiliated. A rookie who didn't know how to make pills still wanted to win against Yenxian, a 6th grade alchemist? Isn't this a pure joke? Then what Prince Wu means is that you're able to raise the rank of the elixir? Wu Yi nodded after serious thought. In theory, yes. As he spoke, he twisted his head and glanced at Long Qiyue and said with a smile, after all, I can't let my sire down. Long Qiyu cursed in her heart. Scram! Who is your empress? But that look from Takeshi also she read. In 2 words, pact. She smiled faintly in understanding, a flash of anticipation in her eyes. Yen Boat was calculating and sneered. Since Prince Wu is so confident, why don't we make a bet? Wu Yi looked at him. What's the bet? Unexpectedly, Yen Boat fiercely pointed at Li Yin outside the field, not at all hiding the color of greed in his eyes, and shouted, just bet on her. Isn't she your woman? If you lose, how about giving her to this emperor? Chapter 52. The 2 countries bet against each other. The 4th princess of Dian is at stake. Yen Boat fiercely pointed at Li Yin outside the field, not hiding the color of greed in his eyes at all as he shouted, just bet on her. Isn't she your woman? If you lose, how about giving her to this emperor? Hear this. The crowd was shocked. No one expected Yen Boat to suddenly place a bet, and the bet was on Li Yin? Wu Yi smiled, a very big smile. 2nd Prince of Great Yen. Is this true? Just in his heart, he had already sentenced Yen Fong to death. and he guarantees that this one will die a horrible, horrible death. Yen Boat sneered with his hands behind his back. What? Is Wu Shitzi afraid? Wu Yi had his hands behind his back and his face was bland. It's not that my son is afraid. I just don't want to use my woman as an object to bet on. How about this? Let's bet our lives. Yen Boat was shocked, and in his heart, he said that this kid had gone crazy, hadn't he? Li Yin's eyes trembled for a moment. A flutter appeared in her heart as she looked at Wu Yi on the stage. Yuja's eyes were even slightly red with excitement, and her eyes were filled with pride. She couldn't help but recall the scene that day when the Empress was about to bestow her to the dragon's seal, and Wu Yi would rather risk killing his head for her than go against the Empress. Perhaps it was from that very moment that her feelings towards Wu Yi completely changed? Long Ying didn't mind and exclaimed, Master said it well, Patchmark is proud of you. Yen Boat, I despise you. Why don't you put your mother down for a bet? Let's see if your emperor's old man is willing? Not just Li Yin and Yuja. The hearts of the many women present trembled. Even Yan Wanju looked at Wu Yi with a hint of surprise on her face. They seemed to have awakened a deep resonance within them because of Wu Yi's words. In this world where strength is honored, the status of women is generally low, being treated as a sacrifice to be traded, gambled on, joined in marriage. That's more than common. At the same time the ladies looked at Li Yin with great envy. Wu Yi would rather gamble his life than her. That's a real man. Even Long Chiyue's eyes were complex as she looked at Wu Yi. Women really are your scales, but also your weakness. Yen Boat's cheeks reddened with anger when he saw that all the people present were looking at him with contempt and anger because of Wu Yi's sentence. Wu Yi, you're just scared. Don't talk so grandiose. Wanna bet on a word? I bet. The crowd was startled and snapped their heads to look, realizing that the person who spoke was actually Li Yin. Li Yin's gaze locked Wu Yi's gaze, and a touch of tenderness flooded her cool eyes. If you dare to bet your life, what wouldn't I dare? Li Yin was frightened and subconsciously spoke out to stop it. Tone, don't be impulsive. He admitted that Wu Yi had some ability, but he didn't believe that Wu Yi could beat Yin Xian in this alchemy. This is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Li Yin looked at Li Yin. Her voice was soft but unusually firm. Dad, stop it. I believe in the man I chose. When these words came out, everyone's expression moved. Only Long Boyan had a gloomy face and secretly clenched his fists. The more Wu Yi and Li Yin were in love in front of him, the more jealous and angry he became. And he roared in his heart. Good. Yes. What a pair of dogs. How dare they insult me like this? Feel free to fool around. When the martial arts meeting is over, you will despair until you die. Ha 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 ha. He had a lethal hold on Takeshi. When the martial arts meeting is over he will shake out the matter of Wu Yi and Long Jioli's private meeting. When the time comes, will Great Yen be able to spare Wu Yi? Who would have thought that right at this moment? Long Chiyue's majestic voice steeply resounded throughout the entire arena. This bet. I approve. Then what if Wu Yi wins? What about the second prince of Great Yen? Yen Boat saw that the Empress and Li Yin both agreed. His heart couldn't be more refreshed. After all, Li Yin, the cool imperial sister he really craved. Simple. Great Yen, will once again take out 3 wisps of the Earth's core golden flame. Asterisk you in the ass. Unexpectedly, before Yen Boat's words fell, Wu Yi couldn't hold back any longer and directly sprayed. Too many smiles, too many diseases. I wanted to talk to you nicely, but you dog always think of being a? The Empress was also furious. Yen Boat, I'm warning you not to be too reckless. A mere 3 strands of golden flame and you want to trade for Li Yin? You've got some nerve. If you bet, be sincere. If not, shut up. Seeing that the matter was getting bigger and bigger, Long Yin was so excited that he directly stirred up the water. 3 strands of golden flames are not enough. You must also add your great Yen 4th princess Yen Wanju. Yen Wanju? No. What did I do to you? Even though she was good-tempered, she couldn't help but glare fiercely at Long Yin. Yen Boat frowned. How can this work? How can Li Yin be compared to my great Yen princess? Where did she get the qualifications? Long Yin cursed angrily. You dog thing is really shameless. If not this emperor can't beat you I would have gotten you. Li Yin. Ah shucks it's sure maiden. Wu Yi, that's good. Lillian. My master's wife is the only daughter of Dragon Shadowguard Commander Li Yin, former Dragon Shadowguard Commander, and even a 26-year-old top martial emperor powerhouse. Outstanding natural talent, stunning appearance, honorable status. More than enough to compare with you, Princess Diane. Where do you think the qualifications come from? Yen Boat was scolded, but was unable to retort. Things have come to a head, and he is now riding the tiger instead. It would be more humiliating not to bet. After hesitating for a split second, Yen Fan looked towards Yen Wanju and whispered, 4th sister, help your brother. As you know, big brother will never lose. This alchemy is bound to win. Yen Wanju glanced deeply at Yen Fan. a flash of disappointment in her eyes. She looked at Yen Xian again, but the other party pretended not to see it, just refining pills on his own, not even looking at her. After a moment of silence, she smiled to herself. Not brother and sister after all. She was actually only born from a one-night stand outside of Emperor Dian. Since childhood, she seems to be a beautiful scenery, but in fact, and those orthodox origin of the royal son and princess cannot be compared, and no one really cares about her from the bottom of their hearts. It's all just hypocritical superficiality. Yen Boat's heart was weak from Yen Wanju's look, and he slightly averted his face. Yen Wanju took a deep breath, then bowed respectfully to Long Qiyu. Empress Longhua, I'm willing to bet on this one, but I'm going to marry him. As she spoke, Yen Wanju pointed towards Wu Yi, her eyes firm and abnormal. Crowd? Even Wu Yi was a bit confused. He looked at Lian and Yuja casting unkind glances and spread his hands. No, it's none of my ing business. Too much charm. What can I do? The dragon seal, on the other hand, had a face of adoration. Master is really great. This is really good to learn. Without saying a word, to be able to take the heart of the fourth princess of Great Yen based on personal charisma alone, Patchmark admires it to the core. In fact, it was reasonable to say that Yen Wanju could not reach the condition of becoming a pregnant baby even though she only had 94 points. However, Wu Yi still wanted to turn Yen Wanju into a pregnant baby. After all, it was very rare for any of them to score 90 points. Brother Unicorn, the overall score is based on the three dimensions of face, body, and temperament. Which aspect of this Yen Wanju do you think can still be upgraded and improved? Ding, Yen Wanju is perfect in appearance and temperament. Just a little bit thin. The system standard for judging the body is convex in the front and curved in the back, willow waist and fat buttocks, round and round, and it has to be a standard 9-headed body. Like the Empress Long Qiyue's body alone is a perfect score. After all, only kids like skinny ones, and the ones with a little meat on them are really the best. Wu Yi nodded approvingly. This system did understand him well. Meaning, just fatten her up some more? Ting, 3 to 5 pounds fatter. Almost. Naya, you should have said so. Ding, and you didn't ask? Shut the up. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Wu Yi suddenly turned his head and arched his hand at the Empress. If I win this battle, I would also like to ask your Majesty's favor to bestow the fourth princess of Great Yen to the eighth prince. Surely you can't marry him. Wouldn't it be useless to marry him, the second hammer, Wei Wu's legacy? Marry old Buster first so he can be old Chow. That's what I'm talking about. It's just too sorry for old Buster. Ha ha ha. Chapter 53, The Third Hammer, Turning Stones into Gold. Sorry, the deal went through. I'm really sorry. The book was closed 2 days ago. It took 2 days to change it before I put it up. So I'll be back to normal updates next. But the front has been sealed for 7 books. Get used to it. 7 seals of the Great Emperor. Officially certified. Just read it. One look and no squeak. Main article. At this moment, Yen Wanju was completely enraged when she heard that Wu Yi had asked the Empress to marry her off to Long Jinin. She was first used as a bet by Yen Boat, and in her heart, she was already disappointed in Great Yen. Now she wants to marry Wu Yi by name. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to see her? It was simply humiliating to her. Even though she was of a good nature, she couldn't help but speak angrily. Martial World Prince, even if you don't see me, you wouldn't insult me like this, would you? Even if I, Yen Wanju, am no better, I am still a great Yen princess. Am I really that bad in your eyes? Wu Yi looked at Yen Wanju, who was so angry that her petite body was trembling, and smiled flirtatiously. No, 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 don't misunderstand. Fourth princess, it's not that you're not good enough, it's that my son is a bit demanding. Yen Wanju snorted angrily and turned her face away to stop speaking. As for the dragon's bird seal, he was all excited and thrilled as he said to the crowd, see, what did I say? There's always meat on the table when you're with me. The first person to think of with this good thing is this prince. Ha ha ha. With that, he bowed respectfully to Wu Yi in obeisance. Old Yi, you can't thank me enough. Please accept my dragon seal. In the future, go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire as you command. Ha 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 ha. To his surprise, Wu Yi suddenly turned his head to look at him with a hint of intolerance on his face. Well, good disciple needn't be so excited. It's only on the surface of the gift of marriage. In fact, she is still for the teacher. Just in your place for a temporary storage. Long Yin? Temporary storage? A temporary wife? What is this? The smile on Long Yin's face faded away along with the loud laughter that came to an abrupt end. No! Instead of disappearing, it shifted to the faces of the audience. Hold on. I'm a little messed up in the head. Meaning that my wife is actually your wife? My wife is actually my mentor's wife? You're going to poach me? Wu Yi nodded with a serious face. In theory, yes. Who would have thought that the dragon seal would directly break out in the next second? Theory is theory, but you can't play with ethics, can you? I'm your disciple. Yan Wanju marrying me is your disciple's daughter-in-law. Can you even do that? You're still a human being. You don't have to pay me the 14 million you owe me. The originally furious Long Yin instantly switched to a flattering attitude, changing his face faster than a dog. Yes, master, I have no problem with this. We're not related to each other. It's okay, you can use my wife all you want. Crowd. Mother asterisk 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 her. This master and disciple are not human at all. It's practically out loud. At this time Yen Boat, who had been waiting for a long time, exclaimed, your LW's bet for this one is Li Yin. Our great Yan's bet is on the fourth princess and the 3 wisps of golden flame. Now that both sides have reached their bets, can we begin? Dan Chang. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, Yen Xian let out a light gulp, only to see that he had already successfully upgraded the grade of that second-order extreme nourishing elemental pill. Originally, there were 2 dark-colored Dan lines on the nourishing Yuan Dan, but now it had turned into 3 slightly darker-colored Dan lines. A few Dan lines corresponded to the grade of the elixir, upper third order. Seeing this scene, all of Long Hua's people were gloomy. This great Yen prince is indeed powerful. Ordinary alchemists are considered powerful if they can raise their pills by 1 small step, but he was able to directly raise them by 3 small steps. This is enough to show that he hasn't wasted a single ounce of medicinal power, and that the art of controlling fire has been mastered to a point of pure fire. It's hard. This time I, Long Hua, will definitely lose. Wui hasn't even refined pills. What can I compare with others? This alchemy competition prioritizes the grade, and the same grade only depends on the length of time spent. So Yen Xian hasn't won yet. Yen Xian smiled lightly as he looked towards Wu Yi, his confident gaze carrying a hint of arrogance. Marshal Shitzi, Mr. Yen has already raised this elemental nurturing pill by 3 minor steps, and that's as far as I can go. Mr. Yen won't bully you either. As long as you can raise 2 small steps to reach the middle of the 3rd rank, it'll be considered a win for you. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Wu Yi laughed. Don't worry, it's fair and square, only higher. As he spoke, he took out the merit hammer to the astonished gazes of the crowd. Long Chiyue's pupils suddenly shrunk slightly. Sure enough, this little wooden hammer is your bottom card. That was why she had set such a rule for this competition of alchemy. Instead of having to refine the elixir into an elixir, the grade is upgraded. It was because she had sensed the aura in the palace that day when Wu Yi had raised the 7th ranked snow spirit ginseng fruit to the 8th ranked. There was already some suspicion in his mind at the time. The great Yen crowd was also curious, and Yen Xian couldn't help but laugh. What is this, Seiji Wu? Is it hard to believe that you want to use this little hammer to raise the elixir level? Takeshi also blindly pushed without a blush. This is the heavenly gift of yin and yang fusion of things, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon to gather the crystallization of heaven and earth aura. The words out of the law. The heart wants to come true, so that the young girl's heart is in turmoil, so that the young woman's flower branches are trembling in a pretense to pick up the girl's weapon, Debeo Rui hammer. Crowd. Li Yin's cold, thin lips held back a smile. Yuja almost couldn't hold back her laughter, and in her heart, she cursed bad egg. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, Wu Yi held the nourishing elemental pill in the palm of his left hand, while holding the merit hammer in his right hand. With a solemn face, he closed his eyes and recited the mantra divinely. The sky is round, the sun and the moon are shining. Think what I think what I want. A word is a lesson, a word is a law. Suddenly, Wu Yi opened his eyes and exclaimed, I, Wu Yi, am willing to give the 8th prince 50 years of singleness in exchange for the nourishing elemental pill grade upgrade. Long Yin? Just as the crowd was in disbelief, they only saw Wu Yi take the small black wooden hammer and start knocking. The 3rd hammer turned stone into gold. Can hammer all things in the world, and unlimitedly increase the efficacy and grade of items. To be honest, with this golden finger in place, Wu Yi doesn't even know what it means to lose. At this moment, with each knock from Wu Yi, the medicinal power emitted by the elixir would increase by 1 point. Seeing this scene, Yen Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk. He was a 6th grade alchemist, so he could naturally sense the changes in the pills clearly. Clamor. While Yen Xian was being shocked, the Yuan nourishing pill suddenly flashed with a flash of light. The 2 Dan lines on the pill turned into 3. Everyone in the room stared in disbelief, instantly standing up with faces full of astonishment. I have a mother. 3rd order lower grade? It really worked? This is too evil, isn't it, Long Yin? At this time, Wu Yi looked at the dragon seal, who had been completely confused, and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, haha, good apprentice. The deal is done. Look at the mess this has made. Yuja's cheeks reddened with excitement, and she smiled at Riwon, who was also relieved. Commander Li, Are you relieved now? Liin turned her head to look at Yuja and smiled faintly. Young lady, I am no longer the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards. Just call me Liin. Yuja felt a hint of resistance between Liin's words. How could she not understand anything? Must be jealous of a love rival meeting. But she was a very sensible woman, and just smiled slightly and didn't say much. The ones who were even more confused at this time were still the great Yen crowd. Yen Xian frowned slightly, his gaze narrowing slightly, deadly staring at the merit hammer in Wu Yi's hand. He didn't know what he was thinking. Yen Boat, on the other hand, had a tense face and a bad premonition came from the bottom of his heart. Just as the crowd was confused, Wu Yi said again, I, Wu Yi, am willing to give the 8th prince 100 years of life in exchange for the nourishing elemental pill grade upgrade. Wait a minute. Don't! Wu Yi ignored Long Yin's shrieks and directly began a flurry of knocks. Clamor. Soon, the nourishing elemental pill once again flashed with a flash of light and was upgraded to the middle grade of the 3rd rank. Dragon Seal. He grabbed his hair with both hands and had a raw look on his face. 100 years of life? Again. Another deal done? Wu Yi nodded seriously. Yes, it worked again. Thank you for your contribution to manhwa. If this is a win you deserve a lot of credit. I'm proud of you. Immediately afterward, Wu Yi once again said with a solemn face, I, Wu Yi, am willing to pay for the 100-year lifespan of the Dragon Seal. Stop. Long Yin finally couldn't hold back, yelled and pulled out his legs to run. Asterisk 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 you. You're not a human being. Forget about stealing my wife. You want me dead? You can't focus on me alone. Can you get someone else? Wu Yi smacked his lips. That's true. He then looked at the civil and military officials of manhwa. As his gaze swept through one by one, all of them subconsciously avoided his gaze with fear on their faces, especially those of Seohyun's party members. Their faces went white with fear. Some of the people who pretended to drink their tea as if nothing had happened had trembling hands. Minds are chattering. Can't see me, can't see me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't pick me, don't pick me. This moment of Wu also, as if the king of hell pointing, a look at a squeak. It's rather like a teacher taking roll call in class with an overpowering sense of oppression. Are you kidding? That's 100 years of life. Although the crowd did not dare to guarantee that this was true, they were equally afraid to bet that it was false. After all, it is indeed too evil. Who would have thought that right at this moment? Wu Yi violently turned his head to look at the great Yen side. Day Yen? Chapter 54, Wu Shi Zi. Awesome. Yen Xian's sheepskin mask was finally torn off by Wu Yi. This sudden twist of Wu Yi's head instantly startled the great Yen crowd, and they all stepped back in unison. The one who was most afraid was Yen Boat, who looked from side to side with his hands full. In his heart, he panicked, but on his face, he still pretended to be calm. What are you looking at this emperor for? Wu Yi grinned. You're the most arrogant. So it's you. Yen Boat's eyes widened in shock. How dare you? Wu Yi didn't care about him. I, Wu Yi, would like to exchange 100 years of life expectancy of the 2nd prince of Great Yen, Yen Feng, and the shortening of my little brother by 5 dongs for the upgrade of the nourishing element pill grade. As the words fell, he ignored Yen Boat's terrified gaze and directly began to knock. Clamor. Soon, the nourishing elemental pill once again flashed with a flash of light. The 3 shallow dan lines deepened slightly. Upper 3rd order. Sorry 2nd prince of Great Yen. Another successful trade. Yen Boat was confused and inexplicably felt a coldness in his crotch. He subconsciously touched his crotch. Luckily, it's still there, but he wasn't sure if it was still there afterward. After all, it's evil. On the other hand, after a short period of silence on Longhwa's side, a wave of cheers suddenly erupted. Wu Shizi is truly a man of God. I'm completely convinced. I didn't expect to win in such a bizarre way. Now the two sides are even in rank. One more step up and we win. What son of Wu? If Wu Yi wins this battle, he'll be known as Qi Tian Wang, and he'll have to be honored as Qi Tian Wang from now on. The crowd nodded their heads in succession, all of them excited. Yes, 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 Qi Tian Wang. As long as I can still raise my grade, I can use my lifespan this time. Use my lifespan. I'll also fight for my country and do my part for Longhua, or else use my father's. Use mine. It's only 100 years. Longhua will win. The Longhua crowd at this moment were all enthusiastic. Each of them flushed with excitement had completely changed his opinion of Woya once. If Wu Yi was able to win the first game, maybe it was luck. What about the second one? Or is it luck? But even if it's luck, so what? Luck is part of strength. In the midst of all the dumbfounded excitement in the room, Yen Xian never said a word, just looking at Wu Yi's face with a somewhat frighteningly calm expression. Now that Wu Yi had raised the nourishing elemental pill to the top grade of the 3rd rank, he was at the same level as him. If it was upgraded by one more grade, Great Yen would lose. But the thing is, He can't lose. He was the great Yin Crown Prince, the shut-in disciple of the Dan sect's Grand Elder, and a sixth-grade alchemist with excellent talent clad in countless honors. This face, he couldn't afford to lose. Wu Yi glanced at Yen Xian, who seemed to have reached the breaking point, and continued with a faint smile. I, Wu Yi, would like to use the great Yan's national fortune. Wu Yi, unbridled. Suddenly, two cold shouts sounded at the same time. Long Qiyu, Yen Xian. Wu Yi looked towards Yen Xian, who had a fierce face and a vicious gaze, and grinned. You're finally done pretending, aren't you? Why does a man-eating wolf have to pretend to be a harmless sheep? As for Long Qiyu, although she rebuked on her face, but really, only she knew how excited she was inside. If I hadn't deliberately pushed you today, how long would you still want to hold back? The Empress at this moment, perhaps because she was too excited, her whole body was trembling slightly with excitement. The jade hand hidden in the sleeve secretly clenched, and her legs unconsciously tightened together. Her pair of phoenix eyes stared at Wu Yi dead on, a touch of unspeakable complexity rippling in her slightly reddened eyes. Wu Yi, seeing Yen Xian's outburst of rebuke, looked at the angry-faced great Yin crowd and said with some uncertainty, "What's going on here? What's that look?" What I was just about to say was that I'm willing to trade the permanent prosperity of Great Yan's national fortunes in exchange for an increase in the rank of the pills. So why are you guys reacting like this? Big Yen? Alright, since you guys don't want it then let's switch to manhwa. As he spoke, Wu Yi twisted his head, his calm gaze sweeping over the civil and military officials. The tone was serious and cold. I will also, to manhwa sycophantic dog official, the whole clan shall not die a good death, violent corpse in the wilderness, cut off the children and grandchildren. The moment these words came out, the civil and military officials all changed in color. Su Xian's party members as well as the king of Anong and the others were looking at him with ironic colors and fearful faces. But immediately after, Wu Yi suddenly changed into a smiling face again, arching his hand at Long Qiyue and exclaiming, and then, in exchange for the permanent prosperity of Longhua, which will not fail, and where there will be many talented people, and where tomorrow's majesty will be more beautiful than today's, in exchange for an increase in the grade of the elixir. Crowd. Mother *******. That's a nice ass kissing, isn't it? Long Qiyue's mouth held a smile, and her curved eyelashes rose slightly, as if she wanted to roll her eyes. But realizing the occasion, he held back. She could only glare at Wu Yi without a good look. I'm very pleased that Seiji Wu has a heart. After exchanging a glance with Long Qiyue, Wu Yi continued to start hammering. He hammered down hammer after hammer in the expectant gazes of the Longhua crowd, and in the fearful and terrified gazes of the great Yin crowd. Each hammer seemed to hit the crowd hard. At this instant, the atmosphere of the entire Yanlong Martial Association also suppressed to a peak. Long Jioli's beautiful eyes stared tightly at Wu Yi, and her eyes were colorful. She couldn't help but remember what Wu Yi had promised her that day. Within 1 month, let Longhua give birth to 10 martial emperors. When the time comes, step on Jinyu with your feet and level Great Yin. One thought of Wu Yi that day between the color of the god through the self-confidence and wildly domineering. Long Jioli only feel the heartbeat uncontrollably suddenly accelerated. She was afraid that she would reveal something, so she hurriedly turned her face away from looking at it. Clamor. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, amidst the despair of the great Yin crowd, the nourishing elemental pill in Wu Yi's hand once again flashed with a flash of light. Third order extreme. In the next second, thunderous applause and cheers instantly erupted from Longhua's side. Winning! Winning! Seiji Wu really won. He won against that 6th grade alchemist of the great Yin Crown Prince. It's unbelievable. In the future, if anyone still dares to call Seiji Wu a mongrel, I'll be the first to say no. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** dragon seal was even more excited, raising his right hand high and shouting, "Master! Awesome!" The civil and military officials were first stunned, then followed by shouting, "Martial world! Awesome! Asterisk many! Martial world! Awesome! Asterisk many!" At the same time they were thinking in their minds, "Hey! Damn! That's a good shout! Ha! Who do you think researched those words?" Unlike Long Hua's cheering, everyone on Dian's side was grimacing, especially Yin Xian. He, a 6th grade alchemist with great talent, to lose to a raw egg who knows nothing about alchemy? He couldn't accept it, not at all. At this moment, Yin Xian's original light and elegant demeanor had been completely replaced by coldness and severity, and his eyes flashed with an appalling haze. He was never a sheep, but a wolf through and through. It's just that very few people have been able to rip his sheepskin mask off before. But what made the great Yin crowd hit their faces even more was that Yin Wanju suddenly stepped down from the stage in full view of everyone, said in a faint voice as he walked away, "According to the bet, I'm already LW's man." Wu Yi raised an eyebrow. What Yan Wanju said was, it's already LWs. Instead of saying lose and marry into LW. That's two meanings. Yen Boat clenched his fists and spoke angrily. What does fourth sister mean by this? Do you want to sever ties with my great Yen? Does this great Yen fourth princess make you feel ashamed? Who would have thought that Yan Wanju, who was preparing to get off the stage, would suddenly turn around and sneer with a calm face? Wasn't it the second eldest brother who used me as a wager, which is why he lost? This losing stuff. It's not yours anymore. The words fell. She glanced at Yen Xian, whose face was cloudy, and turned toward Longhhua's camp with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Immediately, a palace maid guided her to her seat. Wu Yi looked at it and said in his heart, this chick's got some personality. Well, the main event is next. The third martial arts fight. He will no longer be in hiding, and that's when he will fully explode into power. Thinking of this, Wu Yi and Long Jiuli as well as Long Jieyin exchanged a glance. All three smiled knowingly. Su Yongfeng. Damn it. Chapter 55, the two choices given to Su Yongfeng by the Dragon Seal, because of 2 games in a row. So take a burner at halftime. Su Yongfeng sat down beside Long Boyang, looking at Wu Yi, who was surrounded by civil and military officials who flattered and patted their asses, and smiled. A waste that was once looked down upon by everyone, but now he's able to show off and lead the way at the Yanlong martial arts meeting. Gee, it's unbelievable. Long Boyang's eyes were filled with a lingering haze as he drank the wine in his cup. Let him fool around as much as he wants. When the martial arts meeting is over, that's when he'll die. Su Yongfeng smacked his lips. Actually, the current situation is developing better than I expected. Wu Yi winning 2 matches in a row has already slapped Great Yan's face. Conflicts have already arisen and Yen Xian wants to get him killed. Wait until the martial arts meeting is over, and then Brother Boyan will reveal the matter of his private meeting with the 9 princesses. I just don't believe that Yen Xian can still hold back. Even Long Qiyue wouldn't dare to protect him, unless she wants to go to war directly with Great Yen. That's why the two of them had been so calm, not moving even when Wu Yi took the limelight one after another. Long Boyang sneered and gritted his teeth. First he goes to heaven, then he goes to hell. This son of the world will make him feel the most extreme despair. Ha ha ha. As the words left his mouth, he suddenly let out a loud laugh, causing many people to stare. Su Yongfeng, what the is wrong with this guy? He was speechless. Every time he quietly plotted against Long Boyang, he did this? Are you afraid that others won't know? Air Mother coin of the day. Who would have thought that at this time, Long Boyang's laughter came to an abrupt end and he suddenly asked, tell me about your Su family's ultimate goal? Surely you didn't just kill Wu Yi. If the Empress and the Imperial Royal Family joined forces, how could they? The King of Anong and the Su family. Not? Su Yongfeng looked toward Yen Xian in the distance and narrowed his eyes. You said, what if Yen Xian died in Longhua? At those words, Long Boyang's pupils suddenly tightened. He had thought that Su Yongfeng only wanted to use Yen Xian's hand to kill Wu Yi, but he didn't expect this guy to be so ruthless and bold that he wanted to directly kill Yen Xian. To be honest, Su Yongfeng's viciousness made even him feel a bit scared. Are you crazy? Do you realize what this means? Su Yongfeng smiled indifferently and calmly analyzed. Brother Boyang, let's not hide anything now. Do you really think Long Qiyue is a simple character? Do you think she can't have any cards in her hand to fight us? To put it in a non-exaggerated way, if there was no Great Yen, you and I alone plus Jin Yuguo wouldn't necessarily be able to bring down Long Qiyue. Even if we could pull off the upset, it would be a crushing victory. Speaking here, Su Yongfeng's eyes narrowed and coldly hummed. But that's not what we want. Bringing down Long Qiyue is just our first step. Think about it. If Long Qiyue collapses, will Jinyagong take the opportunity to eat us again in one fell swoop? If we really try our best to bring down Long Qiyue without reservation, then what will we use to quickly unify Longhua? What can we do to resist the Jinyu kingdom that may backstab us? Long Boyang gritted his teeth and was silent for a moment. Are you trying to get Dian and Jinyu kingdom to suppress Longhua head-on? You and I will then join forces from the inside to overthrow Long Qiyue and completely unify Longhua before resisting external enemies? Su Yongfeng nodded. Undeniably. This time is our only chance to make a complete break between Dian and Longhua. What if when Long Jiuli really married to Dian union relationship is stable? Long Qiyue then reached some kind of agreement with Dian, and united Dian to destroy us backhandedly? So, this time, Yen Xian must die. The day the Great Yen army presses in will also be the day we overthrow Long Qiyue. Seeing Long Boyang fall into silence, Su Yongfeng just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. The words have been said so clearly. If Long Boyang still cannot understand, then it is better to go straight to death. Who would have thought that just at this moment, the Dragon Seal suddenly looked over and laughed. Old Su, after searching for you for a while, I couldn't find you. So you two are hiding here? Come, tell this emperor what bad things you two are pondering. Take me with you. Su Yongfeng frowned slightly. He despised and resented this waste of a man, Long In, from the bottom of his heart. He doesn't even bother with stupid, dumb like this. Why did the 8th prince come looking for me instead of going to your master? Long In directly sat beside Su Yongfeng with a big grin inside. You think I want to? You know, I have a dense phobia. I hate to deal with your kind of mind, but I've been instructed to do so. Su Yongfeng didn't move and smiled lightly. Besides his majesty, who else can instruct you? The 8th prince? Long In looked at Long Boyan with a serious face. Let's just say, can't we see eye to eye? Can't you see we have something to whisper about? In response to Long's unreasonable attitude, Long Boyan was remarkably calm, as he had long been accustomed to it. You guys talk. With a cold smile, he got up and walked towards Anong Wang Longyan, conveying the message that Su Yongfeng had just said to him. After all, killing Yin Xian was a big deal. It could be said that Yin Xian was the important hub that caused the war between the two countries, and it could not be sloppy. After Long Boyan left, Long Jiayin nudged in the direction of the Golden Palace. Here of course it's the 9th sister, Princess 9? Su Yongfeng wondered in his heart and cast a puzzled look towards Long Jioli, who was whispering with the Empress. Who would have thought that Long Jioli also seemed to have a telepathic mind and looked over, locking eyes with him deeply, her eyes filled with complexity. Su Yongfeng's expression was slightly stunned, and in a trance. He seemed to have seen the scene of a young girl looking back in her youth. Yes, he did like Long Jioli. The first time his heart was moved was 5 years ago, the year Long Jioli was 13 years old. The moment I saw the young girl swinging alone on that windy afternoon by the banks of the Willow River. After a brief moment of daze, Su Yongfeng laughed. If the 8th prince has something to say, just say it. The dragon seal smacked his lips. Old Su, back then you were considered one of 9 sisters' many fervent suitors. It's a well-known thing. Su Yongfeng waved his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile, his eyes showing a hint of reminiscence. It's all in the past. I'm the one who wasn't blessed. No. Who would have thought that the dragon seal, but suddenly said with a serious face, you're blessed with a different position. It's just a different position. If it wasn't for the position, maybe you two could have gotten together. Su Yongfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, keenly detecting a hint of intrigue, because Long Yin's words had already made the hostile stance of both sides completely clear. Although we all used to know it by heart and fight to the death behind our backs, we never brought it to the surface. 8th prince, what do you mean by that? Long Yin grunted. Okay, don't pretend. I'm not raising hell either. I'm only here to see you for the 9th sister. I'm only asking you, do you still like the 9th sister now? Boom, of a drum. When these words came out, Su Yongfeng's heart inexplicably jumped. Do you like it? Definitely like. Like Long Jioli, this kind of heaven's proud daughter, perfect to impeccable 9 princess who do not like? But he was no longer the Su Yongfeng of his youth. Nowadays, he values power more. The dreams of his youth had paled into insignificance compared to the power. Seeing Su Yongfeng's silence, Long Yin grinned with an ICU expression of contempt. If you like it, you like it. What's the point of pretending? This emperor will make it clear. Now if you nod your head, you will get this once coveted opportunity. As he spoke, he came closer to Su Yongfeng and whispered, surely you know that Jioli didn't want to marry into Great Yen. She had no choice. I think you can guess what Great Yen's purpose is. The purpose is the dragon vein that my Long family guards. So there will be a war between the two countries. When the time comes for Longhua to be completely annexed by Great Yen, none of your Su family or the Anong royal family will survive. It is said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In 9th sister's opinion, instead of marrying Dian and only being able to buy 3 to 5 years for Longhua, it would be better to choose you directly and fight to the death with Dian. So there are also 2 choices before you now. Su Yongfeng raised his eyebrows. What choice? The 8th prince has no harm in speaking. Long Yin showed a very rare look of seriousness. First, you watched your favorite woman married to Dian. And finally everyone then fight head to head, a piece of the game over. The dear who died who is not clear. Secondly, to take away the paycheck from the bottom of the cauldron. You Su family and my royal sister join hands to integrate the nation's power to defend against foreign enemies. Even if Great Yen is strong, but it's not that simple to eat an entire Longhua. And the reward for the second choice is, not only will you be able to hold a beautiful woman, but the Su family will also be able to share half of the world in the future. After all, the dragon vein is what my imperial sister values the most, that she needs to protect with her life. As for that half of the world, instead of letting Great Yen completely annex it, it would be better to give half of it to your Su family. Don't you think so? Chapter 56, Wu Yi set up for Su Yongfeng. Conspirators will eventually die from conspiracies. After listening to the words of the dragon seal, Su Yongfeng was first silent for a while, and then laughed. This doesn't seem like something the 8th prince could say, does it? Could it be that you, like Wu Yi, were hiding your clumsiness before? Long Yin deflated with some embarrassment. Is old man so despised by you? Okay, I admit it. This is all what Yuri told me to say. You think my pig brain can figure this out? Cut the crap and just tell me how to choose? Su Yongfeng was completely silent. There is fraud. That was his first instinct. After all, people like him who are good at playing mind games are very wary. There must be something fishy about Long Yin's sudden approach to him to join forces. And now that it was a critical moment, he would definitely be on guard. But then he had to think carefully about the words of the dragon seal. The first option is the same as he expected to develop. It's just very risky back there. He had to first join hands with the king of Anong to bring down Long Qiyu. And he also had to take the risk of being backstabbed by the Jingyu kingdom as well as being annexed by Great Yen. But if you choose the second one, he can not only get Long Jiuli, Su family can directly get half of the kingdom. The only trouble was Dai Yen. But if there are no internal problems in Longhua, it may not be impossible to break up with Dian with the strength of the whole country? Sure. Su Yongfeng definitely wouldn't have his heart moved by Long Yin's short few words. He's just weighing the pros and cons and doesn't make decisions lightly. But who would have guessed that just at this moment, Long Yin suddenly shook the object in his hand quickly in front of Su Yongfeng. Yuri said you surely wouldn't trust us so easily. So here's our sincerity. Su Yongfeng looked at the hand of the dragon's bird seal first, only to see a small white insect as big as a baby silkworm lying in the half of the palm that the dragon seal peeked out. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. It is? Element devouring parasites? He turned his head violently to look at Long Jiuli, his heart filled with horror. Long Yin grunted. See our sincerity now? What is the role of this devouring yuan compulsion? I think you know very well. But compulsion for a female and a male. Men and women respectively will swallow it into the body will be planted compulsion. Once the parasites are successfully planted, both parties only need one thought to detonate the parasites instantly destroying the other party's dantian, which can be said to determine the life and death of the other party. Now that Jiuli has swallowed the female insect, as for what to do with this male insect, you choose yourself. The words fell. Long Yin placed the parasite in Su Yongfeng's hand and left without looking back. Looking at the back of the dragon seal leaving, Su Yongfeng was once again silent. Only this time, there was a flash of intense struggle in his eyes. At the very beginning of what Long Yin said to him, he took it all as a joke. Regardless of what the dragon seal said, he didn't have the slightest wavering heart. But the moment the dragon seal took out the compost, he really hesitated. Long Jiuli is actually willing to plant a compulsion with me. Could it be that the Empress really wants to join forces with my Su family? Once the compulsion is planted, Long Jiuli and I have become the only pivot for the two sides to join forces, as well as an important handle for both sides to hold together. This relationship is unbreakable. The more Su Yongfeng thought about it, the more likely he felt that this was possible. After all, the fact that Long Jiuli was able to put his life in his hands was enough to show the greatness of determination and sincerity. And just as Long Jianin said, the most important thing in Long Qiyue's heart was undoubtedly the dragon vein. As for half the country, just give it. As long as the dragon vein was there, the dragon family would not die. Could it be that Long Qiyue already knew that Wu Yuan died in the Muyu secret realm? Knowing that the Ding King's mansion can't be relied upon anymore, that's why she turned her head and thought of joining forces with our Su family? Su Yongfeng's brows were furrowed, his heart struggling frantically. After a long silence, he probed his spiritual energy into the compulsion. If Long Jiuli really swallowed the parasite, then I will be able to sense the female insect with this male insect. But to his surprise, he really sensed the aura of the mother insect through the compulsion in his hand. He snapped his head around and a flash of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Because the mother bug was really inside Long Jiuli's body, the Empress is actually really going to join forces with our Su family? The moment, Su Yongfeng's desire hidden deep inside could no longer be suppressed, like a blowout surging out. At the same time he was thinking in his mind, if the Su family really joins forces with the Empress, the worst outcome would be me marrying Long Jiuli and the Su family getting half of the kingdom. And the best results. Thinking of this, a flash of madness flashed across Su Yongfeng's eyes. The best result would be to devour Long Qiyue's forces step by step in the future, and then completely control the dragon vein and unify Longhua. At that time, this superb sister flower, won't it all be mine? Yes, he actually craved Long Qiyue. Are you kidding? How many people can't crave this Empress? Just as Su Yongfeng was imagining things in his heart, Long Qiyu and Long Jiuli looked at him at the same time. Both sisters nodded softly with complex and serious faces, and Long Jiuli even slightly raised her delicate chin to him in a gesture. It seems to be saying, my sincerity is obvious. If you want me, plant a compulsion, or we're all screwed. Actually, Su Yongfeng is a very cautious and smart person, but he hadn't thought about it and didn't think there was any harm in joining forces with the Empress, and it was even safer than joining forces with someone else. After all, joining forces with the Empress, with Long Jiuli as an important bargaining chip, there was no fear of a sudden backstab. Eventually, driven by various desires, he finally made a ruthless decision to gamble. Then Su Yongfeng took the opportunity to swallow the yuan, devouring compound piece by piece while drinking tea. He didn't discuss it with his dad and his grandpa, but made the decision straight away. It was his ego about his control of the situation. Moreover, the matter of direct seating compulsion has been finalized, and it is persuasive to tell them again. But what Su Yongfeng didn't notice was, the four people who had been staring at him, Wu Yi, Long Qiyu, Long Jioli, and Long Jianin, all of them gave a big smile. It's a done deal. Master, this move of yours to attack the heart is simply like a stroke of God. Su Yongfeng is so smart and cautious a person, but he was able to take the initiative to jump into the pit? Yes. This time, planting the parasites on Su Yongfeng was the way Wu Yi came up with. That day and Long Jioli stayed in the East Palace for so long, but it wasn't just to talk about love. He comes up with ideas. Long Jioli acted as the bait, Long Jianin acted as the lobbyist, and Long Qiyu ruled the execution. Directly dug a big hole for Su Yongfeng. The ultimate goal. Let Su Yongfeng die at the hands of Yanshi, the son of Prince Yanzhong of Dian. Then they would secretly kill Yanshi and let Yanzhong and the Su family dogfight, so that the Su family would have absolutely no energy to rebel in the near future. Wu Yi, on the other hand, was able to focus all of his energy on the king of Anong, first teaming up with the Empress to eradicate Long Yin. Wu Yi patted Long Yin's shoulder and laughed. That's what you don't understand, is it? It is the wiser, the more prudent, the more calculating man that weighs the pros and cons, for he will choose only that which is most favorable. It is said that grave robbers are buried in tombs and conspirators die in plots. Long Yin had a face of admiration and gave a thumbs up. High, really high. It seems that Imperial Sister was right to let me follow you. Wu Yi raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? Long Yin heatedly smiled. Imperial Sister found me to talk once 2 days ago. She said that I should follow you to learn well. Learn what? She didn't say. Oops. Whatever. Just learn. Learn everything. I'll learn whatever you teach me. Wu Yi looked at Long Qiyu with some bewilderment. Who expected that the Empress would be very arrogant and slightly rolled her eyes to look away. TSK. Roll your eyes again and I'll give you 800 shapes. After a while, halftime came. Long Qiyu stood up. Her phoenix eyes filled with majesty swept across the room and said aloud. Yanlong Martial Arts Club Session 3, Martial Arts Fighting. Given the small number of Great Yin participants, in order to ensure fairness, each side will contribute 10 people. The rules are the same as what I said earlier. The Battle of the Ring. If you defeat 10 people in a row, you will be the ring master, and wait for the final victory to win the championship. Now I announce that the martial arts fight will begin. After a pause, Long Qiyu glanced at Wu Yi. Again, his eyes contained deep meaning as he looked toward Su Yongfeng. His delicate red lips lightly opened, and he said with a single word. For the first match, I, Long Hua, am sending out the eldest grandson of Prime Minister Su Xian, the eldest son of King Su Jinghua of Pingxi, the son of the Pingxi royal house. Su Yongfeng. Chapter 57, the martial arts fight begins. Old Buster, get on. Going to dig a hole for Su Yongfeng again. Hearing that the Empress had asked him to be the first to go up, Su Yongfeng looked a little surprised, but he didn't think much about it, and directly flew and stepped into the ring. At this moment, Long Qiyue's majestic voice resounded throughout the room. This martial arts fight is to the point. Swords have no eyes. Injuries are inevitable, but they must not be life-threatening. Su Yongfeng nodded his head to show that he understood, then clasped his fists at the great Yin crowd. Prince Su Yongfeng of the Pingxi royal family, 25 years old, 3rd level of martial arts. Enlighten me. A martial zone in his 20s, his talent was considered very good, and he was definitely one of the best in his age group. As soon as Su Yongfeng's words fell, a figure from the great Yin side flew onto the ring and stood 50 meters apart. With arrogance, he casually introduced himself with an arch of his hand. The son of De Yin Rong Bo Ho, Zhao Dongheng, 26 years old, 3rd level of the Wu Zone. As the two men took the stage, a formation in the ring suddenly activated. In the blink of an eye, a transparent boundary that looked like a large bowl being inverted appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the entire ring. The Empress's voice then rang out. This boundary is to prevent the battle from spreading to others. The boundary can resist the full force of a martial artist below the 5th level of martial emperor. So all participants don't have to be afraid to show their true strength. It was important to know that there were experts of martial zone and martial king among these participants. If there was no boundary to protect it, the energy fallout from the light eruption could have demolished the palace. At this moment, Su Yongfeng and Zhao Dongheng didn't make the first move, but quietly looked at each other. Just all of his own aura was climbing rapidly. Only Su Yongfeng's right hand clenched in the air, and an exquisite longsword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, Channels of turbulent wind streams composed of tiny sword chi appeared around him, surprisingly condensing into 1,000 channels in the blink of an eye. Wui raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect this one to be a sword Dao genius. At such a young age, he's already reached the realm of sword chi great accomplishment. Regardless of whether it was a sword or a gun, there was a realm division that was unique to the way of the weapon. Take for example the sword Dao realm, which is scored from low to high. Sword power, sword energy, sword intent, sword heart. Each major realm is subdivided into introductory, proficient, and great. Moreover, the realm advancement of the artifact way was even much more difficult than the martial Dao realm, because this stuff really depends purely on talent and perception. King Yanon looked at Su Yangfeng, who had an aggressive sword aura and sharpness on the stage, and laughed at Su Xian. Prime Minister, your Su clan has produced an extraordinary sword Dao genius. Not only is Prince Su's mind mature and steady, I didn't expect that even this martial arts and swordplay would be equally outstanding. Looking at the whole of Longhua, it's also one of the best of his age. Hearing Long Yan's praise, Xiao Hian smiled modestly. Your Highness is too kind. Even though my Fenger is excellent, there is still a gap between him and the young prince. The little prince he was talking about was Long Bo Yang. After all, Long Bo Yang was a pure royal bloodline. That was a proper young prince. King Pingxi Su Jinghuo also followed suit and kissed his ass. Father is right. The young prince is the real dragon among men. He has the highest cultivation among the participants of this martial arts competition, and he can surely surpass the pride of the two countries to win the first prize. Quick slick up. Just as several people were commercially blowing each other off, Su Yangfeng and Zhao Donghong moved at the same time. The two figures were as fast as lightning and as swift as the wind, rushing towards each other at the same time. Su Yangfeng was a wind attribute martial artist, and his speed was clearly superior. He was seen instantly appearing behind Zhao Donghong with a speed that was almost indiscernible to the naked eye, and chopped out dozens of powerful sword chi with his sword. Seeing that Zhao Donghong was about to be swamped and churned into pieces by the sword chi, shoo away. But who would have guessed that in the next second, a huge fire fist in energy form blasted the sword chi right through. In a flash, the ring was ablaze. Even though they were separated by the boundary, the crowd could still feel that the temperature of the surrounding space had been hardened by more than 10 degrees. Immediately after that, Zhao Donghong's disdainful cold laughter resounded from the ring. The wind rises to the fire. You're going to lose this one. Su Yangfeng similarly snorted coldly. That's not necessarily true. The two men went straight into battle after a brief test. Zhao Donghong's main offense, Fire Fist, was fierce and dominating. With each blast, a giant fist of flames suddenly erupted to smash Su Yangfeng. Su Yangfeng, on the other hand, was superior in speed, favoring a wandering fight, from time to time chopping out sword chi feints, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The two of them were already of equal strength, and at this moment, after the battle was in full swing, they fought with great difficulty, and the moves are gorgeous and highly ornamental, with the wind blade and sword chi flaming to the sky. The atmosphere was soon brought to a peak, and the spectators present all formed a circle around the ring to watch the battle from close range. After all, martial arts were prevalent in this world, and everyone was martial. This last martial arts fight was the grand finale and the one they were most interested in. Seiji Su is indeed outstanding. I'm afraid that this sword Dao talent is even a sword chi great accomplishment, isn't it? According to my opinion, or almost to the realm of the sword intention. He is only 25 years old this year. While I practiced the sword for 40 years only to the sword chi introductory, this people with people really cannot be compared. That great Yan's Zhao Donghong is also very powerful. Surprisingly, he was able to fight with Xiao Shizi evenly. Che, there are a few channels of Earth's core gold flame mixed in with his flames. Can't you see it? That's the 5th highest ranked foreign flame on the foreign flame list. Otherwise he would have lost a long time ago. Looking at the exciting battle in the ring that had already fallen into white heat, Long Yin asked in a small voice, Master, should we get Su Yangfeng killed now? Takashi, however, shook his head. No, Zhao Donghong's father is just a marquis. There are many marquis like this in Dian. It's of no use. With Zhao Donghong's family power, he doesn't have the ability to hold the Su family in check yet. Speaking of this, his gaze turned to Yen Zhong Yenshi's father and son and he grinned. Only this Prince Yen Zhong is qualified. Long Yin seemed to understand and nodded his head, looking to the side of Li Yin. What do you think, Shifu? Why are you always secretly staring at Master? Are your eyes almost drawn? Li Yin snapped back to her senses and cursed angrily with slightly reddened cheeks. Get out! While others feared the identity of the Dragon Seal Emperor, she never cared. Not to mention cursing, she had even punched the Dragon Seal before, and it was still in front of Long Qiyu. Being scolded by Li Yin like this, Long Yin immediately said in a green tea hor tone, Master, look at her. but immediately afterward, he looked at Yuja. Why are your eyes straining too? Second mistress? You two aren't so bad, are you? Yuja blushed and bowed her head slightly, cursing in her heart. How am I second in line when a dog's mouth is full of ivory? Between a few people talking and laughing, the battle in the ring was also in a white-hot state. Martial skill sword chi flew about with a horrifying sound. Li Yin said in a faint voice, Zhao Dongheng is bound to lose, but even if Su Yangfeng wins, it will be a disastrous victory. The next match will be difficult. She was a top expert of the martial emperor realm and could tell who was strong and who was weak at a glance. It's just that once Su Yangfeng is knocked off the stage in the next match, it'll be hard for him and Yanshi to run into each other. That was a good point. After all, Yanshi had an average cultivation level and was only a martial general. Martial general cultivation has absolutely no possibility of defending the ring in this martial arts fight. Go up and be seconded. It's okay, I have a magic weapon. Wui laughed and patted Long Yin's shoulder. Buster, go. The dragon seal is very upset with the small beep. What's with the feeling of letting the dog out to bite? However, he still walked towards Great Yan's camp with a dangling smile on his face, aiming straight for Yanshi. After all, he's dedicated his life to screwing up. The opportunity to make a big deal out of it is never missed. Jia. Yuja. I'll have you. I'll play with you. Chapter 58, Snubbing the Cutie. Yanshi, take the field against Su Yangfeng. Yuja. I'll have you. I'll play with you. Big Yan's camp. While almost everyone was gathered around the ring to watch the match, Yanshi was hiding in the corner holding a Yin courtesan up and down, and with Yuja's name on his lips. As Yanzhong's only son, he had been highly favored since childhood, and because he was lustful by nature, Yanzhong also tried his best to satisfy all kinds of demands of this waste of a son. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible to have all your little wives. But even though Yanshi had eaten a lot of fine chaff, he was still amazed to see Yuja today. Yuja, that soft and moving, shy and timid temperament, directly hooked him, soul all gone. Even more outrageous, he'd self-fantasized about secretly practicing the traditional craft several times since he'd seen Yuja today. Yo, the young prince doesn't pick the ground. This imperial prince is really quite envious of you. This pleasure comes when you say it. TSK. Just as Yanshi was fantasizing about Yuja in his mind, a sudden voice behind him forced him to interrupt his spell casting. Yanshi hurriedly turned his head to look, then grunted in displeasure. Why did the 8th prince come running to find this little one? Long Yin laughed and sat down on the side. I'm bored. I'm not interested in the ring. I'm just looking for someone to talk to. Besides, from now on, our two countries will be one family if we make peace. So isn't this a way to get in touch with you? Meanwhile, he thought to himself, this Yanshi looks like a douchebag with women all over his head, and he looks like a good guy to fool. Yanshi didn't want to pay any attention to the dragon's bane seal, but he thought of Yuja and hemmed and hawed again. 8th prince, I heard that Yuja, the young lady of that King Ding's residence, is a widow? The dragon's seal raised an eyebrow. Ah yes, what's going on? Yanshi licked the corners of his mouth and smiled tartly. Truth be told, I like that widow, and you're a royal son, so see if you can help me? Don't worry, there will be a big thank you after it's done. Long Yin laughed in his heart. This dog, he's got a lot of guts. Ha, you even dare to covet this emperor's mistress? It seems that choosing to get you killed this time is not a mistake at all. But just in time, he went down the slope. This help is able to help. The matter of a word from this prince. But, seeing that there was something going on, Yanshi became even more anxious. But what? The 8th prince may speak freely. Long Yin laughed. Depends on which tone you want. Is it going to be dry bullying, or a half-hearted flirtatious tone of refusal? To be honest, this prince is also a veteran of the flower world. Want to refuse to be shy is the most exciting, especially this kind of watery and pretty widow, who expected Yanshi to slap his thighs with a face of excitement. Oh fellow traveler, a confidant, I like the tone too. Long Yin thought about it, then hooked his finger. That's fine, then the least you can do is show your face in front of people first so they remember you, right? As he spoke, he nudged toward the ring. Knew this match will be over soon. Odds are Seo Yangfeng will win, but even if he does, he's still at the end of his rope. You'll go right up and fight him later. Think about it. You're at the cultivation level of a martial general and Su Yangfeng is at the cultivation level of a martial zone, which is 2 major ranks higher than you. Even if you lose the fight, there's no shame. Anyway, you'll lose if you fight anyone with this cultivation. It's all the same. But what if you win the fight? Yanshi's eyes immediately lit up and he slapped his thigh. Right, I'm going to lose whoever I fight anyway, so I might as well take advantage of Su Yangfeng being at the end of his strength to get into the ring. Even if we lose, it won't be too ugly. And if we win by chance, wouldn't that be a big show? Long Yin continued to snub. showing a smile that all men understand. That's for sure. Who wouldn't look the other way when you win by 2 big prizes? You only have to make that pretty widow remember you. And with your status and looks, and your extraordinary demeanor, you'll be sure to be greatly favored. When the time comes, I'll maneuver around in the middle a bit. And won't this be a done deal tonight? Yenshur instantly hemmed and hawed. Good. This method is good. Then I'm counting on you. 8th Prince. The dragon's seal was again with this little cutie. After chatting a few words, he returned. Old also. Originally I still felt a tinge of resentment for punking Yenshur, but now I can only say that this bastard does deserve to die. Wu Yi raised an eyebrow. How? Long Yin immediately told the story. When Yuja heard that Yenshur was actually fantasizing about her going up and down on that courtesan, she immediately cursed in anger with her face flushed red. Shameless and disgusting. Wu Yi, on the other hand, smiled a very big smile. Okay. The back button. I was hoping for a quick death, but I guess I'll have to practice splitting up. The dragon's seal was a bit curious. Master, what's the return button? Wu Yi said in passing. The way to earth. Hiss. But he sucked in a breath of cold air before the words left his mouth, because Yuja directly pinched him hard on his waist and glared at her with a red face. Takeshi was also a bit puzzled. No sister-in-law. Old 8 and Lee-in haven't reacted yet. Why can you understand it in seconds? He didn't realize that Yuja was a second-hand veteran driver as well. Looks like there's fun to be had later. Thank you. Just then, Su Yongfeng's voice came from the ring. He was seen standing with one hand on his sword, the blade pointing directly at Zhao Dongheng, who was lying on the ground covered in blood tens of meters away. As Li Yin said, although Su Yongfeng won, it was a miserable victory. At this time, his face was pale, his body was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, and his clothes were burned into rags by the flames, making him look wretched. But Zhao Dongheng is even worse. There were as many as 100 sword wounds all over his body, and his entire body was almost churned to pieces by the sword chi, and he was even stabbed with a bloody hole at his chest. But it was not fatal. Count on you. Zhao Dongheng struggled to get up, looked deeply at Su Yongfeng, and directly stepped off the stage with a cold snort. Yan Xian looked at Su Yongfeng, who stood with his sword on the stage, and said in a faint voice, to be able to defeat even Zhao Dongheng, this Su Yongfeng is quite impressive. Zhao Dongheng had fused the earth's core golden flame, and his combat power was so strong that he rarely had any enemies in the same rank, and it wasn't even difficult to challenge him across levels. Yen Boat hummed disdainfully with his hands behind his back. It's indeed not bad, but there's still a gap compared to a true heavenly pride. In my opinion, those who can't break through to Martial King at the age of 25 are all trash, but he did have the arrogance to do so. He was 23 years old and at the 7th level of Martial Zone. Within 2 years, he will definitely break through to the Martial King realm. As he spoke, Yen Boat subconsciously scratched. This was the 38th time he had checked to see if the oregano was still there. After all, Wu Yi had previously exchanged his 100-year lifespan and the shortening of Oxo to 5 centimeters in exchange for an increase in the grade of the elixir, which had created quite a psychological shadow for him. 5 centimeters shorter? Isn't that gone? At this time, Long Chiyue's voice suddenly resounded through the entire room. In the first match, Su Yongfeng has successfully defended the ring. Great Yan may send a participant to continue the challenge. I'll do it. Unexpectedly, as soon as the Empress's words fell, she heard a loud and excited shout that resounded abruptly, causing the crowd to look sideways frequently. The crowd turned their heads to see that it was Prince Yenzhong's trashy son. Waste reflects not only the realm of cultivation, but to a greater extent the temperament and spirituality. Yenshur, such a look is an uninspired ambition. By the wine and color empty body and mind of the dude, Yenzhong also looked a bit surprised, his expression filled with surprise. Good son. Regardless of whether you win or lose, based on your boldness to cross the level of the challenge alone, Father King, I am also very pleased. Ha ha ha. He knew best how much of a waste this son of his was, and he didn't expect to take the initiative to ask for a fight. He wasn't afraid that Yenshur would have an accident on stage. After all, martial arts competitions couldn't hurt people's lives. It doesn't matter if you get hurt. Yenshur made up his mind to pretend, and immediately said loudly with a serious face in a very pretentious tone, as if he was afraid that others would not hear him. Father, that's not true. Although my child's cultivation is trivial, he has the ambition of a swan, the heart of a strong man, and the courage to challenge is the true way of martial arts. As the words fell, he glanced at Yuja in the distance, but realizing that the other man was ignoring him, the thought crossed his mind that perhaps the performance wasn't eye-catching enough. Father, I'm going. He then bellowed once more and stepped into the ring under Yenzhong's old, tearful and relieved gaze. Su Yongfeng's eyes flashed with contempt when he saw that it was Yenshur. A piece of trash. Who was on the court? although he was already at the end of his strength. Beating Yanshi, who had the cultivation of a martial general, was not like playing. Su Yangfeng then held his sword in one hand and pointed it at Yanshi remotely. I'll give you one shot. But he didn't know that the move he had allowed Yanshi to make first was enough to kill him. Being belittled by Su Yangfeng in such a manner, Yanshi was truly enraged. How dare you be so wild even at the end of your strength? It's enough for this little king to kill you with one move. Chapter 59, Long Jiuli explodes his own dantian to screw Su Yangfeng, who also kills people to kill their hearts. How dare you be so wild even at the end of your strength? It's enough for this little king to kill you with one move. Inflammation begins simply for the sake of performance. There was only one chance to make a move anyway, so it was straight to full power. Yanqi. Suddenly, the long sword in Yanshi's hand ignited a flash of gold and red fire. It was the flame that was interspersed with the golden flame of the earth's core. The red flame wave. With Yanshi's loud cry, the flames surged against the wind. In an instant, it had condensed a flame giant sword of more than 10 meters, with an appalling power. Don't say. Based on the energy fluctuations that erupted from this move alone, Yanshi wasn't too much of a waste. Die for your master. Yanshi shouted angrily and directly leapt more than 10 meters in the air, rushing towards Su Yangfeng. He held the sword with both hands, and the huge flame sword of more than 10 meters directly chopped down. Looking at the charging Yanshi, the contempt in Su Yangfeng's eyes increased. I don't know what I'm doing. Before the words fell, he casually swung his sword with one hand. With just one sword chi, he would be able to kill Yanshi in seconds. But just then, a bad feeling slammed into Su Yangfeng's heart. That fatal sense of crisis directly caused the sweaty hairs on his entire body to abruptly explode and his pupils to suddenly tighten. Bang. Wow. In the next second, Su Yangfeng wowed and spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was because his dantian suddenly exploded inside his body without any warning. The yuan qi that was originally not much left instantly dissipated, and the cultivation level was directly zeroed out. Dantian? How come? This sudden turn of events caused Su Yangfeng's sky to instantly collapse. It was as if there was a buzzing sound in his head that sounded like a heavenly crash, shaking his mind blank. The shattering of the dantian was undoubtedly a death sentence for him, and he was ruined for the rest of his life. Element-devouring parasites? Su Yangfeng suddenly thought of this terrifying possibility. Both he and Long Jiuli had swallowed yuan-devouring compulsions to plant them in their bodies. The function of the yuan-eating compulsion is that both of the people who planted the compulsion can use the compulsion in their body to control the compulsion in the other person's body to detonate the dantian. But the price was that both sides' dantians would be destroyed. But why did Long Jiuli do this? He had thought that Long Jiuli had used the yuan-devouring compulsion to bind the two together in order to join forces with his Su family, as an important bargaining chip held by both sides. But he never thought that Long Jiuli was actually trying to drag him down to hell together. Does she hate him that much? Is she so willing to lose her cultivation? Su Yangfeng, who instantly thought about all of this, violently turned his head in the direction of the Golden Palace and looked at Long Jiuli, who was sitting beside the female emperor, with an unbelievable gaze. But to his despair, the same dantian burst shattered face pale Long Jiuli not only did not have the slightest sense of remorse. Instead, he arrogantly stretched out his little pink tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his lips, revealing a brilliant to the core smile to him. That smile was obviously sweet, but at the moment it was as terrifying as the devil in Su Yangfeng's eyes. Poisonous woman. Why? Why would you rather destroy your own dantian than harm me? Weren't you going to team up with me? Why are you doing this to me? This was Su Yangfeng's unwilling roar in his heart. In this instant, his eyes were crimson. The rage of all the complex emotions intertwined almost burned him completely. The inner desires and long-planned dreams of hegemony suddenly shattered into countless pieces at this moment like a mirror. Obviously he can get Long Jiuli's. Obviously the Su family can have a chance to unify Longhua hand in hand. Why? Long Yuri, you tell me? But Su Yangfeng, who was caught up in extreme anger, couldn't shout, and could only roar silently in his heart. At this moment, when the crowd saw Su Yangfeng standing motionless like a fool, they couldn't help but wonder a little. Although Yanshi had a low cultivation level, Su Yangfeng wasn't so conceited. Was he? Not to mention counterattacking, but not even dodging? Yanshi's eyes saw Su Yangfeng standing frozen in place, not moving or even hiding. His heart was angry and happy. How dare you look down on me? I'll kill you. While Prime Minister Su Xian and Pingxi King Su Jinghua realized that Su Yangfeng had suddenly lost all his cultivation, they secretly said that it was not good. No good. Brush. The two instantly got up and rushed towards the ring, roaring at the same time. Stop it, kid. Fenger, dodge. Su Xian was at the 8th level of Martial King cultivation, and Su Jinghua was even at the 1st level of Martial Emperor cultivation, although Yanshi's flaming giant sword had already chopped down. But with their speed, The two of them could definitely save Su Yangfeng in the nick of time. Buzz. But in the next second, the two men completely despaired. The defensive boundary that enveloped the ring bounced both of them out at the same time. Long Chiyue had said before that the defense of this boundary was so strong that it could resist the full force of a martial emperor 5th level martial artist. Yes, this boundary was the last gate that blocked Su Yangfeng in Hades. Those inside can't get out. Those outside can't get in. Must die. Seeing that Su Yangfeng was about to be completely submerged by the flaming giant sword, Su Xian and Su Jinghua both lost their voices in alarm as their eyes turned red. Fenger. No. But it does not help. Shoo away. With the ring on fire, the intense flames completely drowned the lost Su Yangfeng. Bang. In the next second, Su Yangfeng spat out blood and flew backwards, lying motionless on the ring like a dead dog. Yenshi's sword almost split Su Yangfeng's entire body in two down the center. The whole body was even scorched black by the hot flames, and could no longer be seen as a human being. I don't know how to die. As for Yenshi, he exclaimed with a face of excitement. Make you despise the old man? This little king said one move is enough to deal with you. Why don't you show me another wild one? He didn't expect to really cross two big steps in second Su Yangfeng in one move, which added a thick ink in his life. Ha ha ha. As for killing Su Yangfeng? I'm sorry, but Yen began to think it didn't matter. In his eyes, it was like a dead roadside wild dog. At that moment, Yenshi twisted his head and glanced triumphantly at Yuja, but to his dismay, Yuja didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he and Wu Yi were exchanging whispers, and that intimate look made people feel like they were coming out of a quilt at first glance. Don't know what Wu Yi is talking about. In short, teasing Yuja's face color red with shyness and anger. It looks so much like flirting. Yenshi was even angrier, and he secretly said in his heart, "Bitch, my old man is fighting for his life on stage and you're down there hooking up with another man?" In this instant, he had a murderous intent towards Wu Yi again. How dare you hit on a woman I'm attracted to? You're dead. It had to be said that this Yenshi was really a talent. This brainwave is just unbeatable and clear. At this moment, Su Jinghua looked at Su Yangfeng's corpse and froze on the spot like a wooden chicken. The look was full of grief and despair. Fenger? Su Yangfeng, his most satisfied son, was the most outstanding genius of their Su family. Whether it is wisdom and martial arts and sword talent, all are the best. Future achievements are unlimited, is the only hope for the future of their Su family. But now, instead, he watched as his only remaining son was killed and destroyed, and there was nothing he could do about it. As for Xiao Hyun, she was even more furious. How similar is this scene? That day on top of the courtroom, Wu Yi personally killed Su Yangshua in front of him had already given him a heavy blow. But today, his most satisfied grandson likewise died in front of him. He couldn't accept it, not at all. Fenger, my son, you died a terrible death. Who would have thought that suddenly? An ear-piercing cry of pain would have rung out abruptly. Wu Yi's mouth flicked up and smacked his lips. Finally, I told you that your oldest son, Su Yangfeng, would die a worse death than Su Yangshua. How do you like this gift? As he muttered, Wu Yi twisted his head to look, only to see that Princess Pingxi, who had only just arrived, fainted with a direct shriek. Originally, she died father and a son. Heart grief did not feel the mood to participate in the Yanlong martial arts. But who would have guessed that someone would suddenly come to the Pingxi King's residence to tell her that Su Yangfeng was also dead? She rushed to the palace as soon as she received the news. But I didn't expect that just after rushing here. I saw the scene of Su Yangfeng being killed by a sword from afar. As for who tipped them off? Of course they're from the Wu Yi school. For his enemies, he loves to kill and kill. If one knew that the night that Princess Pingxi sent 3 martial kings to destroy the Ding King's mansion, if it wasn't for the fact that Li Yin happened to be there, the Ding King's mansion would have been gone long ago on that night. The vendetta. He is remembering it. Chapter 60. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers were also filled with confusion, looking at this dramatic scene with looks of horror. Su Shitzi, dead? Seiji Su was killed by Yenshi, who was at the cultivation level of a martial general. How is this possible? There's something odd. It seems like Seiji Su's cultivation was suddenly nullified, which is why he wasn't able to dodge Yenshi's attack. Hey, it's a pity for a kendo genius. What's the pity? Who can't see that the Su family is ambitious and wants to usurp power? It's not a pity to see a traitor like this die. The son of the Pingxi royal house, the prime minister's eldest grandson, and the new generation of the Longhua Empire's pride of the heavens. Surprisingly, he died in the ring just like that, or was killed by an opponent with the cultivation of a martial general. This is simply too much death. While the crowd was sighing with complex expressions of regret, the dragon seal bowed to Wu Yi, full of admiration. Master, Patchmark is completely convinced this time. If you ever have a job like this again, just leave it to me. I'll make sure it's done right. Wu Yi wrapped his arm around Long Yin's shoulders, and a bad smile floated up at the corner of his lips. So you'll give master a few more pretty wives? This kind of abduction of other people's wives makes me a little horny. Long Yin? You mother **********. The eighth prince was instantly enraged. But nothing happened. He withdrew a hard, mysterious organ and didn't dare to curse. Yuja, on the other hand, covered her mouth and laughed lightly, giving Wu Yi a blank look without any good reason. Clank. Merit +1. Ah hiss. Yuja was knocked out cold, and immediately shrank her neck and her scalp went numb. Geez, what are you doing? Wu Yi smiled flirtatiously. This lovely sister-in-law was getting better at pampering herself. Long Yin asked with some confusion. Master, why did Imperial Sister ask you to get Su Yangfeng killed? Is it really cost-effective for the few of us to go through so much effort and for Jolie to sacrifice so much just to kill him? Clank. Merit +1. Wu Yi knocked the dragon's seal and deliberately looked at Yuja and said, Sister-in-law, you explain to him. Yuja analyzed after a moment of contemplation. Of course it's cost-effective. Su Yangfeng is the future successor of the Su family, no matter whether it's strategy or talent. He's the best. The Su family has spent unimaginable energy and effort to cultivate Su Yangfeng over the years, and the Su family just died a few days ago with Su Yangshua, and now with the death of Su Yangfeng, who took great pains to cultivate. King Pingxi's two sons are all dead, so he will definitely be unable to resist making a move. At that time, His Majesty will be able to wait for a rabbit. As long as the Su family dares to make a move, reach out and chop off the claws, reach out and chop off the hooves, and be able to weaken the Su family's power in a very short period of time to completely destroy the Su family. Hearing Yuja's analysis, Wu Yi secretly nodded his head. His sister-in-law looks gentle and shy, but in the end, after the military general, usually do not show the mountains. But in fact, the situation will see very thoroughly. Just then, Wu Yi seemed to be aware and looked in the direction of the Golden Palace, only to see that the Empress was looking at him with a smile in her eyes filled with appreciation. It seems to be saying, I'm very satisfied with the way things were done this time. Although Wu Yi had only come up with an idea, it was the central key. Why? Because Wu Yi was able to repair Long Jiuli's dantian and also raise Long Jiuli's cultivation level up quickly. This is also why Long Jiuli dared to directly pull Su Yangfeng piece of self-exploding dantian. Otherwise, the Empress would never sacrifice Long Jiuli just to kill a Su Yangfeng. But if there is no Long Jiuli as a bait, with Su Yangfeng's cleverness and caution it is difficult to jump into this fire pit of certain death. Wu Yi smiled flirtatiously at the Empress and raised an eyebrow as if to ask, did you get any rewards for a job well done? If there's no reward, don't come to me next time. Long Qiyu cursed in her heart and hesitated for a split second. Her phoenix eyes swept the room and realized no one was paying attention. Then he unobtrusively straightened the skirt of his dragon robe, quietly revealing a touch of snow white that was enough to drive people crazy. Just a hint of something different was going on inside her. Why would I default to giving him such a reward? She also didn't understand from when onwards. The way she and Wu Yi dealt with each other had become a bit monstrous. As for Wu Yi, he closed his eyes with full intention away, and was straight up cool. He doesn't look at it for nothing, and he definitely doesn't look at it if he doesn't. Ray, did you feel that? To be honest, Long Qiyue's legs were really invincible. The killing power for him, the ultimate leg controller, was explosive. Fenger, how are you? As the boundary disappeared, Xiao Hyun and Xiao Qianhua were the first to rush to the ring. Su Jing was crimson eyes, looking at Su Yangfeng's charcoal-like corpse at his wit's end. He didn't dare to move a bit. Xiao Hyun was still relatively calm in the end and carefully checked out the surprise. There's still breath. There's still hope. As he spoke, he took out a qi-fixing and blood-locking dan and stuffed it into Su Yangfeng's mouth, then used his yuan qi to help it refine and melt into his limbs and bones. This elixir would ensure that Su Yangfeng would temporarily keep his breath. However, looking at the injuries he currently suffered, he was afraid that it would be difficult for even the immortals to save him. After all, it's impossible to live with your head half split off. Ahem. At this time, Su Yangfeng coughed out a large mouthful of blood and woke up. Immediately after that, he slightly twisted his head to look at Wu Yi, who had a faint smile on his face in the distance. In a hoarse voice, he broke off. You're actually the mastermind, aren't you? It's me who underestimated you. From the day you killed Shuor and Lin Dace Tao in the Imperial Court in a desperate attempt, I should have considered you as a rival. This time, it's me who lost. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Hyun and Xiao Qianhua twisted their heads to look at Wu Yi, their eyes filled with suppressed killing intent. It was you? Did you cause Fenger's death? You seek death. Seeing that the furious Su Jinghua seemed to be about to make a move against Wu Yi, Li Yan's figure shifted to block his path. Li Yin, on the other hand, pulled Wu Yi behind her as she looked at Su Jinghua with a cold face. Wu Yi had his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. Prime Minister Su, as you said in the court that day, one must speak with evidence. You're saying I killed Su Yongfeng? Where's the evidence? You guys can't just blah 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 and frame a good person. If we follow this logic of yours, then can I say that all those martyrs of my Wu family who died in battle were killed by your Su family? That day in the courtroom, Wu Yi said that it was Su Yangshua who framed him, and Su Xian's original words were to speak with evidence. Now, Wu Yi returned the words as they were. It's a blast. He is of a vindictive nature. A vendetta that can be avenged on the spot doesn't last overnight. Overnight revenge. That has to be returned unchanged. Su Yangshua and Lin Dengtao wanted to mess with him in the courtroom, and he killed both of them. The princess of Pingxi sent someone to kill him, and the assassins sent were all dead and returned in pieces. The Su family plotted to frame him, causing the King Ding's mansion to almost perish, but now Su Yangfeng has also been designed by him to frame him to death, and after that he has to kill Yan Shi to make the Su family take the blame and fall into despair. In short, whoever messes with him, he'll return the favor in the same way as before. Some holier-than-thou ES might think he went too far and might say let bygones be bygones, but it was impossible for Takashi to be blameless. The term vested is so hypocritical. He likes to wind up dead. If he's not ruthless, he'll be the one to die. At this moment, Xiaohyun was dumbfounded by Wu Yi's rebuttal, and the muscles on her old face trembled madly with anger. However, he still hardened himself and looked deeply at Wu Yi. Jinghua, save Fenger first. We'll settle this score later, Xiaohyun said and was about to take Xiao Yangfeng away. But who would have thought that Su Yangfeng's breathing had become more and more rapid, obviously more out of breath and less in breath. Grandpa, it's no use. I'm too hurt to live. I'm just not happy about it. I have not yet seen Wu Yi die violently. I have not yet personally killed Long Jiuli, that poisonous woman. Ahem. I have yet to see the Ding King's mansion exterminated, and I have yet to complete our long-plotted great. But before the words were finished, he was completely silent. Death is not an option. Yes, Su Yangfeng never thought he was wrong until he died. He even failed to realize that if it was not for the Su family first framed by the Wu also to destroy the Ding King house full of family, then it doesn't always end up that way. But there's another saying how it goes. Maybe it's nobody's fault, just different positions. Die for me. All of you. Wu Yi, Yan Shi, you're all going to die. Suddenly, a roar filled with killing intent abruptly resounded through the palace. Su Yangfeng's death caused Su Jinghua, who was already extremely angry, to completely explode. Chapter 61 Golden Dragon Hornbone. Wu Yi took the stage. It was accompanied by an angry cry. Su Jinghua's martial emperor One aura climbed crazily in this instant. His eyes were crimson, his face twisted to the point of being hideous, his long hair standing on end, and his robes were blown by the raging waves of air in an awe-inspiring manner. Dare to kill my son? I'll make all of you accompany me. Shoo away. Substantial waves of air once again erupted with a roar, unexpectedly forming a hurricane carrying a mighty pressure spreading towards the surroundings. Some of the palace maids and eunuchs who were close by were crushed into blood mist by the pressure in a split second, their bodies directly bursting apart. What do you want, King of Pingxi? Empress Long Qiyu steeply stood up and coldly shouted with a furious expression on her face. Will you be allowed to be reckless in front of me? This rebuke of hers carried a strong supreme dragon power, as if it were a dragon roaring. Everyone in the room was dazed and confused for a while. Although Long Qiyu's cultivation was only at the 7th level of Martial King, the aura she exuded at this moment was even more appalling than Su Jinghua, who had the cultivation of Martial Emperor. Quick slick up. Right at this moment, Li Yan's figure swayed and stopped directly in front of Xiaohyun and Xiao Qianghua. He looked at the two coldly with his hands behind his back. King Pingxi, if you have itchy hands, I wouldn't mind playing with you. Shoo away. As he spoke, the terrifying aura of the 4th level of Li Yan Martial Emperor directly pressed towards Su Jinghua, almost on the verge of losing his mind. Su Jinghua's eyes cleared slightly for a few moments, and because he couldn't carry Li Yan's pressure, his feet couldn't help but take a step back. Paintbrush. At the same time, hundreds of figures rose up from the sky, holding long spears in the air, surrounding the large square. It was the Dragon Shadow Guard, but immediately afterward, Prince Yanzhong of Great Yan also released his cultivation as a martial emperor and pointed at Su Jinghua and shouted, "It was your son who was less skillful. It wasn't my son who killed him on purpose. If you dare to touch a single hair on my son's head, this king will step on your prime minister's residence." The moment, with Su Yangfeng being killed, the atmosphere of the Yanlong Martial Association became tense. Swords are drawn. The situation is getting more and more intense. There is a trend of fighting at the drop of a hat. Although Xiaohyun was also sad and angry, she still retained a trace of sanity. Jinghua. He put one hand on Su Jinghua's shoulder, signaling the other party not to be impulsive. Doing it now was exactly the right time to give the Empress the opportunity to eradicate the Su family. It was not feasible. For the greater good, must endure, otherwise both his grandchildren died in vain. Seeing that Su Jinghua was dissuaded by Su Xian, Long Chiyue's voice then sounded. An accident in this ring match is the last thing anyone wants, but it happened, and no one can change it. I wish Prime Minister Su and King Pingxi condolences. Immediately afterward, Long Chiyue looked at the great Yin side again, her eyes showing coldness. I have a word of honor. Martial arts fights should not hurt people's lives. Even if Yenshur has no intention of doing so, that would be against the rules. Su Yangfeng is the proud son of my Longhua heaven. With such an accident, can Dian give me an explanation? Enemies are enemies, and she still has to do the face saving. Su Jinghua looked at Su Yangfeng's corpse, which had completely lost its breath, and roared in an almost frantic voice. I have only one request. Murder pays for life. Yenshur must die. As soon as these words came out, Yenshur was startled and hid behind Yenzhong. Father, I don't want to die. It's none of my business. Yenzhong grunted. Don't worry, Dad is here. No one can kill you. At this time, Yenxian suddenly stepped forward and said in a faint voice to the Empress, this Yanlong martial arts meeting was meant for the two countries to make friends, and no one wants such an accident to occur. Yenshur was also heartless. Paying for his life is impossible. But I, Dian, won't shirk my responsibility either. Rule breaking is rule breaking. There's nothing to say. As he spoke, he reached out with his right hand. A golden bone the size of a palm appeared in his palm, emitting wisps of golden light and dragon authority. Seeing this scene, Long Chiyue's pupils trembled slightly for an instant. Golden dragon horn bone? The energy contained in the dragon horn bone could forge a martial artist's body, with the effect of cleansing the sinews and marrow. It was an extremely rare top-grade treasure, and this dragon horn bone was even more useful to the dragon family, and was even unattainable, because the dragon horn bone could purify the power of the dragon family's bloodline. Yen Xian noticed the subtle change between the Empress' eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The Empress has good eyesight. It is none other than the golden dragon's horn bone. What is the function of this dragon horn bone? Yen will not say more. In order to express my apologies, Mr. Yen can take out this dragon horn bone as a reparation gift to the Su family. I wonder what the Empress would like to do. Long Chiyue slightly calmed down and looked towards Su Xian and Su Jinghua. Prime Minister Su, King Pingxi, what do you two think? Su Jinghua just looked at Su Yangfeng's corpse in his arms without saying anything. Xiao Hyun, on the other hand, still had her wits about her, but her tone was filled with anger that she could barely contain. Even if this dragon horn bone is good, it can't be exchanged for the life of my grandson. Yangfeng, if your majesty thinks it's reasonable, that piece of dragon horn bone will go to your majesty. The accidental death of Yangfeng today is a great misfortune for my Su family. Your majesty, please allow me to take care of the aftermath first. Takeshi couldn't help but smack his lips. This old thing is indeed as steady as an old dog, and at this point in time, he can still look after the big picture and not freak out? Because Su Xian knew that Long Chiyue was determined to get this golden dragon horn bone. Even if his Su family took it now, Long Chiyue would find a way to get it back. This could possibly also hasten the demise of the Su family, so he simply didn't want it. But at the same time, it could be seen that Yen Xian was also a heart thing. It was obvious that he had intentionally given this golden dragon horn bone to the Su clan, so that the Empress and the Su clan would be at loggerheads. Long Chiyue glanced at Su Xian and said in a faint voice, that's how it should be. It's important that you take care of the aftermath first. Mr. Su Aiqing. Afterward I will make compensation for Su Yangfeng's accidental death. Sympathizing with her, she said to herself, you're a good man. This piece of dragon horn bone she was determined to get. If Xiaohyun dares to take it today, she has a way to get it back tonight. Swish. At this time, Su Jinghua held Su Yangfeng's already disembodied corpse and flew away without saying a word with a gloomy face. Xiaohyun, on the other hand, looked at Wu Yi and then at Yenshur, and said with an extremely calm face, today, my grandson Yangfeng died innocently and tragically. This minister will take note of it. We'll see you at. As the words fell, he similarly turned into a streak of light and disappeared. As for those from the Su clan, they also followed closely behind and left the field. It was just that each of them had a gloomy face, and their eyes were filled with sinister intent when they looked at Wu Yi and Yenshur. Su Yangfeng is the future hope of the Su family. When Su Yangfeng died today, it undoubtedly cut off the future of the Su family. Longin smacked his lips as he looked at the departing figures of the Su family's crowd. Master, do you think it's too much? Before Wu Yi could say anything, Liyin directly snorted coldly. Where did it go over? Whose idea do you think it was for Su Yangshua to frame Wu Yi a few days ago? It wasn't still Su Yangfeng? If Wu Yi hadn't survived to prove his innocence, the King Ding's residence would have been bloodied by now. Who would have thought that the dragon seal would shake his head with an angry face? You're getting the wrong idea. Sure fu. I'm overstating it. It's Ing Seohyun who's gone too far. How dare you threaten my master? The back to town button. If I can't beat him I'll go up and bang bang bang. Lillian. Yuja. Wu-Yi, on the other hand, stretched his back, a flash of undisguised excitement in his eyes. It's done. It's finally my turn. Truly, he's been suffocating for the past few days. He then made his way to the ring with all eyes on him, and the Empress understood him well. Her eyes filled with a suppressed glow of anticipation, announced in a loud voice. I declare that the martial arts competition will continue. In this match, I, Long Hua, will take the field to challenge the grandson of King Ding, Wu Yuan, and the son of King Jinbei, Wu Anjuan, the Wu family. Wu-Yi, Chapter 62 stud all merit points. Sorry, next. Seeing Wu-Yi walk towards the ring, the gazes of the crowd were filled with complexity, questions, expectations, and emotions. After all, Wu-Yi used to be a waste of space despised by everyone. However, he had come out on top in both matches of the Yanlong Martial Association today. It even suppressed the pride of the two countries and became the biggest dark horse. Way to go, Master. Jiro, I believe you. Long Jianyin and Yuja both had uplifted faces as they cheered for Wu-Yi at the back, and Yenshi's eyes were filled with disdain when he saw that it was Wu-Yi who was on the stage. It was just like the way Su Yongfeng looked at him in the last game. It was the heartfelt contempt of the strong for the weak. How dare a little samurai come on stage? I think you're just looking for death. Yenshi was not only contemptuous towards Wu-Yi, but also had a killing intent. He didn't give a about killing Su Yongfeng in the last game, let alone this punk Wu-Yi. Anyway, with his father Yin Zhong backing him up, he's not afraid. What's more, he felt an inexplicable excitement at the thought that he could kill two of Long Hua's world sons in a row. Thinking of this, Yen Shi couldn't wait to introduce himself. Prince Yin Zhong's only son, Yen Shi, 21 years old, third level of martial general cultivation. As he spoke, Yen Shi pointed his sword at Wu-Yi. Learning from the tone of Su Yongfeng in the last game was very pretentious. I'll give you one shot. Who would have thought that Wu-Yi would have suddenly laughed out loud? Even laughed a little openly, giving the pleasure of finally pooping through the you've been holding for days. Crowd. Yen Shi frowned, his eyes filled with contempt as he shouted angrily. What are you laughing at? Are you crazy? Are you going to make a move? If you don't make a move, you won't have a chance. This little king will kill you like he killed Su Yongfeng and cut your ruined dog into two halves with one sword. While the entire room looked on in confusion, Wu-Yi closed his eyes. Bam, bam, bam 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 bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. At this moment he seemed to hear a BGM that was uniquely his own ringing in his head. It's so hot. It was the stirring of a strong rise, the echo of TM taking off in place. Taking a deep breath, Wu-Yi muttered in his mind. System, Stud 81, 659 merit points. Transform them all into cultivation. Yes, he didn't even sleep for the past few days, knocking day and night and saving hard. A total of over 80,000 merit points were saved. He really didn't dare to mess with this 80,000 or so at all. Who could understand the feeling of holding back from raising one's cultivation level when it was obvious that one could do so quickly? Seriously, he's been suffocating for the past few days. It wasn't that he didn't want to elevate, but he didn't dare. If the cultivation level skyrocketed too quickly, it would attract the attention of others. And nowadays he is in a very dangerous situation. But wherever he is targeted by someone who has a heart. Take the Su family for example. If the Su family had seen Wu-Yi rise so quickly, they might have gone out of their way to get him killed directly. But today, Wu-Yi finally didn't need to hold back, as the bottom card was completely sufficient. Ding, congratulations to the host. 81,659 merit points pokies successfully. All of them are converted into cultivation. Please keep up the good work. Boom. Just as the crowd was in disbelief, they only saw the aura on Wu-Yi's body steeply increase. In just the blink of an eye, he had popped straight from Samurai 4 to the Martial Master realm. Yes, it's bouncing. What? Martial Master? Could it be that Seiji Wu has been hiding his cultivation? Has he been hiding? But just as the crowd was stunned, boom! Immediately after that, Wu-Yi's cultivation level popped from Martial Master to Martial General again. What? What? He's actually a Martial General in cultivation? Could he really be hiding something? But what shocked the crowd even more was that Wu-Yi's cultivation was still rising and his aura was still skyrocketing. That momentum was strong enough to shock the world. And the rapidity of cultivation enhancement was enough to make people envious to death. At this moment, not to mention others, even Yuja, who had the closest relationship with Wu-Yi, was startled. The dragon's seal. on the other hand, was dumbfounded and worshipful. Eileen awesome old also. Don't you want to die for being so handsome? At this moment, Yan Xian and the others also realized that something was wrong. Imperial brother, what kind of monster is this guy? How can his cultivation level rise so quickly? Crossing 2 major steps in a row in the blink of an eye and having your cultivation continue to skyrocket. This is simply too unbelievable. Yan Xian glanced at Yan Feng, who was filled with shock, and sighed as he forced down the shock in his heart. I should have seen it coming. Maybe it was meant to be. Come to think of it, how could the Wu family, which has been a tiger for generations, produce a dog that eats? Then he suddenly thought of the drawn-out scene this morning when Wu Yi came to the palace. Couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Dragon riders open the way. Dragon shadow guards. I'm sure Long Chiyue has known for a long time that he's a seed that can blossom into a miracle flower. Not only that, Yan Xian also thought about Su Yangfeng's death. Perhaps Wu Yi and Long Chiyue set up a trap. Looks like I have another formidable opponent. At this moment, Long Chiyue, who was sitting on the dragon chair, had a pair of phoenix eyes staring at the upright figure on the ring that looked like a sharp blade that opened up the sky. She knew it. She knew that Wu Yi still had one of his biggest cards. In her thoughts, since Wu Yi was able to enhance other people's root bone cultivation, the odds were that he would be able to enhance his own as well. Sure enough, she guessed right. At this moment, Long Chiyue felt that her day had dawned. Wu Yi's strong rise was like a ray of haze piercing through the abyss, dispersing the endless darkness that had enveloped her. Unconsciously, Long Chiyue's pair of eyes flooded with a thin layer of mist. That's hope. Although Long Jiuli by her side was equally excited, she still wondered about Long Chiyue, who was looking unusual. Sister, why are you crying? Long Chiyue very rarely revealed an intoxicating smile. Because I waited for my driftwood. Long Jiuli? She admitted that Wu Yi had changed a lot and a great deal in the past few days, as if he was a different person, and his performance was excellent in all aspects. However, she still did not understand that Long Chiyue would give Wu Yi such a high rating. She was well aware of her sister's ability and vision. Countless young talents in this world. Demonic ghost talent. In her sister's eyes are still like dirt. Never look at. But the only thing that is opposite to Wu is the attitude. Everywhere to defend. Everything to tolerate. There is also a shocking trust. Seeing Long Jiuli's wide-eyed uncertainty, Long Qiyu gently smiled. You'll understand later. Boom! As Wu Yi's aura surged once again, the entire room had been shocked beyond words and completely exploded. They were all gathered around the outside of the ring yelling with excitement and excitement. Unbelievable! To have skyrocketed from a samurai all the way to the 7th level of martial commander? Him. Still. On. Up. My goodness. Even if one is stoic and hides one's clumsiness, one doesn't have to hide it so deeply. Right? Demon. This is no longer a genius. This is a demon. An 18-year-old martial commander 7th level? What kind of demon or devil is this? Now the 18-year-old Wu Yi Wushuai 7th level cultivation had already caused the crowd to be so shocked. Can you imagine the impact on the world when the 20-year-old Wu Anhua broke through to martial king back then? The gold content of that first heavenly pride of the Longhua Empire was still rising. Boom! However, in the midst of the crowd's waves of astonishment, Wu Yi's cultivation went all the way up, directly rushing to the martial zone realm. As the crowd was so shocked that they were about to go numb, Wu Yi's cultivation surge finally slowed down. It was finally fixed at the 2nd level of martial zone. Takeshi also clenched his fists. Feeling the huge energy in his body that was about to burst him almost out of control, he grinned with great satisfaction. More than 80,000 merit points directly to martial sect? Yes. A few short days of stoicism in exchange for a cultivation increase across 4 great realms. So damn worth it. It's a blast. It was just that his cultivation level had risen too fiercely, and he was somewhat unable to control it, his breath rising and falling feeling like it would go out of control at any moment. It was then that Wu Yi looked at Yen Shi, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he introduced himself. The son of the king of Longhua Ding's family who attacked the throne of the king of Jinbei. Wu Yi, 18 years old, 2nd level of martial arts. At this moment, where did Yen Shi still have the arrogance he had at the beginning? He had long since been scared and hid in the corner of the ring, shivering, facing Wu Yi in his full state at the 2nd level of martial progenitor. He wouldn't dare to fight even if he was given 10 guts. Although the rules of martial arts stipulate that you can't kill, it doesn't say you can't maim. He didn't want to take a beating. I'm not playing. I'm abandoning. Clank. Merit +1. But who would have guessed that before Yen Shi could finish his sentence, he was directly knocked out by Wu Yi with a hammer. The body went limp, paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog. Crowd? 6th hammer, 1 hammer. At the cost of consuming mental energy, it can knock out any target whose cultivation is not higher than 1 level above its own. and the amount of mental energy consumed depends on the cultivation level of the opponent. Just as the crowd was confused, Wu Yi's flat voice resounded throughout the room. Sorry, next. P.S. The following author blindly pushes. Not counting the body word count, each chapter has between 200 to 3,000 body words, not less. First of all, I apologize to everyone, because the author is part-time not full-time. There's no way to pop in every day. Work during the day is particularly tired. More than 10 o'clock in the evening before getting off work, after dinner and wash up to be free to write a novel. Every day to write until 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Seriously, I'd like to explode, but practicality doesn't allow it and I have to work to support my family. Currently the novel earnings do not reach the point of supporting a family. Just a few $dozen a day. Not working, I'm going to starve to death. I hope you dudes and dudettes will understand. I'll try to pop in as much as I can, so if you're in a position to do so, gift support and give some motivation. Bye bye. Special reminder, after the end of the Yanlong martial arts meeting, Wu Yi will start to eat. When the wheel of the car crushed in the face, don't blame me for not reminding you. After all, the Seven Seals Great Emperor has the power to do so. Chapter 63, Yan Xian himself. You want my hammer? Next. Seeing Wu Yi dry humping Yanshi with a single hammer, the entire room was instantly confused. What is this? Kid, you're too wild. In the next second, there was a youth on the Great Yan side who flew and stepped onto the ring and shouted, how dare a small martial zone second level be so rampant? Your cultivation has improved so fast. I think you must have used some secret method to help the seedlings grow. Beating trash like you old man, one move is enough. As he spoke, he announced himself with a very perfunctory and arrogant arch. The eldest son of the great Yan Jingbo waiter, Zhou Yin, 27 years old. Wu Zong 4. Clank. Merit +1. Who expected Zhou Yin to be knocked out by Wu Yi's hammer before he could finish his sentence? Next. At this instant, the entire room was once again confused. The dragon's seal was even more alarmed. Ward hair? What the hell kind of operation is this, master? Yuja asked with some curiosity. What does ward hair mean? Longin scratched his head in some embarrassment. Actually I don't know what it means. I learned it from my master. I just thought it was more appropriate and blurted it out. At this moment, not to mention the others, even Yin Xian was confused. His gaze was dead set on the merit hammer in Wu Yi's hand. His eyes filled with greed. How dare you cross the line and knock someone out with a hammer? He thought it through. Wu Yi's cultivation had just skyrocketed to the second level of martial zone, and his realm was very unstable, so if he counted according to his true fighting strength, he would at most be equivalent to the first level of martial zone, and he wouldn't even be able to defeat him. Then the problem can only be with this mysterious little wooden hammer. It can quickly raise the level of the elixir, and can be used in battle to kill the enemy with a single blow. This hammer, it's a good one. Yes, Yan Xian craved it. Even in this instant, he had figured out how he was going to kill his way out of this. At this time, another martial zone realm martial artist from Great Yan's side stepped onto the ring. The kid. Clank. Merit +1. Jibber jabber. Next. This time, Wu Yi was even more decisive, and the other party just opened his mouth and directly hit the hammer. The poor contestant hadn't even begun to announce himself and was carried off in less than 3 seconds after he first stepped into the ring. You know that's a martial arts sect. Not exactly a first-rate expert, but not so disgraced, right? At this moment, Wu Yi's perversity had shocked the crowd into complete numbness, and they just looked at him with the gazes of monsters, with extremely complex expressions. At this time, Yan Xian made a wink at Yan Fong. The latter understood and appeared in the ring with a flash. Yan Fong had his hands behind his back and looked at Wu Yi with an arrogant expression. Even if your little hammer was more powerful, there would be a limit to it, wouldn't there? He had outstanding talent since he was young, and at only 23 years old, he was already at the 6th level of martial zone cultivation, a true genius. Therefore, he looked down on the so-called geniuses in the eyes of others, and even more so, he looked down on the trash like Wu Yi, who speculated and used secret methods to enhance his cultivation. He simply didn't believe that Wu Yi could still knock him out with a single hammer across 4 minor ranks in a row. That's nothing but a fool's errand. Seeing Yenbo on stage, Wu Yi grinned, revealing a few white teeth. Second prince, do you think you can carry this hammer of mine? Yenbo snorted disdainfully. It's just a speculative trick, not to mention 1 hammer. What's the point of taking 10 hammers from you? Wu Yi thought about it. Then why don't we bet on it? If you can carry me 10 hammers, I'll promise you anything. But what if you can't carry it? He wouldn't let go of this good opportunity. He definitely had to knock Yenbo hard before he could do so. Hearing that Wu Yi was going to make another bet, Yan Fong couldn't help but have his heart skip a beat. After all, in the last alchemy competition bet, he had even exported the 4th princess of Great Yan, Yan Wanju. He thought to himself, is this guy that confident? But when he heard Wu Yi say that he would bet 10 hammers, he was relieved again. Wu Yi said 10 hammers, not 1. That would indicate that Wu Yi himself wasn't sure about knocking him out with a single hammer, and it was pretty much a no-brainer. So it's okay to bet. This emperor doesn't have that much time to waste, so I'll just let you hammer away. After 1 hammer, if I'm standing, then you'll have to kneel down and call me grandpa above this ring in front of everyone, and you'll have to give Li-in to me, if I don't carry it. Speaking here, Yan Fang looked at Yan Xian with some hesitation. His space ring had been given to Wu Yi to make amends during the first enlightenment match, and now he couldn't take out anything but a personal sword. Yan Xian said in a faint voice, if my second brother loses, this prince will send 3 more strands of Earth Core Golden Flame, plus the 3 strands that won the first race, and the 3 strands that lost the bet in the second race, making a total of 9 strands. To tell the truth, this Yanlong Martial Association Yan Xian also lost the bitter tea sun. Although the Earth Core Gold Flame was precious, it could be taken out at will for him, the great Yan Prince. But that second winning reward, 9 Heavenly Life Soul Elixir, was too precious, which was the only one he had. Seeing that Wu Yi was silent, he seemed to be hesitating. Yan Fang guessed that Wu Yi should have wimped out and couldn't help but speak out to mockingly stimulate him. If Martial World Prince doesn't dare to bet, he should admit defeat of his own accord. There's no shame in that. Ha ha ha. Clank. Merit +1. But suddenly, Yen Boat's laughter came to an abrupt end. He was laughing and suddenly his brain went sideways and he rolled his eyes and collapsed straight down. Wu Yi deflated. I just don't think the stakes are equal. Who says I'm a wimp? He would have blackmailed one more time, but he was too lazy to play mind games with Yan Fang. Yan Xian? Crowd? Yuja, on the other hand, gave a giggle and shook her eyes as her towering shook with her stance. Long Yin laughed even more excessively, without the slightest regard for Yan Xian and the other people's ironclad faces, and directly cackled with laughter. Laughing my ass off. Another 3 wisps of golden flame for nothing. Ha 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 ha. Even Long Qiyue couldn't help it, her thin lips slightly curving up in an intoxicating arc. This guy, there are surprises everywhere. Long Jiuli glanced at Long Qiyue and whispered, sister, why are you happier than I am? Long Qiyue snapped back to her senses, her eyes subconsciously appearing to dodge for a moment. There is. Yes? Yes. Long Qiyue argued. Wu can also be my helper. The better he is, the better it is for me. Isn't it normal for me to be happy? Long Jiuli didn't speak again, but only secretly said in her heart, it's normal to be happy, but it seems a little abnormal for you to be happy. A woman's intuition can be very sharp. She seemed to catch a whiff of something unusual. At this time, Yan Xian's face sank slightly, and his figure shifted to appear in the ring. Martial World Son, this bet Yan lost again. You surprised me. The rest of Great Yan doesn't need to go on the field either, counting you winning 9 games in a row. For this final match, let Yan meet you personally. As he spoke, he glanced at the small wooden hammer in Wu Yi's hand and said with interest, but before I do that I'd like to ask a question. I don't know where the small wooden hammer of Martial World Sun came from, and how many grades of spirit weapons it is. This wooden hammer can not only enhance the Dan medicine level, but also can be used to fight, can cross several levels of one strike to control the enemy. Said the supreme treasure is not too much. Takeshi also smacked his lips and straightened up. You want this hammer? Yan Xian's expression was slightly stunned. He didn't seem to expect Wu Yi to be so direct, but he still admitted it with a big smile. That's natural. Who wouldn't want such a magical treasure? Who expected Wu Yi to suddenly say after hesitating, it's not impossible to give it to you, Yan Xian, but you'll have to trade something for it. Yan Xian had thought that Wu Yi was joking, but when he saw the other party's solemn and serious look, his heart immediately jumped wildly. Seiji Wu, is this true? Wu Yi nodded with a serious face. Seriously, if you give me something in exchange, I'll hand over this little wooden hammer to you in public. Let's give the hammer in one hand and the object in the other. If the deal is completed, no one will be held responsible for any problems afterward, and a vow will be made that no one can go back on their word. At the end the heart added, but if the merit hammer returns to my hands again on its own, then it's not my fault. Merit hammer cannot be used by others, and even if it is taken by others, as long as his mind moves, even if it is thousands of miles away, it can be instantly returned to his hands. Not even a small independent space like the space ring could restrict the merit hammer. Hey! Seeing Wu Yi speaking so seriously, Yan Xian was overjoyed in his heart, but he still tried to restrain his excitement. What is it? Martial World Prince, feel free to tell us. As long as it's something Yan can come up with, I will definitely do my best. In fact, he wondered, what exactly was it that could make Wu Yi go so far as to take this supreme treasure in exchange? Chapter 64, Master is digging a hole again. You're teaching this prince how to do things? Seeing that Wu Yi was actually going to use the small hammer to exchange things with Yan Xian, The few that knew the function of the merit hammer were all shocked in their hearts. Li Yan's beard trembled in anger. This little man. He gave this hammer to Yan Xian. How else can he raise the cultivation of the old man? With that said, he looked over to Ri Wan in a very roguish manner. I don't care. He won't be my son-in-law until he raises my cultivation level. Lillian. Rather, it was the dragon seal that saw the most thoroughly, and hemmed and hawed and laughed. Looks like master is digging another hole. He had gradually figured out Wu Yi's temperament over the past few days, and was definitely not a loser. Now that he took the initiative to make a deal with Yan Xian, he definitely wasn't holding back any good farts. And just as calm as Long Jianin was, there was also Long Qiyue, just looking at Wu Yi lightly with a smile in her eyes. Seeing that Yan Xian had completely taken the bait, Wu Yi directly opened his mouth and said, I want golden flame fire crystals. Golden flame fire crystal? Yan Xian frowned slightly, his face showing hesitation. If the geocentric golden flame was incomparably precious, then the golden flame fire crystal was even more precious than the geocentric golden flame by 1,000 times. The golden flame fire crystal was a crystallization that took thousands of years to be nurtured from the endless golden flames of the Golden Flame Valley. The production was extremely rare, and it was only searched for from the depths of the Golden Flame Valley by a martial emperor realm powerhouse who risked his life. The value of a single golden flame fire crystal was more valuable than the exclusive 8th Order Red Flame Dragon Rider of the Longhua Empire. Even with the Dan Sect's position of power and intimacy with Great Yen, it had only obtained 3 golden flame fire crystals in so many years. In Yan Xian's eyes, even if the golden flame fire crystal was as precious and rare as it was, it couldn't be comparable to that mysterious little wooden hammer of Wu Yi's. It's not even comparable at all. Yan Xian only hesitated slightly for a split second before decisively nodding his head in agreement. Yes, Yen promises. It just so happens that Mr. Yen has a golden flame crystal in his hand that he can exchange with the martial world prince on the spot. As he spoke, Yan Xian's right hand spread out, and a fist-sized crystal silently hovered in his palm. The crystals were irregular diamond-shaped, golden in color, and also burned with golden flames on the surface of the body. It was the golden flame fire crystal. As the fire crystals appeared, a heat wave instantly swept across the field, and the temperature of the surrounding space was raised by tens of hundreds of degrees in the blink of an eye. Not to mention the Wu Yi who felt it from a close distance. Even the clothes and hairs of some people with low cultivation outside the ring were instantly burned away. There was a great chorus of shrieks and tumultuous cries. Ah, people's clothes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm losing my hair. Oh Lord Lu. Your wife's body can be bear with me. After not seeing you for a few days, Mrs. Li's figure has become more and more plump. I wonder if I can share a bed with you this night. No you mother asterisk 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 her. Shut the up and don't look at my wife. Wu also took the opportunity to sweep around very seriously for a few eyes. Speaking of those white flowers of the scenery secretly digested in the heart, and gave a nod to Yan Xian. I don't look at it for nothing, and I don't look at it for nothing. What a good man. Such a bodhisattva's heart should be immortalized in statues and monuments, and be worshipped by the masses of colorful people. The scene passed after a short period of confusion, and at the same time, the crowd was shocked at the terrifying heat emitted by the golden flame fire crystal. Just the energy naturally emitted had such a high temperature. How huge must the energy contained in that fire crystal be? Wu Yi glanced at the golden flame fire crystal in Yan Xian's hand and said with a smile, a fine treasure indeed, but this is only one of them. Yan Xian was not surprised at all and was quite dignified. Expectedly, although this fire crystal is also priceless, it's a bit pricey compared to the small hammer in the hands of Prince Wu. What else does Prince Wu want? Just say it. Wu Yi pondered for a split second and suddenly blurted out, I want 8 seals of fire. What? No way. Unexpectedly, this time Yan Xian's reaction was great and his attitude was very tough. Don't go too far. Martial world son. Don't you know what the 8 sealed fire invitations mean to my Yin family? This is the root of my Yin family's foothold, the foundation of great Yin strength, the treasure of my imperial Yin family's town family. This spirit grade extreme grade martial skill, how can it be said to be given? It was no wonder Yan Xian reacted so strongly. There were class rankings for martial arts and feats in this world. Like the root bones, there are divisions, mortal, spiritual, divine, and holy. Each major level is subdivided into lower, middle, upper, extreme, and perfect. And the spirit grade extreme grade 8 sealed fire invitations were definitely top tier martial arts in this Yuan-Wu continent. It was important to realize that having a high grade martial art or technique was the key to supporting a family power to rise and stand firm in this world of powerful people. Take the Wu family, for example. The Wu family has had generations of tigers and various masters. What do they rely on? Besides the bloodline reason, there is another important factor. That was the spirit grade upper grade technique, true martial skill. Seeing how Yan Xian reacted so greatly, Wu Yi then laughed. To be or not to be is my business. Give or take is your business. If you don't think that's reasonable, then this deal is off. With the merit hammer in his hand, he didn't need to ask Yan Xian for any pills, spirit weapons and so on, because the merit hammer could raise the grade and efficacy of such things without limit. In his eyes, as long as he could get his hands on it, no matter what grade it was, it would be the same. So what he wants must be something he can't get his hands on easily. Things like the golden flame fire crystals and the 8 sealed fire invitations were good things that he needed, because he himself is a fire attribute martial artist. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Wu Yi was emboldened, Yan Xian's face sank slightly, and his heart could not help but hesitate. He didn't want to pass the 8 sealed fire invitations to outsiders, but he coveted Wu Yi's merit hammer. After a moment of contemplation, he came up with a compromise. World Warrior Wu, the 8 sealed fire invitations are too important to my Yan family. It's not something that Yan can decide, but I can lend you a hand to study. After a pause, Yan Xian took out another jade slip. 8 sealed fire invitation has 8 fire seals. Yan Mao can only let you learn on the spot for 10 minutes. As for how much can be comprehended, all depends on your own. How? Through the first enlightenment match, he already knew that Wu Yi's enlightenment was very high, and he was afraid that it would be above him. But he still wasn't worried about Wu Yi being able to learn, because even with his own super high level of enlightenment, back then, it took him a whole day to learn the first fire seal. What's more, each of the 8 sealed fire invitations was extremely complex and required a deep attainment in formation. Those who haven't studied formations can't even read it. So Yan Xian was confident. Within 10 minutes, Wu Yi couldn't even look at the first fire mark. Wu Yi frowned in thought and finally nodded. Okay, 10 minutes. How much I learn is on me. Let's move on to the third condition. You admit defeat. Hearing Wu Yi ask Yan Xian to admit defeat, the great Yan crowd all objected. Yan Zhong directly exclaimed, "Impossible. My great Yan will never lose this battle." They had nothing to say when they lost the first 2 matches. After all, this guy Wu Yi was too perverted. But this third game can never be lost. If he lost all 3 games, Dian would really be too humiliated this time. The Yan Fang who would be knocked out by Wu Yi's hammer also woke up at this moment, and his words were filled with anger as he said loudly, "Imperial brother, no, this must not be conceded. I still have to bet with him." Whoever expected it suddenly. Yan Xian violently turned his head and bellowed, "Shut up, you're teaching this prince how to do things?" This was the first time he had lost his temper this much since the beginning of the Yanlong Martial Association. Yan Boat was immediately startled and hastily shut his mouth. Even Prince Yan Zhong lowered his eyebrows and obediently shut his mouth. As for Yan Shi, he was even more frightened and hid behind Yan Zhong, not even daring to show his head. Don't look at Yan Xian, who looks gentle and elegant on weekdays, but once he starts the fire, that is really scary and really ruthless. After all, that's a ruthless man who even crushed his own biological mother and sister with his own hands. P.S. Next chapter unlocks a new heroine and a 4th extremely pregnant baby. Real people 7, and a daughter. And it's starting to get really high energy. Takeshi is going to be awesome. Welfare picture dash. Chapter 65, the doorway has been opened 1,000 times. What do you think? Yan Xian looked at Wu Yi and said in a deep voice. Okay, Yan promises. I, Dian, can admit defeat in this martial arts match. The rules of martial arts fighting, as long as one of the 2 countries have 10 consecutive losses, it is considered a complete loss. Now that Wu Yi had won 9 matches in a row, if Yan Xian conceded again, he would successfully defend the ring and become the ringmaster. The next step was simply to decide the final champion among the participants from the Longhua Empire. Takeshi also grinned. Okay, so let's take a poison oath just to be safe. In this world, swearing can really be fulfilled, so you can't swear lightly. Me first. As he spoke, Wu Yi pointed 3 fingers to the sky and exclaimed, I, Wu Yi, swear by the heart of martial arts to the heavens that after both sides have confirmed the terms of exchange, I will hand over this hammer in my hand to great Yan Crown Prince Yan Xian. Both sides of the transaction is completed. Regardless of any reason to leave, the hand is not responsible, including but not limited to, things broken, inexplicably lost, not good, over the shelf life and so on, and cannot be reversed, breach of contract. This transaction is only on behalf of the 2 parties personally, does not rise family and national forces. No matter for what reason, there cannot be any retaliation. Speaking here, Wu Yi thought carefully to ensure that there were no omissions before saying, well, that's all. If I go back on my word, let 10 of the ugliest women in the world humiliate and ravage and torture me until the well runs dry. Crowd. The dragon seal, on the other hand, could not help but shiver. 10 of the ugliest women in the world? Master's poisonous oath is really poisonous. Wu Yi, who had sworn an oath, looked at Yan Xian with a smile on his face. Okay, your turn. Yan Xian, on the other hand, frowned slightly as he listened to those strange disclaimers in Wui's poisonous oath. Somewhat in his heart, there was a vague intuition of being pitched. Why did you add all that irresponsibility for broken and lost? Wui shrugged his shoulders, looking like he was taking it for granted. Is it unreasonable to think that this is a protection for both sides? What if you give me back a fake golden flame fire crystal? What if you give me a fake 8 sealed fire invitations? What if you said you'd admit defeat and then backtracked? What if I gave you a fake small wooden hammer? Yan Xian? The first few what-ifs he could understand. But his cerebellum shriveled up when Takeshi also said in case he was given a fake Kokeshi hammer. That's supposed to be his line, right? Being cautious, Yan Xian still said, I have to make sure that this little wooden hammer still has those magical clank. Merit +1. Who would have thought that before Yan Xian could finish his sentence, Wui knocked down Yan Feng with a hammer. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. And he didn't even stop. A dozen or so hammers went down on Dian's side directly to a piece. Seeing this scene, Yan Xian hastily raised his hand to stop it. Stop. 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 Yan believed it. Believed it. Then how does this small wooden hammer work? Shitzi Wu has to tell Yan how to use it. Wui laughed out loud. That's fine, as long as you refine it, but it may take some effort and time. Yan Xian was finally relieved before he said aloud, okay. Yan swears. As he spoke, he similarly swore a poisonous oath with 3 fingers in the sky. I, Yan Xian, swear by the heart of the martial arts path, and would like to exchange the small wooden hammer in Wu Yi's hand for 1 golden flame fire crystal, 8 sealed fire invitations for 10 minutes of study time, and admitting defeat in the 3rd martial arts fight. The transaction between the 2 parties is complete, and you are not responsible for leaving your hand for any reason whatsoever, including but not limited to, something breaking, somehow lost. He repeated Wu Yi's earlier disclaimer quite self-consciously, and finally continued, if you violate this, you will be struck by 5 thunders and die a violent death in the wilderness. Yes. When Yan Xian finished his poisonous oath, Wu Yiduan bellowed, Crown Prince Dian is truly a real man. How about you let me study the 8 sealed fire invitations for 10 minutes, then admit defeat, and finally exchange the golden flame fire crystal for my hammer? Yan Xian nodded as it should be. As he spoke, he threw the jade slip in his hand to Wu Yi. Both of them have sworn a poisoned oath, and neither of them dares to play tricks. He wasn't afraid of the jade slip being destroyed by Wu Yi. After all, it was only a replica, so it didn't matter even if it was destroyed. The real original 8 sealed fire invitation is in the hands of his father, Emperor Dian, and this kind of treasure of the town will definitely not let him bring it out. Wu Yi held the jade slip in his hand and didn't waste a second at all, directly probing his spiritual energy into it to start learning. It's only 10 minutes. After all, even though he had the heavenly treasure spiritual heart in place, a plug-in that could extremely greatly increase his learning enlightenment, he was still a little unsure in his heart. Sister, do you think Wu Yi can learn? Hearing Long Jiuli ask, Long Chiyue shook her head slightly, somewhat puzzled. Can't say. It's too short a time. After all, I also understand some of the 8 sealed fire invitations, if not for the deep attainments of the formation, otherwise it is difficult to read. It was rumored that back then, Yan Xian took an entire day to learn just the first fire seal. After a pause, her words changed again. But judging from Wu Yi's performance in the first enlightenment, his enlightenment is far above yours and Yan Xian's. There should be some hope of learning the first fire seal. Long Jiuli also nodded her head undeniably, her eyes full of anticipation. After all, the learning comprehension that Wu Yi had shown in the first place was astonishing even to her, and she admired it. But what she doesn't know is this. Wu Yi was able to have such a high level of enlightenment thanks to the 9 heaven sacred skill that she had birthed, the heavenly treasure spiritual heart. As the crowd waited in a complicated and anxious manner, time passed by, while Wu Yi, who had his eyes closed, was frowning deeper and deeper. Difficulty. It's too hard. He barely had any experience with formations, and reading these 8 fire invitations was no different than reading a heavenly book. And if you can't learn the first fire invitation, you won't be able to learn the next 7. Bad. I didn't expect this martial skill to be complicated to this extent. The formation contained in this fire seal alone. Without the caliber of a formation master I can't even read it. 8 letters of fire. The most important word is seal. Each of the fire invitations possessed the ability to be sealed extremely strongly. Formation by fire. Seal by formation. The complete 8 sealed fire invitations could even seal and suppress the enemy completely by going beyond the great level. It was a true invincible class martial skill of the same rank. No, 10 minutes is not enough time. Wu Yi was confident that giving him an hour would definitely not be a problem. Although he didn't know anything about formations, he could break them down and dissect them with his superb brain. Even if you don't know the principles, you can learn them the hard way. After all, The celestial treasure spiritual heart was not a vegetarian. But for 10 minutes, it really doesn't work. Ding! Who would have thought that just at this moment, the system suddenly swindled? Dog, brother Tuanzi? Any ideas? Ding, 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 ding. Although it doesn't allow you to learn it immediately, it can directly replicate the martial art and store it in your head. Wu Yi's eyes lit up. Holy, that works? I've seen it through the door 1,000 times. What do you think? Don't study for the exams. It's almost time. Hurry up. Who would have guessed that in the next second? An obscure piece of information appeared hard in his mind. Great information filled his tiny brain to overflowing. The system continued. In fact, you haven't really developed the functions of the Tianbao spiritual heart. You can completely do one mind, 2 uses, 3 uses and even multiple uses, allowing you to grow several brains more than others, and learn things at the same time while hammering people to pretend to be something. So hungover? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask, did you? After the system reminded him of this, Wu Yi immediately tried it and basically mastered it after a minute or two of pondering. Hey, it's really okay. He can really do 3 things at once now. While comprehending the 8 sealed fire invitations, he was also comprehending the martial family's clan supporting technique, the true martial gun technique. At the same time, he was also able to release his spiritual power to perceive all the realities around him, focusing on Long Chiyue's legs for a moment. Long Chiyue, on the other hand, was keenly aware that Wu Yi's spiritual power was probing her. Immediately, he used his 2 slender jade fingers to make a scissors clicking gesture, obviously telling Wu Yi, if you dare to sneak a peek at me again, I'll cut you off directly. Wu Yi subconsciously had a cold crotch, and snapped back his mental probing. At this time, Yan Xian's faint laughter sounded. Prince Wu, 10 minutes is about to expire. Chapter 66, Extreme Mother-Daughter Flower. 4th Conceived Treasure, the 5th Princess Dragon Dancing Yun. Spiteful and capricious Hua Yuer. Hearing Yan Xian's voice, Wu Yi returned to his senses. Very decisively, he threw the jade slip to Yan Xian. Don't learn, can't read. Yan Xian revealed a fruity smile. Yan give you time to learn. Since you didn't learn, it's not my fault. In 10 minutes, it would be strange for Wu Yi to learn. Yan Xian then looked directly at the Empress and exclaimed, Empress Longhua, for the 3rd martial arts match, I, Dian, concede defeat. When these words came out, Longhua's side cheered loudly. This time, at the Yen Dragon martial meeting, Wu Yi could be said to have crushed Great Yen with just his own strength. This is a real honor for the country and a breath of fresh air for LW. Although the winner of the 3rd martial arts fight had yet to be decided, it was at the very least confirmed to be someone from Longhua. It's all the same to whoever wins for their own family. Immediately after that, Yan Xian took out the golden flame fire crystal and put it into a special jade box to isolate the scorching energy, walking towards Wu Yi with a smile on his face. In the presence of all, the two handed over the hammer with one hand and the other with the other. Looking at the magical little wooden hammer in his hand, Yan Xian felt a little unreal while carefully sizing it up. That's it? That's too easy, isn't it? Throughout the long history, which time appeared the top treasure major forces are not a head-breaking blood to fight desperately to grab, but this time, it was as easy as a dream for him to obtain this supreme treasure. Congratulations! Yan Xian was stunned, but quickly returned. Ditto. Both men thought they had taken advantage of the situation, and each of them smiled at each other heartily. Yan Xian was anxious to refine this small wooden hammer, and immediately got out of the ring. As for Wu Yi, he looked towards the Empress and raised an eyebrow. Long Qi you would understand and exclaimed, Wu Yi has won 10 matches in a row over Great Yen. The next champion of the martial arts competition will be decided among my Longhua participants. All remaining contestants may challenge themselves on stage. But after a long time, no one came up to the stage. Why? Don't dare. The crowds are not cuties. Anyone could see that from the arrogant ruthlessness of Wu Yi who killed Su Yangshua and Lin Zhengtao above the court a few days ago, to today's stunning performance at the Yanlong martial arts meeting where he passed 5 hurdles and defeated 6 generals. A large part of this is due to the tacit approval and help of the Empress. The situation is now clear for all to see. The Empress is determined to stand together with the King's House of Ding. Will Wu also single-handedly support up against the Su family? So, who dares to challenge the biggest redhead beside the Empress today at this time? Isn't this a death wish? Not to mention, LW people have an almost fanatical obsession with completeness. Now Wu Yi has won 2 in a row. If he wins this one in Wudo it could be a three-peat. The triple crown of the Yanlong Martial Association was a supreme honor. That's why many people were also silently expecting Wu Yi to create a great story by winning 3 consecutive championships. Seeing that no one was on the field, the Empress's lips flickered. Looks like these guys have some eyes. At this time, If there was still someone who went up to the stage to block Wu Yi's triple crown, then she would have to kill someone. If no one challenges Shitzi Wu, then I announce that the winner of the third martial arts fight is. But who would have expected that just at this moment, a clear voice steeply cut through the sky. Sister-in-law. Ah no, Your Majesty. Wait, I haven't even gotten on the field to play yet. I'm going to challenge him. The sudden sound from the sky instantly attracted the attention of a crowd of people, all of whom turned their heads to look high into the sky. Long Jioli, on the other hand, was delighted as her eyes steeply lit up. Fifth sister? Y'all? Even Empress Long Chiyu stood up with an excited expression, her eyes flashing a rare softness. There are just some doubts in my heart. Isn't fifth sister in Muyu country? Why did she suddenly come back? The late Emperor Long Chen had 4 daughters, ranking 3, 5, 7, 9. The fifth princess of the Longhua Empire, Dragon Dancing Yun, with the title of Princess out of Yun, now 36 years old, Dragon Dancing Ru 2. In the early years of civil unrest in Longhua, the country is unstable. Long Wu Yunin is at the age of 28 years out of the beautiful and moving, and the late Emperor Long Chen, in order to not let Long Wu Yun involved in the country's strife, so simply will be married to the country of Muyue, a large family, flower family, and have a daughter. Because Muyue country was far away from Longhua, he had rarely returned over the years. Wu Yi also turned his head to look, and his eyes lit up. No, not bright, but 2 eyes. It's not my fault if this is delivered to my door. Only to see a pair of superb mother and daughter flowers were coming through the air, their long hair fluttering and their skirts flying. Their beauty was like fairies in a painting. The beautiful woman looked to be in her early 30s. The appearance is delicate and moving. The temperament is somewhat similar to Yuja. It should also be a virtuous wife and mother type. Just one more point of nobility and dignity. The skin is fair and tender, as if it were a 2-8 girl blowing, and it's a real sense of bejeweled. In Takeshi's words, it's 2 words, fat, coupled with that mature and delicate temperament, just like a ripe peach. The killing power is directly explosive. It clearly looks dignified and ladylike, but it gives off a very lustful vibe. It was as if every strand of hair was ruffling nerves. This looks like a gold-swallowing beast. I'm willing to die of exhaustion. As for the young girl beside the beautiful woman, is also equally playful and attractive. Only the age looks a little small, 13 or 14 years old. It's also definitely a superb 95 when it grows out in a couple years. When the 2 of them landed from the air, Wu Yi also checked the information of the beautiful woman. Name, Long Ma Yun. Age, 36. Height, 165. Cultivation, first level of Martial King. Favorable opinion, -3. Number of high fives, 1. Overall rating, 98. Roots and bones, lower spirit grade. Very small amount of dragon bloodline. Identity, former 5th princess of the Longhua Empire, now widow of Hua Sungan, the young head of the Hua family in Muyue Kingdom. Comments, sharp-minded, not resting on her laurels, with a hot heart of a strong man. Being dignified and elegant is only on the surface. After burning, she will be completely crazy. A superbly contrasting pretty widow who is not willing to be ordinary but has to accept it. To get is to earn. To earn is to enjoy. Seeing the evaluation given by the system, Wu Yi became even more excited. Extremely contrasting pretty widow? Nice contrast. The contrast has to be you have to be the kind of woman who goes out as a noblewoman and isn't in bed. Ding, Dragon Dancing meets the conditions for conceiving a baby. May I ask if the host marks it? Mark. Ding, congratulations host. 04 pregnant baby has been marked successfully. You can open the hammer. That was when Wu Yi suddenly realized a very fatal problem. He seems to have fallen into the dragon lady's nest. 5th Princess Long Mao Yun, 7th Princess Long Chi Yue, 9th Princess Long Jioli. These 3 sisters, ripe, imperial, and low. Straight flush, clang of metals. But who would have guessed just then? A loud and clear sword sound abruptly resounded through the entire arena. Immediately afterward there was a crisp, pouting sound. Succubus, look at the sword. How dare you stare at my mother? How can you look at my mother? I'll poke your eyes out. Only to see Hua Yuer suddenly fly onto the ring, holding her sword in one hand and directly killing Wu Yi. Yuer shall not be reckless. Long Dancian's delicate and ripe imperial voice rang out at the first time, but Hua Yuer simply ignored it. After all, being delicate and capricious was her nature. Takeshi snapped back to his senses, only to see that the tip of a long sword was already close at hand and was zooming in his eyes. Stick to a point. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the long sword that was stabbing at his face was flicked away by Wu Yi with his fingertips in a very dashing manner. What's a chick so mean for? This Hua Yuer actually had an okay talent, with a medium spirit quality. It was only too young, just 14 years old, with only the first level of cultivation of a martial general. Yuer, don't be reckless, come down. At this time, Long Danyun's delicate face carried a hint of sulking as she walked over towards the side of the ring. As she walked by, all the 100 officials saluted. The 5 princesses. The 5 princesses. Although Long Maoyun had married far away from his country in his early years and rarely returned to Longhua, the rows that should be there were still there. Hua Yuer huffed and pointed at Wui. Mother, you are the 5th princess of Longhua. Are you not something that others can just look at? This lecher will keep staring you up and down. I must poke his eyes out today. Long Maoyun was not moved, glancing at Wu Yi and said faintly, you can't control what people look at when their eyes are on them? As she spoke, she frowned slightly and huffed. The Yanlong Martial Association is about the face of the 2 countries. How can you be allowed to make trouble here? Come down. Seeing Long Maoyun getting angry, Hua Yuer was angry and scared. She then thought of a solution and directly turned her head to Long Qiyu. Sister-in-law. Ah no, Your Majesty. According to the rules of the Yanlong Martial Association, anyone who is a descendant of a royal family member or a prince or a general and is no older than 30 years old can participate. I have the blood of the dragon family flowing in my body, so naturally I can participate as well, right? Long Qiyu glanced at Long Maoyun, who was also a bit helpless. Her eyes flashed a trace of favor and said with a smile, that's natural. I'll allow it. Who expected Hua Yuer to continue? Well, can I ask someone else to fight for me? After all, I can't beat him. When these words came out, everyone present laughed out loud. This little girl is indeed interesting. Long Qiyu couldn't help it. First you tell me who you're going to ask to fight for you? If it's outside the rules, I won't allow it. Hua Yuer's eyes lit up as she thought about it. Definitely within the rules because he's considered half LW and is also eligible to compete. As she spoke, she turned her head toward the crowd and shouted, Brother Yunqing, where did you die? Ah no, where are you? Chapter 67, Handsome Sauce? Don't you want to die? The first shot of the true martial gun duel, Open Mountain. From this chapter Open Handsome. Explosion. Some friends may not have seen the picture of Dragon Danceyun in the last chapter. Here to make up for it, figure. Brother Yunqing, where did you die? Ah no, where are you? As soon as Hua Yuer's words fell, she saw a youth walk out from the crowd. Handsome face, expensive clothes, imposing aura. At a glance, he was from an extraordinary background. He was followed by a few guards, and from the aura emitted by a few of them alone, one could tell that they were at least at the martial king realm, enough to see the strong background of its power. The teenager first bowed respectfully to Long Qiyu. Muyue he clan he Yunqing. See Your Majesty. He said Your Majesty, not the Empress, and was referring to her as a Longhua. What family? Long Qiyu's willow brows lightly twisted, as if she had thought of something. She subconsciously glanced at Wui, then said in a faint voice, be excused. Hua Yuer looked at Wui with a smug smile and hummed, you're dead. The helper I hired is Brother Yunqing. He beat you like a dog. Brother Yunqing, help me smash his dog's eyes so that he can stare at my mother again. Hua Yuer would have thought of going up to the stage to challenge Wui for fun. Who would have thought that she would have been furious when she realized that this guy was staring at her mother? Because her mother was as beautiful as heaven and a widow, she would have been prone to gossip. She was young but knew a lot, and knew that a lot of people hit on her mother, so she was sensitive to that aspect. At this point someone in the crowd objected loudly. Your Majesty, this Yunqing is not from my Longhua or Great Yen. He's already exceeded the rules. He's not qualified to go on stage and challenge the martial sons. With one person taking the lead, many people all chimed in. An outsider who opens his mouth to challenge our Longhua celestial pride. What class is he? That's right, Prince Wu is a heavenly genius. Not just any cat or dog can challenge him. What Muyuhi family Zhao family? How can you be arrogant when you come to my Longhua? Obviously, Wui had already gained the recognition of most of the people present because of his power over Dian in the first 2 matches, revitalizing Longhua to fight for his country. Now it's straight up one-sided in favor of defending him. While facing the indignant crowd, Yunqing acted calmly. He twisted his head and scanned the circle, then turned his head to look at Wu Yi in the ring, and said with a smile on his face in a single word, Seiji Wu, you may not have heard of my name, Yunqing, but Pingxi King Su Jinghua is my own uncle, Su Yangshua, who was killed by you, and Su Yangfeng, who was innocently murdered in the ring today, are both my own cousins. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. I didn't realize that Yunqing had this level of identity. Yunqing arched his hand at the Empress. Your Majesty, as the prince of Pingxi's own nephew, I am considered qualified to compete, right? Yes. This trip by Yunqing was specifically for Wui. He would have just arrived in the imperial city with mother and daughter Long Daiyun when he received the news that Su Yangfeng had died in the ring. First, he went to the Su family, and only then did he come to the palace. The purpose of his coming was to defeat Wu Yi in full view of the public and humiliate him by stepping on him ruthlessly to avenge his two cousins. Wu Yi had already finished reading He Yunqing's message and secretly said in his heart, "Spirit Great Upper Root Bone, 18 years old at the second level of martial zone? Not bad at all. This talent was more than good. It could even be described as demonic. It was even better than Long Jiuli. It was estimated to be a heavenly pride that stood in the first echelon in Muyue country. For He Yunqing to fight him, Wu Yi didn't refuse, and even kinda wanted to. After all, his cultivation had risen too quickly and his realm was unstable, so he just needed an opponent of equal strength to practice on." The Empress glanced at the bland-faced Wu Yi and nodded her head in agreement after a moment of contemplation. "You're the grandson of Prime Minister Su, the nephew of the Pingxi King, and with the blood of princes and lords in your veins, you're not exactly breaking the rules. I approve. Thank you, Your Majesty. For your permission." He Yunqing then replaced Huayuer on the stage, and with a smile on his face, he arched his hand at Wu Yi and introduced himself. "Muyue family, He Yunqing, 18 years old, second level of martial arts." Wu Yi similarly arched his hand and faintly said, "Lanhua Wu family, Wu Yi, 18 years old, second level of martial arts." As the words fell, his gaze fixed on He Yunqing, jerking his right hand out to the side. He exclaimed, "Fourth uncle, lend me your gun." Rustle of skirts. It was accompanied by a cracking sound. Buzz. In the next second, a silver-colored spear had been steadily held in Wu Yi's hands, emitting a buzzing sound of the spear's body trembling. The dragon seal's eyes lit up. "Handsome, do you want to die?" Immediately after, Wu Yi held his gun in one hand and pulled a gunflower, the tip of the gun standing behind him facing downwards. His feet slowly left the ground and hung steadily in the air. Just the moment he was holding the gun, his entire aura changed. It was an unparalleled sharpness and dominance. The entire person seemed to have transformed into an indestructible lance, and the overriding momentum emanating from just standing there seemed like it was going to poke a hole in the sky. The Wu family has been practicing guns for generations, and everyone practices guns. The gun is used to prove the name. Although Wu Yi's previous cultivation was garbage, his talent in gun dao was extremely outstanding. It's just never shown in front of people. Seeing the sudden shift in Wu Yi's aura, Wu Si secretly nodded his head. "This kid's gun power is quite good. It seems that I really underestimated him before." The way of the artifact is divided into 4 major realms: potential, chi, meaning, and heart. And what Wu Yi was displaying at the moment was already a great accomplishment of the gun's power. Momentum. For momentum, aura, gathering power with momentum. Combined with the gun's rigid dominance, the power was terrifying. With the great accomplishment of the potential realm, one already possessed a battle power in the middle to upper echelon of the same rank. He Yunqing see a gun in the hands of the Wu also, actually have a husband and wife, cannot help but be interested in the situation. "I've heard that Seiji Wu was an uneducated fop, so it seems that the rumors are seriously untrue. 18 years old at the second level of martial zone, and the gun dao realm is at the grand completion of the potential realm. It's a bit of a surprise to he." Wu Yi said faintly, "If you're here to bull *******, then get off the stage before it's too late. I don't have time to listen to your blind pussy." Quick slick up. Before the words fell, he took the lead. It swooped towards He Yunqing with extreme speed. The whole body poured out yuan qi crazily, and countless gun shadows moved along with it, domineering yet not losing their splendor. The Wu Yi in this scene was directly handsome to the point of explosion. Anyway, Yuja's eyes had been completely drawn out, and even the newly arrived Long Mao Yun couldn't help but look twice more. As for Yan Xian on Great Yan's side, he just glanced absent-mindedly and left it alone. He looked down at the merit hammer in his hand and frowned. "It doesn't make sense. How the hell does this thing work?" Wu Yi said that the hammer needed to be refined, and he had tried several methods. No matter if it was a blood drop or spiritual refining, it was useless. A drop of blood? But blood drops don't even stain. Spiritual refinement? But the spirit can't probe in. And he realized that the hammer was too ordinary, even so ordinary that it was a bit abnormal. It was reasonable to say that spiritual weapons all had energy fluctuations, but this hammer was completely absent, as if it was made of a piece of ordinary wood. Hiss. At this moment, Yan Xian felt like his head was about to grow a brain. For the first time, I was deeply skeptical of my own intelligence. Suddenly, Wu Yi's loud shout resounded throughout the arena. The first shot of the true martial arts shootout. "Open the mountain!" Along with a loud shout from Wu Yi. In a flash, the silver-colored lance's light flourished. The gun shadow instantly swelled to 100 meters in size, carrying a rigid and overbearing braking force towards He Yunqing and slamming down. This battle was for him to consolidate his realm, so he struck out with his full strength. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the people in the Wu clan were horrified. When did second young master learn the true martial gun technique? How come we've never seen him use it before? Even if he hid his cultivation all these years, how come he even had to sneak around practicing his own clan suppressing techniques without letting anyone know? How could they know that this was actually something that Wu Yi had just now learned? As for Wu Si, he was appalled to the core in his heart. The true martial gun technique was both a technique and a set of martial arts fused together. The true martial gun technique had a total of 6 guns, which meant 6 martial arts. They are, open mountain, crack the earth, break the river, shatter the star, range the moon, and break the sky. These 6 shots, one more powerful than the other. Just by practicing to the 3rd shot, one can have the strength to fight over the level. But again, very difficult to learn. Anyway, Wu Si himself had practiced for so many years and had only reached the 3rd shot. However, he was even more shocked that the first time Wu Yi had used his first shot to open the mountain, his mastery of the proficiency was even no less than his. This kid, he's hiding so deep. This enlightenment talent is truly heaven-defying. Yunqing also didn't expect Wu Yi to be so grumpy and come up with a big move. Just by feeling the oppressive feeling carried by the 100-meter gun shadow as it smashed down, he knew that this martial skill was not ordinary. But Yunqing, wasn't a vegetarian either. He held his sword in one hand and slashed it several times, and his powerful sword chi instantly formed a mirror like a stream of water in mid-air. Mirrors, Chapter 68. Who said I'm depleted of yuan chi? It's not. It's all mine. Mirror and moon. Shoo away. Just the next instant after Yunqing's water current mirror had just formed, Wu Yi's domineering and rigid 100-meter gun shadow had smashed onto the boundary. In a flash, the yuan chi rioted. Airwaves visible to the naked eye exploded in all directions, but they were completely blocked by the ring's boundary. But a shocking scene appeared, only to see that the water flow mirror above Yunqing's head suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force, absorbing the energy of the explosion instantly. Shoo away. Next, even more terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the water flow mirror, like a blowout. It directly overwhelmed Wu Yi. Wow. Caught off guard, Wu Yi only felt a surge of chi and blood, and immediately spat out blood and flew backwards. Jiro? Yuja was startled, subconsciously letting out a cry of surprise, her eyes filled with nervousness. Liin, on the other hand, acted bashful. His cultivation level has risen too quickly and his realm is unstable. Now he is just exchanging force for force and injury for injury to hone himself. Just watch. Her cultivation level was much higher than Yujia's, and she naturally had a more thorough understanding and perception of the martial arts. Is it talent that really determines how far the path of martial arts can go? No, it's potential. Human potential is unlimited, and to realize it one must go through the trials of life and death again and again. This was the fundamental reason why many people broke through in battle. So for the current Wu Yi, every injury would allow him to quickly consolidate his realm. Every time he used his full power to attack, it allowed him to quickly grasp the coordination of his flesh, blood, sinews and yuan chi when his power exploded. Cool. Again. Wu Yi, who had stopped in mid-air, let out a loud laugh and swooped down again. Only this time, the aura that erupted from his body was clearly more stable than just now, and no longer had that up and down feeling. Yunqing also raised his eyebrows in understanding. Good guts. How dare you use this young master as a chaperone? Quick slick up. As he spoke, he held his sword in one hand and violently rushed high into the air. It was actually going to be a melee fight with Wu Yi. Although your Wuja gun is overbearing and fierce, this young master is just the right match for you. In an instant, channels of sword chi that looked like water currents surrounded Yunqing's body. With each chop of his sword, water current fluctuations erupted from the sword, bouncing the lance that Wu Yi smashed at him. At this moment, he was actually using his long sword to fight against the long spear that was known for its domineering and ferociousness without losing the battle. It was even able to suppress Wu Yi, enough to see its perversity. Wu Yi didn't care about this. He only wanted to quickly stabilize his realm now. Anyway, he still had a lot of undercards, so he had no problem cleaning up Yunqing. So it's as cool as it gets, and the play is wide open. Each shot slammed down with all his strength, yuan chi pouring out madly as if it didn't need any money. Long Chiyue looked at the two people who fought from the sky to the ground and fought within the boundary, secretly nodding her head. This Yunqing is a genius. He has utilized the soft unloading power of the water attribute to its fullest extent, and Wu Yi just happens to be restrained to death by him. In fact, in terms of force alone, Wu Yi was above Yunqing in every move. However, Yunqing was able to remove most of the force of Wu Yi's attacks each time, which was perverse. Long Mayun, who was sitting on Long Chiyue's side, then said with a smile, "Your Majesty does not know. Although this Yunqing is not very old, but it is the new generation of the He family's leader, but also the Muyu sect patriarch's closed-door disciple. Its talent is strong and the entire Muyu kingdom is also one in a million seedlings. Even though she was Long Chiyue's sister, she had to be referred to as a ruler and subject in front of people. This was the rule. Hua Yuer hurriedly took over, her palm-sized little face full of admiration and pride. That's right, my brother Yunqing is awesome. Not only is he gifted, but he's also very well-mannered and courteous. Saying that, she glared at Wu Yi, who was being pressed and beaten by He Yunqing again, her eyes filled with disgust. How is it like that insolent lecher? He came up here and stared at my mother? He's not a good person at all. Shut up! Shut up! Who would have guessed that two voices would ring out at the same time just as her words fell? Long Maoyun was somewhat surprised and glanced at Long Jiuli, who had a sulky face. Why is ninth sister reacting so strongly? Hua Yuer also said with some aggravation. Why are you being mean to me, sister-in-law? Saying that, she looked at Long Chiyue and directly pouted. Auntie, look at her, being mean to me because of a smelly man. Long Jiuli also noticed that she had reacted too much, and smiled cheekily with some weakness. Fifth sister is so beautiful. Not to mention men. Even I want to look at you more. We can't call Wu Yi a lecher just because he looked at you twice, right? Long Chiyu, on the other hand, said with a faint smile. Fifth sister, how about we make a bet? What's the bet? Bet. Wu Yi can beat He Yunqing. Long Maoyun once again looked at Long Chiyue with some surprise and guffawed. Looks like you're very confident in this, Wu Yi, okay? I'll bet. Right at this moment, the two men in the ring caught in a fierce battle each retreated and stood 100 meters apart. It was just that He Yunqing's breath was stable and his clothes were no different from the beginning. On the contrary, Wu Yi was disheveled, with dozens of bloody marks on his body from the sword chi, and was in such a poor state that he looked to be on the verge of exhaustion. Even the hand holding the gun was trembling slightly. Compare the two, and the highs and lows are obvious. He Yunqing had one hand on his back and stood in midair with his sword, laughing with disdain. Seiji Wu, you've already lost. You don't know how to collect your power. You don't know how to restrain yourself. Every attack is at full strength, resulting in too much depletion of Yuan Qi. Now that your Yuan Qi is depleted, what can you fight me with? If you admit defeat in public, this young master can let you lose with honor. Otherwise, speaking here, He Yunqing's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. Just don't blame me, an outsider, for making you lose face in front of the 100 officials of Longhua. Who would have thought that Wu Yi would grin, moving his muscles without a care in the world, and the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. Don't worry, the real battle has just begun. He Yunqing raised his eyebrows and sneered. What do you mean? You can't take elixirs in a martial arts competition, no matter if it's to increase your battle power or to restore your vitality. Takeshi grinned. Who says I'm running out of energy? It's not all mine. Shoo away. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from within Wu Yi's body. It was like a deep, bottomless vortex, sucking the Yuan Qi that had just poured out from the two men's fight into their bodies crazily. The Yuan Qi energy that had just erupted from the battle could all be blocked within the boundary. Yes, this was the 5 elements spirit gathering formation that Wu Yi had learned in the first enlightenment match. This was also the reason why he dared to use his light Yuan Qi recklessly. Seeing this scene, the originally confident and bland He Yunqing's face suddenly changed. Inner body spirit gathering formation? How is this possible? Someone who could create an in-body spirit gathering formation definitely had deep attainments in formations, at least at the level of a grandmaster. Sitting on the dragon chair, Long Chiyue's lips were slightly floating. Her eyes looking at Wu Yi did not hide her appreciation. Immediately after that, she and Wu Yi in the ring opened their mouths at the same time, their tacit understanding simply exploding. The real battle has just begun. The real battle has just begun. Long Qiyu was speaking to Long Maoyun. Wu Yizha was speaking to He Yunqing. Seeing that Wu Yi was frantically absorbing Yuan Qi and his state was recovering at breakneck speed, He Yunqing finally couldn't hold back any longer. You did surprise me. Looks like I'm gonna have to get serious. The words fell. He Yunqing stood with his sword in both hands in front of his chest and bellowed. Water meaning raging waves. Shoo away. In the next instant, a huge whirlpool formed by substantial water currents instantly appeared around He Yunqing. The water vortex rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it had already formed huge waves and wild waves. It was like a giant ocean wave tornado, and it was also mixed with countless powerful sword chi. It's like a giant sword blade storm. The strength of its might caused everyone present to change color. This He Yunqing is indeed powerful. I'm afraid that this move alone can be comparable to a 4th or 5th level martial artist of martial zone. Right? It's over. Wu Shixi is going to have a hard time fighting this one. After all, his cultivation has risen too quickly and his realm is unstable. Long Dansun said with a faint smile. How about it? Your Majesty? Still want to bet? This Wu Yi does have some talent. He's okay to fight the same level, but he's bound to lose when he fights a super genius like He Yunqing, who can fight across levels. Long Chi-yu, on the other hand, said in a faint voice with a firm tone, bet. The ring. Looking at He Yunqing, who had finally zoomed in, Wu Yi's eyes were filled with excitement, and his battle intent was unprecedentedly high. That's more like it. Quick slick up. In the next second, he swooped down from a high altitude. Only this time, the aura that erupted from his body was even more terrifying than before, almost comparable to He Yunqing at this moment. At the same time, the silver-colored spear he held in his hand, even the body of the spear appeared to tremble slightly, emitting a burst of buzzing sounds. He Yunqing, I admit you're a genius, but the genius, and just the threshold to see me. Suddenly, Wu Yi's loud shouts abruptly resounded throughout the arena. The third shot of the true martial art. Broken River. Chapter 69 Water meaning 10,000 Swords of Fury. I'm waiting for the big move. What are you waiting for? Third shot? Watching Wu Yi actually use the third shot of the true martial gun technique, Wu Si was shocked beyond words. You know, it took him 30 years of practice to get to the third shot. This person is simply more angry than the person. However, after Wu Si was shocked, what was more in his heart was relief and excitement. This kid, he really surprises people everywhere. Clamor. As the entire audience was horrified, the lance in Wu Yi's hand blazed with light. Hundreds of meters of gun shadows suddenly erupted from the lance, like an indestructible blade, slashing down towards the giant sword blade wave. Originally, the crowd thought that Wu Yi was going to be drowned by the waves, going to be churned to pieces by the countless sword chi in the waves. But what was shocking was that the 100-meter gun shadow was so powerful that it split the waves, along with the countless sword chi were crushed and burst into pieces. As for the giant waves that were split by Wu Yi's spear, the waves that were interspersed with countless sword chi slashed through his sides without hurting him in the slightest, and the gun shadow's might didn't diminish as it directly slashed down towards He Yunqing's head. What? He Yunqing's face changed drastically in time. The water mirror of the royal sky. He instantly reacted, quickly forming a seal with one hand and using one of his strongest martial arts in terms of defense. In a flash, a huge mirror like water appeared in front of them. Boom, of a drum. Crashing sound. But the moment the gunshot shadow and the water mirror collided, the water mirror directly collapsed. Wow! He Yunqing immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew directly backwards, smashing heavily into the ring boundary. As for Wu Yi, he was holding a gun in one hand, silently hovering in the air. He Yunqing stood up and looked at Wu Yi with a horrified face. You, how can you be so strong? To think that he cultivated at the age of 5 and broke through to martial zone at the age of 17, with the natural talent of a spirit-grade upper root bone. Ever since he was a child, he had always been the best of his age, and he even had the strength to fight across levels. Even in the Moon sect, it was a top genius on the list. But who would have thought that it would be a setback at the hands of Wu Yi, a former waste of space? Takeshi also avoided answering, just pointing his gun at him with one hand. I'll give you a chance for being my chaperone. Admit defeat, or I'll beat you until you do. In the face of Wu Yi's arrogant attitude, He Yunqing laughed in anger. I wanted you to lose decently, but you're the one who gave it to me. Seeing that Wu Yi had actually allowed He Yunqing to admit defeat, Hua Yuer's angry little face reddened as she directly blurted out. Succubus, what class are you when you dare to make my brother Yunqing admit defeat? If he wants to show his true strength, he can slap you to death. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at He Yunqing, her eyes filled with admiration. Brother Yunqing, there's no need to hold back. Let this lecherous thief know what it means to be a true genius. He Yunqing has fangirls, and Wu Yi also has fanboys. The dragon seal immediately shouted. How dare you? Don't be rude to uncle's master. According to seniority you still have to call him grandpa. Hua Yuer? How is this suddenly an 18-year-old grandfather? Amazing glaze. He cursed in his heart. Damn. How this generation is getting more and more messed up. Lousy as Hua Yuer's grandparents. Right? Shoo away. Suddenly, He Yunqing's aura surged once again. Only a dense sword chi coalesced out of thin air around him. 10 lanes. 100 ways. 1,000 ways. Countless sword chi seemed to swirl around him like a water current vortex, emitting a terrifying pressure that was even dozens of times stronger than his last move. Wu Yi, do you really think that the water attribute can only defend? Clamor. In the next second, a water tornado composed of countless sword chi suddenly rose up from the sky, holding He Yunqing up. He rose hundreds of meters into the air, almost next to the top of the boundary. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the 10,000 sword chi. The terrifying pressure it emitted alone had already pressured the surrounding crowd to gasp for air. Wu Yi praised without any hesitation. Quite handsome indeed. He Yunqing held his sword in one hand and looked down at Wu Yi with contempt. This is my strongest move. If you can take it, then I'll be convinced of my loss. Seeing this scene, Long Chiyue's eyes narrowed slightly. This He Yunqing is indeed extraordinary. This water dragon scroll composed of 10,000 sword chi can easily kill a 4th or 5th level of martial zone in seconds. This was still her conservative estimate. And how the real battle power would depend on how Yuja utilized this big move. What's the saying? What kind of genius is a genius who can't fight beyond his level? Yuja was indeed counted as a generation of heavenly pride. Long Maoyun just guffawed and didn't say anything. Yuja was also considered the one she had watched grow up, and a future son-in-law she was very happy with. Whether it is character, personality, family history, talent or 1 in a million of the dragon. She was going to finalize the marriage between Hua and Yuja once this crisis in the Hua family was over. Water meaning 10,000 swords of fury. At that moment, it was accompanied by a soft shout from Yuja, only to see him casually wave his sword with one hand. The 10,000 swords dragon scroll under his feet instantly split into 3 high-speed rotating water scrolls. It was like a roaring water dragon exploding towards Wu Yi from 3 different directions. Finally the pressure is on. Wu Yi let out a loud laugh and instantly dodged with the most extreme speed. The water tornado was so fast, and it was 3 of them, that he had to dodge at full speed. It looks like water, but it's a sword. Once he was submerged by the water tornado, he would be churned into mincemeat in an instant. Seeing Wu Yi being chased by the 3 water tendrils and dodging in a mess, the people watching were all alarmed and could not help but sweat hard for Wu Yi in their hearts. After all, it's a straight-up death sentence if you don't get it right. Seeing Yuja's nervous hands with the knuckles clenched white, Lian couldn't help but comfort her. Don't worry, you won't die. Fledglings will eventually fly high, and he's not a fledgling anymore. You're limiting his wings by always protecting him as a treasure. Lian saw more thoroughly than Yuja. This Yanlong martial arts meeting was a huge warping of Wu Yi. Once you step through, it's a flying start, so that you can face a wider world later on. I'll see how long you can hide? Clamor. Right at this moment, Yuja swung out a sword once again. 3 more water tornadoes roared towards Wu Yi. The 6 high-speed rotating water tendrils were like giant dragons of sword chi, crisscrossing inside the boundary in pursuit of Wu Yi. Originally, the 3 water tornadoes had already brought tremendous pressure to Wu Yi, and now the 6 channels were even more pressurized. No matter which direction he fled in, there were water tornadoes blocking his way. Grass. This one's really good. At this time, Wu Yi was already forced to go up to the sky and down to the ground, flying up and down inside the boundary to escape, looking very lousy. More than that, he didn't dare stop for an instant. Dead brain. You learn faster. He was now waiting for himself to learn the 5th shot of the true martial gun technique. Takashi had been multitasking even though he was engaged in a life and death battle, with the heavenly treasure spiritual heart accelerating the learning of the true martial gun technique and the 8 sealed fire invitations. As for the 4th shot, Shattered Star, although it was also very, very powerful, he had no certainty of beating Yuja. Only the 5th shot has a chance, and at this moment, Yan Xian absent-mindedly glanced at the battle in the ring and lowered his head again, looking at the merit hammer in his hand with a confused expression. Jesus, how the hell does this thing work? For the first time he had a clueless feeling of powerlessness about a thing. He had become thoroughly and deeply skeptical of his own pig brain. Wu Yi, admit defeat. The death struggle is futile. Looking at Wu Yi, who was fleeing in distress below, Yuja, who was standing on the water dragon scroll, smiled contemptuously. If it wasn't for the rules of martial arts fighting that you couldn't kill, he would have wanted to just kill him to avenge his 2 cousins. As for Wu Yi's status as the son of the king's house, sorry, he doesn't care. His family's power wasn't weak. Not to mention that he was also the shut-in disciple of the Mu's ex-patriarch. When it comes to identity and background, he's nobody's fool. But who would have guessed just then? Wu Yi's calm voice suddenly rang out. I'm waiting for the big move. What are you waiting for? Buzz. Suddenly, a tremor of gunfire resounded through the heavens and earth, crisp as a hooked string under the moon, muddy again, like heavenly thunder striking a drum. The 5th shot, the moon. Chapter 70, the 5th shot, range of the moon. Long Bo Yang explodes a big secret, 2 chapters of 6,000 words today. The 5th shot, the moon. Clamor. It was accompanied by a soft drink. The crowd only saw Wu Yi, who had just been chased into the ring by several water dragons, holding the end of his gun handle with one hand and violently lifting it upwards in an upward motion from the bottom. Clang of metals. As the tip of the gun traced its path, it unexpectedly left a silver-colored gun mark in the air that looked like a curved moon. Seeing this scene, Wu Xi's entire body trembled violently with excitement. Range moon. This is really range moon. Ha ha ha. Long Qiyu and Long Zhou Li's clenched hands hidden in their sleeve robes also slightly loosened a few points at the same time. It was clear that both sisters were nervous. Just when the crowd was in disbelief, only that silver crescent moon suddenly erupted. With a speed indiscernible to the naked eye, it exploded toward Yuja high in the air. and as the crescent bursts got farther and farther away, they got bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it swelled to 100 meters in size, resembling a real curved moon. The strength of the pressure it carried was so strong that even the Martial King realm experts present were shocked. How is this possible? Yunqing's face also changed drastically, and he immediately swung his sword repeatedly, controlling the 6 water dragon scrolls to rush towards the curved moon in an attempt to block it. Crashing sound, but it's shocking. Accompanied by the curved moon bursting upwards, the terrifying pressure it carried unexpectedly crushed the water dragon scroll directly with a destructive momentum. Thousands of sword chi unexpectedly burst into pieces without even being able to get close. A curved moon that pushed back 10,000 sword chi flatly. How shocking is this scene? Yunqing, dodge! Right at this moment, Long Maoyun hastily reminded out. After all, Yunqing's background is too big. If he dies in Longhua will definitely cause big things. Yunqing also recovered from his shock and hastily dodged. But the speed of the curved moon was too terrifying for him to dodge. Boom, of a drum. In the next second, the 100-meter curved moon directly bombarded the top of the boundary with a dull popping sound. What's more, because the power of the explosion was so great, the entire boundary, including the earth underneath everyone's feet, experienced a strong tremor. Yunqing? Brother Yunqing? Long Maoyun was startled and subconsciously stood up. As for Hua Yuer, she had already turned pale with fear and was at a loss for words. The corner of Long Qiyu's lips floated slightly, forcibly suppressing the excitement and shock in her heart and pretending to be calm. Don't worry, fifth sister. Yunqing isn't dead. My family's Wu Shizi still has some sense of propriety. Because Long Danyun had appreciated Yunqing earlier, Long Qiyue was slightly upset in her heart, so the words have been unconsciously flavored with some secret rivalry. Long Maiyun, you're home? Long Qiyue? She snapped back to her senses, realizing that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. Long Jiuli was very resourceful and hurriedly helped Long Qiyue find a replacement. Well, don't think too much. Fifth sister. Seventh sister's my house stands for Longhua. Right. Long Maoyun glanced at Long Qiyue with some suspicion, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. At this moment, as the energy from the explosion within the boundary dispersed, the figures of Wu Yi and Yunqing were gradually revealed. Yunqing was still suspended in midair. Only at this moment, his face was pale to the extreme. His left arm was chopped off from his shoulder by Wu Yi. Crimson blood stained half of his body. He looked in a sorry state. As for Wu Yi, he stood in the ring with a calm expression. Only his right hand holding the lance was trembling slightly. Upon closer inspection, the entire right arm was being dyed red with gradually oozing blood. Obviously, Takeshi also suffered a very serious injury to his right arm. Although his cultivation had risen quickly, the strength of his martial body hadn't kept up, which was also a drawback of the surge in cultivation. That move just now had directly exceeded the limit of what his martial body could withstand. The sinews and bones and flesh were severely damaged. And if there was another big move, it was estimated that the right arm would be completely ruined. Admit defeat, or I'll beat you until you admit defeat. Wu Yi's calm voice sounded again, still with the same words. However, this time, Yunqing's face was ironic, not as angry and arrogant as the party. But for him to actually admit defeat? He's not happy about it, and he can't afford to be ashamed of it. He was the one who volunteered to challenge Wu Yi on stage, and now he's admitting defeat? Wouldn't that be laughed at to death? He had also lost the face of the Muyue family. In fact, Yunqing still had one last big move that he didn't use, and if he fought for his life, he was confident that he could crush Wu Yi. It's just that move is so powerful that it's a load on himself. If you don't get it right, you'll end up with a lose-lose situation, or even jade. It's not cost-effective. But just as Yunqing was hesitating in his mind, Wu Yi spoke without surprise. The flat voice once again resounded throughout the room. The sixth shot, break the sky. Shoo away. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura was like a well blowing up, exploding from Wu Yi's body. That extremely sharp and heavenly momentum instantly swept across the entire field. The rigid and overbearing aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything formed a pressure that was like a heavenly collapse in the blink of an eye, pressurizing the people present almost to the point of suffocation. What? Once again, Yunqing's face changed drastically as he looked at Wu Yi with an unbelievable expression. Originally, he was hesitant to bring out his full strength to put up a fight. But when Wu Yi condensed the sixth shot, he instantly dismissed the idea. Because he wasn't sure he could win the fight. There are a total of 6 shots in the Jinwu gun duel. One shot is stronger than the other, and the power of each shot behind it can be almost 10 or even dozens of times more powerful. The power of the sixth shot of Wu Yi was such that even a martial zone 5th or 6th level martial artist would have to avoid it. As for Wu Si, he was already excitedly clenching his fists in tears. Good boy. Fourth uncle is convinced. Fourth uncle is really convinced. In the entire martial family, there were only 2 people who had learned the complete 6 shots of the true martial gun decree. Wu Yuan, Wu Anhua. Even Jinbei King Wu Anjuan had only learned the 5th spear 2.5 years ago. However, Wu Yi had directly learned the 6th spear, and this enlightenment was absolutely heaven-defying. I concede. Finally, He Yunqing could only admit defeat helplessly because he couldn't withstand the terrifying oppression emanating from Wu Yi's 6th spear. Long Qiyu also reminded at the right time. Wu Yi, if Wu Yi's 6th shot was used, his right arm would be absolutely scrapped. Who would have thought that Wu Yi would suddenly grin? This kid is so scared. I'm just gonna fake it. He's not wrong. He's at the end of his rope. Not to mention the 6th shot. Not even the first one could be used. He Yunqing? Long Qiyu. But the next second, the whole room cheered. The eyes of the people present looking at Wu Yi grew hotter and hotter. Especially the crowd of the Wu family. Each with their heads held high and their backs straight. So proud of themselves. The martial arts style is prevalent in this world. And everyone is martial. While Wu was also very good in his first 2 performances, everyone would have found it almost interesting if the Triple Crown had been won that way. However, after this battle with He Yunqing, the strong battle power he displayed completely conquered the crowd. Long Qiyu looked at Long Maoyun, whose face was slightly unsightly, a smile in her eyes. 5th sister, you lost. Long Dancun finally withdrew her gaze from Wu Yi and sighed in heartfelt conviction. Count me out. I didn't expect this Wu Yi to be so outstanding that even He Yunqing couldn't suppress his sharpness. She knew that He Yunqing had an even bigger card yet to play, but she also knew that Wu also had the same reservations. Simply based on the terrifying pressure emanating from that 6th spear alone, the worst result would be a tie with He Yunqing. It's just that if the fight goes on, I'm afraid that people will be killed. As for Hua Yuer, who was beside Long Maoyun, she pouted her lips with a displeased face and turned her head away without saying a word. Long Jioli intentionally teased her and said deliberately, Aya, whose Yunqing brother is this? How did he admit defeat? Wow. Long Jioli did not say okay. Who would have thought that as soon as her words left her mouth, Hua Yuer directly cried out with a wow. He jumped into Long Maoyun's arms and cried, Mother, my sister-in-law is bullying me. Help me beat her up. This cry of Hua Yuer made all 3 sisters unable to help themselves, smiling beautifully into a picture. When the people of Longhua were shocked and exclaimed, Yan Xian had his head lowered and his brows locked as if he was bewitched. There must be a way to refine it. It's just that Wu Yi didn't tell me the truth. The tone of voice caused by the boredom was a bit grumpy. He tossed and turned and studied the merit hammer, never having the slightest clue. Just now, I also tried knocking the elixir to raise the grade, but there was no gross response. At this time, Yen Boat finally couldn't help but ask, Royal brother, can't you use this hammer yet? Yen Xian twisted his head and glanced at Yen Feng, suddenly picking up the merit hammer and knocking it through the air. Yen Boat? Seeing that Yen Feng did not have the slightest reaction, the color of anticipation in Yen Xian's eyes gradually faded. Boom, of a drum. But who would have expected that all of a sudden? He took the merit hammer and smashed it directly on Yen Feng's head with a muffled sound. Yen Boat was knocked off guard and covered his head with a somewhat fearful question. What are you doing, royal brother? Yen Xian had a serious face. You don't feel anything specific? Like lightheadedness or something? Don't want to faint? Yen Boat hastily shook his head. No. Bang. Who expected that in the next second? Yen Xian backhanded Yen Boat with a slap and sent him flying. Suppressing the anger in his heart, annoyed low roar. Get lost and leave me alone. Yen Boat? Although his heart was full of anger, he didn't dare to let out a single fart. As for Yen Xian, he was quietly looking at the merit hammer, doubting his life alone. He remembered the long list of disclaimers Wu Yi had sworn when he would have sworn, as if he had discovered a very serious problem. He seems pitted. When the waves of cheers gradually faded away, Long Chiyue's clear voice filled with majesty abruptly resounded throughout the entire arena. According to the rules, Wu Yi needs to win 10 consecutive matches on Longhua's side as well in order to win the championship. Just now He Yunqing is considered the first game. Is there anyone else who will continue to challenge on stage now? When these words came out, the entire room was silent, and no one dared to speak. If no one challenges, then, I challenge. But just as Long Chiyue was about to announce that Wu Yi had won the championship, another voice rang out abruptly. Having been interrupted twice in a row, Long Chiyue was truly enraged. Straight up killing. The crowd turned their heads to look and realized that it was actually Long Boyang, who had been silent for a long time. Wu also craned his head to look. He happened to meet Long Bo Yang's weird smile that seemed to be looking at the dead, and a bad feeling came to his heart. There's something wrong with that doggy coin smile. Why do you have the feeling of being possessed by Su Yongfeng? He couldn't help but have some doubts. Could it be that Su Yongfeng died and turned into a ghost and possessed Long Bo Yang's body? Quick slick up. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Long Boyang's figure instantly appeared in the ring with a sway. He looked at Wu Yi with his hands behind his back and sneered. Wu Yi, you are indeed excellent. But you're still no different than an ant in my eyes. But before we start fighting, I want to ask you something. Seeing that the crowd was very curious, Long Boyang glanced at Yan Xian and asked loudly with a sneer strangely hanging on his face. I heard people say that you and the ninth princess Long Jiuli secretly had a private meeting for 3 hours in the Eastern Palace the day before yesterday. I don't know. Is it true? Boom, of a drum. The moment these words came out, it was like a heavy hammer slamming hard into the hearts of the crowd. Everyone's face changed drastically, and the entire room was instantly as quiet as a pin. Yan Xian, who was concentrating on studying the merit hammer, jerked his movements and slowly raised his head to look at Wu Yi. Only his eyes were filled with a strong killing intent that he could not suppress. Immediately after that, he turned his head to look at Long Jiuli in front of the Golden Palace. The corners of his mouth grinned slightly in an eerie grin. Yuri, what he said isn't true? Chapter 71, is Long Chiyue the traitor? You have no proof? I do. Yesterday, more than 50 new concerns, more than 25-star reviews, the author said to do will be added. 3 chapters combined with 2 chapters, a total of more than 6,000 words. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, and I'm going to be able to do it. The new book just opened a very low score. You need to 5-star support to improve the rating in order to have more traffic. Artist, I'll kowtow to everyone. Bye. Yuri, what Long Boyang said, is it true? As Yan Xian voiced his question, everyone on the Great Yan side stared angrily. If Long Jiuli really secretly had a private meeting with Wu Yi, this would be a slap in the face of De Yan. Seeing Yan Xian's gaze filled with killing intent looking over, Long Jiuli couldn't help but thump in her heart. Nervous heart thumping. The small hand hidden in his sleeve robe clenched darkly, and as Wu Yi looked at Long Boyang with a cold smile on his face, the killing intent in his heart had reached an unimaginable peak. Long Boyang had shaken this matter out, obviously wanting to completely enrage Yan Xian, so that Yan Xian would force Long Chiyue to destroy the Ding King's mansion. Yeah, what a trick to kill with a borrowed knife. He said why this bastard was so quiet from the beginning of the Yanlong martial arts meeting until now. So it turned out that he was waiting here. Wu Yi strongly suppressed the killing intent in his heart, and looked at Long Chiyue with a puzzled face again. With Long Chiyue's prudence, it was impossible for her to make such a low-level mistake, and she would definitely block the news of that day completely. Then there is only one possibility. There's a mole. But what Wu also does not know is that this mole, it's Long Chiyue. Seeing Wu Yi looking over, Long Chiyue directly avoided her gaze. Long Boyang, words are not proof. You said that Wu Yi and Ninth Sister secretly had a private meeting in the East Palace the day before yesterday. How can you prove it? The news was indeed put out by her on purpose, because time waited for no one. She wanted Wu Yi to completely turn on Long Boyang and speed up the extermination of the King of Anong. She had sworn in front of the late Emperor Longchen that she would not take action against King Anong. Now we have to let the King's House of Ting be this quick sword. Long Chiyue had deliberately released this news to Su Yongfeng in the beginning. She knew that with Su Yongfeng's caution, she would definitely let Long Boyang be the one to take this out. Then today Su Yongfeng would die in the ring, and then only Long Boyang would know about it. But Long Boyang and no witnesses and material evidence. Su Yongfeng and dead. In this way, not only would Long Boyang fail to achieve the ultimate goal of framing Wu Yi, he would also completely provoke Wu Yi's killing heart. And the reason that could make Long Chiyue dare to be so bold. 1. She guessed the heart, and 2. Because she had other ways of dealing with it. Seeing that the Empress asked and Yan Xian also cast a questioning gaze, Long Boyang frowned. Evidence. He was only thinking about how to bring this matter to light, not realizing that Long Chiyue would directly turn the tables on him. The only witness is Su Yongfeng, but now that Su Yongfeng is dead, where can he find evidence? In response to Long Chiyue's question, Long Boyang avoided answering and instead looked at Wu Yi and sneered. Wu Yi, why don't you answer my question? Aren't you usually very articulate? Why are you mute? You don't dare to speak, do you? But I have heard that all the palace maids and eunuchs in the East Palace were cleared away that day, and the entire East Palace was just you and the Ninth Princess. TSK. 3 hours, a lone man and a woman. How intense the battle is afraid to be unimaginable. Suddenly, Yan Xian's furious shout rang out abruptly. Shut up and stop talking. Long Boyang grunted and stopped speaking. He had originally wanted to shake this out after the Yanlong martial arts meeting was over, but Wu Yi's performance in the martial arts competition was too counterintuitive, and coupled with the Empress' help at every turn, the momentum was particularly off. He was afraid that something would go wrong, so he chose to shake it out in advance. Use Yanxuan's hand to get Wu Yi killed. Right at this moment, Yan Xian's voice that was so calm that it was somewhat frightening resounded abruptly. Prince Wu, Can you give this prince an answer? The day before yesterday in the Eastern Palace, did you see Jolie? As he spoke, Yan Xian slowly stood up, looking towards Wu Yi in the ring with his hands behind his back. Long Jioli finally couldn't hold back his anger. Yan Xian, you doubt me? Yan Xian's eyes narrowed, the corners of his lips twitching in an effort to restrain the anger in his heart. It's not that I doubt you, it's that I have to. I just want to know if you had a private meeting with Wu Yi in the Eastern Palace? Although he was not genuinely fond of Long Jioli, nor was he the kind of Long Bo Yang's jealousy into a devilish psychologically twisted pervert, but he was also a person with a very strong desire to control. Not to mention that he was the Prince of Great Yen. How honorable was his status, now that he had heard that his fiancée, the future crown princess of Dian, was secretly having a private meeting with another man? How could he not be angry? He had been restrained enough not to explode on the spot and kill someone outright. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was so oppressive that it was suffocating. No one expected such a sudden turn of events. If Wu Yi is really secretly private meeting with Long Jioli, then the consequences are simply unimaginable. Just when the entire crowd dared not utter a single breath, Wu Yi suddenly shook his head and smiled. Long Bo Yang sneered. What are you laughing at? Wu Yi, on the other hand, scolded nonchalantly. I'm laughing at you for being so means stupid, dumb, stupid, 0 IQ. Ignoring Long Bo Yang's iron face, Wu Yi turned his head to Yan Xian again, speaking without shock. You're a two. Yan Xian? He took a deep breath and grinned a horrible grin. Wu Yi, do you know who you're cursing? Are you really not afraid of death? Wu Yi faintly said with disdain on his face. Of course I know. It's you I'm scolding. In the beginning I kinda appreciated your temperament and city. Who would have thought that you are the same as Long Bo Yang? A retarded thing that can be led by the nose by a single word. Counting on me to think highly of you. Yan Xian's heart was suddenly startled. It seems like it does, and that's not how he operates. Mainly he would have been that hammer made his mind collapse. Already annoyed. Plus Long Bo Yang and suddenly said his fiancée behind his back and other men secretly private meetings. So a little bit of blow up. In fact, Wu Yi would also be too weak to do so. He turned his head to look at Long Qiyue, seemingly wanting to see a bit of clues. He was surprised to find that Long Qiyue didn't seem to be flustered at all. As expected, Long Qiyue's voice sounded again. Long Bo Yang, you don't have any proof do you? Well then, I have. After a pause, she looked at Yan Xian. Great Yen Crown Prince. I can clearly tell you that Wu Yi and Ninth Sister did meet at the Eastern Palace the day before yesterday. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Yan Xian also clenched his fists, but Long Qiyue continued. But I was there that day. Yan Xian sneered and questioned. Oh, the Empress was also present? Then this prince would like to know what really happened that day? Why would Wu Yi and Yuri meet secretly in the Eastern Palace? Long Qiyu faintly said. Wu Yi went to the East Palace that day to look for the dragon seal. It's just that Ninth Sister also happened to go to the East Palace to look for the dragon seal, so they just happened to bump into each other. I know that I perceived something wrong afterward. After all, Ninth Sister is already your fiancé with a sensitive identity, so I personally went to the Eastern Palace. Before Yan Xian could speak, Long Bo Yang exclaimed. Then why would Wu Yi and Long Jioli stay in the East Palace for 3 hours, and also dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs? What is this if not a cover-up? Long Qiyue glanced at Long Bo Yang. The killing intent in her heart grew stronger. It is indeed a cover-up. After all, it's easy to get the word out about this and cause misunderstandings. As for why stay 3 hours? Speaking here, Long Qiyue slowly stood up and spoke aloud. It's well known that Wu Yi likes Ninth Sister, but it's also well known that Ninth Sister hates Wu Yi. So on this point alone, it's pure nonsense for the two to meet privately. That day to stay 3 hours. Then I take this opportunity to let them openly and honestly talk about it, so that Wu also recognize the reality to give up the 9 sisters, so as not to cause misunderstanding of Dian, as well as prevent being utilized by people who have the intention to fan the flames. Speaking here, Long Qiyue flipped her right hand. A crystal clear stone appeared out of thin air in his palm. Crown Prince Dian, I hope you can understand that I'm not saying this because I want to explain anything to you. I just want to return my 9th sister as well as Prince Wu's innocence. This shadow stone contains a full record of the 3 of us meeting and talking that day. If you don't believe me, you can see it in public. Chapter 72 Long Bo Yang wants to fight Wu Yi to the death? Don't Billion retained Shibuya nose, similar to a video camera. The ability to synchronize everything around you with audio and video is amazing. In addition to the shadow retaining stone, there are also sound retaining stones, sound transmitting stones, sound transmitting notes, and other functional props. Seeing that Long Qiyue had actually taken out the shadow retaining stone for Yan Xian to view, Wu Yi's heart was weak. Isn't this just moving a rock and stoning yourself? He knew better than anyone else that Long Chi-yue taking out this shadow retaining stone was also just a front. Records? What a record! However, if Yen Xian did not believe that he really wanted to check it out, then the lie would not break, and at that time, there would not even be a chance to save it. And even if there really was a record of the shadow-keeping stone, it was still a picture of him and Long Jioli cuddling and talking about love. Wouldn't that scene be even more explosive? He mustn't give Yen Xian an instant rise to heaven? However, Wu Yi and Long Jioli were both very smart, and both cooperated with Long Chi-yu very tacitly. Showing a frank look at Yen Xian, Long Jioli is even more arrogant, obviously did a heartbreak but not red in the face, and even a look of a great aggrieved look cold voice. Since the great Yen Crown Prince has questioned me and insulted me so much, let's check it out in public. The words fell out of her mouth and she looked away with red eyes, but that attitude is obviously saying to Yen Xian, dog, dare to suspect me of cheating? I can't live with this anymore. If you dare to look at me, I won't be finished with you. Looking at Long Jioli's performance, Wu Yi was filled with dismay. A heartfelt thumbs up. Grass. That's acting. A movie queen. But acting was also his specialty. And he looked at Yen Xian with a smile on his face. Yen Xian, how about we make another bet? The record of the shadow retaining stone is proof of my innocence and that of the ninth princess. If the two of us are secretly meeting in the East Palace as Long Bo Yang said, I will kill myself on the spot without you, Prince Dian, saying anything. But if we are both innocent, what shall you do? Wu knew very well that what was being played now was the offense. It's all about who sinks in first. Either that or play hard to get to the end and muddle through. Either that or you can't get it right and Big Yen is going to be at war early. Seeing that Wu Yi was about to make another bet, Yen Xian frowned and pondered in his heart. Today, from the start of the Yanlong Martial Association until now, no matter if it was a bet or a match, he was suppressed to death by Wu Yi. But at the same time, he also got a rough idea of what kind of person Wu Yi was. If Wu Yi could take the initiative to say the bet, he must have full certainty. Looking at the Empress and Long Jioli's kind of emboldened look again, it was clear that they didn't look like they had done anything wrong. The most important point, Long Bo Yang, the whistleblower, could not produce any evidence. Who would have thought that at this moment? Long Chi-yue's cold voice steeply rang out. Prince Dian, if you are too embarrassed to view it, then I will do it for you. Seeing that Long Chi-yue was about to open the shadow retaining stone, Wu Yi's heart jumped up to his throat at this instant. He could barely keep from yelling out tiger. Are you crazy? Long Jioli's heart was also beating wildly in fear, and she subconsciously tried to stop it. But someone was one step ahead of them both. Only Yen Xian's voice rang out in time. Slow, Empress Longhua, there's no need to look. As he spoke, he looked at Long Jioli with an apologetic smile. I naturally believe in Jioli and Wu Shizi. Does he really believe it at all? No. Still a little skeptical. However, from the mere act of the Empress daring to check out the retaining shadow stone in public, it had already convinced him by a large margin. Most importantly, he didn't want to tear his face off with Long Hua either. His real purpose of marrying Long Jioli was to open the dragon domain in the future. But this prerequisite is to have a good relationship with Long Jioli, or to be able to seize the lifeline that can threaten Long Jioli in the future. If they really had to view it now with the Empress producing evidence, then it would be the equivalent of directly tearing the face off with Long Hua. It's not good to control what's going on back there. Seeing that Yen Xian chose to believe, Wu Yi and Long Jioli were both secretly relieved in their hearts. This takedown was a heart-stopping performance. Even Wu Yi had made plans to roll up and run away overnight, and then come back to take revenge when he was better developed. But at this moment, Long Bo Yang was furious. Completely furious. Yen Xian, why don't you check? They're all banding together to cheat you. Can't you even see that? Are you a pig brain? Bold. As soon as Long Bo Yang's words fell, Yan Zhong let out an angry cry. Who the hell are you to insult my great Yan's crown prince? Looking for death? The great Yan crowd all took a step forward, glaring angrily at each other. With the momentum of starting a fight at the drop of a hat, Yen Xian twisted his head to look at Long Bo Yang, the corner of his mouth flickering to reveal a flash of intense killing intent. Guts. Repeat what you just said? Long Chi-yu similarly rebuked angrily. Long Bo Yang, what do you intend to do by repeatedly stirring up conflicts between Long Hua and Great Yan? Could it be that you are suspecting that I am deliberately harboring Ninth Sister and Wu Shizi? Don't think that I won't kill you just because you have the blood of the dragon family flowing in your veins. If you dare to cause trouble again and jeopardize the stability of the relationship between Long Hua and Dian, I will definitely chop you off without mercy. She then looked at Long Yan, who had been silent, and said in a cold voice, Imperial uncle, you have truly taught a good son. Long Yan glanced at Long Bo Yang with an ugly face and drank. Bo Yang, the matter has been cleared up. Don't hold on to it anymore. Long Bo Yang was furious and gritted his teeth as he arched his hand at the Empress. Your Majesty, Please don't be angry. I know I'm wrong. Seeing that this matter was over, everyone couldn't help but breathe a secret sigh of relief in their hearts. However, in the next second, Long Bo Yang suddenly said loudly, "Your Majesty, I have another ungrateful favor to ask, and I hope your Majesty will grant it." Long Chiyue's eyes condensed and she said in a cold voice, "Say." Long Bo Yang twisted his head and glanced at Wu Yi, a cruel smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. "This martial arts match. I want to fight with Wu also. Life and death fight." What? When these words came out, the entire room was shocked, but what followed was a strong contempt for Long Bo Yang. You have to know that Long Bo Yang was at the second level of martial king cultivation. It was a whole big step higher than Wu Yi. If it was a normal challenge on stage, it was within the rules and no one would say anything. But if it's a life and death fight, that's a disgusting request. Long Bo Yang's practice was simply a disgrace to martial artists. The dragon seal, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't bear it anymore and directly pointed at Long Bo Yang's nose and cursed. "Long Bo Yang, do you want to be shameless? You're a martial king second level. My master is only a martial zone second level. You're a whole big rank above him and you're still asking for a life and death fight? How the hell do you have the nerve to say such words? I feel ashamed for you. Simply don't want billion. I think you're a riding a deer, you're a baka crushing deer. To treat you as a human being is insulting the race of human. To say that you are a pile of dogs or too lazy to eat you. Goods like you are the disgrace of the martial artist world. The assholes of my Long family. Gonlin mother ********. Suddenly, Long Chiyue's cold drink sounded abruptly. "Shut up." The dragon seal, who was sputtering, instantly closed his mouth, and said to the side of Liin as if nothing had happened, "Senior mother, do you think this Long Bo Yang is sick? Shouldn't he be scolded?" Liin didn't pay any attention to him, but only looked at Long Bo Yang with eyes filled with intense killing intent. Long Chiyu looked at Long Bo Yang and coldly snorted, "Long Bo Yang, you really disappoint me. It is a disgrace to my Long family. This request, I refuse." Listening to the chatter of the surrounding crowd, feeling the contemptuous gazes, Long Bo Yang was furious and clenched his fists. "Your Majesty, in this fight to the death, I will only make one move. As long as Wu Yi can last one move in my hands, he'll be considered the winner." As he spoke, he once again bowed his head and arched his hand loudly. "And I beg your Majesty's favor." Yes, Long Bo Yang went out on a limb. He had to kill Wu Yi today. Originally he thought of borrowing Yin Xian's hand to get killed Wu Yi, but who would have thought that Yin Xian even chose to believe that Wu Yi and Long Jiuli, for the two private meeting things no longer pursued, so he had to do it himself, and he had to do it today, because Wu Yi had grown too fast and too scary. He was afraid that he would never have the chance to kill Wu Yi with his own hands after today. Therefore, even if he were to take the blame today and be ridiculed and abused and despised by the whole world, he would still recognize it. He must kill Wu Yi himself in front of Liin. Definitely. Unbridled. Suddenly, along with Long Chiyue's furious cry, a terrifying pressure directly blasted Long Bo Yang out. "I have already said that I refuse. If you dare to say anything more, you will be killed without pardon." She was truly enraged. If she hadn't once sworn a poisonous oath that she wouldn't make a move against King Anton's family, based on Long Bo Yang's words and actions provoking today alone, with her character she would have killed him long ago. But at the same time, Long Chiyue looked towards Wu Yi with a hint of anticipation. In fact, she didn't believe that Wu Yi would be able to beat Long Bo Yang by crossing a big rank, but now was indeed a good opportunity to kill Long Bo Yang in name only. Although she knew it was hopeless, she still couldn't help but hold a slight hope for Wu Yi. After all, this guy never let her down. But in the next instant, Long Chiyue's heart inexplicably beat hard, because in that moment when she and Wu Yi locked eyes, she saw a pair of radiant and confident starry eyes, the kind of eyes that could put a person at ease. Suddenly, Wu Yi's flat voice abruptly resounded through the entire arena. "This death match, I promise, you don't die, I die." Chapter 73, The Bitter Dragon Dancing Yun. Mother and child escaped back, thanks to quiet and silent Big Brother rewarded 20 hypnotic charm, as well as flowing stars and other friends of the gift support. Hereby an additional chapter. Thanks. This martial arts fight, I promise, you don't die, I die. As Wu Yi's words fell, the entire room instantly fell silent. All of them looked at him with unbelievable gazes. Yujia's face was pale with fear, and Li Yin's face also changed slightly. Long Jiuli subconsciously wanted to stop it, but she realized that she couldn't allow Yin Xian to have the slightest suspicion, so she could only hold back hard. Long Maoyun was also somewhat surprised as she looked at Wu Yi, her eyes colorful, worthy of being a son or daughter of the Wu family. "You do have some guts." Long Yin, however, lost his voice and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? I don't agree." Even Eunuch Lu had an anxious look on his face and dissuaded him. Shitzi Wu must not be impulsive. If anything happens to you, how can our family live? Long Chiyue fiercely looked at Lu Yuxiang, her eyes sharp. Slap. Lu Yuxiang hastily smacked herself 2 mouths and commiserated. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It's the old slave who said the wrong thing. Prince Wu is a godly warrior. Surely nothing will happen to him. Seeing that Wu Yi actually agreed, Long Boyang immediately laughed out loud. Well, have some balls. Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. As he spoke, he twisted his head to look at Li Yin, revealing a cruel smile. I'll waste your cultivation in front of that, then step on your head and humiliate you so hard that you'll die in shame and agony. Li Yin, on the other hand, revealed a similarly cruel smile. Long Boyang, I hope you get it right. I'm also eligible to compete. If he loses a hair, I'll take a tendon out of you. If he loses a piece of flesh, I'll break a bone out of you. Li Yin was indeed qualified to compete. After all, Li Yin was a proper duke. It wasn't just Li Yin. There were many of the younger generation present who were qualified. After all, Longhua was the host, and it couldn't possibly have just that many contestants who could hold their own. It was just a matter of restricting a lot of people in order to take care of Diane's face. Take for example, Li Yin. The top powerhouses of the martial emperor realm could slap all the participants to death with a single slap if they actually took the field. Seeing that Li Yin actually threatened him in public, Long Boyang became even angrier. What a pair of dogs. I'll be waiting for you. At this time, Long Qiyu directly announced loudly. Since Prince Wu also agrees, then I announce. Wu Yi versus Long Boyang. No rules, life and death. Seeing that the Empress had directly clapped her hands, the crowd didn't dare to say anything. At this time, He Yunqing, who had connected his broken arm, also entered the audience and looked at Wu Yi with a startled expression on his face. A martial zong versus a martial king? This kid has real guts. The little girl Huayur who accompanied him on the side was pouting her lips and scolding in a small voice. Just a succubus though it does seem a bit more powerful. She seemed to be afraid that He Yunqing would get angry, and hurriedly explained again. Of course, that's because brother Yunqing didn't use his full strength to let him have it. Otherwise how could that lecture hurt you? He Yunqing instead shook his head and smiled bitterly. Quite frankly, don't flatter me. I'm not sure I can beat him even if I use my best moves. The martial family gun is worthy of being a renowned and powerful martial art in the inner domain countries. It is indeed powerful. Thinking of the suffocatingly terrifying pressure when Wu Yi condensed the sixth spear, even now he was shocked when he recalled it. Seeing that even He Yunqing was admiring Wu Yi, Huayur looked towards the upright figure standing with a gun in the ring and couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Damnable lecture. But it does seem kinda cool, because Wu Yi and He Yunqing's last big battle resulted in too much consumption of both essence and spirit, and the martial body had also suffered some damage. For the sake of fairness, Long Qiyu ordered that he could be allowed to recover for 1 incense stick of time. That's half an hour. At this moment, Wu Yi was sitting on his knees in the ring with his eyes closed in full view of everyone, quickly recovering his depleted essence. As for Long Boyang, he had his hands behind his back, 50 meters apart, and was watching him quietly with murderous intent in his eyes. He's waiting. When the time for the incense to burn arrived, it would be Wu Yi's time to die. In front of the Golden Palace, Long Qiyu casually laid down a boundary to envelop her and Long Wu Yun in it. This boundary cuts out sound and ensures that the conversation is not overheard by someone else. Fifth sister, you suddenly came all the way back to Longhua. But what happened? Seeing that Long Qiyu asked, Long Maoyun's delicate face flushed with a hint of bitterness. Something's happened to the Flower family. She had nothing to hide from her own sister. Then a flash of indignation and shame flashed in her eyes. It's that madman Hua Songding, who not only colluded with outsiders to kill my father-in-law and forcefully take over the position of the head of the family, but even tried to bully and dominate. He not only colluded with outsiders to kill my father-in-law and take over the position of the family head, he even tried to bully and dominate. Yul is his cousin's niece, really not even as good as him. If we were not alone and escaped with the help of the elders of our clan, I fear the consequences would have been unimaginable. When she said this, her full puffy breasts rose and fell in anger, and her choked voice was tinged with the slightest tremor. Obviously there was a great deal of aggravation. When we were being chased by Hua Songding and the others, we happened to run into He Yunqing who was coming to Longhua, and together they escorted us back. Needless to say, Hua Songding was indeed crazy. Even she, the fifth princess of Longhua, dared to move, and was truly not afraid of death. After listening to Long Maoyun's brief overview, Long Qiyue's heart was flooded with a touch of intense killing intent. A death sentence has been handed down to the Flower family. This fifth sister of hers did have a hard life. 15 years ago, Longhua was also like today. It was a time of internal and external strife. At that time, the late Emperor Long Chen, in order to keep the young dragon Danceyun from getting involved in the strife, he directly married her far away to the manhwa family. But who knows? On the second day of the wedding, Long Maoyun's husband, Hwa Songun, died unexpectedly. For the past 15 years, Long Maoyun had been scolded behind her back for being a grubby husband, but she never cared. Plus she was a woman but extremely strong inside. Not only abide by women's rights, take over the duties of her late husband will flower family up and down well organized, and will flower family medicine treasure business bigger and bigger, and even more than once even more brilliant heyday. But even though she had made a lot of contributions to the Hua family over the years and received a lot of credit, she had always been looked down upon as a widow. It would be fine if it was an outsider. But even some people within the Flower family were explicitly and secretly bullying their orphan daughter and widow. If not for the fact that there were some sensible people in the clan who supported her, she would have been bullied and run back to her mother's house. Seeing Long Chiyue's face covered with frosty eyes, Long Maoyun knew that the other party wanted to directly destroy the Flower family to avenge her, and hurriedly said, "Seventh sister, don't be angry. Sister knows you are heartbroken and feel injustice and anger for me, but nowadays, Longhua is also in a precarious situation both internally and externally, so we can't make additional enemies, and this time, the strength of the Lin family that Hua Songding colluded with is also not to be underestimated, so it will take some means to get rid of them." Speaking of this, Long Maoyun reddened her eyes and sighed helplessly. "It's just that I pity those people of the Hua family who supported me, being forced by that bully of Hua Sungan. The disobedient ones were all killed. To top it all off, there are in-laws who treat her like their own daughter. That's what hurt her the most. It was also the one that made her hate it the most. She only hated that she had mediocre talent, and was afraid that she would never be able to personally kill Hua Songan and avenge those clansmen in her life." Long Chiyu calmed down and held Long Wuyun's soft razor, calmly but solemnly saying, "Don't worry, fifth sister. The day Longhua's internal troubles are lifted will be the day Hua Songding and the Lin family die. Everything you've lost, I'll help you get it all back. The humiliation you have suffered will be returned tenfold." Long Maoyun's eyes flooded with tears deeply glanced at Long Chiyue. Her heart was grateful, but she smiled bitterly. "I'm also keeping an eye on the situation in Longhua. Although you've only been on the throne for a year and your foundation isn't solid, I believe that you're confident that you'll be able to solve the Su family. But what about Uncle Royal? What shall you do? After all, you swore an oath before father." Seeing Long Maoyun's doubts, the corner of Long Chiyue's lips floated slightly as she turned her head to look at Wu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the ring, chopping Uncle Huang's knife. "That's him." Long Maoyun similarly turned her head to look at Wu Yi, her eyes showing a hint of astonishment. Takeshi? It wasn't that she didn't believe it. She admitted that Wu Yi was indeed very good, but if she wanted to rely on Wu Yi to bring down Long Yin, she would have to wait until the monkey's age. Just as the crowd anxiously waited and anticipated, a stick of incense has burned out. At the same time, Wu Yi also snapped his eyes open, and a flash of light flooded his starry eyes, and Long Boyan, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, made a direct move. "Wu Yi, your time to die has come." Chapter 74, Awesome to the Core. The Nirvana Sacred Bow. All bows obey. "Wu Yi, your time to die has come." Long Boyan grinned a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth and took the lead. He didn't care that his cultivation was one big realm higher than Wu Yi's, so it could be said that he didn't even want his face. "Die." Long Boyang's figure shifted and instantly appeared behind Wu Yi with a speed that was nearly indiscernible to the naked eye. The long blade in his hand erupted with chi, aiming straight at Wu Yi's dantian. He certainly wouldn't kill Wu Yi that easily. He would first waste Wu Yi's dantian, then step on him in front of Li Yin and humiliate him ruthlessly. After all, for a martial artist, having one's cultivation wasted was more painful than being killed outright. Not to mention a genius like Wu Yi. Seeing that Wu Yi didn't move at all, he didn't even seem to react. A flash of morbid madness flashed in Long Boyang's eyes. He seemed to have seen the scene where Wu Yi was abused and humiliated to death by him. Because of too much excitement, it caused his entire body to appear slightly trembling, roaring wildly in his heart. Kill you in front of that. Dogs and men. Kill you. Ha 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 ha." Seeing that Long Boyang suddenly made a move to kill Wu Yi, everyone's hearts were jumping wildly. A martial king second level killing a martial zong second level. That was a second death without any suspense. Long Boyang's instantaneous burst of speed alone was not something Wu Yi could react to. Some people even dared not look at it and closed their eyes directly in fear. Wu Yi. Even Long Chiyue subconsciously tightened her expression, and her knuckles turned a little white as she clenched her fists. At the same time, she was ready to strike. She definitely wouldn't let Wu Yi die. Just as Long Boyang's blade chi was about to penetrate Wu Yi's dantian, just as Long Chiyue couldn't help but want to make a move. Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying and incomparable invisible aura suddenly erupted from within Wu Yi's body. It was a supreme imperial might that carried extreme pressure. Bang! In the next second, Long Boyong, who was caught off guard, was directly bounced off by that invisible aura. Directly, he was blasted heavily into the boundary. Long Boyong was shocked in his heart. What? That's impossible. This sudden scene immediately shocked the 4 seats, and the whole room was silent. This, Long Chiyue's eyes instantly flashed with a color of excitement to the extreme of delight. Sure enough, she knew that since Wu Yi dared to accept Long Boyang's challenge, he must have even more powerful cards. What kind of energy is this? How could it be so appalling? Not only Long Chiyue, even all the top martial emperor realm powerhouses including Li Yan as well as Long Yan were shocked. This supreme imperial might. Even martial emperors felt their hearts palpitate. As for Yuja and Li Yin, Long Yan and the others, they let out a sigh of relief at the same time. But what shocked the crowd even more was much more than that. Only to see Wu Yi turn around and look at Long Boyong, who also had a stunned face, and grinned. Sorry ha. The opportunity was given to you, but you're the one who's no good at it. As he spoke, his feet left the ground and hung steadily in the air. At the same time, only his left hand was seen extended. Nirvana Holy Bow. The very moment he held his left hand down in the void, an extremely exquisite and ornate blood-red longbow appeared out of thin air. The grip of the longbow resembles a bird's head, and the ends resemble a phoenix spreading its wings. It appeared to be like a flaming phoenix with wings spreading, emitting supreme imperial might that was enough to make heaven and earth tremble. There was even an urge to worship and submit. Bow! The moment the longbow appeared, Li Yin's cold eyes trembled. At the same time, she seemed to sense something and hastily took out her longbow. But what shocked her was that her ice jade bow was trembling violently, and it was also vaguely emitting a mournful cry. It seemed that fear and submission appeared because of the phoenix bow in Wu Yi's hand. One must know that this ice jade bow of hers was a 7th order lower grade spirit weapon. Not just Li Yin, but all the Bao Dao martial artists present had their faces changed drastically. There were even some people whose bows even cracked and burst directly because they couldn't withstand the imperial might emanating from the Nirvana sacred bow. The bow! My bow! This! What the hell is going on here? What exactly is the grade of the bow in the hands of the martial world prince? Surprisingly, it has such a strong pressure? Why do I even have an urge to kneel? What to do? It's so humiliating. Don't be ashamed. I'm the same. My knees go weak uncontrollably. On the other hand, Yan Xian, who was watching the battle, stared wide-eyed, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes once again. The grade of this bow. It's definitely above a spirit grade. It's highly likely that it's a legendary divine weapon. Another good one. Yes, he's craving it again. Once again. The idea of killing people and getting away with it has risen. At the same time, he was very puzzled and jealous. How come Wu Yi had so many good things in his hands? Even he, the great Yen prince, was envious. Just as the entire audience was shocked beyond words, Wu Yi slowly pulled back the bowstring at Long Boyong. Congratulations, you will be the first to die by my bow. But in the next instant, Long Boyang's face changed drastically, because the very moment Wu Yi pulled back the bowstring, he felt a sensation that both his body and soul were completely locked. It was a despair enveloped by death, a powerlessness that could not be avoided or escaped. Nirvana sacred bow phoenix intent, the will of the fire phoenix, chasing souls and snatching lives. The arrows will be hit, chasing forever until the target's death. Even more so, he was shocked to realize, as Wu Yi's bowstring was pulled back at the same time, his soul and cultivation realm unexpectedly appeared to be suppressed on all fronts. Although his cultivation had not dropped, he was able to utilize at most 70% of his own strength. Nirvana Sacred Bow Phoenix Might. Anyone who is locked by the Nirvana Sacred Bow will have their soul cultivation suppressed in all directions, with the degree of suppression depending on the difference in cultivation levels between the two parties. Feeling that Long Boyang's aura had suddenly dropped quite a bit, Long Chiyue and the other martial emperor realm experts also had their pupils suddenly tighten. What the hell kind of bow is this? It was actually able to weaken Long Boyang's strength by 30%? But Takeshi's handsome isn't over yet. Shoo away. Just as the bowstring was pulled to the full moon by him, the blood-red Nirvana sacred bow's body lit up with blood-red flames. Even Wu Yi's body surface erupted with blood flames. At the same time, Wu Yi's entire aura suddenly surged like a well, and a huge fire phoenix silhouette slowly condensed behind him. The fire phoenix spread its wings, and the blood flames were overwhelming. Immediately after that, a blood-red flame arrow also coalesced in an instant. The moment the blood flames erupted, a heatwave that seemed to burn everything in the world instantly swept across the entire arena. Even the ring's boundary trembled, giving the illusion that it was going to be melted in the next second. Yan Xian was shocked in his heart. Flame Phoenix? This blood flame, what grade of foreign fire is this? He could conclude. The high grade of this blood flame could definitely hold the earth core gold flame down and rub it against the ground, throwing it off dozens of streets. Long Yin was even more excited and shouted, "This is just so hot. North of the lonely mountain temple, west of the Jia Ting, I think Lao Yi is the most powerful. Love is like water. Love is like a flower. Master shot him with an arrow. As for the two girls, Yuja and Liin, their eyes were already completely drawn. Especially the baoplaying glazed sound. When Wu Yi pulled back the bowstring, her entire body burst into flames of blood, and the moment the fire phoenix spread its wings, her heart completely swung. The eyes that looked at Wu Yi turned unusually hot. Suddenly, Long Boyang, who had recovered from his shock, roared violently, playing God, die for me, dragon scale slash, shoo away. In the next second, 100-meter blade shadow appeared out of thin air to chop at Wu Yi. There were dense dragon scales attached to the shadow of the blade. As the dragon scale giant blade chopped down, it was as if there was a giant dragon roaring to regale the soul. Yes, Long Boyang realized that Wu Yi might not be that easy to deal with, so the moment he made a move, it was a killing move. This blade alone could definitely easily kill an ordinary martial king 2 or 3 martial artists in seconds. The terror of its aura was many times stronger than He Yunqing's previous great move. However, in the face of the dragon scale giant blade that Long Boyang chopped at him, Wu Yi acted very calmly. It doesn't work. Buzz. As the bowstring let out a pleasant whisper, an off-string arrow burning with blood flames suddenly burst out, and with the flight path of the arrow, it also pulled out a long blood flame in the air. Bang. But the next moment, the dragon scale chop that exuded a terrifying might was as brittle as a mirror, directly bursting into pieces the moment it came into contact with the blood flame arrow. As the blood flame arrow traced its path, the 100-meter giant blade instantly shattered into countless remnants. What? Seeing this scene, the entire audience cried out in shock. Wu Yi had actually crossed a large rank and exploded Long Boyang's martial arts skill with a single arrow? How explosive is this scene? This can't be. Chapter 75, Long Boyang Dragon Transformation. Holy Power Transforming Arrow, Fire Phoenix Burning Sky. This can't be. But what made Long Boyang even more shocked was that the blood flame arrow unexpectedly went on unabated and directly shot towards him in an instant burst. Dragon Scale Armor. Long Boyang was shocked and slapped one hand at his chest. Buzz. As the 7th rank upper grade defensive soft armor at his chest flashed with a flash of light, a dragon scale boundary instantly held up, protecting him within it. Boom, of a drum. Almost in the next instant, when the dragon scale boundary had just been formed, the blood flame arrow directly blasted onto the dragon scale shield. Wow. However, Long Boyang spat blood from his mouth and directly flew backwards. As for that dragon scale boundary, it was unexpectedly exploded by an arrow. However, that blood flame arrow was also counteracted and exploded into 100 meters of fiery red flames. This can't be. At this moment, not to mention Long Boyang, even the several martial emperors present had their faces changed drastically. Wu Yi actually exploded the dragon scale armor with a single arrow? You have to know that this is a 7th order upper grade spirit weapon. They were even able to harden themselves against the full force of a first level martial emperor. This son is truly terrifying as hell. Long Yen narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Yi with uncontrollable killing intent. With a mere cultivation of the 2nd level of martial zone, he was actually able to erupt the power of a martial emperor realm attack. This is unbelievable. Must kill. Must be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Wu Yi grows up, there will be no one who can stop him. At this moment, not to mention others, even Wu Yi himself was startled. Nima so fierce? Is this the power of a 9 heavenly sacred artifact? One must know that he was only at martial zone cultivation level, and he had yet to exert even 1/10,000th of the power of this nefarious phoenix sacred bow. I really don't dare to imagine how terrifying the full might of the Nirvana sacred bow would be when it completely exploded. I'm afraid that I'll be able to break the 9 heavens with a single arrow and burn the heavenly Tao with blood flames. Immediately after that, the inwardly surprised Wu Yi once again pulled back the bowstring with a calm expression. Let's see how many defensive spirit weapons you have. Buzz. Accompanied by the light trembling of the bowstring, another blood flame arrow burst out. This time Long Boyang knew the power, and without even thinking about it, he directly urged his stance to dodge continuously. Even the dragon scale armor couldn't carry the power of this arrow. How could he withstand it with his flesh and blood body? But what made Long Boyang despair was that the blood flame arrow even seemed to have spirituality. No matter how he dodged, it could turn around at the first time and quickly chase over. Long Boyang was startled and roared in rage as he ran for his life. How come? Why is that? What made him even more helpless was that his strength had been weakened by 30%, and even his speed had slowed down. He desperately dodged, not daring to stop at all. 1 second slower he would be caught up by the blood flame arrows and killed in seconds. At this moment, Long Boyang was just like Wu Yi in that meeting, being forced to flee in a sorry state within the boundary. Flying up and down. This ring boundary was like a cage for a trapped beast. But what made Long Boyang even more desperate was that Wu Yi pulled back the bowstring once again. You can only take my arrows. You can't dodge them. The soft chanting sound of the trembling bowstring was akin to a death wish, causing the nerves of his entire body to appear taut. Rustle of skirts. Third arrow. Rustle of skirts. Fourth arrow. Rustle of skirts. Fifth arrow. After shooting 5 arrows, Wu Yi stopped, clenched his slightly shaking right fist. It seems that we have to raise our physique up as soon as possible, or else we won't be able to play with this bow at all. Normal martial arts cultivation is the state of mind. Cultivation. Martial arts body tripartite synchronous enhancement. The lack of one is indispensable. Wu Yi's cultivation level had risen too quickly, and the gap between his martial body and his cultivation level was too great without experiencing the quenching of Yuan Qi. He now felt that his body had reached its limit after shooting just 5 arrows. The meridians of his entire body were experiencing intense swelling and pain, and even the sinews and flesh of his arms had already been scorched red by the blood flames and were once again damaged. If he continued to draw the bow and shoot arrows, he was afraid that his arms would be ruined. At this moment, Long Boyang was chased by 4 flaming arrows fleeing in a sorry state within the boundary, just like a lost dog. The first arrow exploded along with the dragon scale armor. His face appeared extremely distorted due to his anger. He was at the second level of martial king cultivation. Originally killing Wu Yi should be as simple as stepping on an ant. But now, he had become the one who had been completely abused. And this would be the greatest shame of his life. He couldn't take it at all. Wu Yi, you forced me to do this. Dragon transformation technique. Suddenly, Long Boyang, who was furious to the extreme, shouted, "Raise one's head." Immediately afterward, a dragon's roar sounded steeply within him. At the same time, faint dragon scales appeared on parts of his body, and the 2 foreheads on top of his head bulged out slightly. Only because of his lesser dragon bloodline, the dragonization wasn't very obvious, but even so, his aura skyrocketed steeply. That dragon roar even carried a substantial sonic attack, forming an airwave visible to the naked eye that bounced the 4 blood flame arrows away. But the 4 blood flame arrows that bounced off were just like the rash, a turnaround to burst towards Long Boyang again. It's rather like you're as strong as you are, and I should still shoot. Long Maoyun couldn't help but murmur as she came back from her shock. This Wu Yi is indeed powerful. He even forced out Long Boyang's dragon transformation technique. The dragon transformation technique, but it was a spirit grade extreme grade technique unique to the dragon family. Non-dragon family bloodline cannot cultivate at all. The purer the dragon bloodline was, and the higher the level of the dragon transformation skill was cultivated, the more pronounced the dragon transformation would be. But even if it was only the shallowest of dragonizations, that boost in combat power was terrifying. As expected, only Long Boyang steeply extended his right hand. A huge dragon claw appeared out of nowhere and directly grabbed the 4 blood flame arrows in its hands and directly crushed them. Long Boyang, who had gone completely crazy, grinned. "Wu Yi, you're proud enough to force me to dragonization." But immediately afterward, he suddenly roared with a twisted face. "But this is also an insult to me. Do you know that? I'm going to tear you to pieces." To pieces. To think that his martial king realm cultivation had been forced out of his strongest state by a martial zone. It's absolutely bizarre. Wu Yi deflated, his eyes full of disdain. "Do you deserve to be called a dragonized with a few fish scales and 2 bags on top of your head? Don't insult the dragon. And don't scream so loud. It's like having rabies. It's scary." It was fine if Wu Yi didn't say anything, but once he did, Long Boyang became even more frantic. "You seek death," only to see him violently erupt with extreme speed rushing towards Wu Yi. 100-meter true dragon shadow also appeared around his body to move with him. The dragon roared and roared, radiating supreme dragon might. Mad Dog, the fire phoenix shadow behind Wu Yi, on the other hand, shook its wings and the whole person flew back explosively, pulling away from Long Boyang. The speed displayed was surprisingly only faster than Long Boyang. What a maniac! Wu Yi retreated while drawing his bow and shooting arrows, and it came with a mouthful of mental attacks. As for Long Boyang, his huge dragon claw was waved repeatedly, and all the flaming arrows were crushed by his claw. But he was angry because he couldn't catch up with Wu Yi, and he kept roaring in anger, watching the battle between the 2 divine beasts, a dragon and a fire phoenix. In the ring, Yunqing's eyes flashed with a trace of thick frustration. "It's true that there's a world outside of people. I thought he and I were just a little bit apart. I didn't realize it was a billion-point gap." He thought that he had outstanding talent, and that fighting across levels was no problem. However, even if he was confident, he didn't have the courage to fight to the death with an opponent who had exceeded his cultivation level by a large order. On that alone, he had lost. He was only able to cross small ranks, while Wu Yi was able to cross large ranks. Die for me. Suddenly, Long Boyang let out a shocking roar. only his entire body was filled with blood, and the true dragon's shadow that surrounded him became even more solid. 10,000 dragons come out of their nests. Raise one's head. Next, the giant dragon's shadow is 1 in 2, 2 in 4. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon shadows were manifested, emanating supreme dragon might, and exploding towards Wu Yi with a sky-covering momentum. In a split second, dragons shadowed and 100 dragons roared. The pressure given off by the 100 dragon shadows stirred up the wind and clouds above the palace, and even experts at the martial emperor realm felt a hint of palpitations. The power of this move was feared to be able to kill an ordinary martial king 4th or 5th level martial artist in seconds. Long Qiyu's nervous eyes narrowed slightly, already ready to strike at any time. Li Yan was already standing by outside the ring's boundaries. Yu Nek Lu, on the other hand, was holding the formation spirit weapon controlling the ring's boundary tightly in his hand, ready to revoke the boundary at any time. Seeing that Wu Yi was about to be flooded by 100 dragon shadows, just when the whole room was silent and tense to the point of not daring to breathe a single breath, only to hear Wu Yi's calm voice steeply resonate throughout the entire arena. Holy power into arrows, fire phoenix burning sky, clamor. Suddenly, a blinding golden light appeared abruptly. The moment the golden light appeared, even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by that supreme rushing power. It was as if the sky had been scalded out of a large hole, showering down a holy golden light that enveloped Wu Yi's entire body. This moment of Wu Yi, the god of heaven, comes down to the earth and transcends the world. Clang of metals, with the sound of the bowstring's soft chant resounding through the sky. But immediately after, Wu Yi's voice sounded again. 8 fire invitations, 1 for the 5 viscera. Chapter 76, Longyan Longhua strikes. How dare you kill my grandson? How dare you? Note, there is no deliberate water word count. Just want to explain the first appearance of the skills a little more clearly, and then appear later to simplify. 2 chapters of more than 6,000 words. Will not be less everyone. Holy power into arrows, fire phoenix burning sky. Bang. With a flash of blinding golden light coalescing into a golden red flaming arrow, Wu Yi's arms, which had already been overloaded a long time ago, could no longer withstand it, and the blood, flesh, and sinews directly exploded. Even the white bones were exposed, looking ominous and horrible. Grumble. And behind the blood-red fire phoenix shadow was issued a loud and clear cry that breaks the sky, and the whole body seems to be plated with a layer of golden light. Looks more sacred and inviolable. After a pregnant baby reaches 90 goodness, it will breed a holy power for Wu Yi every day. Now that Yuja had 4 Dao, and both Li Yin and Long Jiao Li had 2 Dao, he now had a total of 8 Dao of holy power. When the holy power came out, the wind and clouds changed. It was an extreme pressure that was like a heavenly collapse. Everyone present was breathing so hard that they were almost suffocating, and even had an urge to kneel down and submit to worship. 8 fire invitations, 1 for the 5 viscera. Clamor. Immediately after Wu Yi's voice rang out again, a fiery red talisman emerged behind him, resembling a giant red door 10 meters high. What? Seeing that Wu Yi had actually used the 8 sealed fire invitations, Yan Xian's eyes immediately widened. This can't be. How could he possibly know the 8 sealed fire invitations? Not only Yan Xian, everyone present was shocked. You should know that Wu Yi only learned it live for 10 minutes. This understanding is too unbelievable, isn't it? But what they didn't know was that Wu Yi had been learning for over an hour with one mind. But even so, the speed of learning was terrifying. Being able to hold down an enlightened genius like Yan Xian and rub him on the ground, realizing that this arrow from Wu Yi would be extremely terrifying, King Longyan of Anong hurriedly lost his voice and shouted, "How dare you, boy, Boyang, dodge!" However, Long Boyang had already fallen into extreme madness at the moment due to his anger and humiliation. No, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. He didn't care, and with all his might, he urged the 100 dragon shadows, which had already been forced to the brink of stagnation by the holy power, to continue charging at Wu Yi. Clamor. Right at this moment, the 10-meter huge fire-red talisman turned into a ball of flame and melted into Wu Yi's body. Immediately after that, the golden red holy arrow once again shone brightly, carrying a sealing power. Just as Wu Yi was about to be flooded by 100 dragon shadows, buzz, accompanied by the light trembling of the bowstring, the holy arrows suddenly burst out, and as the holy arrows traced their paths, the 100 dragon shadows were crushed by that extreme pressure and burst into pieces. Even space was twisted and collapsed. Holy power. It didn't belong to this world in the first place, and the spatial strength of the Yuanwu continent simply couldn't withstand this transcendent energy. Realizing that it was not good, Li Yan directly yelled, "All those who don't want to die, back off. Hurry!" In a blink of an eye, the crowd that had originally surrounded the ring with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside scattered, bursting back at full speed. Seeing this scene, Long Yan was shocked in his heart, couldn't hold back any longer, rushed straight to the ring. Your Majesty, I'll admit defeat in Bo Yang's place. Eunuch Lu, cancel the boundary. He could guarantee that Long Boyang would never be able to catch this earth-shattering arrow from Wu Yi. But as long as he closed the boundary in time, he could save Long Boyang. However, Long Chiyue turned a deaf ear to Long Yan's out-of-control yells and only looked in the direction of the ring with cold eyes. As for Eunuch Lu, he nodded his head in a hurry. Fine, don't worry King Anton, we'll close the boundary right now. He held the spirit weapon that controlled the ring's boundary in his hand and urged his Yuan Qi about to activate the formation to close the boundary. Bang. But who would have expected that the next second, that spirit weapon was directly pinched and exploded by Lu Yuxiang. Lu Yuxiang was instantly shocked as she looked at Long Yan. I am not good Your Majesty, we are too nervous to miss the pinch. Control spirit weapon is this one. This can do? Dragonite? Long Yan was instantly enraged. Air Mother Coin. You seek death. Lu Yuxiang, on the other hand, looked at the Empress with an aggrieved face. Your Majesty, look at him. It was because of this short delay between breaths that the ring suddenly resounded with Long Boyang's miserable screams, only to see that the 100 dragon shadows had been crushed into nothingness by the holy arrow, and an arrow pierced through Long Boyang's dantian, shooting a large bloody hole in his abdomen. The scorching hot blood flames carried by the holy arrows directly incinerated Long Boyang's entire body completely, and he fell down from mid-air, letting out heart-rending screams. Rumbling. Even more terrifying, that one holy arrow had directly shattered the boundary, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. Luckily, Wu Yi was shooting towards the sky at that time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this arrow could directly destroy half of the imperial city. Boyang! Long Yan screamed in horror with his eyes wide open. His martial emperor 4th level cultivation exploded as much as he could and rushed towards the ring. Wu Yi, I want you to die. The king wants you dead. Li Yan, on the other hand, directly stopped in front of Long Yan. Your Highness, the ring deathmatch is fair and just. You can't intervene. Off. Long Yan roared and directly struck out at Li Yan. Is this marshal afraid of you? Li Yan wasn't a vegetarian either, and immediately blasted a palm with Long Yan, and both of them retreated tens of meters each. The two of them had equal cultivation levels, and this move was indistinguishable from a bombardment. It was just that there were a few unlucky people who were close by who weren't so lucky, and were directly shaken by the aftershocks of the energy that the two martial emperors casually erupted and exploded their bodies. Seeing Long Yan striking out, Long Chiyue had wanted to stop it, but she seemed to be sensing something, glancing at the empty mid-air, then reassured. Just a faint smile rose to the corners of his lips. Imperial uncle, here comes the sword that really cuts you down. Long Yan roared through clenched teeth. Li Yan, don't make me kill you. Li Yan, on the other hand, snorted coldly. Quick slick up, only to see him fling one hand. A crimson-colored long-handled battle sword appeared in his hand. Shoo away. In the next second, his whole body was ablaze with flames. Want to kill this marshal? You can come and try. But right at this moment, Wu Yi, who was hanging in the air, once again drew the nefarious phoenix sacred bow, aiming at Long Boyang, who was already paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog. His gaze was cold, but this time there was no use of holy power. Crunch. It was just that his double arm bones had cracks appearing directly from the overload, as if they were going to crumble in the next second. But Takeshi didn't care. He said that Long Boyang would be the first person to die under his Nirvana sacred bow. Then he would have to kill with the bow. Seeing Wu Yi pulling the bowstring again, Long Yan went completely crazy. Dragon transformation technique, only to see him roar. Between the dragon shadows surrounding his body and the dragon roars, a certain degree of dragonization appeared, which was too much stronger than Long Boyang's dragonization. Those who stop me, kill without mercy. The dragon's ghost, raise one's head. With a soul-crushing dragon's roar resounding throughout the imperial city, Li Yan suddenly lost his spirit and his consciousness appeared in a trance. Long Yan, on the other hand, took advantage of Li Yan's lapse in concentration and directly crossed over Li Yan to kill Wu Yi. Dare to waste my son? Die for this king. Rustle of skirts. Wu Yi didn't care at all. Didn't even look at Long Yan and decisively loosened the bowstring. But the next second, Long Yan erupted with extreme speed to block in front of Long Boyang. The almost already half-dragonized dragon's claw reached out and directly crushed the arrow. Wu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he faced the 4th level of Martial Emperor Long Yan without the slightest fear. The bowstring was drawn again. He knew that Long Chiyue would not watch him die. After all, they were already grasshoppers on a rope. Holy power into arrows. 8 sealed fire invitations, 2 sealed 6 viscera. Crunch. Only this time, the bones of his arms cracked even more horribly, almost completely exploding. Seeing Wu Yi so arrogantly provoking him, Long Yan laughed back in anger. Good. quick slick up, only to see Long Yan's right-hand dragon claw violently gripped through the air. A giant dragon's claw appeared out of thin air, seemingly wanting to pinch Wu Yi directly to death. Bang. But who would have expected that right at this moment? The 100-meter huge dragon claw suddenly crumbled away without any warning. Who strikes? Long Yan was shocked in his heart, knowing that he was at the 4th level of martial emperor cultivation. In order to instantly destroy his post-dragonization attack, one would need to be at least at the 6th or 7th level of martial emperor cultivation to be able to do so. Just when Long Yan was shocked in his heart, a loud and resounding laughter filled with dominance, like a thunderbolt, steeply exploded between heaven and earth. Dragonite! You even dare to kill my Wu Yuan's grandson? How dare you? Chapter 77, Wu Yuan's strong return. Dragon Emperor Empress, Long Qiyue, so handsome that she exploded. Dragonite! You even dare to kill my Wu Yuan's grandson? How dare you? The moment these words came out, everyone present was startled. Nowadays, looking at the whole of Longhua, the one who dared to scold Long Yan in such a public rage was afraid that it was only Wu Yuan. Take Sabuchi, definitive king, the top pillar of the LW Empire set, a life of military service and war, the worshipful brother of the late Emperor Longchen. Back then, he even saved the day when Longchen was seriously injured and repelled the Jinyu Kingdom Protectorate. If not for that, Longhua would have changed hands a long time ago. I'm afraid, Grandpa. Wu Yi was surprised in his heart and snapped his head around to look. Only a stout old man stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Though he looked 50 or 60 years old, he didn't look old. Instead, his face is red and full of vigor. His face is not angry, and his body exudes a regal and domineering atmosphere. Seeing Wu Yuan, Wu Yi's heart was greatly relieved, and his bottom line was even stronger. Wu Yuan, Long Yan immediately changed his face. Wasn't Wu Yuan killed in the Muyu secret realm by his and Jinyugua's alliance? Why is he still alive? And it looked like the cultivation level had increased instead. Even he, a martial emperor at the 4th level, couldn't see through it at all. Ergo, Li Yan, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised and his eyes were red with excitement. While everyone was surprised, only Long Qiyue acted most calmly. She stood up with respect on her face and respectfully bowed to Wu Yuan. Sub-father. Obviously she knew that Wu Yuan wasn't dead, and had just realized that Wu Yuan was hiding in mid-air to watch the battle. This was also the fundamental reason why she didn't stop Long Yan from killing Wu Yi, because it's not her turn, with the Empress taking the lead, including the imperial princes and princesses such as Long Daiyon, Long Jioli, Long Yin. All the people present bowed respectfully. Even those palace maids and eunuchs as well as juniors of low status had to kneel and kowtow. Greetings King Ting. This is Wu Yuan's supreme position in Longhua, a platitude that is uniquely his. Wu Yuan laughed with his hands behind his back. How can your majesty's honorable body salute you? Wouldn't it be a disgrace to me? That's what he said. With his status and position, he could afford to receive this obeisance from Long Qiyue. Wu Yuan then looked towards Wu Yi, his tiger eyes filled with uncontrollable appreciation as he laughed out loud. Good boy. Worthy of being the seed of my Wu family. In the past, it was considered that Grandpa I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to hold back for so many years. It seems that my Wu family's destiny shouldn't be overpowered. Ha ha ha. In fact, Wu Yi had been hidden in the air watching the entire battle from the beginning of his battle against He Yunqing until now. Its heart was a mixture of shock and relief. He had thought that Wu Yi had already excelled in defeating He Yunqing, but he hadn't expected that he would even be able to abuse Long Boyang. This battle power was astonishing. But suddenly, Wu Yuan's tiger eyes glared as he coldly drank. Kill Long Boyang. Grandpa is here today. I'll see who dares to touch you. Rustle of skirts. Wu Yuan's strong return made Wu Yi's heart feel much more certain and his bottom line was even stronger. Without hesitation, he released the bowstring. The holy arrow carrying the power of sealing shot directly at the half-dead Long Boyang. How dare you? Long Yan shouted angrily, just wanting to move to block. Bang. But who would have expected that in the next second? Wu Yuan directly slapped Long Yan through the air and sent him flying. Yes. Spaced out. Slapped away. Wu Yuan directly shouted in a domineering manner. Long Yan, we haven't settled our score yet, and you still dare to bark in front of this king? Seeing that the king of Anong had actually been smacked away by Wu Yuan, the scene was a shocking sight for all of them. As expected, the Wu family's people were all of violent temper. Wu Yuan is still the same Wu Yuan he once was. That's too bossy. The dragon seal, on the other hand, smacked his lips. To read the article early in the morning is to reverse the Big Dipper. Little thing character one more than one een. Old guy temper one more than one burst. How the hell are all reversed? And he's not wrong. Wu Yi, Su Yangfeng, Su Yangshua, Long Boyang, Yan Xian, as well as him and Long Jioli, which of their juniors was not een? All kinds of netherworld tactics abound, and a few people add up to 800 mind's eyes. And which of these old guys, Wu Yuan, Long Yen, and Li Yan, is not a violent temper? That is to say fight. Directly hard to fight. No. Long Yen, who was flying backwards in mid-air, looked at Long Boyang and lost his voice in shock. But one thing led to another. Seeing that Long Boyang was about to be blasted into slag by an arrow. But who would have guessed that at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Stop. Accompanied by a dragon's roar. The arrow condensed by the holy power was unexpectedly hardened and imprisoned in mid-air. But there was only a momentary pause, and the transcendent energy carried on the holy arrow directly broke through the bindings to shoot at Long Boyang once again. Dragon scale shield. Just in the nick of time, only a dragon scale boundary was instantly blocked in front of Long Boyang. Shoo away. The holy arrow blasted onto the dragon scale boundary and directly exploded into a cloud of golden and red sky-charging flames. On the contrary, that dragon scale boundary, surprisingly, only appeared to tremble. No, it wasn't that the holy power was weak, but that Wu also had too low a cultivation level. Regardless of whether it was holy power or the Nirvana sacred bow, he could only utilize 1/10,000th of its power. Luckily, there was Wu Yuan who laid down a boundary in time to envelop the ring. Otherwise, the aftershocks from the light explosion would have left no one below the martial king present who could have survived. Nima, there are still masters? Wu Yi cursed in his heart. Was this Long Boyang really that hard to kill? 3 times I've been stopped. Right at this moment, an angry voice rang out. Even my Long Tianchang's grandson dares to kill? How dare you? As the voice fell, an old man's figure slowly emerged in midair. Long Qiyu's heart sank. Long Tianchang, the 5th elder of the Dragon Vein Guardian family, was also Long Yan's own father and Long Boyang's grandfather. 7th level cultivation of martial emperor. This is trouble. For his part, Wu Yuan was not the least bit afraid and hummed with his hands behind his back. Long Tianchang, are you going to intervene? A ring deathmatch. Fair and square. What? My grandson Wu Yi can die, but your grandson Long Boyang can't? Long Tianchang waved his big hand and said angrily, Old me doesn't care about any death struggle. No one can kill Long Boyang today. Wu Yi then looked at Wu Yuan and asked bluntly, Grandpa, can you handle this old guy? Wu Yuan was first stunned, and then he understood what Wu Yi meant and threw back his head and let out a loud laugh. 77%. Just do it, Wu Yi turned his head to look at Long Qiyu again. He was waiting for the Empress to take a stand. It wasn't just Long Boyang that was involved now, it was the Long family. According to the complicated situation, he was willing to be Long Qiyu's sword, but not as a knife so low as to be without honor. If Long Qiyu chose to remain silent at this time, then Long Boyang he would not kill today. We all go our separate ways and go our separate ways later. He'll roll out of this job overnight. Long Qiyu, his ally, did not disappoint him. Directly choosing to fight Long Tianchang hard, he stood up and shouted, 3rd elder, Wu Yi and Long Boyang's death match in the ring was authorized by me, witnessed by 10,000 people. It was fair and just. Long Boyang was defeated because he was not as skillful as he was. Not to mention the fact that the deathmatch was proposed by Long Boyang himself for all to see. If you do this, where will you put me? Where will the prestige of my Long family be placed? Now I order you as the 168th patriarch of the Dragon family. Stand down. Looking at the domineering and abnormal Long Qiyu, the corner of Wu Yi's mouth slightly hooked up. This Empress, he was really growing to like. In the face of the Empress's unflinching rebuke, Long Tianchang's face turned blue with anger. He glanced at Long Boyang, whose entire body was about to become charred by the fire phoenix sacred flame carried by the sacred arrow, and gritted his teeth. Perhaps be a disappointment to the patriarch. Unbridled, Long Qiyu was completely enraged. Long Tianchang, are you going to disobey orders? She then exclaimed to Wu Yuan, King Ding, I hereby grant you the right to rule over the Yanlong Martial Association. Anyone who disturbs, kill without pardon. Immediately after that, she looked at Wu Yi again. Wu Yi, do your thing. Wu Yuan looked at Long Tianchang, with his right hand reaching out into the void. A golden dragon spear appeared in his hand, accompanied by the sound of a gurgling dragon. Wu Yi, on the other hand, looked at Long Yan. Against Long Boyang slowly pulled the bowstring, only for the cracks in the bones of both arms to once again increase by a few. Now as long as he didn't use his holy power, he would shoot 2 arrows at most. Quick slick up. Suddenly, Wu Yuan and Long Tianchang moved at the same time. The two instantly disappeared into the void, along with their breath, as if they had never appeared. Fields, a domain that could only be opened with a cultivation level of 5 or more martial emperors. Apparently the two were off fighting in the field. But the problem now was that with Long Yan protecting Long Boyang, Wu Yi couldn't kill him. King Anton, You have disrupted the Yanlong Martial Association. Now I order you. Stand down. Suddenly, Long Chiyua's cold voice filled with majesty rang out. On the other hand, Long Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Wu Yi with extreme killing intent. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. Today, Wu Yi will die. Seeing this scene, the Empress closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Finally, Long Chiyue, who had already held back for a long time, completely exploded. Long Yan, you seek death. Raise one's head. Suddenly, a dragon's roar filled with supreme imperial might resounded through the heavens and earth. Long Chiyue instantly appeared in the void and stood in the air, and a terrifying pressure rumbled through the entire imperial city. Immediately after that, a 1,000-meter large 5-clawed golden dragon silhouette slowly coalesced behind her. The mere emanation of supreme dragon might made the crowd uncontrollably bow to the ground. But Long Chiyue's outburst was much more than that. Long Yan, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because I made an oath in front of Father? If you disobey, I will kill you as usual. Although she was only at the 7th level of Martial King's cultivation, if she was only that strong, how could she sit on the dragon chair? It's just that she has to consider too many things and too many factors in order to keep the big picture in check, leading to some things that she has to put up with. But if she was truly angry, she could kill even a martial emperor. As Long Chiyue spoke, she also appeared in a stunning dragonization. But her dragonization wasn't ugly like Long Boyang's. Instead it was beautiful. Only to see that on Long Chiyue's crystal jade-like Saishue skin, faint golden dragon scales appeared, but they only flickered and disappeared. Immediately after that, but a few unusually delicate and tiny golden scales appeared in the corner of her eyes area. The hands were not dragon claws, only that the nails had become a little longer and emitted a sharp golden aura. A pair of extremely beautiful golden dragon horns resembling antlers also grew on top of his head. At the same time, Long Chiyue's entire body exuded a light that was like the flickering of golden scales. The moment, the half-dragonized Long Chiyue, who stood in front of the 1,000-meter golden dragon, was beautiful enough to make heaven and earth lose their colors. The most perfect half-dragonization. Even Wu Yi looked dumbfounded. This, sauce handsome? P.S. Long Chiyue half-dragonization can refer to Ao Lun Ant. There are charts of the treasure sun to put charts. Suddenly, Long Chiyue's furious shout that was mixed with the might of the Dragon Emperor was like a March thunderbolt exploding in the sky. Give me! Get out of here! The substantial sound wave attack carried supreme imperial might, instantly spreading out 100 miles in a radius. Wherever the sound wave passes, the entire imperial city, people kneeling and horses running, beasts kneeled and birds of prey fell into the air. Wow! In the next second, Long Yan, who was at the 4th level of Martial Emperor and was already half-dragonized, unexpectedly spat out blood and flew backwards. A dragon roar shook the Martial Emperor. This is Dragon Emperor Empress Long Chiyue. Chapter 78 Wu Yi almost killed. Sick and tyrannical Long Chiyue. 3 late chapters of today's more to be served. Long Chiyue's golden dragon roar shattered the dragon scale boundary protecting Long Boyan while sending Long Yin flying. This time, no one can save you. Rustle of skirts. At the same time, Wu Yi decisively released the bowstring. A blood flame arrow instantly burst out. Bang! Long Boyang's body, which had already been burned beyond recognition by the blood flames, completely exploded and was directly blasted into slag. Even the ring was blown up by a large portion, leaving a huge crater hundreds of meters in diameter on the ground. Wu Yi let out a long breath in his heart. Damn, finally dead. So hard to kill. The main Long Boyang background is too big. Serious royal relatives, which led to a wave of waves. At that instant, the entire room was shocked beyond words. Wu Yi really single-handedly killed Long Boyang, and still, under all kinds of obstruction, he crossed the ranks with his own strength. Boyang, seeing this scene, Long Yan was suddenly enraged. My son. He jerked his head around to look at Wu Yi. Little bastard, die for this king. Go to hell. Long Boyang's death made Long Yan completely insane. His madness was more than Long Boyang's state when he was furious. His entire body's aura was raging, and the terrifying pressure of the 4th level of Martial Emperor directly locked onto Wu Yi. The right hand became a claw and violently swung through the air. Clang of metals. An invisible energy directly tore out 3 spatial rift blades in space. Wu Yi quickly dodged. Li Yan, who was the first to react, shouted and was the first to rush towards Wu Yi. But the attack came too suddenly. 3 cracking blades appeared right next to Wu Yi's body, and he was unable to dodge or even react in time. Seeing that Wu Yi was about to be torn to pieces by the split blade. Get out! But right at this moment, Long Chiyue's angry shout came out abruptly, accompanied by a loud and clear dragon's roar. The substantial sound wave attack directly crushed the 3 cracking blades and instantly crumbled. Even Li Yan, who was halfway through his charge, was shaken out. Wooey snapped back to his senses, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Luckily the tiger was in time, but if Long Chiyue was 0.01 seconds slower, he would probably be buried with honor tomorrow. Seeing that the crazy Long Yen had actually directly killed Wooey, the killing intent in Long Chiyue's eyes was already thick to the extreme, and for the first time, a trace of morbid tyranny flashed through. Long Yen, you seek death. She didn't know why she was so angry. So angry it was all a bit out of character. It was a kind of extreme anger, as if the reverse scale had been touched, only to see Long Chiyue's slender jade hand fiercely clasped in the air. A huge golden dragon claw appeared out of nowhere, directly holding Long Yen in midair. Long Yen, I've put up with you for a long time. As Long Chiyue used her hand to suddenly exert force, the huge golden dragon claw also clenched instantly. The terrifyingly huge force caused Long Yan's body to be squeezed and deformed in the blink of an eye, as if it was going to burst open in the next second. A top powerhouse at the 4th level of Martial Emperor, but he couldn't do anything to resist in Long Chiyue's hands? How shocking is this scene? Long Yen, who was struggling madly in the golden dragon's claws, was alarmed in his heart and roared furiously. Long Chiyue, you dare to kill me? I'm your royal uncle. Dragon blood runs through me. You and I are of the same race. If you kill me you will die too. You dare to kill? You kill instead. Ha ha ha. Wow. But Long Yen, who was laughing madly, stopped laughing abruptly and violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. Crunch. At the same time, many bones in his body had been squeezed and burst, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Finally, a trace of fear flashed through Long Yan's heart. His body's yuan qi erupted, and his dragon transformation skill was catalyzed to the extreme, desperately resisting Long Chiyue's golden dragon giant claw. At the same time, he roared with even more frantic fury. Long Chiyue, do you really think you're strong? You're just like your father. Long Chen, you're just a lucky guy who got lucky. Without the Dragon Emperor's blood. What are you guys? I, Long Yen, am supposed to be the true emperor of Longhua. Do you know that? Because Long Bo Yang's death caused him to go completely crazy. He had lost his mind, coupled with Wu Yuan's strong return, which shattered his long plan. He completely tore his face off with Long Chiyu today. This leads to the fact that he has become completely indifferent and will say anything. He was indeed unconvinced by Long Chiyue. Why is Long Chiyue so strong? Even he, a top powerhouse at the 4th level of Martial Emperor and half-dragonized, was able to crush him on all fronts? It was because Long Chiyue had fused the Dragon Emperor blood of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Although the purity of her bloodline was not considered the highest within the clan, the level of her bloodline was the highest in the entire dragon family. That's true bloodline suppression. Facing Long Yan's mockery and defiance, Long Chiyue's face was as frosty as ice, and her voice contained the dragon's might as she exclaimed, "The greatest ugliness of human nature is to find flaws in the strong and superiority in the weak, but never to find the cause in oneself. You're only jealous that I fused the Dragon Emperor's blood, but why don't you think about why you haven't fought for it for decades? Where exactly is the most fundamental reason? You for that dragon share, for their own desires, collusion with foreign enemies to sell the country, cruel murder of the country's loyal ministers. Do you really think I do not know what you have done? These years you killed how many people you counted? How many innocent blood on your hands have you looked back? A single killing is not the rule of a nation. It is the death of a nation. And your cruelty and tyranny and jealousy doom you to remain forever the impotent, raging, stinking rat in the dank gutter. Father is kind enough not to kill you, but I will not tolerate it." In the middle of Long Chiyu's speech, her right hand also continued to power up, and the golden dragon claw holding Long Yan's golden light flourished, becoming even more appalling in its power. With Long Chiyue completely fuming, Long Yan could no longer support himself. His aura resisting the golden dragon claw gradually weakened. The terrifyingly huge force squeezed his face red and purple, but he couldn't even move a little. Struggling, Long Chiyue, you are now the emperor admired by all, controlling everything and getting everything. Of course whatever you say is right. I, Long Yan, admit it, but I am not willing to die, even if I have to. Seeing that Long Yan was about to be completely pinched by Long Chiyue, suddenly, an old voice came from the depths of the palace. Yuli, don't get carried away. According to the rules of the clan, this seat should not have meddled in the affairs of state, nor does it have the right to do so. But the dragon family's ancestral training is not to kill each other against fellow clansmen. So don't let the dragon rock cause you to suffer backlash. It's not worth it. Boom, of a drum. The Grand Elder's words were like a blow of a heavy hammer slamming into Long Chiyue's heart, waking her up instantly. The anger in his heart gradually calmed down. The sickly tyranny in his eyes also faded back to sanity. Why did I just get so angry? She was hesitant in her mind as she mumbled something in her mind. Not withdrawing his hand, The golden dragon claw still clutched Long Yin to death. She really wanted to kill, but couldn't. For one thing, she had made a vow before the late emperor. The second is that there is a backlash curse in the Long family's bloodline. Once she really killed Long Yin with her own hands, the oath and the curse backfired at the same time, which was enough to put her in a place of no return. It's not cost-effective to trade one life for another with Dragonite. But today, Long Yin must die. Chapter 79, A Bone of the Dragon Chiyue. The dragon seal is here. Shut up. Second shift. Seeing that Long Chiyue didn't let go of Long Yin, at this time, that old voice sounded again. Long Yin. Originally, according to the clan rules, the clan will not sway Long Hua's development and will not meddle in the affairs of state. Life has its calamities. The country will not be without its difficulties. The decline and prosperity of the country should follow the cycle of cause and effect. Everything is left to the discretion of you juniors. You are the prince of Long Hua. No matter what you have done, whether it is good or bad, this seat does not want to pursue. If there is evil, there is a country to rule you. But if you rely on the dragon family's bloodline prohibition and provoke the king of a country again and again, regardless of going against the path, then, speaking here, that old voice mixed with a hint of anger, coldly drank. This seat will surely drain your dragon blood and tear down your dragon bones in front of the graves of the Long family's ancestors. Do you understand? Bang. Wow. As soon as the words fell, an invisible force forcibly broke open Long Chiyue's golden dragon claw. Instantly, Long Yin was blown away hundreds of meters, and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. Even the semi-dragonized state was lost. Smashing down on the ground, Long Yan's eyes cleared completely, and he hurriedly kneeled down and exclaimed, "Many thanks to the Great Elder for coming to the rescue. The Grand Elder's lesson is right. Long Yan knows he's wrong. Of course he didn't want to die. His heart's desire hadn't been fulfilled yet. If you really die like that, it's a death that you can't rest in peace." Just at this moment, the anger and hatred in Long Yan's heart couldn't be concealed in any way, roaring furiously in his heart. Why are you doing this to me? You old things have the dragon family rules hanging around your mouths all day long, and you claim to stay out of the affairs of state. But back then, why did you favor Long Chen to support him as an emperor? Why did you sacrifice me in order to support him? Why didn't you give me the only dragon emperor blood and dragon emperor scales for each generation of the clan? That should have belonged to me. Obviously I could have been stronger than that indecisive coward Long Chen. Obviously I could have done a better job than him. Obviously I was the best candidate to be that king of a country. A bunch of damned old things. It's fine if they favored Long Chen in the past, but why are they still favoring Long Chiyue now? What right does she have? Why is she treating me so unfairly? At this time, the Grand Elder's voice sounded once again. Long Yen, this seat knows that you are not convinced in your heart. Given Yuer's recent ascension to the throne, the situation in Longhua is unstable. In order to prevent you from disrupting the situation in Longhua, this seat has decided to seal you in the dragon vein. From this day forward, you are grounded for 10 years to reflect and ponder. As soon as these words came out, Long Chiyue's pink fists instantly clenched, exclaimed in a tone that brooked no doubt. I disagree. Of course she disagreed. Should we give Long Yin a chance to hibernate for 10 years and wait 10 years to strike her a fatal blow? There was no way she was leaving herself open to a potential threat that could stab her at any time. That's the kind of thing stupid people do. Now that things have come to this, now that they've been torn apart. So today, Dragonite must die. The Grand Elder also seemed to not expect Long Chiyue to be so rigid today, daring to sing against him in public. Yuer, you must not act out of anger. This seat has decided to imprison Long Yin in. Grand Elder, don't say anymore. I don't agree. Who expected Long Chiyu to interrupt again? Long Chiyue. The Grand Elder was also enraged. He didn't expect Long Chiyu's heart to kill Long Yin to be so heavy. Dragon clan rule. Same clan may not kill each other. I thought you were an emperor who knew how to be patient and could accomplish great things. But now you've disappointed me. I told you, you can't kill him. Are you going to disobey this elder's order? But what shocked the crowd was that Long Chiyue had a determined gaze and was unusually domineering. Holding back will only get you more inches. Actually, I quite appreciated what Wui said in the court that day. If all you get for keeping your head down is an inch of your life, then keep your head up and the world over. Suddenly, along with a furious cry, an extremely terrifying pressure came from the depths of the palace. Enough, Long Chiyue. How dare you disobey this elder's decision? However, Long Chiyue was even more arrogant and was all anti-bone. She had been controlled by the so-called clan rules for so many years, manipulated like a soulless puppet by the imperial thoughts transmitted from her childhood, and had long wanted to explode. So today, she's going to be herself for once as she pleases. Long Chiyue violently turned around to face the depths of the palace, the might of the Dragon Emperor breaking through the clouds. Eldest Elder, According to clan rules, you have no right to meddle in the affairs of state. Whether Long Hua is alive or dead, everything is up to me. You can't stop the person I want to kill. Today, Long Yen must die. I can't kill it, but someone else can. The Grand Elder laughed in anger, his voice like thunder. Good Long Chi-yue, this seed really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a backbone. I'd like to see who dares to kill my Long family descendants, who dares to kill my dragon family bloodline. But right at this moment, Wui's voice rang out abruptly. I dare you. Boom, of a drum. The two short and plain words were like a boulder falling into the lake, causing ripples in Long Chi-yue's heart. Even more so, it sent shockwaves through the hearts of everyone in the room. The dragon seal, who had returned from his daze, had a flash of extreme excitement in his eyes. Wui's boldness directly caused his heart to screw up to be completely title. Worthy of being my proudest master. Simply awesome. He fiercely knelt down on one knee to Wui, 3 fingers pointing to the sky in a loud voice. I, Long Janine, swear today with the heart of the martial arts that I will only worship Wui as my master in this life, and will not join any other disciplines, and will serve my master forever, with no second thoughts. And if my master doesn't abandon me, Ian will swear to follow him to the death. Crowd. Long Chi-yue turned her head to look at Wui, her eyes slightly red. He really was on her side all the time, just as she was defending him all the time. 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to come by, but a confidant is hard to find. He really understands her. Wui was also looking at Long Chi-yue, a bright smile floating at the corner of his mouth. I'll kill the ones your majesty can't kill. What his majesty cannot do, I will do. He wasn't trying to take the blame for Long Chi-yue. Rather, Long Yen must die. If Long Yen didn't die today, he would definitely stab him in the back in the future. There was no way he was going to let that happen. Cutting down the roots and nipping all threats in the bud was the philosophy he believed in. Good boy. How dare you? Suddenly, an extreme pressure suddenly erupted from the depths of the palace, pressing down on Wui. But Wui hummed without a care in the world. I hang out with his majesty. Am I afraid of you? See if I dare? Despite his words, his heart was still fuzzy. After all, he had heard of the dragon family's grand elder, with a heavenly cultivation. Extremely terrifying. Killing him was as simple as crushing an ant. He was now waiting for Long Chi-yue's order. Raise one's head. Right at this moment, Long Chi-yue's entire body was filled with golden light, and behind her, the 1,000-meter 5-clawed golden dragon let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Supreme Imperial might exploded as much as it could, resisting the Great Elder's pressure. Unbridled, Grand Elder, I want you to get it right. I'm the king of a country, and Long Hua is up to me. As she spoke, a delicate pendant hanging around her neck broke hard out of the 2 looms. Seems to carry a hint of intoxicating milky flavor. It was an extremely fine little jade seal. In the blink of an eye, it flew thousands of meters into the air and swelled to a gigantic 1,000 meters. Carrying the momentum of a heavenly collapse, violently erupted with eye-catching golden light, forming thousands of golden dragon shadows that roared in unison towards the depths of the palace. The dragon seal is here. Shut up for me. Chapter 80, The Power to Decimate the Dragon. 2 holy powers. Wrong. Both of them are dead. Third shift. The dragon seal is here. Shut up for me. This time, there was not a single sound from the depths of the palace. The Grand Elder was completely silent. Immediately after that, Long Chi-yue turned around to face the public, and said loudly with murderous intent in her eyes, in the year since I ascended the throne, I have been searching for evidence of Long Yan's guilt. The matter has come to a head. I will publicize Long Yan's crimes today. Over the years, Long Yan's heart for the throne is undead, and he has secretly brutalized countless people in order to fight for the throne. My elder brother, Prince Long Hua, Long Yuanqing, died 15 years ago. My third sister, the third Princess Long Yu, died 12 years ago. My sixth brother, sixth Prince Long Lu Shang, died 8 years ago. The moment these words came out, everyone present changed color. These 3 royal princesses that Long Chi-yue spoke of were all true geniuses. In particular, the third princess, Long Yu, could even be described as an unparalleled talent that would be hard to come by in 1,000 years, shining brighter than Wu Anhua and Su Danqing back then. It's really too bad to die. Although the crowd was skeptical about the bizarre deaths of the 3, after all, the status of a royal prince and princess can be a high-risk occupation, but I didn't realize it was all done by Dragonite. However, the secrets revealed by Long Chi-yu were much more than that, and the former commander of the 3 roads of the Dingnan army, King Ding's Wu Yuan's own brother, Wu Qing, the once right general of the Zhenbei army, one of the Longhua twins, and the most outstanding and amazing genius of the Wu family for generations, Wu Anhua, has now become crippled and bedridden for 10 years, as well as the many blood relatives of the Wu family who died on the battlefield, and many, many of the country's most important ministers who perished for no apparent reason. What's more, in order to seek power and usurp the throne, Long Yan even colluded with many martial emperor realm experts from the Jinyu kingdom to assassinate King Ding Wuyuan, to kill him in the Mu Yu secret realm, and to have the Jinyu kingdom's army pressurize Long Hua with the intent to rebel. May I ask Long Yan to commit such an unconscionable crime of woe? Should he be killed? I'll kill him 1,000 times and I'll kill him 10,000 times. The moment these words came out, each of the people from the Wu clan's faces were filled with indignation. Wu Xi's eyes were filled with hot tears, both fists were clenched and his body was trembling. The civil and military officials were even more furious. Long Yan was so angry that he directly pointed at Long Yan's nose and cursed. Long Yan, even if you fight for the throne, why do you want to assassinate the pillars of the country? Murdering the men and women of the army? You are destroying the foundation of the country. I'll your grandma in the ass. Imperial sister. You've nullified his cultivation. I want to fight him one-on-one. In the face of Long Qiyu exposing his crimes one by one, Long Yan appeared to be calm. He just grinned with a sinister grin on his face. Awesome, awesome, Long Qiyu, this king really underestimated you. Those things this king did so secretly. All kinds of framing and planting. I didn't expect you to find out all of them. It seems that your Dragon Shadow Pavilion's ability to gather intelligence is indeed formidable. To be honest, if Long Chen had been half as cautious and decisive as you were back then, those sons and daughters of his wouldn't have died. There would have been many fewer deaths. But all of a sudden, Long Yan roared as if he was acting crazy. So how is it that Long Chen, that punk who only knows how to be merciful, is able to sit on the dragon chair? Where is he better than me? If I were him, where would Long Hua be in this predicament right now? What bull ***** Jinyu Kingdom? What bull **** Great Yen? I would have flattened them all. The Great Yen crowd. Li Yan said angrily. The current predicament of Long Hua is not caused by you? If you hadn't killed so many pillars of the country and murdered so many of the country's heavenly prides, why would I, Long Hua, worry about not being strong? Who would I fear? Scourge and traitor, you deserve to die. Suddenly, Long Qiyue's eyes contained extreme killing intent and said loudly, Wu Yi, I am here. Now I grant you the royal right to behead the dragon, and execute this woeful traitor in public for me. Execute him. Here. As he spoke, Wu Yi slowly pulled back the bowstring on Long Yan. Grumble. Accompanied by a loud and clear phoenix chirp that cut through the sky, a huge fire phoenix silhouette appeared out of thin air behind him, violently spreading its wings and rolling up 100 feet of blood flames, holy power into arrows. Clamor. A golden light appeared, and a holy power once again condensed an arrow glowing with golden light. Crunch. However, the third use of holy power made Wu Yi's right arm bone, which was pulling the bow, no longer able to support it, as if the ice surface was shattered. Horrifying cracks spread crazily on the arm bones. Jiro, Takeshi, Seiho Wu. At this moment, the hearts of many people present were clenched together. Anyone could tell that Wu Yi's martial body had reached its limit long ago. If this arrow was shot out, I was afraid that both arms would be completely scrapped. If it was just a broken arm, then it could still be attached. Just like He Yunqing, the arm was broken but the arm was intact. It wasn't hard to attach it, but if even the bones were directly blown into countless pieces, it would be almost difficult to realize the rebirth of a severed limb. Just like Vuan Hua, who had both legs crippled. But Wu Yi didn't care. He had only one goal in mind. Dragonite. Seeing that Wu Yi was going to kill him, Long Yan let out a loud laugh. Rampant child. With you also want to kill this king? In between laughing, he directly appeared half-dragonized. Dozens of 100-meter dragon shadows appeared out of thin air and roared as they rushed towards Wu Yi. I can live without my arm. But you must die. Wu Yi's heart was hardened, and he forced himself to endure the excruciating pain coming from his arms, violently pulling the bowstring to the full moon. Holy power into a spear. The sixth shot, breaking the sky. Only a golden lance was seen coalescing behind Wu Yi, emitting an incomparable heaven-breaking momentum. As the golden lance transformed into dots of golden aura and integrated into his body, the golden light of the arrow once again skyrocketed. Two holy forces. At this instant, even Long Qiyue revealed an extremely shocked expression. This fellow, how can his enlightenment be so heaven-defying? To be able to integrate the way of the gun into the way of the bow? Clang of metals, accompanied by the gentle trembling of the bowstring, a blood flame arrow emitting the might of destruction suddenly erupted. Bang. At the same time, Wu Yi's right arm bone that was pulling the bow couldn't take it anymore and completely exploded, burst into pieces of bone slag, and as the arrow passed through, blood flames burned the sky and space collapsed. As for Long Yan's 100 dragon shadows, they were crushed into nothingness in an instant and crumbled. Long Yan's pupils suddenly tightened and he lost his voice. This Impossible. I'm not willing. Bang. Just as Long Yen tried to escape, the destructive energy carried on the arrow directly crushed him into pieces. Not even a dregs remained. However, the arrow of holy power did not decrease in power, carrying an unrelenting momentum towards the outside of the palace. If this arrow really exploded in the Imperial City, the entire Imperial City would be lost for fear. Dragon Emperor Scale. Long Chi-Yu's voice rang out in time. Only a golden dragon scale appeared out of thin air, catching up with the arrow of holy power at an instantaneous speed of 10,000 meters. A lifelike five-clawed golden dragon coalesced to swallow the arrow in one gulp. Then the 1,000-meter golden dragon violently pulled up from the sky. It turned into a flash of golden streaming light that instantly disappeared into the clouds. Obviously, Long Chi-Yue was trying to detonate this arrow of Wui's at a height of 10,000 miles. Otherwise the whole city will be buried with Long Yen. The moment, the entire room was silent, and the silence was deafening. All of them looking at Wu Yi with a monster-like gaze. Takeshi also. How dare you kill the king of Anong, Long Yen? It's just so shocking and exciting. As for Long Chi-Yue, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and shouted in her heart. Yes, cool. Wu Yi, this arrow really let her cool to the whole body trembling. Almost all. Originally, she wanted Wu Yuan to kill Long Yen with his own hands, but she didn't expect Wu Yi to surprise her once again. To be able to burst out with such strong battle power? Of course, this was also related to the fact that Long Yen had suffered a serious injury and his strength had been greatly reduced. Moreover, Wu Yi's Nirvana Sacred Bow had suppressed 30% of Long Yan's strength. Otherwise it's impossible to kill so easily. Shoo away. But right at this moment, two wretched figures appeared out of nowhere high in the air. Wu Yuan, who was covered in blood, held the golden dragon gun in one hand and laughed. Fifth Elder, why are you still practicing more and more back? Long Tianchang was even worse. The half-dragonized version of his dragon horns were broken. His dragonized left arm even drooped down, and his body was covered with deep bone wounds, and his internal injuries were even more serious. Wu Yuan, it seems that this time in the Mu Moon mysterious realm has allowed you to obtain a not-so-small chance. When he thought about it, Wu Yuan was still as weak as a mole cricket in his eyes, but he didn't expect that in just a few decades, he would be able to crush him. Just now, with that last shot from Wu Yuan, if it wasn't for the fact that he had a piece of dragon scale protecting him, he was afraid that he would have lost half of his life. Long Tiancheng then glanced in the direction of the ring and suddenly his pupils shrank. He and Wu Yuan were fighting within the realm and were still unaware of everything in the outside world. But when he saw that the ring had all turned into a huge pit several hundred meters in diameter, coupled with the fact that he didn't see Long Boyang's figure, he already understood in his heart. His grandson, Long Boyang, died. This scene caused Long Tiancheng's eyelids to tremble violently in anger, and his eyes roared with murderous intent. Good boy, you really dare to kill my grandson? Facing the furious Long Tiancheng, the pale and extremely weak Wu Yi grinned. Take it easy, Fifth Elder, the truth is not what you think. Long Tiancheng was delighted in his heart. What? Boyang didn't die? He then let out a cold snort with disdain on his face. Count on your kid's good sense. If you dare to kill my grandson, I will tear you apart on the spot. Who expected Wu Yi to reveal a devilish smile that grew wider and wider? Wrong. Not only is your grandson dead, even your son is dead too. Long Tiancheng? After a brief moment of shock, he let out a terrifying roar. What did you say? The dragon seal was not too big, and said in a hurry, take it easy, Fifth Grandpa, Master is lying to you. Long Tiancheng fiercely looked at the dragon seal and hissed in an almost cannibalistic voice. What the hell is going on? Long Yin pondered for a split second and said without haste, well, I'll briefly describe it to you. As he spoke, he gestured very graphically with his hands. My left hand is like Long Boyang, my right index finger is an arrow. Whoosh, snap, a sound. Long Boyang exploded. Not even a bone crumb left. Long Tiancheng? Not waiting for Long Tiancheng to get mad, Long Yin said again, take it easy, Fifth Grandfather, there's still Imperial Uncle. Also whoosh, snapped a sound. The royal uncle did not even leave a hair. The whole person is mordant. But Master is very kind. Both of their deaths were not painful. You don't have to be too sad. Fifth Grandfather. Long Tiancheng was confused. Completely confused. He hung in the air in a deathly stupor. His eyes so empty as to be frightening. He just had a fight with Wu Yuan. How come his son and grandson are gone? Suddenly, Long Tiancheng hissed as if he was crazy. Mubuchi, I'll make all of you in the King Ding's mansion be buried with you. Everyone. The corner of Wu Yi's mouth grinned. You think you're the group leader of LW? And TM add on it? Chapter 81, The Murderous. Sickly Demoness. The immodest. Tawdry monk. Looking at the furious and abnormal Long Tiancheng, Wu Yuan dodged and blocked in front of Wu Yi, holding his gun in one hand and coldly grunting. Not much strength, but you've got a big mouth. Try touching a hair on my grandson's head? As he spoke, he twisted his head to look at Wu Yi, somewhat incredulous. Did you really kill Long Yen? Wu Yi raised an eyebrow and what else? Wu Yuan laughed out loud, both shocked and surprised. Good boy. Much better than your stupid father. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the voice of the Grand Elder came steeply from within the palace. Old Five. Come back. You've already violated the rules of the clan by interfering with the Yanlong Martial Association. If you cause any more trouble, this seat will not spare you. This time, anyone could hear the anger mixed in the Grand Elder's words. It was obvious that Long Qiyue's meeting had infuriated him. He didn't dare to do anything about Long Qiyue, but if Long Tiancheng still dared to disobey him, he would really have to take it out on him. Although Long Tiancheng was angry, he had not yet lost his mind. The main reason was that he was too scornful of the Grand Elder. It was a feeling of fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Wu Yuan, I'll keep this account. In the end, Long Tiancheng could only force down the grief and anger in his heart, and disappeared into a streak of light. I have to say, he does tolerate it. At this time, the Grand Elder's voice sounded once again. Junior Wu clan, this seat recognizes that you have outstanding talent and are an unparalleled talent, but you've acted out of line. You've been too aggressive. You've been too unruly, and you're going to have to pay for it. I hope you'll remember that my dragon family isn't that easy to kill. Today you have Yuer to protect you, but not every time you have someone to protect you, so behave yourself. Wu Yi responded facetiously. Many thanks for your guidance, senior. I'll keep it in mind. But then at the end, he added, it's just that I was born to disobey. The late generation has always carried out a philosophy that refuses to be mentally internalized, and goes straight to madness when something happens. Don't be a wimp when things go wrong. Just him over. What do you say, Great Elder? Poof. The Grand Elder just snorted coldly and stopped speaking, just as the entire room was so confused that they had become numb. Long Qiyu's voice filled with majesty abruptly resounded through the palace. Waking up everyone, she said in an undeniable tone. Now I announce the winner of the third martial arts fight of the Yanlong Martial Arts Club, Wu Yi. This time, Long Qiyue spoke decisively and directly clapped her hands. The crowd did not dare to have any opinion on this at all. All are convinced. Kidding aside, who dares to have a problem with the combat power shown by Wu Yi alone? Killing Long Boyan was already impressive, but the problem was that he had also killed Long Yen, a martial emperor, not to mention the people currently present who were qualified to compete. Even if we looked at all the young generation of heavenly prides in the two countries of Longhua and Great Yen, who could do it? Seeing the silence in the room, Long Qiyu flew down and sat on the dragon chair again. Now that all three matches of the Yanlong Martial Arts Club are over, according to what I said before the tournament, I will routinely reward them. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their gazes towards Wu Yi, their eyes filled with strong envy and reverence. What a trifecta for the Yanlong Martial Arts Association. You have to realize that the rewards of each game can be something that the world can't even dream of. 7th Order Extreme Spiritual Artifact Breaking Black Dragon Lance, 8th Order Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor, Qi Tian Wang. This time, Wu can also really gain fame and fortune. It's a real moneymaker. After a pause, Long Qiyue's eyes looked towards Wu Yi, her complex gaze full of suppressed appreciation, exclaimed in a tone laced with the slightest tremor. Wu Yi, come forward and listen to the seal. As Long Qiyue's words fell, at once there was an orchestra playing a magnificent and majestic piece of music very much in tune with the occasion. Wu Yuan laughed out loud as he patted Wu Yi's shoulder with a pleased face. Go on. It's been a long time since my Wu family has had such a glorious sight. Grandpa is proud of you. Wu Yi gave a confident smile. Greater glory is yet to come. As he spoke, he flew off the ring amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Today he was originally dressed to attend, but at this time is covered with blood, ragged and wretched. Even the right arm was blown off. But all these woes and scars have witnessed his rise to power, and are his most honorable medals. At this time, Eunuch Lu's serious voice resounded throughout the imperial city, and he exclaimed with an excited face, by the grace of the emperor, make it known to the world. Today, Wu Yi, the son of King Ding's family who attacked the throne of King Jinbei, won the third consecutive title at the Yanlong Martial Arts meeting, full of glory, as the proud son of heaven. It's the fortune of my Longhua. Present, I, Empress Longhua, will honor and reward Prince Wu. In the midst of Eunuch Lu's excited shouts, set against a progressively more agitated and grandiose musical score, Wu Yi stepped onto the grand staircase in front of the Golden Palace with a calm expression. He walked towards Long Qiyue step by step in the midst of all the attention. At this very moment, that waste in the eyes of the world had completed a magnificent metamorphosis. Wu Yi was looking at Long Qiyu. Long Qiyue was also looking at him. One at the top, one at the bottom. she's waiting for her driftwood and he's running to his blueprints. In the meantime, the vast and infinite outer continent, the holy land of the heavenly Buddhist sect, a handsome-looking immodest little monk lay on a large rock, sunbathing with his right foot on his left. He was carrying a wine jug in one hand and a roasted and moist beast in the other. I don't know what I remembered, but I took a big bite of meat and suddenly sighed leisurely. The beginning of a story is often very tender, but the ending, it's never as good as the beginning. After a farewell in the past, I wonder where Xiao Cui Xiao Ai Xiao Lian is now. Did the waist get softer? Have the breasts gotten bigger? Or maybe she's gone from being a good woman to being a mother, right? But as the little bald man was reminiscing about the highs of the old days when he was one-upped by 3, he seemed to have sensed something and violently turned his head to look in the direction of the inner region's Longhua Empire. His not right. This scent. He sat up in a hurry and tossed the roasted leg of lamb out of his hand. Then with a serious look one hand pinched the knuckles, and his mouth recited what appeared to be some kind of incantation. A young girl's delicacy makes me fearless. A young woman's delicacy makes me carefree. A mature woman's delicacy makes me powerless. And this is the 3 Jiao knowledge of women method. Bang. He slapped himself violently. Damn. Rambling at this hour? Beauty is really like a wolf, like a tiger, disintegrating one's will, not to mention touching, not even thinking about it. Ba Buddha. All of you red-pink skeletons, get out of the little monk's head. He then closed his eyes and concentrated, sensing carefully. Yes, that's right, it's holy power. There's also the Blood Phoenix Saint Sovereign's 9 heavenly sacred weapon, the Nirvana sacred bow. But why would Saint Force and Saint Artifacts appear in this tiny Yuan-Wu continent? It shouldn't be. Could it be that some great power has been reincarnated and reborn? Why don't you pay a visit to the little monk? It's simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. The skeptical young monk stretched out the middle finger of his left hand and gently pressed it against his brow. Clamor. In the next second, his pupils instantly erupted with a flash of brilliant golden Buddha light. It was as if he had seen through the river of time in a short moment, and a complex color flashed in his eyes. After a long time, the Buddha's light in the little monk's pupils disappeared. Gee, so this guy isn't from around here, kind of interesting. Immediately afterward, he pinched his hand with one hand, and the original blazing white sun suddenly transformed into a starry night sky. To be precise, there was a reversal of day and night in his world. Then the little monk waved his fingers repeatedly. The night sky stars all of a sudden, dazzling people. After a long time of observing, he jumped with a violent fright. Ouch! My ass! A 3-star destiny? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Wow! The forbidden land of the heavenly devil sect. Killing aura. The place was filled with a murderous aura and the smell of blood that was thick to the core. Above the boundless sea of blood, a stunning young girl in a red dress stood in the air with her bare jade feet. Wisps of scarlet winds surrounded her. Dow of blood-red energy gushed out from the sea of blood and was sucked into her body as much as she could, and between the waves churning at her feet, a seeping white bone was faintly visible. However, it was quickly drowned and swallowed into nothingness by the sea of blood. Suddenly, the young girl opened her eyes abruptly. She jerked her head in the direction of the Longhua Empire, her scarlet pupils flashing with a demonic red aura. Holy power? Someone from the Holy Realm? Reincarnation of a saint? She had a very nice voice, as clear as the tinkling of a mountain spring. The young girl stretched out her little pink tongue and licked her thin scarlet lips, her eyes glowing with the slightest hint of morbid excitement. Just like the tide, a corpse made from the bones of a saint should be strong and powerful, right? Aha! People want so much. I love it. The more she talked, the more excited she became, and her seemingly boneless jade hands became restless. Yeah. Chapter 82, the Empress seals 4 martial arts also. Shocking Longhua. 3 kings from one clan. Supreme honor. Step on the last rung of the ladder. Wui swept a quick glance over the 3 sisters of the Empress, and the close-up survey was even more visually striking. Beauty. These 3 sisters are more beautiful than one, sitting together to compete with each other like a world-famous painting. And it's 3 different sensations of ripe imperial roses. Under the gaze of the 3 sisters' complicated gazes, Wui came to stand 5 meters in front of Long Chiyue, kneeling down on one knee and slightly lowering his head. His gaze naturally fell on Long Chiyue's beautiful legs, secretly thinking in his heart, one day, I will personally strip you of this dragon robe. After all, conquering the Empress is the dream of 99% of men, especially a veteran LSP like him. Naturally, Long Chiyue felt Wui's gaze, but not only did she not get angry, she even had a slightly strange feeling in her heart instead. She calmed down, casting aside the thoughts cluttering her mind, and spoke aloud. I have a word. Reward for the winner of the first enlightenment, 7th rank extreme spirit weapon broken black dragon lance. As she spoke, Long Chiyue spread out her right hand. An unusually handsome lance appeared in his hand. Wu Yi's eyes lit up. This handsome one could only see that the lance was black in color, with a lifelike black divine dragon carved on its body, hovering from the end of the handle. The black dragon's mouth was wide open, as if the tip of the gun was spewing out of the dragon's mouth. The overall shape is smooth and handsome, but everywhere through the domineering and crazy. Simply handsome batch explosion. If he plays with a couple of guns, he'll charm the hell out of those little girls. Seeing Wu Yi's eyes looking straight, Long Chiyue's heart inexplicably had a trace of smug stealing joy. Wu Shitzi, come forward and receive your reward. Thank you, your majesty. Wu Yi got up and stepped forward, stretching out his bloodstained and skin-blasted left hand, and held the broken black dragon gun in his hand under the envious gaze of the crowd. Raise one's head. But what shocked him was this. The moment he gripped the gun, the black dragon gun unexpectedly experienced a strong tremor and emitted a soul-crushing dragon's roar. Not only that, the black dragon gun unexpectedly erupted with a terrifying suction force, sucking the blood from his hands cleanly in the blink of an eye. What was even more terrifying was that draining the blood from his hands wasn't enough. Even the blood in his body was being devoured crazily. Just in the blink of an eye it devoured a third of the chi and blood. What's this nifty blood pump? Wu Yi was instantly startled. Long Chiyu's eyes were also wide. How come? But she reacted quickly. Her right hand glowing with golden light instantly shot out to grip the black dragon gun. With the dragon's roar resounding inside her, the black dragon gun gradually returned to normal. Wu Yi looked at his left hand, which had completely dried up like a withered tree branch, and his heart palpitated. Your Majesty, this gun is immodest. It almost drained me. Long Chiyu was obviously also a bit confused. Well, accident. Anyway, this gun has an unusual origin, so you can study it on your own afterward. Wu Yi was afraid that this black dragon gun would make something else, and hurriedly put it in the space ring. But immediately after, Long Chiyue's voice once again resounded through the entire arena. Wu Yi, listen to the seal. Takashi had no choice but to continue kneeling on one knee. Only this time, because he was closer to Long Chiyue, the wisp of fragrance drilled into his nostrils making his heart itch. Because you won the second alchemy competition of the Yanlong martial arts meeting, I now appoint you as the 5th foreign king of the Longhua Empire. Longhua Chi Tianwang. The official is ranked first, the same as a prince, and can build a private army, and all his descendants can be appointed as vassals and generals, never to be deposed, and exempted from capital punishment. When these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Oh Chi Tianwang, the gold content of how great nature need not be said, and even above the Jinbei King Pingxi King and others, the same position as the Dinghua. It's a real honor. What's even more frightening is that the Wu family has had 3 kings in one family since then. Yuja's tears welled up wildly with excitement, and she covered her mouth to try not to cry out. After all, she had accompanied Wu Yi step by step from the trough, and the heartache of the past was still vivid in her mind at the moment. No one could empathize with the complexity and excitement in her heart. No, there's a man, the dragon's seal. Just at this moment, the dragon seal also looked unusually agitated, crying with a handful of snot and tears. I've seen it all along. You'll be a great man in the future. But immediately afterward he hemmed and hawed. And this prince is different. I was born a dragon. Ah. Immediately after, a fist-sized white jade seal appeared in Long Chiyue's palm. Aside from the difference in size, it was almost identical to the pattern shape of the dragon seal hanging around her neck. This is the seal of the heavenly king of Qi. Wu Yi, receive the seal. Wu Yi stood up and took the king's seal with his dry left hand. Thank you, your majesty. Just at the moment of receiving the seal, Long Chiyue said softly with deep meaning in her eyes, Heavenly King Qi, you must take good care of this king's seal. Don't lose it. Wu Yi was a bit uncertain, but he could see the solemnity in Long Chiyue's expression. Don't worry, your majesty. The seal is here. The people are here. The seal is gone. Wu Yi, listen to the seal. Not waiting for the crowd to envy and cheer, Long Chiyue's gradually agitated voice sounded again, but this time the whole room was dumbfounded, and their hearts were secretly shocked. Come again? Now there's only the 3rd reward of the 8th rank Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor left. Shouldn't it be receiving a reward? Why is it listening to the seal? Even Wu Yi looked at Long Chiyue for an unknown reason, but he dutifully dropped to one knee. Long Chiyue took a deep breath and exclaimed with an uplifted expression, because Qi Tianwanwu also excelled in the Yanlong Martial Arts Association, winning 3 consecutive championships, with outstanding natural talent and superb enlightenment. He is an amazing talent that deserves to be recognized. Now I appoint you as the only Longhua star son of the Longhua Empire, as the head of the Longhua Celestial Pride. I hope that you can shoulder the important responsibility of leading the up-and-coming talents to revitalize Longhua and to shine for our country. Shoo away. When these words came out, the entire room instantly boiled over. The one and only LW Starchild? This was the status set by the late emperor back then, but he died before any substantial enthronement could take place. But now Long Chiyue directly enthroned Wui. This was too favorable, right? However, Long Chiyue's king bomb was not yet over. Ignoring the boiling comments of the whole audience, she once again said loudly, Wui, listen to the seal. Crowd? Still coming? That's 3 seals. Empress, you don't favor him too much, because your Wu family is full of loyalty. Your grandfather, King Wu Yuan of Ding, and your father, King Wu Anjuan of Jinbei, were both pillars of Ding, as well as many of the Wu family's blood relatives who sacrificed their lives for the country. You are indeed a descendant of loyalty. Now I appoint you as the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards, with the right of first decree. Hope you can shoulder the heavy responsibility, and move forward. This time, the room was silent at first, but the next moment there was a wave of shock. Commander of the Dragon Shadow Guard? This is just spoiled to death. As for Liyin, she had a smile at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes had been completely drawn. The eyes were filled with pride. She knew well what the Dragon Shadow Guard commander stood for. That was the most trusted person of the Empress, the executioner who held substantial power of life and death. May! Long Chiyue's voice once again resounded through the entire arena, overshadowing the boiling sound of the entire arena. Wui, listen to the seal. Takeshi? This time even he himself was completely confused. What's going on? 4 sealed. It seemed that this empress was determined to push him to a height that no one could reach, and because of your achievements in beheading the corrupt official Lin Zhengtao, then killing the traitor Su Yangshuo, and today's angry beheading of the criminal Long Yin, your loyalty to Longhua is unquestionable, and you can take on the important task of protecting the country. I see that you are courageous and resourceful, upright, the heart of a true son. Now I appoint you as a royal historian, shouldered to monitor the responsibility of all officials. For treachery, corruption and other crimes have the right to first decapitate and then report to the court. When these words came out, the civil and military officials' faces changed greatly. All the people are all weak-minded. After all, which of them who are officials do not have some black materials on them? Especially those officials from Seo Hyun's party were already sweating from their foreheads. Takeshi is the royal historian of the temple? Oh, my god. What the hell? This guy is really bold. Even Prince Long Yen dare to kill them is not like slaughtering chickens and dogs without blinking an eye? At this moment, the eyes of the 100 officials present instantly cleared. Wu Yi twisted his head to look at the 100 officials below and grinned a devilish smile. Thank you for your majesty's trust. I will do my duty and spare no traitor. Seeing Wu also turned his head to look, all the officials are all eyes dodge uncomfortable, looking left and right everywhere looking for brains, but in their hearts, they're all crying out, King of Hell, please don't look. Long Chiyue's phoenix eyes swept across the room, taking in the reactions of the 100 officials, and was very satisfied. That was the effect she wanted. Now Wu also military and political are holding the power, but also honored the incomparable Qi Tian Wang. The most important thing is also bold and decisive. Try asking, who dares to commit a crime under the watchful eye of this living hell? I'm afraid I'll have to walk on padded feet and sleep with my whole eye on sentry duty. But suddenly, Long Chiyue's voice sounded again. Wui, Liyin, listen to the decree. Lillian? She instantly understood what was going on, and her cool, delicate face irrepressibly flushed a scarlet red, the slightest hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. Long Yin was even more direct, bowing to Liyin. Patchmark would like to congratulate Shifu Maiden here first. Oh no, I should say, congratulations, Your Highness. Liyin glared at Long Yin without any good reason get lost, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes, and stepped onto the steps of the Golden Palace in the envious gazes of the many women present. The dragon seal deflated and whispered then Nan. Big guts, I congratulate you and you scold me? If it wasn't for the fact that you're my senior's wife, I'd have kicked your ass long ago. As for Yuja, she pursed her lips, genuinely happy for Liyin. After all, Liyin was more suitable for Wui. Regardless of her talent, prestige and life, it's more suitable to be that Qi Tian Wanfei that countless women envy. In particular, Liyin's hotness that embraced Wui in a deep kiss when she tore her face off with Long Bo Yan before the Yanlong martial arts meeting was memorable, as well as the second alchemy. When Wu Yi made a bet with Prince Dian, she dared to gamble on her own future in order to support Wu Yi's decisive determination. Those two things alone are enough to make any woman's heart shake with admiration. Yuja also clapped along with the crowd, genuinely applauding Liyin. Congratulations. It was just that as she looked at Liyin's back, her nose became more and more sour, and her vision gradually became hazy. Eventually, she looked grim and lowered her head slightly. Smack one's lips. A crystalline teardrop fell onto the back of her tightly clasped hands and shattered into a million pieces. Congratulations, She accompanied Wu Yi through 5 whole years of lows, but in the end, she wasn't the one who stood at the peak of glory with him. She wants to, too. She really wants to. She really misses it. Wu Yi, Yuja, listen to the decree. There's an important new Jedi color coming up. Ah shucks. It's a new character. A real Shura. The next chapter is the Empress's real personal reward. A little speeder. Chapter 83, Red Flame Dragon Riding Emperor. Molesting the female emperor. The story of a stallion riding a mare. Wu Yi, Yuja, listen to the decree. The voice that suddenly rang out caused Yuja to jerk her head up to look at the Empress in front of the Golden Palace. The originally sour and dull eyes instantly erupted with extreme joy, and the tears could not be held back from gushing wildly. Seeing that Yuja was directly confused, Long Jianyin hurriedly urged in a low voice, "What are you doing up there, ma'am? Just stand there. If you don't go up, I will." Oh. Yuja returned to her senses and hurriedly lifted her skirt and walked quickly towards the Golden Palace. Just the hand squeezing the hem of her skirt in excitement was shaking uncontrollably. Even Wu Yi had to sigh. Long Qi, you truly deserve to be an emperor. Just a mere careful technique of repressing and then praising directly made Yuja thankful. When Li Yin and Yuja knelt down on both sides of Wu Yi, Long Qi US said aloud, "Li Yin is the daughter of the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards, Li Yan, who has accompanied me for many years since she was a child, loyal and devoted, with a swan in her heart, with outstanding looks and outstanding talent. She is the proud daughter of the heavens who deserves the honor of being a dragon warrior. And the dragon warrior star Ziwu is also a match made in heaven. Present. I grant Li Yin a marriage to Confronting Wang Wui as a side princess." The crowd froze. They had thought that Li Yin would be the king's consort. After all, Li Yin, regardless of identity, talent, appearance, or not pick any flaws, completely worthy of Wu also. Li Yin didn't care about this. She never valued names or anything. She wanted Wu Yi as a person. As for Yuja, speaking here, the Empress paused, her expression serious. Yuja's father was the former right general of the Jinbei army, Yu Quan Shun, who was also the favorite disciple of King Wu Yuan of Ding, only to die in battle 6 years ago, sacrificing his life for his country. Yuja married into the Wu family 5 years ago, as the wife of Wu Yun, the eldest son of King Wu Anjuan of Jinbei, but she lost her father and then her husband, and on the day of her wedding, her husband, Wu Yun, went off to war, and never came back. Suddenly, Long Chiyue's voice rose a few points, but the deceased should not be a shackle that imprisons her life. Yuja has kept her late husband's spirit for 5 years, and has been a model woman, a loyal and courageous widow. Therefore, today, I will prove Yuja's name. From this day on, Yuja is the side consort of Confronting Wui, not her sister-in-law. In the future, if anyone dares to criticize behind my back, I will definitely chop it off. Anum. Bang. In this instant, Yuja felt that the shackles binding her suddenly crumbled, and there were no more worries in her heart. Unable to hold back the kowtowing voice choked with sobs. "My daughter, Yuja, kowtow to your majesty." Wu Yi was a bit speechless in his heart. "Obviously it's my wife, but instead you're tame and grateful? You big guts." Wu Yuan, on the other hand, laughed heartily in his old age. Good. Jar is still the daughter-in-law of my Wu family, and still the granddaughter-in-law of my old husband. Looks like I'm going to have a big grandchild soon, haha. Listening to Wu Yuan's careless laughter, Yujia's face turned red with shame, and she secretly glanced at Wu Yi, her eyes full of uncontrollable shyness and joy. Wu Yi smiled flirtatiously and whispered, "What are you looking at? I'll eat you up tonight." Off. Yuja spat lightly and glared at him with shyness, watching Wu Yi and Yujia flirting with each other. Long Maoyun's heart was filled with bitterness. She couldn't help but think of her own life, and how it wasn't like that. No, she's worse off than Yuja. Although Yuja has been a widow for 5 years, the Wu family treats her well and protects her as if she were their own. And her? She had married far away from her country to avoid strife, but her husband was gone after her wedding night. She raised her daughter alone and was widowed for 15 full years, and she was even in the best for the husband's family to pay, but was tragically persecuted by traitors, fled back to her mother's home in a mess. Besides, she's a normal woman. She has needs too, and her needs are more than the average woman. Who can understand the emptiness and loneliness of sleepless nights? It was both physical and mental torture. You've only been up for 5 years. I've been up for 15. The women present were also looking at Li Yin and Yujia with envious faces. Wu Yi was now Qi Tianwang, the star son of Long Hua, and the #1 favorite of the Empress side. Coupled with the fact that this world was honored by martial arts, Wu also had superior combat strength. The scene of Fang's domineering arrow-shooting Longyan directly gave the many women present the chance to almost go home and change their pants. Just this kind of young, handsome and powerful man. Who doesn't like it? At this moment, even Yan Wanju, who was indifferent to everything by nature, couldn't help but feel a trace of envy. But in the end, she still lowered her head slightly, the corners of her lips floating slightly as if she was laughing at herself. I was born unwanted. Maybe I shouldn't have come. De Yen lost her as a bet, but she offered to marry Wu Yi and they didn't want her. Suddenly, Long Chiyue's even more impassioned voice sounded again. Reward for the winner of the third martial arts fight in the Yanlong Martial Association, an 8th-ranked Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor. When these words came out, the entire room instantly boiled. Not to mention the Longhua crowd. Even Yen Xian came to be intensely interested and opened his eyes wide. The 6th-order Red Flame Dragon Rider was rare but common to him, the great Yen Prince. But the 8th-order Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor was different, and its degree of preciousness was even greater than that of Great Yan's national treasure, the Golden Flame Fire Crystal. Just as the crowd was filled with anticipation, they only saw the corner of Long Chiyue's lips hook up. The slender jade finger cupped and snapped a crisp ringing finger. In the next second, a warhorse neighing sound that sounded like a dragon's roar steeply cut through the sky. Although we have not seen the real face, but only hissing and carrying the royal prestige is enough to make people shocked. Wu Yi also excitedly turned his head to look towards the sky, then his eyes violently erupted with a flash of uncontrollable delight. This handsome, only to see a red flame dragon rider with its body ablaze with red flames stepping into the air between the flames burning the sky. It was basically the same size as the other red flame dragon riders, with a dragon's head and horse's body, only stronger and more powerful, and all of his body exuded an innate imperial momentum. What's more, even its eyes carried a hint of disdainful arrogance. The dragon's head high and hanging. This hanging temper. I love it. Seeing that Wu Yi's eyes were almost looking straight, Long Chiyue explained with a faint smile. 8th rank Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor I, Long Hua, only have 3 so far, and this dragon rider is called Red Flame. Red Flame? Wu Yi raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice to a flirty laugh. If I remember correctly, this Red Flame seems to be a pair with your majesty's mount. Red Lotus? Long Chiyue? She was a little unnatural by Wu Yi's look, pretending to be calm. So what? The 3 Dragon Rider Emperors are Scorching Sun, Red Flame, and Red Lotus. Scorched Sun is old and is now thousands of years old. It is also a symbol of the succession of emperors who have been there for several generations. A ride is passed on for 8 generations, and the horse is still there when people leave. From Long Chiyue's place, the younger Red Lotus was chosen as the emperor's mount. As for Red Flame and Red Lotus, they were both very young, 200 to 300 years old beasts, and Red Lotus, being a mare queen, naturally picks the younger Red Flame for her choice of mate. Seeing that Long Chiyue's complexion was a bit unnatural, her crystalline earlobes were slightly reddened. Wu Yi's heart to flirt with the Empress became even more energized as he casually laid down a sound isolating boundary with a flirty smile. Your Majesty, may I tell you a story? Once upon a time, there was a herdsman who herded horses, but every time he herded a horse, the stallion was wild, always running around and not coming home, causing him great distress. Then someone gave the rancher the idea that he should get another mare and let the two get it on, and he tried it in disbelief. Hey, guess what? After that, no matter how far the stallion ran, as long as the mare called, the stallion immediately ran back with joy. Catching the mare is a ride. The next belongs to the horse movie to open the membership to watch. Only can be understood not to say. Chapter 84, The Empress Summoned Again. Yen sure is going to die soon. Listening to Wu Yi's explicit and implicit flirting between his words, Long Chiyue seemed to have been torn through her small mind, and her heart was both shy and angry. Get lost. I'll tear your mouth off if you keep talking nonsense. She glared fiercely at Wu Yi and casually dispersed the soundproof boundary Wu Yi had laid. Only her crystalline jade-like earlobes were getting redder and more beautiful. She then faced the crowd and exclaimed, I hereby announce the successful conclusion of the Yanlong martial arts meeting. There's no need to be so formal. You can say what you want and drink what you want. As the words fell, the Longhua crowd all cheered in unison. After all, this Yanlong martial arts meeting Longhua had fully suppressed Great Yen. After all, who couldn't be happy about crushing an outside kicker on their own turf? Seeing the red flame dragon's head standing high and godly in the field, Wu Yi couldn't help but fly down to get a closer look. But who would have guessed that just as he stretched out his hand, Red Flame suddenly dodged it with a flick of his faucet. Hey, your mom's got a temper like that? You give old me one more time? Beware of the oregano to give you chopped up to let the Red Lotus widow. Crowd. No way no how. This Wu Yi is great. He even dares to molest the Empress in public? Who doesn't know that Red Lotus is the Empress mount? Isn't this a horse metaphor? Long Chiyue, on the other hand, secretly clenched her pink fists, itching to slap Wu Yi to death. She then gave Red Flame a wink. Bang. Who expected that in the next second? Red Flame suddenly kicked Wu Yi off. *******. Wui was caught off guard by a kick, and almost didn't take a breath. Looking down, not only was the clothing on his abdomen burned away by the flames from the hooves of the fire, but it even left a large bruise. What the? You got a temper like that? You wait. I'll deal with you later. Who would have thought that Red Flame would have tilted his head in a very arrogant manner, and closed his eyes and directly chose to ignore it, seeing that Wu Yi was defeated. Long Chiyue's lips curled up slightly as if she was somewhat pleased. Wu Yi then turned his head to look at Yen Xian. Great Yen Prince, it's about time you cashed in on your lottery winnings, isn't it? He hadn't forgotten the trifecta of colors given by the great Yen side. Yen Xian's figure flickered and appeared in front of Wu Yi, laughing. Qi Tianwang is really a strange person. I didn't expect that you would be the biggest dark horse in the Yanlong Martial Association. Yen admires. As he spoke, 10 strands of earth core golden flame appeared in Yen Xian's palm. 3 wisps for the first enlightenment match, 3 wisps for the second bet, and 3 wisps for the third ring match with Yen Boat. As for this extra strand, Mr. Yen likes to be perfect in everything he does, and it is an extra gift to the heavenly king of Qi. Who would have thought that Wu Yi would have taken away the 9 strands with a wave of his hand and grinned. Thanks for the kind words, but I like 999. According to the development of the situation, he was definitely going to step on Great Yen, and Yen Xian was destined to be an enemy. And as for the enemy, he didn't want to generate a single bit of good feelings in his heart, or else he would mess up the Tao, because a true killing heart is pure, so he could cheat and rob, but he would never accept a single gift from Yen Xian. Yen Xian, on the contrary, appeared to be calm and smiled in a gentle manner. Qi Tianwang's character is really straightforward. Mr. Yen really wants to make friends with you. As he spoke, he once again took out a jade bottle. This is the second lotteries. The 8th order extreme spiritual elixir 9 skies life soul elixir. This elixir is very valuable. Heavenly King Qi must keep it safe. Taking out this elixir he was also in immediate pain, because that's the only life-preserving elixir he has. Its preciousness simply cannot be measured in terms of value. But immediately afterward, Yen Xian turned his words around. But before that, Mr. Yen would like to ask how exactly to use that small wooden hammer? Seriously, that little wooden hammer was about to break him. Tinkered with it for over an hour and froze without figuring out. Takeshi also seemed a little surprised. Ha? You don't know how to use it yet? Just take it and randomly knock on it and be done with it. Why are you so stupid? Yen Xian. He took out the merit hammer very hurtfully and handed it to Wu Yi in a gesture. Clank. Merit +1. Who would have thought that Wu Yi would pick up the merit hammer and give it a blow? Followed by Yen Fong, who was looking this way, collapsing with his head tilted. Yen Xian? Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Only to see Wu Yi knocking while saying to Yen Xian in a very puzzled manner, don't you see how easy it is? It's really just a random knock. Just as he hammered down dozens of hammers, a large swath of Great Yan's men had already fallen. Yen Xian once again received a psychological blitz. He knew that he was really being punked. Wu Yi handed the merit hammer over again with a flirty smile. Here, just go back and practice more. It's the same as playing enclaves in the dead of night. You gotta find a satisfying piece to get a feel for it. Otherwise the dry hits are tasteless. Who would have expected Yen Xian to refuse after a moment of silence? There's no need for that Qi Tianwang. Perhaps it's because this hammer has no destiny with Yen. I think it's better to return it to its original owner. Takeshi grinned. Really? Yen Xian shook his head. Don't. It's useless. Looking at the faint smile hanging on Yen Xian's face, Wu Yi put the merit hammer back. Okay, that's what you said. Don't say I screwed you over later. The two men looked at each other with a smile. Wu Yi knew that Yen Xian was completely up in arms against him. Yen Xian didn't just want his merit hammer now. He definitely had the Nirvana sacred bow. I'm afraid I'm going to kill someone. The Yanlong martial arts meeting ended completely. No one expected Wu Yi to be the biggest winner. Qi Tianwang, LW Starchild, the Imperial Household, Dragon Shadow Guard Commander, 7th Order Broken Black Dragon Lance, 8th Order Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor. What made countless men envious was that he had also married 2 beautiful women of national colors. Identity, status, power and beauty all let him get. Simply envious of others. At this moment, Wu Yi had already been surrounded by civil and military officials, with all sorts of ass flattery and explicitness. There was even a part of them given that they were Siohian's clique, but now they were all circling around Wu Yi, trying hard to show their faces and leave a good impression. Heavenly King of Qi, I wonder if you would be so kind as to come to my home tonight? My daughter is 28 years old, and she's as beautiful as a flower. Qi Tianwang, is this way? The next official 18 rooms wife each tender. Just suffering from my old age is a bit unable to do Oh, don't get me wrong. I have absolutely no intention of bribing Qi Tianwang with beauty. Qi Tianwang, Those old foxes could all see that Wu Yi was a total sex maniac, so they directly targeted the right person. But just then, someone suddenly shouted, Heavenly King Chi, did you drop this space ring containing 1,000,000 spirit stones? My humble servant will pick it up for you. Oh yes, I am Shizhen Xiang, the Minister of the Household Department. Wu Yi's eyes lit up at once. Yes, this is what this king dropped. Your name is Shizhen Xiang, right? This king remembers you. Then he mouthed with a slight frown on his brow. The Minister of Households is still vacant after Lin Baotao's death. But you say there are dozens of these ministers. Who is more suitable? 100 officials? Everyone was glaring angrily at Shizhen Xiang. Is this okay for the mother of all coins? How dare you? But in the next second, dozens of space rings fell to the ground at the same time. Heavenly King Chi, this is your space ring, right? My humble servant is Du Ziteng, the Minister of the Ministry of Public Works. Ha, Chi Tian Wang. I picked it up for you. My name is Xia Jian. In just a short while, Wu Yi was able to collect tens of millions of spirit stones alone. All kinds of bribes received directly handsoft. Mouth crooked smile. This is so cool simply. Who expected that just at this moment? Eunuch Lu suddenly came and respectfully said, Chi Tian Wang, His Majesty summons you. Upon hearing this, the 100 officials surrounding Wu Yi immediately scattered, each acting as if nothing had happened, following Eunuch Lu to the Imperial Study Room. But there was no Long Qiyu in sight. Eunuch Lu, where is His Majesty? Eunuch Lu bowed. I don't know. His Majesty only said to wait here if Chi Tian Wang comes. After saying that, Eunuch Lu retreated. Only Wu Yi was left alone in the entire Imperial study. Tisk, this Empress really knows how to have fun. But this little sneaky dating tune seems pretty exciting? Exciting? Well, do you want it to be more exciting? Suddenly, Long Qiyue's majestic voice abruptly sounded behind her. Takeshi also turned his head to look, but the scene of that opening lightning strike directly made him stare and salute instantly. Holy, who can stand up to this? The main thing is that at this moment Long Qiyue, it's simply too sexy. And at this time outside the Golden Palace, the Dragon Seal sought out Yanshi according to Wu Yi's earlier planned deployment. He wrapped his arms around Yanshi's shoulders enthusiastically. Let's go. This prince will take you to a good place to have a good time today. With that he leaned over and whispered in Yanshi's ear. You haven't been to the wonderful sound place in the Imperial City, have you? The girls there are all so tender. They'll make you feel like you're walking on the wall and your legs are weak. Yanshi's eyes lit up, and he came to feel it just by hearing it. Then Yanshi will be respectful. Ha ha ha. But immediately after that, he hemmed and hawed at the Dragon Seal. But I'm still craving for that Yuja. Help me think of a way. She's now the side consort of Kuwaintian King. Little brother, I'm craving even more. Long Yin laughed. Well said. Let's go to the Myriad place first to warm up. After all, the real delicacies are served last. Don't you think? The 8th prince has a point. Ha ha ha. But what Yanshi doesn't know is that he's going to die soon. Chapter 85. Empress Wu also met frankly. She's not as beautiful as half an inch of fat. Your Majesty, you are. It was no wonder that Wu Yi was staring in disbelief. The main reason was that the Long Qiyue at this moment was really too sexy. A strong contrast to her usual majesty. The original dignified and atmospheric black and gold dragon robe was now replaced by a cool, close-fitting garment, revealing large swaths of snow-white skin. And it's the kind of cool white skin that comes with a 10-step filter, like a waterfall of long black hair casually draped, adding a touch of moving charm to the usual demure. The collarbone is so delicate that it seems to be carved by beautiful jade. The tempting shoulders and 2 slender lotus root arms are so unceremoniously exposed in the air, and the lines are so smooth that it is almost the ultimate perfection. The upper body is a sexy purple and gold breasts half exposed. Career line is unusually full. After the marriage and birth of children, absolutely not hungry children and husband. It's one word. Great. The belly is flat without a trace of excess fat, and under the small waist that is in a firm grip, there is an extremely seductive high split long skirt. The curves of the willow waist and plump buttocks transitioned exceptionally silky smooth, and the waist to hip ratio was perfect. Further down, a pair of slender legs long enough to drive one crazy were faintly visible between the swaying hems of the skirt. The thighs are round and tight and full of elasticity, and the calves are straight and slender. Those bare, crystalline feet can make some perverts even more insanely perverted. Anyway, Wu Yi has been completely hentai. At this moment, Long Qiyue was beautiful to the extreme. The body is slender, icy, fat and thin, and tantalizing. Ceiling, absolute ceiling. Seeing Wu Yi's eyes looking straight, that undisguised hot greedy gaze made Long Qiyue a little annoyed, but at the same time, an inexplicable hint of shyness appeared in his heart. Wu Yi quickly swept a glance from top to bottom, only to feel a burst of dry mouth, and hurriedly lowered his head in fear. What does your majesty mean by this? Quickly put your clothes back on. It's detrimental to the emperor's authority to pass this on, he said as he scowled thievishly. Who would have thought that Long Chiyue's lips were floating with a cold snort? What? This reward from me. Doesn't Chi Tianwan like it? As she spoke, she indicated the soft couch to the side and ordered in an unquestionable tone. Go to the couch. Takeshi, huh? He was stunned. No siree. Are you for real? I wouldn't dare to blaspheme your majesty even if I were horny. Despite his words, his body was honest. The yuan chi in his body exploded, directly shattering all the clothes on his body that had long been torn. In the blink of an eye, he was naked and exposed in front of Long Chiyu. There wasn't even a bottom left. Long Chiyue? Seeing Wu Yi instantly naked, she was instantly confused, then even turned around angrily. Asshole! Wu Yi, are you looking for death? How dare you blaspheme against me? I am going to heal you. Who asked you to strip naked? Just take off your upper body. But while Long Chiyue angrily rebuked, her mind couldn't help but recall the loftiness that she had just caught a glimpse of. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, and her crystalline jade-like earlobes flushed an imperceptible redness. Ha! Wu Yi was a bit embarrassed and spat in a breathless whisper. Well, you should have said so. It's exciting for me. And who told you to dress so sexy to seduce me? What cad can stand up to that? The injuries on his body were indeed very heavy. His right arm was blown up, his left arm was close to being scrapped, and the sinews and meridians in his body were all severely traumatized due to overload. It had hurt at first, hurt like hell, but now it was somewhat numb in turn, not because he can endure being a tough guy. Rather, it was because he couldn't stand the pain at that meeting and took a pain-relieving elixir. Hey! Listening to the disappointment between Wu Yi's words, Long Chiyue's heart inexplicably had a morbid sense of satisfaction. You said, I seduced you? Hearing Long Chiyue's icy voice, Wu Yi hurriedly said in a serious manner. Where did I say that? Your majesty misheard me, didn't you? Your majesty is like a green lotus out of the mud in my heart. That is the sacred and inviolable descending goddess. Listening to the blind comparison from Wu Yi's mouth, Long Chiyu directly interrupted with a voice. Put on your pants and get on the couch. Oh, Wu Yi took out his profane pants from his space ring with a thought, but then he was a bit embarrassed. Which sire? It's like this, haha. My right arm blew up and my left arm is about to be scrapped. I can't put my pants on by myself. Why don't you help me? Long Chiyue was completely enraged, took a deep breath, gritted her teeth and said word by word. You said, what? Is this asshole crazy enough to ask her, an empress, to help him put on his pants? Still wearing pants? I'll castrate you. Don't you believe me? Who would have guessed that Wu Yi had played it straight? Your majesty, you can't do this or that. So what do you say? Anyway, I can't wear pants. I'll be naked. Do whatever you want. Long Chiyue was silent for an instant and called out. Li Yin. Soon, Li Yin walked into the imperial study. Your majesty. Ha! When she saw the incomparably explosive scene in front of her, her eyes directly widened. What's going on here? She only knew that the Empress was going to personally heal Wu Yi's injuries, but she didn't expect such an explosive scene. She had followed the Empress for over 10 years and had never seen when the other party had dressed so sexily. But the most outrageous of all is Wu Yi. Why are you naked? Most importantly, why did he dare to be naked in front of the Empress? You want to die, don't you? Seeing that Li Yin was completely confused, Wu Yi was also a bit embarrassed. So don't just stand there. Come help me with my pants. Li Yin came back to her senses, forcibly holding back the shyness in her heart with a red face. She walked forward and helped Wu Yi put on his pants. It was just that she had to look even if she didn't want to because of the proximity, all the while brainstorming like crazy. We're a couple. If you want to see it, let's see it in a big way. I'm not a cheap man. I've always been very generous with this kind of thing. Shut up. Li Yin glared at Wu Yi without a good look. Quickly, he put it on and then backed out in a huff. Get on the couch. Long Chi Yu would obviously still be angry, and her tone was mixed with anger. Wu Yi deflated and obediently sat on his knees on the soft couch with a small beep. What's so mean about being mean? Talking like you didn't see it? I still feel like I'm losing out. Long Chi Yu's voice came again, only the tone was particularly serious and solemn. Close your eyes. If you dare to open your eyes midway or sweep them with your spiritual sense, I will absolutely castrate you. Wu Yi's heart jumped as he closed his eyes. And so on. What the hell? Why does this have a sense of practicing the Jade Heart Sutra? Even if the Empress wanted to heal him, she wouldn't have to strip naked, right? She likes me? She's hitting on me, Wu Yi thought with certainty in his heart. Seeing that Wu Yi had closed his eyes, Long Chiyu's teeth lightly bit her red lips and her eyes flashed with a hint of entanglement. After all, it was the first time she'd ever done anything like this. If it was simply a matter of healing, she wouldn't have to strip naked. But the problem was that she wanted to use this opportunity to mold the golden dragon bone for Wu Yi. And she did have to be honest about it. Once Wu Yi obtained the golden dragon bone, he would be able to cultivate the dragon transformation skill as well as other techniques and martial arts. After hesitating for a long time, Long Chiyue finally made up her mind. The moment the bustle slipped off, the unencumbered soanso popped right out. Immediately afterward, the silky silk gown fluttered and slid down. The moment, even though there are thousands of beautiful scenes in the world, they are not as good as half an inch of her gelatin. Wu also waited for a long time and did not see any movement. And this will be the effect of painkiller medicine is almost over. The kind of drilling pain gradually came. He couldn't help but twist his head to look at Long Chiyue and ask, "That your majesty, how do you want to help me cure?" Craplu a big trough. Long Chiyue? Suddenly, the Empress's roar of fury that was almost cannibalistic abruptly resounded throughout the palace. "Wu Yi, I will kill you." Chapter 86 Scary Yan Xian. Threatening Yan Wanju, the Empress gave Wu Yi a dragon bone replacement. "Wu Yi, I will kill you." The supreme dragon might that suddenly enveloped the entire palace. The thousands of people who were pushing their cups at the banquet table were suddenly jolted with fear. There were even some with low cultivation that were caught off guard and directly fell to their knees. Take for example, the dragon seal and Yen Bei who were leaving the palace. The two men looked at each other. "Eighth prince, why are you kneeling?" "Conditioned, why are you kneeling too?" I don't know." Subconsciously trying to kneel, Long Jianing glanced back and said in his heart, "What is master doing? How could he make Imperial sister so angry?" He implemented the concept of running first when things went wrong, and directly pulled Yanshur and ran. "Let's go. Quickly follow this prince to die." "No, I want to go to Myriad Tones to die." "Ow." Behind the two, there were dozens of dragon shadow guards as well as two of Yanshur's personal guards with them for protection. As for the rest of them, they were very puzzled. Doesn't the Empress favor Wu Yi? Why is she so angry all of a sudden? Yan Bo looked at Yan Xian and asked in a low voice, "Imperial brother, you really don't want that hammer?" Yan Xian squinted his eyes as he played with the wine glass in his hand and smiled faintly. "Don't? Of course. I don't just want that magical hammer. And that phoenix bow. These two treasures are definitely legendary artifacts." There was a pause, and a touch of confidence that he was in control spread across the corners of his mouth. "But I always feel that Wu Yi still has other treasures on him. So there's no hurry first. Wait to find out his details and find a way to trick out how to use that small wooden hammer. When the time comes, we'll all be my princes." Bang. Speaking of this, Yan Xian seemed to have seen a scene of himself holding several divine weapons in his hands, and crushed his wine glass in excitement. Killing people to get rid of their goods is something that this prince also enjoys doing. "Go, get the fourth sister." Yan Fong was first stunned, then went to Long Hua's side to find Yan Wanju. But what made Yan Xian frown was that Yan Wanju had actually saluted him in a very raw manner. "Greetings to the great Yan prince." Yan Boat was instantly enraged. "What do you mean by that? Fourth sister? Do you really want to rebel against great Yan?" Yan Wanju looked at him in a salty manner. "Wasn't it the second prince who lost me to Long Hua? I'm now Long Hua's man." Yan Xian, on the other hand, waved his hand to stop Yan Fong, who was about to get angry, and laughed. "Fourth sister has anger in her heart, and Imperial brother knows it in his heart. But the alchemy game was a sure win. But who would have thought that Wu could even win with me as a sixth-grade alchemist? I apologize for that." Listening to Yan Xian's words, Yan Wanju's heart became even more disappointed. "No, it's completely dead. You'll never understand what I'm disappointed because of. And did you know? In fact, that inexplicable confidence you've exuded since you were a child makes me feel extremely disgusted, to the point of wanting to vomit." The words fell. Yan Wanju revealed a disdainful smile glancing at the duo and directly turned her head to leave. On the other hand, Yan Xian's narrowed eyes appeared to tremble in the slightest, and his fists subconsciously clenched, feeling the killing intent coming from behind her. Yan Wanju did not pay any attention to it and walked more and more openly. Her disappointment wasn't that Yan Xian had lost her to Long Hua. She was disappointed that Yan Xian and Yan Fong wanted to use her, her sister who had the same blood flowing in her body, as a bet. But on the contrary, what about Wu Yi? He'd rather gamble his life than use Li Yin as a bargaining chip. It was an enviable amount of respect and affection. She doesn't understand. Both sides have the same certainty of victory. The same men. Why is the gap so big? Suddenly, Yan Xian's voice came steeply from behind him. "You may not want to Yan, but do you not even want your mother?" Yan Wanju violently turned around and glared at Yan Xian with crimson eyes. "You threatened me?" Yan Xian smiled faintly and once again took a wineglass and played with it in his hand. "In fact, you two mothers' personalities are quite similar. Both of you are the kind of nature that clears the mind and doesn't like to compete. You say she doesn't love you, right? But she can endure the resistance and disgust in her heart to accompany you for 18 whole years in that palace that makes her sick. But you say she loves you, but 2 years ago she left you to go on a trip and hasn't returned yet. And she doesn't even see you as her daughter, but fourth sister. You might as well guess whether or not my brother will be able to find her? At those words, Yan Wanju's pupils suddenly tightened. An intense anger and fear filled her heart, because Yan Xian could really do something like this. After all, that was a deranged man who could even crush his birth mother and his own sister with his own hands. At this instant, she really wanted to stab Yan Xian in the heart and completely stir up that sinister heart. But in the end, Yan Wanju still compromised. Want me to do something for you? The corner of Yan Xian's mouth floated up and he hooked his finger. After Yan Wanju came closer, he said with a smile, I want to know how to use that mysterious little wooden hammer of Wui's. Of course, Wui couldn't have told you, but there's a chance that he would have told Long Yin. After all, it's known that the two of them are very close. I want you to do everything you can to get the word out of that little cutie from the dragon seal. I want you to do everything you can to get the words out of that little cutie. Speaking of which, Yan Xian's eyes no longer had the slightest hint of disguise. They were extremely sickly, extremely terrifyingly hideous. I don't care if you seduce, or you're just a cheap who's at the mercy of others. Anyway, I want results in 7 days. I'll make sure you and your mom are safe, but if 7 days pass, I will throw your mother's skinned, boned, gutted and played with body in front of you. Get it? LWs. Yan Wanju? Yan Xian's words, falling into Yan Wanju's ears, almost made her about to choke. She stared at Yan Xian dead in the face with crimson eyes, and her tightly clenched fists appeared to tremble violently. It was a desperate hopelessness, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Good. I do as I'm told. I'll do as I'm told. I'll be a cheap. You leave my mother alone. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Yan Xian put away his twisted, grim face and revealed a gentle smile. Hey, that's a good girl. That's my Yan Xian's good sister. Go! Imperial brother awaits the good news of the fourth sister. The Imperial study. The bruised and swollen Wui was cowering in the corner of the soft couch, looking at Long Qiyu with an aggrieved face. He pointed to his swollen face with the index finger of his dry left hand. His mouth is slurred as if he had stuffed 2 buns in it. Your Majesty, look at me. I've been beaten into such a state by you. Shouldn't your anger subside? Who? Long Qiyu, who was wrapped in a thin veil, let out a long breath, while pulling his rolled-up sleeve down. He said faintly, I ascend the throne this year to hold the fire finely vented finished. Really cool. Why is Qi Tianwan so miserable? I shouldn't have hit him that hard just now, right? Come over here. I'll heal your wounds. Wui shook his head in fear, his eyes clear as if he were a college student. No more treatments. No more treatments. It's only 2 arms. It's not enough to die. I want to go home. Li Yin, take me away. I'm going to be killed. Seeing that Wui was about to run, Long Qiyu pulled him back and threw him onto the soft couch. A flash of morbid excitement flashed in her eyes, and she seemed to be having such a thoroughly good time that she actually let herself go a little. Today you are going to die, and you are going to die in my bed. Takeshi, huh? What's the word for tiger and wolf? Why don't you listen to what you're saying? But in the next second, Wui instantly let out a miserable scream. This was because his back was cut open hard by Long Qiyue's sharp nails. The skin and flesh turned over, revealing the white bones. Holy, that's a vertebrae. Sire, what are you doing? Long Qiyue held Wui down dead on the bed, pressed her knee against his backside, and drank coldly with a serious expression. Shut up, I'm changing your keel. Originally, she wanted to heal Wui first, but now she changed her mind. Anyway, Wui had already been beaten to that pussy state by her, so it would be more economical to treat it all at once later. Suddenly, golden light appeared in Long Qiyue's hand. Only a golden dragon imperial bone appeared in her hand. She looked at Wui and hesitated in her heart for a split second before finally making up her mind. Wui, this is the best I can give you. Don't ever let me down. Chapter 87 Dragon Bone Plastic Ridge. Holy Dragon Emperor Extreme. Hiss. Your Majesty be gentle. It hurts. At the moment, the Empress seemed to be transformed into a crazy orthopedic surgeon. In the midst of Wu Yi's screams and blood splatters, the golden dragon bone was shoved hard into Wu Yi's body. The scene was bloody and violent, pugnacious enough to make people's legs and stomachs tremble at the sight of it. Long Qiyue casually threw away the vertebrae that was removed from Wu Yi's body and said with disinterest, Why is a big man so afraid of pain? I don't feel any pain at all. Wu Yi growled through clenched teeth. Nonsense. Of course you don't hurt. I'll take your spine apart and try to see if it hurts. Bang. Long Qiyue snorted coldly and slammed her palm down, completely homing in on the somewhat misplaced golden dragon bones. Wu Yi let out another scream. I was wrong, I won't say it. With his vertebrae removed, he was now paralyzed from the neck down, unable to move and could only be at the mercy of Long Chiyue. Long Chiyue pulled the sprawling Wu Yi up with one hand, and placed his body into a sitting position with his knees crossed, and immobilized with genjutsu to keep him from collapsing. This golden dragon bone has not been able to replace your spine. I will now help you reshape it. After a pause, she solemnly reminded. From now on, if you dare to open your eyes once more, I'll make you blind. Seeing Wu Yi obediently close his eyes, Long Chiyue hummed arrogantly. She then pulled off the tool wrapped around her petite body and threw it with her hand, revealing a perfect torso that was enough to drive people crazy. Then he sat down on his knees across from Wu Yi. If Wu Yi opened his eyes at this time to take a look, he would definitely be struck by opening lightning and spurt nosebleed furiously. But soon, the stunning view was shrouded in a faint golden light, but it added a hint of hazy allure. Only Long Chiyue's entire body was flooded with golden mist, while around her, a very small but more solid five-clawed golden dragon silhouette circled around her. Immediately afterward, the slender 10 fingers of her hands similarly glowed with golden light, rapidly forming seals at a dazzling speed. With every golden dragon seal she formed, she would point at Wu Yi's body. I am now using the golden dragon bone to remodel your spine. Once the fusion with you is complete, you will possess the dragon rhythm of my dragon family's bloodline. When the time comes, you can cultivate the dragon transformation technique as well as the holy dragon imperial extreme technique. Wu Yi was a bit shocked in his heart and closed his eyes in amazement. Holy dragon emperor extreme? Isn't this something that only successive generations of manhwa emperors could cultivate? What do you mean by that, your majesty? He could tell that the empress favored him, but he didn't expect to be able to spoil him so much. It was like spoiling him to the skies. You have to know that the Long family's techniques are never spread out. This is a family rule, and no generation of emperors has dared to break this rule for thousands of years. Could it be that Long Chiyue's trust in him had reached such a point? The corners of Long Chiyue's lips moved. A trace of unspeakable complexity flashed in her eyes, and she wanted to speak, but in the end, it just faded. Don't ask. You'll understand later. As Long Chiyue continuously punched one fa seal after another into Wu Yi's body, the piece of golden dragon imperial bone was also changing its shape little by little. Gradually, a golden vertebrae formed and began to slowly fuse with Wu Yi's body. After a total of 81 spell seals, Long Chiyue finally stopped. It was just that at this moment, her face was a bit pale, and it was obvious that she had consumed very much. Immediately afterward, her delicate red lips slightly opened and spat out a round bead that was draped with the shadow of a golden dragon. Open your mouth. Do what? Wu Yi, who had his eyes closed, was unsure. Who expected to have a bead in his mouth just after his mouth was opened? What's this? It's pretty sweet. He felt a hint of sweetness and aroma on the beads and couldn't help but shiver in his mouth, just like eating candy. Seeing Wu Yi shivering more and more vigorously, Long Chiyue was instantly shamed and angered. This dragon beads that she spit out of her mouth were actually eaten as candy. It's still covered in her swallow, coo, of a dove. Hearing the Empress's angry voice, Wu Yi was afraid of being ravaged by this tiger again and hastily swallowed. Shoo away. But the moment the beads entered his body, his entire body radiated a rich golden light, and a five-clawed golden dragon's shadow lingered around his body. At the same time, the speed of the golden dragon imperial bone's shaping accelerated, and along with the injured flesh, blood, sinew, and bone tissues, it was also recovering at an extremely exaggerated speed. What was even more terrifying was that his broken arms were all growing back. The beads are so fierce? Seeing the shock on Wu Yi's face, Long Chiyue faintly explained. This is a dragon pearl that I have cultivated the inner dan of a martial artist into, similar to the core of a spirit beast and the demonic dan of a demonic beast, containing my life's cultivation and energy. In the future, when you have cultivated the Holy Dragon Emperor Extreme, you will likewise be able to cultivate your inner elixir into a dragon pearl. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender and tender left hand against Wu Yi's abdomen, while the fingertips of her right hand slowly traveled along his body's meridians. I am now guiding you to run the Holy Dragon Imperial Pole. How much you can learn is all up to you. The Holy Dragon Imperial Extreme has a total of 9 weights. Each weight can increase your strength by several times or even dozens of times. Cultivating to the 5th weight will be able to knot the dragon pearl. To reach the 9th weight will be able to have the strength to cross the big level of fighting. Within the same level is absolutely invincible. Not only that, the Holy Dragon Imperial Extreme can also enhance the body's recovery ability. And the Dragon Emperor's might can also exert extremely strong suppression on all spirits in the world. Long Chiyue definitely did not brag. How was she able to finish off Long Yen, who was at the 4th level of Martial Emperor, with her 7th level of Martial King cultivation? The Holy Dragon Imperial Pole is not to be credited. What's more, she even let out a dragon's roar, and even the great elder of the dragon family, whose strength was unfathomable, was too shocked to make a sound. It was enough to see how perverse this holy dragon emperor extreme was. At this time, Wu finally couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, in fact, you've prepared this Yanlong martial arts meeting especially for me, right?" Since he was forced to be on the same side as the Empress, he had to be clear about what was really going on in this partner's mind. It's important. It's about being able to work together in the future. However, today's Long Chiyue's unusual decisions and behavior made him a little puzzled. He was desperate for answers now. Long Chiyu raised her eyebrows. "What makes you say that?" Wu said with a smile while multitasking his study of the Holy Dragon Imperial Extreme. "I feel as if the broken Black Dragon Lance, Chi Tian Wang, Red Flame Dragon Rider, Dragon Shadow Guard Commander, and other enthronement rewards, as well as the various rules of the tournament were all laid out against me." Seeing Wu Yi's tone of certainty, the corners of Long Chiyue's lips floated lightly. "You're not stupid. It is indeed my intention." Wu Yi was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but review the game. "Then why can you be sure that I'll win the championship in those 3 games? Any one of the rewards from these 3 matches is precious. Aren't you afraid that it will be taken away by someone else?" He guessed that the Empress had paved the way for him, but couldn't figure out how Long Chiyue could be so sure that he would be able to triple crown? Who expected Long Chiyue to snort coldly? "The first enlightenment you can win the championship is indeed I did not expect, but I am not afraid of others to win the championship, because I let Jioli cheated." Wu Yi was a bit confused. "Huh? Cheating? I informed Jioli in advance of that in vivo polygraphic array hidden reversal method. If you did not have the possibility of winning the title at that time, then Jioli will be directly to win the title, and finally break the Black Dragon gun and then casually find a reason to reward you as it." Wu Yi smacked his lips, not expecting the Empress to use such underhanded tactics. "Awesome. What about alchemy? How is your Majesty sure that I can raise the rank of pills?" Chapter 88, The Empress Who Calculates Every Step. Sickly attribute activated. Long Chiyue's lips floated lightly, her cold jade hands roaming over Wu Yi's body while lightly humming. 8th ranked snow spirit ginseng fruit. Wu Yi's eyes lit up, but when he met Long Chiyue's instantly cold gaze, he smiled back and closed his eyes, holding a sliver, subconsciously open. However, he was a little speechless in his heart. The golden light emanating from Long Chiyue's body covered the mysterious part, but that hint of hazy mystery is even more tantalizing. Meaning, Your Majesty, you guessed through the 8th rank snow spirit ginseng fruit that I could raise the rank of the elixir? It was thought that he had raised the grade of the snow spirit ginseng fruit that day, and the aura and heavenly and earthly anomalies he emitted had been detected by Long Chiyue. Long Chiyu softly said, "In fact, I don't have full certainty. I'm just betting on it. I didn't realize that your little wooden hammer could really..." Actually, Long Chiyue did not finish her sentence. What she was thinking was that since Wu Yi could raise the grade of spiritual materials, could not pills do the same? If elixirs are fine, aren't spiritual weapons and feats of martial arts also fine? Combining this with martial arts also enhances someone's cultivation as well as their root bone again. So isn't it to be inferred? Wu Yi's put that small wooden hammer that can enhance the grade and efficacy of everything in the world? She knew that Wu Yi wouldn't tell her, so she had to test the waters, but now she was basically sure. "Then you're not afraid in case I don't win the title in alchemy and let Yin Xian be that Chi Tian Wang?" Long Chiyu was even more unconcerned, her eyes filled with contempt. "When it's done, it's done. So what? If Yin Xian is the heavenly king of Qi, it's nothing more than a vanity name with no real power. It's just a prince. I can seal it if I want to, not to mention a Chi Tian Wang, as long as I am willing. I can also seal 10 or 8 parallel kings, Lian Chang Wang, Zhao Wang Li Wang Zhou Wang Wu Wang. But if you become the king of Qi, it will be different. I can give you military and political power in name only, and take this opportunity to push your reputation to a peak that no one can match, and further enhance the prestige of the Ding King's mansion to deter the civil and military officials, and prepare for the complete unification of Longhua. As it turns out, I made the right bet." Takeshi was silent. This Empress is really a good tactician, inside and out. "What about the 3rd game? You dare to take out the 8th rank Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor as a reward?" Given the comparison of strengths at that time, the ones who were most expected to win the championship were Long Boyang and Yin Xian. After all, only the 2 of them were martial king cultivators. Long Chiyu's eyes were deep and faintly smiled. Long Boyang is a bit higher in cultivation than Yin Xian though, but in terms of real strength, that punk Long Boyang will definitely lose. You think the Yin family's 8 sealed fire invitations and Yin Emperor's secret art are vegetarian? As for Yin Xian winning the championship, he obtained the 8th rank Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor. Speaking here, Long Chiyue looked at Wu Yi and blossomed into a bright smile. "As in the story you told me, it doesn't matter how far the stallion runs, he'll come back when the mare calls. As long as Red Lotus is with me, then Red Flame will always be Longhwa's. Wooey. Long Chi-yu continued. Even more, if Yen Xian really brings Red Flame back to Dian, it's exactly what I want. Red Flame is a fire attribute spirit beast. Yen Xian will inevitably bring it into Great Yan's Red Flame Valley to absorb the Earth's core golden flame to enhance its strength. Isn't that better? It's just that your sudden rise to win the martial arts championship was a bit of a surprise to me, but it was within the realm of consideration. It was perfect. Wui was silent for a long time before two words finally popped out of his mouth. Awesome. Long Chi-Yue truly deserved to be a female empress who could make the system give her an extremely high rating. She was really calculating every step she took. Sometimes what seems like a loss is actually maximizing the benefits for a small gain. Wu Yi was now completely convinced. It was possible that what Long Chi-Yue told him was just an appearance. In fact, she had also plotted out many possibilities in her mind, paving many paths. Not good. This woman is really bad. It seems to be much harder to conquer completely. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Wu Yi looked at his arms that had fully recovered with great satisfaction. Many thanks to your majesty for personally healing my wounds. I will remember today's bits and pieces in my heart. Long Chi-Yue's eyes flashed with a touch of huff. She could hear that Wu Yi had something in his words. It must be referring to the flirtation between the two of them in the royal study, and the sighting of her naked body. I advise you to forget what you should, and better yet, forget it all. Takeshi also smiled sarcastically. Don't worry, your majesty. I will never look back on it night after night, and it will rot in my stomach forever. But suddenly a doubt came to him and he turned his head to look at the Empress. Your majesty. Long Bo Yang broke the news that Zhou Li and I had a private meeting in the Eastern Palace. What's going on? That was the biggest question in his mind, because even he was shocked at the time. If you don't get it right, it's all over then. Long Chi-Yue Hamju guessed it right. It was me who intentionally released the news to Su Yangfeng. Wu Yi frowned slightly. This time he was really a bit angry. Why? Do you know that this is dangerous? And the shadow retaining stone you took out at the time as evidence. What if Yen Xian really wants to check it out? How should you end it? Even if you like to gamble on people's hearts, you're not so bad as to break your own back. Are you? Feeling the anger mixed between Wu Yi's words, Long Chi-Yue's lips, however, floated up with a confident smile. Who says that the shadow retaining stone isn't evidence? Do you think I would do something like that without certainty? Wu Yi, what do you mean? As she spoke, Long Chi-Yue casually waved her hand and a shadow retaining stone hovered in the air. Immediately afterward, a flash of light projected an image. However, Wu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief all of a sudden. This, because of the projected image. It was really him, the Empress, and Long Jiuli who were having a serious three-way talk with serious faces. And the conversation was really about the Empress urging him to give up Long Jiuli. No, when was this recorded? Why don't I, the person in question, know about it? Seeing Wu Yi's dumbfounded face, Long Chi-Yu casually waved her hand and put away the shadow retaining stone, humming arrogantly. What's so hard about it? It's just a side formation, simply by recording someone's breath, voice, appearance, speech and behavior. You can use the formation to simulate any scene you want, enough to make it look real. Wu Yi froze for a split second and gave a thumbs up. Otherworldly AI? Awesome. Long Chi-Yue rolled her eyes without any goodwill and waved her hand. Yenshur will probably die soon. You deal with it for me. I'm a bit tired. Once Yenshur died, Yen Zhong was guaranteed to storm out. The really good stuff, coming right up. Yen Zhong hit the Su family, and she and Wu Yi cleared out those remaining members of Long Yan's party with a thunderous force. After cleaning up Long Yan's forces, he would then backhand in Yen Zhong to pincer attack and clean up the Su family. Here. But who would have thought that Wu Yi had just taken no more than 2 steps when Long Chi-Yue's voice filled with majesty came steeply again. Give me back my Dragon Balls. Takeshi also snorted. Ha! Forgot. Sorry. As he spoke, he spat out the Dragon Pearl, with a bit of saliva on it, and respectfully placed it into the Empress's hand. Hold a sliver. It's got a little bit of spit on it. You remember to wipe it off. Get out. Watching Wu Yi instantly run out of sight, Long Chi-Yue's taut pretty face suddenly flushed with an intoxicating blush. Gritting his teeth, he cursed angrily. That asshole. Based on the fact that I favor him, he even dares to molest me. The Empress? He's out of control. But as she stared at the Dragon Pearl in her hand, which was stained with a bit of drool, her eyes rippled with the slightest bit of strangeness. It was a leap of excitement and thrill. A little sick feeling. She didn't know why this was happening. All she knew was that her heart was pounding and her delicate cheeks were getting hotter and hotter. Wipe. Why should I rub it? Hesitate for a long time. Her red lips lightly opened, and she actually put the unclean Dragon Pearl directly into her mouth. Blushing scarlet, she closed her eyes and let out a cloying chortle from between her nostrils, seemingly content. but even more shocking. The Empress's mind recalled the charming image of the two of them meeting frankly just now, and she actually took a deep breath in a somewhat morbid manner, as if she was capturing the flavor of wooey remaining in the air. Gradually, deeper and deeper. When the beautiful goose neck raised, the slender jade hand also disappeared quietly. P.S. The Empress's sickly petite attributes have already begun. Oh, when another sickly petite witch appears, it will be the real Shura field. The two ultimate sickly petite tearing beta war. Chapter 89, The Heaven-Defying Hyunching. Yen sure died. In fact, the banquet outside had ended a long time ago, but it was still overcrowded. After all, this is a good opportunity to gang up on the wolves, and the officials in the court like this kind of atmosphere the most. Moreover, with Diane as a guest, some of the dignitaries in Longhua naturally had to go and commercially blow each other up with Yen Xian and the others, so they couldn't leave people out in the cold. No matter what, the face has to pass. Seeing Wu Yi appear at the banquet again, Hyunching immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother Wu, I didn't expect your arms to recover so quickly. Unlike me, I can only move them a little. Saying that, he moved his left shoulder that had been chopped off by Wu Yi at that time, and it was obvious that it was still a bit unnatural. Faced with the perversity of Hyunching calling himself a brother and deliberately pulling the strings, Wu was also a bit curious. Isn't he Xiao trying to avenge your two cousins? It shouldn't be this kind of attitude, right? Unexpectedly, Hyunching smiled and shook his head, his expression full of indifference. Revenge is just a front. Even if you wanted to take revenge before then you wouldn't dare to do so now. After all, Brother Wu, you're the Qi Tian Wang of Longhua who is under one person and above 10,000 people. Looking at his demeanor, it seemed as if the deaths of Su Yangfeng and Su Yangshua were no different in his eyes than the deaths of two wild dogs on the side of the road. Wu Yi raised his eyebrows. He felt that Hyunching was a bit interesting and asked with interest, what does that mean? Quick slick up. Hyunching threw out the folding fan in his hand and let out a faint smile. I'm not afraid of Brother Wu's jokes, although the Su family is my maternal uncle's family, but at the very least in my heart is not considered to be my own people. Su Yangfeng and Su Yangshua dead or not, and how they died has nothing to do with Himao. There was a pause, and a hint of mockery at the society of interests on his face. Brother Wu should be well aware that all marriages between great families like ours are tied to interests, but the least secure thing in the world is a relationship bound by interest. If both sides are strong, then they are wearing the same pants, supporting and utilizing each other. But if one of them falls or dies, the so-called in-laws may be the first to abandon you. Looking at the situation before Longhua's eyes, the Su family is afraid that they won't be able to survive. Do you think our He family would go against Longhua for a Su family that's about to lose its value? Hyunching wasn't wrong either. If the Su family had messed with an ordinary family force, the He family would have definitely stepped in to help pull through. After all, there is a profit there and a piece of the pie when it's done. But the one who wants to kill the Su family is Empress Longhua. You're going up against a country. The He family would not jump into this fire pit for the sake of the Su family even if they were crazy, much less put their best foot forward to hitch the fate of their entire clan. Wu Yi was silent for a moment and nodded approvingly. What you're saying is selfish, but it's certainly reality. So, you're actually simply trying to put on a show by showing your face at the Yanlong martial arts meeting this time? Hyunching frowned, somewhat puzzled. Pretend? Pretend? Dare I ask Brother Wu, what is pretending? Wu Yi explained with a smile. There are actually several kinds of pussy. Low-level pussies are those who get emotional feedback such as praise and admiration from others by showing off and getting their vanity satisfied. And the higher kind of forcing, which is to find a justifiable reason for suggesting or inadvertently displaying one's talents, and which likewise serves the purpose of acquiring vanity, is usually called forced forcing. There is a higher level of special pussy. Never care about any other people's views. Just do what you want to do. The purpose of achieving the dashing away from the scene. Let other people shocked thousands of people do not have a seldom a thing. After hearing Wu Yi's explanation, Hyunching instantly closed his folding fan and slapped it on his palm in excitement. Wonderful. Wonderful. Pretentious is a wonderful word. You're right. Geniuses like us just like to go around pretending. In fact, Hyunching was very disdainful of Wu Yi at first, except for contempt and disdain. But after Wu Yi defeated him head-on, he began to look squarely at this dark horse that had risen out of nowhere. It was until Wu Yi killed Long Bo Yang first and then Long Yan that he was even more shocked. It was a complete blow to the heart to finally realize that there is no one outside of the human race. So now, he lowered his stance and took the initiative to come and befriend and make good relations with Wu Yi. After all, like this kind of demon-level amazing genius, but where there is no certainty of getting killed early, then there is only the option of making friends. In short, can't be an enemy. It had to be said that Hyunching was looking at the long term and was very smart. Wu also could guess what Hyunching had in mind and did not resist. After all, more friends, more roads. At this time, He Yunqing turned his head to look in the direction of Long Danyun and Hua Yuer between the banquet tables and said with a smile, "That's why Auntie Yun would let Yuer get so close to me. Because she's not worried that the Yi family will help the Su family to turn against Longhua, but instead, she'll disguise the relationship between Longhua and the Yi family's interests to bring them closer together." Wu Yi was a little curious when he saw He Yunqing's eyes showing a hint of sizzle. "That little girl Hua Yuer's hair hasn't even grown back yet. It's not enough to make you so enamored, is it?" To my surprise, He Yunqing shook his head with a serious face. "Who said I like Hua Yul? Takeshi? Nobody, you wait." Seeing Wu Yi's stunned eyes, He Yunqing smiled and nodded. "That's right, I actually like Auntie Yun. I just haven't dared to reveal my heart." Takeshi? He didn't expect He Yunqing to be in the same boat as him. As he spoke, He Yunqing once again turned his head to look at Long Mao Yun, his expression becoming more and more enamored. What's so good about a little girl? She's so young and ignorant that she needs to be coached. Only a mature and delicate young woman like Auntie Yun is truly the best. Wu Yi, you are so anticlimactic. But then he said something else. "But I've got my eye on the fifth princess as well. Let's play fair. Ha ha ha. Fair hair ah." When these 2 days busy finish a few hammers will be able to knock the dragon dance in active embrace to run to the bed. He Yunqing? But suddenly, a shriek cut through the air, dispersing the peacefulness on the surface of the banquet. "It's bad. The eighth prince was attacked and wounded." What? When these words came out, the faces of the people present instantly changed drastically, and they all stood up violently to look outside the palace, only to see two blood-covered dragon shadow guards, one on the left and one on the right, escorting the dragon birdseed seal as it flew through the air. As for the dragon seal, similarly pale and covered in blood, it looks like the injury is not light. A flash of imperceptible appreciation flashed across Wu Yi's eyes. "Looks like it's a done deal. Old Buster the auxiliary is just reassuring." At this moment, all the people were shocked in their hearts. What's going on here? Who dares to assassinate the eighth prince in the imperial city? Are you crazy? Quickly treat the eighth prince's injuries. As for De Yen and the others, their faces were grave. When Yen Zhong saw that there was no Yen Shi to come back along with the dragon seal, he felt bad in his heart. Immediately, he yelled with red eyes, "Where is my son? Tell the king where my son is." Long Yin, whose face was pale to the core, said weakly in a guilt-choked voice, "Prince Yen. This prince is ashamed of great Yen. Duke Yen was killed." Chapter 90, singing a double act with Long Zhanine to drive the Su family to their deaths. Duke Yen was killed. The words of the dragon seal caused Yen Zhong to instantly freeze in place as if he were a wooden chicken. What? But after a short silence, he erupted into a terrifying roar. "Dragon seal, why did my son die? He went out with you. Why didn't you bring him back? You gave me back my son." Seeing Yen Zhong's emotional rage almost getting out of control, Li Yen dodged in front of the dragon seal. Immediately after that, Wu Yi's heavy voice sounded steeply. "Prince Yen, can we first listen to the eighth prince tell us what happened?" He ignored Yen Zhong's almost man-eating gaze and looked directly at the dragon's bird seal with a grave expression. "Old eight, what's going on? Why was Duke Yen killed?" "See Takeshi." The dragon Yin immediately, as if outside the bullied home to see the parents of the little baby, directly rolled and crawled to the Wu Yi feet to hold his legs. "Master disciple almost couldn't see you anymore. Really scared me to death," said he. Wiped a handful of snot wiped on Wu Yi's pants leg before continuing. "I was thinking of doing my duty as a landlord and inviting Mr. Yen to have a good time at the Myriad Tones place. Besides, we both have numerous guards with high cultivation to protect us, and it's in the Imperial City, so surely nothing can go wrong." But who would have thought that just as Mr. Yen and I were happily picking 2 against 4, 3 assassins suddenly rushed into the Myriad Sound place. They had a very clear purpose and killed Yen Shi without saying a word. Those 3 killers are all at the Martial Emperor realm. They are ruthless and decisive, and they don't know what insidious tactics they used, resulting in the entire Myriad Tones workshop being completely imprisoned and weakened, and not having the slightest bit of combat power at all. Not only did they kill 2 of Yen Shi's Martial Emperor realm personal guards, they even killed the dozen or so dragon shadow guards who were protecting me. In the heat of the moment, I revealed my identity to protect Yen Shi, but I almost died. Wu Yi's gaze went cold and he immediately shouted angrily, "What a big dog dare to commit murder in the Imperial City? How dare you kill the guests of Great Yen? I will not spare those thieves. Where are the 3 Slayer men?" Long Ying mentally nodded at Wu Yi's acting skills and said with a sad expression, "I don't know. They killed Yen Shi and fled directly, with a clear purpose and swift action. Not more than a minute in total from the time they were sent to the time they left, and again masked in black. Did not leave any clues. Even if I want to order people to chase and intercept blockade of the Imperial City are too late." Suddenly, Wu Yi shouted, "Commander Li Yan." Li Yan arched his hand at once. "Amazingly is in. Although Wu Yi was only the commander of the Dragon Shadow Guards, and was lower in rank than him, the commander-in-chief, but can't help Wu Yi is also a royal order in the body has the right to first kill the Qi Tian Wang Ah. Even Li Yan had to listen to him now. This king orders you to take the Dragon Shadow Guards and immediately blockade the imperial city. Not a fly can be let out. Conduct a carpet search. Arrest all suspicious characters. Rather than killing 1,000 by mistake, never let one go. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find those 3 killers for the king. Yes. Li Yan immediately led the way. Immediately after that, Wu Yi looked at Yan Zhong with an apologetic face and said in a deep voice, Prince Yan, the incident was too sudden for anyone to anticipate. Please accept my condolences. Don't worry. I, Long Hua, will definitely find the real culprit and give Great Yan an explanation even if I have to kill 100,000,000,000 of his people. But suddenly, the red-eyed Yan Zhong grinned an airy and terrifying smile. An explanation? What an account. I, Yan Zhong, have a son in my old age, and I only have one son like Sure. What are you going to explain to this king? What account will you give to get my son's life back? Suddenly, Yan Zhong's terrifying aura of the first level of martial emperor suddenly erupted as he hissed with murderous intent in his eyes. Wu Yi, you tell me? How are you going to give this king an explanation? I'll kill the dragon's bane seal now, and then I'll give you Long Hua an explanation. What do you think? Wu Yi's face sank as he carried his hands behind his back to protect in front of the dragon's bird seal. Prince Yan, you're going too far, aren't you? Your son is not the 8th prince killed. More even he also in the critical moment to give up his life to save almost buried life. But you indiscriminately want to kill him? Today this king is here. If you dare to touch him, try. Because of the death of Yan Sure, the 2 countries instantly to the situation of the sword. There are signs of a word on the start of the fight. Just when the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating, Yan Xian's voice rang out abruptly. Imperial uncle, calm down. I believe that Longhua would be even more reluctant to see anything happen to Yan Sure, as it would directly provoke a dispute between the 2 countries. The priority now is to find the real culprit. To know who killed Yan Sure. Right at this moment, the dragon seal saw that the time had come, and his weak voice steeply sounded. That depends on whose family Prince Yan or Yan Sure has a grudge against my Longhua. When these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in the hearts of the crowd. In fact, many people in the room guessed it, but didn't dare to say it first. As for Yan Zhong, he was too grief-stricken and angry to think about it yet. Snapping out of it, he hissed through clenched teeth. The Su family. It must be the Su family. It must have been the Su family that killed my son in order to avenge Su Yangfeng. Suddenly, Yan Zhong's eyes stared deathly at Wu Yi and said loudly, I want to see the Empress. Wu Yi said in a faint voice, my Empress has consumed too much in order to heal my king's wounds, and is now in seclusion to recuperate. The king can now take full responsibility for all matters of state. Yan Zhong took a deep breath. Good. Then I will now kill everyone in the Su family to accompany my son. And I also ask the Qi Heavenly King to send troops to surround the Su family. The main reason was that Dian had not brought many people with him this time, but if he had enough troops, he would have already gone straight to bloodwash the Su family, and would not have solicited Wu Yi's help at all. Beautiful. Wu Yi heatedly smiled in his heart. He was waiting for these words. But it's not enough, because he wanted to completely clear the air and let Yan Zhong and the Su family bite the dog. I believe that Yan Xian thinks the same way. Prince Yan, there's no proof now, so don't spit blood, Yan Zhong said angrily. It's so obvious. What proof is needed for this? If you, Empress Long Hua, don't care about this matter, then don't blame my great Yan army for pressing in. Finally, Yan Xian couldn't help but advise as well. The voice was flat, but it was filled with an undeniable flavor. That's too much to say, Imperial Uncle. This crown prince will not tolerate anyone destroying the stable relationship between my Dian and Longhua. Are you not stirring up a dispute between the 2 countries with this statement? Perhaps it is playing right into the hands of the person behind the scenes directing the murder? Yes, Yan Xian actually didn't want to fight. His main goal was the dragon vein, as well as the merit hammer and nirvana sacred bow on Wu Yi's body. Nothing else mattered. Not to mention the death of Yan Sure. He wouldn't let the 2 countries go to war today even if Yan Zhong died. Even if you want to fight, you will do so only after you are fully sure of getting what you want. After a pause, Yan Xian looked at Wu Yi with his hands behind his back. Heavenly King Qi, although none of us have any evidence, the person who committed the murder has completely pointed to the Su family. How do you think this matter should be resolved? At those words, Wu Yi pretended to frown in contemplation. After a long silence, he suddenly blurted out, Prince De Yen, how about this? This matter is being investigated by both of us at the same time. If it's really the Su family's personal revenge, then it proves that it has nothing to do with me. Long Hua, when the time comes, the Su family, This chaotic traitor who has messed up the relationship between the two countries. I, manhwa, will leave it to your great Yen to dispose of it at will, so that Prince Yen Zhong can personally take action to vent his hatred. What do you think? When these words came out, the civil and military officials were all scared to death. The Su family, it's going to be completely over. That's the powerful Prime Minister Su. That's the king of Pingxi with a heavy hand. Once these two fell, it would be a direct shock to the nation, leaving LW with a great deal of vitality. But at the same time, a crazy idea that terrified them to the extreme grew steeply in their hearts. It's possible that this is the setup that the Empress and Wooey set up for the Su family. A certain death. But none of them dared to say anything. After all, because of Wooey's sudden rise to prominence and the fact that the Empress favored her, now that Longhua's winds had completely blown the Ding King's mansion, the people could only pretend to be confused even if they guessed it. Yen Xian also frowned and was silent for a moment, then nodded and directly clapped for Yen Zhong. Yes, please ask the Heavenly King of Qi to report to you, Empress Longhua, that if it is really the Su family's doing, then when the time comes, this prince will surely wash the Su family in blood. Let the Su family, no dogs or chickens left behind. Late at night, the King Ding's residence. After a busy day, Master Wu finally went home from work. Yuja's boudoir. Jiro, you, what's with all this? Chapter 91, hot like fire, soft like water, restless dragon dance Yun. Jiro, why are you so much? Wu Yi, who was full of fatigue, said breathlessly, sister-in-law, don't be such it's easy to violate the law. Yuja gave a flirty shy smile and stared at the table full of space ring spirit stones, her cheeks reddening with excitement and her eyes glowing. Counting the bribes paid to you by the officials today, the bets won, and your previous extortion of the 8th prince and the killing of people and goods, etc. It adds up to more than $235 million. That's a lot of money. I can't even fit it in this ring, because the Wu family is full of loyalty and honesty, and the weekday expenses are very large. So even if she took care of the internal affairs for 5 whole years, she had never seen so much money at once, sometimes even a little stretched, and now she was finally considered a little rich. Yuja counted the treasures as if she were a fortune hunter. In addition to the spirit stone, there are a variety of martial arts spirit weapon technique potion a number of. This resale is a huge sum of money, can be said to be a wave of wealth. Who would have thought that at this moment? Wooey suddenly pulled Yuja's soft and boneless delicate body into his arms. The counting of the money will be done tomorrow, for there are more important things to do now. Oops. Yuja wooed, feeling Wooey's hot gaze, her heart pounding like a deer, and she shyly lowered her head. Jiro, what are you doing? But this time, she didn't resist in the slightest, her delicate soft body sinking into Wooey's arms. It was an extraordinarily reassuring feeling to let those large, warm hands trace her waist and listen to that powerful heartbeat. Wooey lowered his head and took a deep breath between Yuja's long hair, and his body was filled with fatigue that was suddenly swept away. Smelling the wisps of fragrance that drilled into his nose, he instantly came to feel it. Shame, you smell good. Yuja's soft and moving cheeks carried a hint of blush as she murmured in a low voice. I'm your consort now, your wife in name only. Yikes. But Wooey fiercely picked up Yuja in a horizontal hug and walked towards the big bed. Yuja immediately let out a cry, her eyes filled with shy joy. You, badass. Between nodding her head and lowering her eyes, she buried her cheeks, which were already so shy that they were red, into Wooey's chest, and her entire body went completely limp. At the same time, there was a small hint of joy and satisfaction in her heart, the jealousy of a daughter's family. Wooey was the first to eat her instead of Liin. He. Well, but suddenly, just as Yuja was brainstorming about what was about to happen, who would have expected Wooey to suddenly lower his head and kiss her soft thin lips? At this instant, Yuja could no longer restrain her inner emotions, and all the shyness in her heart was completely shattered. The sandalwood mouth is slightly open, inviting you to taste it, and she took the initiative to extend her arms around Wooey's neck, as if it was a hot flame, closing her eyes and responding emotionally. It was raw, but tender. It seemed to want to completely rub itself and melt into him. In fact, Yuja herself was a bit puzzled. It seemed like ever since the first day when she was hammered by Wooey, she realized that her feelings for Wooey were suddenly elevated to an unimaginable level. It's been just a few days now, and it's already completely deep and lovey-dovey. But suddenly, Yuja slightly pushed Wooey away for a point. Her eyes were misty and shy as she said, "Wait, what's wrong?" Yuja did not respond, but only threw a clean white pad casually, covering her late husband Wu Yun's spirit seed on the incense case in her room. Yuja looked towards Wooey with shyness and murmured in a low voice, "Can't let Oro see it. Now that's good. Speak up, Jiro." Want me? The usual Yuja was virtuous and gentle, but at the moment she was shy and timid. But she was like a siren that seduced people's hearts and souls without realizing it. The murmur was like the deadliest aphrodisiac in the world. How could Wooey stand it? The whole person seemed to be burned by flames, dry and hot. At the same time he suddenly realized a problem. Yuja had always called his older brother Dairang and called him Erlang. But the TM question is, their last name is Wu. He's finally found the reason for his big brother's untimely death. Golden Lotus, look at the gun. Who is the Golden Lotus? Leave it. Stack a buff. Well, you. Be gentle. I'm a little scared. P.S. The car and the ladder chapters to open. By then we'll give you tips. Because written in a piece but the review. Get it wrong book no. By then guys can jump back to combine this chapter to see the complete. Let you taste the real car and the fine chaff. The Imperial Palace. Fifth sister. Why do you have such a great body? How can you be so big? Because the sisters hadn't seen each other for a long time. Long Jioli pestered Long Maoyun to stay together tonight. Looking at Long Jioli, who was shrinking in her arms and arching restlessly, Long Maoyun's eyes were full of doting. She was 18 years older than Long Jioli, although she was a close sister. But in her eyes the other party was similar to her daughter. And you're talking about me? You're this size at a young age and you don't know how you grew? If we were to let Wooey evaluate it, the three sisters' bodies were one more invincible than the other. Dragon Dance Yun bias mature plump a little bit. Long Chiyue fat and thin between the golden ratio of perfection. Long Jioli belongs to the kind of child face. After a pause, Long Maoyun couldn't help but ask. Yuri, fifth sister is curious about something. Long Jioli's entire body was curled up in Long Maoyun's arms, feeling the warmth, as if she wanted to seek a trace of the mother's love that she had longed for since she was a child. Fifth sister, you say, well, are you really willing to waste your cultivation in order to cooperate with Wu Yi to kill Su Yongfeng? Isn't this price a bit too big? Long Maoyun only knows that Su Yongfeng was killed by Wui's gang, but he doesn't know anything else. Who expected Long Jioli to smile indifferently with a cheeky smile? It costs nothing. It just hurts. After an instant of silence, Long Jioli slightly opened her eyes. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a flash of refined light. Immediately after that, she tilted her head to look at Long Maoyun, who had a shocked expression on her face, and asked rhetorically, Fifth sister, you're not leaving this time when you come back, are you? Long Maoyun laughed lightly. I'm not leaving. From now on, fifth sister will stay home with you. Although she said it easily, the bitterness and unwillingness in her heart could be heard by anyone. Definitely not willing. She had given so many years to the Flower family. Not only did she keep the clan in order, but she even made the business bigger and bigger than ever before. Now but almost suffered from the flower song ding that harmed the wolf fled back in a mess. How can you be willing to do that? She just hated herself for not having the strength to avenge herself. If she had the strength she would definitely want to kill back and take back everything that belonged to her. Long Jioli heard the unwillingness in Long Maoyun's words, and after careful consideration decided to tell the truth. Fifth sister, aren't you curious as to why I dared to waste my own dantian? I can tell you the truth, but you have to swear not to tell anyone else. Seeing that Long Jioli looked serious, Long Maoyun immediately swore. Then Long Jioli said, in fact, the biggest reason I dared to scrap my own dantian is that Wu is also. Long Maoyun frowned slightly. Takishi? Well, because he can repair my dantian in a very short time. More even. Speaking here, Long Jioli stared tightly at Long Maoyun's eyes, observing the subtle changes in the other party's complexion. What's more, he can quickly improve my cultivation as well as my roots. What? Boom, of a drum. Long Jioli's words caused Long Maoyun to instantly whiten her eyes. Her heart filled with shock. But soon, her heart was instantly restless again. It was an extreme and desire for strength. Are you telling the truth? Chapter 92, Seohyun's bottom card. Yuja's favor is full jade spirit sacred body. Are you telling the truth? Long Jioli answered with a serious expression. Fifth sister, I couldn't lie to anyone but you. 2 days ago I was only at the 7th level of martial cultivation, and Wooey raised me to the 2nd level of martial zone in just half a day. There's also old 8. You also know that he's actually a spirit grade extreme root bone, a true martial arts genius, but now he's been elevated to perfection by Wooey. In addition to the two of us there's also sister Lian. Lian was only at the 4th level of martial king just a few days ago, and in just a few days she's been promoted to the martial emperor that countless people can only dream of. So fifth sister, Wooey is the reason I dare to waste my own dantian. After hearing Long Jioli's words, Long Maoyun's heart was completely agitated. There was even an urge to immediately go to Wooey. After all, she craved strength so much. I wanted to before, but I want to even more now. Looking at Long Maoyun whose gaze was stagnant and out of focus, Long Jioli seemed to be somewhat curious and deliberately asked, Fifth sister, what's wrong with you? Long Mao Yun returned to her senses and hurriedly laughed. No. It's okay. Long Jioli was silent, once again burying her head in the other's arms. Just the corners of his mouth curled up slightly in an intriguing smile, and he said in his heart, "Fifth sister. For the sake of my own sister. I've told you the shortcut. As for how to grasp it, that's up to you." But at the same time there was a bit of a dangerous feeling inside. Her fifth sister is so mature, delicate and charming. A man's heart is moved. Not to mention that sex maniac Wu Yi. That's not good enough to make a sister a sister. The Su family. A suffocating haze hung over the Su family. The entire prime minister's residence was plunged into a deathly silence. Not to mention the maids and guards. Even the rats hiding in the holes didn't dare to make a single sound for fear of being pinched to death by the furious Seo Hyun and Seo Kyunghwa. Suddenly, Su Jinghwa stood up with red eyes and hissed in a low voice. "Father, I want to avenge Fonger Shuar. I want to kill that bastard Wu Yi. I'm going to do it tonight. And I'm going to make everyone in King Ding's house bury my two sons." Looking at Seo Kyunghwa, who had lost control of his emotions, Seo Hyun took a deep breath and forced him to press down on the chair. "Now that Wu Yuan is sitting in the Ding King's residence, what will you take revenge with?" Wu Yuan was able to fight the dragon family's oldest five, Long Tian Chang, and was at least in the 6th or 7th level of the martial emperor's cultivation. Even if we put our best foot forward, it wouldn't be enough for Wu Yuan to kill alone. Going to take revenge now would undoubtedly be a death sentence. After a pause, Seo Hyun sighed heavily. The primary issue now is not revenge, but how to escape this crisis. Humph, Wu Yi and the Empress are really good tactics. They even killed Yan Shi to frame us at this juncture. This is to use Great Yan's hand to bring death to our Su family. Originally, their Su family's plan was to get Wu Yi and Yan Xin killed at the Yanlong martial arts meeting. Let Dian fight directly on Longhua, and their Su family and the king of Anong join hands to rebel and overthrow Long Chiyue. But now because of Wu Yi's sudden rise, the winds have reversed. Not only was Long Yin killed, but their Su family became the backstabbers instead? Air Mother coin of the day. After a moment of silence, Seo Hyun said in a deep voice, "We must not act rashly now. Deploy all of our men outside and return quickly. Continue to contact the Xian Mufang and Mu Yui family for support, and let them make any conditions they want. Also, Dan Chang has come out of the gate but doesn't know where he's going. Contact the cloth sect again as soon as possible." Whether or not the Su family will be able to carry through this calamity of extinction this time, I'm afraid that we can only rely on Dan Chang. Su Jinghua forced down the anger and killing intent in his heart and could only nod heavily. "Father, I understand. We'll get through this before we take revenge." After Seo Kyunghwa left, Seo Hyun flipped her hand with a cold look on her face. A blood-red flag that emitted a slight aura of death appeared in his palm. "Long Chiyue, if you really want to drive my Su family to extinction this time, then don't blame me for dragging the entire imperial city's 10 million people with me." The flag, which he acquired by chance a few years ago, it was also his biggest card at the moment. At first, he didn't know the wonderful use of the flag because there was a layer of prohibition on it. But when he spent several years cracking the prohibition, he was astonished, because in this flag, there are many sealed corpses, not a dead corpse, but a living corpse that has been refined by an evil secret method, or it can be called a poison corpse. Hundreds of poisonous corpses, with the lowest strength comparable to that of a martial sect, and an equal number of martial kings. There were even a dozen or so of martial emperors. Who dares to rebel without a good card? Ridiculous. I, Seo Hyun, am not one to be messed with. On this night, it wasn't just the imperial city. Even the whole of Longhua was surging with dark currents, and a dull and depressing atmosphere spread out invisibly. The residences of the various big family powers were constantly filled with scouts coming in and out so quickly that their legs were almost broken. All sorts of news confidences were circulating fast. There were also many family forces that had already summoned the men and horses outside to return quickly just in case. As for Seo Hyun and those former henchmen of King Anong, they were on edge, fearing that their heads would suddenly fall to the ground. But for all that, Wu Yi was too lazy to care, because tonight he's just all about the stomach. The phases slammed into him and he couldn't help himself. Early the next morning, Master Wu, who had been busy all night, was finally satisfied. Looking at Yuja, who was already soft and powerless and about to pass out while lying in his arms, he couldn't help but smack his lips. The Empress didn't say that the Holy Dragon Imperial Extreme Technique had this kind of effect either? At first he didn't know. At that time, Long Chiyue had only said that the Holy Dragon Imperial Extreme could enhance the physical body and recovery ability, but he didn't expect that the Holy Dragon Imperial Pull would run automatically just as soon as he started last night. Good lord! That feeling of his blood pumping through his body on the verge of bursting into flames was a little scary even for him. That's poor Yuja. For the first time in her life, she was faced with an endless storm of fury, and her whole body nearly fell apart. At that moment, Yuja woke up and let out what seemed to be a somewhat painful wail, cursing breathlessly. What an asshole! I told you to be gentle. You want to toss me to death? Takeshi hammed and hawed. Who made you so charming? But just at this moment, the system's voice rang out abruptly. Ding, congratulations to the host. 01 Jinbao Baoyuja favorability has reached 100 full value, representing absolute loyalty never betrayal, and the favorability will not be reduced thereafter. Ding, congratulations to the host. 01 Pregnant Treasure Yuja has opened the Jade Spirit Immortal G icon, obtaining the corresponding Jade Spirit Sacred Body, and raising the sacred power conceived for the host to 100 channels per day. Wooey was first stunned for a moment, then his heart was ecstatic. This was a surprise. He hadn't even thought about it before. Jiro me. This is. Suddenly, a flash of eye-catching golden light rushed out from within Yuja's body. An unparalleled divine pressure suddenly erupted, forming a golden ripple visible to the naked eye, instantly spreading with the momentum of thousands of miles in an instant. Wherever the golden ripples passed, everything in the world seemed to have been sublimated and baptized. Everything is revived, and the dead would springs to life. All of them felt refreshed and clear-eyed, as if they had become several years younger in this instant. Even some martial artists who had been stuck in a certain realm for a long time and were unable to break through suddenly came to their senses in that instant and took that step without any hindrance. Just like Li Yan, who had been stuck at the 4th level of Martial Emperor for 3 whole years. Inside the Ding King's mansion, Wu Yuan, who was meditating and cultivating, felt the shocking holy might and instantly opened his eyes. What's going on here? It wasn't just Wu Yuan who was shocked. Even almost all of the experts above the Martial King realm and the entire Longhua Empire were the first to look in the direction of King Ding's mansion, their hearts filled with horror. On the other hand, Long Chiyue inside the palace was secretly shocked. You really do have a bigger card. I'll have to keep digging. But what no one knows is this. At this point at the boundary of the inner domain, a red-skirted girl with bare jade feet quietly hovered over the boundless sea. Suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something, fiercely looked in Longhua's direction, her eyes full of uncontrollable excitement. Holy power? It really is a saint's bone. It's not a waste of time for my father to come all this way. A corpse demon refined from the bones of a saint is much stronger than those scraps. There was a pause. She stretched out her small pink tongue and licked her scarlet thin lips, and her pupils that blossomed like a delicate flower flashed with a trace of demonic red aura. Sage bones, here I come. Cluck cluck cluck. Quick slick up. As she took one step, her figure unexpectedly disappeared into thin air, as if she had never appeared. Only her demonic, bone-chilling voice was left to echo across the sky. Chapter 93, Your Majesty, I am not bound by sin. The Golden Palace. Today, Xiao Hyun and Xiao Qianhua did not attend the court. The Empress sat on the dragon chair. Her phoenix eyes swept over the civil and military officials, and finally landed her gaze on Yen Xian. Crown Prince Dian, I am aware of what happened yesterday. I apologize for Yen Shi's murder. Yen Zhong, who was caught up in the pain of losing his son, was about to lash out, but was stopped by Yen Xian's eyes. Then Long Chiyue looked at Wu Yi, who was wandering in the sky. Heavenly King Qi, the murder of Yen Shi is under your full authority. Can you find out the truth? Wu Yi, who was reminiscing about Yuja's watery moistness, immediately returned to his senses and arched his hand. Your Majesty, I am honored. I have found out the truth. After many investigations, day and night, the murderer behind the scenes who sent someone to kill Prince Yen Zhong's son is none other than the Su family. When these words came out, the civil and military officials all changed their colors. But that's something they expected yesterday. Then Wu Yi continued. One of those 3 assassins yesterday was Prime Minister Su's cousin Su Shun, and the other 2 were the Su family's envoys, all of them at the 2nd level of Martial Emperor cultivation. After they killed Yen Shi, they first fled the imperial city in an unknown direction, presumably to avoid the wind. But fortunately, I ordered Commander Li Yan to blockade the imperial city in time yesterday and search the entire city. Yesterday night, Su Shun secretly returned in disguise, but was caught on the spot by Commander Li Yan, who had long been waiting for him. After some friendly persuasion, Su Shun finally confessed. Then Wu Yi shouted towards the outside of the hall. Bring the murderer into the hall. Soon a prisoner, beaten beyond recognition and covered in blood, was brought up. Cultivation was wasted. His whole body was broken. His teeth were all knocked out, and by the looks of it he only had one more breath than a living person. Crowd. What a friendly persuasion. Persuade your mother? You're clearly being tortured. Air Mother coin of the day. This is one of the murderers. Su Shin. My lords, do any of you recognize this man? Why don't you come forward and recognize him? The civil and military officials all looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. Are you kidding me? Who dares to go up and identify them? Isn't this a clear confrontation with Wu Yi? Even if it was a dog, but as long as Wu Yi says it's a murderer, it's a murderer. False is also true. Lord Zhao, other than Lin Bi, you are the closest to Prime Minister Su on weekdays, so you must know Su Xin. Will you identify him? Seeing Wu Yi point him, the Ministry of Justice Xiao Yu immediately scared and waved his hand. Not even look at the face of certainty. No, 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 the Qi Heavenly King is joking. This is Su Xin. How do I need to recognize him? At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Damn you. Who would recognize this guy after you beat him up like this? Now you're the boss. You say yes. In fact, what Zhao Yu didn't know was, this person is really Su Xin. Speaking of which, Su Xin also had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes. He had been out searching for Su Danqing some time ago, because the Su family was about to make a big move, and it would definitely be a big help if Su Danqing came back, but he searched in vain, and received the news that Su Yangshua and Su Yangfeng had been killed, and knew that the incident had happened, so he was anxious and could only return on his own first. But what Su Xin didn't expect was, damn it, he was caught by Li Yan last night just after arriving at the Imperial City. Without saying a word, he was punched so hard that he was just dumbfounded without even knowing what caused it. Immediately after that, a murderer's was forced on him. This was because his tongue had been cut off and he couldn't speak. Otherwise he would have been furious and would have pointed at Wu Yi's nose and sprayed it furiously for 10 blocks. At this time, Zhao Yu arched his hand at the Empress and said with great righteousness, Your Majesty, Prime Minister Su sent someone to kill Yanshi. It is a serious damage to the stability of the relationship between the two countries, and should be executed with 9 clans. I have always been cynical, and I will not tolerate this kind of chaos. I implore your majesty to put the guilty minister to death immediately and without mercy, said he violently kneeled on both knees and kowtowed loudly. Your majesty, I am not bound by sin. 100 officials, Air Mother Coin of the Day. You're the only one who can say a nice thing, aren't you? You used to be the best licker except for Lim. Now you're the first one to stab Xiaohyun when you see that the momentum is not right, aren't you? Good. Then I'll stab it too. In the next second, the 100 officials fell down on their knees and shouted, I implore your majesty to send down a decree to execute the guilty minister Su Xian, along with all 9 of his clans. X many. Long Qiyu snorted lightly and said in her heart, I'll count on you to know what's good for you. She then stood up and exclaimed, I will not condone such sinful ministers who have plagued the Longhua, now that the cause of the incident has been identified. In accordance with what the King of Heavenly Kings promised the great Yen yesterday, if it is really the work of the Su family will be handed over to Prince Yen Zhong for disposal at his sole discretion. But after all, the incident happened in my Longhua. I shall order Qi Tianwang to fully assist. Retreat. Yes, it's assisting. After all, she and Wu Yi had to leave their main focus on something else. Full-scale operations are to begin today. Long Qiyu glanced at Wu Yi, leaving a look of you make up your own mind before leaving straight away. Bang. Long Qiyu had just left with her front foot. Yen Zhong couldn't hold back any longer and directly blasted Su Xin into a bloody mist with a palm. He then looked at Wu Yi with crimson eyes. Qi Tianwang, now that the evidence is clear, can we do it? Takeshi also smiled apologetically with his hands behind his back. There's no hurry. Prince Yen doesn't know. Recently, my Longhua has also had an eventful year, with the Jinyu Kingdom's army pressing in, resulting in a serious shortage of troops. And you should also know, Su Xian these years the power of the dynasty and the strong disciples of the secret hand all over my Longhua, plus Su Jinghua is the Pingxi king hand in hand. This military power for a moment is not good under, but once this starts, the Su family is bound to fight back to the death. And for me, Longhua will definitely have to suffer a great loss of energy. Yen Zhong frowned and drank coldly. What does the heavenly king of Qi mean by this? Could it be that you don't want to take care of this? Takeshi waved his hand. No, Prince Yen is mistaken. What the king means is, to rely on us alone to directly take down the Su family is afraid that it will take a lot of effort. And if we might make a mistake and let Su Xian and a few other masterminds escape, then it will be more than worth it, right? However, if Prince Yen can deploy troops from Great Yen to come and clear some of the trouble with a thunderous force, I'm afraid it will be much easier and more stable at that time. As he spoke, Wu Yi took out a jade slip and handed it to Yen Zhong. In here are Su Xian as well as some of the important figures under Su Jinghua's door, all over Longhua, names, identity backgrounds, cultivation levels, and the relationships of the main characters are all clearly exemplified. As long as we clean them up, wouldn't it be easy for both of us to join forces to capture the turtle in a jar and take down the Su family? Don't worry, before Prince Yen finishes cleaning up these party members, this king can guarantee that not even a single dog of the Su family will be able to leave the imperial city. Wait for Prince Yen to personally kill his enemy when the time comes. For the sun. Vengeance. After hearing Wu Yi's words, Yan Zhong directly agreed without even thinking. Good. This king will mobilize his troops and kill everyone related to the Su family. He knew that this was tantamount to being taken advantage of by the Empress and Wu Yi. But he didn't matter. He had a son in his old age, and he had only one son who was spoiled to heaven, so he was willing to be used even if he was used. Not to mention, it was Long Hua's people who were killed, not his great Yan's. Noon. Thousands of dragon shadow guards wearing armor and holding lances surrounded the Anong King's mansion under the leadership of Wu Yi and Li Yan. Flying in the sky and running on the ground, a huge swath. The power was horrifying and the killing aura shook the sky. Wu Yi stood in the air with his hands behind his back, and his flat voice spread throughout the entire Anton King's mansion. The guilty minister Long Yan intended to plot a rebellion. Yesterday this king has beheaded Long Yan in public. I am hereby ordered by the emperor to raid the house and kill the thieves. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who resist will not be spared. Where is Li Yan? Li Yan immediately arched his hand and exclaimed, If you don't surrender, don't spare a single dog. Yes. Chapter 94, Leveling the Anton King's Mansion. The Demoness has really come. The Empress has long been deployed, and today is the beginning of a full-scale campaign to eliminate thieves and pacify civil unrest. Yesterday not only the imperial city has been fully martial law blockade, even the Su family and the Yanong royal family and some other people who want to kill have long been watched. Between yesterday and now, there are hundreds of them just caught ready to escape. The imperial city was now a huge cage from which no one could escape. Damn it all to hell. Crunch. But right at this moment, the originally closed door of the royal residence suddenly opened. Walked out of a dressed-up flamboyant and bony charming young woman. Wu Yi's eyes immediately lit up. Hiss. This will do. Only to see the young woman with tear-stained face I see the pour to the ground and inadvertently raised the hem of the skirt to reveal a section of white tender thighs. Softly sobbing. My slave, Zhao Yusheng, is Long Yan's concubine, plead guilty to the crime. I still ask the Heavenly King of Qi to be lenient and spare my slave's life. In fact, I don't know anything about what Long Yan has done. Please ask the Heavenly King of Qi to be clear about it. Zhao Yusheng said and also bit her lip to discharge a hint to Wu also. The obvious thing is, if you let me go, I'm yours. When Li Yin saw that Zhao Yusheng had actually discharged electricity to Wu Yi in front of her, her eyes instantly revealed a murderous intent. The ice jade bow instantly appeared in his hand, and he almost couldn't hold back an arrow to shoot this to death. Wu Yi smiled faintly. As long as one confesses to the crime, the king is not. But when he read Zhao Yusheng's message, he suddenly blurted out with a scowl. Bold criminal woman. How dare you use demonic magic to confuse the king in front of everyone? You deserve to die for plotting rebellion with Long Yan. Yin. Kill this one for not eating cilantro. He had thought to see if he could be in a position to pick up a pregnant baby? Who knew that Zhao Yusheng's rating was only 92? The most outrageous thing is that the number of high fives is as high as 38. And I don't know how Long Yan can get down to the mouth amount. Hanging. What's the point of keeping a girl like that? Kill. Zhao Yusheng? No. Where did I use demonic magic? I still have this technique? How come I didn't know? She had thought of escaping with her beauty. After all, that's how she got to the top in the last few years. By being beautiful, time and time again. Moreover, she had heard that Wu Yi seemed to have some kind of special fetish, just like hitting on other people's pussy, thinking that it must be okay for her to be so pretty. But who knew that Wu Yi was colorful 1 second, and the next second he was directly going to kill her? That's a change of face faster than a dog. No, wait Qi Tian Wang. I'm willing to vote. Rustle of skirts. But before Zhao Yusheng could finish her words of surrender, an energy-condensed arrow instantly pierced through her brow. Wu Yi gave Li Yin a thumbs up. Good archery. I Fei. Li Yin glared at him fiercely and cursed silently. Get out. Obviously jealous and angry because Wu Yi had just stared at Zhao Yusheng with both eyes. Oh yeah. Now Li Yin had rejoined the Dragon Shadow Guards and was the vice commander. After all, her father is the commander-in-chief and her husband is the commander-in-chief. So it's not just a matter of putting her in? Who dares to pussyfoot around? 2 slaps on the wrist. We vow to follow King Anton to the death, rather than die. Paintbrush. But right at this moment, accompanied by a long whistle, hundreds of dead soldiers suddenly rushed out from within the mansion. The cultivation levels varied from martial to martial emperor. There were 3 martial emperors alone. Each face was hideous, and they went straight for the kill. And there were some women who were ready to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Li Yan snorted coldly and directly sought out the 3 martial emperors, picking them off one by one. He had broken through to the 5th level of martial emperor in the morning due to the holy rhythms escaping from Yuja's acquisition of a holy body, and he was just about to practice Anum, Buzz. At the same time, a formation joined by 10 martial king realm dragon shadow guards instantly activated. Only a thin layer of transparent boundary resembled a large bowl being inverted, enveloping the Anong King's mansion in it. Not only does it stop someone from escaping, but it also prevents the fallout from the battle from spreading and harming innocent lives. The remaining rebels, not one of them will be left behind. With a command from Wu Yi, thousands of dragon shadow guards instantly made their move. All of a sudden, martial arts feats were flying around, Yuan Qi was overflowing, and the sound of killing shook the sky. The large King Anton's mansion was instantly razed to the ground. One of the fastest killers is Li Yin. The arrows are swiftly articulated and dense, like a mobile turret. Moreover, she was at the martial emperor realm cultivation. Killing these dead soldiers with several arrows was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. In fact, all of the Anong royal family is very well resolved, because the real power that Long Yan has accumulated over the years is not here. Rather, Dongshan Yuan Long army. Battles come and go quickly. In just a few minutes, the entire Anton King's mansion was strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. The entire mansion was reduced to rubble under the bombardment of the battle's aftermath, and not even a single intact stone brick could be found. Many were killed and many surrendered, but the ones who surrendered were unimportant underlings. As for those who were truly core, even if they wanted to surrender, Wu Yi wouldn't agree. At this time, a female dragon shadow guard vice commander respectfully handed over a spatial ring to Wu Yi, Heavenly King of Qi. This is all the family wealth of the captured rebels, totaling more than 300 million spirit stones and a number of weapons and techniques and elixirs. Wu Yi took the spatial ring. Well done. I will personally hand over the loot to His Majesty for the treasury. What the? Straight out of my own pocket, ha ha ha. No wonder it is said that a horse cannot get fat without night grass, and a man cannot get rich without a fortune. This kills people. To rob directly is to come to the money fast. A batch of cool. Seeing the other party's gaze staring straight at him with a hint of heat, Wu Yi casually laughed. Is the king so charming? This chick does have a lot of guts, and she dares to seduce him in front of Li Yin? It did look pretty though. He read the message. The name is Zhou Rime, 28 years old, 92 points, Martial King 3rd level cultivation, still a fledgling. The most outrageous thing is that the good feeling is 75 straight away. Hearing Wu Yi's jab, Xiaoyan snapped back to her senses and hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to speak. Women are born to be strong, let alone in this world where martial arts is the norm. The scene yesterday when Wu Yi shot Long Yan with an arrow was still fresh in her mind. Yes, she was handsome by Wu Yi. At this moment of close contact, the heart cannot help but have some slight swing. Feeling the unkind gaze cast by Li Yin, Wu Yi tactically coughed, then waved his hand. Grab the next one. Ah no, catch the traitor. On this day, the entire imperial city was on edge. Under Wu Yi's leadership, blood flowed everywhere the dragon shadow guards passed. Anyone who was close to Long Yan visited one by one. No matter if they were ministers in the court or princes and nobles, the corpses could be piled up into mountains, and the strong smell of blood was pungent. This led to homes closing their doors and street stores shutting down for fear of being affected. On the other hand, Long Qiyue inside the palace gave dozens of orders one after another, and there were constantly dragon shadow guards leading the way. Wu Yi was in charge of clearing the imperial city while she laid out the entire Longhua. The two men, one inside and one outside, revitalized the dynasty with a thunderous force. So domineering. Night. Wu Yi directly dragged Li Yin alive to the Ding King's residence. What are you shy about? Where's that awesome power of forcibly kissing me in public at the Yanlong martial arts meeting? Come in with me. I'm gonna eat you today, no matter what. But who would have guessed that just at this moment, a Tai, demonic voice steeply resounded in the night sky. Cluck cluck cluck. Your Highness is so powerful today, Nuya wants to be eaten too, aha. But it's just this ordinary sounding sentence. However, it made Wu Yi and Li Yin's sweaty hairs instantly explode and their scalps tingle. Because the first half of that voice was still a long way off, but the second half of the sentence rang out behind them without warning, almost against both their ears. Very close. Very close. Chapter 95. Extremely terrifying. Super perverted heavy drought tongue marriage. The demonic voice that suddenly appeared behind them caused Wu Yi and Li Yin to instantly sweat and have their scalps go numb. It's even scarier. The two wanted to turn their heads to look, but found that it was like falling into an ice cellar all stiff, not even able to move. This was because there were strands of scarlet wind that emitted a rich aura of death surrounding the two of them, completely confining their bodies. In this instant, a shadow of death suddenly enveloped Wu Yi's heart. What man? The few guards outside of King Ding's mansion saw a woman who didn't look like a good thing suddenly appear, and immediately shouted out coldly that they were going to make a move. But as the demonic woman's eyes flashed with a demonic red aura, the several martial zone realm guards immediately lost their voices. Yes, dead. Takeshi? Me? Holy? What kind of class dares to yell at my father? The woman smiled cheekily, then stretched out her slender jade hand and slowly scratched across Wu Yi's cheek with her sharp fingernails. making a bloodstain. Then she put her finger in her mouth and sucked on it, both eyes glowing. And what delicious blood, I like it even more. Cluck cluck cluck. Wooey tried to speak, but he realized he couldn't even open his mouth. Although that woman did not emit any cultivation aura pressure, she gave people a kind of despair that could chill them to the point of losing all courage and hope in an invisible manner. Terror. This woman is truly terrifying. For the first time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness in one. Even the dragon family's grand elder at the Yanlong martial arts meeting hadn't made him feel this kind of pressure. Although the Long family's grand elder's cultivation was unfathomable, he had a few holy powers as a base card at that time, so he always had a little bit of confidence in his heart. But facing this demonic woman, even though he now had over 100 channels of holy power, he didn't even have the courage to fight. He really didn't know when he had provoked such a horrible guy. Let's go to and see my baby first. Clamor. Before the woman's words fell, Wui and Liin only felt a flash of light before their eyes. Surprisingly, he appeared in Yuja's room out of nowhere. Wui was even more shocked. What kind of tactic is this? Rip through space? Instantaneous movement? Shrinking the earth? Although the speed of a martial emperor realm powerhouse was already comparable to instantaneous movement, it was not yet up to true instantaneous movement. Could it be that this woman's cultivation was above that of a martial emperor? Martial emperor? Yuja, who was meditating and cultivating, was startled by the three people who suddenly appeared in the room. Jiro? Liin? You? Who are you? Yuja quickly realized something was wrong. But who would have thought that just as she wanted to make a move, her body was completely imprisoned by wisps of scarlet wind. The woman's bare crystal and jade feet stepped out of the void 3 inches off the ground. But the moment she landed, she suddenly appeared beside Yuja. Just like a wolf seeing meat, he was frantically groping around Yuja's body, pinching here and scratching there, and his excited tone of voice appeared to have the slightest tremor. It's really a holy body? Good. Good, wow. But soon she sounded alarmed again. Something's not right. You just have a sacred bone but no sacred vein or sacred soul. You're not a reincarnated reborn person? You obtained the holy bones from an outside source? Then she covered her mouth and giggled. But having a holy bone is pretty good. After refining it into a corpse demon, it's enough to sweep the outer realms 1 palace and 8 sects. The woman then gently rubbed Yuja's cheek with the back of her hand. What a woeful beauty. This beauty is threatening me. It's so annoying. Because of obtaining this sacred body, the already soft and beautiful Yuja was even more beautiful than before. It was as if he had undergone a thorough cleansing, completely removing the impurities in his body. The skin is tender and crystalline like jade, and the features are more refined. The most important thing is the metamorphosis of temperament. It was a transcendent holy charm, and the whole person seemed to be glowing and shining. The previous Yuja was a 96, but now it went straight to a 99. But right at this moment, the woman's demonic voice turned steeply and sharply, and was incomparably cold. Why are you so beautiful? You. True. Die. Anum. Bang. The next second, Yuja was slammed against the wall by the woman's slap. Wu Yi was instantly enraged. Drafting? He wanted to rush up, but he couldn't move, couldn't even curse. He forced himself to calm down and hurriedly checked up on the other party's information. The condition for the system to view the information is that it has to see the target to do so, and it can't be too far away. The woman wasn't in his line of sight at that meeting, so he couldn't even look at it. But what shocked him was that the system had dropped the ball at this critical moment. It's like a network anomaly where the data loads abnormally slow and even garbled. Name, asterisk and %UN hashtag. Year dollar asterisk and at hashtag UN asterisk and. Wooey was instantly confused. Can you do it, dog system? Ding, I'm sorry host. This target is too powerful. There's a mysterious force preventing the unity from probing. Waste. How dare you scold me for a wild woman? Good. I'll show you the real power of this system. Heaven does not give birth to my brother Tuzi, wearing the road for ages like a long night. Here, give it to me. Open up. Just as Wu Yi was cursing angrily, the information panel in front of him finally returned to normal. But it also comes with a bit of a bug. Name, Tong Ma, age, 18, unknown. What the hell? Unknown? Height, 172. Favorable opinion, 0. Cultivation, peak 9th level of martial emperor, unknown. Root and bone, uncertain. 0% probability of mortal. 13. 86% probability of spiritual. 21. 95% probability of divine. 64. 19% probability of sacred. Number of high fives, 0, this is very certain. Overall rating, 99. 99. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Devil Cult. Red High Priestess of the Heavenly Devil Cult. Unknown reborn of the unknown realm, great probability of not being a human being. Currently determined to be a drought demon. Special, pupil, sky demon pupil, eye of killing. Evaluation, to kill to prove the way. Force majeure. Extremely horrible. Super perverted. As you wish. Contempt for all things. Disregard for the law. No solution to cause and effect. An emotionless hand stained with countless blood like digging graves and refining corpses. Temperamental, super invincible, heavy, sickly. The destiny of this man is to kill and destroy. So if you can avoid it, don't mess with it. Holy, another serious sicko? Where do you get all these awesome sickos? There's a long Chi-Yue in front of her. Presumably a hidden model sickly girl. And this is an even more horrible sickly girl? Drought demon? Isn't the drought demon the originator of zombies? Takeshi had read mythology before. According to rumors, drought demon was originally the Yellow Emperor's daughter. Helped the Yellow Emperor defeated Chi-Yu. And then because of the divine power out of control triggered drought. And eventually turned into a drought demon. The drought demon, the queen, and the shogun are all considered zombie originators. Just as Wu Yi was wondering in his heart, he only saw the woman suddenly look back. A sweet smile that bloomed like a delicate flower blossomed on her absolutely beautiful face. You're probing me? Although Wu Yi was furious and wanted to kill this woman, he had to admit that this girl was indeed very beautiful. The waist-length silver-colored hair as well as the snow-white crystal skin formed a strong visual impact with the blood-red dress on her body. The delicate features were even more beyond words. The strands of red aura emanating from the scarlet pupils looked demonic and mysterious. Definitely the ceiling of ceilings. Tong maiden photo. Seeing Wu Yi's silence, Tong Mon's sickly petite attribute instantly activated, and his tone was cold and chilly. Why don't you answer me, Takeshi? Speak. Answer me. Are you probing my father? Where did you get the nerve, Takeshi? Bang. In the next second, Wu Yi was slapped across the face by Tong Mon. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're good looking, Takeshi? He cursed furiously in his mind. I can't talk. I can't speak. If you have the guts to let go of me and let's fight. But all of a sudden, Tong Mon seemed to realize the problem and tapped his head. The original cold and gloomy look in his eyes instantly disappeared, revealing an apologetic smile. Yikes. Forgot you couldn't talk. I'm sorry, I know I'm wrong. Forgive me, okay? As she spoke, the scarlet wind that had imprisoned Woya also disappeared out of thin air. After Wu Yi regained his mobility, he subconsciously clenched his fists. This is the first time I've so angry. Chapter 96, The Ninth Hammer, Empty Realm Banishment. This sickly girl is too perverted. Another master? This is the first time I've so angry. But when Wu also, after weighing the strength of the two sides, can only be a furious anger. Yuja had obtained a holy body that could breed 100 holy powers for him in a day. He now had a total of 106 holy powers available, with one strike from the fusion of 100 holy powers. Although there was a probability that he would be able to kill this psychosis, he himself might die in one go. There was also the fact that he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be killed by his opponent before he struck. The costs and risks are all too great to be cost-effective. Tong Lin, right? I don't remember messing with you, do I? Tong Lin's eyes lit up. How do you know my name, brother? Wu Yi frowned slightly. Never mind. I just want to know what you're up to. Who would have expected Tong Lin to give a cheeky grin? Don't ask. I won't say anything even if I ask. She then suddenly glanced at Li Yin, who was still confined. Aren't you going to eat her? Hurry up and eat it. I'm dying to see how you're going to eat it. I guess it'll be exciting, right? Wu Yi mused for a moment. You're going to watch me eat? Tong Lin nodded with a serious face. Aha. Are you going to eat? If you don't, I will, she said as she licked her red lips. This beauty should be delicious to eat, right? Looking at Tong Mon's face of excitement and eagerness to try, Wu Yi instantly laughed. You don't even have an oregano. Eat it if you dare. Really? Only to see the Tong marriage figure flashed. Instantly appeared in the Li Yin side, grabbed Li Yin's arm open-mouthed to be. Holy, Wu Yi was instantly startled and directly pulled Li Yin, whose body was stiff, into his arms. You eat like that? Tong Mon had a dumbfounded look on his face, blinking his big blood-red Kazran eyes. Don't you mean eating? Not like this? Wu Yi froze for a long time before two words finally popped out of his mouth. Asterisk. He then took a deep breath and looked serious. Big sister, if you have a purpose, just say it. I'll give you whatever you want. Even if you're lusting after my beauty, then I'll never say anything. I can give it to you right now. Yuja? Lillian? I'm embarrassed to point you out. You're still thinking about that kind of at this hour? Tong Mon smiled cheekily and pointed at Yuja with one hand. I want her. Wu Yi frowned slightly. Reason? Tong Man's eyes were filled with the slightest bit of perverted excitement, and his voice couldn't help but be shrill with excitement. I'm going to refine her into a corpse demon. Do you know that the higher the root bone level, the more powerful the corpse demon will be refined? A corpse demon refined from a saint's bone is enough to sweep across the entire Yuan Wu continent. Then she seemed to think of something. and her eyes suddenly revealed her killing intent. A strand of scarlet silk appeared out of nowhere and violently strangled Wui's neck, only for blood to spill out in an instant. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to ask my honor for a reason? I have to say that Tong Ma is really sick in a big way. 1 second she was a smiling sweet girl, but in the blink of an eye she was a murderous demoness. Seeing that the blood-colored threads were getting tighter and tighter, Wui's head was about to be cut off. Clank. Merit +1. Ah hiss. Tong Man was caught off guard by the hammering, and suddenly his scalp went numb, almost rising in place. But who would have thought that she would suddenly look at the merit hammer in Wui's hand with an excited expression and lick the corners of her mouth? This feels so good, I want more. Takeshi? No. What the are you? It was the first time he'd seen someone feel good about being hammered with a merit hammer. Whatever. Hammer it first. Because he's going to unseal the 9th hammer, Empty Realm Banishment, after the end of the Yanlong martial arts meeting yesterday until now. Although Wui has been busy killing people everywhere and leading troops to raid his home, but it never stopped earning merit points. He had already raised Li Yin's cultivation to the 4th level of Martial Emperor, saving a total of more than 28,000 merit points. Originally, he had wanted to consume 20,000 to unseal the 8th hammer, saving the dead, tonight. But now he changed his mind because only the 9th hammer could solve the current crisis. 9th hammer, Airborne Exile, randomly banishes the target to a random place in a random dimension at the cost of consuming a huge amount of mental energy. That is to say, where it can be transported to is not even known to him. It's possible to still be in the same world, but it's possible to never touch again in this lifetime. But that's the safest and most secure way. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yuja and Li Yin, he only saw Master Wu nearly smoking the merit hammer wheel without the slightest hesitation. The speed was so fast that it brought out a trail of residual shadows. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. But who would have thought that Tong Ma was getting more and more excited? His whole body was trembling slightly with excitement, and he seemed to be somewhat unable to be satisfied. Ah hiss. Also, is there anything harder? Slave likes it so much. Takeshi? What kind of a dead pervert is this? He prevented the sickly girl from committing another offense and directly switched to 4th hammer, hardening into steel, and directly knocked the root bones of the in-laws. Because knocking on the root bone is the most painful, heartbreaking pain. The average person absolutely can't bear it. But what makes Wui shocked is that under such severe pain, Tong marriage has. Anyway, it's blowing up. Wui only felt his scalp tingle. Holy, I warned you not to get too far out of line. This is okay? Li Yin hadn't reacted before she was uninitiated. But Yuja had instantly understood when she was already a woman. She couldn't help but think of herself last night, and her cheeks turned red with shame. Wui had been knocking thousands of hammers, almost giving Tong Man pain to his soul. Anyway, the scene was out of control for a while. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Finally, the merit points reached 30,000. Wui hurriedly shouted in his mind. Brother Tuzi, unseal the 9th hammer. Ding, congratulations to the host. Deducting 30,000 merit points and successfully unsealing the 9th hammer Empty Realm Banishment. Demon girl, next time I see you, I'll stab you to death. Bye bye. As he spoke, Wui once again struck down with a hammer. Only this time, a glow filled with mysterious colors emanated from the merit hammer. It seems to be fast and slow, falling and rising. Why did you stop? Tong ma'am, who was having so much fun that she couldn't help herself, opened her eyes. A silky red mist filled her eyes, and she was about to lash out. Buzz. But right at this moment, a strange ripple spread out in all directions with her at the center. It was as if the surface of a calm lake had rippled, and it looked bizarre to the extreme. This is rustle of skirts. Who would have thought that the next second, her entire body would just disappear into thin air without warning? Watching this miraculous scene, Yuja and Li Yin's eyes widened. Wu Yi, on the other hand, let out a long breath and collapsed to the ground with a pale, somewhat weak face. Holy, this hammer consumption is so terrifying? It was also thanks to the fact that he had the Ice Jade Tear, a holy weapon, or else this hammer would never have been used. The icy jade tears could not only quickly restore his spiritual energy, but also continuously nourish and strengthen his soul. It had only been a few short days, and it had already strengthened his soul many times over. It is important to realize that the stronger the soul, the thicker the spiritual power. Crunch! But who would have guessed that just then? The bedroom window was suddenly opened from outside. Aya, the little monk isn't late, is he? Yes. And the masters? A voice rang out, only to see a bald head sticking in. That head was even brightly reflective in the moonlight, brighter than the moon. ING clanking. Oops, looks like I'm late. Has Tong left? Takeshi? No. Where the hell did that come from again? But that's not even the most tawdry. The most tawdry is Tong Nian, who had just been teleported away by Wu Yi, looked at the Ding King's mansion in front of him, and fell into a dense contemplation. From the house to the house? Kind of interesting, huh? Chapter 97, If You Don't Stop. I know a little bit about Kung Fu. Dude, where did you come from again? Looking at the bald head sticking in through the window, Wu Yi was dumbfounded. Please, this was the heavily guarded Ding King's residence, and there was even that top expert of Martial Emperor 7, Wu Yuan, in attendance. Not to mention the Tong marriage, but why can even this bald ass get in whenever he wants? Takeshi also realized something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, when an unfamiliar aura entered the Ding King's residence, Wu Yuan would definitely be able to sense it, but there has not been the slightest response until now. Then it can only mean that both Tong Man and this bald man were able to shield the senses of martial emperors. Wu Yi immediately checked up on the bald man's information, and this time, the system was very powerful. Name, Ling Che. Age, 20. Cultivation, peak 9th level of martial emperor, suppressed by the laws of the inner domain. True cultivation, demigod 3 rhymes realm. Wu Yi was shocked in his heart. In that case, that Tong marriage is also suppressed by the inner domain laws? It's possible that the real cultivation level is only higher than this bald ass? Root bone, holy top grade Brahma spirit sacred Buddha bone. Identity, Brahma spirit Bodhi fruit. Reincarnation of Brahma spirit holy Buddha. Holy son of heavenly Buddha sect. Special, pupil of the heavenly Buddha, eye of the heavenly Buddha. Evaluation, talented and slow sex. Wisdom and gas in harmony. No desire, no constraints, no enemies, no friends, no hate, no love. With the heart and move, with the nature of a real understanding of the world of all kinds of cause and effect of the Taoist monks. He can be listened to but not trusted, he can be handed over but not approached. Just as Wu Yi was checking his messages, Baldhead tumbled in through the window. Yes, there's a door he won't go through, so he goes through the window. Aya, so beautiful female monks. The little monk came in a hurry, did not get to dress up properly. He started by pretending to straighten his shirt. Pooh, then he spat in his hand and rubbed it, then wiped his non-existent hair. Then with a smile on his face he walked straight to Liin and folded his hands. Amit Ba Buddha. I don't know the age of this beautiful female cultivator. Where is your immortal home? Who is her family? Has she ever been married? Oh, don't ever misunderstand. The young monk just wants to discuss some philosophy of life with female monks. Wandering. Clank. Merit +1. Probe your ing balls? Pick up my wife in front of me? You've got some nerve. Donkey. Wu Yi, this sudden hammer directly to the bald head knocked confused. The body instantly stiffened, flooded with white eyes. Amit Ba Buddha. This is for the Shih Tzu. But before he could finish his sentence, he was greeted by Wu Yi's Unity Slammer. AU. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. The bald head was immediately hammered at the corners of his mouth, and his whole body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. But he stiffened and folded his arms and said in a slow tone, Amit Ba Buddha, please stop it quickly. Like me and other cultivated literati tarts, how can we do it at will? The young monk was merely flirting with this female cultivator. Why do you need to get so angry? Wu Yi had been holding a bellyful of fire tonight, and this time, when he heard this bald ass use that kind of voice to keep pushing, he was even more enraged. Bald ass, shut up. In the next second, Wu Yi shoved the shoe he had just taken off directly into the bald man's mouth. Youth doesn't have a price tag. Kick in the crotch furiously. The bald man spat the aromatic shoe out of his mouth and waved his hand. Stop, 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 Anum. Bang. Wu Yi throws a direct leg kick that sends Baldy flying. Crows and airplanes. Then Wu Yi's silhouette flashed and appeared above the bald head that was flying backwards in midair. Immediately after that, he sat straight down on his ass, slamming his bald head heavily on the ground, his body arching into a shrimp shape. The bald man bared his teeth and grunted. Monk, I warn you not to go too far. If you don't stop. The little monk also knows a little bit about boxing, but just at this moment, a flash of golden light appeared in a steep swindle, only to see that Wu Yi was holding the nefarious phoenix sacred bow in his left hand, and his right hand had already drawn the bowstring, and with a holy power, he condensed a golden arrow and aimed it at the bald head. Liin understood, and directly took Yuja and instantly disappeared into the room. Purpose? At this moment, Wu was also showing his killing intent, and his expression was unusually cold. His biggest question now was why this bald ass and that psycho were onto him. Tong Lin first. It seemed to be for Yuja's holy body, but what about this bald ass? These two were too mysterious and powerful, making him feel a drop of pressure. Although he was pointed at by Wooey with an arrow, Baldy was lying on the ground with an indifferent cheeky grin. The little monk is here to help you, or rather to stop Tong Tong. After all, oh no, that female caster can be bad. You will be in trouble after being targeted by her. Help me? I don't believe it. The system's evaluation of this bald donkey is listenable but not trustworthy, and can be handed over but not approached. To put it bluntly, chances are there's no truth in this bald ass's mouth. The bald man hemmed and hawed. You can disbelieve the little monk, but you can't deny the fact that you're not from around here. Can you? At those words, Wu Yi's pupils suddenly tightened. The shock in his heart was like a shock wave. It was his biggest secret. Why did this bald ass know? Seeing Wu Yi's pupils slightly trembling for a moment, the bald man continued with a smile. Don't be surprised. It's all a little spicy. With that he stood up and patted the dust on his body, and very self-consciously picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. In fact, the little monk is really here to help you. You know about killing wolf, don't you? 7 killings for the thief who stirs up the world. The breakers are the generals of the world. The wolf is a treacherous and deceitful man. According to numerological reasoning, the convergence of the 3 stars is a sign of great evil. Originally, what the young monk was waiting for was just a broken army star, because the 7 slayers and the greedy wolf appeared a long time ago. Wooey interrupted the bald man. Who is it? The bald donkey smiled cheekily. You know all of them. The 7 killers star in marriage, and the greedy wolf star is your family's empress. Wooey raised an eyebrow. Long Chi-Yue? But it's not right. According to his current understanding of Long Chi-Yue, although some of the means and certain thoughts even shocked him a bit, but only the emperor should have the basic, not up to the point of greedy wolf, that kind of treacherous and deceitful, right? Could it be that Long Chi-Yue was still hiding her clumsiness, and plotting something bigger that would shock him? Get to the point. Then, the bald donkey sat on a chair and crossed his legs without the image of a virtuous monk. The young monk has been waiting for the breaking star to appear. The breaker did show up, and it was you. But you alone have the 3-star destiny of killing the wolf. After a pause, the bald man said with some hesitation. However, your killing destiny has been replaced by the goatblade driving kill. So technically, you're a top-tier goatblade driving kill breaking heavenly wolf 3-star unity destiny. Did you know that the goat's edge drives to kill? In a sense it's a higher grade of destiny than 7 killings, possessing both yang and yin destinies, yin and yang complementing each other, both good and evil, not inferior because of power, not contemptuous because of inferiority, having the ability to communicate with the 3 religions in 9 streams, and connecting with bulls, ghosts, snakes, and gods, and possessing the perseverance to never give in. With that said, the bald man stood up and slowly pressed down Wooey's arm that was pulling the bow. In a nutshell, your presence both makes up and breaks the 3-star destiny, because you yourself are a 3-star destiny. As long as you're around, both of their destinies will always be suppressed to death by you. Wooey could not help but ask after a moment of silence. Your reason for helping me? Words. Baldhead looked through the window at the bright moon hanging in the night sky, full of despondency, hands folded in a very pretentious sigh. Amitba Buddha, little monk. Of course it's for the sake of all the people in the world. But who would have thought that Wooey would suddenly take out the merit hammer? Burning newspapers at the graveside? You're ing kidding me? He had listened to this bald-ass bleep for so long that he was actually stalling for time. He would wait for his mental power to recover and use the 9th hammer to teleport this bald-ass away. This bastard's real cultivation was in the demigod realm, and he also had what seemed to be a very powerful alien pupil. Fighting has little chance of winning, only teleporting is safer. 9th. But who expected Wooey just ready to hammer down, only to see the bald donkey suddenly a finger out the window laugh. That one. Are these 2 female monks who are about to be strangled to death the ones who just left? The little monk is face-blind and turns his head away from people. Wooey turned his head violently to look, and his eyes widened, only to see that both Liyin and Yuja were imprisoned in mid-air by wisps of scarlet wind, and both women were strangled by a blood-red silk thread. Needless to ask, it must be the Tong marriage. Holy? Wasn't it a random teleport? What the hell is this? Fruity. Tong Ma's voice, which was filled with sickly killing intent, came steeply from the night sky. You dare to play with me? Then this honored one will churn the 2 of them into silken mincemeat in front of you. What do you say? My brother Chi Tian Wang? Chapter 98. Where did you pass it to Tong Ma on? Put your hair up. Looking at the suddenly appearing Tong Ma, Wooey was instantly confused. What the hell is this? Instead, the bald man smiled at Tong Lin Nai and greeted him. Amit Ba. What a coincidence, Tong Tong. Hello again. Tong Lin glanced at the bald head, his eyes full of suppressed disgust. Damn bald ass. Come to spoil my fun again? Obviously, the bald guy had dealt with her many times. It was like a dog's paw, annoying her to the point of storming out. Demon girl, look at the hammer. Who would have thought that Wu Yi, without saying anything, would directly hold the merit hammer in his hand and knock it down at Tongmon through the air. Hammer 9, Empty Realm Banishment. He didn't believe that 2 shells could still land in the same crater? If he can't pass this 9th hammer again, he definitely won't need it in the future. As a hammer struck down, the space around Tong Mam's body was flooded with bizarre ripples. Seeing that Wu Yi had used this move again, Tong Mam's eyes lit up slightly and she gave a very confident cheeky smile. The same trick won't work on me. I've got my defenses up this time. LOL. Rustle of skirts. But who would have guessed that before her words left her mouth, her entire person instantly disappeared. Bald? He subconsciously took 2 slow steps backward, pulling away from Wu Yi. Looking at the merit hammer in Wu Yi's hand, he said with interest, "This, kind of interesting, huh?" In the meantime, in another world, Tongmon was confused as he looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, and couldn't help but fall into a deep contemplation. This is, where? She looked around. High-rise buildings are rising, and the city is booming with lights. People come and go on the street, and there's a block of tin boxes running down the road. Everything as far as the eye could see was unfamiliar, but just then, there was a traffic jam directly caused by her appearance out of nowhere. Only a large group of people surrounded her, all holding a rectangular object at her, each with eyes full of excited wonder. Wow, this young lady is so good looking. How can there be such a beautiful girl? Paper. Che, it must be plastic surgery. Holy, she appeared out of thin air. I saw it clearly. It's true. I'm going to send Duyun. It's definitely hot. +1+1. I'm also sending out to Jinshi. This can't be the legendary immortal cultivator, can it? White hair and red pupils? Are you sure this isn't from an anime? Could it be cosplay? This is traffic. Hot search, hot search. Up number, up number, up. Sister, brother, take you for a couple of rides in a sports car? This face, this body. Hiss. Look at the large crowd that instantly came around. Those gazes were envious, jealous, obscene, and amazed, surrounding her as if she were a monkey. The scene of deja vu made her recall memories that were dusty in the depths of her soul. The demonic-like hissing sound seemed to echo in her ears. Burn her! Burn her! Burn this ominous calamity! It's because of her that we are living in such misery, that our village is plagued. White hair, red pupils, born to be ominous. Yes, burn her! I curse her to die in peace and deserve to go to hell. But she was only 8 years old that year. Until then, she had never hurt anyone. At this moment, the road sign that Tongmon's back was leaning against seemed to have turned into the cross that had imprisoned her back then. The cell phones in the group's hands seemed to have turned into that one torch burning in the darkness of the night. This instant, Tongma's sickly attribute instantly supercharged. It was an extreme killing intent. You guys, damn it, death to all. Suddenly, wisps of scarlet wind filled the air around her out of nowhere. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers were immediately startled and immediately backed away. Just when Tong Marriage was about to go on a killing spree. But suddenly, a haggard-faced middle-aged woman walked up quickly and without the slightest fear took her hand in hers. The middle-aged woman's reddened eyes were full of hope. Girl, you're from another world, aren't you? But as soon as the words left her mouth she couldn't help but break down and cry. So have you ever seen my child? My child is lost, completely disappeared from this world. Tong now looked at the middle-aged woman with a gaze so cold that it didn't have a trace of emotion. It then blossomed into a bizarre smile that was terrifying to the extreme. Your child? Who is it? King Ting's palace. The bald ass is gone. I saw Takeshi also leaning back in his chair in deep thought. Yuja couldn't help but speak out in a comforting voice. Don't worry, Erlang. Didn't that monk say so? That demon girl has already been teleported to another world by you. She shouldn't come back in a short time. Wui leapt back to his senses and shook his head, laughing. That's not what I'm worried about. He really wasn't worried. Although the bald donkey and the demon girl were very powerful, even if they were more powerful, they could not exceed the limitations of the law at the moment. Both of their cultivation levels had been suppressed by the laws of the inner domain to the 9th level of Martial Emperor, and the function of his 6th hammer, one hammer, was to knock out with one hammer the greater the realm. In other words, as long as he raised his cultivation to the 9th level of Martial King, he would be invincible in the entire inner region. Again, he also had the 9th hammer, a divine skill. If you really can't beat it, teleport and you're done. Lillian asked softly. So what are you worried about? It's not worrying, it's thinking. Think what? Takeshi also gave a bad smile. Wondering how I'm going to eat you tonight? In fact, he was thinking about what to plan next, about his grand blueprint. Lian's cheeks blushed slightly and her eyes averted. I'm going to go practice. You guys are busy. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he realized something was wrong. It seemed to carry a bit of ambiguity. Seeing that the atmosphere was suddenly delicate, she turned around as if she was fleeing. This is Yuja's room. Her room is next door. Yuja's cheeks reddened to her ears in shame as she thought of last night's scene. She then hastily gave Wooey a wink. What are you waiting for? Go on. She was not a selfish woman. Although there was definitely some discomfort in her heart that would make her jealous, she would definitely not dominate Wooey alone. After all, Leine was also a side princess. Takeshi also hemmed and hawed. Want to come along? Yuja glared at him with a shy, timid look. Asterisk 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 off. But who would have expected that Wooey, who had not taken a few steps, suddenly turned back and gently embraced her in his arms, his tone unusually serious. That slap she gave you. I'm going to make you draw it back yourself. I swear. Yuja's heart warmed and she pursed her lips and nodded seriously. I believe. I've always believed in you. By the way, don't toss Rian around too much. After all, you. The more she spoke, the redder her cheeks became, her voice almost sounding like a fly by the end of her words. Seeing Wooey push the door in, Leine looked at him slightly nervously. I want to cultivate. You go find you Woo. What does Wooey care about you? He directly dragged Leine into his arms in a very domineering kiss. Don't you? Well, in this instant, the emotions that Leine had been restraining finally erupted. Her mind recalled the scene where Wooey would rather gamble his life than hers. Backhanding around Wooey's neck, he responded emotionally. But just then, Wooey suddenly stopped. Leine's eyes had gradually drifted away. Paralyzed in his embrace, exhaled like an orchid and said, How? What's going on? Wooey gave a bad smile. Good girl, put your hair up. Leine was first stunned, then figured out what was going on, and instantly said in a resolute and shy manner, No, she has a bottom line. Such degrading things will never be done. But Wooey showed a very hentai smile and said in a small-time tone, MS, Leine, I'm sure you don't want to be unable to improve your cultivation for a long time, right? Please. Leine's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, falling into a deep tangle. But in the end, she could only compromise once again, cursing angrily with a red face. You're such a... The Imperial Palace. Tonight's long dance-yun toss and turn cannot sleep. Even cultivation is also distracted quiet heart. The mind has been recalling the words of Long Jioli. She really craved strength too much. She decided that she would take the initiative to find Takeshi also, even if it costs something. At this time, Hua Yuer, who was on the side, suddenly voiced out and asked, Mother, what are you thinking? Long Mao Yun returned to her senses and asked after a moment of contemplation, Yuer, what do you think of Wooey compared to He Yunqing? Hua Yuer instantly pouted her lips and huffed, Don't mention that lecherous thief. Blaspheming mother you not to mention injuring brother Yunqing. What can he compare to brother Yunqing? With that, she rolled over and turned around, seemingly not wanting to mention Wooey again. But her little face was red. It was because the scene where Wooey then overpowered the entire field and killed Long Yan with a single arrow reverberated in her mind for a long time. Actually, that guy's kind of cute. In the meantime, Ragamuffin Gate. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in plain clothes and without powder abruptly rushed out from within the sect, her eyes cold. It turned into a streak of light and instantly disappeared into the night sky, immediately followed by another figure chasing after him. Danching, don't be in a hurry. Wait for senior brother. Chapter 99, Night Attack on Long Jioli. The first kiss is gone. No. Still not right. The tongue marriage that was transported by Wooey tore through space after space, coming to world after world. However, it was never able to find the Yuan continent. Where the hell is it? Wooey, I'm going to kill you. Being in a small world, Tong's eyes were filled with a sickly haze. With her emotions completely out of control, countless scarlet winds suddenly erupted from within her body. As the scarlet red passed through, plants instantly withered and blackened, and flying birds and beasts instantly died violently. In the blink of an eye, everything in a 10,000 meter radius was melted into nothingness. As far as the eye could see, it was like purgatory. I'm going to find you and eat you bit by bit. Eat you up. The council chamber of the king's house of settlement. Lian Wu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Ergo, this little thing in your house is hiding deep enough to be able to bring down Long Yan in just a few days, but also forced the Su family into a desperate situation. But also in the Yanlong Martial Arts Association to shine as a moment of popularity of the Qi Tian Wang. This ability is really appalling. If you ask me, that little is much more powerful than you and Master Anjuan combined. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuan also laughed heartily in his old age. He had a long all-night talk with Wu Anhua last night and gained a deeper understanding of what Wu Yi had been doing in recent times. He was both shocked and pleased at the growth and change of this only child of the Wu family. Yo, old father-in-law came so early? At that moment, the sound of Wu Yi's laughter suddenly came from outside the council chamber. Immediately afterward, he only saw two beautiful ladies, Yuja and Liin, walking in with Wu Yi beside them. one on the left and one on the right. The two old guys looked at Li Yin for the first time. Seeing that the other party's eyebrows were slightly stretched open, adding a hint of mature and delicate flavor to the coolness, he understood at once. Wu Yuan gave Wu Yi a look that said, "You can do it." Wu Yi raised an eyebrow and replied with a look, "This is just the beginning? There's more to come. I'm sure the Wu family will thrive." Immediately, he received a look of approval from Wu Yuan. Li Yin first glanced at Li Yan. "Dad," then with a hint of coyness respectfully showed Wu Yuan a cup of tea. "Grandpa, have some tea." It was just a strange way to address her. After all, she used to call her uncle. Amazing glaze. That's a mother asterisk 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 her. That's a real downgrade. Wu Yuan let out a loud laugh. Well, it looks like my old Wu family is expected to start a branch. Ha ha ha. Lillian's cheeks flushed slightly with shyness. Saying that, Wu Yuan took out 2 space rings and handed one to Li Yin. When a new daughter-in-law comes to the house, she must have a gift. Take it. Then he waved at Yuja, his eyes full of doting compassion. Jar naturally has one too. Grandpa treats them all the same. Even though Yuja is considered a second time through the door, he still gives his new daughter-in-law the same treatment. At this point, Li Yan couldn't bear it anymore and glared angrily at Wu Yi. "Little, you now give old me a hard drop a generation. What do you say?" Wu Yi sat dangling in his chair and crossed his legs. "So what do you want?" Amazingly grunted and reasoned. At the very least, you have to raise Laozi's cultivation to the 7th level of Martial Emperor. Anyway, it can't be lower than second brother. But you promised me. Wu Yuan was speechless as he laughed and scolded, "Do you want some face?" Saying that, he looked at Wu Yi, and surprisingly, he also carried a bit of flattery. "That, you see that Grandpa is at the 7th level of Martial Emperor, right? Why don't you give Grandpa a boost too? 9th level of Emperor 8 or something?" In the face of the two old men's fawning, Wu Yi, on the other hand, frowned slightly and contemplated for a split second. "Not yet. You two are too high in cultivation to improve more slowly. It's not cost-effective now with the time constraints. I have important things to do today. I'll hammer you both tomorrow." After all, it was a martial emperor, even with the super plug-in of the merit hammer, but that wasn't something that could be raised so quickly. Cultivation is like experience value in a game. Level 9 to level May 10th only require 1000 experience points, but level 90 to level 100 can even spike up to 10 million experience points. With Wu Yi estimating that the hammer would at most raise Li Yan by 1 or 2 minor levels a day, while Wu Yuan would have to take 2 or 3 days a minor level. But that's still countless times faster than a normal person cultivating on their own. And the speed of improvement when hammering others is also related to his own cultivation. The higher his cultivation level was, the faster the hammer others improved as well. Listening to Wu Yi, so Li Yan heart some slightly disappointed, but also only dared in the heart of the small voice beeping dissatisfaction. At this time, Wu Yuan said in a deep voice, According to the current situation, what is your next plan?" Wu Yi took the cup of tea handed by Yuja and moistened his throat before saying, "To pacify civil strife once and for all. In 2 days at the most, Yan Zhong's forces will enter Longhua and begin to clean out Su Xian's party, cutting off all of the Su family's tentacles throughout Longhua. At that time, His Majesty will also announce the various crimes of Su Xian and Su Jinghua over the years to the world, directly convicting the Su family of plotting against the country and treason. And now that the entire court has seen that the Su family will surely die, a lopsided situation has formed, and no one dares to say a single word more." After a pause, Wu Yi continued, "And in the meantime, it's highly probable that the Empress will let me take over Longyan's East Mountain Yuanlong army. The Yuanlong army is Longyan's heart and soul for so many years. The manpower and financial resources dipped into it are unknown. Once I can master the Yuanlong army, I can go and clamp down on the hundreds of thousands of troops under Pingxi King Su Jinghua. By then, when all of the Su family's party members are dead and the army is clamped down, they will only be dying and waiting for external help. And the Su family and other external forces are the big fish that the Empress is really waiting for. Come one to exterminate one, cut off the roots and eliminate all future troubles." Wu Yuan and Li Yan nodded their heads at the same time in agreement, but Takeshi also went on to add, "However, with Su Xian's sinister and cunning character, the Su family will definitely not sit back and wait for death, and there is even the possibility of a death-defying counterattack to pull us along for the ride. So, Grandpa, don't go anywhere in the near future. Just sit in the King Ding's house. Everything out there will be solved by my grandson alone." It's true that Wu Yuan can't leave, as long as perverts like Tong Marriage and Baldass didn't appear. Then Wu Yuan was equivalent to a divine needle that was enough to keep King Ding's mansion safe and sound. In fact, according to Wu Yi's initial thoughts, Wu Yuan was not counted in his plan. It's just that Wu Yuan's strong return has given him wings, and his heart has become even more stabilized. As for the old father-in-law, You will guard the imperial city in recent days and keep an eye on the Su family. And you don't need to care about the rest. Amazing Lizard blew out his beard in anger and made a small beeping noise. Little and order up the old man? Who would have thought that Wu Yi would have steeply drank with a stern expression on his face? Commander Li Yan, does this king still order you not to? You've gone AWOL to skewer the king and he hasn't even convicted you yet. Wu Yi's sudden cold drink startled Li Yan and subconsciously tried to stand up. He felt that he had lost face and cursed angrily. Little, I have to whip you today. As for Wu Yi, he had already laughed and ran out of sight. Old father-in-law, if you dare to beat me up I'll bully your daughter. Don't believe me? Night. After a busy day, Wu Yi sneaked into the palace and came to Long Jioli's bedchamber. Seeing Wu Yi, Long Jioli was startled and said in shock and joy, "You, what brings you here? How dare you run to me at this juncture? Are you crazy?" To know that Yan Xian hadn't even left Longhua yet, this would be absolutely unexplainable if it got out. Moreover, Longhua was precisely the time to clear up the internal turmoil and was greatly wounded, so it absolutely could not erect another strong enemy. Looking at the invincible sweet sister in front of him that made his mouth water with gluttony, Wu Yi heatedly laughed. Baby, didn't I miss you? And your chambers are guarded by His Majesty's hand-picked dragon shadow guards, so nothing gets out. This was true. Now even the palace maids around Long Jioli were replaced by female dragon shadow guards. Very insured. Oops you go. Well, Long Jioli still wanted to say something, but who would have thought that the words were blocked just after the words left the cold thin lips? In that instant, her mind went blank and she froze in place like a lightning strike. This is her first kiss. Chapter 100, Caught Stealing Again. Playing cosplay with Dragon Danceyun? At this moment, Long Jioli was truly confused. She also didn't expect Wu Yi to be so direct and so bold, meeting and directly forcefully kissing her. But in fact, not only did she not resist in her heart, but she was also filled with shy joy. She didn't know why, but it seemed that since that day after being hammered by Wu Yi, her attitude towards this guy had undergone a shocking reversal. It was a feeling of intense goodwill that alarmed even her own heart. Always couldn't help but want to get mushy with Wu Yi, and even always wanted something to happen. Moreover, Long Jioli had actually suffocated in the past 2 days, because she couldn't even show a hint of abnormality in front of people. She could only suppress her feelings for Wu Yi in her heart. Even though Wu Yi had made a splash at the Yanlong martial arts meeting, she could only pretend to be an onlooker to it. When the Empress bestowed Yuja and Li Yin in marriage to Wu Yi, no one knew the bitterness and jealousy in her heart. She really endured it so well. Just as Long Jioli was about to respond, she suddenly thought of something, and her frightened little face turned pale as she hurriedly pushed Wu Yi away. No, Takeshi doesn't care. What's wrong with that? We grew up Barast as childhood friends. Don't tell me we have to develop a relationship? That's bull asterisk. Between words, he ignored Long Jioli's struggles and beatings, and directly picked him up in a horizontal embrace and walked toward the inside couch. Long Jioli tried to speak but her mouth was blocked, so she could only slap frantically. But now that she had no cultivation, where did she get the strength? She couldn't push it at all. Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the couch, she could only keep shouting in her mind. It's over. It's over. This is really over. Fruity. Wu Yi, who was in a state of passionate excitement, suddenly stopped, his expression shifting from stunned to dumbfounded. Wu Yi, stare. Yan Wanju, stare. Long Jioli, that. Sister Wanju. We aren't what you think we are. Yan Wanju. She was speechless inside. Not the way I imagined it? You two are hugging and kissing each other to death and sipping. Do you think I'm blind? Wu Yi put Long Jioli down. No, why is she here? Long Jioli anxiously looking for brains everywhere. Hand and foot said. Sister Wanju was bored of being alone, and had thought to find me tonight to talk about her heart, saying that she kicked Wu Yi's ass hard and annoyed. It's all your fault. On the contrary, Yan Wanju behaved indifferently and said indifferently, you guys are busy, so I'll leave you to it. She wasn't the least bit angry at Wu Yi for meeting her unmarried royal sister-in-law in private, as if they don't care at all. Clank. Merit +1. Who would have thought that Yan Wanju had just taken no more than 2 steps when she was directly knocked out by Wu Yi with a hammer? You still want to go? What do you want? Quick, tie it up. Seeing Long Jioli's wide-eyed unresponsiveness, he directly took out a chain from his space ring without saying a word and did it himself. The chain was made of 1,000-year-old metaphysical iron, and was incredibly tough. Even an ordinary martial king couldn't break free, let alone Yan Wanju, who was only at the 2nd level of martial zone. I just don't know why, but Wu Yi's tied up and tasteless. He looked at Yan Wanju, who was tied up in a 5-fold manner similar to a turtle or something or other armor or something, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Long Jioli also looked at Wu Yi with some suspicion. Why does this tying look so strange to you? This curve strangles. Takeshi coughed tactically. So what? It's a little safer to tie it that way. Yeah. Long Jioli's willow brows twisted lightly. So you're just going to keep her tied up all the time? That's not an option. Takeshi also smacked his lips. Whatever. Let's just leave it here. Let's get down to business. Long Jioli pushed him away with some resistance and pouted. You can restore my dantian and cultivation first, otherwise you can't even think about it. In fact, she had been waiting for the past 2 days. After all, the dantian cultivation is not restored and the heart is always bottomless. But Wu Yi was late, and she didn't dare to take the initiative to meet him. The heart is as hard as a cat's scratch. And if I break the body, a little bit of eyesight can see at a glance. When Yan Xian knows absolutely to blow up, our previous efforts are all in vain. You do not mess up. Who expected Wu Yi to say with a serious face. I came here tonight to help you repair your dantian. Ha? Why is your brain full of yellow waste? Long Jioli, huh? Looking at Wu Yi's innocent gaze, she instantly felt like a very, very bad woman. The heart was filled with a deep sense of guilt, but at the same time there was some unspeakable disappointment. Does Wu Yi want some? You don't have to ask. But he wasn't so far gone that he didn't care about anything being swayed by the lower half of his body. And Long Jioli was right. Yan Xian is still in manhwa. If he knows that his fiancée has been broken by someone else, he will definitely storm out. However, when the Su family's matter was completely resolved in a few days, it wouldn't matter if Yan Xian and the others left manhwa then. Hey, system, consume 20,000 merit points to unseal the 8th hammer. Ding, congratulations to the host. 20,000 merit points deducted. Successfully unsealed the 8th hammer, saving lives, saving the dead and helping the injured, regenerate flesh and blood, rebuild sinews and bones, and if there is a trace of free chi, it can revitalize a withered tree and give it a new lease of life. The 8th hammer is actually really sick. No matter how heavy the injuries are, as long as there is a breath left, the body can be fully restored. And it also eliminates some dark diseases and so on, and repairs the body to its perfect state. Repairing the dantian is not a sprinkle? Then Wu Yi began to hammer Long Jioli directly. Dang dang dang. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. However, Wu Yi is not a dry hammer, although it cannot eat, but should take advantage of a little nonchalant. You, don't you, badass. Poor Long Jioli, this untouched little girl. How could she stand the cruel means of Wu Yi, the veteran? It was only a moment before it was taken to death, and it was almost as if it had been left to chance. But what Long Jioli didn't know was, Yan Wanju, who was tied up and lying on the ground, didn't see it but heard it clearly. Waking up, she closed her eyes again. It was just that the chanting was so loud that the scented wind was curling up. She was so distracted by what she was hearing that she couldn't help but feel a twinge of alienation. We don't know what's wrong. After all, we can't say. Midnight. Wu Yi, who had earned another wave of merit points furiously, left Long Jioli's chambers with a satisfied heart. Another $8,800. Or thanks to your sister-in-law. If it weren't for the ice jade tears that quickly recovered mental energy and grew the soul from time to time, he could never have reached the heights and all this that he has today. Yuja is undoubtedly the first credit. Right. As for Yan Wanju, it's still tied up there. Wu Yi knew that Yan Wanju was a smart woman and wouldn't seek her own death to tell the truth about tonight's events. In fact, what reassured him the most was Yan Wanju's good sense. 73. The fact that a woman with a light character like her has such a high favorability rating says it all. This has come and gone. Why don't we go find Long Chi-Yue? Wu Yi had wanted to go and look for Long Chi-Yue, but thought better of it. But just as he was about to return to King Ding's residence, a female dragon shadow guard suddenly greeted him with quick steps. A respectful salute. Commander Wu, my subordinate has something important to report. Please ask the commander to condescend to move. Wu Yi frowned slightly. Based on intuition alone, he felt that this dragon shadow guard was not right. There are some differences in both tone of voice and demeanor and temperament. Okay, let's go. Under the other party's lead, the two of them came directly to a side hall. It's very quiet here, not to mention the guards. There wasn't even a palace maid or eunuch. It seems to be the bedchamber of one of the consorts of the last generation of Emperor Longhua, and then it was deserted because it was uninhabited for many years. Looking at the female guard who walked ahead to lead the way, Wu Yi smiled in his heart. There was indeed a problem. Somewhat suspicious. He checked up on the other person's information, but it was a shock. Name, Long Mayun. The 5 princesses? But why the change in appearance? Is cosplaying this exciting? It suddenly occurred to Wu Yi that there seemed to be a special elixir that could change a person's appearance and stature. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. This is going to be fun. Bang. Next, he directly slapped the female dragon shadow guard on her arse, which could be described as a colorful thing. Suddenly attacked. Long Maoyun's body violently stiffened in place, her eyes wide. She really didn't expect Wu Yi to suddenly come this way, directly giving her a frightening daze, not daring to move. What are you doing bringing this commander to this remote chambers? Just as Long Maoyun was confused, a warm exhalation suddenly hit her crystalline earlobes, causing the slightest difference in her heart. Then Wu Yi wrapped his arm around her waist and lowered his head to continue in her ear. Are you trying to seduce your boss? Do something nasty? In case you didn't know, I'm a sit-down kind of guy. Then you're welcome. Oh. Chapter 101 Unbridled. I am Dragon Dance Yun Daring. How dare you impersonate the 5th princess? Wu. Commander Wu. Please don't be like this. Long Maoyun, whose entire body stiffened, came back to her senses and was about to push Wu Yi away right away. But who would have expected Wu Yi to directly forcefully pull her into the chambers? Why don't you want it when it's obvious that you're the one who sent it to me? Do you like this tone of lust? The bedchamber was dark and empty, but the lone man and woman alone in this dark and quiet environment. The atmosphere in the invisible ambiguous. Long Maoyun subconsciously brainstormed some strange images that couldn't help but make her heart pound. She broke away from Wu Yi's hand in a bit of a panic, trying to make herself known. Otherwise she had a feeling something would really happen. Commander Wu. Actually I'm Dragon Dance well. But who would have thought that before she finished her sentence? Her soft red lips were blocked. Long Maoyun? Bent in time. She was struck by lightning, her eyes rolling and her mind buzzing. She had taken the initiative to meet Wu Yi tonight because she wanted him to enhance her cultivation and roots, and she had never expected something like this to happen. The excessive shock even made Long Maoyun forget to push Wu Yi away, but it was her brief moment of daze that saw her lips and teeth instantly attacked without hindrance. Long Dayun was ashamed and angry. Angry flower branches trembling, violently pushed away. Wu also red-faced angrily rebuked. How dare you? I am the 5th princess Dragon Dance Yun. She used her original voice this time, without changing it. She had expected the other woman to be intimidated, but who would have expected that looking at the furious and delicate Long Maoyun? Wu Yi drank even more angrily. Daring. How dare you impersonate the 5th princess? Long Maoyun? No. The old lady's for real. Realizing that things were going as if something was wrong, she hurriedly took out the token that symbolized her princess status. Watch this. It's the palace's rustle of skirts. But who would have thought that before she could finish her sentence, the token in her hand was snatched away by Wu Yi. Then only saw Wu Yi righteously and coldly drink. Daring. Impersonating the 5th princess aside. How dare you steal her token? This day this commander will strictly enforce the law and bring you to justice. Long Maoyun? Now she was really confused. This guy is a ballsy and unreasonable asshole. You asshole, She cursed angrily, wanted to leave directly. Who expected to once again be Wu also a pull into the arms of the red lips were once again blocked. Long Maoyun kept struggling, but she couldn't push. She was the 5th princess of Longhua representing the face of Longhua and had to pay more attention to her reputation. So she abides by the womanhood of widowhood for 15 years. Even if the weekdays are very lonely but has always been clean. Never had physical contact with any man. But I didn't expect to be destroyed by Wu Yi by mistake today. Long Danceyun was now anxious and angry. Mainly because the transfiguration pill she took had a time limit. It simply can't be changed back until the time is right. At the same time she was speechless. Her altered appearance was obviously mediocre. So how could Wu Yi, who already had 2 beautiful women at home, still be so hungry to eat? Is this guy really not a picky eater? Seeing that Long Maoyun's struggles seemed to be getting smaller and smaller, Wu Yi was about to make further moves. Who would have thought that right at this moment? Long Danceyun's physical appearance suddenly changed. Recovering her appearance, she suddenly woke up, violently pushed away Wu Yi. Angry chest could not stop undulating angrily. Wu Yi, do you see who I am? Wu Yi also seemed to be shocked and said with a shocked face. 5. Princess 5? How could it be you? What the hell is going on here? As he spoke, he hurriedly arched his hand and apologized. He bad smile. 5th princess, calm your anger. If this king had known that it was you, I wouldn't have dared to offend you like this even if I had 10 guts. Just looking at his demeanor and tone, he didn't feel like apologizing at all. At the same time, he was also sizing up Long Maoyun's figure from a close distance. There is a difference in the dress code for both male and female guards of the Dragon Shadow Guards. The male guards were all in powerful and dominating black and gold armor. The female guards, on the other hand, were all dressed in black and gold power suits with a slightly loose black robe over them. And at this moment, even through the slightly loose robe, it was still hard to hide Long Wuyun's concave and convex curves. This body is just on the big score. It's perfect. The ceiling of the microfat community. Seeing that Wu Yi was even unabashedly ogling her body, Long Maoyun's heart became even angrier. Heavenly King Qi, I will report to His Majesty to punish you for the offense you have committed today. Hoof. She grunted angrily and simply whisked her sleeve and turned away. But who would have thought that Wu Yi's indifferent voice would steeply come from behind again? So I'll sue if you do. Who's afraid? You tell His Majesty that I have offended you by destroying your honor. And I will let the whole of Longhua know that you, the fifth princess, can't stand the loneliness and want to eat the young grass, and that you seduced His Majesty in disguise late at night with the intention of having sex with each other, not knowing what heaven and earth are like. Anyway, this king has been scolded for so many years. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Let's see who has more to lose. Listening to Wu Yi's undisguised threat, Long Danyun was instantly furious as her delicate body trembled, shivering as she pointed at him with one hand and spoke. You're shameless. Unexpectedly, Wu Yi took hold of her soft razor and stared into her eyes with a smile. Whether this king is shameless or not is left aside, but are you really as angry as you appear to be, fifth princess? I have to say that Long Mao Yun pretended to be very similar indeed. If not for Wu Yi's ability to check the information, really believed it. This beautiful woman's favorability was only 27 at that time, and this time it had already increased to 35. Isn't it obvious? Long Mao Yun was a little uncomfortable by Wu Yi's scrutinizing gaze, and seemed to have been caught in a general panic as she looked away. Don't you talk nonsense. At the same time she was very surprised in her mind. How did Wu Yi read her mind? Does she suck at acting? In fact, she is a woman with a very hot heart, but is only firmly imprisoned by the shackles formed by various identities and the world's vision. And Wu Yi had left an indelible impression on her at the Yanlong martial arts meeting, plus she had a request for Wu Yi. This leads to no anger in the heart even if one is offended. After a moment of silence, Long Mao Yun took a deep breath and pretended to be generous. Heavenly King Qi, tonight is purely a misunderstanding. This palace can pretend that nothing happened. But after all you have offended me and must make amends. Otherwise, even if I don't want to lose my honor, I'll have to let His Majesty punish you. Wu also knows the truth that too much is not as good as too little. There must be a retreat and advance to give each other a step down. You want me to raise your cultivation? Long Mao Yun was a bit surprised, her eyes trembling. How do you know? Takeshi shrugged. That's not a question. Other than this reason, what else can you have to find me? Do you really like me and want to do something unseemly with me? Long Mao Yun instantly said in shame and anger. You shut up and keep your mouth shut. But right at this moment, she seemed to have sensed something and her face changed. A silent gesture was made to Takeshi. Because someone's coming. Then she pulled Wu Yi in some panic and hid directly inside the bedchamber, and took out a formation stone, casually laying down a formation to isolate her breath. She was already a widow who was easily talked about, so her private meeting with Wu Yi in the middle of the night should never be discovered. Otherwise the face of her royal family would be disgraced. Wu Yi and Long Mao Yun were huddled in a dark and cramped corner, looking at the delicate beauty with a nervous face, feeling the delicate softness close to his body, smelling the wisps of fragrance that drilled into his nostrils. He couldn't help but let his fingers move. He leaned over to Long Mao Yun's ear and lowered his voice. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and if you want me to help you, you've got to pay something, right? The warmth coming from her ear made Long Mao Yun's heart jump and a blush floated to the base of her ear. You just took advantage of me. What more do you want? Don't even think about it. But just at that moment, the door to the great hall was suddenly pushed open. Although the two people could not see, but listening to the neat and tidy footsteps and the sound of armor colliding with the sound of gold and gold, they could guess that it should be a team of patrolling dragon shadow guards. At that moment, Long Mao Yun was so scared that she held her breath and didn't dare to make a single sound. But Wu Yi was bold and threatened in her ear like a demon whispering, if you don't give me the benefit of the doubt, I'll yell, and I'm not afraid of being humiliated anyway. What man? Even though Wu Yi's voice was very soft, it was still discovered by Dragon Shadow Guard's Vice Commander Chao Yun, who immediately gave a cold shout. Long Mao Yun was almost scared to death. She was afraid that Wu Yi would make another mess. I don't know what to think, but in the heat of the moment, I turned my head and kissed it directly. Take the initiative to gag this. Chapter 102 Angry Long Chiyue, Northern Border Incident. Long Mao Yun was afraid that Wu Yi would get into some kind of trouble again, so he directly blocked his mouth. At the same time, he grabbed Wu Yi's hand again, and seemed to be begging for favors with his fingers clasped together. All in all especially humble. At the same time she cursed in her mind. I wanted to betroth you to him, but who would have thought I'd get myself involved? What the hell is this? Earlier, she could see that Hua Yor liked He Yunqing, plus the fact that He Yunqing's body background and talent were both excellent, so she also had that aspect in mind. But after coming back to Longhua this time, Wu Yi's hit in the Yanlong Martial Arts Association made her change her mind. Wu Yi, to be 10 times 100 times countless times better than any so-called heavenly pride. What's more, he could also enhance other people's cultivation and root bones. So wasn't this the most perfect future son-in-law? But what's going on with her and Wu Yi now? Facing the proactive Long Maoyun, Wu Yi's heart was greatly pleased. As soon as he took the delicate beauty into his arms, he was not polite at all. This time Long Maoyun was very good and even responded softly in a pleasing manner. Search! And Xiao Yun in the Great Hall heard a faint, imperceptible movement and was about to lead people into search. Rustle of skirts. But at that moment, a token suddenly flew out from inside, and she grabbed it in her hand. But the next second her heart snapped, because this is the token of the identity of the commander of Wu Yi. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Yun turned around decisively and waved his hand. Withdraw. Although the remaining dragon shadow guards were uncertain, they didn't dare to say anything and quickly disappeared without a trace. After the dragon shadow guard left, Wu Yi looked at Long Wu Yun, who had completely gone limp, and exhaled in his arms, and gave a bad smile. Fifth princess, the opportunity is right in front of you. You have to grab it. As he spoke, he violently lifted Long Wu Yun up in a horizontal embrace and walked towards the soft couch. At this moment, Long Mao Yun had already lost her eyes long ago. For the past 15 years, no one could understand the pain she felt inside. By now it has formed a long-packed volcano that explodes at the slightest point. It would be really weird if this could still be tolerated. Just this once. It's a deal. There's no more to be said about it. As the words fell, she once again took the initiative and wrapped her arms around him. It was a frantic momentum that almost burned itself out. Just as the system had rated her. Sharp-minded. Not resting on her laurels. With a hot heart of a strong man. Being dignified and elegant is only on the surface. And when burned, she will go completely crazy. A superbly contrasting pretty widow who is not willing to be ordinary but has to accept it. To get is to be cool. Wu Yi laughed in his heart. It's a deal this time. Won't it be a deal next time? I just don't believe you can hold back after you've tasted the sweetness. Dragon Dancing Yun. I'm going to eat you. The Imperial Study. Long Qiyue looked at Xiao Yun in front of her and said flatly. They're both still out? Xiao Yun hurriedly bowed his head and carefully said. Yes. An hour had passed since she had just gone to search. What happened between Wu Yi and the fifth princess even a pig could figure out. Just kidding. Nothing in the palace escapes the Empress. From the time Wu Yi slipped into the palace tonight to look for Long Jiuli until now, Long Qiyue knew it like the back of her hand. Even the Dragon Dance Yun change appearance secretly looking for Wu also hide in that bedchamber private meeting. She is clear. That time Xiao Yun brought people to search was her authorization. Just to give Wu Yi a wake-up call so that he wouldn't go too far. But who knows, that is really bold. Surprisingly, no matter what, directly to the Dragon Dance Yun. Long Qiyue waved her hand with a bland face. Go. If word of tonight's events gets out, you'll have your head on a platter. Here. Just as Xiao Yun was about to leave, Long Qiyue said again. Tomorrow Qi Tianwan will go to subdue Long Yan's Yuan Long army. You follow. Keep me informed of his every move. Xiao Yun hurriedly said. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll leave first. Looking at Xiao Yun's departing figure, Long Qiyue's willow brows twisted lightly. Her first close guard was Li Yin, who was abducted by Wu Yi in just 2 or 3 days. The second close guard she could trust completely was Xiao Yun. But why does she have the illusion that she was going to be abducted again? Bang. But who would have expected that Xiao Yun had just left, and Long Qiyue, who originally had a calm face, suddenly became angry. With a single slap, he blasted the desk in front of him into wood shavings. ******** Know how to hook up with other people's wives? Are you sick? I've already given you 2. How many more do you want? First it was Yuja, then Li Yin, then Long Jiuli, and now it was Long Mao Yun. Either a widow or someone's fiancé? Does this have some kind of special fetish? She would really want to rush over and beat Wu Yi violently at this point, but in the end, she held back hard. Right at this moment, Long Qiyue seemed to be aware and took out a sound transmission stone. But when she activated it with her Yuan Qi, the sound that came out instantly made her pupils shrink. Your Majesty, Northern Border Incident, requesting support. Jinyu Kingdom Protector General Kuyi Jinhong's daughter, Kuyi Longfei, I don't know where to find a few powerful martial emperor realm experts, has forced our army to lose 3 cities in a row. And even Lord Ling has to avoid the front line for the time being. Now that our army has retreated to the Dragon Ridge Mountains, we are in dire need of support. Long Qiyue's eyes narrowed. Even the master has to retreat? Although her master, Ling Yuexian, was only at the 4th level of martial emperor cultivation, her true battle power was absolutely terrifying. 8th ranked lower grade weapon, moon condensation sword, and 7th ranked extreme grade protective soft armor. There was even a very powerful moon emperor Guqin. In terms of single combat, the average martial emperor's 6th level was no match. On the group battle, that is even more not false, can be described as the battlefield killers. Concubine Ku Yelong? Didn't you bring someone from the Golden Crow K? No wonder Kim Woo-guk dared to be so arrogant this time. She had the Dragon Shadow Pavilion, a very powerful intelligence agency, under her, and she knew some of all kinds of classified information. There was also some understanding of the Koyi Long Fei. That was Jinyu country's deservedly proud daughter of the first day, whose talent was as strong as that of Wu Anhua and Su Danqing back then. Now that he has returned from years of cultivation outside, he is afraid that his cultivation is unfathomable. It is just that now Longhua is precisely the time to fall into civil strife. But the northern border is suddenly incident. This pulls one hair and affects the whole body, and all the current layouts will have to be disrupted and rearranged. Then Long Chiyue took out several sound transmission stones in a row and calmly gave the orders. Patriarch Xiao, revoke the plan to annex White Flame Fortress and immediately send half of the clan's martial emperors to support the northern border without fail. Patriarch Qi, I order you to personally lead the men to move to the northern border to support them. All actions to be coordinated by the king of Jinbei. Anti-Jinlun, the imperial city is in trouble. All the dragon shadow guards have been withdrawn. As the Longhua Empress, she held far more cards in her hands than others could imagine. It's just that there's so much to do because she has to look at the big picture that she can't take it all out sometimes. It was important to realize that when Wu Yi first checked her information, there was a long list of identity backgrounds. Identity, former 7th princess of the Longhua Empire, current empress of the Longhua Empire, 168th patriarch of the Dragon Vein Guardian family, absolute controller of the Dragon Shadow Guards, controller of the Dragon Shadow Pavilion, controller of the Tianyan sect, controller of the Greenleaf sect, Xiao Yun. As soon as Long Chiyue's words fell, Xiao Yun quickly appeared in the imperial study. Go tell that asshole to return to the house immediately. If he dares to slow down for a second, I'll take his head. Seeing that the Empress had an angry face, Xiao Yun was startled and hurriedly answered yes. Here, Commander Wu, something has happened. His Majesty commands you to return to the house without delay. Listening to Xiao Yun's voice from outside the temple, Wu Yi got up and just wanted to respond, but he was yanked down by Long Mao Yun, who was already completely frantic, and bit his shoulder viciously. Leave it. I'll beat you to death if you try to leave. Chapter 103 Huang, do not share the same fate as gambling and drugs. I'll castrate you. At dawn, Wu Yi walked out of the chambers with one hand on the wall. He looked at the reddish haze rising in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. It's true. 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. The ancients did not deceive me. He finally understood the evaluation that the system had given to Long Dance Yun. The elegance is only superficial, but when it burns, it will be completely crazy. That's too damn fierce. Even if he had the Holy Dragon Imperial Extreme Technique, he almost couldn't top it. But I have to say, Long Dance Yun simply moistens to the point of explosion. Just this once, it's worth living 10 years less. Right at this moment, Long Dan Yun, who had already dressed up and changed her appearance, walked out. As he passed by Wu Yi, he lightly dropped a sentence. This is a one-time thing, and it won't happen again. If you dare to spread the word. This palace. She couldn't come up with a way to cure Wu Yi even after thinking for a long time. And in the end, she could only leave with a cold snort. Just how could she not hide the contentment in her eyes as her body and mind delighted? She was only at the first level of Martial King cultivation before, but now she had been hammered by Wu Yi to the 4th level of Martial King. This thrill of her cultivation skyrocketing made her feel so good that she couldn't help herself. It's just great, but the best is still. She only felt this moisturizing, as if she had become a few years younger. Looking at Long Mao Yun who didn't even look back, Wu Yi's lips trembled with anger. TM, put up your pants and don't recognize me? As he spoke, he shook his weakened legs and flew directly towards the King Ding's mansion. 79 goodness. I wonder what goodies you can breed for me. Long Dance Yun was the 4th pregnant baby, and according to the experience of the previous 3 pregnant babies, what was conceived should also be related to personality. This was a question that suddenly came to Wu Yi's mind. Right dog system. Where do pregnant babies conceive all the things they conceive? Whatever it is, it's got to come from somewhere, right? Stolen. Wu Yi was instantly confused. What? Steal from who? The Nirvana sacred bow belonged to the Blood Phoenix sacred father, who died 8 million years ago. There is also the picture of the immortal concubine, which was stolen from another superstar in the holy world, the Gioini mortal concubine, who has also long been in love with the Buddha. In short, the system steals things that have no owner, and will modify them to make everything fit the host perfectly. You can even transform a 9 heavenly sacred artifact? How come I didn't know you were so powerful? This is an ability of this system, but not everything can be remodeled. It needs to conform to the system rules, and whether the system is powerful or not depends mainly on the host, just as what a horse sees is determined by the run. Okay, shut up. Returning to King Ding's residence, Yuja, who was waiting anxiously outside the residence, hurriedly pulled Wu Yi and ran to the council chamber. Jiro, what took you so long to come back? His Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. Takeshi was also a bit curious. Why is His Majesty here? What's going on that's so alarming? I can't tell you in a sentence or two. You'll find out when you get in. But Her Majesty seems to be in a bad mood. So watch out you don't mess with her. Just when Wu Yi was surprised, he saw Longyin, who was kneeling outside the council chamber and was still smacking his mouth. Buster, what are you doing here? What's wrong with this? Yuja was speechless. It's the same as last time. Wow. Seeing Wu Yi, Longyin instantly howled. Lao also. I just want to find you to shop in a kiln. Who do you think I've invited? Speaking of which, the dragon seal point is also backward, because Wu Yi had been busy the past few days. He was bored to death of being alone. Even going to the myriad place was a little lackluster. It was even more tasteless after a shiver. He still found it more fun to stay with Wu Yi and learn Thai things from hammering people. After all, that's soul elevation. That's why he couldn't help but run to find Wu Yi before dawn today. Just like last time, he entered the door and shouted loudly at the Wu family guards who were blocking the way. Get lost. No one who comes today can stop this emperor. Today, we're going to go to the Miaoyin Square. Who would have thought that just as he arrived at the council chamber, he saw Long Qiyu sitting at the top, and then it was what it is now. Wu Yi patted Long Yin's shoulder with a solemn face. Good boy. The heart of kiln shopping is so firm. The teacher is very pleased. Don't worry. When I'm done with this few days, I'll say anything to visit this kiln with you. I, Huang, have no quarrel with gambling and drugs. The dragon's seal raised an eyebrow. Isn't your last name Wu? But soon he reacted, and immediately his eyes lit up. That's right. That's right. It had to be Lao also to save his empty heart. That's what it felt like. It's a double entendre. It's so good. Then Longing shouted after him with an uplifted face. I Huang with gambling and drugs not. Bang. In the next second, Long Qiyu inside the council chamber spaced out and backhanded a slap to send Long Jane flying. The proficiency is not at all like an act. It's staggeringly silky smooth. Isn't your last name Dragon? Why do you want to change your last name? Long Yin was instantly confused, covering his instantly swollen face and pointing at Wu Yi. It's not royal sister. So how can he say that? Wu Yi laughed out loud. Beaner, because my grandpa doesn't smoke me. Where's my grandpa? Wu Yi, who was talking, suddenly realized that the master was gone and only Long Qiyu and Li Yin were in the council chamber. Yuja whispered, there's been an incident at the northern border. Grandpa just left for the northern border. What? Wu Yi frowned and hurried into the council chamber. Your Majesty, what is going on? For Wu Yi's behavior of not even being able to salute Long Qiyu did not care at all. After all, this is the one that even her fifth sister took down overnight. And etiquette is a joke in front of him. Long Qiyu held a nameless anger in her heart and directly threw a sound transmission stone to Wu Yi, saying in a cold voice without a good mood, listen to yourself. Why are you so angry? Got your period? Wu Yi activated the sound transmission stone while pressing in a small voice. But when he finished listening to the information inside, he suddenly murmured with a slightly sunken face, Ko Yelong Princess? I heard it's quite pretty. Noticing the unkind gazes cast by the three women, Wu Yi hastily coughed tactically. Ahem. Just kidding. He then didn't have the slightest bit of restraint between a ruler and a courtier, and very casually sat down on a chair to look at Long Qiyu. Your Majesty, now that the northern border is in trouble and my grandfather has gone to the town, isn't this disrupting the plan? His ideal would be to have Wu Yuan sit in the King Ding's residence to prevent the Su family from desperately counterattacking to take a bite out of it. With the current situation in Longhua, if the northern border side really dragged too much manpower strength, by then the internal trouble would be even greater, and the situation would be even more dangerous than before. If Dian or some party makes a bad move in the meantime, it might just collapse. Long Qiyu knew that Wu Yi wanted to probe her bottom, and did not hide it. Her words were full of confidence. It's better to stick to the original plan. King Ding's residence. I'll guard it for you. Yan Zhong has already begun to move to purge the forces of the Su family. You only need to take over the Yuan Long army as soon as possible. Take the military and political power in your hands, and leave the rest to me. In fact, Long Qiyu's pressure was the greatest. Now the northern border alone had held the Jinbei army, the Dingnan army, the Tianyan sect, the Qingyi sect, as well as the imperial master Ling Yuxian, and the king of Ding, Wu Yuan. Now Wu Yi is going to lead the army to start to go and conquer the Yuan Long army as soon as possible, so it is expected to be another vicious battle. Li Yin must sit in the imperial city and also keep a deadly eye on the Su family, waiting for the Su family's reinforcements to arrive to kill them all in one fell swoop. She pulled back all the dragon shadow guards outside, not only to divide some of them to guard the imperial city, but also to defend against Great Yen. Nowadays, the four parties are moving together and drawing too many people. and any slip-up on either side could result in a total loss. But just carry through this time. LW will definitely see a new metamorphosis. At this time, Long Chi-US stood up and prepared to leave. Move tonight without fail. It was only when she passed by Wooey that her willow eyebrows twisted lightly, and a trace of unspeakable anger flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. From now on, entering the palace must be with my consent. If you dare to do that in the palace again and ruin the reputation of my Long family, I'll castrate you. Chapter 104, Sword pointing at Long N Yuan Long Army. Don't die. I'll be waiting for you at home. In the face of Long Chi-Yu's angry rebuke, Wooey didn't even dare to let out a single fart, and could only touch his nose resentfully. Long Chi-US seemed to realize that she was a bit out of line, and angrily glared at Wooey as she disappeared into a streak of light. Yuja was a little curious. Jiro, what have you done? Why is His Majesty so angry? Liin was even more direct, walking over and ripping off Wooey's upper body clothes. Just uncountable scratches and bite marks all over his body. What's the point of asking? The dragon seal, who was still kneeling outside, was a bit puzzled and said in his heart, could it be that Lao also went to the palace to steal someone? Who could he steal? 9 sisters? I don't think so. Now is not the time to steal the 9th sister. Could it be? Hiss. Thinking of this, Longin immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Wooey with even more admiration. You took down the 5th sister in one night? Awesome. In the next second, he directly made a flying leap and knelt down in front of Wooey, hugging his legs and bawling. Master, you must teach me this. Patchmark wants to get better so badly. Moyuki, he's family. Father, please help the Su family. Count Jiaoyi is begging you. Family head Hebai looked at Su Jiaoyi, who was kneeling on the ground with a supplicating face, and waved his hand with some annoyance. Jiaoyi, you don't have to say anymore. No one can save the Su family this time. I warned Xiao Hyun long ago not to plot against him. The dragon share of Yonghua is not something he can covet. Now it's good. Not only did he mess with Long Chi-Yu to get rid of her, he even killed Prince Dian's only son, messing with the royal families of 2 great empires. How can you expect me to help in this situation? I can't help even if I wanted to. Seeing that Su Jiaoyi wanted to say something else, He Yunqing hurriedly stopped it. Mother, Grandpa has his own problems. If the Su family messes with someone else, the He family will have to come to the rescue anyways. But this time, we're messing with the royal families of 2 great empires. Even if our He family is strong, we can't fight against the 2 empires. If you ask the He family to lend a hand, aren't you pushing the He family into the fire? It could lead to the destruction of both families. He Yunqing didn't have much affection for the Su family in the first place. Besides, he knew that Long Chi-Yue and the Wu family had reached an agreement and were on the same side. If the He family stepped in, they would definitely have to fight the Wu family. To be honest, he didn't want to make an enemy of Wooey. Even if Hebai was willing to make a move, he would still stop it. Based on his intuition alone, he thought that he had more to gain from being friends with Wooey than being enemies. Mother, don't be anxious. The Su family still has a chance of survival. Have you forgotten your sister-in-law? My child has received news that my sister-in-law has already rushed to Longhua. As long as my sister-in-law goes back, she will definitely be able to resolve the crisis. Even if we can't save the entire Su family, at the very least, it won't be a problem to save the lives of Grandpa and Uncle. Hearing He Yunqing say this, Su Jiaoyi's eyes lit up. Danqing? Yes, Danqing can definitely save the Su family. But then she sighed. But the Bai sect is on the border of the inner domain, too far away from Longhua. I wonder if Danqing will be able to make it back in time. Night. Outside the imperial city, Wu Yi, who had been temporarily enthroned as the Grand Marshal of the Levy Yuan army, looked at the Levy Yuan army in front of him, which had been temporarily formed by 3,000 dragon shadow guards, as well as 30,000 imperial city forbidden guards, and loudly droned. This time to fight the thieves. Our 30,000 odd people are facing Longyin's 400,000 Yuan dragon army. The enemy is so different from us. It's extremely dangerous. It can be said that 9 deaths in 1 life. Tell this marshal. Are you afraid of death? The words fell. More than 30,000 people shouted in unison, roaring to the heavens. Fear not. I'll be a dragon warrior in life and a dragon warrior in death. The intense battle intent and murderous aura shot up into the sky, shattering the clouds under the night into waves. Wooey nodded with great satisfaction. This fight against the bandits is only for success and not for failure. This marshal has only one request. Orders are forbidden. Anyone who disobeys orders, those who act privately, those who disturb morale, those who run away from the battlefield, those who rebel and backstab, all of them will be killed without mercy. In this instant, the murderous aura emanating from Wu Yi alone almost even overshadowed the entire Levy Yuan army, because he has the belief that he must win and must win. Wu Yi then took out another spatial ring and bellowed with a bit of gangliness. But I, Wu Yi, Always believe in the word righteousness. There's a billion spirit stones in here. It's all this marshal has. Anyone who participates in this operation against the bandits will have their monthly salary doubled tenfold this month, and 100,000 for disability. If you die in battle, each person pension 1 million. This marshal does not dare to say let your wife and children old and rich life, but definitely will not starve to be bullied. This is my marshal's promise to you. These are indeed all of Wu Yi's belongings. Is that he copied the Yan'an Wangfu as well as many homes and a variety of bribes and deceit accumulated. But he's not heartbroken, because by taking down the Yuanlong army, the benefits gained were even greater. The Yuanlong army guarded one of the 3 major spirit veins of Longhua. Once he took control of the spirit vein, he could gain 5 billions, 10 billions. A sure thing. Hey! Suddenly, Wu Yi coldly shouted. General Wu? The last general is here. The commander of the Forbidden Guards, Wu Qiao, immediately stepped forward. Wu Qiao is the same military general who defended Wu Yi in the courtroom in the opening chapter. With the 8th level cultivation of Martial King, Wu Yuan's old subordinate. You take this billion spirit stones and follow this king's promise to the letter. As you wish. Wu Qiao immediately stepped forward to receive the spatial ring with both hands. The room remained silent and the silence was deafening. It was just that the eyes of everyone present looking at Wu Yi had changed. It was an unspeakably complex and moving experience. For them, the generals, death in battle is not scary. The only thing I'm afraid of is what will happen to my wife and children at home if I die. But now, Wu Yi's move of taking out 1 billion spirit stones out of his own pocket as well as his promise completely dispelled their worries. Looking at the tens of thousands of generals who had been spoken by Wu Yi in just a few words, Long Qiyue couldn't help but curse in her heart. Buying people's hearts in front of me, can it really be yours? But she had to admit that Wu Yi was bold and infectious. People die for money, birds die for food, and once these billion spirit stones were out, there would definitely be a lot more outlaws in this operation. At this time, Wu Yi looked at Long Qiyue. Your Majesty, I have finished my training. Your instructions? Long Qiyu faintly said. There is no need. Qi Tian Wang. As the marshal of the current campaign against the thieves, everything can be done at his own discretion. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade finger and snapped it. Suddenly, a warhorse neighing sound like a dragon's roar cut through the night sky, only to see a mighty and domineering red flame dragon rider stepping into the air, leaving a sea of blazing fire in the night sky wherever it passed. It was none other than the 8th Order Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor Red Flame. Long Qiyue gently stroked Red Flame's head, her eyes showing a very rare touch of tenderness. After all, she had spent more than 20 years with Red Flame and Red Lotus, and had a deep bond. Good girl, you'll listen to him this time. Red Flame glanced at Wu Yi and once again arrogantly raised his head and closed his eyes, directly ignored. However, this time, Wu Yi had a solution, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a strand of Earth's core golden flame. TSK. You said that this foreign fire this king doesn't have the time to absorb it. Isn't it a waste to put it here in my place? Red Flame stole a glance and closed his eyes again. In fact, it was craving it in its heart. As a fire attribute foreign beast, foreign fire was definitely a great tonic good for it. But as the high and proud Red Flame Dragon Rider Emperor, it had dignity. Even if it died, it wouldn't recognize anyone outside of the dragon family as its master. At this time, Wu Yi took out 2 more wisps of golden flame and looked at the 30,000 or so conquering Yuan troops. He was convinced that the law of true fragrance would smack every living thing in the mouth. These 3 wisps of golden flame. Whoever performs well this time, this king will directly award. Rustle of skirts. As expected, in the next second, the 3 wisps of golden flame instantly disappeared. Wu Yi twisted his head and looked at Red Flame with a stunned expression. You steal food? Red Flame looked left and right, so he closed his eyes and died. Sound of escaping laughter. But who would have thought that the energy of the 3 wisps of golden flame would spread out within it, and from between its mouth and nose, golden flames erupted. Wu Yi, caught in the act. The red flame was instantly annoyed, letting out a shocking hiss, looking as if he was suffering from some major illness. Definitely a superhero. Wu Yi also did not pretend anymore, and directly flipped his hand to take out the precious and incomparable golden flame fire crystal, and laughed loudly. It's yours if you do as you're told. I'll get you as much as you want later. Seeing the golden flame fire crystal, Red Flame's eyes immediately lit up. Then it made a 180-degree turn in attitude, and even grinned a fawning smile in a very humanized way, and went up to rub Wu Yi's arm, behaving like a batch. Only a pair of thieving eyes always stared at the golden flame fire crystal, seemingly considering how to steal it. Seeing Red Flame's flattering appearance, even Long Qiyue couldn't help but feel a little bit embarrassed. It was as if Wu Yi had a kind of magic. Whoever stayed with him had to be tamed into submission. Qi Tian Wang. It's time to depart. Wooey first glanced at the teary-eyed Yuja and the Li'in with reluctance. Then he looked at Long Chiyu with a serious face and nodded his head. And please, Your Majesty, help me keep my home. Good. But just as Wooey rolled onto his horse and prepared to depart, Long Chiyu suddenly murmured in a low voice, Don't die. I'll wait for you at home. The one voice was soft, so soft that it was almost imperceptible, but it was also heavy, so heavy that Wooey didn't even dare to look back. Don't poison the tits. Let's go.